In the year 2050, amidst resource depletion, unemployed university graduate Lu Zhe discovers his extraordinary ability to bring CF items into reality. He begins his journey with a Barrett-Destruction, which he promptly surrenders. To safeguard Lu Zhe, the humanoid armory, the authorities re-enter the game for supplies. The director of National Security commands, all forces, heightened alert. No fly shall enter within 100 miles. The Academician works tirelessly through the night to forge the invincible Xuanwu battle armor to ensure Major Lu's survival. Lu Zhe ponders, what if my marksmanship is inadequate? Director Li waves his hand decisively. Capture the 70 kilograms and white shark, summon them here. Let the world champion teach you, step by step, how to secure positions, execute instant snipes, and play coy aboard a transport ship. Chapter 1. CF Pyramid, under attack from the biochemical ghosts. The year is 2050 in the great Xi'an nation, Jing City. July remains sweltering. In the cramped rental of an aging tenement, the air conditioning unit spins incessantly, yet fails to emit even a whisper of coolness, intensifying the already stifling atmosphere. Alipay transaction received, 0.5 yuan. Hearing the cold female voice from his phone, Lu Zhe collapses despondently onto his creaking gaming chair. This paltry reward was his for having endured an entire advertisement for a casual gaming app. With just 3 days until rent is due and only 200 yuan left in my pocket, life has become utterly unbearable. Lu Zhe, age 23, is a proud, recent graduate who has succumbed to unemployment. In an era where global resources are nearing exhaustion and technological advancement has stagnated for 2 decades, the term involution has transcended mere description, manifesting as a suffocating state of existence. The burden labeled life weighs so heavily on this generation of youth that even the act of breathing feels extravagant. It is precisely due to the stagnation of real-world technology that virtual entertainment has become their sole refuge. As a seasoned FPS first-person shooter enthusiast, Lu Zhe's only means of release is to retreat into his 10-square-meter sanctuary, where he dominates the virtual realm. Alright, enough of this. Let's dive into another round of CF. My aim felt solid last night. Today, I'm aiming for the title of Gun King. Lu Zhe adeptly powers up his somewhat outdated computer. He clicks on the icon of the game that has accompanied him throughout his youth, CrossFire. Although holographic VR gaming has begun to gain popularity, for someone like Lu Zhe, who is financially constrained, this classic keyboard and mouse game remains the most cost-effective option. He logs in, enters the channel, and quickly matches up. Map, biochemical pyramid. Mode, Terminator mode. Loading. As Lu Zhe observes the progress bar inch forward, he twists open a bottle of 2 yuan iced red tea, preparing to gulp it down for a boost. Suddenly, the computer screen flickers violently, transforming into a bizarre, snowy white. Following that, a line of blood-red pixelated text appears as if imbued with life, projecting itself in the center of the screen. Host's mental threshold detected as compliant. Dimensional item transport system is being activated. Would you like to bind? If not selected, binding will default in 10 seconds. What the hell? Is this a virus? Lu Zhe jumps in surprise, nearly spilling his iced tea onto the keyboard. Instinctively, he reaches for the restart button on the CPU, but finds it completely unresponsive, as if locked by an unseen force. The countdown on the screen continues to tick mercilessly. 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. Initial transport is about to commence. Target world, CrossFire, biochemical pyramid. Mission objective, survive for 30 minutes. Reward, beginner's gift package, 1 cubic meter of personal space. What kind of nonsense is this? Are today's ransomware viruses this sophisticated? Teleporting? Do they think I'm a child? Lu Zhe curses under his breath as he bends down to unplug the power source. However, just as his hand reaches for the socket, an irresistible force of immense suction manifests. The world before him distorts instantaneously, as his rental room and computer screen are torn into a kaleidoscope of bizarre colors. Dizziness overwhelms him, an extreme vertigo akin to being hurled into a washing machine spinning at full speed, threatening to eject his very soul from his body. When Lu Zhe regains consciousness, he finds himself kneeling on the ground, his stomach churning violently, retching uncontrollably. Where am I? He lifts his head, expecting to see his disheveled rental room. But the scene that greets him sends chills down his spine, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. No longer is he in the narrow, dimly lit rental space. Instead, he stands in a vast, magnificent, yet undeniably morbid ancient plaza. The ground beneath him is rough stone, marred with dried blood, while 2 towering pyramids loom in the distance. The air is thick with a nauseating stench. It is a foul mix of decaying flesh and gunpowder, tinged with a metallic, rusted odor. This scene, why does it seem so damn familiar? Liu Zei's heart races as he surveys his surroundings. Enormous stone pillars, ancient suspension bridges, and that iconic cage defensive point. As a veteran who has played CF for 10 years, he could sketch the layout of this place with his eyes shut. This is the biochemical pyramid. Liu Zei pinches his thigh hard. Ouch. The sharp pain confirms that this is neither a dream nor some cursed VR game. The tactile reality, the acrid stench of corpses, and the palpable sense of danger in the air all convey an absurdly stark truth. He has truly traversed dimensions. Ding. Welcome, host, to the CF world. Newbie mission issued. Survive for 30 minutes within the biochemical pyramid. Current status: ordinary human, a mere weakling with no combat prowess. Warning: the biochemical ghosts within the game possess genuine physical lethality. Survival is imperative. The system's cold notification reverberates in his mind. Roar. Before Liu Zei can fully process this reality, a chilling, blood-curdling roar echoes from a nearby corridor. The sound is not human. It resembles the primal growl of a beast on the brink of death, filled with unrestrained madness and bloodlust. Liu Zei whips around abruptly. There, merely dozens of meters away in the shadows, emerges a crimson, muscular humanoid monstrosity, its skin seemingly flayed away, revealing writhing red muscle fibers beneath. Its hands are equipped with sharp, glinting bone blades. Those eyes, shimmering with an eerie green luminescence, were fixed intently upon Liu Zei, who stood at the center of the square. A biochemical specter, colloquially known as Little Red. Yet the Little Red, before him, was 1,000 times more terrifying than the crude, pixelated model from the game. The viscous liquid, dripping from its form, sizzled upon the bluestone pavement, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion and rising wisps of white smoke. The overwhelming aura of brutality and insatiable hunger surged forth, causing Liu Zei, a reclusive young man accustomed to the tranquility of peaceful times, to feel his legs turn to jelly as a chill rushed from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Run! The instinct for survival triumphed over the deep-seated terror. With a frantic cry, Liu Zei unleashed the fastest speed of his life, turning to flee. His physical condition was that of an ordinary recluse, long deprived of exercise, utterly incapable of engaging in close combat with such a monster. A single touch would mean infection. A single strike would lead to instant dismemberment. Roar! A howl erupted from behind. The biochemical specter had evidently spotted this living prey and charged forward with a frenzied acceleration. Its speed was beyond imagination. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Liu Zei gasped for breath, but he dared not pause. He desperately recalled every detail of the map. To the cage? No, that was a dead end. Without heavy firepower suppression, entering the cage would be akin to being a fish in a barrel. To the high platform? Also not feasible. This specter was clearly enhanced, its terrifying muscle explosive enough to leap onto the high platform effortlessly. The bug point. I can only head to the bug point. Though uncertain whether any game glitches still existed in this reality, it was Liu Zei's last remaining hope. He remembered a particularly narrow gap among the stacked containers at the side of the pyramid's high platform. In earlier game versions, players could squeeze through, causing the Spectre's attack model to become ensnared due to size collision. Chapter 2. Officer, I suspect I have crossed over. Liu Zei exerted every ounce of strength, harnessing the fleeting surge of adrenaline for a momentary burst of speed. As he approached the corner, just a few meters away, he executed a sudden slide, propelling himself towards a shadowy recess cluttered with wooden crates and metal boxes. The foul wind of danger was already brushing against the back of his head. Get in there. Liu Zei squeezed himself sideways, forcing his body into the narrow, half-meter-wide, dark crevice just in the nick of time. Crack! A razor-sharp, red-bone blade crashed down where he had just stood. The sturdy wooden boxes were instantly splintered into fragments, debris swirling in the air, with a shard slicing across Liu Zei's cheek. Blood trickled down, stinging fiercely. The bio-phantom outside the crevice roared in a frenzy, its claws scraping against the metal of the containers, producing a nauseating metallic screech that sent sparks flying. Yet, as Liu Zei had wagered, its massive frame rendered it incapable of squeezing into such a confined space. Panting heavily, Liu Zei slumped into the shadows of the crevice, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. For the moment, he was safe. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he realized that his back was drenched in perspiration. This wretched system is trying to kill me, throwing me into this hellish nightmare from the very start. Liu Zei chuckled bitterly, his eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness within the crevice. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a cold, hard, and unusually heavy object. The frigid texture was piercing, imbued with a metallic essence. Instinctively, Liu Zei began to explore further. The thick tubular structure, the familiar trigger mechanism, a massive magazine, and an exaggerated muzzle brake. The shape sent a jolt through his heart, taking advantage of the faint light filtering in from the crevice. He finally discerned what lay beside him. Next to him was the lifeless body of a long-dead human, now desiccated and stiff, dressed in the garb of the game's defenders. This corpse clutched a menacingly designed, pitch-black sniper rifle that resembled a ferocious beast. Dark red patterns danced upon its surface, pulsating with an eerie life of their own. At the stock, he could faintly see a symbol resembling a demon's eye, and the barrel was thick enough to accommodate an adult's fist. To any CF player, this weapon was a veritable icon. Barrett-Destruction, a hero-class weapon, the cannon of annihilation. Liu Zhe's hands trembled as he felt the weapon's body. The dark red glow seemed to flicker more rapidly at his touch. A chilling and brutal aura surged through his fingertips, causing his blood to boil within him. He attempted to lift the rifle. Heavy, impossibly heavy. In the gaming world, its weight was imperceptible, but now, Liu Zhe felt it must weigh at least 40 pounds. The oppressive sensation, the cold air of death surrounding it, was nothing short of a work of art born for war. This was the real deal. Liu Zhe swallowed hard, his heart racing once more. He groped around the corpse's waist, finding no extra magazines, but his fingers brushed against a round, somewhat sticky object. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a grenade. But not just any grenade. It was a hideously green one, emblazoned with a grinning skull insignia. Even more bizarrely, green gas was seeping from the seams of the grenade. A biogrenade. In the game's lore, this grenade possessed immense biochemical lethality against biophantoms. What luck! If this system is real, could I bring these items back with me? A reckless thought flashed through Liu Zhe's mind. Just then, the system interface conveniently popped up. Detected pickable items. Barrett-Destruction, 11 rounds. Biogrenade, 11. Would you like to store these in your personal space? Yes. Store. Liu Zhe shouted fervently in his mind. Swish! The heavy sniper rifle and the ominous grenade vanished in an instant. In his mind, within a cubic meter of storage, these two formidable weapons floated silently. Countdown complete. Congratulations, host has successfully survived. Returning to the real world, it seemed the bio-phantom sensed something. Suddenly, it went berserk, tearing a gaping hole in the container with its bone blade. Its gaping maw, dripping with slime, lunged toward Liu Zhe. Roar! The stench assaulted his senses. I won't go back. Farewell. Liu Zhe raised his middle finger, a euphoric grin spreading across his face as he narrowly escaped. A white light descended once more. Whoosh! Liu Zhe shot up from his gaming chair, the abrupt motion causing him to crash heavily onto the floor. The familiar setting of his rented room, the familiar roar of the air conditioner, and the half-finished bottle of iced red tea greeted him. He was back, truly back. Liu Zhe lay on the cool tiled floor, breathing in the murky yet comfortingly familiar air, his body aching from the exertion. Was that just an incredibly vivid nightmare? He felt somewhat disoriented, yet the stinging pain on his cheek from the wood splinters and the overwhelming fatigue reminded him that everything he had experienced was real. The system? He silently pondered. In an instant, a translucent blue screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Liu Zhe. Level, LV1. Personal space, Barrett-Destruction, remaining bullets, 12 rounds, biogrenade, 1 unit. Liu Zhe's pupils dilated, his breath momentarily suspended. He had truly brought them back. That was destruction. In the game, it was mere data, but in reality, this was an anti-material sniper rifle capable of obliterating light armored vehicles with ease. A slaughter weapon that transcended the technology of this era. Take it out, and take a look. With a near-religious fervor, Liu Zhe focused his thoughts. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated through the room, shaking the very floor beneath him. The black metal behemoth, measuring 1.5 meters in length, materialized on the narrow floor of his rented room. This weapon, surpassing the aesthetic of current earthly technology, lay silently on the tiles. My goodness! He retrieved the biogrenade as well. This time, he nearly dropped it in fright, because it was still emitting smoke. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tendrils of eerie green smoke seeped from the grenade's safety pin, carrying a faintly foul odor reminiscent of ozone mixed with rotting flesh, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the enclosed space. Liu Zhe suddenly recalled something he had learned. The biogrenade contained not gunpowder, but a highly concentrated toxic gas specifically targeting biochemical viruses, potentially even harboring viral samples. It was deadly effective against biophantoms, essentially a poison to combat poison. Pseudo-express explanation. If this thing were to explode or leak, would the entire capital city turn into a bioweapon crisis zone? Liu Zhe's face drained of color, turning pale. He had initially fantasized about whether to sell destruction on the black market for some cash, or keep it as a family heirloom. But now, gazing at the grenade that was continuously emitting a green hue and felt slightly warm to the touch, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was far beyond what an ordinary citizen could handle. Possessing firearms was already a serious crime, let alone harboring a suspected weapon of mass biochemical destruction. If this thing spiraled out of control, he would become a historical criminal. Lucius Schiffert. He struggled, his mind flooded with countless thoughts, greed, fear, and visions of the future. Yet ultimately, all were thoroughly vanquished by the incessant wafting green smoke. He took a deep breath, trembling hands reaching for the mobile phone on the table. In such dire circumstances, there was but one choice. Although he might endure dissection for research or lose his freedom, it was certainly preferable to becoming the architect of global destruction. Moreover, if the nation could comprehend the profound technological value that lay behind this enigma, it would transcend the bounds of time itself. Liu Zhe's gaze gradually shifted from terror to resolve. As a citizen of the Xi'an nation, entrusting this epoch-defining technology, which could alter the course of the nation's fate, to the authorities was the only righteous path. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Hello, 110 Emergency Center. How may I assist you? The calm and professional voice of the dispatcher came through the receiver. Liu Zhe swallowed hard, glancing at the menacing heavy sniper rifle at his feet, then at the grenade in his hand, which seemed poised to explode, emitting green smoke. Striving to steady his voice, he still could not conceal the tremor and quaver. Is this the police? I need to report an incident. I think I've traveled through time. Moreover, I seem to have brought back something extraordinary. A glowing gun and a bioweapon grenade that is emitting green smoke. Can you please hurry? I beg you. This grenade feels like it's getting hotter. I'm afraid it might actually explode. Chapter 3. Lucia was entirely surrounded. Beep, beep. The other end of the line fell into a 5-second silence. At the Beijing 110 Command Center, dispatcher Miss 09 sat at her workstation. Her brow furrowed as she surveyed the display screen. Each day, she handled hundreds of emergency calls, from lost cats to domestic disputes and drunken men running naked in the streets. Yet, she had never encountered anything as ludicrous as this. Traveling through time, bringing back a glowing gun and a green, smoke-emitting grenade? What on earth was this? A new scam or the delusions of a madman? Sir, the dispatcher inhaled deeply, maintaining her professional patience and seriousness. Although it is late at night, I must remind you that misusing public emergency resources and fabricating false reports is a criminal offense under the Public Security Administration punishment law. I'm not joking. I swear everything I'm saying is true. Liu Zhe exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. I know this sounds absurd, even like the rantings of a lunatic. But I wish I were insane. This thing is right by my feet. It's really hot. The green smoke is thickening. I feel like the skull on it is grinning at me. It's vibrating. It's vibrating. Liu Zhe was truly on the brink of collapse. In the mere seconds of their conversation, the bioweapon grenade on the floor had begun to tremble slightly, emitting a low, buzzing hum. The sound resembled the crackling of high-voltage electricity passing through an organic entity. Sir, please remain calm. The dispatcher detected the overwhelming terror in Liu Zhe's voice. It did not sound feigned. What is your exact location? If this is indeed a hazardous material, please distance yourself immediately to ensure your safety. I'm in Building 3, Room 404 of the Xingfu Li community. I can't move. This thing looks very unstable. Liu Zhe fixated on the grenade, swallowing hard before suddenly shouting, I have evidence. I'll send you a photo via text right now. Hurry. I'll send you the picture. Please, quickly. Understood. You may send images through our text reporting platform. The number is, a minute later. In a police station in Chaoyang District, Officer Zhang was leisurely sipping from a thermos filled with goji berries while scrolling through short videos. The night had been relatively peaceful, aside from 2 drunken men brawling. Ding. The police terminal chimed, signaling a transfer of information from the city command center, accompanied by an image. Incident report. The caller claims to possess weapons of mass destruction, suspected to be biochemical weapons, exhibiting extreme agitation. Local officers are urged to verify the situation swiftly. Note, the caller's statements appear absurd, indicating possible mental instability. Please ensure your safety. Weapons of mass destruction? Officer Zhang chuckled, nearly spitting out the goji berries in his mouth. Have false alarms gotten this creative these days? Biochemical weapons? Why not say he found a Gundam? He casually opened the attachment to inspect the image. Let us see what low-quality model someone bought from Pinduoduo. However, when the image fully loaded on the screen, Zhang's smile widened. Isn't this just a game model? Yet the bullets beside it suggested otherwise. Upon seeing the bioweapon grenade, his expression turned grave. He could clearly observe that the grenade's surface lacked any semblance of a cheap coating. Surrounding it was a bizarre, almost tangible green, smoke swirling ominously. Is this a special effect? A Photoshop job? He quickly zoomed in on the image, examining it pixel by pixel. No signs of editing. Moreover, the detail of the heavy sniper rifle crushing the floor indicated real, physical damage caused by substantial weight. Could an ordinary model cause such a fracture in the tiles? It must weigh dozens of pounds. What kind of model could possess such heft? Gulp. Officer Zhang swallowed hard, the thermos clattering to the desk. Scalding water spilling onto his pants. Yet he felt nothing. If this were genuine, if that gun were real, if the smoking grenade were indeed authentic, then this was no mere security incident. This was counterterrorism, a high-level, critical emergency. Chief. Zhang leaped from his chair, emitting a high-pitched shout as he scrambled towards the chief's office. Chief, we have a serious situation. Look at this. Startled awake from his nap, Chief Lei stormed out in a disheveled state, fury flaring. What the hell is going on? It's the middle of the night. Is the sky falling? It might actually fall. Zhang thrust the police terminal towards Chief Lei, his finger trembling. Xingfu Li community. Someone reported possessing a gun and a bioweapon grenade. Here, that's the photo they sent. Chief Lei furrowed his brow, snatching the phone. 3 seconds later, whoa. An exclamation of astonishment escaped him. Chief Lei's pupils dilated, his face draining of color. As a seasoned detective with experience in border drug enforcement, his instincts were far sharper than Zhang's. The moment he saw the bullets, he could ascertain their authenticity. However, the craftsmanship and design of that gun were undeniably beyond the capabilities of current Earth technology. With an intense gaze, Chief Lei abruptly raised his head, his expression turning grave and resolute. Quick, sound the highest alert. Assemble all personnel immediately. Contact the SWAT team. Notify the bomb disposal unit. Request authorization from the city command center and liaise with the armed police. Regardless of whether this is a hoax or not, even a 1 in 10,000 chance of it being real is a risk we cannot afford to take. Ensure everyone is donned in heavy body armor. Equip the Type 95 rifles. This may be a battle we have never anticipated. In room 404 of the Xingfu Li community, Lu Zhe was huddled in the corner. Time ticked by painfully slow, each second feeling like an eternity in hell. The bioweapon grenade seemed to have stabilized momentarily. The green smoke no longer spread, instead quietly hovering at its surface. However, the destruction of the Barrett began to give rise to increasingly bizarre phenomena. The dark red luminescence on the gun's body began to flicker erratically, synchronizing in a disconcerting rhythm. A low-frequency vibration, almost imperceptible to the naked ear, resonated through the air. Lu Zhe, in a state of terror, noticed that the tiles on the floor near the gun were visibly darkening and charring, as if subjected to an invisible source of intense heat or an energy field. Could this weapon possess its own energy radiation? The thought flashed through Lu Zhe's mind. In the backdrop of the game's narrative, hero-grade weapons were forged from extraterrestrial meteors and advanced technologies, even sealing some form of power. It seemed that this concept had become horrifyingly real. This gun was not merely an inanimate object. It was a living source of energy. Were the police? Lu Zhe felt on the verge of tears. He felt as if he were guarding a volcano on the brink of eruption. 2 of them, in fact. Just then, a shrill siren pierced the tranquil night air, growing louder as it approached. Not just one, but a multitude. By the sound of it, at least 7 or 8 police cars were simultaneously converging on the neighborhood, the cacophony suggesting that the entire city's police force had arrived. Almost immediately, he heard the screech of tires, the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground, and the amplified voice of a loudspeaker. Attention residents on the upper floors. A high-level police operation is underway. All individuals are advised to remain indoors, lock your doors and windows, and refrain from looking out. This is not a drill. Unrelated personnel must evacuate the cordoned area immediately. SWAT teams secure the exits of Units 1 and 2. Sniper observation positions are now in place. The scale of the operation left Lu Zhe utterly astonished. He cautiously edged toward the window, peering through the curtain-esque gap. The sight nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. The open space below was filled with vehicles flashing red and blue lights, completely surrounding the building. A black SWAT armored vehicle was positioned directly at the unit's entrance, its spotlight piercing the darkness like a sword. Dozens of fully armed SWAT officers, wielding submachine guns and riot shields, swiftly formed multiple tactical units and charged into the hallway. He even spotted several glinting sniper scopes reflecting cold light from the opposite rooftop. Were they here to apprehend extraterrestrials? Lu Zhe swallowed hard. Yet, he quickly realized this was a positive development. The greater the government's concern, the more valuable this object must be, and consequently, the safer he would be, provided, of course, that he wasn't mistaken for a terrorist and shot on sight. I am a law-abiding citizen. I am here to surrender. Liu Ze rushed back to the door, unlocked it, and then clasped his hands over his head. He obediently squatted in the farthest corner from the pile of weapons, summoning all his strength to shout. The door is unlocked. I surrender. The items are on the floor. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. That thing is an explosive. Chapter 4. Taken away. Heavy, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The sound of tactical boots striking the ground was dense and powerful. Bang! The door to apartment 404 was violently breached, though Liu Ze had already unlocked it. The SWAT team followed standard procedure. Don't move. Police. Hands on your head. Get on the ground. Blinding beams from tactical flashlights were instantly directed into Liu Ze's eyes, rendering everything a blur. Several dart gun barrels were quickly trained on his head, heart, and limbs. Any sign of movement would result in him being riddled with bullets in a fraction of a second. Liu Ze squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his forehead firmly against the floor, and yelled, "I'm not moving. I absolutely want to move. I'm the one who called the police. That's the thing, I'm surrendering." Leading the team was Director Lei, clad in a heavy bulletproof vest and gripping a Type 92 pistol. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as his gaze traversed the trembling Liu Ze and landed on the pile of items in the center of the room. An eerie silence enveloped the space. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy, oppressive sounds of their breaths. Viewing the items and photographs was one thing. Witnessing them in reality was an entirely different, exponentially more shocking experience. The Barrett, with its flowing dark red glow, appeared otherworldly and terrifying under the tactical flashlight, the light even causing slight distortions. It emanated an aura that would instill a sense of dread in anyone, even those unfamiliar with firearms. This object could undoubtedly slay gods. And the biochemical grenade, just as Liu Ze had described, was enveloped in swirling green smoke. Hiss! All the SWAT officers, including the seasoned Director Lei, collectively inhaled sharply. What on earth is this? Is this truly a product of earthly technology? What kind of grenade emits smoke on its own? What kind of sniper rifle glows and even distorts light? The voice of a young officer trembled with disbelief. That gun appears to have melted the floor beneath it. Director Lei focused intently. Indeed, the tiles beneath the black sniper rifle had become completely charred and shattered, even emitting wisps of smoke indicative of extreme heat. The temperature, or energy radiation emanating from this weapon, was melting the surface it touched. Everyone back away. Maintain your distance. Director Lei shouted, his voice cracking under the weight of shock and fear. Explosive ordnance team. Moving quickly. Assess radiation levels and energy fluctuations. And you, don't move. Answer me honestly. Will this grenade explode? Liu Ze, still on the ground and with a quivering voice, replied, "Officer, I don't know. It was vibrating just now. That's why I called the police. In the game, it's specifically designed to kill biochemical specters. It might contain some form of high-concentration anti-biological energy or an unknown substance. If it explodes, I'm afraid the entire building will be doomed." Anti-biological energy? Though these words sounded fantastical, they caused the nerves of everyone present to fray. Director Lei's cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. He had initially thought the worst-case scenario would be mere possession of illegal arms. He never anticipated it would escalate to this realm of unheard-of, unknown advanced technology. Report to the City Bureau immediately. No, directly to the National Security Department. Director Lei, this is a very command. Realizing this situation far exceeded the handling capabilities of the precinct or even the City Bureau, it necessitated intervention from the highest national authorities. His gaze fixed firmly on Liu Ze. An expression of complex emotions crossed his features. This seemingly ordinary, even somewhat timid young man. How had he come into possession of these monstrous items capable of annihilating an entire block? Time travel? That absurd excuse for a police call began to take on an air of credibility in Director Lei's mind. Because apart from extraterrestrial technology, or time travel, he found no other explanation for the scene before him that defied all known physical laws. Bring me the highest level explosive containment box. Move carefully, for heaven's sake. Handle it gently. Several experts clad in heavy bomb suits cautiously entered the room, armed with various high-precision detection instruments. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as one of the radiation detectors approached within 3 meters of the grenade, it emitted a sharp, piercing alarm, and the red light blinked frantically. The reading skyrocketed past the limit, displaying garbled characters. Captain, unknown ultra-high energy reaction detected. It's not nuclear radiation. It's a type of high-frequency energy resembling a biological electric field, completely undocumented in our database. A bomb disposal expert's voice came through the communicator, filled with terror and disbelief. It has an extremely active biological reaction. Its energy field is repelling our detection. A biological reaction? Could the grenade be alive? At that moment, the worldviews of everyone present shattered into a million pieces. Liu Ze lay on the ground, listening to the expert's words, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. Thankfully, the nation had recognized its value. As long as he could demonstrate the remarkable capabilities of this object, his life would be entirely safeguarded, and perhaps a bright future awaited him. Director Lei inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. He approached Liu Ze, not using handcuffs, but extending a slightly trembling hand, his tone unusually grave. Young man, you had better pray that this thing can be securely controlled. Stand up and come with us. From this moment on, your safety is under the jurisdiction of the state. Liu Ze realized that he had made the right bet. Officer, he pointed to the still glowing Barrett. Lowering his voice and speaking cautiously, that gun still has 11 bullets in it. I just took one out to show you, fearing you might not believe me. I haven't tested this gun, but according to the game settings, its penetrating power is extraordinarily strong, capable of piercing through anything. It's incredibly heavy, and if it misfires, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Lei's body stiffened abruptly, his eyelids twitching violently. The special police officers behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, their Adam's apples bobbing nervously. Haven't tested it? Extremely penetrating power? Gazing at the cracked and charred floor, Director Lei felt a wave of dread wash over him, a chill surging from his feet to the back of his head. If it were to misfire, it would likely turn all the neighbors in a straight line into skewered treats. And thus, Liu Ze was taken to the National Security Bureau. Chapter 5, The Interrogation Room Dialogue. In the outskirts of Beijing, deep in the Yinshan Mountains. This place bore no markings on the map, and even satellite imagery depicted only a blur of green vegetation. Yet beneath that dense forest lay one of the most mysterious and highly secured military bases in the Great Xia, codenamed the National Security Special Operations Base 031. The convoy of 8 police cars did not stop at the base's entrance, but drove directly into a concealed underground entry disguised as a tunnel. As 3 thick, 1 meter wide, lead alloy blast doors slowly descended, all external noise was completely isolated. On the 3rd underground level, in a top-secret interrogation room, the atmosphere was far from the dim lighting and oppressive iron bars typically portrayed in movies. Instead, the space was spacious and well-lit, maintained at a constant temperature and humidity, resembling a high-end business conference room. Seated across from Liu Ze was a group of elderly men clad in white lab coats, their hair grizzled, their eyes gleaming with a fervor akin to that of ravenous beasts. Among them was a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of refined authority, Li Yuanchao, the director of the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau, who held countless secrets of the Great Xia's clandestine operations. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through the Western intelligence community. Yet at this moment, even this seasoned figure, accustomed to the storms of life, felt his hand tremble slightly as he gazed at several freshly released test reports. Ash from a cigarette fell onto his expensive Zhongshan suit, but he remained oblivious. This can't be a mistake. Li Yuanchao's voice was somewhat hoarse as he looked towards an elderly man beside him, Academician Wang, a luminary from the Materials Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Typically proud and dismissive of even a minister's authority, the old man now radiated an overwhelming excitement. Didactoli, there is no mistake. Absolutely no mistake. Academician Wang waved a fragment of black metal in his hand. It was a minute sample scraped from the scope cover of the Barrett, the only place from which a sample could be obtained due to the hardness of the main body. The molecular structure of this material completely defies any known principles of material science. Its hardness is 3 times that of diamond. We tested its melting point, and after 10 minutes of laser ablation, it only exhibited slight heating, indicating a melting point exceeding 5,000 degrees. But most terrifying is its energy conductivity, approaching superconductivity. Do you grasp the implications of this? Academician Wang's face flushed with excitement, his words punctuated by fervent spittle. This means that if we use this material for tank armor, all current armor-piercing rounds will feel like mere tickles. If used for engine blades, our aircraft could potentially fly beyond the atmosphere. This is not a substance of earthly origin. It's at least 50 years ahead of human technology. No, 100 years. Li Yuanchao inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tempest within him once more. He turned his gaze to the other side, where Dr. Zhao from the Biological Research Institute stood. Her demeanor, typically genteel, yet now frenzied as she fixated on the biochemical grenade within its lead alloy box. Director Li, that grenade, Dr. Zhao's voice quivered. We just scanned it with a high-frequency spectrometer. It has an active reaction inside. Active reaction? Li Yuanchao furrowed his brow. Are you saying it contains bacteria? No. 1,000 times more terrifying than bacteria. Dr. Zhao retrieved a spectrograph, pointing at an eerie peak. This is a highly concentrated biological energy liquid. Its structure is exceptionally domineering, capable of instantaneously eroding and reconstituting the gene chains of any carbon-based organism. In simpler terms, if this explodes, everyone within a 500-meter radius will experience genetic collapse within 3 seconds or transform into some incomprehensible monstrosity. However, Dr. Zhao's tone shifted, her eyes shining with fervor. Its outer shell is made of a biologically akin metallic material, extremely stable. As long as the pull ring marked with a skull remains undisturbed, it is safe. Moreover, if this energy liquid can be diluted and controlled, it might even become a divine remedy for conquering cancer and extending lifespan. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Li Yuanchao felt a buzzing in his head. These were not merely 2 contraband items. They were 2 keys to ushering in a new era. One unlocking a revolution in materials and energy, the other a revolution in biology and genetics. And the holders of these keys. Li Yuanchao slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on Lu Zhe, who sat in the interrogation chair, idly toying with a disposable cup. This young man, seemingly ordinary and perhaps even possessing a hint of the introverted nerd, was the bearer of such monumental significance. With a sigh, Li Yuanchao extinguished his cigarette, adjusted his collar, and sat down across from Lu Zhe. Comrade Lu Zhe, he began, his tone unexpectedly gentle, even employing the term comrade. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Yuanchao from the National Security Bureau. From now on, your case is under my direct supervision, classified as top secret. Lu Zhe set down the cup, looking at the prominent figure before him, feeling a sense of reassurance. The higher the classification, the more the state valued the situation. As long as the nation prioritized this matter, he was no longer a mere criminal, but rather a national treasure. Director Li, Lu Zhe straightened in his chair, attempting to appear less like a recently graduated slacker. I have already explained everything to Director Lei. I understand the situation seems fantastical, but it is indeed the truth. I know, Li Yuanchao nodded, his gaze piercing. The lie detector has been operational since you entered. Every word you utter has been deemed truthful. Yet, this is precisely where my confusion lies. System? Transmigration? Game props appearing in reality? Leaning forward, the aura of authority that came from his long tenure in power enveloped Lu Zhe. Young Lu, you must realize that each of these 3 terms has the potential to upend our understanding of the world. We have investigated your background. Your political review is clean, your family background untainted, and you appear somewhat reclusive, with no hobbies beyond gaming. It is indeed impossible for you to have been involved with foreign high-tech espionage organizations. However, Li Yuanchao gestured towards the frenzied scientists beyond the one-way glass. Those objects lay there, undeniably tangible. Can you provide me with a more vivid proof? A demonstration that everything indeed originates from that so-called system, rather than from some unknown supernatural phenomenon or extraterrestrial contact. This was also the chief concern of Li Yuanchao. What if Lu Zhe were under the control of some alien civilization? What if he were merely a puppet of extraterrestrial beings? Lu Zhe paused for a moment. Proof? Wasn't the Barrett and the grenade the best evidence? Oh wait, Director Li wanted to see the process. Merely presenting the outcome was insufficient. The state needed to understand how these things came to be, what the principles were, and whether they were safe. A more direct proof, indeed. Chapter 6, what are your demands? Lu Zhe scratched his head, glancing at the disposable paper cup he had just used for drinking water. He then looked toward the enamel tea mug on Li's desk. Director Li, do you believe in magic? Lu Zhe suddenly posed an unrelated question. Li Yuanchao raised an eyebrow. I do not believe in such illusions. Then, please watch closely. Lu Zhe took a deep breath and summoned the system panel in his mind. Storage space, 1 cubic meter vacant. Although the system stipulated that living beings from the real world could not be placed into the space, inanimate objects were permissible. This was also to facilitate the transportation of supplies within the game. Seize. With a thought, Lu Zhe focused on the disposable paper cup on the table. Whoosh. There were no sound or light effects, no forewarning. The cup vanished right before Li Yuanchao's eyes, as though it had been swallowed by the air. Not even a trace remained. Li Yuanchao's pupils instantly constricted to the size of pinheads. He abruptly stood up, hands braced on the table, staring intently at the now empty surface. This, as the head of the intelligence agency, he had witnessed countless remarkable illusions and even encountered individuals with extraordinary abilities. Yet, never had he seen a method execute such a clean and untraceable disappearance. But wait, there's more. Lu Zhe grinned widely, reappear. Whoosh. The paper cup reemerged out of thin air, positioned precisely as before. Even a minuscule amount of water inside remained untouched. Not a single drop spilled. This scene utterly shattered Li Yuanchao's worldview. If the destruction wrought by the Barrett and the grenade could still be tenuously explained as unknown high-tech creations, then this sleight of hand was a blatant display of spatial technology. Spatial folding? Dimensional strikes? Either of these was a divine realm that Earth's technology had yet to even theorize about. Is this the storage space that the system provides? Li Yuanchao's voice was somewhat hoarse, his throat feeling dry. Indeed, Lu Zhe nodded, but my level is low now, so it's only 1 cubic meter. Moreover, it can only hold inanimate objects. That Barrett and grenade were brought out this way. Li Yuanchao remained silent for a full minute. During that minute, the scientists outside the interrogation room, watching this scene through the surveillance, had already erupted into chaos. Physicists were clutching their heads, lamenting the demise of physics. Meanwhile, Academician Wang was so excited he nearly suffered a heart attack, shouting to be allowed inside to dissect Lu Zhe's brain. Exhaling a long sigh, Li Yuanchao sat back down. This time, the way he looked at Lu Zhe had changed. No longer scrutinizing or doubting, but rather gazing upon a rare treasure. Beholding the future of the great Xia with a hint of caution. Lu Zhe? No, Lu Zhe. Li Yuanchao picked up the red confidential phone, but did not dial immediately. Instead, he solemnly asked, "This system, can only you use it?" "Yes, it is bound to my soul, unique," Lu Zhe affirmed. "Can you enter again?" Li Yuanchao posed the most critical question. "Yes." Lu Zhe glanced at the system countdown. "There are still 24 hours of cooldown time. The next time I go in, it will still be the CF world. My current level is low. I don't know if other worlds will unlock in the future." Good, good, good. Li Yuanchao exclaimed 3 times in quick succession, excitement causing his palms to slap the table red. "As long as I can go in again, that means a continuous supply of resources. That signifies boundless black technology. This is no mere individual. This is a gateway to a higher civilization." "Lu Zhe, listen to me." Li Yuanchao's expression grew unprecedentedly grave, even imbued with solemnity. "Everything you have demonstrated today has exceeded my authority to manage. This concerns the fate of the nation. It pertains to the rise and fall of the great Xia over the next century. I must report to the higher-ups now." Lucia. Li Yuanchao's demeanor was serious, carrying a weighty responsibility for the nation's fate. "What are your demands? Speak freely. As long as I can provide it, I shall spare no effort. This is the great Xia's promise to the unwavering pillar." Lu Zhe fell silent. Money? Resources? He gazed into Li Yuanchao's eyes, which burned with fervor. He recalled his cramped rental room of less than 10 square meters. He thought of his parents' increasingly aged voices. He also remembered the humiliations endured by the great Xia over the years, as the Eagle Sauce and the Foot Basin Chicken joined forces to impose a blockade. With nearly 10 aircraft carrier fleets flaunting their might in the surrounding seas, an unprecedented surge of ambition erupted within this usually timid homebody. "Since the heavens have bestowed this great responsibility upon me, since the nation places such trust in me, what need is there for me to remain a mere couch potato? If I am to play, I shall play for the grandest stakes. Director Li, money is not important." Lu Zhe straightened his back, his gaze igniting with ambition. "I have but one request. The next time I enter, I do not wish to be caught unprepared. There are monsters and gun-wielding maniacs in there. My survival this time was purely a stroke of luck. I want to live and bring back valuable resources for our country." He paused, enunciating each word. "I need the best equipment, the finest training. I want to take our local specialties over there." Li Yuanchao was initially taken aback, then burst into thunderous laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Good lad, you got guts. It's not shameful to fear death. To fear death while still thinking of bringing back resources for the country. You're a hero." He abruptly seized the red phone, his tone as resolute as iron, his voice echoing throughout the entire base. "Don't just talk about equipment and training. As long as you can bring it in, I would even transform the golden reserves of the National Treasury into bulletproof vests for you and have the elite Longya Special Forces as your training partners, without hesitation." The call connected, and Li Yuanchao bellowed into the receiver. "Connect me to the higher-ups." Immediately. Right now. Li Yuan Ko. Initiate the highest level response. The Zhulong plan. Report to the chief. Our great Xia is about to unleash a true dragon. On the other end of the line, a steady yet incredulous voice responded. Yuan Shao, clarify what you mean by true dragon? Li Yuan Shao glanced at the perfectly composed Lu Zhe, taking a deep breath. Chief, we have discovered a human-shaped mobile armory. No, it is a deity leading us into the future. This night was destined to be sleepless. The moment that red phone call connected, the vast machinery of the state began to operate frantically for the sake of a young man. The most elite teams of the Great Xia packed their belongings overnight and rushed to Base 031. The most distinguished special forces received urgent orders, immediately terminating their leave and gathering in secrecy. Even those standing atop the pinnacle of power, the elderly officials, donned their clothes and convened an emergency meeting throughout the night. All eyes were focused on the one seated in the interrogation room, while Lu Zhe pondered whether he could bring a Gatling gun next time. Chapter 7: The Self-Targeting. Recoilless, Barrett-Destruction. 5 floors underground. This was the core area of the entire base, the most highly classified comprehensive weapon testing center in the Great Xia. The imposing 3-meter-thick depleted uranium armored door slowly creaked open. Lu Zhe was met with a vast underground expanse that was overwhelming in its enormity. The dome towered at an impressive 50 meters, illuminated by several industrial-grade floodlights that rendered the surroundings as bright as day. Welcome to the lair of the Candle Dragon, Li Yuan Chao announced proudly as he led the way. This space was originally intended for testing the latest electromagnetic railgun technology. However, today it served to accommodate the 2 precious treasures you have brought back. Though Lu Zhe was a recluse, he couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight of such an industrial marvel infused with a sense of science fiction. At the center of the testing ground, a crowd had gathered. In addition to the previously encountered Academician Wang and Dr. Zhao, there were dozens of technicians clad in exoskeleton suits, alongside a squad of heavily armed special forces exuding an air of iron-blooded resolve. The Barrett-Destruction lay quietly on a specially designed titanium alloy testing platform. Are you ready? Li Yuan Chao asked, turning to Academician Wang. Wang had donned a bomb-proof suit, holding a tablet with an almost maniacal fervor in his eyes. I've been ready for ages. Director Li, we just scanned the internal structure of this gun with a tomography device. And guess what? You can't comprehend it? Li Yuan Chao Kariya. It's not that I can't comprehend it. It's that I can hardly believe it. Academician Wang exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement. It has no firing pin. There's no conventional bolt mechanism. Its triggering principle appears to involve some form of high-energy gas compression, combined with magnetic field acceleration. This is not a gunpowder weapon. It is a kinetic cannon masquerading as a sniper rifle. Can it fire? Li Yuan Chao was solely concerned with this. Absolutely. Academician Wang declared emphatically. Comrade Lu Zhe brought back 12 rounds. The one we disassembled has been reassembled. We can conduct a live fire test. Let us commence then. Li Yuan Chao commanded with a wave of his hand. A burly Special Forces soldier with piercing eyes stepped forward, codenamed Bayonet. He was the chief sniper of the Dragon 2 Special Operations Team and had once won a global gold medal in a grand competition. Yet at that moment, he gazed at the Barrett-Destruction with a slight gulp. It was colossal. The scope, resembling a demonic horn, emanated an unsettling aura. Bayonet, do you have confidence? Li Yuan Chao Inkirath. Report. As long as it's a gun, I can handle it. Bayonet bellowed, stepping forward to position himself, shoulder braced against the stock. Gasp. The moment his hand made contact, he inhaled sharply. It was freezing. The chill penetrated even through his tactical gloves, piercing to the bone. However, he did not falter. Steadying his breath, he placed his finger on the exaggeratedly large trigger. Target, a retired T-72 main battle tank 1,000 meters away. Ammunition type, unknown, self-contained in the gun. Prepare to fire. At the commander's signal, the lights at the far end of the range illuminated. A weathered T-72 tank stood silently, an antique from decades past. Yet its robust cast turret and frontal armor still commanded the respect of a king of land warfare. In conventional warfare, penetrating its frontal armor would require at least a heavy anti-tank missile. Even the world's most advanced 127mm anti-material sniper rifle would merely produce a sound upon impact, barely scuffing its paint. Bayonet held his breath, locking onto the target through the peculiar scope. To his astonishment, the scope did not display a typical optical image, but rather a red, digitized targeting frame. The tank was marked in red within his view, with automatic calculations for wind speed and bullet drop. Is this some sort of auto-aiming feature? Bayonet's mind surged with chaos. Yet his military instincts compelled him to pull the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The muzzle erupted not with flames, but with a visible ripple of dark red energy, instantly expanding and causing the surrounding bulletproof glass walls to vibrate ominously. A crimson flash, so swift that even high-speed cameras could only capture a fleeting afterimage, tore through the 1,000-meter space in an instant. Bayonet was momentarily dazed. Is that it? Whereas the recoil, he braced himself for a dislocated shoulder from the force. But at the moment of discharge, he felt only a gentle counterforce from the stock. It was as if he had merely pushed against a cloud. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, the scene before him obliterated any further contemplation. The over 40-ton T-72 tank trembled violently upon being struck by the red flash. A second of eerie silence ensued. Then, bang! It was as if an internal bomb had detonated. The tank's frontal composite armor, a formidable 200 millimeters thick and steeply angled, disintegrated like mere paper. There was no ricochet, no jump. It was sheer, unrelenting obliteration. The dark red energy penetrated unimpeded into the vehicle's body. Immediately, the turret was wrenched as if by an invisible hand, soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air before crashing down heavily to the ground, smoke billowing and flames erupting. Was that it? Liu Zhe stood behind the bulletproof glass, feeling his throat go dry despite having mentally prepared himself. Is this the caliber of a hero-class weapon? Quick, data. I want all the data. Academician Wang yelled frantically into the intercom. Soon, the Range S drone relayed back high-definition footage and analysis reports. Report. The target has been completely destroyed. The trembling voice of the technician relayed. The projectile penetrated the frontal armor, breached the cockpit, the fighting compartment, and the engine bay. It then pierced through the rear armor of the tank, finally embedding itself into the concrete blast wall behind, exceeding 2 meters in depth. This is pure physical penetration. No explosive residue detected. This means that one single bullet directly perforated the tank. Silence. A deathly quiet enveloped the room. Everyone's eyes widened as they gazed at the screen, showcasing the smoke-belching wreckage. That was a tank, the king of land warfare. To think it was obliterated by a single infantry weapon, and completely penetrated no less. Is this truly a gun? Is this really a gun? Li Yuanchao dropped his cigarette, utterly oblivious, muttering to himself, this is a handheld electromagnetic cannon, and one that requires no charging, ready to fire at a moment's notice. If we were to equip our special forces with such a device. Beside him, Bayonet had regained his composure from the shock. His eyes gleamed with fervor, clutching the Barrett-Destruction as if it were his beloved. Directoli. This weapon is extraordinary, Bayonet exclaimed, breathless with excitement. There is zero recoil, absolutely none. Moreover, it comes with an integrated fire control system. Even a rookie could take down a tank with it. This is the ultimate tool for individual combat. Academician Wang was moved to tears, leaning over the testing platform, a masterpiece. This is an artistic instrument of slaughter. If we can decipher its materials and energy operation principles, the military technology of our nation will leap into a new era. Lucia. Academician Wang suddenly turned, his eyes alight with fervor fixed on Liu Zhe. Are there more of these guns? Can we procure several more? We need to disassemble one for reverse engineering. Liu Zhe was swept up in the fervor, a smile breaking across his face. Indeed, as long as the state provides the opportunity, not just one, but forming an entire destruction sniper battalion will be but a dream come true. Excellent. Splendid. The Xuanwu Lauga Hartili. The Candle Dragon project holds immense promise. Chapter 8. Testing the grenades. If the test of the Barrett had set hearts racing, the ensuing test was nothing short of chilling. In a corner of the testing area stood a fully enclosed P4 level biological laboratory. Through the thick Lee glass, one could glimpse a transparent sealed container. Inside, a bioweapon, ominously emitting green smoke, lay quietly. On the opposite side of the container, several lively white mice scurried about. Preparations for the biochemical test commenced. Dr. Zhao's voice trembled slightly. It was laced with an exhilarating curiosity for the unknown. Detonate. The mechanical arm gently pulled the skull-engraved pin. The flames were contained, and no explosion could be heard. Subsequently, a vast quantity of green gas surged forth, expanding instantaneously. An eruption. In the blink of an eye, the entire sealed container was engulfed in a dense green fog. Even through 2 layers of blast-proof glass, Liu Zhe found the green hue somewhat blinding, as if it could penetrate his retina and directly affect his nervous system. Observe the test subjects closely. All cameras were directed at the white mice. What unfolded next would haunt many present for years to come. The once trembling mice, upon inhaling the green mist, suddenly stiffened. Their muscles began to swell, tear apart, and then reorganize at a visibly rapid pace. The petite creatures, originally no larger than a palm, tripled in size within mere seconds. Their fur fell away, revealing crimson muscle fibers. Their claws sharpened like blades, and their teeth protruded menacingly. Their formerly black eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. With a piercing shriek, one of the mutated mice leaped violently and crashed against the specialized bulletproof glass. Bang! A crack appeared in the glass. My heavens, was this still a mouse? Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The force and explosiveness displayed were monstrous. Soon after, the transformed mice began to attack one another in a frenzy, as if they had lost all rationality, driven solely by primal instincts to kill. However, this madness lasted a mere 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the mutated mice appeared to be drained of energy. Their bodies withered rapidly, decaying until they became a pool of blackish fluid. Experiment concluded. Initiate high-temperature sterilization protocol. Dr. Zhao pressed a button, and the sealed container erupted in flames of several thousand degrees, incinerating all remnants of malevolence. Though the duration was brief, the shock left onlookers more astounded than the earlier display of a Barrett tank shelling. Dr. Zhao, his countenance ashen, saw not a weapon but a calamity. The repercussions of this device detonating in a city were unfathomable. It was Pandora's box, yet simultaneously a beacon of opportunity. Dr. Zhao turned, removed his glasses, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes gleaming with a frightening intensity. Director Lee, you see only its toxicity and side effects, but I perceive something more. She pointed at the genetic analysis chart on the screen. In those 30 seconds, the cellular activity of these mice surged 1,000-fold. Their metabolic rates accelerated to an incredible degree. In the midst of mutation, some of their cells were consumed in an instant. What? Director Lee was taken aback. Indeed, Dr. Zhao inhaled deeply. This green gas is not a poison at its core, but rather an exceedingly potent evolutionary catalyst. It is merely that its ferocity overwhelms the genetic chains of ordinary beings, causing them to mutate and then collapse. However, Dr. Zhao's voice rose an octave. What if we were diluted? What if we could devise a neutralizer to eliminate its ferocious properties while retaining its enhancement and repair capabilities? It would not be a biochemical weapon, but rather it could herald a revolutionary leap in pharmaceuticals. Boom! Her words reverberated like thunder in Director Lee's mind. If such a development were indeed possible, the advancement in medicine could eradicate cancer cells. Hospitals in the Great Xia would no longer harbor terminal illnesses. What an extraordinary achievement. What a stroke of fortune for the nation. Director Lee abruptly turned, striding toward Liu Zhe, placing his hands heavily on his shoulders with a grip so firm it pained Liu Zhe. Liu Zhe, Director Lee's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be extracted from his very chest. You have rendered a monumental service, an immeasurable contribution. Liu Zhe, witnessing the fervor of this dignitary, grinned widely, revealing a gleaming smile. Director Lee, this is merely the beginning. This is just starter equipment from the novice village in the CF world. Wait until I have the opportunity to retrieve the Terminator's spinal fluid or the blueprints for the Thor rifle. Just watch as the Great Xia brings the eagle's sauce to its knees. Excellent. Director Lee nuda amfaticali. He turned to address all the researchers and special forces present. His voice echoed throughout the expansive underground base. Relay my orders. The Zhulong plan is hereby elevated to a national SSS-level top-secret project. Comrade Liu Zhe is the sole core of this plan. Codename, Zhulong. From this day forth, the strength of the nation shall pave his path. Even if he desires the stars from the heavens, we shall find a way to bring them down. This is our opportunity for the Great Xia to soar. Chapter 9. Anyone who has held the title of King of Gold Guns or Sniper God. Base 031, Underground Lounge. Liu Zhe reclined on a leather sofa. Yet his heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding erratically. Here he was isolated from the world, his phone devoid of even the faintest signal. He had just witnessed the devastating power of those two novice village pieces of equipment. How would the nation regard him? Would he be hailed as a hero or treated as a lab rat for dissection? The unknown was the most terrifying of all. Creak. The door swung open. Director Lee strode in with purpose, his normally stern face betraying a hint of uncontainable zeal and fatigue. Liu Zhe's heart sank, and he feigned nonchalance, cracking a joke. Director Lee, is the final judgment upon me? Preparing to administer a dose of anesthesia? Anesthesia? Director Lee paused, then burst into hearty laughter, approaching to deliver a resounding clap on Liu Zhe's shoulder, the force startling. He slammed a red-stamped document onto the table. Boy, you're not being sliced up. You're about to ascend. Director Li inhaled deeply, his voice brimming with irrepressible excitement. Just moments ago, the emergency meeting had approved the initiation of the Zhulong plan. And you, Liu Zhe, are the one and only Zhulong. He fixed his gaze firmly on Liu Zhe, each word striking with gravity. By special approval of the Supreme Command, you are enlisted, bestowed with the rank of Technical Major in the Great Xia Army. Enjoying the benefits of a regiment-level position. Your parents were escorted to the Xishan Special Care Nursing Home just an hour ago. The nation will provide for their later years, ensuring they receive the highest level of medical care and security. Additionally, the state has opened an unlimited exclusive account for you. Money, from this point forward, will merely be a number. Boom. Major? Regiment level? The state covering his parents' retirement? An unlimited financial account? A series of bombshell revelations left Liu Zhe dizzy, utterly bewildered. Mere hours prior, he had been a jobless recluse fretting over a few thousand in rent. And now he was soaring to new heights? This dramatic shift in fortune was even more exhilarating than finding a signal gun upon landing in a game. Liu Zhe's throat ran dry, and after a moment, he managed to stammer. This is too generous. I'm just a transporter. No, you deserve it. Li Yuanzhao clutched his hand tightly, his gaze ablaze with fervor as if it could ignite flames. What you're transporting is not mere equipment. It is the very fate of the Great Xia, the hope for national rejuvenation. His tone shifted abruptly, his expression turning grave. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, let us address the matter at hand. When is the next time travel? What support do you require? As the conversation turned to serious matters, Liu Zhe instantly regained his composure from the earlier euphoria. With a mere thought, the system interface unfolded before his eyes. Cooldown time remaining, 18 hours, 15 minutes. Next world available for entry. CrossFire, beginner. Selectable maps, transport ship, Desert Gray, Blacktown. Modes, Team Deathmatch, Bomb Mode. The mention of the transport ship made Liu Zhe's pupils contract sharply. That map was the quintessential meat grinder of CF. The respawn points were right under the enemy's sniper rifle, and stepping outside could lead to instant death. The risks were immense, yet the rewards were equally substantial. In Team Deathmatch mode, weapons scattered across the ground could be picked up at will. Killing opponents would refresh the arsenal. He could scavenge standard weapons like a madman. Director Li, there are still 18 hours remaining. Liu Zhe raised his head, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. I choose the transport ship, Team Deathmatch mode. The moment the words left his mouth, Li Yuanzhao's expression shifted dramatically. His think tank had recently provided him with an extensive briefing on the area. It was a veritable slaughterhouse of bullets and blood. Are you not courting death by entering there? Fortune favors the bold. Liu Zhe pointed at himself. The system does not allow me to carry firearms, but armor is permitted. I require a top-tier ballistic vest and helmet capable of withstanding AK fire. Absolutely. Li Yuanzhao replied without hesitation. We have some cutting-edge graphene composite body armor from the Academy of Sciences, not yet in mass production. You'll receive the highest grade prepared for Unit 1. Additionally, Liu Zhe's expression became peculiar, even slightly awkward. Director Li, I have a rather unusual, yet life-and-death request. Speak. I assure you, even if you desire the moon, we shall provide you with a ladder. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand grandly. Liu Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. My marksmanship is atrocious. In-game, I merely click with the mouse, but in reality, those are real guns. I was fortunate last time and didn't fire a shot, but this time on the transport ship, I fear I might perish upon landing. Therefore, I require special training. Special training? Li Yuanzhao Shukulat. Simple. The chief instructor of the Dragon 2 Special Forces, Thunder God, is just next door. I'll have him personally train you. No, no, no. Liu Zhe shook his head vehemently. The tactics and techniques of Special Forces are utterly ineffective in CF. The ballistics, movements, and ambush points in that game are entirely different from reality. Techniques like triple jumps, ghost steps, and instant sniping would leave even the best players bewildered. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Liu Zhe's eyes as he proposed a request that nearly left Li Yuanzhao aghast. Director Li, please find several world champions from CF for me. I want professional experts who have earned the titles of Gold Gun King and Sniper God. I need them to teach me, hand in hand, how to navigate the transport ship, how to ambush opponents, and how to jump between boxes to evade bullets within these 18 hours. I intend to leverage the game understanding of professional players to outmaneuver the NPCs. Li Yuanzhao was utterly stunned. He had anticipated that Liu Zhe might demand an army or even authorization for tactical nuclear weapons. He never imagined Liu Zhe would request a group of internet-addicted youths instead. Are you certain? I stake my life on it, Liu declared resolutely. This pertains to how much I can bring back and whether I can return alive. Li Yuanzhao scrutinized him for 3 seconds before seizing the red secure telephone on the table. Connect me to the General Administration of Sports. Yes, and the Propaganda Department. This is Li Yuanzhao. Immediately provide me with a list of all professional players in the country who have won CF World Championships and their current locations. What? Preparing for an all-star match in Magic City? His voice surged with an undeniable authority. Dispatch military aircraft at once. Bring them all here. Yes. Now. Immediately. The reason? National conscription. Execute an SSS-level top-secret mission. Simultaneously, in Magic City, a 5-star hotel. The legendary sniper, 70 kilograms, had just finished boasting with teammates and lay sprawled on the bed, engrossed in short videos. Bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded violently. Who is it? Are you here to collect my life? 70 kilograms grumbled, slipping on his slippers to answer the door. Upon opening it, his legs turned to jelly, and his phone clattered to the floor. A squad of heavily armed, menacing Special Forces soldiers stood at the threshold. The cold, dark muzzles of their weapons pointed straight at the ground, and the chilling atmosphere snapped him to attention. The leading officer, expressionless, spoke in a voice as sharp as ice. Is this real name? Game ID. 70 kilograms? Why, yes, that's me. 70 kilograms stuttered, his face pale. Sir, I didn't cheat. I didn't use hacks. Take him away. The officer waved dismissively. 2 soldiers seized him as if he were a mere chick. Hey, wait, let me put on some pants. Sir, are you going to execute me? In the corridor, the anguished cries of others echoed. The AK Godfather, in-game master, and national sniper, once titans in the esports realm, now clad only in their underwear and tank tops, were being ushered to the rooftop of the hotel. A mighty rumble resounded as an armed Z-50 helicopter descended, its rotor blades whipping up a tempest that nearly toppled them. Sir, what law have we broken? 70 kilograms shouted as he was shoved toward the cabin. The officer turned, casting a peculiar look of envy at the trembling group of internet-addicted youths. With all his might, he bellowed, broken the law? What nonsense are you imagining? Congratulations. You have won the grand prize. The nation requires your skills. Go teach one person how to play the game. If you succeed, you will be national heroes. More glorious than winning 100 world championships. Board the helicopter. Destination, Base 031. Chapter 10, Instruction from the CF Gods. 1 hour later, the Z-50 touched down on the helipad of an underground facility. The cabin doors swung open, and 70 kilograms, White Shark, Maja, and other CF legends were unceremoniously pushed out, their faces pale and legs trembling. Before them stood a young man clad in a sleek black high-tech combat suit, waiting expectantly. The young man flashed him a grin. Then, 70 kilograms' gaze fell upon a specially designed titanium alloy test stand beside the young man. There lay a weapon, a fearsome, monstrous sniper rifle he had only glimpsed in game cutscenes. The gun's dark red patterns seemed to pulse with life, and its devilish scope emitted an ominous crimson glow. Barrett-Destruction. Gulp. 70 kilograms swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. Was this a cosplay prop? It looked far too real. The esteemed former world champions were ushered into an enormous tactical command hall. What on earth is this place? The sniper god, 70 kilograms, trembled as he surveyed the armed guards patrolling in exoskeleton suits, the walls adorned with an array of unknown heavy weaponry, and a massive holographic sand table at the center, as large as a basketball court. Surely, this must be a military base. How could a group of gaming enthusiasts like us ever be brought to such a place? This is a disaster. Did they track me down for my last live stream rant? Beside him, a streamer named White Shark had turned ashen. Just as the esports deities were grappling with their shock, the hall doors swung open. Li Yuanzhao strode in confidently, followed closely by Lu Zhe, who appeared invigorated in his tactical attire. Welcome to the Xuanwu base. Li Yuanzhao's voice resonated powerfully, causing the entire hall to buzz with anticipation. Do not be alarmed. You have been summoned not for apprehension, but for enlightenment. Enlightenment? The weight of 70 kilograms rendered their tongues in knots. Chief, what wisdom do you seek from us? How to reload a weapon? How to exploit a glitch? Precisely. Li Yuanzhao pointed towards the colossal screen that overshadowed them, indicating that this was the very subject of instruction. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, revealing a map deeply ingrained in the DNA of every CF player. The transport ship. Yet this was no mere game interface. It was a meticulously rendered 3D holographic tactical map, crafted with millimeter precision by a supercomputer. Each container's dimensions, every bunker's elevation, and even the distribution of spent shells were annotated with utmost clarity. "This is Major Lu Zhe," Li Yuanzhao introduced, gesturing towards him. "For the next 20 hours. Your sole mission is to impart your lifetime of knowledge regarding this map and the game mechanics to him. Teach him how to survive in this environment, how to eliminate foes, how to acquire equipment. Should you succeed, the nation shall commend you with first-class merit." At the mention of first-class merit, the eyes of these esports titans gleamed with greed. Achieving such honor through gaming? What an astounding legacy to pass down. We will ensure the mission's success. The 70-kilogram figure stood tall, no longer fatigued or trembling. "Rest assured, Chief, I could navigate this map with my eyes closed. What unfolded next, if revealed, would undoubtedly paralyze both the gaming and military worlds." Within the tactical hall, an unprecedented interdisciplinary teaching session commenced. On one side, over 100 top experts from mathematics, physics, psychology, and other fields fervently surrounded computers, crunching numbers. Report. Based on the gravitational parameters of the game engine, upon respawning from the revival point, if one shifts left by 15 degrees and utilizes the edge of a container, a super jump can be executed, saving 15 seconds to reach the mid-lane sniping point. An elderly physics professor adjusted his spectacles, pointing at a red parabolic arc on the screen. The psychological profiling team reports. Big data analysis indicates that 85 players will throw grenades into the right side tunnel at the start. It is advised that Comrade Lu Zhe should evade the right path in the first 3 seconds or preemptively throw a counter grenade. On the other side, the esports champions stood utterly dumbfounded. The 70-kilogram player gazed at the professor's densely packed equations, swallowing hard. "Professor, that is actually called a ghost jump and smoke cover. We usually rely on intuition. You've calculated aerodynamics down to the last detail. This seems rather imprecise." The professor, with a serious demeanor, replied, "On the battlefield, even a millimeter of error can signify death. We must dissect the game's rules into absolute truths. This is the power of the national apparatus." Lu Zhe stood in the center, his mind ablaze. In his left ear, an academician lectured, according to fluid dynamics. A flashbang thrown at a 45-degree angle will ricochet off the container, covering 90 of the opponent's field of vision. In his right ear, the 70-kilogram player roared, "Bro, ignore those formulas. Look at this point. See that gap in the container? Just rush through. If it's a red name, shoot. This is called blind fire. It's guaranteed to take them out. Stop, stop, stop." Lu Zhe felt his brain boiling. "Let us combine our strengths. The Academicians will calculate routes and safe zones, while the experts teach me movement and ambush points. And let us not just talk. I want practical experience." An area of the base was urgently transformed into an 11, one replica of the transport ship for training. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. But this time it was not from a mouse, but from real weapons. The one overseeing the practical training was the commander of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, codenamed Thor. This true warrior watched in disbelief as Lu Zhe clumsily rolled on the ground amidst the group. "Stop." Thor approached, a frown etched on his face, kicking Lu Zhe in the rear. "What are you doing? Who taught you to reload like that? Are you dancing?" Lu Zhe, feeling aggrieved, scrambled to his feet. 70 kilograms taught me to sway left and right while reloading to avoid being shot by snipers. That's in the game. Thor bellowed like thunder. In the game, you press the R key, and in a second, your bullets are automatically replenished. In reality, if you sway while reloading and drop the magazine, you're dead. Remember this. Thor gripped Lu Zhe's collar, nearly nose to nose, spitting out words. Once you enter that world, the rules are of the game, but your life is real. Your hands will tremble, your legs will weaken, and your gun may jam. Forget about those flashy reloads. Your mission is not to showcase skills, but to survive. Like a mouse, sneaky, cunning, and using every means to stay alive. When you see someone, don't think about headshots. Just spray. Aim for the chest. Aim for the belly. Even if you don't kill them, you must scare them. Lu Zhe, stunned by the intensity of Thor's words, instantly comprehended the truth. He was there to work, not to compete in a professional match. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. In the following hours, under Thor's grueling training, Lu Zhe honed a set of skills that, while lacking in aesthetics, were extraordinarily practical for survival. He learned how to roll into a corner in the most ungraceful manner while carrying 50 kilograms of gear. He mastered tearing open a first aid kit with his teeth while nursing an injury to one hand. When encountering enemies, he learned to throw a flashbang first, regardless of whether anyone was present, blinding them before taking action. Chapter 11. The Turbulent Transport Ship at Sea. Time flew by, and only half an hour remained until the transfer. At this moment, Liu Ze was enveloped in a suit of tactical armor as dark as ink. This was the prized experimental personal protection system, codenamed Xuanwu, developed by the Institute of Materials of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The outer layer was crafted from high-strength carbon fiber, while the inner lining consisted of a flexible bulletproof layer made from graphene, a material that, according to Academician Wang, was exceedingly rare in the nation, with every gram worth 10 times its weight in gold. Liu Ze, how does it feel? It's a bit heavy, Chief. Liu Ze moved his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. But it provides a strong sense of security, like being tucked inside a turtle shell. Indeed, this is the most expensive turtle shell on the planet. Li Yuanzhao jested, then pointed to an inconspicuous protrusion on Liu Ze's helmet. Remember, this camera is specially designed. Although we cannot view the footage in real time, it will record everything you see and store it in a black box. This is not only for analyzing the technology of the other world, but also for assessing your tactical environment. When you return, our think tank will meticulously review each frame to ensure that next time you enter, we are better prepared. Liu Ze touched his helmet. A wave of warmth washing over him. This was the feeling of being backed by the nation. In the past, gaming had been a solitary struggle. Now, the brightest minds of the nation were working for him. The most elite soldiers were teaching him survival, and the pinnacle of technology adorned his body. Are you ready? As the system's countdown approached, Liu Ze took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Always prepared. Cooldown time completed. Target world, CrossFire transport ship. Mode, team battle, AI infinite respawn, but the host has only one life. Mission objective, achieve a total of 50 kills against the opposing faction's mercenaries and survive until the end of the match. Mission reward, comprehensive enhancement of host's physical attributes, beginner level, 20 experience points. Additional note, current level LV1-0100. Teleportation commencing. The familiar sensation of dizziness engulfed him once more, yet this time, Liu Ze remained composed, devoid of panic. He gritted his teeth, instinctively assuming a defensive posture with his hands. This muscle memory had been forged through the relentless training over the past 18 hours under the tutelage of the Thunder God instructor. The surrounding space began to warp, the figures clad in white coats stretching into vibrant ribbons of color. Farewell, peaceful world. Greetings, battlefield of carnage. Boom! When Liu Ze regained consciousness, his eardrums were nearly shattered by a thunderous roar. No longer was he in the high-tech underground base or the quiet rental apartment. Howling winds, torrential rain, towering waves, a gust of briny sea breeze, mingled with icy raindrops, lashed against his visor like a whip. The ground beneath him trembled violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Ugh! Liu Ze nearly lost his footing and vomited. Although he had perused countless holographic maps during his specialized training and was aware that the transport vessel was at sea, in the game, the ship had been as stable as solid ground. But the reality was that he was caught in a tempest of the North Atlantic. This was a massive vessel of 10,000 tons navigating through treacherous waters. The deck beneath his feet tilted at least 15 degrees with the rolling waves. Was this truly the battlefield? Liu Ze fought to suppress the turmoil in his stomach, peering through the rain-soaked goggles to survey the world before him. Mountains of colossal shipping containers, rusted steel decks, a distant, dimly lit lighthouse, and just a few dozen meters away, the faint outline of a red respawn marker. That was the resurrection point for the infiltrators. At that moment, a spine-chilling shriek pierced through the cacophony of wind and rain, suddenly descending upon him. It was the harbinger of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Ze jerked his head up, only to see dozens of black dots in the grim sky tracing deadly parabolas, hurtling towards his position at the defender's respawn point. It was the most classic opening ceremony of CF. A hail of grenades. Holy hell, they really are coming. Liu Ze exclaimed, a mental image flashing of the physics professor sketching ballistic trajectories on the whiteboard, based on gravitational acceleration and drag coefficients. The third container on the left side at the corner was a blind spot for shrapnel. His body reacted faster than his mind. Liu Ze dove sideways, like a startled rabbit, rolling and scrambling toward that seemingly unremarkable corner on the left. Boom! 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 Just as he flung himself into the corner, the outside erupted. Flames soared, shrapnel flew. The entire respawn point was instantly engulfed in smoke and fire. A grenade detonated less than 2 meters from Liu Ze's feet. The tremendous shockwave, accompanied by searing steel balls and fragments, slammed into his back. Bang! Liu Ze was thrown over, crashing heavily against the container. Hiss! Although he felt no pain, the immense force still left him breathless. He instinctively touched his back. Unscathed, that seemingly flimsy black tortoise graphene combat suit had left not a scratch. Even the dull ache from being struck was absorbed by the inner cushioning layer by 80%. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhe, hiding in the smoke-filled corner, watched the deck outside riddled with craters, suddenly bursting into a manic laugh. Academician Wang, you truly are my rebirth parents. I'm now a tank, a Gundam. Even if my shooting skills are abysmal, with this turtle shell, who can take me down in an instant. Fear dissipated, replaced by a brazen confidence akin to that of a pay-to-win player. Lu Zhe raised the somewhat shabby M16 assault rifle provided by the system, having left the Barrett behind due to its weight and unsuitability for this fast-paced chaos. He intended to commandeer one upon entry. What followed was the moment to witness the miracle of a sneaky play. He crouched low, using the containers as cover, swiftly moving toward the left tunnel entrance. In the game, this was a contested hotspot. In reality, it would be Lu Zhe's first hunting ground as a transporter in this otherworldly realm. The left passage of the transport ship was dark and damp, the overhead bulb flickering ominously, emitting a crackling sound. Lu Zhe moved cautiously. Though protected by his formidable gear, this was still a genuine battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, blood, and the salty tang of the sea. According to 70 kg's advice, peeking around the upcoming corner could very likely lead to being sniped. Lu Zhe halted behind a massive wooden crate. To an ordinary player, this was just a standard cover. But to a professional player, this was known as a one-way transparent point. The mathematics team had calculated that if he stood at the lower left corner of the box, raised the gun barrel by 15 degrees, and aimed at the rivet on top of the crate, he would have a shot. Lu Zhe swallowed hard, resting the muzzle of the M16 against the wooden box. In the real world, shooting through such thick wood an unseen target was utterly insane. But in the world of CF, this was called piercing. A desperate gamble. Trust in the nation, trust in science, trust that the great gods don't deceive. Lu Zhe took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 12. The Beauty Mercenary with the AK-47 Fire Cheelin. Tot. The M16's muzzle spewed flames, sending wood chips flying. The bullets effortlessly penetrated the thick wooden box, continuing onward. 1 second. 2 seconds. No response. Did he miss? Or had the great god made an error? Just as a flicker of doubt arose in Lu Zhe's mind, a colossal skull icon suddenly appeared on the system interface, immediately followed by a magnetic male voice announcing, "Headshot. Unbelievable." Lu Zhe's eyes widened as he beheld the kill notification pop up in the upper right of his retina. Lu Zhe used M16 to kill Infiltrator Olmo through the box. Holy crap, it actually worked. Lu Zhe was nearly leaping for joy. That unfortunate Infiltrator would probably never realize where the bullet had come from until his last breath. What a rush. Ecstasy surged through Lu Zhe as the last remnants of fear vanished, replaced by the thrill of discovering a new frontier. He swiftly reloaded, though his movements were still clumsy. At least he didn't T-drop the magazine, and continued to unleash a barrage at that position. Tot. Double kill. 2 infiltrators attempting to rush forward inexplicably fell victim to Lu Zhe's blind fire. Time to switch positions. Lu Zhe, wary of greed, immediately fled after expending a magazine. He rolled behind another container, where he spotted a weapon lying on the ground. It was a camouflaged assault rifle, M4A1S suppressed version. Now that was a valuable find. While not a legendary artifact, it was still a civilian-grade treasure in early CF. Grab. Lu Zhe reached out, and the weapon materialized in his grasp. Transport progress. 1. Lu Zhe chuckled to himself. He wasn't in a rush to charge out. Instead, he remained hidden in that dim corner, occasionally firing a few rounds at this box, or tossing a grenade into that gap. This was the core strategy devised by the national think tank for him to survive. Avoid direct confrontations, eschewing reflex-based duels. Instead, leverage the information disparity. Exploit those peculiar positions known only to seasoned professionals. On this realistic battlefield, he would engage in an asymmetrical, dimensional strike. In just 10 short minutes, Lu Zhe had secured 8 kills without even encountering a single enemy face-to-face. He even casually picked up 3 AK-47S and 2 M4A1S, filling his personal space to nearly half capacity. Was this all too easy? Lu Zhe felt a sense of exhilaration, hiding behind a metal container. He watched the chaotic gunfire outside, completely unscathed, even contemplating sipping some iced red tea. What a brutal battlefield. With a strategy in hand, it was merely a scoring dungeon. However, he had forgotten the gravest warning from Instructor Thor before his departure. Never underestimate your enemies, even if they are mere NPCs. One could never know when a dangerous foe might emerge. Just as Lu Zhe was about to lean out and retrieve a fallen AWM camouflage sniper rifle from the middle of the road. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end. It felt as though a primordial beast had set its gaze upon him. The once deafening sound of gunfire abruptly faded into silence. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of high heels striking the metal deck resonated slowly from the smoke ahead. High heels? What kind of battlefield had high heels? Lu Zhe stiffly turned his head. As the swirling smoke dissipated, a stunningly voluptuous beauty emerged, clad in a provocative red qipao, with tactical holsters strapped to her thighs. She smiled alluringly, yet her eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Was that Lon? Or perhaps Spirit Fox? It no longer mattered. What mattered was the weapon she wielded. That gun, entirely crimson, adorned with golden patterns and a golden bayonet, exuded a tangible aura of flames from the muzzle. The first hero-grade weapon of CF. The nightmare and faith of countless players. AK-47 Fire Kirin. This was the boss the system had assigned to him. Lu Zhe felt his throat go dry, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet the beautiful mercenary offered him no such opportunity. With a single hand, she lifted the heavy Fire Kirin, her movements as graceful as raising a glass of red wine. Then, she pulled the trigger. Roar. Bang. There was no wind-up, no preliminary shots. The bullet, trailing a scarlet flame, instantly tore through the rain, spanning 50 meters in the blink of an eye. Lucia, almost instinctively, shrank behind the sturdy, iron shipping container. This was a heavy-duty container designed for the port, with steel plates at least 5 millimeters thick. Ordinary rifles could not penetrate it. However, boom, a deafening explosion erupted beside Lu Zhe's serre. The proud cover he relied upon, that hard container, was pierced as if it were mere paper. The AK-47 Fire Kirin possessed a terrifying penetrating power that ignored the container's damage reduction. Yet Lu Zhe distinctly remembered that in CF, the AK-47 Fire Kirin did not grant extra penetration. The AK-47 Wolfang and the field army had stronger penetration abilities. Didn't they? It seemed that the gun attributes here had undergone some extraordinary enhancements compared to the original game. The bullet penetrated the steel plate, violently impacting Lu Zhe's chest. Cough. He felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. His entire body was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind him. Though he had not been penetrated, the immense kinetic force still shattered 2 of his ribs. Excruciating pain, piercing agony. Cough, cough, was this really an AK? More terrifying than a Barrett. Clutching his chest, blood trickled from Lu Zhe's lips as he stared in horror at the bullet hole. The metal surrounding the hole had melted, emitting a red-hot steam. This was an energy bullet infused with high-energy incendiary damage. Was this the power of a hero-grade weapon in reality? At that moment, an AI teammate dashed towards the beautiful mercenary. Yet, in an instant he was slain. A headshot. The beautiful mercenary spoke, her elegant strides bringing her closer to Lu Zhe. The Fire Kirin in her hand continued to unleash bullets in his direction. Top, top, top. Each shot struck precisely at Lu Zhe's hiding spot. Wooden boxes exploded. Metal shards flew. Lu Zhe was battered to the point where he could barely lift his head. The superiority he felt as a paying player vanished entirely. In the face of true divine equipment, his M4A1S felt like a mere firewood stick. He could not engage in a direct confrontation. Absolutely not. Lu Zhe's mind raced. The opponent wielded a divine artifact, and judging by her agility and marksmanship, she was undoubtedly a top-tier AI, locking onto his head and chest with unerring accuracy. A head-on clash would lead only to death. What to do? What to do? As she approached ever closer, Lu Zhe's hand grazed his waist. There hung a row of rounded objects. These were the only special items he had requested from Li Yuanshao before the training, brought along specifically for this moment. Not grenades, those could easily harm him, but flashbangs. Moreover, they were custom-made, equipped with high-intensity magnesium powder and sonic interference, the military-grade stun grenades of the Great Xia. Instructor Thor had said, if you can't win, play dirty. As long as they were carbon-based life forms needing to see, they would fear this contraption. Chapter 13, A Direct Heist. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain from his broken ribs, and yanked the pins from 3 stun grenades in one breath. He did not throw them immediately. 3, 2, 1. Instead, he took advantage of the mercenary's gunfire interval and hurled the 3 grenades into the air simultaneously. At that moment, he swiftly turned his back, covering his ears with both hands and tightly closing his eyes. Let there be light. Buzz. The 3 specially designed stun grenades detonated simultaneously above the narrow passageway. The brightness was akin to 3 miniature suns exploding before his eyes. The entire deck of the transport ship was illuminated in a blinding white light. Following that came a sound wave powerful enough to shatter eardrums. Even with his precautions, Lu Zhe felt his head ringing, stars swirling before his eyes. As for the mercenary enduring it all, despite being an elite NPC with formidable stats, at that moment, she could not defy the iron laws of physics and biology. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The relentless gunfire abruptly ceased. Lu Zhe, fighting through his dizziness, swiftly turned around. He beheld the once indomitable Lan, now in agony, clutching her eyes, wildly waving the fire Kirin in her hands. She had lost her sight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Zhe's eyes flashed with madness. He leaped from his cover. Broken ribs? It didn't matter. Could he die? If so, then so be it. Fortune favors the bold. That was the fire Kirin. Lu Zhe roared, braving the risk of being gunned down at any moment, sprinting across the 20 meters that separated life from death. Though Lan could not see, she instinctively raised her weapon, preparing to spray bullets. But at the critical moment, Lu Zhe unleashed his secret technique honed from childhood brawls. A bear hug. Not a hug for a person, but for the gun. He lunged forward like an octopus, grasping the scorching AK-47 fire Kirin by the barrel. Sizzle. His palms met the heated barrel, instantly filling the air with the scent of cooking meat. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet Lu Zhe refused to let go. Give it to me. At the moment his hands made contact with the gun, he let out a desperate, anguished roar in his heart. System. Give it to me. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Lan, still squeezing the trigger, suddenly found her finger pulling nothing but air. The fire Qilin, which she had once held tightly, an embodiment of supreme power, vanished in a thin air as if by magic. All that remained in the air was Lu Zhe's charred palm, still frozen in a grasping position. Detected pickup item. AK-47 fire Qilin 11. Successfully stored in personal space. Congratulations, host, for achieving an epic disarmament. It worked. It truly worked. At this moment, Lu Zhe knelt at Lan's feet, his face smeared with mud, his hand blackened. Yet, despite the grotesque appearance of his smile, he felt an overwhelming joy. Ha ha ha, it's mine. Lan seemed bewildered by this sudden turn of events. As her vision gradually returned, she beheld her empty hands. The fire Qilin, once in her grasp, had vanished. In its place stood the disheveled enemy before her, lewdly gesturing with a raised middle finger. Is that all? You want a piece of me? The system's announcement resonated, laced with mockery. Without the fire Qilin, Lan, though still agile, had diminished in threat level from a world-ending demon king to merely an ordinary elite. Without a firearm, you were just a somewhat attractive model, enduring the excruciating pain. Lu Zhe harbored no thoughts of mercy. He swiftly drew the USP handgun from his waist, his personal backup weapon, and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the bewildered beauty mercenary Lan, who stood so close. Bang, 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 bang. The magazine was emptied. 12 bullets struck her chest and head. While the ordinary handgun lacked power, at such close range, it was still lethal. Lan's graceful form shuddered a few times, her eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed unfathomable that as an elite boss, she could be killed by this lecherous fellow in such a despicable manner. She slowly crumpled to the ground, dissipating into countless streams of red data light in the air. Eliminet elite metsena lang. Gained substantial experience points. Experience points 100. Level up. Current level LV2. Physical enhancement and injury recovery initiated. With the system's prompt, a warm sensation surged through Lu Zhe's entire being. The fractured ribs tingled and healed, while his charred palm sprouted tender flesh. The sensation of power and acuity surged, elevating him to an entirely new echelon. Lu Zhe lay in the rain, gasping for breath. The rain washed the blood from his face. Gazing at the overcast sky, he suddenly found the storm to be remarkably endearing. In his space, the AK-47 fire Qilin lay quietly. I really got my hands on it. Lu Zhe grinned broadly. When he returned, would directorly be left speechless. Would Academician Wang be so thrilled at the sight of this firearm that he might suffer a heart attack? The mission was not yet complete. This thought propelled him to spring back to his feet. Although he had slain the boss, he had yet to meet the required count of 50 eliminations. At this moment, armed with an M4A1 silenced rifle, clad in the nearly invulnerable Xuanwu battle armor, and concealing a powerful weapon, the fire Qilin, he felt invincible. This transport ship was no longer hell, but rather his personal ATM. Who else is there? Lu Zhe roared into the vast ocean. Come and get some. This is awesome. The system's rousing announcements seemed to serve as his personal soundtrack. In the next moment, he crouched once more, delving into the intricate maze of containers. It is not over yet. Let's continue. Chapter 14. Transport ship mission accomplished. Liu Zai's mindset had transformed entirely. With the divine weapon in hand, what was there to fear? Yet, he remained prudent, for he had but one life. Bang! The M4A1's silenced rifle discharged with a muted efficiency. A lurking adversary, who had just peeked around the container's corner, suddenly sported a blood hole in his forehead and collapsed to the ground, his AK-47 be clattering into the puddles on the deck. Liu Zai did not spare a glance at the corpse, dashing forward with purpose. His target was that weapon. Detected pickup item. AK-47B, remaining magazine, 1735. Collected. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant Liu Zai's hand touched the weapon, it vanished into thin air, added to his spoils. Though merely an ordinary GP weapon, it might possess some cutting-edge technology in the real world. Perhaps it could become the coveted top-tier individual equipment of the great Xiao military. Little by little, more is better. He did not dwell in the euphoria of his acquisition, but rather quickly took cover, calmly surveying the battlefield. The rewards from defeating the boss and the enhancements from leveling up had elevated his reflexes, strength, and senses to an unprecedented level. He could distinctly hear two faint movements 30 meters ahead, behind another container. The instructor's lesson on sound recognition didn't seem that difficult after all. Liu Zai mused with a sly smile. He retrieved a grenade from his space, freshly pilfered from a hapless corpse. Pulling the pin, he silently counted to 2 in his mind. Anticipating, he threw. A perfect arc, the grenade soared over the container, accurately landing where he had predicted. Boom! The deafening explosion was accompanied by 2 brief, anguished cries. Eliminated infiltrator. Kill count, 4350. Eliminated infiltrator. Kill count, 4450. Liu Zai glanced at the mission panel, clicking his tongue. The efficiency was still too low. His gaze shifted toward the center of the map, the direction of the infiltrator's respawn point. The transport ship map was narrow and intricate, but precisely because of that, the pathways near the respawn point were unavoidable. A bold plan began to crystallize in his mind. Being lewd is also a strategy. He recalled the emphasis on high-point gun positions and defensive tactics from the instructional videos. He ceased his active assaults, instead swiftly repositioning to an excellent sniping spot near the defender's respawn point. The terrain here was slightly elevated, providing a wide field of vision to lock down a crucial path of reinforcement for the infiltrators through the gaps in the containers. He lay against the cold metal, extending the muzzle of his M4A1 through the crevice. He melded seamlessly with his surroundings. Time ticked away. Only 3 minutes remained on the mission countdown. As if sensing the urgency, the infiltrators launched a final assault. The rapid patter of footsteps and gunfire echoed from the far end of the corridor, growing ever closer. They're coming. Liu Zai's pupils dilated, his breath slowing. 1, 2, 3. A tide of fully armed infiltrators surged forth. Liu Zai refrained from firing immediately. He waited. He waited for them to enter optimal range, for the moment their formation was most condensed. Now, bang, bang, bang. The M4A1's silenced rifle commenced its measured and precise execution. The foremost infiltrator crumpled to the ground. The others froze, instinctively seeking cover. But it was already too late. Liu Zai desired precisely this time difference. He had no intention of engaging these individuals in a gunfight. Instead, he swiftly extracted a dozen hand grenades from his spatial storage, as if he were an extravagant landlord unconcerned with the cost, hurling them without a second glance. Experienced the fury of an artificial bombardment. The grenades detonated successively within a narrow passage. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions merged into a cacophony, flames soaring toward the heavens. Countless infiltrators' bodies were obliterated, dismembered limbs mingling with shrapnel and fire. A barrage of system notifications echoed in Liu Zai's mind. Infiltrator killed. Kill count, 4,550. Infiltrator killed. Kill count, 4,650. Infiltrator killed. Kill count, 5,050. Mission accomplished. Finally, it was complete. Liu Zai exhaled deeply, his entire being succumbing to fatigue. He could even feel the impact of a few stray bullets that had dented the chest area of his Xuanwu battle armor. Had it not been for this protective shell, he would have been rendered a sieve during that assault. Current mission: eliminate 50 enemy mercenaries from opposing factions and survive until the end of the competition. Completed. Mission reward: comprehensive enhancement of host's physical attributes, beginner level, 20 experience points. Additional notice: Current level LV2, 20,500. Mission completed. Returning to the real world. Teleportation commencing. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lu Zhe summoned his remaining strength, casting a glance at his spatial storage, which was filled to the brim with no gaps remaining. In that cubic meter of space, an array of M4S, AKs, MP5S, along with several handguns and a multitude of grenades and flashbangs, lay stacked. Most notably, the AK-47 Fire Chilin rested quietly atop the pile. This venture had been immensely profitable. He grinned. The smoke and blood that smeared his face could not conceal the joy that radiated from his heart. 3, 2, 1. A gentle white light enveloped him. As the light dissipated, Lu Zhe experienced the familiar sensation of weightlessness before his feet once again found solid ground. The scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. He had returned to base 031. Target retrieved. Medical team. Support team. Hurry. A familiar yet urgent voice emerged. It was Li Yuanchao. Before Lu Zhe could fully comprehend his surroundings, a throng of medical personnel in sterile white uniforms surged toward him like a pack of wolves. Various sophisticated instruments were swiftly connected to him. Vital signs stable. Heart rate 110, slightly elevated but within normal range. Damage to Xuanwu battle armor at 67. With 3 severe dents in the chest area, energy shield overloaded. Lu Zhe's body was. His physical data had improved by at least 30 since entry. Skin vitality. Muscle density. My goodness, his injuries were self-repairing. A researcher responsible for monitoring glanced at the fluctuating data on the screen, emitting an incredulous gasp. Lu Zhe removed the oxygen mask from his face, gesturing to indicate his well-being. Directori, me fina. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet robust. Thanks to the system upgrade, his body had already healed the previously fractured ribs and burns on his palm, even surpassing its prior resilience. At this moment, apart from a hint of fatigue, his physical condition was unprecedentedly optimal. Li Yuanchao and the silver-haired academician Wang approached briskly, their eyes filled with concern and urgency. Good lad. It's great that you're back. Li Yuanchao patted Lu Zhe's shoulder firmly, seeing him safe and sound. The tension on his square face finally eased into a smile. Academician Wang adjusted his glasses, his concern turning practical. Little Lu, did you bring anything back? Chapter 15, Audacious Thoughts. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Zhe. The entire laboratory was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Lucia, observing the eager gazes of those around him, smiled. He remained silent, merely concentrating his thoughts to open his spatial storage. With a clatter, he began to pour out an assortment of weaponry, as if discarding rubbish. AK-47BS, M4A1 as MP5S, Desert Eagles, M1911S. Various models of standard firearms were heaped into a small mountain. Gasp! A chorus of astonished inhalations filled the room. The young researchers and soldiers stared, wide-eyed. These weapons, often dismissed as mere garbage in games, appeared to them as treasures representing the pinnacle of global military technology. Li Yuanchao and academician Wang exchanged glances, both reflecting a mix of relief and excitement. Just these items alone marked a monumental success for this operation. Excellent. Fantastic. With these tangible assets, our light weapon research can advance by at least a decade. Academician Wang exclaimed, trembling hands reaching for an M4A1A as if caressing a beloved. He marveled at the flawless industrial design and the cool touch of the metal. However, Lu Zhe shook his head. He pointed toward the towering pile of firearms. Grinning, old Wang, Director Li, these are merely appetizers. Appetizers? Everyone was taken aback. Amidst the astonished gazes, Lu Zhe inhaled deeply and slowly extended his hand. Once again, he concentrated his thoughts. This time, there was no clattering noise. A flash of crimson gold brilliance materialized in his hand. As the weapon appeared, a hum resonated. The very air within the underground laboratory seemed to freeze. All illumination dimmed in its presence. AK-47 Fire Chilin. The divine beast has descended upon the mortal realm. What is this? Li Yuanchao's pupils dilated, his voice trembling, betraying the composure of a seasoned state security official. Academician Wang appeared struck by lightning, shoving past those beside him, rushing forward in strides. He fixated on the firearm, his aged eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. This is a miracle. Lu Zhe gently placed the Fire Chilin onto a specialized metal testing platform. With a sizzling sound, the flame at the blade's edge, though not touching the surface, ignited the robust fireproof alloy pad, producing a wisp of blue smoke. The temperature in the entire laboratory surged several degrees upon the Fire Chilin's emergence. Quick! Fetch the spectral analyzer. Energy detection instruments. Activate all equipment. Academician Wang roared frantically at his assistants. Minutes later, preliminary detection data emerged. Observing the astonishing report on the screen, Wang's hands trembled as he turned to Li Yuanshao, enunciating each word with gravity. Director Li, this gun, it is alive. The metal of its body is a form of living metal we have never encountered, possessing self-repair capabilities. More alarmingly, its chamber lacks a traditional firing mechanism. Instead, it contains a series of miniature, stable nuclear fusion reactors. It does not fire bullets. Rather, it emits an infinitely regenerating energy entity. Boom! Wang's revelations echoed like thunder in each mind present. Living metal, miniature nuclear fusion, infinite energy. This was no mere weapon. It was a myth, a relic capable of overturning the foundations of contemporary physics. Li Yuanshao gazed at the firearm, then at Lu Zhe, whose demeanor remained calm. He inhaled deeply, his expression morphing into one of profound complexity. Shock, ecstasy, and an unprecedented solemnity converged within him. He slowly approached Lu Zhe, refraining from any words of praise, instead addressing him with an unmatched seriousness. Little Lu, from this day forth, you are unparalleled. Your safety shall be the utmost priority of the Great Xia. The nation will spare no expense to fulfill your every request. Li Yuanshao kept his promise. In the 24-hour cooling period following Lu Zhe's return, he was afforded a treatment akin to that reserved for national treasures. His foremost concern was the safety of his parents. Rest assured, uncle and aunt, we have already brought them to safety, and they are being protected 24/7 by the personnel from the Security Bureau under the guise of a special care program for the families of distinguished talents. Li Yuanshao personally reassured him, dispelling any lingering worries. A great weight lifted from Lu Zhe's heart. Indeed, leaning on the sturdy tree of the nation proved to be the wisest choice. During this period of respite at the base, Lu Zhe took the opportunity to recuperate and adjust. Meanwhile, the entire 031 base, along with the foremost research teams of the Great Xia, fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Illuminated by bright lights and devoid of sleep, the research surrounding the AK-47 fire Qilin alone propelled Great Xia to instantaneously overcome several technological bottlenecks in materials science, energy studies, and weapon manufacturing. During a meeting, Academician Wang excitedly addressed Li Yuanshao, saying, Director Li, we need not engage in complete reverse engineering. If we can decipher just 1% of the materials and energy mechanisms of the fire Qilin, our individual soldier weaponry will be ahead of the world by at least 50 years. The sheer weight of this figure resonated heavily with all present. The architect of all this, Lu Zhe, was currently seated in the highest-level tactical analysis room of the Candle Dragon project. The holographic projection before him revealed the details of the upcoming mission. Mission mode, demolition. Mission map, Dust 2. Faction, Defenders, CT. Mission objectives, 1. Prevent the attackers, T, from planting the C4 bomb. 2. Alternatively, successfully defuse the C4 after it has been planted. 3. Or annihilate all attackers. Mission duration, best of 15 rounds, with 8 victories required for return. Mission rewards, comprehensive enhancement of host's physical capabilities, beginner level, 100 experience points. Additional hint, current level LV2, 20,500. As Lu Zhe contemplated this iconic map of Dust 2, he found himself ensnared in thought. The demolition mode diverged significantly from the previous transport ship melee. It demanded greater tactical acumen and featured more intense confrontations. In the room, alongside Li Yuanshao and Academician Wang, sat several distinguished individuals, elite special forces instructors summoned from various military districts, along with legendary CFPL champion sniper 70 kilograms, tactical mastermind NP, and other renowned strategists like Widow, Lao Si, and Sir, all intently observing the classic map. They formed an advisory council assembled by the state for Lu Zhe. Xiao Lu, one of the instructors, began. Based on our analysis, your survival pressure in demolition mode will be significantly heightened compared to the last time. Widow chimed in with piercing eyes. The enemy's objective is clear, to plant the bomb. They will relentlessly assault both the A and B bomb sites. If we fail to predict which point they will attack, the difficulty will be immense, especially since we cannot ascertain whether elite foes akin to Lan will appear. The group engaged in a lively exchange, dissecting various potential crises. Conventional tactics revolve around point holding, defense, scouting, and counterattacking. Yet, from the outset, Lu Zhe had not contemplated conventional strategies. Listening to their analyses, He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table before suddenly posing a question that silenced the entire conference room. Everyone, we have been discussing how to defend and how to strike. But is there a possibility? Lu Zhe lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of those present. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What if I were to simply store the C4 from the attackers into my personal space? Chapter 16. Exploiting the personal space bug? What? The entire conference room fell into a state of stunned silence. All the experts, champions, and instructors were momentarily halted in their thoughts, still entrenched in how to play the game effectively. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe's mind had leapt to a dimension of utilizing the rules to overturn the board. Impy was the first to react, springing from his chair, eyes alight with realization. Yes, the system determines that non-living objects can be stored in the space, and the C4 bomb is also a non-living object. Once the C4 enters your space, it effectively disappears from this map. Without the C4, the attackers would be unable to complete their planning mission. According to the game rules, if they failed to plant within the designated time, the defenders would automatically win. This hypothesis ignited a fervor in the tactical analysis room. My heavens, this is an absolutely transcendent strike. A preemptive strike at the root. This tactic is brilliant. If this bug is viable, Lu Zhe would not need to engage in combat. He merely had to locate the unfortunate soul carrying the C4 and play the role of a thief. The experts in the advisory council began to fervently simulate scenarios on the holographic map. According to the data, the probability of the attackers rushing along in the first round was a staggering 80. We can have Xuanwu forego defending the point and intercept halfway to a long right from the start, utilizing smoke grenades to create chaos. He can approach the target undercover. A novel, revolutionary bug tactic uniquely belonging to Lu Zhe swiftly took shape through the collective wisdom of the group. Li Yuanchao gazed at the young man, who appeared utterly composed as if he had merely suggested a trivial idea, feeling a swell of emotions. Subsequently, the group engaged in continuous drills, pushing the simulations to the brink. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu modification was being rapidly refined. Lu Zhe was mandated to rest for 8 hours, while the others toiled tirelessly, and thus, the cooling period quietly elapsed. When Lu Zhe donned the Xuanwu modification armor once more, the system's cold prompt echoed. Teleportation commencing. The surrounding environment began to warp and blur. In the next instant, a wave of scorching air enveloped him, infused with the distinct dryness of the desert. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, the taste of yellow sand instantly filling his lungs. He landed at the defender spawn point in Dust 2. The glaring sunlight, the ancient ochre buildings, and the distant whispers of the wind all felt strikingly real. The energy system of the Xuanwu modification activated, registering an ambient temperature of 38 degrees Celsius, while maintaining a comfortable 26 degrees within the suit. The built-in prompt sounded, thanks to the emergency repairs and upgrades from Academicians' team. This suit not only boasted superior defense, but also incorporated numerous user-friendly enhancements. In his grasp was the familiar M4A1 silenced, although the fire Qilin lay dormant within his space. Lu Zhe was not inclined to reveal this trump card until he had absolute certainty regarding the mission. Brothers, rush along. Let us go for it. He commanded. Flash at the doors. Take a peek in mid. Rush. Rush. From afar, the cacophony of the attackers' battle cries echoed, filled with intent to kill. Following the advisory council's analysis, Lu Zhe did not proceed to defend a site or B tunnel like a typical defender. Instead, he directed the other defenders to the B site, while his singular mission was to steal the bomb. Along, here I come. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes as he moved swiftly, racing towards the slope connecting to a lawn. His speed was remarkable. With his LV2 physical capabilities augmented by the armor, he surged up the slope in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from the other end of a lawn. Judging by the sound, at least 5 individuals were approaching. Lu Zhe opted against a direct confrontation. He swiftly retrieved a flashbang from his waist, pulled the pin, and silently chanted, "Rebound flash is taught by 70 kilograms. Let us hope it works." He did not simply throw it away. Instead, he aimed at the sidewall and launched it at an unconventional angle. The flashbang rebounded off the wall, tracing an arc before detonating right in front of the lurking assailants who had just rounded the corner. Bang! The blinding white light instantaneously engulfed everything. My eyes. It's a flash. The foremost assailants immediately erupted into a cacophony of screams, their firearms beginning to fire uncontrollably. An opportunity. Lu Zhe was no longer the rookie who could only grapple. With his enhanced LV2 physical attributes and the firearm techniques relentlessly imparted to him by champion players over the past few days, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. He suddenly darted out from the corner, to silence them for a 1S already locked onto his target. Bang! Bang! Two muffled shots rang out. The heads of the two nearest assailants, still reeling from the disorientation, erupted in sprays of crimson mist as they collapsed to the ground. The movement was clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Assassinated assailant Omo. Assassinated assailant Seth. Enemy attack. Around the corner, the remaining assailants, recovering from their blindness, immediately roared and aimed their weapons at Liu Zei. But in that fleeting moment, Liu Zei's gaze was fixated on a particular individual in the midst of their ranks. That person bore a conspicuous red backpack. Inside lay the C4. I found you. A glint of madness flashed in Liu Zei's eyes. He chose not to fire, for a kill would cause the C4 to drop, allowing the enemy's comrades to retrieve it. What he sought was to eliminate the problem at its root. It was time for a change in strategy. Liu Zei pressed forward rather than retreating. At the moment the enemy opened fire, he hurled another smoke grenade into the space between him and the adversaries. Whoosh! A thick gray smoke instantaneously enveloped the area, completely obscuring both sides' vision. He in the smoke. Spray! Spray! One of the assailants bellowed. Tot 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 tot. A barrage of bullets wildly pierced the smoke, igniting sparks where Liu Zei had just stood. Yet, Liu Zei had already surged forward. His form was nearly elusive within the smoke, compounded by his enhanced defensive capabilities. He charged directly toward the assailant with the C4. That assailant, nervously spraying into the smoke, remained oblivious to the grim Reaper closing in from the side. Now's my chance. Liu Zei burst forth from the smoke like a silent tiger, seizing the C4 backpack from behind. The plastic textured bag was within his grasp. The assailant seemed to sense something amiss, startled and attempting to turn around. But it was too late. A devilish smile curled at the corners of Liu Zei's mouth. He internally let out a manic roar. System. Collect it for me. Buzz. Time appeared to pause for a second. The assailant felt a sudden lightness on his back. The C4 backpack that had accompanied him since the beginning, representing an ultimate mission, vanished as if by magic. He stood frozen, instinctively reaching behind him. It was empty. Where is it? What happened to my large backpack? He was utterly bewildered. Confusion and disbelief etched across his face. And in the next moment, a chilling, emotionless system notification echoed across the desolate gray sky. The bomb has been lost. Counterterrorists win. Chapter 17, Pandora. At that moment, the engaged assailants, poised to charge, found their movements frozen in an instant. The assailant from whom Liu Zei had snatched the C4 remained in a posture of reaching back. Following this, a stream of red data illuminated their forms. There was no room for resistance. All assailants, regardless of their location or actions, began to dissolve into countless red light particles, forcibly erased by the system. A victory without a fight. In the first round, Liu Zei achieved triumph without shedding blood, in a manner that took everyone by surprise. Is it over? Liu Zei gazed at the vanishing enemies, incredulous. It worked. This bug truly functions. First round victory. Counter-terrorists, 1 assailants, 0. After a brief respite, the second round commenced. This time, Liu Zei employed the same strategy. The assailant team seemed completely devoid of memory from the previous round, opting once again for a rush. However, this time they targeted the B site. Yet, for Liu Zei, it made no difference. With his superhuman hearing, he anticipated their movements, swiftly maneuvering around from the mid-B entrance. Once more, he created chaos with a smoke grenade, successfully stealing the C4. The bomb has been lost. Counter-terrorists win. The same announcement, the same outcome. Second round victory. Counter-terrorists, 2 assailants, 0. The entire sequence unfolded so smoothly that Liu Zei himself found it somewhat surreal. This was no longer combat. It was akin to playing a single-player game called Thief of the Package. He even began to relish the thrill of this cat-and-mouse chase. However, as the third round began, Liu Zei acutely sensed an unsettling shift. The air was thick with an almost palpable pressure. This time, the direction of the assailant's respawn was enveloped in eerie silence. Gone were the raucous shouts, the chaotic footsteps. Liu Zei furrowed his brow, dashing to the corner of A Avenue, straining to listen. Silence. A deathly quiet pervaded the atmosphere. This anomaly sent his heart racing. Something is amiss. He refrained from exposing himself recklessly, instead retrieving another flashbang from his gear, throwing it in the same manner. The flashbang arced through the air, landing in the center of A Avenue. Bang! The white light erupted. Yet, the anticipated screams and disorder did not materialize. In that instant, Lu Zhe caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting at an astonishing speed. The figure executed an incredible evasive maneuver just moments before the flashbang detonated, flawlessly evading the blinding effect. A professional-level backdodge. Lu Zhe's pupils constricted sharply. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled backward, attempting to retreat to cover. But it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp, penetrating gunshots echoed from deep within A Avenue. Not from an AK, nor an M4. It was the unmistakable sound of a sniper rifle. Moreover, the firing rate was alarmingly rapid. In the blink of an eye, 3 shots rang out. The bullets formed a perfect triangular pattern, precisely blocking all of Lu Zhe's escape routes. Clang, clang, clang. 3 powerful sniper rounds struck the chest and shoulder of Lu Zhe's armored suit with tremendous force. The terrifying impact sent Lu Zhe flying backward as if struck by a battering ram, crashing violently against the wall behind him. Spit. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The armored plating at his chest bore 3 deep indentations, even developing cracks. Agonizing pain coursed through his entire body. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, Lu Zhe leaned against the wall, his eyes wide with horror. What kind of marksmanship is this? Is the enemy cheating? He raised his head, struggling to peer through the gap at the corner, gazing toward the end of A Avenue. There, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She was a tall and striking female character clad in a sleek black combat suit. Adorning her head was a beret, and her hair was styled in a ponytail, exuding an aura of confidence and alluring charm, with proportions reminiscent of golden ratios. She surpassed even the most skilled Spirit Fox users aboard transport vessels. Pandora. He naturally recognized this character. She had previously been one of his favorites. However, what weighed heavily on Lu Zhe's mind was the gun she wielded. It was a slender, futuristic sniper rifle, its body entwined by a sinuous silver dragon, with the dragon's head serving as the scope, its eyes glowing ominously red. AWM Heavenly Dragon, a weapon of heroic caliber. The woman held the Heavenly Dragon effortlessly in one hand, smoke curling from the muzzle. With her other hand, she issued orders to all infiltrators through a communicator, her voice devoid of emotion. Target spotted at corner A, C4 holder, shift to point B. The rest. Secure the middle route and B tunnel to prevent a counterattack. This one is mine. She was no ordinary AI. She was an elite boss, imbued with intelligence and tactical acumen. The system had begun its onslaught. The woman with the Heavenly Dragon slowly raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the wall, locking onto Lu Zhe's position with uncanny precision. Found you. Chapter 18, A Game Lost. Without hesitation, Pandora pulled the trigger. If Lu Zhe so much as showed his head, he would likely be eliminated instantly. As she fired, she advanced, her steps measured, fixating intently on his location. Lu Zhe pressed himself against the frigid wall, feeling as though a colossal hammer had struck his chest, each breath pulling at the threads of agony. The energy shield indicator of his Xuanwu modified battle armor flickered out. The built-in system emitted a sharp alarm. The module representing his chest armor glowed a deep crimson. 3 shots. The opponent had nearly penetrated the pinnacle of Daxia's technology in personal armor with just 3 shots. Was this the power of a heroic weapon? Lu Zhe's mind raced. Engaging in a direct firefight? That would be suicide. The opponent's reactions, marksmanship, and even her evasive maneuvers were inhumanly proficient. His own skills were hardly sufficient to pose a threat. Continuing to sneak around? Impossible. This woman was undoubtedly the command core, having seen through his tactics. Now she was using herself as bait to buy time for her teammates. Beep, beep, beep. An alert sounded from the communicator, signaling danger at point B, the signal wavering. On the brink of failure. B zone was lost. Simultaneously, the sound of a bomb being planted echoed. C4 was installed. With the installation complete, only 40 seconds remained until detonation. He was ensnared, unable to reach point B. Furthermore, Pandora had no intention of engaging him at point A. The bomb has been planted at B. You cannot pass. Her voice rang out again, utterly devoid of inflection. She raised the Heavenly Dragon. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at the corner where Lu Zhe concealed himself. In the next instant, she would fire. Time ticked by second. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted from the direction of point B. A small mushroom cloud billowed in the desert sky, a scorching shockwave sweeping through, sending sand swirling across A Avenue. The C4 had detonated. Infiltrators win. Defenders, 2 infiltrators, 1. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed across the map. A red light enveloped Pandora, teleporting her back to base. Lu Zhe was also returned to the defender's respawn point in a flash of white light. The searing pain in his chest vanished, and his Xuanwu modified battle armor was restored to its pristine state. Yet the suffocating sensation of being targeted, with his life ticking down, lingered deeply within him. Lu Zhe exhaled a breath of stale air, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. He had lost a round, but in exchange, he had gleaned valuable tactical information and preserved his own life. Worth it. That woman, her operational logic was a relentless pursuit of victory. Her actions, driven by this singular goal, would invariably follow a traceable pattern. The B plan from the think tank could now be utilized. Lu Zhe muttered to himself. The fourth round commenced. Rush B, rush B. The infiltrators erupted in a cacophony of Russian shouts, as if the calm, commanding Pandora had never existed. Yet Lu Zhe remained still. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from advancing as he had in previous rounds. Instead, he adopted a conservative and composed strategy, opting to hold his position. He swiftly retreated to the elevated platform behind the central entrance of the defender's base, where visibility was unobstructed, allowing him to monitor all key routes leading to both A and B bomb sites. He was waiting. He relinquished control entirely to his adversaries, compelling the woman to make a choice. Time flowed steadily. A point, silent as the grave. B point, equally devoid of sound. This eerie calm before the storm was more disconcerting than a hail of bullets. That woman was testing his patience. Lu Zhe lay prone on his vantage point, his breathing slowing, heart rate dropping, his focus narrowed to his ears. Suddenly, he detected the faintest stirrings. At last, at the junction of the middle route, a shadow of an infiltrator flickered before swiftly retreating. They were coming. Lu Zhe's muscles tensed instantaneously. Yet, he did not fire. A fundamental blunder. This was undoubtedly a decoy. Pandora had positioned her main force elsewhere. Sure enough, almost as soon as the shadow vanished, a dull thud of a grenade striking the wall echoed from the direction of B tunnel, accompanied by a flurry of rapid footsteps. A feint on the middle route. With a main assault on point B, the bomb has been planted. The system's alert rang out without surprise. The bomb had been set. By any standard logic, Lu Zhe should now be recklessly charging towards point B to defuse that damn bomb. But Lu Zhe did not. Instead, he smiled, a silent and icy grin. The fish had taken the bait. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Counterattacking to defuse the bomb, that would be running headlong in a gunfire. Pandora had surely laid a trap at point B, just waiting for him to walk into it. His objective had never been to engage in a firefight. Rather, he intended to wait until they planted the bomb to seize it. After the C4 was planted, it remained a collectible item for 40 seconds before detonation. Lu Zhe leaped from the high platform, landing and rolling to dissipate the impact. He ordered his AI teammates to initiate an assault on point B from the middle entrance. Meanwhile, he concealed himself outside B door, quietly tossing in 2 smoke grenades. The infiltrators, noticing someone at B door, assigned one to guard it. Lu Zhe then stealthily returned to the high platform. Pandora's tactical core was to surround and support. All her defensive forces were concentrated along the main route from B tunnel to point B. She could never predict that Lu Zhe would approach from the B door. Moreover, he was entering from above the bomb site. This was a gamble, a wager on the AI's blind spots. Lu Zhe summoned every ounce of his physical potential. Poised to step forward, he had to locate the bomb's position at the earliest opportunity. Come on, let us see if your web is stronger, or if my strategy is sharper. Chapter 19, Match Point. C4 countdown, 35 seconds. His heart raced, uncertain of what lay ahead. Bang! It seemed someone had spotted him. Lu Zhe quickly descended, but the smoke obscured his vision, preventing him from locating the C4's precise installation point immediately. He hid in the corner of a box, striving to remain concealed, yet footsteps were approaching. C4 countdown, 28 seconds. As the ominous voice of Pandora resonated in Lu Zhe's ears, he realized the urgency of the situation. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing the C4 device beside the crate on the high platform. However, the AI infiltrator who had previously detected him was now mere steps away. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe commanded his AI teammate in the B tunnel to launch a distraction attack. Seizing this opportunity, he stealthily approached the C4. C4 countdown, 20 seconds. Across from the bomb site, an infiltrator had his gun trained on the C4, poised to strike the moment someone attempted to defuse it. They remained blissfully unaware of the emptiness behind them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhe cautiously peered around the corner. C4 countdown, 15 seconds. The C4 bomb, nestled beside a wooden crate at the B site, blinked ominously with a life-threatening red light, emitting a frantic beeping sound. At that moment, Pandora, wielding her dragon sniper rifle, was intently focused on the B tunnel's entrance. All her attention was fixed there. This was the perfect opportunity. Now was the time. Lu Zhe no longer suppressed the sound of his footsteps. He burst forth from the shadows. His first target was the infiltrator watching the bomb. He fired without hesitation. Infiltrator almost killed. A swift takedown. However, the gunfire alerted others. Who? Pandora turned her gaze in this direction, followed by rapid gunfire from the other AI infiltrators. Yet Lu Zhe's focus was not on them. He sprinted towards the C4, disregarding the bullets that whizzed past him in the chaos. His eyes were solely on that flashing red bomb. Closer, even closer. Pandora aimed her rifle again, but her first shot was blocked by the crate. Oh no! Without a second thought, she adjusted her aim, but it was too late. Lu Zhe's hand had already pressed against the cold, deadly C4 bomb. A jolt of electricity surged from his fingertips. Get it done. Lu Zhe silently roared in his mind. Buzz. In the final seconds before detonation, the C4 bomb, which symbolized victory for the infiltrators, inexplicably vanished. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The other infiltrators stood dumbfounded, guns raised, staring at the now empty crate, their minds in disarray. At the B tunnel's entrance, Pandora maintained her aim, her sniper scope clearly capturing Lu Zhe's figure. Yet, she could not fire a second shot, for it had lost all significance. A cold, emotionless system notification echoed across the desert gray sky for the third time. The bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Although the message stated defused, the outcome remained the same. The infiltrators had failed their mission. Fourth round victory. Defenders, 3. Infiltrators, 1. The flow of red data illuminated the screen once more, and all infiltrators, including the formidable Pandora, were reluctantly transformed into points of light, forcibly transported by the system. Lu Zhe gasped for breath, his muscles spasming with fatigue. He opened his inventory. In a cubic meter of space, amidst a mountain of firearms and the fire Kirin, a new, quiet neighbor had appeared. A red, still counting down square bomb. C4 bomb, mission item. Remaining time, 8 seconds. Can be taken out of this map. Can this thing be taken with him? Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned. This was not part of the strategist's plan. The internal high-energy, stable explosives and microchips of a C4 bomb held immense scientific value for the real world, perhaps rivaling that of a standard GP weapon. What a stroke of luck. His fatigue vanished in an instant. However, as the countdown for the 5th round began, the smile on Lu Zhe's face instantly froze. This time, the infiltrator base was shrouded in eerie silence. A wave of even more terrifying and concentrated murderous intent surged towards him from the direction of A Avenue. Like a tangible tsunami, the woman named Pandora had been thoroughly provoked. After several rounds of competition, this tactic was not always effective. Following the 9th match, the score stood at 76. Lu Zhe had reached match point. Yet these rounds had presented him with the most arduous and brutal battles since he entered this world. After he had undermined Pandora's strategy in the 4th round, she completely altered her approach. No longer did she allow any of her subordinates to carry the C4. Each round, she personally bore the bomb. She transformed herself into a mobile arsenal and became the sole bait. To win, one must either step over her lifeless body to seize the C4 or attempt to steal the bomb after she had planted it while facing her elusive AWM dragon. Either option posed a hellish challenge for Lu Zhe. He had attempted to employ the same tactics multiple times, but each time, Pandora anticipated his moves with uncanny precision. This AI's capacity for learning and evolution was disturbingly advanced. Within just a few rounds, she seemed to have thoroughly grasped all of Lu Zhe's attack routes and tactical habits. In 2 rounds, Lu Zhe hadn't even seen a glimpse of the C4 before being taken down with a single shot to the head. Yet Lu Zhe, too, was evolving. With the vast theoretical support from the national think tank and the enhancement of his LV2 physical attributes, he began to integrate the techniques, marksmanship, and awareness imparted by champion players into practical combat. From initially being on the receiving end of relentless assaults, he progressed to exchanging blows with Pandora for several rounds. On one occasion, he even created a 0.5-second opportunity with a perfectly timed flashbang, successfully stealing the bomb and narrowly winning a round. The scores oscillated back and forth, climbing steadily. The battle had escalated into a fever pitch. This was no longer merely exploiting a bug. It was a true showdown of champions. In the 14th round, match point loomed. Defenders, 7. Infiltrators, 6. Lu Zhe stood at the entrance of A Avenue, feeling the sweat collect in his palms as the yellow sand whipped around him. He knew that in this round, Pandora would undoubtedly resort to the most direct and violent methods. No probing, no feints. The instant the battle commenced, a cacophony of rapid and synchronized footsteps thundered from the far end of A Avenue. A point. It was an all-in assault. Finally abandoning the theatrics, Lu Ze's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he tightened his grip on his M4A1S and advanced. He understood that with Pandora's nature, she would undoubtedly lead the charge, using her fearsome dragon to carve a path for her team. If he could eliminate her at the outset, victory would be half assured. The corner of A Avenue, the fateful battleground. Lu Ze refrained from throwing any grenades. Against a monster like Pandora, any conventional tactical maneuvers would only serve to betray his position. He held his breath, pressing his ear against the wall. The footsteps grew nearer. 1, 2, 5. She was right there. Lu Ze's heartbeat nearly halted. Every muscle in his body tensed, as if forged from iron. He waited. He awaited the moment he would detect Pandora's movement. Now was the time. Chapter 20. Soul Binding? Pandora's figure emerged, her shoulder peeking around the corner. Lu Ze sprang into action. He opted against the conventional face-off, instead minimizing the sound of his movements. Ghost steps, a technique frequently employed in CF professional matches. Silencing his voice entirely, he advanced forward. Pandora's reaction was alarmingly inhuman. The moment she spotted Lu Ze, her dragon sniper rifle was not even aimed. With a swift motion, she flicked the barrel downward. A momentary shot, a blind shot. Bang! The deep, distinctive sound of the AWM dragon erupted. A deadly bullet grazed past Lu Ze's scalp, obliterating a large hole in the wall behind him. That was close. Lu Ze's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, yet he did not falter for a moment. As he executed a sliding maneuver, his M4A1S suppressor was already raised, and 3 bursts of flame erupted from the muzzle. Bang! 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 A calm and precise trio of shots. However, after firing, Pandora's figure zigzagged away with an incredible dexterity, forcibly sidestepping to evade the first 2 lethal bullets. Only the last bullet grazed her shoulder, erupting in a dazzling spray of blood. The elite character Pandora was injured, but the 4 lurking operatives behind her had already reacted, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets towards Lu Ze's position. Lu Ze chose not to engage them. As he completed his slide, he rolled clumsily and took cover behind a metal crate at the corner. Tot, 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 tot. Bullets pounded madly against the metal box, producing a jarring cacophony. The target is behind the box. Grenades! Pandora's icy voice issued the command, her shoulder bleeding, yet her tone remained unfazed. Several grenades arced down from above, perfectly sealing off all of Lu Ze's escape routes. With nowhere to retreat, a fierce determination flickered in Lu Ze's eyes. He decided to fight. Instead of retreating, he sprang up from behind the box just before the grenades detonated, pulling out a heavy object from his spatial storage. It was neither a gun nor a flashbang, but a robust ballistic shield engraved with a menacing dragon head. This high-tech equipment was provided by Director Lee, originally reserved for top-tier operatives, yet now bestowed upon him. Boom! 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 The violent explosion instantly engulfed Lu Ze. The terrifying shockwave and countless shrapnel were entirely blocked by the indomitable shield. What? Pandora and her subordinates were all stunned. As the smoke cleared, Lu Ze knelt on one knee, left hand holding the shield, right hand gripping the M4A1S. Only slightly dazed by the blast, completely unharmed, he slowly rose to his feet. Now it was my turn. Lu Ze's voice was hoarse yet imbued with an indescribable sense of pressure. He glanced at the injured woman and then abruptly pulled out 5 flashbangs from his spatial storage, tossing them without a second thought in various directions ahead. Indiscriminate, full coverage blinding. Bang! 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 The blinding white light instantly submerged the entire A Avenue. This time, no one could evade. Amidst the wails and curses, Lu Ze sprang into action. He discarded the shield, wielding his firearms with both hands, plunging into the blinded enemies like a tiger descending a mountain. Thud! 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 The M4A1S suppressed rifle began to execute its grim task with a cold and efficient rhythm. 4 operatives fell in unison, bullets striking their foreheads, collapsing limply to the ground. On the entire A Avenue, only 2 individuals remained, Lu Ze and Pandora, who was just recovering from her blindness, her face now reflecting astonishment for the first time. The red C4 backpack on her back was strikingly conspicuous. The 2 stood less than 10 meters apart, their gazes locked. The air seemed to solidify. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted almost simultaneously. Pandora pulled the trigger of the dragon, while Lu Ze fired his final bullet. Time appeared to be encased in thick amber. Everything slowed down. Lu Ze could clearly see the AWM dragon, muzzle spitting out a brilliant flame, a spinning sniper bullet tearing through the air, heading straight for his forehead. At the same moment, the M4A1S suppressed. In his hand, discharged its last bullet. This was a gamble for everything. The bullet pierced flesh. A searing pain erupted from Liu Zhe's left shoulder, causing half his body to instantly go numb. In that fleeting moment, relying on his LV2 body's extreme reflexes, he instinctively twisted. The bullet grazed his neck, penetrating his left shoulder, tearing away a large expanse of flesh. The shoulder armor of his Xuanwu combat suit shattered completely, steel shards mingling with blood and flesh bursting forth. He had survived. Across from him, Pandora's body jolted violently. A minuscule blood hole appeared on her forehead. The bullet from the M4A1 had accurately entered her skull. Her expression froze between disbelief and shock. Those cold eyes reflected Liu Zhe's figure, their last glimmer slowly fading away. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but life slipped away like sand through an hourglass. Bang! The heavy AWM dragon slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground. Following that, her tall figure gradually toppled backward. Kill. Elite Operative Pandora. Experience points, 100. Victory in match 14. Defenders, 8. Operatives, 6. Mission accomplished. Returning to the real world soon. Mission objectives, 1. Prevent the Operative T from planting the C4 bomb. 2. Successfully defuse after the C4 is planted. 3. Or annihilate all operatives. Mission duration, 15 matches, best of 8. Return upon completing 8 victories. Completed. Mission reward. Comprehensive enhancement of host's physical attributes. Beginner. Experience points, 100. Additional note. Current level LV2, 20,500. Mission completed. Returning to the real world soon. Teleportation commencing. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. We won. Liu Zhe could no longer hold himself up, collapsing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. The wound on his left shoulder burned painfully, yet he grinned, silently laughing. Blood froth escaped from the corner of his mouth, and he laughed with unrestrained joy. He raised his head, gazing at the spot where Pandora had fallen. Beside the corpse lay the entwined black dragon, AWM dragon, and the red C4 backpack, quietly resting. Collect, Liu Zhe thought, extending his hand without hesitation to grasp the heroic sniper rifle. However, a cold warning from the system echoed. Warning, target item is soulbound, cannot be collected. Soulbound? Liu Zhe's hand froze midair. He tried again, but the result remained the same. The dragon seemed as if it were welded to the ground, utterly impossible to store in his spatial storage. So this was the case. Not all heroic-grade weapons could be taken at will. Liu Zhe quickly understood. The fire Qilin could be taken because the spirit fox was still alive at that time. He had forcefully deprived the weapon while the opponent was still in existence. Now that Pandora was deceased, this dragon, being her exclusive weapon, had consequently bound and vanished. It seemed that in the future, to seize heroic-grade weapons, one must act decisively, rather than waiting for the opponent to die before picking them up. He did not dwell on this further, shifting his gaze to another prize, the red C4 backpack. This should be unproblematic. He reached out, and this time, there were no obstacles. The C4 backpack was easily stored in his spatial storage. Inside, 2 identical C4 explosives lay side by side. Not a bad haul, Liu Zhe murmured softly. 3, 2, 1. The familiar white light enveloped him. The desert map's heat and sandstorm vanishing in an instant. Chapter 21. Harbor of Home. Base 031, Underground Medical Center. As the white light dissipated, Liu Zhe's figure reappeared. Target returned. Quickly. Medical team, prepare. Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang rushed forward at once. Upon seeing Liu Zhe's condition, both men halted momentarily, breath caught in their throats. His body was drenched in blood. The armor on his left shoulder, transformed by the Xuanwu technology, was utterly shattered, revealing a horrific wound that exposed bone beneath. His complexion was ashen, as if all vitality had been drained from him, teetering on the brink of collapse. Xiao Lu, how are you? Li Yuanzhao exclaimed, swiftly supporting him with an anxious tone. I won't die. Liu Zhe managed to smile faintly, blood frothing at his lips, just a minor injury. A cadre of fully armed medical personnel surged forth, hastily lifting him onto a medical bed. Heavens! Penetrating wound, left scapula shattered, armor damage at 78. Energy overload, multiple armor panels cracked, vital signs rapidly declining. Quick! Administer high-energy nutrient solution and potent repair agent. The medical center erupted into chaos. Academician Wang, observing the alarming data on the screen. wore a strained expression on his aged face. He approached Li Yuanzhao, his voice grave. "Director Li, the intensity of this battle far exceeded our projections. Is the system deliberately escalating the difficulty for Liu Zhe?" Li Yuanzhao's countenance was as frigid as ice. "We cannot ascertain that for now. We shall discuss it with Liu Zhe later." He gazed at the myriad instruments, where Liu Zhe still managed to blink at him, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He recognized that this young man gambled his life each time he entered that world for the future of Daxia. He was the solitary gambler in this perilous game. Once Liu Zhe's condition stabilized, Li Yuanzhao gestured for most to withdraw, leaving only himself and Academician Wang. "What do we gain from this?" Li Yuanzhao's voice was somewhat hoarse. Liu Zhe remained silent, slowly raising his hand. With a soft thud, he produced a red, timer-equipped square bomb from his spatial storage, placing it onto the adjacent metal tray. It was the very C4. Both Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang's breaths hitched. They were well-versed in the weight of such items. The firearms seized from the transport ship represented the pinnacle of conventional weaponry. The fire qilin symbolized the myth of future technology. But what did this C4 bomb signify? That was for them to investigate. "You should rest. Focus on your recovery." Li Yuanzhao bet Liu Zhe's hand. Academician Wang, donning gloves, cautiously lifted the C4. His eyes ablaze with fervor. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his research. "Old Wang, I'll handle matters regarding Xiao Zhe. Your primary focus should be on research. With so many projects, you need to keep a close watch." "Enough with the fuss, I understand. I'm off to research now." Exhaustion overcame Liu Zhe, and he drifted into slumber. 7 hours later, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Academician Wang's face. He dashed into Li Yuanzhao's office. "Director, we have made a bit of progress. This little device has an energy density at least 300 times that of TNT, and it is in an absolutely stable state. This means it is nearly impossible to detonate accidentally. It can only be triggered by specific microwave signals." His voice trembled as he pointed to the bomb's minuscule detonator, smaller than a fingernail. "And this chip, its integration surpasses our most advanced processes by at least 2 decades. Moreover, it has an independent encryption algorithm. The only outcome of brute force cracking is self-destruction. Stable, efficient, intelligent. This small C4 bomb perfectly resolves all the pain points in the modern high-energy explosives field. With it, our special operations, precise elimination, and even aerospace explosive separation technology can achieve groundbreaking advancements." Academician Wang's face flushed with excitement. If they could decipher the molecular formula of this stabilizer, the power of our conventional munitions would leap into an entirely new era. If we can reverse engineer this detonator chip, our precision guidance and information security technologies will be entirely liberated from foreign technological barriers. "This kid Liu Zhe," Academician Wang mused, "has brought me another monumental surprise." Li Yuanzhao nudda sulamli. Yet, considering the current international situation, his expression grew grave. "Our foundation is still insufficient. What I desire is for all petty adversaries to lack even the qualification to gaze upon our backs." The two continued their discourse for quite some time. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe in the medical room had awakened. To his surprise, upon returning from that world, the system had undergone an upgrade and maintenance. Without any explanation, the system simply stated that today was Thursday, necessitating maintenance. Liu Zhe lay in the medical center for a full 24 hours. During this time, he enjoyed medical treatment comparable to that of the nation's top-tier facilities. His physical constitution, already enhanced by the system to LV2, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Coupled with Daxia's finest medical resources, high-energy nutrient solutions and potent repair agents were continuously infused into him. Not only had his body returned to its original state, but he felt even more robust due to the dual effect of the system upgrade and the medication. The combination of LV2 physical prowess and the national logistical support was simply invincible. Liu Zhe stretched his limbs, producing a series of resounding cracks. Just then, the heavy alloy door of the ward slid open silently. Li Yuanzhao entered, his demeanor softer than usual, infused with an uncommon gentleness. Behind him followed a pair of middle-aged parents whose anxious expressions betrayed their reserved demeanor. Liu Zhe's breath caught in his throat. "Dad, Mom?" His voice cracked, his body frozen on the bed. "Xiao Osha," came the choked cry of his mother, Xuanwu, as she broke free from the guard's assistance, nearly throwing herself at him. She asked no questions, merely reaching out her trembling hands to repeatedly caress Liu Zhe's face, shoulders, and arms, as if verifying the completeness of a long-lost treasure. "You've lost so much weight." Her eyes reddened, tears cascading onto Liu Zhe's hands. Liu Zhe's father, Lu Xuanwu stood rooted in place. A man who had spent his life in the military, his spine as straight as a spear. At that moment, even his eyes brimmed with tears, lips quivering yet producing no words. Lu Zhe felt a lump in his throat and grasped his mother's hand, forcing out a smile. Mom, I'm fine. Just a bit tired from recent training, but I'm eating and sleeping well, getting stronger. He turned to his father, grinning, Dad, I'm doing well. Lu Xuanwu nodded heavily, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. His large hand, akin to a fan, patted Lu Zhe's shoulder with a firm grip. As long as you're well. Countless words condensed into these three. Li Yuanzhao quietly observed this scene, refraining from interrupting. He understood that even the mightiest warrior requires a haven they can call home. Chapter 22. Annihilation Mode, Urban Warfare. After an outpouring of emotions, Zhang wiped her tears and began to interrogate. Xiaozhe, tell me the truth. What exactly is your job? This time it felt like a life-and-death separation. Your father and I were nearly driven to despair. Lu Zhe's heart sank. This was the question he dreaded most. He glanced at Li Yuanzhao, who offered him a reassuring nod. Lu Zhe steadied himself, knowing he couldn't reveal a single word of the truth. Instead, he retrieved a box he had prepared from the bedside cabinet. Dad, Mom, the specifics of my work are top secret, and I cannot disclose them. Observing the disappointment on his parents' faces, he swiftly shifted the conversation, opening the box. However, the nation has granted me this. Inside lay a pristine set of shoulder epaulets, silently resting. 1 stripe, 2 stars, indicating the rank of major. Beside it was a red officer's ID and a document appointing him for special enlistment. In an instant, Lu Xuanwu and Zhang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Particularly Lu Xuanwu, who had served for 20 years, had retired as merely a third-class sergeant. He dreams incessantly of witnessing his son donned in military attire. Yet, he is acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm that separates an ordinary individual from the stature of a school-level officer. A major? With trembling hands, Lu Xuanwu grasped the insignia, turning it over repeatedly. Its weight seemed capable of collapsing his arm. Is my son truly a major? Zhang Lan covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes once more. Yet this time, they were solely tears of elation and pride. Yes, Lu Zhe nodded solemnly, a special recruitment. Wonderful. Splendid. Lu Xuanwu's face flushed with excitement as he slapped Lu Zhe's shoulder vigorously, forgetting to temper his strength, the sound echoing sharply. The bloodline of the Lu family. I have not brought shame upon our name. Observing the genuine joy and pride radiating from his parents, Lu Zhe felt a tumult of emotions within him. On this day, he went nowhere, remaining in the hospital room to accompany his parents, listening to their endless chatter about trivial matters, including the neighbor's dog that had just given birth to a litter. Lu Zhe listened with rapt attention. As night deepened, his parents were reluctantly escorted back to their designated accommodation. Alone in the hospital bed, Lu Zhe lay, replaying the warmth of the day in his mind. This feeling solidified his convictions. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! System maintenance and upgrade completed. New active choice module added. Rule update. Following the cooldown period, a 24-hour task selection window will open. The host may choose to enter the task world at any time during this period. Warning! Failure to make a selection within 24 hours or failure to choose after the countdown ends will result in task failure. Penalty for failure. Randomly revoke one ability or item acquired by the host. Lu Zhe's expression of warmth instantly froze. A penalty? Revoking abilities or items. Is this not an egregious clause? Previously, he was subjected to passive, forced transportation. Now, it appeared he had been granted a choice, but in reality, it was merely a shift from immediate execution to a one-day reprieve. Should he wish to take a break and spend more time with his parents, the system would retract the very foundation of his existence. Perhaps it would be his LV2 physical prowess, or his spatial abilities, or even the fire Qilin. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The flicker of hope in Lu Zhe's heart was thoroughly extinguished. This system was wielding a whip, compelling him to forge ahead relentlessly. New task world unlocked. Map, Urban Warfare. Mode, Annihilation Mode. Task objective, achieve victory in 7 rounds. Task reward, comprehensive enhancement of the host's physical prowess. Beginner, 100 experience points. Additional note, current level LV2, 320,500. Special Rule 1, upon entering this map, the host will be unable to carry any personal weapons or equipment. The system will provide standard issue weapons for this map. Special Rule 2, in a single round, if the host is not eliminated, their physical state will fully restore to peak condition at the end of the round. Gazing at the information on the display, Lu was utterly stunned. unable to carry personal weapons or equipment. This meant that the fire Qilin, the M4A1 suppressor, and the bulletproof shield would all become mere decorations. Even the armor that had saved him countless times, the Xuanwu modified battlesuit, could not be brought along. He would be stripped bare. The annihilation mode. A blank slate at the outset, Liu Ze muttered to himself, his expression turning gravely serious. He understood that this mode was one of the most demanding in terms of pure marksmanship and team coordination. There would be no C4, no strongholds. The sole objective was to eliminate all enemies. And now, he lacked the advantage of equipment, not even possessing any armor. What kind of adversaries would he face? He recalled the elusive Pandora from Desert Grey. If he encountered such a formidable AI under equal equipment conditions again, what were his chances of victory? 0. A chilling answer surfaced in his mind. Liu. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze pressed the emergency communicator beside his bed. Immediately convene a think tank meeting. At the highest level, a new map has emerged. He knew that this time, he could not rely solely on himself. His only remaining support was the top-tier think tank that comprised his nation. At 3 in the morning, deep in the underground tactical command center of Base 031, a colossal holographic projection displayed a complex urban map of urban warfare from every conceivable angle. The atmosphere in the command center was tense. Li Yuanchao sat at the head, his expression grave. Beneath him, several experts, their eyes bloodshot from fatigue, yet brimming with fervor, alongside some of the nation's foremost CF esports champions, were present. Urban warfare. Annihilation mode. Former professional player by Sha pointed at the map, his voice hoarse. A typical fast-paced shooting map, with symmetrical structure and abundant cover. Nearly every step could lead to an unexpected encounter. It demands high levels of marksmanship, reflexes, and agility. Most crucially, another sniper, 70 kilograms, added. The sniper positions on this map are unconventional, yet if utilized correctly, they can block key routes. However, once engaged at close quarters, snipers become easy targets. Li Yuanchao's gaze shifted to Liu Ze. Xiao Lu. What are the basic weapons provided by the system? M4A1, USP pistol, and a military dagger. Nobody nuts, no flashbangs. No smoke. Lucia replied. Astar quitaward confrontation. Li Yuanchus bro furuwadape. This meant that Liu Ze had lost all tactical advantages in terms of equipment. Liu, we have found a breakthrough. A technical analyst suddenly stood up, magnifying a corner to the right of the defender's spawn point. There, nestled against a wall, was a half-height wooden crate. The wall featured a window and a wooden board. This was a well-known bug in the urban warfare map. Bai Sha's eyes lit up as he immediately took over the conversation. By employing a specific jumping technique, one can leap from this crate onto the wooden board, then directly into the adjacent two-story building's room. This room is normally inaccessible. He traced a line on the map with his finger. Once inside, it equates to having a perfect fortress. The room's window allows for a vantage point to attack enemies charging from the left flank, while the only entrance is that bug point. The front door also permits visibility of enemies from the right flank. A single defender can hold off hordes. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a scenario where equipment was equal, an absolute positional advantage on the battlefield tilted the scales of victory. Excellent. Immediately organize a simulation, ensuring Liu Ze practices in the virtual chamber 100 times. We must guarantee 100% success. Li Yuanchao decisively ordered. Li Ju, I oppose this. A slightly youthful, yet spirited voice emerged. It was Lin Xiu, a technical advisor for the Zhulong plan. I believe relying solely on a bug for passive defense is a tremendous waste. Lin Xiu stood up, locking eyes with Li Yuanchao. Based on the data from the previous two encounters, I can assert that this urban warfare scenario will undoubtedly deploy an elite AI of equivalent caliber. These AIs will inevitably carry hero-level weapons not found in this map's standard configuration. The rule barring the carrying of personal weapons limits us, but it may limit them as well. This is the system's method of balancing difficulty. He paused, presenting a chilling proposition that rendered the room silent. Thus, our primary objective should not be to win the rounds. Instead, we must find a way to seize weapons from that elite AI. Seize weapons? To proactively provoke an unknown monster under equal conditions? Absurd. Li Yuanchao slammed his hand on the table, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the room. I shall reiterate. Liu Ze's safety is the highest priority of the Zhulong plan. Any high-risk tactics that pose a threat to his life are strictly prohibited from discussion. Lin Xiu's complexion turned pale, yet he stubbornly retorted. But Director Li, fortune favors the bold. The worth of a hero-grade weapon is only truly realized when one risks their life to obtain it. Li Yuanzhao unceremoniously interrupted him. This mission will focus on a defensive counterattack at the bug point. We shall proceed with caution, aiming to secure victory in 7 rounds and return safely. That is an order. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately sat down reluctantly. Lu Zhe remained silent throughout, quietly observing the bug point marked in red on the map, then glancing at Lin Xiao, who wore a face of dissatisfaction. He understood that Li Yuanzhao had his best interests at heart. Caution and safety were of utmost importance. Yet he also recognized the truth in Lin Xiao's words. Risk and reward are invariably proportional. The unknown elite AI and the potential existence of a hero-grade weapon loomed in his mind like a deadly temptation, taking root within him. For the next 30-plus hours, Lu Zhe spent nearly every moment in the virtual training chamber, under the direct guidance of top experts 70 kilograms and White Shark. He repeated the jump maneuver for urban combat at the bug point over 1,000 times, until he could execute it flawlessly with his eyes closed, his muscles having formed a conditioned reflex. Li Yuanzhao visited him several times, each time emphasizing a single phrase, "Remember, return alive." Lin Xiao also came once. He said little, simply handing Lu Zhe a miniature data chip. Major Lu, this is a projection of 12 potential attack routes and 7 defensive strategies that we deduced based on Pandora's behavioral patterns for the urban combat map. Assuming an opponent of equal caliber exists. Director Li forbade me to mention it, but I believe you have the right to know. Lu Zhe accepted the chip, nodding silently. Li Yuanzhao was right. Survival was paramount. Lin Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. But sometimes, offense is the best defense. The choice is in your hands. With that, he turned and left. Lu Zhe held the small chip, contemplating the safe, steady path on one side and the perilous shortcut that could yield immense rewards on the other. Would you like to enter the mission world? Remaining selection time, 000312. Lu Zhe's gaze shifted from hesitation to struggle, ultimately solidifying into a resolute determination. He could not indefinitely rely on the bug and the think tank. True strength lies in one's own power. He needed more formidable weapons, stronger trump cards. System. I choose to enter. Confirming selection. Transferring to mission world. A familiar white light flashed, and a damp scent, mingled with earth and decaying wood, enveloped him. Lu Zhe opened his eyes. He stood in a narrow, dilapidated alley, clad in a standard combat vest and camouflage attire. In his hands was a Colt M4A1 rifle. The urban battle had commenced. Silence. An absolute silence. Lu Zhe stood in the alley at the defender's spawn point, hearing no sounds indicative of the enemy. No footsteps. No gunfire. Not even the characteristic shouts in Russian from the infiltrator faction. This was abnormal. It mirrored the third match in Desert Gray. Lu Zhe's eyelids flickered as he recalled the woman, Pandora, wielding the celestial dragon. He immediately altered his original plan to rush towards the bug point, stealthily melding into the shadows against the wall, making his way toward a corner in the middle road. The corner would allow him to observe the situation on both sides. Holding his breath, Lu Zhe crouched, utilizing a small gap between the ground and the wall to peer outside. His view revealed emptiness. He approached the left path, but his muscles tensed instantly. His gaze was fixed on a dark window of a small building across the way. He sensed a presence there, an elite sniper. The opponent was waiting, poised to deliver a lethal strike the moment he revealed himself. Lu Zhe slowly retreated behind the wall, his back already slick with cold sweat. Such terrifying patience. The enemy was betting on his inability to remain composed. The pressure had shifted to Lu Zhe. This was not a favorable position. He prepared to retreat, to seize the bug point. No longer hesitating, Lu Zhe suddenly turned and sprinted towards the location of the bug box he remembered from the spawn point. His footsteps shattered the oppressive silence. Almost the instant he began to run, bang, a muffled yet penetrating gunshot erupted from the window of the 2-story building. A bullet, traveling at supersonic speed, accurately shot toward the corner he had just been observing. Boom! Bricks exploded, debris flew. The wall was blasted into a massive gap. A preemptive shot. Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine, yet dared not pause for even a moment. He knew he had been exposed. He had to reach that bug point with utmost speed, or the next shot would mark his demise. The wooden box at the spawn point was within sight. Lu Zhe executed a standard run-up, his right foot forcefully striking the ground, propelling him into the air as he perfectly landed on the edge of the wooden box. Without hesitation, he jumped on the board, swiftly crouching and moving. An impeccable sequence of actions. He succeeded. Lu Zhe had successfully entered the airtight bug room. The room was filled with a dense scent of dust. He quickly turned, heading toward the room's entrance, the only window. He raised his M4A1, slowly extending the barrel out over the windowsill. To his surprise, The room had also refreshed 2 grenades. This was information not contained in the think tank's data. A delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Liu Ze stowed the grenades away, feeling a surge of confidence. He aimed his weapon at the window once more, preparing to locate the sniper's position, intending to deliver a fatal blow of divine retribution. Chapter 24. The Dark Knight with 2 hero-grade weapons. Outside the door below lay a desolate street. Liu Ze's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The M4A1 sights firmly locked onto the enemy's hideout. Yet, the adversary was no longer there. The enemy had repositioned. After firing the preemptive shot, the sniper had immediately abandoned the exposed vantage point. What decisive tactical acumen! Everyone rushed the right path. Without hesitation, Liu Ze issued commands to his 4 AI Guardian teammates via squad communication. He himself remained steady, his weapon aimed at every potential enemy exit. If you wish to play defensively, then I shall employ the most simplistic yet direct method to force you out. Received. The 4 AI teammates, upon receiving the orders, surged forth without a moment's delay. They charged from the opposite side of the spawn point into the main thoroughfare of the map. Their mission was not to eliminate enemies, but to serve as bait. They would use their lives to create an opportunity for Liu Ze to lock onto the enemy. Tot tot tot. Intense gunfire instantly shattered the tranquility of the urban battle. As anticipated, just as the AI teammates dashed around the corner, an infiltrator barely peeking out from the right side of the street was immediately turned into a sieve by the concentrated fire. Infiltrator Sword eliminated. However, this was merely the beginning. Boom! A gunshot, even more terrifying than before, reverberated from behind a wooden crate at the end of the street. As if it could tear through eardrums, Liu Ze's pupils dilated. He saw it, a red gun, entwined with white luminescence, with a blinding arc of electricity flashing at the muzzle. A hero-grade weapon, Barrett-Aurora, a colossal sniper bullet, imbued with devastating force, instantaneously struck an AI defender at the forefront of the fray. There was no protracted struggle before the fall. The AI comrade's chest erupted into a gaping wound, and in an instant, the entire being dissipated into a flash of white light. A single shot, a fatal blow, such as the might of a hero-grade cannon. Bang! Before Liu Ze could react, a second shot rang out in quick succession. Swift, too swift. The hefty Barrett seemed to possess no recoil in its wielder's hands, executing a seamless quickscope with fluid grace. Another AI teammate fell, equally dispatched with merciless efficiency. Bang! The third shot. A third AI companion was struck with pinpoint accuracy. 3 shots, 3 kills. Each bullet resembled the scythe of death, coldly and precisely reaping lives. A chill of cold sweat instantly soaked Liu Ze's back. So formidable. Such marksmanship, such reflexes. It was as if they were cheating. This was undoubtedly a form of auto-aim. Yet, simultaneously, Liu Ze seized the opportunity. Now, as the opponent fired the third shot, the barrel raised momentarily, exposing a fleeting vulnerability of mere milliseconds. Liu Ze pulled the trigger. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The silencer of the M4A1 emitted 3 unassuming sparks, the bullets flying in a straight line, accurately targeting the shadow behind the crate. The elite AI seemed to sense danger, attempting to retreat to cover, but it was too late. A blinding spray of crimson mist erupted from its shoulder. Kill. Elite Infiltrator Knight. Experience points, 100. Almost simultaneously, the last AI teammate was also gunned down by the remaining infiltrator in a chaotic barrage. The battlefield fell silent once more. A 1-for-3 exchange. No, a 1-for-4. The elite AI had, at the cost of 3 shots, coordinated with its comrades to annihilate all of Liu Ze's AI defenders. But it too had perished. Liu Ze inhaled deeply, aware that it was now his turn to reap the rewards. He slowly shifted his aim, beginning to search for the remaining infiltrators' positions. 1-2. They were alternating cover, attempting to close in on the elite AI's location. From Liu Ze's godlike vantage point, their movement paths were laid bare before him. Puffed, puffed. A calm double tap. One infiltrator attempting to cross the street was struck in the forehead and collapsed lifelessly. Puffed, puffed. The final infiltrator seemed to sense something amiss, frantically searching for the source of the bullets, yet it was in vain. Within 10 seconds, all ordinary infiltrator AIs were eliminated. First round victory. First round victory. Defenders. 1 infiltrators. 0. The light screen flickered to life, yet Liu Ze felt no joy in victory. His gaze was fixed intently at the end of the street. The red Barrett-Aurora, following the death of the elite AI, lay quietly on the ground, shimmering with a mesmerizing glow. Collect. Liu Ze silently commanded in his mind. Warning, target item is soulbound, cannot be picked up. The cold notification echoed once more. As expected, Liu Ze sighed, akin to the previous AWM Celestial Dragon. Hero-grade weapons could only be seized, not collected. He had won the first round, but it was a victory tinged with sheer luck. Had it not been for his AI teammates sacrificing themselves to reveal the enemy's positions, had he not occupied this invincible bug point, he would have had no opportunity to engage in a gunfight at all. Most critically, he had not gained any tangible benefits. Second round begins. The chilling notification jolted Liu Ze back to reality. He glanced at the corner of the bug room, where 2 grenades had been collected into his inventory. This was the pleasant surprise from the system refresh of the previous round, and his sole tactical asset at present. The same old strategy. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze resolved to bait his AI teammates to their demise, provoking the elite AI's position, while he himself would exploit the visual advantage of the bug point to reap the rewards. While it may be cunning, it was effective. Everyone, charge B corridor. This time, Liu Ze altered his approach. He aimed to continuously shift his AI teammates' offensive routes, disrupting the enemy's defensive setup. However, just as his command was issued, boom! A violent explosion thundered against the wall above Liu Ze's head. The entire bug room shook violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. Liu Ze's pupils constricted. A grenade? Was the enemy launching a direct assault? Before he could comprehend, a second explosion followed swiftly. Boom! This time, the detonation occurred right beside him. What was the enemy doing? Blowing up walls? A wild thought surged through Liu Ze's mind. That elite AI, after being outsmarted by him in the first round, had immediately adapted its strategy. It had surmised that he remained concealed in this inaccessible room. It was attempting to use area explosives to attack him behind the wall. Had it gone mad? Liu Ze felt a wave of panic. The walls in the game were indestructible. What was the point of such an action? Unless they were preparing to charge through. Liu Ze's expression darkened. He needed to adjust his strategy. He immediately yelled through the squad voice chat, issuing a new command: retreat. Everyone back to the spawn point. Quickly, but it was too late. Tot. A cacophony of thunderous gunfire resonated from the other end of the street, echoing across the entire map. It was not the muted boom of a Barrett, but the piercing, oppressive sound of M4 rifles. The gunfire was interspersed with the shrill crackle of electricity. Liu Ze's 4 AI teammates had just emerged from the alleyway. Before they could react, they were instantaneously shredded by a barrage of blue-white energy bullets. No boom feat, no chance to retaliate. This was a complete slaughter. In a mere 3 seconds, all 4 AI defenders vanished in a flash of white light. Liu Ze peered through the crack of the window. It was still that elite AI. Now, it wielded not the Barrett Aurora, but a rifle entirely enveloped in crackling lightning, its body shimmering with destructive electric light. M4A1 Thunder God. It possessed 2 hero-grade weapons. Chapter 25, Trap. Damn, has it truly gone overboard? Liu Ze could not help but curse. How could it wield 2 hero-grade weapons? At this moment, the elite AI, clutching the Thunder God, slowly raised its head. The dark barrel, separated by a thick wall, was precisely aimed at Liu Ze's position. Liu Ze's expression soured. He dared not reveal himself. He had no doubt that if this wall could be penetrated, he would already be a corpse. Fortunately, although the Thunder God's bullets were energy-based, game rules still prevented them from piercing through the wall. For now, he was safe. Yet this round was a lost cause. Without AI teammates to serve as cannon fodder, he was utterly trapped in this bug room. Ultimately, time expired. Second round failure. Defenders, 1 infiltrators, 1. The cold failure notification struck Liu Ze like a slap in the face. Third round begins. Liu Ze's face darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. 1-1. The pressure had suddenly shifted to him. Once more, gritting his teeth, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He refused to believe it. The bug point was invincible. As long as he remained concealed, the enemy could do nothing against him. This time, he altered his strategy. He commanded his 4 AI teammates to cease their aggressive charge and instead focus on defensive counterattacks centered around the spawn point. He intended to stall, to wait until the enemy grew impatient and launch an assault. Then he would seize the opportunity. However, reality dealt him yet another crushing blow. The patience of that elite AI exceeded his wildest imagination. It seemed to have completely fathomed Liu Ze's thoughts. In this round, it and its lurking teammates had not revealed themselves at all. The entire map once again descended into the kind of eerie silence reminiscent of the beginning of the first round. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Time slipped away second by second. The round time in annihilation mode was limited. If time expired, the side with more surviving members would claim victory. And now, both sides were at full strength. If time ran out, the system would declare the infiltrators victorious. Damn it, Liu Ze muttered a curse under his breath. He had been outmaneuvered. The opponent had effortlessly unraveled all his strategies with the simplest of delaying tactics. He had to make a move. Otherwise, this round was undoubtedly lost. Formation A, alternating cover, advanced toward the center. Liu Ze took a deep breath and issued his final command. He could only gamble, hoping that his AI teammates could sacrifice themselves to create an opening for him. Bang! The gunshot rang out almost the moment the AI teammate exposed itself. It was the Barrett-Aurora. That monster had switched back to its sniper rifle. It had calculated precisely from which direction Liu Ze's AI teammate would emerge. Another shot. Another kill. Cold. Precise. Liu Ze's eyes turned red. He fixated on every potential sniper vantage point on the street, trying to locate the shooter. But he could not find it. The opponent's position was too cunning. It utilized every cover on the map, exposing itself for mere fractions of a second with each shot before promptly relocating. Liu Ze's dynamic vision could not even fully capture its movements. In the blink of an eye, 3 AI teammates fell once more. Only 1 AI remained, hiding behind a crate. Meanwhile, the infiltrators remained unscathed. Liu Ze realized there was no chance left. He had been comprehensively crushed by that elite AI, in tactics and marksmanship alike. Round 3 failed. Defenders 1, infiltrators 2. The cold letters materialized before his eyes. Leaning against the frigid wall, beads of sweat formed on Liu Ze's forehead. For the first time, he had lost a round without even grazing the enemy's clothing. This sense of helplessness was more intense than being targeted by the fire Qilin. It was a feeling of being utterly overwhelmed in both intellect and strength. He exhaled a long, deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The cautious tactics of Li Ju were no longer viable. Remaining in this bug room meant certain doom. He needed a change. He had to take a risk. The image of Lin Xiu's youthful and spirited face, along with his words, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Sometimes, offense is the best defense. And that small chip, behavioral pattern analysis of the elite AI. Previously, he had not scrutinized it due to Li Yuanchao's orders. But now, it might be his only lifeline. Round 4 begins. Unlike before, Liu Ze did not immediately command his AI teammates. He closed his eyes, recalling the data stored in the chip. It was a wealth of data models derived by the think tank based on Phantom's behavioral patterns and the characteristics of urban warfare maps. Target, Elite AI. Weaponry speculation, AWM Dragon, Soulbound, Barrett-Aurora, M4, A1 Thunder God. Core behavioral patterns, absolute rationality, optimal solution logic, dynamic threat assessment. In urban warfare maps, the elite AI has a 73% probability of prioritizing defensive counterattack strategies. It establishes area lockdown using sniper weapons, waiting for the target to make a mistake. When itself or a key tactical objective is threatened, the elite AI has a 91% probability of switching to an active offensive mode. It will switch to a rifle to eliminate the source of the threat. Lines of data flashed through Liu Ze's mind like electric currents. He saw the 12 most likely offensive routes and 7 defensive strategies that Lin Xiu's team had deduced for the elite AI. One offensive route was highlighted in red. Route 7. When confirming that the target is in the bug room to the left of the defender spawn point and cannot be eliminated by conventional firepower. The elite AI has a 68% probability of employing a feigned attack to draw attention and then executing a rear assault. Specific actions. Deploy 3 ordinary AIs to feign an attack from the center, distracting the target. The elite AI will then carry a rifle and swiftly circle around from the far right B passage, directly assaulting the defender spawn point. It will forcefully breach the bug room entrance to eliminate the target. Liu Ze's pupils widened suddenly. This was it. This was an elaborate trap tailor-made for him. No, it was a grave prepared for that elite AI known as Dark Knight. A wild and audacious plan formed instantaneously in Liu Ze's mind. He would seize the weapon. He would proactively relinquish the advantage of the bug point, venture out, and use himself as bait to lure that monster into the web he had woven. Everyone, follow my orders. Liu Ze's voice trembled for the first time, a mixture of excitement and tension. 2 team members guarded the left bug entrance at the spawn point. Their guns aimed towards the B passage. The other 2 team members, follow me. No longer hiding, he burst out of the bug room and back into the frigid alleyway. He glanced at the 4 precious grenades, a plan solidifying in his mind. You 2, hold the corner of the center route. Fire freely to create the illusion that our main force is here. Yes, the AI teammates faithfully executed his commands. Meanwhile, Lucia, carrying the grenades he had brought from the bug room, stealthily made his way to a shadowy corner at the B passage entrance. Here lay an inconspicuous dead end on the map, which was also the essential route for Dark Knight's rear assault, as deduced by Lin Xiao. He was determined to deliver a grand gift to that arrogant elite character. Chapter 26 M4A1 Thunder God in hand. Time ticked away, second by second. In the center, the gunfire between the AI teammates and the infiltrators erupted right on cue. Tot 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 tot. Bang bang bang. The gunfire was intense. Yet Lu Zhe's heart remained as tranquil as a still pond. He was waiting for a footstep belonging to Dark Knight. It was coming. An extremely faint yet distinctly clear footstep echoed from the depths of the B passage. It was unhurried, imbued with a confidence that seemed to control everything. Lu Zhe held his breath, shrinking entirely into the shadows. He could even smell the faint scent of burnt electricity wafting through the air. It was Thunder God. That monster had truly taken the bait. It thought it was still shivering in the bug room. It believed the feigned attacking squad it dispatched had drawn all attention. It thought it was about to execute a flawless, textbook-style rear assault. It was coming. A black figure, emanating a chilling aura and wielding the Thunder God, appeared at the alleyway corner. Now, a brilliance ignited in Lu Zhe's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the 4 grenades, whose fuses he had already pulled, towards the feet of that figure with all his might. Boom! 2 grenades exploded almost simultaneously. The narrow alley was instantly engulfed by a tempest of fire and shockwaves. Lethal shrapnel and shockwaves formed an impenetrable web of death, completely enveloping the figure that had just turned the corner. Ugh! A short, suppressed groan of pain emerged for the first time from the elite AI's lips. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Zhe beheld a colossal crimson mist erupting from the body of the Knight's shadow. Severely wounded, it had undoubtedly sustained grievous injuries. It had calculated every eventuality, yet failed to foresee that Lu Zhe would relinquish his greatest reliance and become bait. A fatal trap lay in wait along its path of assured conquest. This is the essence of human ingenuity, the audacity of a gambler defying convention. The moment is now. Lu Zhe did not even glance at the aftermath of the explosion. In the instant he hurled the grenade, he surged forth like a cannonball, M4A1 in hand. He intended to seize the opportunity to claim its life while it was vulnerable. As the smoke dissipated, the Knight's shadow knelt, drenched in blood. Its black combat suit was tattered, revealing horrific wounds carved by shrapnel beneath. The M4A1 Thunder God it wielded was violently dislodged by the explosion, landing several meters away. The luminescence of the weapon dimmed. Its health bar was nearly depleted. The Knight's shadow abruptly lifted its head, its emotionless electronic eyes betraying a flicker of shock and disbelief for the first time. It seemed poised to retrieve the Thunder God from the ground. But Lu Zhe was swifter. Bang, bang, bang. The M4A1 in Lu Zhe's hands unleashed a relentless barrage, mercilessly pouring the remaining bullets into the Knight's shadow's head. Blood splattered. The Knight's shadow's body trembled violently as the tremendous kinetic force of the bullets hurled its head backward. The last glimmer of life extinguished in its electronic eyes. It died without comprehending why this human had appeared here. Eliminated the elite infiltrator, Knight's shadow. Victory in round 4. Defenders 2, infiltrators 2. We have triumphed. Lu Zhe gasped for breath, his heart racing. Every step he had taken felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep would have meant his demise. But he had won the gamble. His gaze was instantly drawn to the gleaming rifle lying a short distance away. M4A1 Thunder God. The Knight's shadow lay dead. Yet this weapon had been cast aside in the chaos of the explosion. Did this signify claim? Lu Zhe extended his hand. A surge of intent coursing through him. Buzz. A faint tremor. The M4A1 Thunder God, resting quietly on the ground, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. In the next instant, a divine artifact entwined with lightning hovered silently in Lu Zhe's spatial pocket. He had succeeded. He had indeed acquired a hero-grade weapon. Lu Zhe's fist clenched tightly, an indescribable ecstasy flooding his heart. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Xiao, you were right. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted from the central lane. His AI teammates were engaged in fierce combat with the remaining infiltrators. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe willed the newly acquired M4A1 Thunder God to materialize in his hands. The cold, heavy sensation coursed through him, the crackling arcs of electricity seeming to resonate with his heartbeat. A chilling smile graced Lu Zhe's lips as he brandished the Thunder God and strode purposefully toward the battlefield in the center lane. Now it is my turn. Round 5 commences. The roles of attack and defense shifted. Lu Zhe commanded 2 of his AI teammates to breach through the center lane. But as they reached the bridge, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. In the central battlefield, chaos reigned. The 2 AI teammates fell instantly. Yet under Lu Zhe's onslaught, 2 of the opposing team also perished. Lu Zhe remained calm this time. The Knight's shadow was evidently dormant, its location unknown, but it was undoubtedly waiting for an opportunity. However, just as he was about to reach the center bridge, boom! The concrete ground erupted with a crater the size of a basin. Debris flying in all directions. It was the Barrett Aurora. The Knight's shadow had exposed itself for a fleeting moment before retreating once again. Lu Zhe's pupils contracted sharply, and he dashed back to cover, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Such a swift reaction. The learning and evolutionary capabilities of this AI are simply astonishing. It had analyzed the reasons for its previous defeat and swiftly adjusted its tactics, shifting from aggressive assault to absolute defense. It was using this invincible cannon to convey to Lu Zhe, "You shall not pass. You two, take the bridge and flank from the right." Lu Zhe barked into the communicator. He was pinned down, but he still had pieces to play. Received. The 2 AI teammates quickly ascended the bridge, while Lu Zhe covered them with the M4A1 Thunder God. They launched a desperate assault from the right. The Knight's shadow seemed to have heard the 2 approaching, rushing to defend, but Lu Zhe was quicker. The 2 ordinary AI before him were clearly no match for him. He threw a grenade, using its cover to fire instantly. Eliminated Infiltrator SWAT. Eliminated Infiltrator Neo. At that moment, bang, a shot rang out. One AI teammate collapsed, its body shattered by the incredible force. Bang! Another AI teammate was precisely eliminated. The Knight's shadow had managed to take down Lu Zhe's remaining 2 AI teammates. Chapter 27. Malicious use of bugs results in penalty. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhe had already closed the distance to her. As she fired, he too shot, landing a hit to her head while she struck his shoulder. Instantly, a gaping hole appeared in Lu Zhe's shoulder. Yet, remarkably, he felt no pain at all, for the system notification rang out. Eliminated Elite Infiltrator, Knight's Shadow. Experience gained 100. Victory in Round 5. Defenders 3, Infiltrators 2. Round 6 begins. Lu Zhe discovered that all his wounds had healed completely. It was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, it left him with a lingering psychological shadow. Still, let's exploit the bug. Lu Zhe prepared to replicate his previous tactics. They had proven effective. Victory in Round 6. Defenders 4, Infiltrators 2. Victory in Round 7. Defenders 5, Infiltrators 2. Until the crucial Round 9. If he won this round, he would complete his mission. Just as he was about to attempt to exploit the bug once more, he suddenly noticed that one of his AI teammates had inexplicably fallen. System notification. Host maliciously exploited a bug. Health will be deducted. As the host has no health bar, the health of AI teammates will be deducted instead. This unexpected notification left Lu Zhe stunned, and he hurried out of the room. One AI teammate was left with only 40 health. Another was on the brink of death. Why was this not communicated beforehand? It pained Lu Zhe greatly, since exploiting the bug was no longer an option and he had lost a teammate. He had no choice but to proceed with caution. Meanwhile, the Knight's Shadow seemed to have heard the notification, realizing that one of her allies was missing. She commanded her remaining teammates to charge forth. While Lu Zhe defended, he also had to be wary of the Knight's Shadow sniping. Both sides possessed aces. Now was the time for a direct confrontation. The AI teammates attempted to draw attention. Lu Zhe sought an opportunity to strike. Unbeknownst to him, another teammate had perished. He distributed grenades to the remaining 2 teammates, instructing them to throw them in 5 seconds. He aimed to create chaos. He shifted his position to draw the Knight's Shadow's focus. Just then, the grenades detonated. Lu Zhe seized the chance to muffle his footsteps and return, leading the 2 AI teammates in charge. The 3 AI opponents were caught completely off guard by Lu Zhe's counterattack, and with the backing of his heroic weapon, he swiftly eliminated all 3. Only one AI teammate fell. It was now 2 against 1. Before he could savor his triumph, footsteps suddenly approached. It was the enigmatic figure of Dark Knight, who had realized the situation and was hastening toward him. Lu Zhe quickened his pace. Range combat was not an option. He had to engage in close quarters. As they charged forward, their AI teammate was abruptly taken down with a single shot to the head. Seizing the moment while Dark Knight was distracted by her gunfire, Lu Zhe adeptly maneuvered from cover to cover, rapidly advancing towards the enemy's camp. The distance was closing, 50 meters. Dark Knight seemed to sense something. Yet she could not discern Lu Zhe's presence and hurriedly distanced herself to avoid his approach. However, it appeared she was oblivious to the sound of his footsteps. At that moment, Lu Zhe sprang forth unexpectedly. The M4A1 Thunder God erupted into action. Dark Knight gasped in surprise, but wasted no time in switching to her secondary weapon for a counterattack. Yet Lu Zhe had anticipated her move. In the instant she shifted weapons, the barrel of his Thunder God was already aimed squarely at her head. A barrage of blue and white energy bullets struck her in an instant. Dark Knight's body was pierced, and her Barrett Aurora fell to the ground before she could even switch her weapon. Eliminated Elite Infiltrator Dark Knight. Experience points 100. 5th round victory. Defenders 7. Infiltrators 2. Lu Zhe gazed at the resplendent Barrett Aurora on the ground, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Yet he knew it was beyond his reach. Warning, target item is soulbound and cannot be retrieved. He attempted to collect it, only to confirm his suspicions. A sigh escaped Lu Zhe's lips, lamenting the lost opportunity. Mission completed. Achieved victory in 7 rounds. Mission reward. Comprehensive enhancement of host's physical attributes. Beginner. Experience points 100. Additional prompt. Current level LV2 102-0500. Upgradable. Mission accomplished. Returning to reality soon. Teleportation commencing. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Familiar white light enveloped him, and the chaotic battlefield faded into obscurity. Lu Zhe cast one last glance at the Thunder God in his grasp. This time, the rewards were substantial. As the white light dissipated, Lu Zhe suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Instantly, he found himself surrounded by a flurry of individuals, swiftly conducting a thorough examination of his body. The report remained consistent with before. His physical attributes had indeed seen further enhancement. Once assured of Lu Zhe's well-being, Li Yuanchao was the first to rush in, followed closely by Lin Xiao and a throng of specialists. "How are you feeling?" he inquired gravely, his eyes betraying his concern. "I'm all right, just a bit fatigued." Lu Zhe managed a strained smile. The relentless intensity of combat, particularly against the monstrous AI Dark Knight, had taken a significant toll on his psyche. Propping himself up, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his limbs, swiftly alleviating his exhaustion. "Host, level can be upgraded to LV3. Would you like to proceed?" The upgrade promised to elevate his physical attributes to an intermediate level. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe opted for the upgrade. A sudden warmth enveloped him, and he instantly felt invigorated. This was the feedback from advancing to LV3. His strength, speed, and reflexes ascended to a new echelon. All eyes were now fixed upon him. "I have adopted consultant Lin Xiao's plan," Lu Zhe stated, glancing at Lin Xiao, who stood at the back of the crowd. Lin Xiao trembled slightly, raising his gaze, eyes filled with disbelief. Li Yuanchao's attention shifted to Lin Xiao, his expression complex. Without pausing, Lu Zhe succinctly recounted the entire battle. From abandoning the bug point to utilizing grenades for ambush, from successfully seizing the Thunder God to ultimately reversing the tide of battle. His tone was calm, yet everyone in the room could vividly imagine the heart-stopping moments within. Upon hearing Lu Zhe mention using himself as bait to set a trap along Dark Knight's path, Li Yuanchao's fists clenched tightly, veins standing out on the back of his hands. When Lu Zhe revealed he had successfully obtained the M4A1 Thunder God, the room erupted with gasps of astonishment. Lin Xiao's breath quickened, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhe. He had merely proposed a bold hypothesis, a plan with a theoretical success rate of less than 10. He never imagined Lu Zhe would not only dare to implement it, but would also succeed. Good lad," Li Yuanchao exclaimed after a moment of silence, slapping Lu Zhe on the shoulder with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Courageous and cunning. You haven't brought shame upon me." Lin Xiao's plan was commendable as well. We shall acknowledge that later. His face displayed unabashed admiration mixed with a hint of fear. "Director Li, I must object." Lin Xiao interjected suddenly, locking eyes with Li Yuanchao before glancing at Lu Zhe. "I oppose attributing this success solely to my plan. My proposal was based on cold, calculated data. What truly made it succeed was Major Lu's bravery and adaptability in the moment." He saluted Lu Zhe solemnly. Lu Zhe smiled and returned the gesture, recognizing that he had, at last, earned the respect of this brilliant technical consultant. "All right, merits and demerits can be discussed later," Li Yuanchao waved his hand, suppressing the rising emotions in the room. His gaze sharpened once more. "Lu Zhe, you mentioned bringing it back?" Chapter 28, The Demand. This question was of utmost concern to everyone. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Zhe nodded, refraining from speaking. He extended his right hand, and with a mental command, A low hum accompanied by a subtle spatial fluctuation echoed through the air. Suddenly, a rifle enveloped in blue and white electrical arcs, radiating a destructive brilliance, materialized in his grasp. M4A1 Thunder God. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. It was no mere model or illusion. The crackling energy arcs danced along the weapon, casting flickering shadows across Liu Zei's face. En ici, tempesture aura surgi forte. My heavens! A young researcher gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Li Yuanchao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Lin Xiao pushed through the crowd, rushing to the bedside, his eyes locked onto the gun as if gazing upon an unparalleled masterpiece, his expression bordering on frenzy. Is it generating its own power? An energy expert adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling as he observed the energy readings skyrocketing on the instruments. It requires no connection to any wiring, nor any external energy supply. This gun is, in itself, a source of energy, a core undergoing an incredibly efficient energy conversion, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Lin Xiao stepped forward eagerly. Academician Wang, please allow me to oversee the research on the M4A1 Thunder God. I vow not to disappoint. Academician Wang nodded. Following the others out of the room, he returned to his office, where a mountain of approval documents awaited him, all requests for personnel. The team researching the special alloy for the Barrett-Destruction project demanded 3 postdoctoral researchers daily. The biological group, working on the biochemical grenade neutralizer, was practically clamoring for bodies to dissect. Not to mention the critical AK-47 fire Qilin bioenergy project and the mysterious C4 chip. These were treasures capable of altering the fate of the Great Xia. None could afford delays. In the next moment, a surge of ire erupted from the depths of Academician Wang's being, propelling him out of the laboratory. He sprinted, his silver hair tousled in the wind. In his haste, he inadvertently collided with 2 young guards clutching documents, neglecting to offer an apology as he made a beeline for Director Li Yuanzhao's office at the end of the corridor. With a resounding crash, he forcefully flung open the heavy wooden door. Startled by the commotion, Li Yuanzhao, who was engrossed in reviewing documents, jolted, causing his pen to leave an ominous streak across a confidential file. Old Wang, what on earth are you doing? Has the laboratory exploded? Li Yuanzhao inquired. Bemusement etched across his face as he gazed at the breathless Academician Wang. It's worse than an explosion. Director Li, I quit. This job has become unbearable. Academician Wang's eyes were aflame with urgency, akin to a cornered rabbit facing the precipice. He rushed over and slammed his clipboard onto Li Yuanzhao's desk. Look at this. The materials team for Bear Destroyer is demanding personnel. The biological energy team for AK-47 Fire Kirin is hounding me daily for space. Now, we have an even more critical issue with the M4A1 Thunder God, and that damn C4 chip group that you cherish like a precious gem. Wang gestured emphatically, spittle flying onto the documents. The people I have at my disposal are working around the clock, with scarcely a moment to sleep. Just moments ago, Xiao Zhang, who was tasked with analyzing the optical principles of the Destroyer S site, dozed off while standing and bumped his head on the equipment, drawing blood. And as for the space, the laboratory is severely lacking. The electromagnetic field of the Thunder God is so intense that the moment it arrived at the lab, even the lab mice in the adjacent biological group were electrocuted into chaos. How can we conduct precision experiments under such conditions? Didactoli, I'm not backing down. I need personnel. I need space. I need equipment. Didn't you say you would mobilize the entire nation for this? This is the super engine propelling the rise of the Xia dynasty. You cannot allow the engine to stall because of a few missing screws. Observing Wang on the brink of a breakdown, Li Yuanzhao felt no anger. Rather, he was amused. He understood that his old friend was genuinely anxious and deeply invested in these projects. Rising from his seat, he personally poured a glass of warm water for Academician Wang. Calm down, old Wang. This is merely a happy dilemma. Don't get caught up in the trivial. Wang seized the cup and gulped it down in one go. His Adam's apple bobbing. Just tell me if I'll get what I need. If not, I'll camp out in your office today. Of course you'll get it. Li Yuanzhao's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, I have issued the order for the expansion of the Zhulong project. From today onwards, Base 031 will triple its expansion into the surrounding mountainous areas. The first engineering corps has already been deployed, and within 10 days, I'll have them excavate a top-tier P4 level biological laboratory for you. In 6 months, you will receive 10 more comprehensive laboratories of the same caliber. Is that sufficient? As for personnel, Li Yuanzhao approached the enormous map of the Xia dynasty hanging on the wall and emphatically tapped several key locations, including the capital, Jinling, and Shanghai. I have reported to the highest command, and the orders are effective immediately. All academicians, doctoral supervisors, and national distinguished young scholars from top universities and research institutions in relevant fields will be mobilized. Every single one, regardless of their current projects, will be put on hold. Everything must yield to the Zhu Long plan. Turning to Wang, his eyes ablaze with determination, he asserted, "Old Wang, mark my words. Even if I must summon celestial beings from the heavens to assist you, I will find a way to build a ladder to bring them down." Wang was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, as tears welled in his reddened eyes. He understood the gravity behind these orders. This was not mere support. It was the weight of the entire future of the Xia dynasty resting on the shoulders of these researchers. This was a true national effort, a genuine gamble. "All right, with your word, I, Old Wang, will stake my life on this." Wang inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as he turned to leave. "I'll head back to monitor this. If we can't unravel the secrets of the Thunder God, I'll offer my head for you to use as a ball to kick." Watching Wang's fervent retreat, Li Yuanzhao smiled with relief, then slumped back into his chair, wearily rubbing his temples. The materials were promising. They simply demanded too much from the old man. He picked up another freshly delivered red-encoded document from his desk. As his gaze swept across the title, it turned frigid as steel. The document boldly proclaimed, "Emergency assessment regarding recent historical remarks and military provocations by the Foot Basin chickens. We must ascend in technology, but the backbone that was shattered a century ago must be restored. Chapter 29, let them ascend in place." Meanwhile, at Base 031, the Materials Analysis Center, the atmosphere was quiet, even eerily so. Several experts clad in top-tier dust-proof suits stared vacantly at a collection of mundane weapons that appeared lackluster under the glow of hero-grade armaments. These were the AK-47B and M4A1 standard weapons that Liu Ze had brought back from his previous missions. In the brilliance of the Fire Kirin and Thunder God, these firearms had once been deemed superfluous, until the report that emerged this morning. "Professor Li, has the comparative analysis been completed?" The materials specialist, Professor Li, spoke with a tremor of excitement in his voice. "It's ready." His assistant gulped nervously, projecting a complex spectral analysis graph onto the large screen. His tone laced with disbelief. "Professor, although this is hard to fathom, the data does not lie. The alloys in the barrels of these ordinary firearms contain an extremely minute quantity of a rare earth element, which we have designated as X79. The crucial point is, this element does not exist on the periodic table of Earth." Professor Li's eyes widened sharply behind his glasses. "Where does it come from?" The assistant, trembling, retrieved another document marked as top secret. It was the Lunar Soil Analysis Report from the Xia Space Administration's Chang'e 20 project. Here, the lunar soil. Moreover, data suggests that it must originate from the deep soil on the far side of the moon, near the South Pole Aitken Basin, to potentially contain such trace elements. Boom! The laboratory fell into a profound silence, save for the low hum of the instruments. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, a chill rushing from their feet to their heads. The fact that even the most unassuming AK-47 brought back by Liu Ze could have its raw materials sourced from the moon, this was beyond mere black technology. It was mythic. Incredibly, this might also explain why they could be returned to reality by the system. Professor Li murmured to himself, "If we can locate the raw materials, there exists the potential for mass production. This is a monumental breakthrough." As the experts found themselves engulfed in immense shock and elation over this minuscule lunar treasure. In the base's lounge, Liu Ze wore a grim expression as he watched the television news on the wall. The screen displayed the newly appointed foreign minister of the Foot Basin Chickens, Sakura country, shamelessly standing before a shrine dedicated to A-class war criminals. Boldly addressing the world's media. "Regarding the war of yesteryear, we assert there was no so-called aggressive nature to it. It was merely a necessary means to establish the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. As for the so-called Jinling massacre on the part of the Xia dynasty, it is a baseless fabrication lacking historical evidence. We must revise our textbooks to provide our children with a true history. We will not apologize, nor will we dismantle the shrine." Such statements were utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, the news footage transitioned to the Foot Basin Chickens Maritime Self-Defense Force, which had dispatched a newly commissioned Congo-class destroyer to collaborate with the Eagle Sauce Naval Carrier Group. With a swagger, they boldly sailed into the contentious waters of the eastern sea of the Great Xia. In the footage, That destroyer brazenly trained its fire control radar on a Great Xia fishing vessel, engaged in its work for an extended period. This is a blatant provocation of war. Damn! The fury within Liu Ze erupted like a volcano. He seized the remote control in his hand and smashed it down onto the ground, shattering it into pieces in an instant. These ungrateful beasts, have they forgotten the pain of past wounds? He is a young man, and more so, a passionate soldier of Great Xia. Witnessing such an affront, it felt as if his lungs would explode with rage. Given the chance, he would truly like to march onto their wretched island with the Thunder God and teach them a lesson. Liu Ze gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white. At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Yuanchao strode in. His expression was even darker than Liu Ze's. It emanated a chilling and heart-stopping aura, as if forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Directoli, did you see that? Liu Ze pointed at the television, his eyes bloodshot. Can we really endure this? Endure? Li Yuanchao let out a cold laugh, devoid of warmth. The dictionary of Great Xia may have contained that word over a century ago, but now it has been torn out. The Supreme Command had just concluded an emergency meeting. Li Yuanchao approached Liu Ze, his gaze piercing. The High Command has decided. In response to every provocation from those cockroaches, we shall not engage in verbal sparring, nor issue protest letters. We will draw our swords directly. He paused for emphasis, enunciating each word. In 3 days, they plan to conduct their so-called island seizure exercises right at our doorstep. Yes? Let us show them what true divine retribution looks like. Lucia, stand up. Liu Ze instinctively straightened his back, every drop of blood in him igniting in an instant. The higher-ups have decreed to immediately initiate the highest level of deterrence operation, codenamed Thunderclap. Li Yuanchao's voice was low, yet it carried the weight of thunderous power. We will use what you have brought back to ensure these forgetful beasts remember their place. Liu Ze's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. Director Li, are you suggesting we use the Thunder God? Or destruction? A cruel smirk crept across Li Yuanchao's lips. We shall use the Thunder God. He looked at Liu Ze, his gaze sharpened. Academician Wang has just submitted a high-risk proposal. He discovered that the core of the M4A1 Thunder God generates immense energy overflow during operation. He has devised a temporary super-frequency amplification device that, in theory, can forcibly channel and magnify this overflow energy. This process is incredibly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to the Thunder God's core being overloaded and destroyed. Yet, provided the charging is sufficient and the operation is flawless, Li Yuanchao's voice resonated with a wild anticipation. It can create a localized, directed thunderstorm disaster in a designated maritime area. They enjoy putting on a show, do they not? Let's present them with a grand thunder calamity. Let them experience it firsthand and see if they can ascend to the heavens. Chapter 30, Ghost Mode. Although the thunderclap operation has been placed on the agenda, it remains a strategic deterrent primarily led by the military. For Liu Ze, it felt more like a recent national strategy. Yet at this moment, he had but one core mission: to continue his task, relentlessly enhance his own strength, and bring back more future technologies for Great Xia. Base 031, Underground Lounge. Having just finished a meal meticulously prepared by a state banquet chef, the cold system notification echoed in his mind once again. New map access unlocked. Target world, CrossFire Underground Research Facility, the lab. Mode, Ghost Mode. Faction, Infiltrators, Blacklist. Liu Ze's movements froze abruptly, his hand hovering midair as he put on his clothes. Ghost Mode? He instinctively gasped. Nearby, Li Yuanchao and Academician Wang immediately turned their attention to him, their expressions tightening. What's wrong? Is the new map difficult? Liu Ze took a deep breath, his expression becoming unusually grave. Director Li, it's not a matter of difficulty. In this instance, I will become a ghost. 10 minutes later, in the tactical conference room, as Liu Ze projected the task details provided by the system onto the large screen, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Special Rule 1. This mode features asymmetric confrontation. The host, as an infiltrator, ghost, is completely invisible while stationary and only reveals a silhouette while moving, excluding ghost jumps. Special Rule 2. Cold Weapon Limitation. The host cannot carry any hot weapons into the game, nor can they use firearms. Special Rule 3. Multi-round Revival Mechanism. If the host is killed in the current round, including headshots, they can revive in the next round. However, they will retain 100 pain sensation. Special Rule 4. Victory conditions require winning at least 5 out of 9 total rounds. Special Task. Mandatory within 9 rounds. The host must kill Elite Guardian's Knight, Rose once, and Blade once. Failure penalty. Random removal of one acquired ability and deduction of all experience points. Only knives? The true soldier, Thunder God, furrowed his brow, staring intently at the screen. Although he possessed the advantage of invisibility, the opponents wielded automatic rifles. Moreover, there were elite monsters. Knight Rose and Blade, former world champions, drew in a sharp breath, their faces pale. These two were top-tier characters in the game's background, especially Blade, who was the ace operative of the Guardians, excelling in both close combat and marksmanship. And this time, the task objective, Li Yuanchao pointed to the line of red text, was previously merely to win. Now, the system explicitly demands you to kill, and specifically targets elite characters of this caliber. The atmosphere was suffocating. If the previous transport ship was a meat grinder and Desert Gray was a tactical contest, then Ghost Mode challenges the ultimate in agility, psychology, and close combat skills. The good news is there's a revival mechanism. Lu Zhe pointed to Rule 3, breaking the silence with a wry smile. Even if he gets headshot, he could return in the next round. This could be considered a small stroke of luck. At least the margin for error was a bit higher. But we do not wish for you to rely on that mechanism. Li Yuanchao extinguished his cigarette, his gaze fierce. The experience of death, even with the possibility of revival, imposes irreversible damage to one's psyche. Moreover, no one knows if there are side effects to revival. He stood up, scanning the room, his tone resolute. This time, the strategic objective has changed. Our core demand is singular. Li Yuanchao turned, pressing his hands heavily on Lu Zhe's shoulders. His gaze imbued with the weight of mountains. Come back alive. Even if you bring nothing back, you must return to me whole and intact. Lu Zhe felt a surge in his heart. In this era where interests reigned supreme, hearing such words from the upper echelons of the nation was undeniably moving. Yet, as he looked at the task panel, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Director Li, who says I cannot bring anything back. The underground research facility is the birthplace of the Ghost Project. If I can strip that optical invisibility device and bring it back, wouldn't our special forces truly be able to become unseen phantoms? Boom! Academician Wang, who had been worrying about Lu Zhe's safety, widened his eyes in astonishment at these words. His breath quickening. Optical invisibility. True, individual stealth. If we could obtain that, the American radar systems would be rendered blind. Our soldiers could sneak into the White House just to use the restroom. Academician Wang was so excited he nearly suffered a brain hemorrhage. Gripping Lu Zhe's hand tightly, little Lu, if you can really bring it back, I would even kneel to you. No. Old Wang, you're embarrassing me. Lu Zhe hastily steadied the national treasure, declaring, I will do my utmost. I shall certainly strive. Enough. Li Yuanchao interrupted the musings of the elder and the youth. His countenance grave. To take something, one must first be able to approach and emerge victorious. Advisory team, quickly devise a strategy. How do we combat in Ghost Mode? How can we utilize invisibility? How do we counter the ability to hear breath? Do not speak to me of gaming experience. What I seek are life-preserving tactical maneuvers. With Li Yuanchao's authoritative command, the war machinery of Base 031 sprang back into frenzied action. This time, they were not merely facing a straightforward gunfight, but an unseen dance of death, a phantom slaughter. In the tactical discussion room, smoke swirled about. The holographic projection displayed the map of the Underground Research Institute, dissected into countless segments. Point A, Point B, ventilation ducts and sewers. Every nook and cranny was meticulously annotated. Lu Zhe, observe here. White Shark, wielding a laser pointer, indicated the iconic, massive cylindrical structure radiating a ghostly blue light at Point A. This was the energy core of the research facility and also the site for planting explosives. In earlier versions of CF, this light beam had an air wall glitch. White Shark enthused, as if transported back to the days of internet cafes. If one finds the right angle and executes a super jump at the edge of the beam, the ghost can slip directly into the column. Once inside, you are invincible. The defenders outside cannot touch you, yet you can place C4 within. Just imagine, the C4 hidden inside the column, invisible and untouchable to the defenders. Even if they wipe out your team, they cannot defuse the bomb. This is an assured win. The surrounding professional players nodded in agreement. Indeed, I often employed this tactic back in the day. It infuriated the opponents to the point of quitting the game. If victory is the goal, this method is undoubtedly the most reliable. The experts were momentarily taken aback. Although they found it somewhat unscrupulous, they reasoned that if it was for Lu Zhe's safety, what harm was there in a little trickery? No, Lu Zhe interjected, as the prospect of this plan seemed viable to everyone. Chapter 31, The Ghost Jump Technique. Lu Zhe gazed at the light beam, his expression devoid of excitement, replaced instead with apprehension. Esteemed colleagues, the last time I exploited a bug during urban warfare, I faced severe repercussions from the system. I attempted to exploit the system's rules, and what happened? The system deemed my actions malicious, resulting in a direct deduction of my teammates' health. Last time, it was against AI allies. This time, it is different. Liu Zhe's gaze swept across the room, his voice low. This time, in ghost mode, the system has explicitly stated their elite roles. If I slip into the beam, the system might classify it as malicious evasion. What if it obliterates me or traps me eternally within that beam? Moreover, Liu Zhe pointed at the holographic map where electric sparks dance from a core in the game. That is merely a texture. In reality, it is a high-energy reactor. You want me to leap into a reactor to plant a bomb? Are you hoping for my demise? His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the fervor in the room. Indeed, the physical laws and system penalties loomed like blades over their heads. Then we must rely on sheer strength. 70 kilograms sighed, abandoning fanciful thoughts as his demeanor grew serious. The essence of ghost mode can be summed up in 2 words: movement technique, commonly referred to as the ghost jump. He pulled up a first-person perspective video. In the game, the ghost merely needs to hold the crouch key and jump again the moment they land. By coordinating with the directional keys, they can maintain an invisible state while moving. This is known as the ghost jump. Liu Zhe, you must ingrain this in a muscle memory. Make it instinctual. In that world, as long as you are stationary, you remain invisible. But once you move, you become visible. Only the ghost jump defies this rule. It is the system-approved method of invisible movement. A physicist adjusted his glasses and interjected, "We have analyzed the mechanics of the ghost jump. It essentially utilizes the reaction force at the moment of landing to complete the displacement before the system refreshes the movement frame. Theoretically, as long as your rhythm is swift enough, your silhouette will merely appear as a blur on the opponent's retina, or perhaps even become entirely invisible. And you mentioned that your melee weapon is a shovel. The shovel boasts one of the longest attack ranges among melee weapons. Moreover, its heavy strike is immensely powerful, capable of delivering a fatal blow. Liu Zhe, in the next 24 hours, I require you to practice 2 things. First, jump like a rabbit until your legs cramp, until you can move silently through a room filled with obstacles, even with your eyes closed. Second, master the shovel. Heavy strikes, and more heavy strikes. You must become the reaper lurking in the shadows, not the hunted rabbit. In the following 30-plus hours, the training grounds of Base 031 echoed with an eerie commotion. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Zhe resembled a possessed zombie, squatting on the ground, frantically leaping backward. Fall, rise. Crash against walls. Rise again. Rhythm. Pay attention to the rhythm. Breathe lightly. Listen for breathing. Do not forget that the defenders can hear your breath. Control your heart rate. Keep your heartbeat below 60 beats per minute. This was an inhumane torment. Yet Liu Zhe gritted his teeth and persevered, for he understood that each drop of sweat was a bargaining chip for survival in that hellish realm. At last, the countdown reached 0. Teleportation initiated. Target, Underground Research Institute. Identity, Infiltrator Ghost. ZZZZT. The sound of electricity was the first thing Liu Zhe heard upon regaining consciousness. Immediately following was a cold, oil-scented air infiltrating his nostrils. He abruptly opened his eyes. The surroundings were dim, filled with massive metallic pipes and flashing red alarm lights. Looking down, he saw his body in an eerie, semi-transparent state, as if composed of countless flowing water ripples. Clutched in his hand was a heavy, rusted engineer's shovel. Is this the ghost form? Liu Zhe attempted to move. The moment he halted, his body seamlessly merged into the surrounding darkness, rendering his own arms nearly invisible. Yet he could hear his own breath whoosh whoosh. Even though he had deliberately suppressed it, in such a silent environment, it resonated as loudly as a bellows. Is this what they call the visibility mechanism of a ghost? Liu Zhe's heart tightened. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing 7 teammates also in a semi-transparent state. They were all AI infiltrators generated by the system. Some wielded axes. Others held Nepalese knives. The most crucial item, a red C4 bomb backpack, was slung over the shoulders of a dazed AI armed with a small dagger. The AI appeared oblivious, preparing to charge into the brightly lit corridor. Liu Zhe's eyelids flitzkeret. If it were to rush out, it would likely be riddled with bullets before even reaching point A, and if the C4 fell, their mission would be jeopardized. Hand over the bag. Without hesitation, Liu Zhe stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the AI. As the team leader, he could not directly control the AI, but could demand mission items. The AI hesitated, seemingly processing the logic. A few seconds later, It obediently relinquished the red backpack from its back. Lu Zhe seized the C4 and slung it over himself. The heavy, oppressive weight settled in, yet a sense of reassurance flooded his heart. His lifeline must remain in his own hands. All units, listen up. Lu Zhe lowered his voice, issuing the first command through the squad channel. Do not proceed to point A. Lu Zhe surveyed the intricate network of ventilation ducts on the map, a cold smile curling his lips. Everyone, follow me into the sewer. We are heading to point B. Since it is a phantom, it must traverse the path of spirits. Just then, a heavy and rhythmically resonant sound of high-heeled footsteps echoed from the wire mesh floor above. Talp, talp, talp. Accompanying this was a disdainful scoff. Humph. A group of mice that only know how to hide in the gutters. This voice. Lu Zhe abruptly looked up and through the gaps in the wire mesh. He beheld the figure of Night Rose. She was stunningly beautiful, clad in a tailor blazer paired with a fitted mini-skirt and adorned with a beret. Her overall appearance reminiscent of an air hostess. Particularly striking were her long, breathtaking legs. However, he also noticed the dagger sheathed at her waist. The elite character, Night Rose. She was right above him. Lu Zhe gripped the shovel tightly in his hand, cold sweat seeping from his palm. Since she had arrived, she could not leave. All units, be advised, a ghostly presence detected. Initiate clearance. Night Rose's voice drifted down through the floorboards, chilling yet tinged with mockery. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse trapped in a cage. Talp, talp, talp. Following this, a flurry of footsteps erupted. Those were ordinary Guardian soldiers. If she was above, it meant that Point B was currently vulnerable. Lu Zhe's mind raced. Night Rose's presence indicated that she had shifted her defensive focus to the upper levels. Chapter 32. Take a shovel from Old Lu. An opportunity. Ignoring the threat above, he shouldered the C4 and gestured to his 7 AI teammates behind him. All units, follow my lead. Jump with me. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. In the dim, damp sewer, 8 translucent figures, resembling zombies, faced away from the front and began to move in perfect unison, jumping backward. Squat down, leap, land, and jump again. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think it a large-scale horror film set. Yet in ghost mode, this was the most efficient and covert method of moving. Whoosh whoosh. There were no footsteps, only the faintest sound of fabric brushing against itself. Lu Zhe led the charge, his intermediate physical prowess allowing his ghostly jumps to be astonishingly swift. He nearly transformed into a flowing wave of air. His AI teammates, though somewhat clumsy, were nonetheless system-generated and displayed remarkable execution. Thus, the ghostly procession silently traversed the sewer, arriving beneath the main hall of Point B. Here it was. Lu Zhe halted behind a massive exhaust fan. Through the slats of the blades, he could see the scene at the B bomb site. It was a relatively narrow control room with only 2 entrances. At that moment, 2 ordinary Guardians armed with M4A1s were patrolling inside. Their expressions tense as they occasionally fired into the air, evidently tormented by the fear of phantoms. No sign of Blade. Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes. The mission required him to eliminate both Night Rose and Blade. Night Rose was upstairs, but where had Blade gone? No matter. First, plant the bomb. As long as the C4 was successfully placed, they would have to defend it. Then it would be a matter of encircling reinforcements. You 3, create a distraction at the right pipe. Lu Zhe pointed to 3 AI teammates wielding axes. The rest, conceal yourselves at the left entrance. Remember, only listen for breathing. Do not engage. Move out. The 3 AI teammates immediately complied, utilizing ghostly jumps toward the right side. Clang. 1 AI deliberately knocked over a metal barrel. The 2 Guardians at the B site instantly went on high alert. Their weapons swung towards the right pipe, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Gunfire erupted, bullets striking the metal walls and sparking. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes, seizing the cover of the gunfire to mask their breaths and footsteps. He lunged forth from the left entrance like an invisible cheetah. Ghost jump. Sprint. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The 2 Guardians were still reloading, entirely unaware that death had already crept up behind them. Lu Zhe raised the shovel high. In that moment, the countless times he had wielded it in training merged flawlessly with his current motion. Down you go. With a sickening thud, the heavy blade struck the crown of 1 Guardian's head. There was no doubt about it. The Guardian let out no sound, collapsing to the ground as a burst of white light signified his demise. Guardian eliminated. What? The other Guardian turned in terror. Awaiting him was Lu Zhe's second strike, delivered with a swift motion. A light strike. Whack. The shovel's face struck his face, sending him crashing against the wall in silence. Double kill. Lu Zhe landed, not pausing for an instant, and dashed toward the center of the bomb site. He dropped his backpack and input the code. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown of the C4 began to echo throughout Zone B. Bomb planted. This sound was a rallying call for the Guardians. Done. Lu Zhe quickly retreated, refusing to foolishly linger by the C4. He, along with the remaining 4 AI teammates, like geckos, utilized ghostly jumps to ascend to a high platform pipe above Zone B. Here, the view was expansive and shrouded in shadow, an excellent ambush point. Next, it was simply a matter of lying in wait. Lu Zhe gripped his bloodied shovel tightly, his heartbeat quickening. He knew that the true battle was just beginning. Indeed, in less than 10 seconds, hurried footsteps echoed from the outer corridor. Zone B. All personnel returned to Zone B. The ghost is in B. A swarm of guardians began to flood in. Yet Lu Zhe's gaze remained fixed on the entrance. There, a flash of red was barreling towards him. Night rose. She wielded a golden MP5, moving with the swiftness of a red lightning bolt. How dare you plant the bomb under my very nose? Night Rose's exquisitely beautiful face was filled with murderous intent. Come out. I know you're here. Hot, 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 hot. She lifted her hand and unleashed a volley of blind fire, her bullets accurately striking several dark corners where potential hiding spots lay. Thud. An AI teammate caught off guard was instantly taken down with a headshot. Such keen instincts. Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Is this what an elite boss is like? Can she predict the ghost's location merely by instinct? Night Rose charged into the bomb site. Disarm the bomb. I'll cover you. With a wave of her hand, 2 guardians immediately rushed towards the C4. Meanwhile, she positioned herself against the C4, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Her ears twitching, clearly listening for any sounds of breathing. They must not disarm it. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, holding it in. He glanced at the 3 AI teammates beside him. Though it felt somewhat disloyal, one must utilize trained soldiers at the crucial moment. Go. Charge. Lu Zhe issued a command for a suicide attack. The 3 AI teammates exhibited no hesitation, swinging their axes and Nepalese knives as they leapt down from the high platform. Roar. Here. Night Rose suddenly looked up, her MP5 spitting fire. Hot, 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 hot. In midair, the 2 AI teammates were turned into Swiss cheese before they could even land. But the 3rd AI, wielding an axe, boldly advanced against the bullets, swinging at the guardian who was disarming the bomb. One of the disarming guardians screamed as he fell to the ground. The scene descended into chaos in an instant. Seeking death, Night Rose shouted angrily, drawing her short blade and executing a spinning kick that sent the axe-wielding AI flying, then swiftly slicing his throat. The action differs slightly from CF, clean and decisive. But just at that moment, as her strength waned and new strength had yet to surge, a nearly invisible shadow descended silently from directly above her. It was Lu Zhe. He had not charged alongside his teammates, but instead had leapt down from the visual blind spot at the moment his teammates drew fire. He soared through the air, his hands gripping the shovel tightly, his body arched like a formidable shrimp. All his strength coalesced into this one decisive strike. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Zhe roared in his heart. The Night Rose seemed to sense the ominous intent looming above, and she abruptly looked up, her pupils narrowing sharply. But Lu Zhe had already arrived. Take this, old Lu's shovel. Chapitre 33, Mutuelle Destruction. Boom! The rusty, entrenching tool struck squarely against the surging chest of the Night Rose. What cherishing beauty! What confidence! In that moment, Lu Zhe's gaze was solely fixated on the crimson health bar. The impact sent the Night Rose reeling, her body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing hard beside the C4 bomb. Her health bar instantly diminished by more than half. Not dead yet. Lu Zhe landed, his heart gripped by terror. If this were a common foe, their brain matter would have splattered everywhere. Is this the resilience of an elite character? A single devastating blow failed to finish her off? Must I strike her head? Night Rose, slender physique, small head, exceptionally difficult to hit or land a critical blow. Shaking her head, Night Rose revealed a swollen mark on her exquisite face from the impact, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with unbridled resentment. You're seeking death, she screamed, discarding her gun as her dagger transformed into a glimmering blade, lunging madly toward Lu Zhe. Her speed was breathtaking. Lu Zhe barely registered a blur before a sharp pain pierced his chest. Slash! The infiltrator's bodysuit was torn, a deep gash exposing the bone beneath. So swift. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, adjusting his stance to retreat with a ghostly leap. But Night Rose clung to him like a relentless specter, every strike aimed for his heart. You wish to engage in close combat? Night Rose scoffed. I've wielded blades since childhood, back when you were still soiling your diapers. Just as Lu Zhe was about to be cornered, a series of urgent beeping escalated into a shrill alarm. The C4 countdown, only 10 seconds remaining. Lu Zhe glanced at the last remaining defender, still attempting to disarm the bomb, then back at the advancing Knight Rose. Suddenly, he broke into a wide grin, revealing bloodied teeth. Beautiful lady, do you know what mutual destruction means? Lu Zhe abandoned his defense, charging headlong into Knight Rose's blade. Want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Knight Rose thrust her dagger toward Lu Zhe's heart, but he sidestepped, allowing the blade to pierce his shoulder. This was precisely what he desired. Locking in, Lu Zhe discarded the shovel and wrapped his arms tightly around Knight Rose's waist, holding on fiercely. Let's make some noise together. Are you insane? Knight Rose's expression changed drastically as she struggled desperately, her knees slamming into Lu Zhe's abdomen. Lu Zhe coughed blood, but refused to relinquish his grip. Just then, a shadow flickered at another entrance to Point B. A figure, cold and imposing, emerged. It was the defender, Ace Blade. He had just arrived. Witnessing the chaotic scene of Lu Zhe clutching Knight Rose as if possessed, Lu Zhe caught sight of him, even perceiving a fleeting astonishment in Ace Blade's emotionless gaze. Yet he merely laughed maniacally at Ace Blade. Too late. He glanced at the defender, still fumbling with the bomb, his eyes wild with fervor. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A fiery orange lotus erupted at the center of the narrow B bomb site. The terrifying shockwave, centered on the C4, instantaneously consumed everything: walls, pipes, and bodies. In the split second before the flames tore through him, Lu Zhe felt the rigidity of Knight Rose's body in his arms and her final, unwilling scream. An overwhelming heat and sensation of tearing engulfed him, the pain 100-fold, plunging him into a hell of molten rock. Lu Zhe, Knight Rose, the unfortunate disarmer, and the recently arrived Ace Blade. All that existed in their vision was reduced to ashes in the brilliant inferno. Infiltrators win. Current record: 1 win, 0 losses. Darkness enveloped him. In the void awaiting revival, Lu Zhe's consciousness dissipated and reformed amidst excruciating pain. He grimaced, as if he could still taste the charred and sanguine essence. The first round was secured, though it was at the cost of his life. He had relished the sensation of obliteration, but it was worth it. Huff, huff. In the dark void, Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. The sensation of being torn by flames and shattered by shockwaves lingered on every nerve ending. Although his body had been miraculously reconstituted in that brilliant light, pristine and whole, the mental impact felt like a heavy hammer, causing his head to throb incessantly. Damn, that hurt. Lu Zhe grimaced as he probed his chest, confirming there were no gaping wounds or charred marks, and he cursed with lingering trepidation. First round review. Record: 1 win, 0 losses. Evaluation: a reckless gambler. A life for a life. Although victorious, it lacked elegance. The system's critique was as sardonic as ever. Elegance? I was on the brink of death, and still concerned with elegance. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes, yet a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Winning was all that mattered. As long as he could emerge victorious, he would not hesitate to self-destruct. Even if it meant biting at their heels, he would do it. After a brief respite, the surrounding darkness began to recede. The icy, damp air surged back, the familiar scent of machine oil and decay heralding the onset of the second round. Second round begins. Current score: Infiltrators 1, Defenders 0. Lu Zhe reappeared at the entrance of the sewer, this time without a moment's hesitation. He reached out to stop the AI teammate preparing to charge forward with the C4. Hand it over. The red C4 backpack fell into Lu Zhe's grasp once more. This was not merely a task item. It was his lifeline, and it must not fall into the hands of those AI who would only lead to their demise. The Knight Rose had already instilled a psychological shadow in the previous match. This time, she would undoubtedly be more cautious. Lu Zhe's eyes flickered, his mind racing. The B point would surely be heavily guarded. Returning there would be walking into a trap. This time, he would take the A point. Everyone, stay close to me. Prepare for a ghostly leap. With Lu Zhe's command, 7 translucent Spectre teammates silently followed him toward the A district. The A district of the underground research facility was a vast experimental hall filled with enormous glass jars and various intricate instruments. The terrain was even more open than the B district, with fewer cover spots, making it more challenging for the Spectres. Previously, he had analyzed that defenders preferred to position themselves on elevated platforms near the power panels by the small openings, facilitating their observation of the movements at the pipe and slope entrances. This was something he had to be vigilant about. Moreover, once discovered, there would be no place to hide. Yet Lu Zhe gambled on the element of surprise. ZZZ. The overhead incandescent lights flickered, casting the specter's translucent forms into lengths and shadows. Lu Zhe maintained his heartbeat at a steady 60 beats per minute, synchronizing each breath with the surrounding electric hum. Closer. The entrance to the A District Hall loomed before him. Lu Zhe pressed against the wall, refraining from rushing in, cautiously peeking around the corner. Utilizing the specter's cloaking ability, he carefully surveyed the interior. The hall was eerily silent. Only a few ordinary defenders clad in bulletproof vests patrolled back and forth, their M4A1s held steadily, occasionally sweeping the dark corners with their gun muzzles. Night Rose was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. Where had that woman gone? Was she still at the B point guarding the corpse? Just as he pondered this, a faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps emanated from the direction of the control room on the second floor of the hall. That was not the sound of high heels. Chapter 34. Phantom Mode. Do you possess thermal imaging? The sound of tactical boots striking the metallic floor resonated in Lu Zhe's ears. Steady, forceful, each step perfectly synchronized. Lu Zhe's gaze darted sharply to the second floor, where a tall man, hands tucked into his pockets, sauntered toward the railing, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit. With meticulously styled golden hair and oversized black sunglasses perched on his face, this man exuded an aura far more frigid and perilous than the previous Night Rose. The ace of the protectors, Blade, had finally made his entrance. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the entrenching tool, beads of cold sweat forming in the palm of his hand. In the final seconds of the last round, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of this man. At that moment, it had evoked little sensation. Now, confronted directly, Lu Zhe felt the daunting pressure emanating from this most dashing NPC of CF. It was akin to being targeted by a top-tier predator, a shiver running down his spine. All units, heed my command. Blade's voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with an icy chill. An anomaly has been detected in Area A. The mice have entered. Lu Zhe's heart raced. Can he sense them? Is this man some sort of human radar? Engage. Do not grant him the opportunity to flaunt. Lu Zhe bellowed into the channel. Team 1 and 2. Execute a flank. Team 3, charge with me. Kill. 8 translucent figures erupted from the entrance in an instant. Ghostly leaps. Accelerate. Lu Zhe, the show-off, took the lead, his level 3 physical prowess propelling him at an astonishing speed. He carved an indistinct afterimage through the air, hurtling directly towards Blade on the second floor. Capture the king before the thieves. If he could eliminate this showboater, the remaining ordinary protectors would be mere lambs awaiting slaughter. However, standing on the second floor, Blade remained unfazed, his hands still nestled in his pockets. He merely tilted his head slightly, a smirk of mockery curling the corner of his mouth. Too slow. In the next heartbeat, he moved, not to draw a firearm or a blade, but to shift his body. Bang! A bullet, without warning, shot forth from the shadows behind him. This was no ordinary rifle round. It was a sniper's projectile, imbued with horrifying kinetic energy. Lu Zhe's body twisted midair, defying the laws of physics. As he shifted half a meter to the left, whoosh, the searing shockwave grazed his scalp, singeing several strands of hair. One of his AI teammates was not so fortunate. Poof! The translucent form was obliterated, exploding into a shower of white light. A sniper? Lu Zhe's heart sank as he rolled upon landing. Seeking refuge behind a massive cultivation tank, he had seen clearly. The shot had been fired by an ordinary protector behind Blade. Yet, curiously, that protector hadn't aimed, as if he had calculated the trajectory in advance and fired with premonition. This defied logic. While the phantoms bore outlines in such dim lighting, combined with the afterimages of ghostly leaps, it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to pinpoint so accurately. Unless, disperse, find cover, Lu Zhe shouted hoarsely. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots rang out. The 3 AI teammates, leaping in ghostly bounds, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, dying instantaneously. Each shot struck as they landed, the moment their forms were most distinct. This marksmanship, this premonition, was he using some sort of aimbot? Huh. Blade on the second floor chuckled lightly. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers delicately adjusting his sunglasses. A faint red glow flickered across the lenses. In the presence of my thermal imaging tactical goggles, your invisibility is naught but a child's trick. Thermal imaging? Lu Zhe, hidden behind the cover, nearly spat blood at this revelation. What the hell? You're cheating. Phantom mode with thermal imaging? How is this any different from having full map visibility? Lu Zhe's composure shattered. In the game, protectors could only detect phantoms through the sound of their breathing or by deploying smoke grenades for visibility. who in their right mind would use thermal goggles in phantom mode. This was nothing short of a dimensional strike. No wonder he had been so composed. To him, Liu Ze and his companions were akin to running around naked. What to do? Liu Ze glanced at the three trembling AI teammates beside him, his heart sinking further. Charging out would be tantamount to suicide. Hiding? Could concealing himself behind the tank truly mask his body heat? Blade's voice descended like a specter. Then came the rapid-fire sound of bullets, a relentless barrage precisely targeting the cultivation tank where Liu Ze was concealed. The bullets, though unable to penetrate the thick glass, generated a tremendous impact, causing it to hum ominously as cracks rapidly spread. He knows where I am. He can truly see me. Damn it, it's now or never. Understanding he could no longer hide, further evasion would lead to certain capture. He commanded, "You three, charge left, draw fire." Pointing to the left corridor, his three AI teammates, despite their limited intellect, exhibited unwavering loyalty and shouted as they rushed out. Gunfire erupted. Blade didn't even need to engage directly. Merely orchestrating his subordinates resulted in the swift demise of the three decoys. Seizing this moment, Liu Ze sprang into action. Instead of rushing outside, he counterintuitively barreled toward a vent in the corner of the hall, a desperate bid for survival. Trying to escape? Blade scoffed, revealing a silver Colt Python revolver in his hand. Seemingly out of nowhere, bang! A thunderous shot rang out. Liu Ze felt a jolt in his right leg, stumbling as he collapsed to the ground. He had been hit. Despite the damage reduction of phantom mode, the revolver's power was exorbitant, penetrating deep into his thigh muscle. Gasping in pain, Liu Ze stifled his cries, scrambling into the ventilation duct with all his might. He had made it inside. Liu Ze collapsed within the duct, panting heavily. Safe for the moment? No. A glance over his shoulder revealed the dark abyss of the duct's depths, accompanied by the chilling sound of footsteps. Talp, talp, talp. Blade was in pursuit. He strolled with nonchalance, unconcerned with the narrow confines or potential ambushes. Because he could see, despair washed over Liu Ze as he realized that in the presence of thermal imaging, there were no blind spots. No matter where he hid, to Blade, he was merely a red, heat-emitting human target. This round was lost. Clenching his teeth, Liu Ze gazed at his bleeding thigh. The C4 was still strapped to his back. If he were to perish here, the C4 would go to waste. No, he absolutely could not leave it for them. A fierce determination ignited within Liu Ze. If he could not win this round, he would ensure they did not gain that which he possessed. He abruptly opened his personal space. Collect. The heavy C4 backpack vanished in an instant. It had entered his space. Chapter 35, Cheating Massacre. Having accomplished this, Liu Ze leaned against the duct wall, a sense of relief washing over his face. The next moment, a dart gun barrel was thrust before him. Blade stood 5 meters away, eyes behind the sunglasses coldly assessing him as if he were an insignificant insect. It's over. Bang! The gun erupted with flames. Pain shot through Liu Ze's forehead, and darkness enveloped his vision. Second round concluded. Protectors victorious. Current score, Infiltrators 1-1 Protectors. Though defeated, a strange curve formed at the corner of Liu Ze's mouth, just before consciousness faded entirely. Because he witnessed it, Blade approached after eliminating him. Then, the icy facade that had always exuded arrogance finally faltered for the first time. He gazed at the barren ground, his sunglasses almost slipping off. Where's the bag? My substantial C4 bag. Ah! Liu Ze abruptly sat up from the respawn point, his hands clutching his forehead tightly. It was the phantom pain from the bullet that had pierced his brow. It felt as though a searing iron rod was stirring within his brain, causing his body to convulse, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. After a full 10 seconds, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Liu Ze wiped away the cold sweat, his gaze turning exceedingly grim. That damned sunglasses-wearing man, I'll remember this shot. Although he had respawned, the shadow of death lingered ominously. What troubled Liu Ze the most was that the situation had worsened. The third round begins. Current score, Infiltrators 1, Guardians 1. Current enemy elite configuration, Blade, Thermal Imaging Reconnaissance, Night Rose, High Agility Assault. A mixed doubles match? They're intent on killing me. Liu Ze cursed as he stood up. One player with wall hacks was already insufferable, and now there was a speed-crazed female lunatic added to the mix. How do I fight this? Captain, where are we going? An AI teammate approached and inquired. Liu Ze glanced at this group of cannon fodder and then at the C4 bag lying quietly in his spatial pocket. That was the one he had desperately concealed in the previous round. With the new C4 the system had refreshed for this round, he now possessed 2 bags. Where to? Liu Ze let out a cold laugh, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. To kill. No C for installation this round. The AI teammate failed to grasp his train of thought. Install what? Lucia spot. With that wall hack in play, no matter where we install it. As soon as we approach the bag point, we become live targets. And Night Rose is also present. Her speed surpasses that of a ghost. The conventional strategy is a death sentence. This round, we shall be the hunters. Luze's plan was simple yet brutal. Since evasion was futile, they would not evade. Utilizing the ghost's high burst damage in close combat, they would exchange lives. As long as they eliminated all the guardians, victory was still attainable. Everyone spread out. Ambush in the central corridor. Remember, no ghost jumps, no movement. Just crouch in place, maintaining absolute stillness. Although Blade's thermal imaging could see us. He couldn't possibly monitor every corner at all times. What we were betting on is his visual blind spots. Luze led the team, dispersing his 7 AI teammates throughout the most intricate corridors in the map's center as if scattering beans. This area, filled with crates and narrow terrain, was an ideal spot for close-quarters ambushes. As for himself, he concealed himself in a corner piled high with wooden boxes, clutching his entrenching tool tightly, keeping his breathing to a minimum. Time ticked away. Finally, the sound of footsteps approached. This time, the footsteps were particularly dense. Top, top, top. Not only were there the heavy sounds of tactical boots, but also the crisp clicks of high heels. They were coming, and they were coming together. Luze peered through the gaps in the boxes, witnessing a scene that filled him with despair. Blade led the way, donning those damned sunglasses. His Colt revolver held steady as if welded in place. Night Rose was closely pressed against his back, her MP5 submachine gun poised and ready to fire. The two formed a moving fortress with 360-degree coverage. Behind them trailed a dozen fully armed guardians, their weapons aimed in all directions. This formation, forget the ghost. Even a fly attempting to pass would be reduced to pulp. This coordination is outrageously shameless. Luze gritted his teeth. These two elite bosses had resorted to advancing as a unit. Blade was responsible for scouting, while Night Rose handled the firepower. One distant, one close, one reconnaissance, one assault. It was simply flawless. 3 o'clock direction, behind the boxes too. Blade abruptly halted, coldly reporting the location. Received. A bloodthirsty smile curled Night Rose's lips, her MP5 firing instantly. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The dense barrage of bullets pierced through the wooden boxes. The 2 AI ghosts hiding behind the boxes didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to a sieve. Revealed, they fell, transforming into light. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Continue. 9 o'clock direction, on the ceiling, 1. Blade functioned like an emotionless reporting machine. Bang! Night Rose raised her hand, delivering a precise headshot. The ghost clinging to the ceiling's duct fell, crashing to the ground and dissipating into white light. A massacre. This was a one-sided slaughter. Lucia, hiding in his corner, watched as his teammates were systematically called out, his heart bleeding. This was not combat. It was mind clearing. Blade was the mine detector, and Night Rose was the wire cutter. They were steadily closing in on Luze's position. 12 o'clock direction, dead corner, the last one. At last, Blade's gun slowly shifted toward Luze's hiding spot. Even through 3 wooden boxes, Luze could feel that icy gaze beneath the sunglasses. Discovered. Time to fight. Luze knew that if he didn't act now, he would have no chance left. I'll blow up with you. Luze charged out. His target was not Blade. That wallhack user was too steady to approach. His target was Night Rose. If he could eliminate this fragile output, there was still hope for the next round. Luze raised his entrenching tool high, filled with the momentum of mutual destruction, and swung it fiercely toward Night Rose's head. However, facing this decisive strike, Night Rose merely smiled. She giggled alluringly, swaying gracefully. She didn't even dodge, simply shifting slightly to the side, revealing the figure behind her that she had concealed all along. It was Blade, and in his hands, he had unknowingly switched to dual wielding. Uzi twin guns neon, 2 miniature submachine guns gleaming with pink light, their barrels aimed directly at Luze, suspended in midair. Surprise. Blade coldly uttered a single word. The next second, z-z-z-z-z-z-z. The terrifying rate of fire melded the gunshots into a single line. The instantaneous, explosive power of the dual-wielded Uzis was showcased to its fullest extent at that moment. Luze felt as though he had collided with a wall composed of bullets. Countless rounds shredded through his body instantaneously, the immense force freezing him in midair for a second. Then he was violently hurled away. Chapter 36. Open the road brightly, stealthily crossed the Chun warehouse. Thud. Lu Zhe slammed heavily onto the ground. Every inch of him marred, blood instantly staining the earth. So powerful. This was not a battle of the same caliber. Was this the oppression of elite NPCs? His consciousness began to blur, his vision gradually darkening. Yet in the final moments of life, Lu Zhe's bloodied hand clutched desperately at the C4 bag on his back. You'll never win against me. He summoned the last remnants of his strength, silently reciting in his mind, collect, brush. The C4 on his back vanished once more. After completing this, Lu Zhe's head drooped, and he breathed his last. Blade and Night Rose approached his lifeless body. Night Rose kicked Lu Zhe's corpse, her brow furrowing slightly. Strange, where's the bag? This kid's bag has vanished again? A flicker of confusion passed through Blade's eyes beneath his sunglasses. For 2 consecutive rounds, the target had not dropped the C4 upon being eliminated. This defied logic. Could it be he possesses a spatial teleportation device? Blade murmured, his expression turning somewhat grave. It seems we are not dealing with an ordinary rat. In the next round, we must go all out. Third round concluded. Guardians victorious. Current score, Infiltrators 1, Defenders 2. Gasping breaths. The third resurrection. Lu Zhe felt no pain, nor did he curse his fate. He merely sat quietly in the corner of the resurrection point, his gaze fixed upon his slightly trembling hands. Did it hurt? To the marrow of his bones. Was he despondent? Indeed, somewhat. The combination of the Blade's piercing vision and Night Rose's high mobility was a veritable bane for the Spectre. No matter how he dodged or fought back, he seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute technical superiority. 1-2. Should he lose 3 more rounds, the mission would be an utter failure. Moreover, with each successive defeat, his fear of death deepened, and his physical response time diminished due to mental fatigue. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Lu Zhe lowered his gaze to his trembling hands. Conventional tactics had become utterly ineffective. Stealth, brute force, ambush, before that piercing vision, all were but a jest. To win, he must break the rules. He must do something they would never anticipate. By chance, Lu Zhe's gaze swept over his personal space. There, amidst a mountain of firearms, lay 2 red rectangular backpacks, quietly resting in the corner. They contained the C4 explosives he had desperately hidden during the second and third rounds. Along with 1 refresh for this round, he now possessed 3 C4s. 3. A wildly audacious thought, enough to send shivers down the spine of any sane individual, began to flourish in his mind like rampant weeds. If 1 C4 wasn't enough, what about 2? Or 3? Lu Zhe abruptly lifted his head. The deathly calm in his eyes vanished, replaced by 2 blazing orbs of fire. The rules state that only 1 C4 can be planted. That is a limitation imposed upon ordinary players. I have a system space. I can carry bags. The system only initiates the countdown upon successful placement of a C4, but it never said one could not plant 2 simultaneously. If alarms were to sound at both point A and point B simultaneously, if 2 bombs were to count down together, which one would you? A bunch of wall hacks? Choose to defuse. Ha 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 ha. Lu Zhe suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming from his eyes. Since you choose to disregard martial ethics and exploit cheats, do not blame me for playing dirty. In this round, I shall orchestrate a grand fireworks display for you. The 4th round begins. Current score, Infiltrators 1, Defenders 2. Lu Zhe rose to his feet. This time, he retrieved both C4 backpacks from his space, along with the one that had just refreshed, totaling 3. He handed one of the C4s to the AI teammate with the fastest speed. You, take this and charge towards point A. Remember, do not hide. Do not stop. Just charge in boldly. Even if you die on the way, charge ahead. Lucia Eshgage was chillingly fierce. I want you to be the bait. Although the AI teammate was perplexed, it faithfully strapped on the C4 and sprinted towards point A. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe, carrying the other 2 C4s, led the remaining 6 teammates into the sewer. The rest, move stealthily, follow me into the sewer. Target, Zone B. This strategy is aptly named openly repairing the road while secretly crossing the stockade. In the control room on the 2nd floor of the A-Zone hall, Blade stood with his arms crossed, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, fixed intently on the thermal imaging radar. Suddenly, a red dot appeared at the edge of the radar, moving rapidly, accompanied by unrestrained footsteps. It was swiftly approaching the entrance of Zone. Humph. Finally unable to contain yourself? Blade scoffed, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Is this suicidal charge an affront to my intelligence? Or have they been driven to desperation, forced to take a gamble? Beside him, Night Rose was cleaning her MP5, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Let it not matter whether it's a death wish. Since they VE come, they shall not return alive. The one with the bag is mine. Stay vigilant. It might be a decoy. Though Blade mocked, his tactical acumen kept him on guard. However, the thermal imaging displayed only one target. Perhaps that cunning commander is the one. Here they come. The AI Spectre roared as it charged into the A-zone hall, showing no intention of evasion, directly heading for the energy core glowing with an ethereal blue light. Seeking death, Knight Rose sprang into action, leaping from the second floor, her submachine gun unleashing a torrent of lethal fire. Tot. The dense hail of bullets instantly engulfed the AI Spectre. Without any suspense, under the firepower of the elite character, this mindless charge lasted less than 3 seconds before it was reduced to a mere sieve, dissipating into white light. Thud! The red C4 backpack fell to the ground. The bag has fallen. Knight Rose rejoiced, ready to move forward to guard the bag. However, in that very instant, the shrill alarm from the underground research facility erupted across the entire map without warning. Beep, beep, beep. The bomb has been planted at Site B. The bomb has been planted at Zone B. The cold, mechanical voice of the system struck like thunder, instantly shattering the smile on Knight Rose's face. What? Knight Rose spun around, her gaze fixed on the C4 backpack on the ground. She glanced back at the empty A-zone hall, disbelief filling her eyes. The bag was clearly here. Why is the alarm sounding in Zone B? On the second floor, Blade's perennial ice-cold expression finally showed a flicker of emotion. Chapter 37. The Defenders win? This rat with a double-back strategy has 2 C4s in hand. We've been outsmarted. That was merely a decoy. Everyone, return to Zone B. Quickly. The bomb countdown is only 40 seconds. Blade could no longer maintain his composure. He leapt from the second floor. Without even glancing at the C4 on the ground, he led all the defenders in a mad dash towards Zone B. In Zone A, it became instantly deserted. Only the C4 backpack, used as bait, lay quietly on the cold floor. Meanwhile, in Zone B, Luze had just completed the placement of the bomb. He gazed at the red numbers flashing on the C4 screen, listening to the hurried footsteps approaching from afar, a manic smile spreading across his face. The fish has taken a bait. He did not stay in Zone B to defend, as per conventional tactics. Everyone, listen up. Luze issued his final command to the remaining 6 AI teammates. You 6, hold Zone B at all costs. Hide in the corners, cling to the ceiling. With your lives, delay them for as long as possible. If anyone dares to defuse the bomb, rush in and self-detonate. Yes, the 6 AI Spectres faithfully executed the command, swiftly dispersing into the dark corners of the B-bomb site. And Luze, he unleashed the ultimate explosive power of his LV-3 physical attributes, transforming into a transparent whirlwind. Dashing out of Zone B, he did not run far. Instead, he dove into the intricate central ventilation duct connecting Zones A and B. His goal was not to escape, but to Zone A. Did you think this was the end? Luze chuckled wickedly in his heart while frantically navigating the ducts. The best show has only just begun. His speed reached its zenith, moving effortlessly through the narrow ducts. In mere seconds, he traversed half the map. He returned to the A-zone hall, where the massacre had just occurred. As he suspected, it was completely empty. Only the C4 backpack, dropped by the AI teammate slain by Knight, Rose lay forlornly on the ground. Found it. Luze executed a swift slide and seized the C4 from the ground, along with the one still strapped to his back. He now possessed 2 explosives. The system's rules dictated that for the defenders to emerge victorious, they must defuse the C4 after it has been planted. Yet, the system did not specify that one could not plant 2. Luze cast a glance towards the B zone, where the sounds of fierce gunfire and explosions echoed. Clearly, Blade and Knight Rose had engaged in combat with the AI teammates left behind. The C4 in the B zone was already in countdown mode. The system's judgment logic had entered the state of bomb planted. Luze inhaled deeply and rushed to the colossal energy core in the A zone. He deftly input the password and pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The red light on the C4 illuminated, commencing the countdown. However, this time, there was no system-wide broadcast. No announcement of the bomb has been planted. For the system's judgment, at this very moment, it was already in the state of a planted bomb. It would not repeat the announcement. This was the glitch Luze sought. Success. Luze gazed at the silently ticking C4, the madness in his eyes intensifying. He did not pause. He retrieved the last C4 from his back. If he was to play, he would play for the grand stakes. In another concealed corner of the A zone, he input the password once more. The third C4 was activated. Now, within the entire underground research facility in the B zone, there was one C4 visibly ticking down as a decoy, while in the A zone, two silent, devastating hidden explosives lay in waiting. Blade and Knight rose. Liu Ze concealed himself in the highest ventilation duct of the A-zone, surveying the empty hall below. Let us see how you will win this time. At that moment, there were 25 seconds remaining until the explosion in the B-zone, and 35 seconds until the dual detonation in the A-zone. The scythe of death loomed over the necks of all defenders, and they remained blissfully unaware in the B-zone. The battle raged with extreme ferocity. Tot, 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 tot. Boom! Flames erupted skyward, and gunfire roared like thunder. Blade and Knight rose, accompanied by a throng of defenders, charged madly against the B-zone's defenses. However, the 5 AI phantoms left behind by Liu Ze executed a relentless mad dog strategy. They did not rely on evasive maneuvers or ambush tactics. Instead, they lurked in the dead corners beside the C4. Any defender daring to approach the C4 would be immediately ambushed from the shadows. Some swung axes towards the heads of the bomb defusers, while others even threw themselves in front of gun barrels. Get away, you filthy rat. Knight Rose's MP5 had turned crimson with heat. She kicked away a phantom attempting to cling to her leg, swiftly plunging her knife, pinning it to the wall. Yet this brief delay cost her precious seconds. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown of the C4 grew increasingly urgent, like a death knell, pounding relentlessly in the hearts of every defender. 15 seconds. Blade, clear the left side. Knight Rose screamed, her exquisite visage now contorted with rage and urgency. Blade, too, could no longer afford to maintain his composure. He removed his sunglasses and activated his tactical scope to maximum power. Thermal imaging locked on. 3 o'clock on the pipe. 9 o'clock behind the crates. Focus fire. Fire at will. Tot, 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 tot. The hail of bullets instantly blanketed all hiding spots. The remaining AI phantoms were torn to shreds before they could even emit a scream. Finally, the B-zone fell silent. Only the solitary C4 bomb remained, flickering ominously as it emitted piercing beeps. Defuse it, quickly. Knight Rose slid in front of the C4, ignoring the blood on her face, and frantically pulled out the bomb defusal tool. Her fingers moved so swiftly they left behind mere afterimages. Cut the wires, input the code, disable the fuse. 10 seconds. 8 seconds. The surrounding defenders held their breath, while Blade stood guard, vigilantly scanning for any sudden reappearance of that cunning phantom captain. But he did not appear. That phantom captain, whom Blade loathed with a passion, seemed to have vanished into thin air. Had he fled? A flicker of unease crept into Blade's mind. Yet this unease was quickly overshadowed by the tension of the situation at hand. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown entered its final 5 seconds. Cold sweat dripped down Knight Rose's forehead onto the C4. Done. The last wire. Snip. With a crisp sound of severing. The frantically blinking C4 bomb in the B-zone extinguished its red light. The suffocating countdown ceased abruptly. The entire B-zone plunged into a deathly silence. Huh. Knight Rose exhaled a long breath, her body collapsing to the ground. It's disarmed. The surrounding defenders erupted into cheers of survival. We won. We won. Damn phantoms. It's finally over. Blade also breathed a sigh of relief, readjusting his sunglasses, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Though the tactics were dirty, they remained ineffective in the face of absolute power. This round was ours. Chapitre 38, Instant détonating C4. However, before he could finish his sentence, his entire being suddenly froze, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat, leaving the remaining words caught in his throat. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Logically, the moment the defusal was successful, the system should have immediately broadcast bomb has been defused, global risk wins, and the scene would freeze, and everyone would be teleported back to the spawn point. But now there was none. No victory announcement. No teleportation light. The surrounding defenders were still cheering, and Knight Rose was still wiping sweat from her brow. Even Blade suddenly perked up his ears. In that dead silence, amidst the cheering, he heard it. A faint yet undeniably present beep, beep, beep. The sound was soft, distant, as if it were a call from the depths of hell. But this rhythm, this frequency, was unmistakably the countdown of the C4 bomb. What is this? Knight Rose also sensed something was amiss. She abruptly sprang to her feet. Why? The bomb was clearly defused. Why hasn't it ended? She fixed her gaze on the C4 that had already extinguished and then glanced at the time, still ticking away around her. Could it be a terrifying thought exploded simultaneously in the minds of both Blade and Knight Rose? They exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. The A-zone. Blade let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice strained. There's another one. That lunatic has another bomb in the A-zone. He used the B zone bomb as a distraction and planted C4 in the A zone as well. Run quickly to the A zone. At that moment, all composure, all elegance, all tactical acumen were thrown to the wind. Blade and Knight Rose shoved past the obstructing defenders, scrambling out of the B zone. Beep, beep, beep. The countdown continued as they fell. At this very moment in the A zone's hall, Lu Zhe sat cross-legged at the opening of the high ventilation duct, toying with a rusty entrenching tool in his hands. He watched the two silently flashing C4 bombs below, listening to the increasingly frantic footsteps in his headphones. Those were footsteps of despair. That was a quick reaction. Lu Zhe smiled, his grin radiant. Surprised? Now that's what I call surprise. He glanced at the system timer. Only 10 seconds remained until the C4 in the A zone detonated. Racing from Zone B to Zone A, even at the utmost speed achievable by elite characters, would still require a minimum of 10 seconds. You are running out of time. Lu Zhe flashed a radiant grin, one that was both dazzling and infuriating. Mixed doubles? Wall hacks? Thermal imaging? In the face of absolute explosive artistry, they are all but trivial. At the end of the corridor, the figures of Blade and Knight Rose finally emerged, panting and disheveled. As they burst into the A-Zone hall, their eyes fell upon the two C4 bombs, positioned side by side beneath the energy core, their crimson lights flashing almost in unison. The expressions of the two were nothing short of exquisite, a blend of despair, fury, and a profound sense of helplessness against such unscrupulous tactics. You bastard! Knight Rose let out one final, unwilling scream, raising her gun in an attempt to shoot at Lu Zhe, who was perched on the pipes. But it was already futile. Lu Zhe merely waved his hand in a farewell gesture. Just before the explosion, he made a collecting motion, and the two C4s instantaneously transformed into what? Boom! In the next moment, the countdown reached 0. A thunderous roar erupted as the C4 bomb detonated. A colossal, blinding mushroom cloud, laden with the essence of destruction, ascended from the depths of the underground research facility. The terrifying shockwave instantly obliterated Knight, Rose, and Blade. Silence enveloped the world. The Infiltrators win. Current score: Infiltrators 2, Defenders 2. In the dark void, Lu Zhe resurrected once more. Though his body still throbbed with agony, he laughed uproariously, tears streaming down his face. What a thrill! Did you see the despair in their eyes? This is the true essence of ghost mode. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Lu Zhe declared, "Let's continue the game. I wish to see how many lives you possess, enough for me to obliterate." Yet this was not the source of his greatest excitement. Lu Zhe's mind delved into his personal space. In a corner lay a red square backpack, a remnant from the previous round, just moments before the explosion, where he had cleverly exploited a system glitch to snatch a C4 from the heart of the blast. However, at this moment, the state of this C4 was rather peculiar. The red indicator light remained lit, frozen in a state of suspension. The LCD display showed a bright red countdown, firmly stuck at a single value. 0.00005. 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds remained. Lu Zhe gazed at this object, a low, sinister chuckle escaping his throat. Oh, system, why you have constrained my weaponry. Your spatial mechanism is the greatest bug of all. Within his personal space, time stood still. This meant that the C4, which had only 5 seconds left until detonation, existed in a state of eternal 5 seconds within the confines of this space. Yet once removed, standard protocol for placing a C4 would necessitate entering a password and connecting the detonator. This entire process would take at least 3 to 5 seconds, followed by a lengthy 40-second countdown. But this one, Lu Zhe's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he focused on the number. This was a product that had already been activated and was in the final stages of the detonation process. As soon as I take it out, it requires no installation, no password, not even the damned 40 seconds of waiting. It will directly proceed with those last 5 seconds. What does this mean? Lu Zhe suddenly leapt to his feet, a palpable aura of killing intent surging from him. This meant that what he held was not merely a bomb, but an instant detonation C4. All he had to do was toss it on the bomb site, and even if the defenders were right beside him, they would have no time to defuse it. In 5 seconds, what could one accomplish? By the time they reached for the bomb defusal tools and attempted to cut the first wire, they would be sent skyward along with it. Speedrun. I demand a speedrun. Lu Zhe licked his cracked lips, a more audacious plan forming in his mind. Chapter 39. Run? There is no time left. With this ultimate weapon in hand, what need is there for tactics? What need is there for cover? Let's charge headlong. Since you possess thermal imaging and can run swiftly, let us see whose gun is faster, yours or my bomb. Round 5 begins. Current score: Infiltrators 2, Defenders 2. This time, Liu Ze did not opt for the stealthy development of previous rounds, nor did he devise any elaborate feigning tactics. He glanced at the 7 AI teammates that had just respawned, as well as the unfortunate soul tasked with carrying this round C4. Hand over the bomb. Without hesitation, Liu Ze seized the new C4 for this round and tossed it into space. Now, he possessed a 5-second bomb and a brand new C4. Everyone, listen up. Liu Ze stood at the sewer entrance of the spawn point, his engineer's shovel pointing toward the illuminated and perilous direction of the A-Zone Hall. This time, no taking the sewers, no crawling through ventilation ducts. Everyone engage in ghost jumping. Target a zone. Charge forward at the fastest speed in a straight line. No one is to look back. No one is to stop. Although the AI teammates lacked emotions upon receiving this suicidal command, they seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, processing this mad logic. Yet the system's compulsion left them no room for refusal. Charge! Liu Ze roared, his level 3 physical prowess erupting instantly. He surged ahead, accompanied by 7 translucent afterimages, charging straight out of the spawn point. He did not choose the route abundant in cover. Rather, he opted for the most exposed and direct path leading to the A-Zone. Come on, Blade. Show me where you are in this round. In the A-Zone Hall, after the cleansing of the previous round C4 bomb, the area had returned to its former state. Blade stood on the elevated platform of the second floor, his face beneath the sunglasses shadowed with a terrifying demeanor. His dual Uzi firearms had been replaced with 2 dual stare-augs. The dual bomb tactic from the last round had exploited their cognitive blind spots. Blade spoke into the communicator, his voice icy. That madman must have some form of spatial storage device, allowing him to carry multiple C4s. This round, he will undoubtedly employ the same trick, using B-Zone's complex terrain to buy time. Beside him, Night Rose had switched to a more agile M4A1 Rose sprite, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. No matter how many bombs he has, the moment I see him, I'll take him out. I'll guard the B-Zone pipes, ensuring he has no chance to exploit us again. The two quickly devised a strategy. However, just as they anticipated, Liu Ze would continue his underhanded tactics. Thud, thud, thud. A series of rapid, emphatic, and almost audacious landing sounds resonated from the direction of the A-Zone's main entrance. This was not the cautious stealth of an infiltrator, but rather the bold charge of an assault. What? Blade spun around sharply, and through the thermal imaging goggles, 8 red heat signatures suddenly appeared. They formed a single file, charging straight toward the A-Zone energy core with astonishing speed. This, even Blade, usually composed, was momentarily taken aback. Had this group of mice gone mad? No táctica de evasión, just a head-on rush? Who do they think they're underestimating? Blade's fury ignited instantly. In front of him, the elite armed with full-map wall hacks. This charge was nothing short of a death wish. Seeking death? I shall oblige. In a swift motion, the blade wielder brandished the dual stare angels, elevating them without a hint of aiming, relying solely on muscle memory and the assistance of thermal imaging. Rapidly, he pulled the trigger. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Bullets surged forth with alarming speed, concentrating on a single target. The foremost AI Spectre was instantly shattered into countless fragments by the relentless barrage. 1 kill. Yet, this did not deter the Spectres trailing behind. On the contrary, the leader, the most elusive of the Phantoms, accelerated the moment the gunfire erupted. Seizing the opportunity presented by his fallen comrade, he executed an astonishing long-distance double jump, closing the distance by several meters in an instant. It was Liu Ze. He regarded his fallen teammate with unblinking eyes. Let them die. All of them. As long as I reach the bomb site, their demise will be worth it. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Night Rose reacted swiftly, her weapon firing off rounds in quick succession. PFF. PFF. 2 more AI Phantoms fell. Yet, Liu Ze continued his relentless advance. In his gaze, there existed only the energy core glowing with a cerulean light. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Liu Ze's speed reached its zenith, weaving through the hail of bullets. His body was marked with numerous wounds from stray shots, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Block him. The blade wielder sensed something amiss. This madman did not appear intent on killing, nor did he seem to be seeking death. That look in his eyes instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. Too late. Liu Ze let out a ferocious roar. He summoned every ounce of strength for a desperate leap. His body landed squarely in the bomb-planting zone of Area A. Allow me to show you a treasure. Liu Ze, bloodied yet radiant with a brilliant smile, appeared before the astonished gazes of the blade wielder and Knight Rose. Instead of inputting the C4 code, as per protocol, he merely waved his hand. A red backpack materialized out of thin air, landing on the ground. The moment the backpack appeared, the blinding countdown began its frantic ticking. 0000004. 000003. Area A. Everyone froze in disbelief. The blade wielder, stationed on the second floor, ceased fire, utterly stunned. What had he just witnessed? That lunatic, that reckless phantom captain, had sacrificed his entire team merely to drop that bag? No. The focus was not on the bag. The emphasis lay on the numbers on that bag. 0000003. 3 seconds. Not the customary 40 seconds. Not even a few seconds required for planting. The moment it touched the ground, it was the end game. This was impossible. The blade wielder let out a shriek of utter disbelief. As an advanced elite AI, his logic repository housed millions of tactical models. Yet, not a single rule had ever informed him that C4 could be deployed in such a manner. This was cheating. This was data manipulation. This was an unmistakable bug. Run. Flee. The blade wielder, instinctively driven by survival, dashed towards the window, away from the control room. Disarm it? What nonsense. 3 seconds. There wasn't even time to retrieve the disarming tool. This was a guaranteed death trap. Even a deity would kneel in submission before a C4 set to detonate in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Knight Rose was even closer, having just dispatched an AI specter. She was poised to rush over and finish Lu Zhe off. However, her gaze fell upon the frantic countdown. 000002. Knight Rose's exquisite face went pale in an instant. One leg still suspended in the air, she found herself frozen in place. Escape? There was no time. She was less than 10 meters from ground zero. Chapter 40. A stroll with the blade wielder and Knight Rose. The fleeting seconds were wholly insufficient for her to escape the lethal radius. Knight Rose's expression darkened. She fixated on Lu Zhe, who lay beside the C4, not only refusing to flee, but seemingly reveling in the moment with his eyes shut tight. This man had dared to toy with her. Lu Zhe was indeed savoring the moment. Lying on the cold floor, blood oozing from several gunshot wounds, he grimaced in pain. Yet, inside, he felt exhilarated, observing the two elite characters, now resembling frightened strays, floundering in panic. Watching the sunglasses-clad man, typically so composed, now abandon his teammates in terror. The thrill of vengeance surpassed any pain relief. Time was running out. Lu Zhe murmured to himself, watching the digit before him tick down to its final position. 000001. Farewell. Losers. 0000000. Boom. There was no time for anyone to react. The infiltrators win. Current score. Infiltrators 3, defenders 2. The familiar system notification echoed amidst the explosion's aftermath. Lu Zhe, still grappling with the phantom pain of death, laughed more maniacally than ever. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. This is how it should be done. Don't you love using wall hacks? Don't you enjoy guarding points? I'll simply upend the table. Let us see how you defend. This exhilarating rush was utterly addictive. No need for intricate gambits, no need for cautious stealth. As long as the package could be delivered, victory was assured. However, after the laughter subsided, Lu Zhe regained his composure, a frown creasing his brow. He glanced at his personal space. The illustrious 5-second C4 had vanished. After all, it was a consumable. Once it detonated, it was gone. Such a pity. If only it could be used infinitely. Lu Zhe shined. Yet, he noticed the pristine C4 still remaining in his inventory. Coupled with the impending refresh, he still possessed 2 packages. Though he lacked the instant detonation device, the dual package strategy remained unassailable. Moreover, a glint of inspiration flickered in Lu Zhe's eyes. Since that 5-second bomb was so effective, why not create another? If he could place the C4 properly in this round, he could retrieve it when the countdown nears its final seconds, or just as the enemy prepares to disarm it. That would yield a new instant detonation C4. Timing was of the essence. Lu Zhe felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Yet, having won 3 rounds, 2 remained before ultimate victory. However, he had yet to complete the task of eliminating the elite characters. The key lay in dispatching those 2. Primarily, the blade wielder. Perhaps he could devise a trap to draw them apart, creating an opportunity. The 6th round begins. Current score. Infiltrators 3, defenders 2. The score had reversed. Lu Zhe reappeared at the spawn point. This time, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. No longer the timid mouse. He now exuded the aura of an omnipotent tyrant. The package is mine. still uttering the familiar opening line. Liu Zhe seized the new C4 for this round and tossed it into his inventory. Now, he possessed 2 packages once again, although he had lost the instant detonation device. This round, we could indulge in something more flamboyant. Liu Zhe surveyed his terrified AI teammates. Everyone he my command. You 3. Take this package and linger near the B district sewer entrance. Do not reveal yourselves. Liu Zhe handed on a AI A4. The others, follow me. We shall revisit Area A. Back at the Defender S base, the resurrected blade wielder and knight Rose wore expressions of extreme dismay. That madman possessed an instant detonation C4. The blade wielder's voice was hoarse. Such a device was virtually indefensible. As long as he approached the bomb site, we would be doomed. The knight, Rose, bit her lip, her grip on the gun tightening to the point of whiteness at her knuckles. What now? Were they to wait for death? She could not allow him to approach. Dao Feng inhaled deeply. A change in strategy was imperative. No longer would they hold their position. They would take the initiative before he could reach the bomb site. They would ambush him midway. As long as he was eliminated, the C4 would be rendered useless, even if it was a timed explosive. This was the singular path to breakthrough. If they could not hold their ground, they would strike out. They would push the front line to the vicinity of the infiltrators' spawn point. I will go to a site. You head to B tunnel. Dao Feng commanded coldly. Remember, fire at the slightest sound. Do not fear wasting ammunition. The knight rose, lacking the advantage of clear sight, nodded in understanding, her eyes gleaming with lethal intent. The duo swiftly separated, plunging into the heart of the infiltrators' territory. However, unbeknownst to them, their reaction had long been anticipated by Liu Zhe. An offensive maneuver? Liu Zhe, slowly crawling through the A district's pipes with his team, caught sight of the desolate hall below through a gap, along with the hurried figures of defenders rushing towards the infiltrators' lair in the distance. Ah, in Hoshta, Liu Zhe chuckled. Now that you've emerged, the old home shall be mine. Since you wish not to defend, I shall ensure your return is impossible. Liu Zhe did not rush to plant the bomb. He silently occupied the high ground of the district, steadying his weapon, though it was merely a shovel, not a gun, and guarding the pipe's entrance. When they returned empty-handed, he would greet them with a delightful surprise. The 6th round unfolded precisely as Liu Zhe had foreseen. Dao Feng and the knight rose, haunted by the previous round's instant C4 explosion, relinquished their defensive advantage for an aggressive advance. They charged with the majority of their forces to the vicinity of the infiltrators' sewer and spawn point, unleashing a frenzied hail of bullets at every conceivable hiding spot. Yet, apart from a gust of air and an AI ghost serving as bait, they encountered nothing of Liu Zhe. No one. Dao Feng stood at the vacant spawn point of the infiltrator, gazing at the eerily silent sewer through thermal imaging, a heavy sense of foreboding settling within him. A realization struck him. They had been lured away. That scoundrel had no intention of engaging them on the road. He had already circumvented them. Fall back. Everyone returned to a district. Dao Feng roared, pivoting on his heel to flee. Alas, it was far too late. Beep, beep, beep. The familiar, despair-inducing sound of the C4 planting notification echoed above a district. The bomb has been planted at site. You bastard. The knight, Rose, shrieked in fury, feeling utterly foolish as she realized they had been outmaneuvered. Back. Kill him. The defenders turned and sprinted back. Yet this time, what awaited them was not an empty bomb site, but a meticulously crafted trap. In a district's hall, Liu Zhe had already set the C4. However, unlike before, he did not hide or flee. This time, he was poised to reap his rewards. The mission required to eliminate both the Knight Rose and Dao Feng once. Though the earlier dual-core explosion had dispatched them, the system attributed the kills to the explosives, not counting towards Liu Zhe's melee eliminations. Or perhaps Liu Zhe was uncertain. He needed to personally slay one with the shovel to feel assured. In this round, securing a single kill was imperative. Chapter 41, Bring It to Me. Liu Zhe concealed himself above the entrance to a district within a ventilation duct. This location provided a blind spot and was the optimal ambush point. Gripping tightly the engineer's shovel that had already flattened several skulls, he held his breath to its utmost. He had positioned all remaining AI teammates around the C4 as meat shields, with a singular purpose, to draw fire and create chaos. They were coming. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Leading the charge was none other than the swiftest and most impulsive, the Knight Rose, armed with the M4A1 Rose Sprite. She burst into a district, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the C4. All of you die. Tot. Bullets flew wildly, and several AI ghosts, failing to find adequate cover, fell with anguished cries. However, they succeeded in slowing the Knight Rose's advance and depleting her magazine. Click, click. The M4A1 Rose sprite emitted the sound of an empty chamber. Out of ammunition, the knight Rose instinctively reached for the pistol at her waist. In that fleeting moment, now is the time, a glint of determination sparked in Liu Zhe's eyes. He leaped from the duct above, executing a raw, unrefined free fall without any tricks. The force of gravity combined with the explosive power of his LV-3 physique. In midair, Liu Zhe raised the engineer shovel high. Every muscle in his body taut with tension. The shovel descended rapidly towards the knight Rose's head. Being an elite character, she sensed something was amiss the instant Liu Zhe descended. She quickly looked up, her pupils reflecting the figure plummeting from above. It's you. She attempted to evade and draw her blade, but Liu Zhe had timed his attack flawlessly. It was precisely during her moment of weapon transition. There was no time to react. Take that. Crash. The shovel struck solidly against the crown of the knight Rose's head. Her once beautiful visage now appeared somewhat grotesque, the force embedding the blade deep into her skull. Critical hit. An absolutely fatal strike. The knight Rose could not even muster a scream as she was propelled backward, her head instantly contorted. Health bar? Instantly depleted. Eliminated elite defender knight Rose, 11, completed. Gained 100 experience points. The melodious notification sounded. Liu Zhe landed, stepping upon the knight Rose's lifeless body, extracting the shovel smeared with blood and brain matter. Phew. Finally taken one down. He shook the blood from the shovel, his gaze icy. Yet this was not the end. In the distance, Dao Feng and the majority of his forces arrived. He witnessed Liu Zhe's strike that had felled the knight Rose. Knight Rose. Dao Feng was utterly unhinged. I will tear you limb from limb. Snap. Dao Feng stowed away the dual-wield stare angels into his backpack and swiftly drew a heavier, ominously glowing large-caliber revolver from behind. Invincible revolver. This weapon boasted the highest single-shot damage among sidearms in the game. A hit to the torso caused half health, while a headshot was an instant kill. Bang, bang. Without uttering a word, Dao Feng raised his hand and fired twice. At that moment, Liu Zhe had just extracted the shovel from the knight Rose's face and was still recovering from his high jump, unable to evade significantly. Thud. One bullet grazed his ribcage, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh, sending a searing pain coursing through him. The other struck directly against his left thigh. Ugh. Liu Zhe grunted, staggering to his knees. The excruciating agony of being ripped apart by a large-caliber bullet, shattering bones, nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Despite the formidable strength of his LV-3 physique, he remained flesh and blood. Yet he could not succumb. The C4 was still beeping ominously, the countdown barely 20 seconds remaining. If he could just hold Dao Feng at bay, victory could be theirs, but with what could he delay him? Liu Zhe gazed at the advancing Dao Feng, exuding a palpable aura of malice, and felt a bitter pang in his heart. In earlier times, he could have thrown a smoke grenade to obscure their vision. However, the system is now limited. He is but a specter, wielding merely a shovel. There exists no means for remote interference. Run? Aren't you capable of jumping? Dao Feng approached Liu Zhe, standing 5 meters away, his gun's dark muzzle aimed squarely at Liu Zhe's head. He refrained from firing immediately, seemingly relishing the anticipation of torturing this man. Why aren't you jumping now? When you slaughtered Knight Rose, you were quite arrogant, weren't you? What has caused your bravado to wane? Every action you undertake is within my grasp, Dao Feng coldly declared. Liu Zhe gasped for breath, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his gaze, his vision blurred by sweat, and fixed his intense stare upon Dao Feng. More precisely, he focused on the sunglasses adorning Dao Feng's face. Ha! Liu Zhe suddenly chuckled, blood spattering as he did so. I always wondered why you seem to know my whereabouts. I suspect that contraption is the source of your cheating, isn't it? Liu Zhe's eyes gleamed with a peculiar madness, revealing a sense of twisted amusement. Spare me your ramblings. Klipava to die. Dao Feng, now enraged by the exposure of his secret, was about to pull the trigger. In that critical moment, Liu Zhe moved. He did not attempt to flee, nor did he try to use the shovel to block the bullet. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he executed a maneuver that left Dao Feng utterly bewildered. He abruptly retrieved the useless backup C4 backpack from his spatial storage. Then, with the force of a brick, he hurled it directly at Dao Feng's face. Catch your family bucket. Win the world. Dao Feng instinctively raised his left hand. His gun aimed to block this red, unidentified flying object. Bang! The C4 backpack was struck by the bullet, sparks flying. Though it did not explode, due to the stable nature of C4, the tremendous impact momentarily obscured Dao Feng's vision. In that fleeting instant, now, Despite the excruciating pain from his shattered thigh, Liu Zhe's level 3 explosive power was drawn to its utmost limit at that moment. He sprang up from the ground like a dying mad wolf. Without a shovel, without a weapon, he spread his arms wide and lunged fiercely toward Dao Feng, seeking death. As Dao Feng regained his sight, he spotted Liu Zhe barreling toward him, and the gun in his right hand was pressed against Liu Zhe's chest. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The bullet pierced through Liu Zhe's torso, blood gushing forth. Liu Zhe's body halted abruptly in midair. Yet he did not cease. The inertia propelled his lifeless form directly into Dao Feng's embrace. In the final moments of his life, his hands reached desperately for Dao Feng's face. Bring it to me. In the last second before his consciousness faded, Liu Zhe unleashed a roar from the depths of his soul. His fingers latched onto the frame of those black sunglasses. With a powerful tug, rip, the arms of the sunglasses sliced through Dao Feng's ear, drawing forth a trail of blood. The sunglasses, which Dao Feng had never removed, were torn from his face. Retrieve. Buzz. The sensation in his hand vanished in an instant. The sunglasses had entered the spatial realm. Ah, my eyes. Dao Feng emitted a wail of agony. Those sunglasses were connected to his visual nerve system. The forceful removal resulted in a momentary visual overload and intense dizziness. His vision darkened, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. You filthy rat. Chapter 42. Securing match point. Dao Feng clutched his bleeding ear, his revolver beginning to fire erratically. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew wildly in the empty hall. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe lay on the ground, blood pouring from his chest and thigh, his body growing cold. Yet, a triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You have died. C4 bomb will explode in 10 seconds. The other AI defenders scrambled to disarm the C4. Dao Feng struggled on the ground for several seconds before slowly opening his eyes. But at that moment, the world appeared dim, blurry, and filled with shadows in his sight. The red thermal imaging outlines vanished, and the clear identification of enemies was lost. He gazed at the C4 not far away, which was flashing a frantic red light. His expression turned grim. It's gone. His advantage had dissipated. Beep, 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 beep. Bomb has been defused. Global risk wins. The bomb has been disarmed. The 6th round ends. Defenders win. Current score. Infiltrators 3. Defenders 3. Though victorious, neither Dao Feng nor Knight Rose felt joy. Their advantage had evaporated, and the ensuing encounters would become increasingly challenging. In contrast, Liu Zhe's mood had markedly improved. In his hand appeared a pair of black sunglasses. Tentatively, he perched them on his nose. Beep. A faint activation sound resonated in his mind. The tactical goggles were connected, biological authentication bypassed. System space items belonged to the host. Thermal imaging mode activated. Whoosh. He could now discern the indistinct thermal outlines of his AI teammates surrounding him. Holy crap. Liu Zhe inhaled sharply, a wave of exhilaration flooding over him. No wonder this guy fought me as if I were a child. This device is practically a bane to stealth mode. However, at this moment, Liu Zhe adjusted his sunglasses, revealing a sinister grin that showcased his white teeth. The 7th round commenced. Infiltrators 3, Defenders 3. It's time to seize match point. The roles of offense and defense have shifted. Dao Feng, without this advantage, let us see how you continue to act the part. Is this the joy of having an advantage? All previous feelings of frustration, fear, and helplessness dissipated into thin air. This is on me. Liu Zhe deftly stripped the newly refreshed C4 from his AI teammate and tossed it into his spatial storage. Now, he possessed this advantage. The opposing team could no longer anticipate his location. Everyone he might command. Liu Zhe's voice was deep, yet imbued with an unprecedented confidence. This time, we shall not divide our forces or feign attacks. Everyone, leap like ghosts, follow me to his sight. Previously, Dao Feng had engaged in ambushes. Now, it was my turn to pierce through him head-on. At the perimeter of Area A, Dao Feng, stripped of his sunglasses, leaned against the cold metal wall. The grip on his angry bull revolver had turned white with tension. He no longer spoke or issued taunts as before. The face that once exuded an air of cold superiority was now only a mask of profound gloom and suppressed rage. The loss of his sunglasses represented not merely the forfeiture of a tactical tool, but a disgraceful humiliation for him as the ace among defenders. It felt as if he were being mocked by a rat riding on his face. Huff, huff. Knight Rose stood beside him, her M4-1 Rose Spirit rifle lowered, her vigilant eyes scanning the area. Dao Feng, remain calm, she murmured, though she longed to rend that specter to pieces. The absence of thermal imaging placed them in a precarious situation. I'm not impulsive. Dao Feng replied slowly. He closed his eyes, heightening his hearing to its peak. Lacking visual assistance, he was relying on sound, listening for breathing, listening for footsteps. Suddenly, a faint, yet distinctively rhythmic scraping sound emerged from the far end of the corridor. They are coming. Dao Feng's eyes sprang open, revealing a glint of lethal intent. Develvi Oklaki. The specter is likely approaching with a ghostly leap, covering fire. Without hesitation or unnecessary words, Dao Feng and Knight Rose simultaneously emerged from cover, their weapons instantly unleashing a barrage toward that direction. Bang! 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 Hot, 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 hot. A dense hail of bullets instantaneously sealed off the entire corridor. Had it been the Liu Ze of old, confronted with such blind fire suppression, he would have had no choice but to cower or sacrifice his AI teammates as fodder. Yet now, are you shooting at thin air? Liu Ze pressed himself against the wall at the corner of the corridor. Little ones, charge out and draw fire. With a commanding voice, Liu Ze issued the order. The three AI phantoms fearlessly dashed into the hail of bullets. Bang! Bang! Two of the AIs were instantly obliterated. But that was sufficient. Just as the blade fired its third shot, its old strength was exhausted, preparing to evade during a brief 5-second period of vulnerability. Liu Ze sprang into action. He did not employ a ghostly leap. Instead, he harnessed the explosive power of his LV-3 physique and swiftly surged forward. In his line of sight, the crimson heat source of Blade's heart was in a vacuum, devoid of any protective cover. Found you. The murderous intent in Liu Ze's eyes surged. At that moment, what he gripped was no longer a shovel, but a Nepalese kukri he had borrowed from an AI comrade. While its attack range was less than that of the shovel, its speed and lethality were unmatched. At the instant Liu Ze completed his sliding attack, he propelled himself upward. The kukri surged toward Blade's neck. Blade, being an elite character, sensed the lethal threat and instinctively attempted to raise his gun to block or retreat. However, Liu Ze anticipated his every move. Before Blade could lift his weapon, he was already upon him. Swoosh! The razor-sharp blade of the kukri sliced precisely into Blade's carotid artery, and with a fierce tug, it severed the life force. Kill Elite Guardian Blade 11, completed, gained 100 experience points. Delight surged through Liu Ze as he kicked Blade's corpse aside and swiftly executed a defensive slash. Clang! Sparks flew as the dagger of Knight Rose was deftly parried. At that moment, Knight Rose, witnessing the demise of Blade, was ensnared by terror. Now it's your turn, beauty. Liu chagrined, the smile appearing particularly sinister behind the thermal imaging sunglasses. There was no mercy in his heart. With a flick of his wrist, the kukri deftly deflected Knight Rose's dagger. Following that, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. Thud! It pierced straight through her chest. Double kill. All units, charge. Clear the area. Liu Ze withdrew his battle blade, surveying the quaking ordinary guardians, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded them. No longer under the overshadowing presence of elite foes, it became a one-sided massacre. A minute later, in the A-Zone hall, the ground was littered with corpses. Liu Ze had not even utilized C4. He had annihilated all guardians through sheer close combat. Infiltrators victorious. Current score, Infiltrators 4, Guardians 3. Match point. Just one more round to claim victory. Chapter 43, Stripping Teammates. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Liu Ze adjusted his sunglasses, feeling the surge of power coursing through his LV-3 body. Who has left? This so-called elite dungeon, without cheats, can only endure passive assaults. Yet this was not enough. Glancing at the fallen bodies, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Blade was dead. Knight Rose was also dead. Mission accomplished. The 8th round begins. Match point round. Current score, Infiltrators 4, Guardians 3. The final round. Liu Ze felt no pressure whatsoever. He stood at the spawn point, observing the respawned AI teammates. This round will be swift. Liu Ze stowed away the C4, adjusted his sunglasses, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. The two elite foes across were likely on the brink of despair. Indeed, that was the case. In the Guardian's base, the resurrected Blade and Knight Rose faced utter hopelessness against Liu Ze, who possessed the advantage of foresight. Although they had drawn their MG3 and M60 and attempted to establish a final line of defense with a makeshift barricade, if they were ordinary players, they might have faced difficulties. However, to Liu Ze, their congregation merely signaled an invitation to obliteration. Liu Ze and his team stealthily approached the ventilation ducts above Zone A. Through his sunglasses, he surveyed the mass of red heat signatures below. He pulled out 3 C4 from his spatial pocket. A little extra garnish for you. Liu Ze resumed his evasive tactics. This time, they had no foresight and could only rely on their own lives to fill the gaps. Their barricade crumbled unceremoniously. Along the way, they were continuously picked off by the phantoms. With each fallen comrade, their formation unraveled. Liu Ze seized the opportunity to reap the rewards. This battle concluded even more swiftly than the last, in a mere 40 seconds. Blade and Knight Rose were brutally felled, their spirits forever trapped in despair. Infiltrators victorious. Current score: Infiltrators 5, Guardians 3. Victory. Mission accomplished. Time to clock out. Liu Ze shook the blood from his shovel, surveying the chaos around him, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Mission 1. Within 9 rounds of play, eliminate Elite Guardian Knight Rose once. Eliminate Elite Guardian Blade once. Elimination of Elite Guardian Blade, 11. Elimination of Elite Guardian Knight Rose, 11. Completed. Mission 2. Secure at least 5 victories out of a total of 9 rounds. Completed. Mission reward: comprehensive enhancement of host's physical attributes, intermediate. Experience points 200. Additional prompt: current level LV3, 420,500. Mission complete. Preparing to return to the real world. Teleportation commencing. Countdown: 60, 59, 58. The countdown this time was an entire minute. Watching the timer, a hint of joy appeared on Liu Ze's face. His gaze fell upon his semi-transparent arm. He then turned to the 7 AI teammates still in a state of invisibility, standing dazed and oblivious to what was about to unfold. His expression gradually morphed into one of avarice. Optical cloaking devices. This was true single-soldier stealth gear, a coveted treasure. The system stated that equipment could not be taken inside, yet it never mentioned the inability to extract gear from here. Liu Ze rubbed his hands together, a merchant-like grin spreading across his face. He approached the nearest AI teammate, who still clutched an axe, staring blankly at his captain, entirely unaware of the impending event. Brother, you've worked hard this battle. Liu Ze patted its shoulder. For the advancement of technology in Daxia, for the future of our nation. Liu Ze chuckled mischievously as he took action. Mind if I borrow your outfit? Strip. The AI teammate was evidently devoid of any sense of shame. Within the system's foundational logic, it could not resist the captain's commands. Thus, a scene unfolded in the A-Zone hall that was difficult to behold. A sunglasses-clad phantom captain began to strip down his 7 teammates. Collect. With a mere thought, the invisible combat suit of the AI teammate vanished into thin air. The once semi-transparent, formidable phantom soldier instantly transformed into a muscular man clad only in the system's default white shorts. No way, it actually works. Liu Ze exclaimed with elation. As long as it was deemed detached from the AI's core, it could be stored in the spatial pocket. Come, line up one by one. Liu Ze took on the demeanor of an unscrupulous contractor, calling out names one by one. Yours, hand it over. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. In just 30 seconds. The once enigmatic Phantom Squad had morphed into 7 bewildered muscular men clad in shorts, standing barefoot and utterly perplexed. The sight was utterly eye-watering. Meanwhile, Liu Ze's spatial pocket was neatly stacked with 7 sets of Phantom optical camouflage combat gear. This is the kind of cutting-edge technology that even Eagle Sauce could only dream of but never create. Just one more set is needed. Liu Ze glanced at his own attire. Since he was returning anyway, and there were no outsiders around, what was the harm in running naked for the sake of science? Resolutely, he stripped off his own gear with remarkable speed and tucked it into his spatial storage. 8 sets. A full 8 sets of individual stealth gear. If he could bring these back to the Dragon Tooth Special Operations Team, Liu Ze envisioned the scene. 8 invisible elite soldiers infiltrating the enemy command center, stealthily stealing the commander's undergarments without a clue. Of course, thermal imaging might reveal them, but Liu Ze was skeptical. The enemy's thermal imaging technology was superior to his current eyewear. Schetisch fand, Liu Ze nodded approvingly. He was now clad in nothing but a large pair of shorts, sporting dark sunglasses and wielding a bloody Nepalese knife. The flamboyance of his appearance was undeniable. Return countdown. 3, 2, 1. A blinding white light enveloped him. Liu Ze cast one last glance at the 7 teammates he had stripped bare, waving goodbye. Thank you, brothers. I will take good care of your clothes. At base 031. All the researchers, medical personnel, along with Li Yuan Zhao and Academician Wang, were anxiously fixated on the teleportation platform. Liu Ze had been inside for a full 10 hours. To those outside, this duration felt interminable. It had never taken this long before. Particularly for Li Yuan Zhao, the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. He must return alive. Academician Wang paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Just then, the instruments emitted a buzzing sound. PS back. Energy fluctuation detected. Quick. Medical team, prepare. With an exclamation, a blinding white light flashed. Lu Zhe's figure materialized on the teleportation platform. However, as the light dissipated and everyone beheld Lu Zhe's appearance, the entire medical center fell into an eerie silence. Eyes widened and mouths agape. They seemed spellbound. On the platform, Lu Zhe was clad in nothing but a loose-fitting white pair of shorts, his muscled body marred with scars fully exposed. Yet this was not the most striking aspect. The piece de resistance was the stylish black sunglasses perched on his face, and in his hand, he held a dripping Nepalese knife. He even struck a pose, grinning widely to reveal a dazzling smile. This was nothing short of performance art. Coughing, a young female nurse instantly blushed to her roots, hurriedly covering her eyes and turning away, though unable to resist peeking through her fingers. The sheer physique was simply too impressive. Li Yuanzhao, too, felt his face flush, nearly choking on his own saliva. Quick, get a blanket, get some clothes. What kind of appearance is this? Amidst the flurry of activity, Lu Zhe wrapped himself in a blanket, though it did nothing to diminish the smugness on his face. Little Lu, what on earth is this? Academician Wang, gazing at Lu Zhe's state, was caught between laughter and tears as he approached to inspect. What happened? Did the monsters inside rob you? Did they leave you with nothing? Rob? Lu Zhe adjusted his sunglasses with a flourish, the gesture exuding confidence. No, Wang Lao, I was the one who robbed them. With a mysterious smile and a grand wave of his hand, he continued, I believe you might need to prepare some heart-saving pills. As his words fell, a dazzling array of 8 sets of gear appeared before everyone. They resembled transparent plastic, shimmering with an eerie glow under the lights, like liquid body armor in motion. What is this? Academician Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling. This is what you wanted. Lu Zhe grinned, pointing proudly at the pile of gear. Ghost optical camouflage armor. The true invisibility suit. A total of 8 sets. I stripped my teammates down to their underpants, and this is all that remains. BFFA, Iwando, who had been drinking water, spat out. You stripped your teammates? Is this something a carbon-based life form could conceive? But wait, there's more. Lu Zhe gestured to the sunglasses on his face, removing them and handing them to Academician Wang. And this, the unique thermal imaging tactical goggles dropped by elite monsters. Interested in a perspective enhancement? With current technology, a portable thermal imager could never be designed to resemble a pair of glasses. While not cutting-edge technology, it certainly represents an avenue for research. Naturally, the most shocking item was the ghost optical camouflage armor. All the experts rushed forward like madmen. Academician Wang clutched his chest, his face flushed with excitement. Quick, give me some medicine. I need to live another 50 years. These items could catapult the individual soldier technology of the Great Xia to new heights. The invisibility suit is a perfect individual combat system. Li Yuanzhao gazed at the pile of equipment capable of altering the world's landscape, then glanced at the smug Lu Zhe. Taking a deep breath, he approached Lu Zhe and patted his shoulder firmly. Well done. A masterstroke. You've made a significant contribution this time. With these, Li Yuanzhao turned to the map on the wall, his gaze landing on the exercise area, still flaunting its might on the high seas. A cold smile crept onto his lips. The Thunder Plan, I believe, is ready for an upgrade, not merely the arrival of Thor. We shall make those who covet Great Xia taste what it means to encounter the Invisible Reaper. 1 hour later, in the underground core laboratory of Base 031, Academician Wang lovingly caressed the ghost optical camouflage armor. This is indeed a miracle, Wang exclaimed, marveling as he monitored the data readings. The refractive index is dynamically adjustable. It can capture the surrounding light environment in real time and assimilate it within milliseconds. No wonder it can achieve complete invisibility at the visual level. Standing beside him, Li Yuanzhao, though unable to grasp the complex physical parameters, understood the crux. Wearing this suit, as long as one refrains from shouting, even standing close to the enemy and fanning them, they would know who had struck. Old Wang, enough with the nostalgia. Li Yuanzhao glanced at the countdown on the wall. The little days have begun uttering erroneous statements again. Upon learning about the ghost optical camouflage armor, Unit 1 decided to take preemptive action. Now, with less than 2 hours remaining until the final preparations for the Thunder operation, can these 8 suits be deployed for actual combat? Absolutely. Wang's eyes sparkled with intensity. This equipment is foolproof. It adapts automatically upon wear. Moreover, the energy core of the suits Lu Zhe brought back seems to be some form of miniature cold fusion battery, requiring no recharging for decades. Excellent. Li Yuanzhao turned to the man exuding an aura of iron and blood, the commander of the Dragon Tooth Special Operations Team. Thor, accompanied by the 7 most elite Special Forces soldiers of Great Xia. Thor. At once, 8 voices thundered in unison, shaking the very rafters. Are the tasks understood? Li Yuanzhao's voice was as sharp as a blade. Understood. Thor's eyes blazed with fiery determination. Target: the Foot Basin Chicken Capital, that filthy toilet honoring war criminals. Mission: sabotage and destruction. Withdraw safely before dawn. Very well. Li Yuanzhao pointed to the 8 sets of stealth suits on the table. Wear them. Tonight, we shall deliver a grand gift to those ungrateful beasts. In the dead of night, in the capital of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation, in the Chiyoda district, the infamous Yasukuni Shrine toilet was emanating a foul stench. Despite the late hour of 2 in the morning, the area remained under tight security. Ever since the last diplomatic declaration from the Great Xia Nation, the Foot Basin chickens were feeling a sense of trepidation. A detachment of elite self-defense forces, accompanied by numerous security personnel, had been dispatched to surround the place like an iron fortress, with infrared cameras and patrol teams stationed every 5 steps. Vigilance was at an all-time high. The Great Xia people are all talk, scoffed Captain Tanaka, puffing on a cigarette as he disdainfully addressed the nearby self-defense officer. This is the heart of our capital, with the Eagle Country's radar monitoring us. Unless they can transform into flies to sneak in otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden breeze brushed against his face. Tanaka instinctively touched his face, puzzled. There was clearly no wind tonight. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, a trained guard dog nearby suddenly went berserk, barking madly at the empty air, its fur bristling. What's going on? The self-defense officer gripped his weapon with heightened alertness. However, after a few barks, the dog's throat was suddenly slit. With a whimper, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Who's there? Startled, Tanaka frantically swept his flashlight over the spot where the dog had fallen. The beam cut through the air, illuminating the ground, completely empty. What the hell? Chapter 45, Thunder from Heaven. Is the captain haunted? A young security officer's voice trembled. Baka, what ghosts exist in this world? Tanaka cursed angrily, just as he intended to move closer to investigate. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed sharply in the silent night. Tanaka's head jerked to the side, half of his face swelling instantly as he spun in place, seeing stars. Who hit me? He cried out in terror, covering his face. There was only the self-defense officer 2 meters away from him. Slap. Another slap, this time harder, knocked out one of his molars. It's really a ghost. The nearby security personnel were utterly shattered. They watched helplessly as their captain danced a bizarre ballet, his face swollen like a pig's head. Yet they could not discern the identity of the assailant. Meanwhile, in a dimension beyond their perception, the god of thunder, clad in ghost optical camouflage combat gear, strolled past the terrified guards as if it were a leisurely walk in the park. He had merely given the boastful captain a couple of slaps as an appetizer. Team 1, proceed to sever the power supply. Team 2, head to the main hall. Team 3, go to the restroom. Since they had arrived, they would not settle for minor disruptions. The god of thunder issued a cold command in a secure channel, his voice laced with a deadly resolve. Pack every corner with the C for that Major Lu Zhe brought back, of course. It was a domestically produced imitation of high-energy explosives. The C4 Lu Zhe had brought back had been reverse-engineered, and while the chip was still being studied, the formula was nearly perfected. Its power was equally astonishing. Especially those plaques inscribed with the names of war criminals. Give them special attention. Understood. The 7 ghost team members dispersed, as if entering a realm devoid of human presence. Those cameras? They couldn't see a single soul. This was a dimensional strike. 15 minutes later, the god of thunder stood before the enormous torii gate of the shrine, gazing at the malevolent structure. Captain, all preparations are complete, came the report through his earpiece. Withdraw to a safe distance. A cold smile crept onto the god of thunder's lips. He slowly raised his hand, mimicking a pressing gesture in the thin air. Spirits of the Great Xia, behold. Tonight, your descendants shall present you with a grand fireworks display. 3 minutes later, boom! A deafening explosion shattered the night sky over Kyoto. A terrifying shockwave instantly leveled the surrounding buildings. Following that, bang, 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 a series of explosions erupted. The restroom, the side hall, the entrance, all of it. A filthy toilet symbolizing the militaristic spirit of the Foot Basin chickens was transformed into flying debris and ashes. Fiery flames shot into the sky, illuminating half of Kyoto. Alarms blared throughout the city. Countless Foot Basin chickens awoke from their slumber, staring in shock at the burning shrine. Meanwhile, atop a distant high-rise, 8 shadowy figures observed the scene with cold detachment. Mission accomplished. The god of thunder turned, his figure melding back into the darkness. Let us go. There's another stage to prepare for. Awaiting the next fireworks. In the East China Sea, the waters were tumultuous, shrouded in dark clouds. The Congo-class destroyer of the Foot Basin Chicken Maritime Self-Defense Force sailed boldly at the edge of the Great Xia's exclusive economic zone, flanked by 2 escort ships and a distant, looming aircraft carrier strike group from Eagle Country. This was their so-called joint island seizure exercise. Though labeled as an exercise, it was nothing more than a blatant provocation. Inside the Congo's bridge, Captain Yamamoto surveyed the distant, diminutive silhouette of a Great Xia Coast Guard vessel through binoculars, a smug grin on his face. The Great Xia people dared to send only such a small ship to protest. Yamamoto sneered. Our Congo is equipped with the top-tier Aegis system. As soon as they dare to step over the line, I will. Captain, radar has detected abnormal weather activity. The radar operator's sudden shout interrupted Yamamoto's musings. Weather? Isn't it just a storm? Yamamoto waved his hand impatiently. No, it's not an ordinary storm. The radar operator's voice trembled with fear. Above our fortress, the charge in the clouds is increasing exponentially. This energy response is akin to someone having set up a power station in the sky. Nanny? Yamamoto was taken aback. He instinctively looked up through the bridge's bulletproof glass at the sky. To his astonishment, the once dark clouds now displayed an eerie blue-purple hue. The clouds churned as if massive thunder dragons were weaving through, roaring ferociously. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sea area. Meanwhile, thousands of meters above, a black-painted, specially modified stealth Z-50 helicopter of the Great Xia hovered at the storm center. The cabin door swung open. The howling wind raged. Yet it could not budge the figure standing at the doorway. The god of thunder, having just concluded his demolition work in Kyoto, he had swiftly transitioned here via a supersonic transport. At this moment, he held a sci-fi rifle M4A1 Thunder God, wrapped in blue and white arcs of electricity. Though its state was somewhat altered, the muzzle was connected to a massive, complex silver device filled with intricate coils and crystals. The super-frequency amplification device, hastily crafted by Academician long overnight. Instructor Thunder God, target locked. The voice of the pilot crackled through his earpiece. The Congo was directly below. Coordinates confirmed. Roger. The god of thunder took a deep breath, feeling the energy pulse from the rifle in his hand, akin to a heartbeat. Liu Ze brought back quite the monster, he murmured to himself. Foot Basin chickens. Don't you enjoy playing with fire control radar? The god of thunder raised his weapon, firmly locking onto the massive steel warship below. Today, I shall make you experience what it means to be struck by heaven's wrath. Charging initiated, the god of thunder pulled the trigger with fervor. But this time, what erupted was not a bullet, but an intensely blinding blue-white beam. Boom! Next time, remember that there are deities watching from 3 feet above. Do not behave arrogantly, for arrogance invites divine retribution. Bang! In an instant, every screen, dashboard, and even light bulb within the bridge of the battleship Kinoko erupted into a blaze of destruction. Captain Yamamoto barely had time to utter a sound before the surging current hurled him away, his body charred and his life hanging by a thread. But this was merely the beginning. The terrifying current swiftly coursed through the entire keel of the warship. The electronic fuses in the munitions depot were activated in an instant. The high-temperature alarm in the fuel storage melted in an instant. Boom! 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 This destroyer, worth billions of dollars and representing the pinnacle of the Foot Basin Chicken Navy, was engulfed in violent explosions from within. Enormous fireballs erupted from a midsection of the hull, tearing the vessel in two. Water surged in, flames reaching toward the heavens. The 2 escort ships, trailing behind, were left stupefied by this overwhelming display of divine wrath. Their radar screens were filled with static, and all communication devices failed. They could only watch helplessly as the once mighty Kinoko was cleaved in half and sank into the frigid depths of the ocean. This was divine punishment. A sailor from the Foot Basin Chicken knelt on the deck, utterly broken. In the skies above, the Thunder God retracted his slightly heated M4A1 Thunder. He gazed down at the spectacular spectacle of the sunken ship, coldly uttering 2 words, deserved it. Mission accomplished, returning home. The black helicopter turned its nose and vanished into the night. The following day, the entire world was in an uproar. Chapter 46. Do not behave arrogantly, for arrogance invites divine retribution. The headlines were no longer about celebrity gossip or fluctuations in stock markets. Instead, they were dominated by 2 major pieces of news that could shake the blue planet. Strange series of explosions devastate the sacred toilet in Kyoto, Foot Basin Chicken, and divine thunder descends? The Foot Basin Chicken's main destroyer sunk during rare thunderstorm in East China Sea. These two events struck like resounding slaps across the faces of the Foot Basin Chicken and Eagle Sauce nations. The eyes of the world turned to the east. Everyone understood that this had to be connected to the Great Xia. After all, just days prior, tensions had escalated, and this retaliation was swift, ruthless, and precise. The Prime Minister of the Foot Basin Chicken, in a press conference, wept profusely, pointing in the direction of Great Xia and roaring. This is an act of war. This is a blatant terrorist attack. Great Xia must be held accountable. We will lodge a complaint with the United Nations. Eagle Sauce was not idle either. Their spokesperson brandished a few blurry satellite images, asserting with conviction, "We have reason to suspect that Great Xia employed some unknown secret weapon to attack our allies' vessel. This is a violation of international law." Faced with the barrage of accusations, the Great Xia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs Blue Hall in the capital was packed with reporters from various nations. Cameras and microphones were aimed at the podium where the spokesperson, known for his diplomatic prowess, Zhao Gang, stood. Responding to the aggressive inquiries from Western journalists, Zhao adjusted his tie, wearing that ever-elusive smile that was hard to decipher. "Mr. Zhao," a reporter from Eagle Sauce rose, his words sharp. "Does your country acknowledge being the mastermind behind the series of catastrophic events that transpired last night in the Foot Basin Chicken? Did you employ some sort of secret high-tech weapon?" Zhao raised an eyebrow, refraining from answering immediately, instead countering. "My dear reporter, since you describe it as a catastrophic event, may I ask if you possess evidence proving it was man-made?" The reporter faltered. "Though there is currently no direct evidence, the timing is too coincidental. And your country has the motive." "Motive?" Zhao laughed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If possessing a motive necessitates accountability, then surely your Eagle Sauce bears 99 of the responsibility for the world's misfortunes?" Laughter erupted from the audience. Zhao's expression turned serious as he continued. "Regarding the explosion in Kyoto, we express regret." However, when he uttered the word regret, there was no hint of sorrow in his tone. Instead, it carried a sense of satisfaction. As far as we know, that building housed many spirits of war criminals. To borrow an old saying from our Great Xia, it was overly saturated with negative energy. Perhaps too much accumulated evil triggered a certain resonance in the geological structure. Or maybe it was due to aging gas pipelines. Who knows? After all, it was their own illegal construction. We have a saying in Great Xia: those who engage in wrongful deeds will inevitably bring about their own demise. The Foot Basin Chicken should reflect on its own actions. As for the sunken destroyer, Zhao pointed to the meteorological cloud map of the thunderstorm displayed on the large screen behind him. As you can see, a once-in-a-century thunderstorm struck the East China Sea last night. This was an act of nature, a testament to its majesty. The Foot Basin Chicken's warship persisted in conducting provocative exercises against neighboring nations in such extreme weather. This behavior itself is a disrespect to nature. At this point, Zhao paused, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he surveyed the room. If one must seek an explanation, I can only say it reflects on their character. The Foot Basin Chicken's warship, having committed numerous misdeeds, faced divine retribution and was struck by lightning. To this, Great Xia expresses regret and reminds all nations that there are deities watching from 3 feet above. Do not behave arrogantly, for arrogance invites divine retribution. The hall erupted in an uproar. What utter nonsense about character! What divine retribution! The explanation was akin to rubbing the face of the Foot Basin Chicken in the dirt. "You are grasping at straws." A reporter from the Foot Basin Chicken trembled with rage. How could lightning possibly strike precisely on the radar? How could the explosion have destroyed all the tablets? This was clearly a targeted strike. Where's the evidence? Zhao spread his hands innocently. Did your satellites capture our missiles? Did they photograph our aircraft? Or did they catch our operatives in the act? If there is no evidence, then it is slander. Our Great Xia has always been a peace-loving nation, never seeking trouble, yet we are not afraid of it. If you insist on placing blame upon us, then please present your evidence. Otherwise, Zhao's smile turned cold, his tone chilling. Be careful with your words, or you too may find yourself struck by lightning. At base 031, Lu Zhe had just awakened and happened to catch the live broadcast on television. Upon hearing Zhao's remark about arrogance inviting divine retribution, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, brilliant. His words are sharper than my engineering shovel." Beside him, Li Yuanshao wore a similar smile, his spirits lifted. This operation was nothing short of flawless. The Thunder God and his team had safely retreated, the cloaking technology proving remarkably effective, leaving no fingerprints or images at the scene. As for the situation at sea, Academician Wang's amplification device had incinerated all electronic components. Even if they salvaged the ship, they would only ascertain that it was struck by lightning. Liu chuckled. Director Li, they should be obedient for a while now, shouldn't they? Obedient? Li Yuanchao's eyes sparkled with insight. They are indeed frightened. This operation not only inflicted pain, but also shattered their backbone. However, these brutes are unlikely to remain quiet for long. Let us not dwell on that. I am preparing to commend you with a second-class merit. Make sure you are ready for it. Li Yuanchao patted Lu Zhe on the shoulder. You've been under a lot of strain these past few days. The base has granted you a day off. Go home and visit your parents. Although they have someone caring for them, they surely miss their son. Lu Zhe's eyes brightened at this. Thank you, Director Li. So I can really go? Of course, go along. Don't linger in front of me. Seeing you reminds me of the pile of supplies I need to prepare, and it gives me a headache. Li Yuanchao waved his hand, genuinely treating Lu Zhe as a younger family member. Lu Zhe chuckled and changed into casual attire, taking the base's dedicated vehicle back to the sanatorium where his parents were accommodated. Nestled in the West Mountain, this sanatorium boasted an exquisite environment, formerly reserved for high-ranking officials. Lu Xuanwu and Zhang Lan, the elderly couple, were basking in the sun in the courtyard, with a platter of freshly washed fruits beside them. Dad, Mom, Lu Zhe called out, hastening towards them. Upon seeing her son, Zhang Lan immediately rose, clasping Lu Zhe's hand and refusing to let go, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Oh dear, you seem a tad darker. Has training been too grueling? Lu Xuanwu grunted from the side, yet the smile lines on his face merged into a cheerful expression. A little tan is good. It shows you're strong. What soldier is ever pale and delicate? The family sat in the courtyard, eschewing discussions about national affairs, instead indulging in light-hearted family banter. Savoring the apple that Zhang Lan had peeled for him, Lu Zhe felt a warm surge in his heart. This was the reason for his relentless efforts, so that his parents could enjoy such serene days, soaking in the sun. In the current tumultuous international landscape, if deterrence faltered, the next nation to plunge into war could very well be Daxia. He wasn't afraid of being bombed while in ghost mode. He would accept even being thrown into the fire. Luncheon was shared with his parents, mingling labor with familial warmth. As night fell and Lu Zhe lay in bed, preparing to drift into slumber, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding! New mission released. Lu Zhe's eyes flew open, and he sighed resignedly. He had anticipated this. The cooldown period had indeed arrived. He deftly accessed the system panel. Target world, CrossFire New Year Square. Mode, individual competition, knife fight. Faction, Guardians. Though it's an individual competition, the system defaults to this identity. Mission objective, achieve 60 kills first. Special restrictions. In this mission, the use of any hero-level weapon, firearms, or throwable weapons from the personal space is prohibited. The host can only select one weapon from the system's ordinary melee weapon arsenal as the primary weapon. Number of players, 12. Host, 8 regular characters, 3 elite characters. New Year Square, knife fight. Lu Zhe sat upright in bed, his brow furrowing tightly. He was all too familiar with this map. In the game, New Year Square was notorious as the elementary school square, as the crates were entirely wooden, allowing bullets to penetrate effortlessly, whether in bomb defusal or team play. It was a paradise for wall hacks and Barrett rifles. However, in knife fights, the map took on a peculiar twist. The pathways were narrow, waterlogged, and filled with corners. The central bridges and the underwater passages were favored by the most cunning players. Individual competition meant chaotic free-for-alls. Anyone who encountered an opponent would strike, and the first to reach 60 kills would claim victory. Lu Zhe stroked his chin, contemplating. This mode didn't require teamwork. It demanded speed. Quick kills, swift escapes, and rapid responses were paramount. Those who lagged would meet their demise. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe contacted the base and rushed back to 031 overnight. The tactical room was brightly lit. Familiar faces like 70 kilograms and White Shark were summoned, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, yet brimming with energy. Individual competition knife, fight. White Shark scrutinized the map displayed on the screen, clicking his tongue. This map is incredibly fast-paced for knife fights. Especially in individual competitions, respawn points are random. As soon as you eliminate one opponent, another may instantly respawn behind you to deliver a swift blow. 70 kilograms nodded in agreement. Moreover, there are 3 elite characters this time. Given the system's tendencies, the elite AI will undoubtedly wield hero-level melee weapons. Dragon Slayer, Nepal, Dragon Roar, Hand Axe, and Sky Pillar Shovel. Regardless of their attack range or speed, they outclass ordinary weapons. Especially the melee sword, which, once engaged, becomes infuriatingly relentless. There was an old adage: once you latch onto the left mouse button, you become a Malay dog. Lucia in resignation. The system provided me with a list to choose an ordinary weapon. A lineup of weapon icons appeared on the large screen. Police baton, Malay sword, Nepalese knife, military shovel, military hand axe, knife, baseball bat, laser dagger, eagle claw. Which to choose? Li Yuanchao glanced at Lu Zhe and the think tank. Perhaps the Malay sword? White Shark suggested. While not hero level, it's still formidable. As the saying goes, just hold down the left button and become a Malay dog. It's lightweight, fast, and effective in chaotic battles. No, Lu Zhe shook his head. While the Malay sword is indeed formidable against a skilled opponent, its heavy strike range is insufficient. It could be outmatched by axes and shovels. Then how about the shovel? 70 kilograms proposed. It has a long reach. The shovel strikes too slowly, Lu Zhe countered, shaking his head again. In individual competitions, respawns are too rapid. After one kill, the recovery time would allow me to die twice. Lu Zhe's gaze swept across the list, suddenly pausing at a seemingly inconspicuous corner. There lay a weapon that appeared rather rudimentary, almost resembling something from a street vendor. 2 iron rings fitted onto the fingers, with a short dagger protruding at the front. Military finger tiger dagger, initial version unweakened. Lu Zhe's pupils contracted sharply. This was as memory was instantly transported back to over a decade ago, to the version when CF first introduced this weapon. It was a nightmarish version. Back then, the finger tiger dagger had not yet been nerfed by the officials. Its right-click heavy strike was nearly instantaneous. What was most terrifying was its recovery speed, which defied the laws of physics. While other weapons required a second of pause after a heavy strike, this one, it could unleash a flurry of rapid strikes like a rabid dog. The insane attack frequency was akin to a meat grinder in close combat. This is the one. Lu Zhe slammed his hand on the table, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes. I want to select this. Military finger tiger dagger. Finger tiger? White Shark was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't this weapon have too short a range? Against those wielding Malay swords or shovels, you never get close. That is the current version. Lu Zhe smirked coldly. The system provided the initial version. Have you forgotten the rabid dog strategy of yesteryear? White Shark and 70 kilograms exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply. Goodness, if it's that version S stats, then it's practically an official cheat. Lu Zhe nodded, his gaze resolute. What are the hero-level weapons opposite? In the realm of martial prowess, only speed prevails. As long as I can get close, not even the Dragon Slayer will escape unscathed. Didactoli. I have made my choice. I'll take this. Li Yuanchao regarded Lu Zhe's confident demeanor and gave his tacit approval. All right, let us go with that. Following this, the group began strategizing the entire New Year square map, discussing various respawn points and advantageous positions. Meanwhile, in the Chicken Basin Kingdom, Kyoto, the original parliament building had descended into utter chaos. The legislators below were shouting furiously, some banging their fists on tables, others shattering cups, and a few even engaging in physical scuffles. Chapter 48. Eagle Sauce takes action. We must retaliate. This is an act of war. With what shall we retaliate? Our King Kong has been struck down by lightning. We haven't even seen a shadow of the enemy. This is the conspiracy of Daxia. It's undoubtedly their doing. Where's the evidence? Do you have any proof? Experts from Eagle Sauce have stated it was merely lightning. Amidst the cacophony, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced through the noise, commanding attention. Everyone silence. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld the high-eared figure clad in a somber black garment, a mourning attire intended to commemorate the sacred toilet. Her face was adorned with heavy makeup. She was the far-right representative of the Potty Chicken faction and a fervent supporter of the recently bombed sacred toilet. Striding confidently to the front of the podium, she seized a microphone with fervor. Why are we weeping? We are the Yamato people. We are not cowards. Some among us may have been paralyzed by fear, but they do not represent the Potty Chicken. This incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Great Xia. No one else possesses the motive or the means. A timid voice from the audience queried, but we have no evidence, and besides, we cannot fight back. Shall we simply forego the fight? She retorted through gritted teeth. We may be unable to fight, but others can. The Eagle Sauce will not stand idly by. We're the most crucial watchdog for the Eagle Sauce in Asia. If the dog is slain, does not the master lose face? Yet, the Eagle Sauce's current stance was rather ambiguous. That is due to insufficient leverage. A gleam of madness flickered in her eyes. With enough leverage, the president of the Eagle Sauce would be willing to do anything. Leave this matter to me. Without waiting for a reaction, she turned and exited the assembly hall, immediately boarding the vehicle heading to the Eagle Sauce military base. while retrieving a secure satellite phone. On the other end was the president of the Eagle Sauce, a man known as Audit Dad. In the Eagle Sauce Congressional Hall, Audit Dad reclined behind his enormous desk, sipping cola while perusing a report concerning the East Sea thunderstorm. Incredible! This is truly a divine masterpiece. He smirked, his tousled golden locks framing his face. That madwoman? He murmured as his secretary cautiously entered, announcing, Ms. High Ears from the Potty Chicken request a call. Tell her I'm busy and have no time for her sob stories. He replied with a frown. She claims to possess conditions you cannot refuse, concerning the mysterious weapon of the Great Xia. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he set his cola aside. Let her in. The video call connected. On the screen, High Ears had changed into a new outfit, shedding her stiff professional garb for a traditional kimono that epitomized the Potty Chicken, featuring scant fabric and a plunging neckline. Kneeling on the tatama mat, her posture was one of utmost submission, yet her gaze emanated an alluring charm. Good evening, esteemed President Audit Dad, she purred, her voice now sweet and syrupy, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity in the assembly. Ms. High Ears, what game are you playing? Is this some sort of cosplay? He inquired, leaning back in his chair. As long as the Supreme Leader is pleased, I am willing to do anything, she replied, inclining slightly forward, her neckline plunging even lower. I come on behalf of the Potty Chicken to seek your assistance. Assistance? Isn't that a natural disaster? He feigned ignorance. President, let us not speak in riddles, she said, raising her gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. The Great Xia is slapping us in the face, and they're slapping yours as well. If they can strike our warships with thunder today, they can strike your aircraft carriers tomorrow. Are you not afraid of that invisible specter and the technology capable of controlling thunder? His expression darkened. He was indeed fearful. This was his gravest concern. If it were missiles, the Eagle Sauce had interception systems. But such utterly supernatural means had eluded his intelligence department thus far. What do you want me to do? He asked coldly. Deploying troops is out of the question. I will not wage an all-out war with the Great Xia for your worthless lot. No need for troops. High Ears leaned closer, nearly pressing her face against the camera, her tone laced with temptation. We merely require you to dispatch your most elite intelligence personnel to uncover the methods employed by the Great Xia. Once discovered, we shall share the technology. Moreover, she said, delicately loosening the tie of her shoulder garment, to demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to do anything for you. At next month's international summit, I shall visit your room and personally report to you in your preferred manner. Audit Dad gazed at the woman on the screen. Though High Ears was not particularly young, her mature allure, combined with her willingness to trade anything for power, certainly ignited a spark within him. More importantly, he genuinely wished to uncover the secrets of the Great Xia. Humph, he grunted, a sound of satisfaction. No one understands deals better than I do. High Ears, you are a clever woman and a ruthless one at that. I like it. Await my return. I will send the CIA's elite Blackbird team. The secrets of the Great Xia shall not remain hidden. The video call ended. High Ears leisurely adjusted her clothing, the seductive smile on her face vanishing, replaced by a more intense, venomous glare. Great Xia, once the Eagle Sauce intervenes, you are doomed. My body belongs to the Eagle Sauce, my life to the Potty Chicken. I care not for anything as long as the Potty Chicken can rise to greatness once more. Meanwhile, in the Congressional Hall, Audit Dad pressed the intercom on his desk. Summon the Director of Intelligence. Tell him to cease the useless color revolutions abroad. Gather all personnel and send them to the Great Xia. I want to know what the hell transpired with that thunderstorm and the explosion of the sacred toilet. If not clarified, I will shove his head into the toilet. Thus began a conspiracy against the Great Xia. Several hours later, in the capital city of the Great Xia, the populace was in high spirits. The Potty Chicken had encountered a grave misfortune. Although the official narrative cited accidents and natural disasters, everyone was well aware of the truth. In every street and alley, during their leisure, citizens discussed the bombing of the Potty Chicken fleet and the fireworks of the sacred toilet. Serve them right. What a satisfying turn of events. This is what we call retribution. The surge in national confidence was initially a positive development. However, the vermin lurking in the shadows often emerged to spread their filth during such times. In a luxurious apartment in the capital, a middle-aged woman clad in a silk robe, a glass of red wine in hand, and her face adorned with meticulous makeup, sat before her computer. She was a professor at a renowned law university. Known as Yin Fong, a pseudonym, please correspond with reality. She often portrayed herself as an independent woman and a legal elite, with countless fans online. Yet, few were aware of how she financed her expensive handbags, luxury cars, and her son's education in the Eagle Sauce. The recent deposit of $500,000 illuminated a repugnant smile upon her well-maintained face. These foolish simpletons only know how to revel blindly. Chapter 49, 500,000. Yin Fong observed the online comments, a smirk of disdain curling her lips as she sipped her wine. What black technology, what divine retribution, all mere barbaric notions. Since the Eagle Sauce desires to unveil the secrets of the Great Xia, I shall lend him a hand. If the officials refuse to speak, then I shall compel them to. She set down her wine glass, her fingers, adorned with vibrant red nail polish, danced across the keyboard as she began drafting an article titled, Examining the Thunderstorm Incident. What are we afraid of regarding the military opacity of the Great Xia? In her writing, she adopted a seemingly gentle and rational tone, yet dripped with sarcasm. Recently, the calamities in our neighboring country have plunged many of our citizens into a blind euphoria. This deeply concerns me. How far are we from the standards of a civilized world? If this truly is some form of secret weapon of ours, then I must ask, why keep it a secret from the taxpayers? A confident great nation should maintain transparency in its military endeavors, subject to public scrutiny. Such clandestine behaviors may indicate that our technology is fundamentally immature, or perhaps there are hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface. Is there a risk of radiation leaks? We deserve to know where our resources are allocated. If these weapons are inhumane, could they lead to our nation's diplomatic isolation? For the sake of our national confidence, I implore the authorities to unveil the truth surrounding this incident and disclose the specifications of the relevant weaponry. Only through transparency can we truly embody confidence. Only through openness can we take responsibility for life. Upon the publication of this article, a deluge of internet trolls and indoctrinated followers immediately began to sway the discourse below. She had invested considerable sums into this. Naturally, there were also those echoing her sentiments, parroting her words. Professor Yin spoke rightly. We demand the truth. Why are we being kept in the dark? Are you afraid we might discover exorbitant expenditures? Such weapons are terrifying. What if they accidentally harm our own people? They must be disclosed. Fellow citizens, such violent weaponry is alarming. We yearn for peace. Yet, not everyone is as foolish as those misguided souls. The netizens of the Great Xia are not naive, particularly the youth who have witnessed the tumultuous international landscape over the past few years. Their discernment is acute. The comment section erupted with fervor as rational netizens inundated her Weibo with criticism. What absolute nonsense. Professor Yin, have you ever called for transparency regarding the biochemical laboratories that the Eagle Nation operates daily? Why is it that when we possess something commendable, you become agitated? Come on, everyone, here walks a mere puppet. The audacity. What is inhumane? Where were you when the foot-washing chickens dumped nuclear waste into the ocean? Where were you when the Eagle Nation bombed civilians in the Middle East? Now you emerge, playing the saint? You want parameters? Shall I give you a resounding slap instead? These specifications are state secrets. Revealing them would be tantamount to handing them to the Eagle Nation. What is your true intent? Observing the flood of insults and skepticism, Yin Fong's smile remained unwavering. In fact, her eyes reflected a disdainful superiority. She swirled her wine glass and scoffed. A bunch of uncultured simpletons, merely expressing emotions devoid of logic. She deemed it beneath her dignity to engage in a verbal spar with these netizens. Such behavior was beneath her. She had her own methods. With deft fingers, Yin Fong posted a new pinned update, her tone imbued with a sense of grievance and a haughty air of enlightenment. Seeing the vitriolic and profane comments in the discussion section fills me with profound sadness. Is this the current state of our national character? The moment a differing opinion is expressed, we are met with collective hostility? Is this what we call patriotism? As a legal professional, I advocate for procedural justice and transparency, demanding accountability to taxpayers. Has rational discourse become untenable in today's Great Xia? You may hurl insults at me, but I remain unperturbed. I merely feel pity. You are blinded by fervent nationalistic sentiment, losing your capacity for independent thought. True patriotism lies in the courage to criticize, not in blind offense. This tactical retreat, coupled with the imposition of labels, promptly bore fruit. The paid trolls and those indoctrinated by her notion of independent thought quickly swarmed like flies drawn to blood, launching a frenzied counterattack. Professor Yin, ignore these online thugs. We support you. Indeed, the quality of our citizens is abysmal. They resort to insults at the slightest provocation, lacking any semblance of reason. It's truly embarrassing. Those who resorted to insults only served to validate Professor Yin's assertions. We are far from the civilized world. We demand the truth. Blind xenophobia is akin to the Boxer Rebellion. Support Professor Yin, under the control of the trolls and this peculiar logic. The voices of the clear-headed and indignant were gradually silenced, branded with tags of extremism, barbarism, and lack of civility. Yin Fong observed the steadily rising traffic and support rates in the back end, a triumphant smile gracing her features. You wish to engage in public opinion manipulation with me? You're still too green. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yin Fong was just the first wave. Soon after, a more insidious topic emerged. In a popular online debate program, a young female professor named Xuanwu, stylishly dressed, sporting short hair and black-rimmed glasses, occupied the guest seat. She had recently garnered acclaim as a bold commentator known for her sharp rhetoric. I've noticed that many military personnel have had their status elevated due to this incident. She remarked with an eye roll, her demeanor exuding arrogance as she twirled a pen in her hand. I simply cannot comprehend why, in this era of peace, we should prioritize soldiers. Is serving in the military not just a profession? What distinguishes it from delivering takeout or sweeping the streets? Their contributions to GDP are even less than those of white-collar workers in office buildings. They're all simply earning a salary. Why should they have preferential access to tickets? Why should they enjoy special treatment? Moreover, the military is predominantly male. Xuanwu pivoted her argument, seamlessly tapping into her forte. Isn't this privilege essentially a form of male privilege? Why must we, as female taxpayers, accommodate these soldiers? In developed nations, such practices are unheard of. They uphold the principle of equality for all. Therefore, I propose the immediate abolition of all legal provisions favoring military personnel. That would signify progress in a rule of law society. That would embody true gender equality. As her words resonated, the live chat room erupted into a battlefield. Countless veterans, military families, and conscientious netizens trembled with rage, their comments flowing rapidly. Xuanwu, do you possess any conscience? Who jumped into the flood during the 98 disaster? Who descended from the heavens during the 08 earthquake? Why didn't you advocate for prioritization back then? My brother is stationed at the border and can't even return for the new year. Why shouldn't he have priority for a ticket? Shut your foul mouth. Without soldiers guarding us, could you even sit here, sipping coffee and air conditioning? Damn it. People like you belong on the front lines. Faced with this overwhelming tide of vitriol, Xuanwu exhibited no signs of distress. Chapter 50. Transmission begins New Year S Square. Base 031, Director S Office. With a resounding crash, Li Yuanchao hurled his tablet onto the table, shattering the screen into a spiderweb of cracks. Damn it. This bunch of scoundrels. Li Yuanchao's chest heaved with rage, his complexion ashen. On the large screen before him, footage of Xuanwu spouting her rhetoric and rolling her eyes played relentlessly. I'm bleeding and fighting on the front lines, while these ingrates stab us in the back. Military prioritization? It's nothing but a priority for death. Who gets priority during earthquakes? Who gets priority during floods? Who gets priority during wars? These traitorous beasts feast from our bowl while smashing it to pieces, all while sowing discord. His assistant, terrified, dared not utter a word. Didactoli. Should we have the cyber administration shut down these accounts? Shut down? What good would that do? Li Yuanchao ground his teeth, his eyes glinting with cold fire. Shut down Yin Fong, and then Li Fong, Wang Fong. Behind this is the Eagle Nation's funding. They're waging a cognitive war. They want to incite a color revolution. What do they intend to achieve? They aim to tarnish our military's reputation and disrupt public sentiment. They wish to sow chaos before we even engage in battle. Li Yuanchao approached the window, gazing at the fluttering 5-star red flag outside. If accounts were suspended now, it would only validate their accusations of cowardice. These individuals have calculated this very detail. Director Li, what then? We cannot simply stand by and watch them insult us. Can we? Our soldiers will feel disheartened. His assistant urged anxiously. Disheartened? Li Yuanchao Skufa. Our soldiers are made of iron. They're not so fragile. But mark my words. I will remember this debt. They demand the truth, do they? They desire transparency? Fine. Proceed. Issue orders to the intelligence department. I demand an exhaustive investigation. Scrutinize the accounts of these female professors. Delve into their social connections and ascertain whom they have recently met. Investigate what their children are doing abroad. Should we uncover even a single cent of foreign funds? Li Yuanchao turned around, making a gesture across his throat. They shall learn the true meaning of treason. And that Xuanwu, who advocates for the abolition of military privileges, she too shall be investigated. I wish to see who has funded her endeavors. Now let them dance. The higher they leap, the harder they shall fall. 5 hours later, the public discourse erupted across the internet. Even local television debate programs had invited Xuanwu. This was a massive influx of attention. Opposite her sat an elderly veteran, clad in tattered military attire, his empty right sleeve flapping as his body trembled. His face flushed crimson, lips quivering, clearly infuriated. "Calm down, old comrade." Xuanwu chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with disdain, as if observing a naive bumpkin. "You were injured. Disabled. The state has compensated you. The transaction is complete. You cannot demand a lifetime of privileges simply because of your injuries, can you? That contradicts the spirit of the contract. Society values efficiency. You, soldiers, take the express lane. A few minutes of delay, for us taxpayers, could cost millions in business. Can you bear that loss?" The veteran, shaking with rage, pointed at Xuanwu, unable to articulate a response. You're talking nonsense. We fight to defend our homeland." "Ah, here we go again." Xuanwu interrupted impatiently, her eyes radiating contempt. "Please, spare us your sob story. The state provided you with compensation for your lost arm. That concludes the transaction. Now you seek to exploit the sympathy of others for a lifetime of privilege. Doesn't that amount to extortion?" At that moment, a young male audience member could no longer contain himself, rising to shout, "How can you speak like that? He is a hero. Without their sacrifices, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak." His outburst resonated with countless viewers at home. Lu Zhe clenched his fists, wishing he could leap through the screen to commend the young man. However, Xuanwu merely cast a cold glance at him, a sardonic smile curling her lips. "Young man, please sit down and refrain from showcasing your ignorance and violent tendencies." Hero? Who defines a hero? In a modern civilized society, all professions are equal. A soldier is a profession, just as a janitor is. Your notion of soldierly sanctity is a remnant of militaristic ideology, which is perilous. And look at you, resorting to shouting at the slightest disagreement. Is this your so-called justice? This is the tyranny of the majority, attempting to drown out reason with sheer volume. With her barrage of sophisticated vocabulary surrounding civilization, profession, and logic, Xuanwu effectively transformed the young man's impassioned defense into an example of ignorance and violence. Some prearranged audience members immediately began to applaud and cheer. "Professor Zhang speaks wisely. We must remain rational. That man was utterly uncouth, terrifying even." The young man, red-faced and furious, found himself ensnared in this carefully crafted verbal trap, unable to counter the sharp-tongued so-called legal scholar. Ultimately, he was forcibly removed from the studio by security for disrupting the order. Watching the veteran left isolated on stage, witnessing the suppression of righteous voices, and observing the barrage of comments lauding Professor Zhang for her authoritative stance against privileges, Li Yuanchao's expression darkened, his fingers turning pale from tension. Meanwhile, on Lu Zhe's end, tactical preparations were nearly complete. Ready to transmit. Transmission countdown, 3, 2, 1. A flash of white light enveloped him. The next moment, a cacophony of festive New Year music assaulted Lu Zhe's ears. Boom, boom, cling. Boom, boom, cling. He opened his eyes to a scene adorned with bright red lanterns, scattered firecracker debris, and the distinctive wooden corridors and flowing water. It was the New Year Square, a place brimming with celebratory spirit, yet destined to be stained with blood. Lu Zhe glanced at his hands. They were now encased in a pair of dull gray, military clawed daggers. He attempted to swing them. Right-click, heavy strike. Whoosh. Quick. So swift. As his hand rose, the dagger thrust forward and retracted instantly. No recoil. No stiffness. The sensation thrilled Lu Zhe, surpassing even the Malay sword, with significantly higher damage. Chapter 51. Too overpowered. Just then, the system notification chimed. Battle commences. Current kill count, 060. Before Lu Zhe could make a move, rapid footsteps echoed behind him. An AI defender, armed with a simple knife, had just respawned behind him and lunged forward. Lu Zhe didn't even turn around. Relying on sound, he sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift punch. Thud! The dagger pierced the AI's chest instantly. Kill. Too easy. Before the AI could collapse, Lu Zhe retracted his strike, delivering another blow to its head. Whoosh! The fluidity of his movements bolstered Lu Zhe's confidence. Come on, whether slaying dragons or roaring like one. Today, I shall unleash my fists upon you. Lu Zhe darted between wooden crates in the New Year Square's B-zone. Thud! He emerged from behind a crate, colliding with another AI wielding a military axe. The AI raised its axe, yet before it could descend, Lu Zhe had closed the distance. Right-click, heavy strike, whoosh. The dagger plunged into the AI's throat. Kill count, 660. Too slow, far too slow. Lu Zhe mused as he remained agile, utilizing his LV3 physical abilities. He pushed off a crate, leaping into the water below, The waterways of the New Year Square served as a crucial corridor connecting points A and B. The water, knee-deep, created a splashing sound as he moved, slowing his pace. Yet, Liu Ze was unfazed. As soon as he hit the water, two AIs charged towards him, one wielding a Malay sword, the other a baton. Together, Liu Ze grinned, advancing instead of retreating. He offered them no opportunity to create distance. Activating his berserk mode, he rushed toward the AI with the Malay sword, sidestepping its light strike. Then, ora, ora, ora. He mentally chanted, clicking right furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The clawed dagger struck twice in a single second. The AI was reduced to shreds, unable to even emit a scream before dissolving into white light. The nearby baton-wielding AI attempted a sneak attack. Liu Ze swiftly turned, sweeping his claw. Thud! Another instant kill. Kill count, 860. This is utterly insane. Liu Ze gazed at the claw in his hand, elated. This was the unnerfed version's power. Once in close quarters, no weapon could match its explosive strength. Just as Liu Ze was engulfed in the thrill of the slaughter, suddenly, an ominous presence emanated from the bridge ahead on Avenue. Liu Ze abruptly glanced up, spotting a towering figure clad in camouflage, standing at the bridge's edge, wielding an exaggeratedly large shovel that radiated a black-red glow. On the surface of the shovel, there were even faint traces of flowing magma. The heroic-grade weapon, Skyward. This was one of the three elite characters, the Flying Tigers. Finally, a formidable opponent had arrived. Liu Ze narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. The Flying Tigers had evidently noticed Liu Ze as well. Without uttering a single word, it leaped off the bridge with a steady and powerful motion. The skyward shovel in hand whistled through the air, crashing down with tremendous force, propelled by its descent. If that strike landed, Liu Ze's head would undoubtedly burst open. The attack range of the heroic-grade shovel was vast, and its damage assessment was exceedingly peculiar. Liu Ze dared not confront it head-on. He slipped and retreated a step backwards. With a resounding thud, the skyward shovel struck the water, sending up a spray of water as high as a person. A prime opportunity. A glimmer of determination flashed in Liu Ze's eyes. Seizing the moment while the opponent was recovering, he lunged forward with great speed, aiming his tiger-clawed dagger directly at the elite AI's chest. However, the reaction speed of this elite AI far surpassed that of ordinary foes. It remained unfazed after missing its strike. In an astonishing maneuver, the skyward shovel was instantaneously switched to a light attack mode at an incredible angle. Whap, whap, a swift horizontal sweep. The light attacks of the skyward were executed with remarkable rapidity, creating a fan-shaped zone that effectively sealed off Liu Ze's path forward. Forced to halt, Liu Ze rolled sideways. Quite a formidable adversary. He stood his ground, observing the flying tigers before him. This was the advantage of a heroic-grade weapon. The transition between heavy and light attacks with the skyward was exceedingly fluid, complemented by a special attribute that enhanced movement speed. Liu Ze initiated another offensive. This time, he did not advance in a straight line. Instead, he utilized the boxes underwater as cover, darting side to side, continually distorting the opponent's line of sight. The flying tigers appeared increasingly irritated by Liu Ze's erratic tactics. With a roar, it raised the skyward once more, preparing to unleash a heavy strike. Now was the moment Liu Ze had been waiting for. The brief moment of wind-up before the shovel's heavy strike, though fleeting, was a gaping flaw in the eyes of a tiger claw player. Liu Ze did not evade. He braced himself against the impending colossal shovel, crashing directly into the embrace of the flying tigers. This was a gamble, a wager on whether your shovel would crush me first, or my dagger would pierce you first. The distance closed. The flying tiger's shovel had already descended. Liu Ze's heavy strike had also been unleashed. Whoosh! Thud! The two sounds nearly coincided. Liu Ze felt a searing pain in his left shoulder. He believed he had succeeded. He should have been faster. But at that moment, Liu Ze felt the scene before him abruptly blur, as if his neck had been struck with a mighty hammer. The intense pain instantly severed all his consciousness. Yet, his weapon had not killed him. The system determined the opponent was quicker. Damn! This heroic-grade weapon was far too cunning. Liu Ze's face was filled with reluctance. A headshot, a resonant, powerful Chinese announcement echoed in Liu Ze's ears. It was not an electronic synthesized voice, but rather a robust male voice imbued with the essence of a hardened warrior. This was the exclusive Chinese voice of the Flying Tigers character. You have been slain by the elite defender, Flying Tigers. Revival countdown. 3, 2, 1 in the darkness. Liu Ze clutched his head, grimacing in pain. He had been careless, truly careless. The range of the skyward's attack was exceedingly insidious, its speed remarkable, and its reach extensive. This was the reality of the game's characteristics. Data is truth. A flash of white light. Liu Ze revived behind a box. His first instinct was to glance at the tactical panel on his wrist. Current kills, 860. Current ranking, second place. The name occupying the first place was flashing with blinding red light. ACE, Flying Tiger's Defender, kills, 1260. Had he been surpassed? A jolt of surprise coursed through Liu Ze. In the mere seconds he had been waiting to respawn after his death, the Flying Tigers had managed to achieve several more kills. Double kill, triple kill. The resonant Chinese voice announcement continued to ring out. Liu Ze could even hear the cries of anguish from the passage. Those ordinary AIs wielding only knives and batons were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter before the Flying Tigers wielding the skyward. One shovel per kill. Sometimes, one shovel could dispatch two. This cannot continue. He must not be allowed to kill indiscriminately. Liu Ze tightened his grip on the Tiger Claw dagger. This was a race. The first to reach 60 kills would claim victory. His weapon was superior, and he killed swiftly. He must outpace him. Liu Ze assessed his surroundings. This was the end of Avenue A. Since the Flying Tigers were rampaging in B passage, he would avoid them and head to A to clear the area. Chapter 52, Pincer Attack. Liu Ze resolved to avoid a direct confrontation with a creature wielding the long-handled weapon. The advantage of the Tiger Claw dagger lay in close combat and ambush, not in head-on clashes. With a burst of energy, he sprang up the slope of Avenue like a nimble monkey. He unexpectedly encountered two ordinary AIs who had just revived, one wielding a baton and the other a knife. How unfortunate for you. Liu Ze's eyes turned icy, and his footsteps transformed into an intricate S-shaped pattern. The AI with the baton swung wildly, missing entirely. Liu Ze had already slipped to its side. Zing! The right click of the Tiger Claw dagger unleashed its power once more. Two consecutive heavy strikes instantly pierced through its ribs. Kill! The nearby AI with the knife had just begun to turn around. Liu Ze executed a swift slide behind it, driving the Tiger Claw deep into its back. Kill! That made 10. Liu Ze glanced at the score. The Flying Tigers had already reached 15 kills. The gap was widening. He needed to head underwater. The underwater route was narrow, perfect for the Tiger Claw as capabilities. Without hesitation, Liu Ze jumped through the window of a control and plunged into the roaring waterway. As soon as he hit the water, he felt a chill shoot up his spine. Something was amiss. It was far too quiet underwater. Logically, this was a vital passage connecting points A and B. Surely, there would be AIs passing through. Yet now, apart from the sound of his own splashes, there was nothing. Liu Ze immediately halted, pressed against the wall, and held his breath. Suddenly, a series of extremely light and rapid footsteps echoed from the corner ahead. These were not the heavy thuds of military boots, but rather a sound reminiscent of high heels striking the water at a frenetic pace. Top, 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 top. Just as Liu Ze leaned out to investigate, a silver flash darted toward him, preceding the figure. Whoosh! It was a throwing knife. Liu Ze's pupils contracted as he instinctively jerked his head aside. Thud! The throwing knife grazed his ear, embedding itself deeply into the wooden box behind him. The blade vibrating ominously. Had he been a fraction of a second slower, his head would have sported a new hole. A hidden weapon. Liu Ze was taken aback. Then, a petite figure dashed out from around the corner. Short hair, clad in a deep blue standing collar jacket or tight leather attire. The defender's appearance. The infiltrator S form is that of a pure schoolgirl. The elite character 0. She bore no firearm, nor did she wield an exaggerated shovel. Instead, she held two uniquely shaped short knives, glowing with an eerie green light, gripped in reverse. Shadow Blade, throwing weapon exclusive to heroic grade characters. Upon seeing Liu Ze evade the throwing knife, Zero's expression remained impassive. She tapped her toes in the water and leapt into the air, moving with the speed of a phantom. So swift, Liu Ze dared not let his guard down, swiftly positioning the Tiger Claw dagger across his chest. Zero, suspended in the air, crossed her dual blades, harnessing the momentum of her descent to deliver a fierce strike. The resounding clash echoed. Liu Ze felt a jolt of electricity surge through his arm, propelled backwards by the tremendous force, splashing water beneath his feet. What staggering power! Before he could regain his footing, Zero's onslaught resumed. Upon landing, she showed no signs of pause. Her twin blades whirled into a verdant cyclone. Rising strikes, downward cleaves, sweeping arcs. Every slash aimed directly at Liu Ze's vital points. Furthermore, her attack frequency surpassed that of conventional weaponry by more than double. Had she activated an acceleration gear? Liu Ze could only awkwardly parry. Though the Tiger Claw dagger was swift, it was designed for heavy strikes. In terms of blocking and defense, it held no advantage. Slash. Lu Zhe's arm was grazed, a crimson line appearing as blood stained the water surface. No, defense was futile. The tiger claw was an instrument of offense. To defend would mean certain death. A fierce resolution ignited within Lu Zhe. If you are quick, then I shall be even more reckless. He ceased blocking Zero's strikes and, despite the pain, lunged forward with fervor. Take this. Lu Zhe's right hand wielded the tiger claw dagger, unleashing a flurry of rapid thrusts towards Zero's abdomen. This was a trade of wounds. Clearly taken aback by this human's audacity, Zero, who had intended to slice at Lu Zhe's neck, was compelled to redirect her attack to protect her midsection. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metal clashing ensued. Lu Zhe's frenzied assault, akin to a rabid dog, forced Zero to retreat. An opportunity presented itself. A gleam of determination flashed in Lu Zhe's eyes. Seizing the moment as Zero adjusted her stance, he prepared to launch a final strike. However, at that very instant, an ear-piercing rush of wind sliced through the air from behind Lu Zhe. A chill ran down his spine. An ambush, and from a formidable opponent. He attempted to evade, but his body, propelled by inertia, could not halt its advance. Thud! A gleaming, golden military axe struck his back with pinpoint precision. The overwhelming force severed his spine. Lu Zhe's body went limp, crashing into the water with a splash. As consciousness faded, he strained to turn his head, catching sight of a voluptuous woman clad in a red leather outfit standing behind him, wielding the bloodied golden axe. Dragon Roar, an elite character, the Huntress. Damn it, that single thought consumed Lu Zhe's mind. With Zero in front and the Huntress behind, what chance did he have? You have been slain by the elite defender, Huntress. In the abyss of darkness, Lu Zhe felt as if his lungs would burst with rage. Nope, death replay? Not even a slow-motion glimpse of his demise. The system coldly indicated the countdown to respawn. This was even more disheartening than the previous scenario. At least in the last round, he could contend with the elite creature. This round was sheer chaos, with no notion of when someone would emerge from behind to deliver a fatal blow. Especially with these three elite foes, it seemed they were fixated on eliminating him. This was no contest of individual skill. It was clearly a 3-on-1. Lu Zhe cursed under his breath. A bright light flared once more. This time, the respawn point was fortuitous, situated atop a high platform within the infiltrator's lair. From this elevated position, his line of sight was unobstructed. Lu Zhe immediately checked the scoreboard. His heart sank upon seeing the numbers. Chapter 53. So, you're the ACE, are you? ACE, Flying Tigers, kills, 2,860. Second place, 0 kills, 1860. Third place, Huntress, kills, 1560. Fourth place, Lu Zhe, kills, 1060. 28 already. Lu Zhe's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How much time had passed? Was that Flying Tigers team using hacks? How could they kill so swiftly? They had nearly eliminated half the players. Meanwhile, he had only managed 10. The disparity was staggering. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, compelling himself to remain calm. He could not afford to act hastily. The more rushed he felt, the more likely he would falter. Each of those three elite foes wielded formidable weapons, and engaging them directly would surely lead to his downfall. The Flying Tigers wielded wide-reaching attacks. Zero's dual blades struck with rapidity, and the Huntress's dragon roar possessed immense power. His only advantage with this meager tiger claw was its explosive potential. He needed to seek out vulnerable targets. Glancing at the map, Lu Zhe observed that the majority of red dots were concentrated near the underwater area and central bridge. That was a meat grinder. He would not partake in that fray. Lu Zhe leaped down from the high platform and dove into the labyrinth of boxes at a passage. The complex terrain and abundant obstacles were ideal for a cunning approach. As long as he could hear footsteps and corner his foes, he could reclaim his momentum. Just as he concealed himself behind a box, he heard the heavy footfalls approaching from the A area. From the sound, it was a large opponent. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the tiger claw and held his breath. Closer. At the moment the figure dashed past the box, Lu Zhe sprang forth. D. Right-click heavy strike. Thud. As expected, a regular AI wielding a shovel was instantly pierced through. Kill. 11. Without pausing, Lu Zhe swiftly changed positions, hiding behind a box across the way. Just as he settled in, another target appeared. This time, it was a fast-running opponent armed with a knife. But no matter how swift, they could not outpace Lu Zhe's keen instincts. As the figure approached, Lu Zhe's dagger was already thrusting forward. Thud. Another one down. 12. Lu Zhe felt his rhythm returning. In this maze-like terrain, he moved like a wraith, harvesting the misfortunate souls who wandered by. In just 2 minutes, he had eliminated 8 ordinary AIs, bringing his kill count to 20. There was still hope. Lu Zhe glanced at the leaderboard. The Flying Tigers had reached 30 kills. Though their pace had slowed, they were still climbing. It seemed they were entangled with the other two elite foes. As long as he avoided those three monstrosities, he could continue to rack up kills. Just as Lu Zhe thought this, a rhythmic click of high heels suddenly halted outside his hiding spot. His heart sank. That sound was all too familiar. It was the huntress. How had she tracked him down? Lu Zhe dared not make a sound, pressing against the box. The footsteps lingered for a moment, seemingly in hesitation. Then, without warning, she turned and walked to the other side of the box. She left. Lu Zhe exhaled in relief. Yet, he did not move immediately. He waited a couple of seconds longer. Only when he was certain there was no sound did he cautiously peer out to assess the situation. However, the moment he did so, a beautiful yet menacing face greeted him with a smile. The huntress had not left at all. She had feigned her departure and stealthily returned. She was perched atop the box above him. Hi. The huntress's crimson lips parted, seemingly uttering something. The next second, the glimmering golden axe, dragon roar, descended upon him with the force of a mountain-splitting strike. Holy hell! Lu Zhe barely had time to curse. He attempted to withdraw, but his body could not match the speed of that golden axe. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resonated. There was no suspense. Lu Zhe fell once again into a pool of blood. You have been slain by the elite defender, Huntress. Damn it. Lu Zhe's spirit roared in the darkness. This AI played psychological warfare. It could even deceive with its footsteps. Was this truly an artificial intelligence? It was sharper than any human. Upon respawning once more, Lu Zhe's model faltered. He saw that the Flying Tiger's kill count had soared to 38. Only 22 more kills were needed for the game to conclude. Meanwhile, he had barely reached 20. Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness enveloped him. Was this mission destined for failure? Should it falter, a random ability would be stripped away. If his level 3 physical prowess were to be taken from him, or if his spatial manipulation were to be revoked, how could he navigate the future? No, he absolutely cannot afford to lose. Lu Zhe bit down on his lip, the metallic taste of blood igniting his nerves. Conventional strategies were clearly futile. He had to think outside the box. Lu Zhe glanced at the tiger-clawed dagger in his hand. What was its defining trait? Speed. Beyond that, it possessed another characteristic, relentless successive hits. In earlier versions, simply holding down the right mouse button allowed for an attack frequency so high that it could interrupt the opponent's actions. In other words, if he kept thrusting, the adversary might not even be able to unsheath their weapon. In previous encounters, he had relied on evasion and tactical cunning. He had forgotten the essence of this weapon. It was meant for reckless aggression. As long as he closed the distance and thrust rapidly, even a god would bleed. Lu Zhe's gaze hardened. No more evasion. No more cunning. He was charging down the mid lane, into that meat grinder, carving out a bloody path. The Flying Tigers, right? ACE, here I come. Lu Zhe respawned at the bridgehead of B Passage. Below the bridge lay the waterway, while above it was a wooden path. The area was open with minimal cover, typically a death trap for soldiers. Yet now, Lu Zhe stood boldly in the middle of the bridge, neither hiding nor retreating. He glanced across to the other side, where a towering figure was wielding a massive shovel, sending an ordinary AI flying. It was ACE of the Flying Tigers. The kill count above his head had surged to 40. Just 20 more. The Flying Tigers spotted Lu Zhe. He flicked the blood from his shovel with a disdainful snort. Umph. Then, with great strides, he charged toward Lu Zhe. To him, this man with the short tiger claw was no different from those hapless AIs. He had already dispatched Lu Zhe once. This time would merely require a few more shovel swings. Come on. Lu Zhe did not retreat. He inhaled deeply, his muscles taut with tension. His level 3 physique was pushed to its limit. The moment the Flying Tiger stepped onto the wooden bridge, Lu Zhe sprang into action. He did not weave or leap. He charged in a straight line, like a cannonball. He hurtled toward the Flying Tiger, seeking death. The Flying Tiger raised his mighty shovel. The massive blade sliced through the air, ready to deliver a crushing blow to Lu Zhe. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Just as the shovel was about to descend, Lu Zhe executed an instinct-defying maneuver. He did not stop to attack or evade. Instead, he lunged forward, gliding close to the ground, slipping beneath the Flying Tiger's sweeping shovel. The mighty blade grazed Lu Zhe's back, generating a gust of wind. Had he failed to slide past, he would have been cleaved in two. Yet he had won the gamble. He slid to the Flying Tiger's feet. Now was his moment. Lu Zhe sprang up from the ground, nearly pressing against the Flying Tiger's chest, even catching the scent of his sweat. You bastard. Lu Zhe's right hand transformed into a blur. The ultimate secret technique of the Tiger Claw Dagger, the Frenzied Dog Mode, was activated. Chapter 54. Mutation. Lu Zhe unleashed a barrage of strikes. The Tiger Claw Dagger revved up like a motor, relentlessly assaulting the flying tiger's chest and abdomen. The flying tiger attempted to defend, to retract his shovel. But it was too close. The disadvantages of a long-handled weapon became glaringly apparent in that instant. The shovel could not be wielded effectively. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe took full advantage of the moment, delivering blow after blow. Ah! The flying tiger let out a cry of despair as his massive form collapsed to the ground. Finish. You have slain ACE of the flying tigers. Due to your execution of ACE, you have gained a significant experience reward of 200. Current kill count, 2,160. Lu Zhe stood beside the corpse, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. Yet there was no time for celebration. The battle was far from over. With the death of the flying tiger, the other AI characters, sensing the shift, began to converge. Among them was Zero, wielding dual daggers. She stood at the bridgehead, coldly observing Lu Zhe, her blades gleaming ominously. Next, Lu Zhe turned, blood still dripping from his claws. He felt no fear. Having slain the flying tiger, his momentum had reached its zenith. Come on, Lu Zhe roared, charging toward Zero. Still in frenzied dog mode, still engaged in close-quarters combat. Zero's speed was indeed impressive, but she was also fragile. If Lu Zhe could seize the opportunity to latch onto her, she would meet her demise. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid metallic sounds echoed across the bridge. Lu Zhe, enduring additional wounds, managed to drive the tiger claw into Zero's heart. Kill. 22. Lu Zhe was consumed by fury. He no longer glanced at the score, nor at the time. In his world, there remained only the enemy before him and the incessant thrusts of his tiger claw. Kill, kill, kill. He slaughtered his way from mid-lane to underwater, from underwater to a passage. Wherever Lu Zhe tread, a corpse lay behind him. Whether it was ordinary AIs or the hunter wielding the dragon roar, none could withstand his approach for more than 3 seconds. This madman was truly a lunatic. If these AIs possessed thought, they would be paralyzed with terror. The man wielding the tiger claw was utterly unyielding in defense. He exchanged blood for blood, life for life. You strike me once, I shall stab you thrice. The score surged wildly. 25-30. Lu Zhe panted heavily, the tiger claw dagger still dripping with digital blood. That recent frenzied onslaught had finally brought his kill count to 40. The flying tiger had 45 kills. Just 5 more. There was still a chance. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze fierce. Just 2 more waves of slaughter, leveraging the speed advantage of the tiger claw, and he could easily pull ahead. He glanced toward the B passage, where several ordinary AIs armed with small knives had just respawned. You are mine. Lu Zhe pushed off the ground, ready to charge forward and reap his harvest. However, just as he took that first step, calamity struck. Without any warning, and without any explosion, those newly spawned ordinary AIs, still dazed, flickered like a malfunctioning television screen. Then, with a sudden zap, they vanished into thin air. Not just those in B passage. Lu Zhe whirled around to look at a passage, then at underwater, then at the mid-bridge. The once bustling ordinary AIs, brandishing a variety of makeshift melee weapons, had all disappeared without a trace in that instant. The entire New Year Square fell into an eerie silence. Only the festive New Year music continued to loop, but paired with the desolate map, it felt hauntingly unsettling. What was happening? Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Was the system glitching? He instinctively glanced at the tactical panel on his wrist. The number of survivors displayed a drastic change. Originally 1212, it now read 412. Aside from Lu Zhe himself, only 3 names remained lit. The Flying Tiger Zero, and the Hunter. All ordinary AI characters gone? Lu Zhe stood frozen, a wave of dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. This was no glitch. The system, seeing him chase points with such fervor, had directly removed the scoring machines. What kind of game was this? Lu Zhe couldn't help but let out a curse. It is worth noting that in this individual competitive mode, the primary source of points comes from defeating those foolish ordinary AI characters. Now that all the ordinary AIs are gone, only 3 monstrous elite foes wielding hero-grade weapons remain. What does this signify? It implies that in order for Lu Zhe to score, he must confront these 3 formidable beings. Moreover, the current score for the Flying Tigers stands at 45. If they manage to eliminate Lu Zhe just 15 more times, he will face defeat. Alternatively, the Flying Tigers could also choose to eliminate the other 2 elite monsters. However, the issue at hand is that these 3 creatures are AIs, and their desire to attack Lu Zhe is evidently far stronger than their inclination to engage one another. Lu Zhe felt targeted, barefacedly targeted. They were effectively forcing him into a 1 versus 3 situation. Clenching his knuckles, Lu Zhe leaned against a wooden crate, vigilantly observing his surroundings. With the absence of minor foes, it was certain that these 3 elite monsters would seek him out. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, heavy footsteps approached from direction A. That was the flying tigers. Light and rapid footfalls emerged from the water. That was Zero. Additionally, the sound of high heels clattering on the wooden planks echoed from Bridge B. That was the huntress. 3 individuals, 3 directions, surrounding him from all sides, converging towards Lu Zhe in the middle lane. They did not engage one another in combat. Even when the flying tigers and the huntress briefly crossed paths at the bridge's edge, they merely exchanged glances. Then, in an exceedingly tacit understanding, they turned their gazes upon Lu Zhe. This was absurd. Do these AIs possess such remarkable coordination? Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The current situation was dire. The flying tigers wielded the Sky Pusher, a weapon with an extensive attack range and immense area damage, capable of a one-hit kill. The huntress held the Dragon Roar axe, where even a light strike to the head would spell doom. A heavy hit would be equally fatal. Zero carried the Shadow Blade, known for its rapid attack speed and the ability to throw daggers from a distance. Any one of these weapons alone could spell disaster for Lu Zhe. And now, all 3 were set upon him at once. Moreover, Lu Zhe only possessed a measly pair of knuckle blades. He could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. Absolutely not. If he were surrounded, the disadvantage of his short-range weapon would be fatal. Lu Zhe focused on the underwater direction. That was Zero. Although Zero's attack speed was swift and she could throw knives, her physique was relatively fragile. Furthermore, the underwater terrain was complex with numerous crates, making it suitable for Lu Zhe's knuckle blades to shine. Most importantly, in order to avoid being overwhelmed, he had to break free. It was now or never. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhe launched his assault before the encircling trio could close in. Instead of retreating, he charged directly towards Zero. Come on, Lu Belot. Rallying his courage, he leaped into the water, sending a splash cascading around him. Zero, noticing Lu Zhe's approach, displayed no expression. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed 3 gleaming green shadow blades in a triangular formation. Remarkably, these projectiles faced no resistance in the water, zipping towards him with alarming speed. Lu Zhe had anticipated this maneuver. He did not dodge left or right. Instead, he climbed over the crates, reaching the bridge at point A. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 flying daggers embedded themselves in the wooden crate behind where he had just stood, penetrating deeply. Lu Zhe did not rush into the corridor. Instead, he leaped down from above. Take that. The knuckle blades, creating a splash, aimed directly for Zero's abdomen. Zero reacted swiftly, crossing her dual blades downward to block. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Lu Zhe felt a tingling sensation in his hands. Yet that was not the end. Utilizing the rebound, he swiftly pivoted, maneuvering to Zero's side. The knuckle blades struck again. Berserk mode activated. Zing, zing, zing. A flurry of light strikes followed by a heavy hit. Zero's health bar plummeted instantly. However, just as Lu Zhe prepared to deliver the final blow, a menacing gust of wind swept over him. Whoosh! Without needing to look, Lu Zhe knew that the hulking figure of the flying tigers was descending. The Sky Pusher came crashing down with earth-shattering force. Lu Zhe had no choice but to abandon his assault and roll to the side in a desperate evasion. Boom! The shovel crashed into the water, sending shockwaves through the entire waterway. Immediately afterward, the huntress leapt down from the bridge, her golden axe gleaming ominously. The 3 elite monsters converged underwater, cornering Lu Zhe into a mere 2-meter-wide dead end. With his back against the damp wall, Lu Zhe faced these 3 harbingers of death. Well, they truly intended to annihilate him. Lu Zhe forced a smile, albeit a rather grim one. However, if they wished to slay him, it would not come easily. Lu Zhe respawned at the end of the B corridor. Although he had met a gruesome fate moments prior, being besieged and beaten to death without a chance to retaliate, his mind was now remarkably clear. Engaging in a direct confrontation was utterly futile. The knuckle blades were invincible in one-on-one combat, but in a brawl, they were merely fodder. The short range necessitated close proximity for an attack. Yet, once he drew near, he would be unable to evade the assaults from the other 2. Lu Zhe glanced at the kill count. Flying tigers, 48. Lucia, 40. The gap had widened to 8. The flying tigers had just effortlessly eliminated the weakened Zero and claimed another kill on the huntress, rapidly increasing their score. A long-range strategy was imperative. Even a slightly extended attack range would suffice. Lu Zhe's gaze drifted through the layered wooden crates, fixing on the resurrected Zero in the distance. She wielded two blades emitting a faint green glow, the shadow blades. In the game's mechanics, these were classified as throwing weapons, but could also be employed in close combat. The key point was they could be used from a distance. If he could seize the shadow blades, he could kite his opponents. He would no longer need to foolishly rush into melee combat. As long as he could maneuver, these three cumbersome AIs would serve as mere targets. The more Lu Zhe contemplated this, the more feasible it seemed. He glanced at the system panel. Although the system prohibited the use of his own hero-grade weapons, it did not state he could not seize weapons dropped within a map. Hadn't he obtained the fire Qilin in the transport ship in just such a manner? As long as he could confiscate Zero's weapon, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Resolute in his decision, Lu Zhe ceased his reckless assaults. He began to traverse the edges of the map, searching for the isolated Zero. At this moment, Zero was entangled with the Huntress at point A. The two female characters were embroiled in a fierce struggle. The Huntress's axe wielded immense power, taking away a significant portion of health with each strike. However, Zero's agility allowed her to evade and occasionally throw daggers, which were irksome to the Huntress. A prime opportunity, Lu Zhe concealed himself behind a crate at point A. Observing the scene unfold, he was waiting for them to weaken each other. Finally, the Huntress swung her axe and missed, exposing a significant opening. Zero seized the moment, thrusting her dual blades and eliminating the Huntress. Yet, Zero was not unscathed, her health now dwindling to less than a third. Now was the time. Lu Zhe sprang into action. He did not roar or shout. Instead, he suppressed his footfalls. Stealth mode activated. Although he wielded the knuckle blades, he moved swiftly with them in hand. Like a specter, Lu Zhe crept up behind Zero. At this moment, Zero had just finished off the Huntress and was preparing to move elsewhere. Lu Zhe did not aim for a fatal strike. His target was Zero's hands. Those hands gripping the shadow blades. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Zero seemed to sense the looming threat behind her and abruptly attempted to turn. But it was too late. Lu Zhe had already closed the gap. Hand it over. Instead of using the knuckle blades to stab, Lu Zhe reached out with his left hand, firmly grasping Zero's right wrist that held the shadow blades. The strength of his level 3 physique surged forth instantaneously. He held on tight. Zing! Zero's reaction was swift. With her left hand, she lunged a knife toward Lu Zhe's rib. Yet, Lu Zhe remained undeterred. Clutching his tiger claw firmly in his right hand, and struck down hard upon Zero's left wrist. A sickening crunch echoed, a sound of shattered bone. Zero's hand went limp, her dagger clattering to the ground. However, Lu Zhe paid no heed to the fallen weapon. His gaze was fixated on the radiant primary weapon in Zero's right hand. System, retrieve it for me. Lu Zhe roared inwardly, based on prior experience, as long as he could make contact with the weapon. And as long as his opponent was incapacitated or under control, he could absorb it into his space. Now, with Zero's hands rendered useless and her health nearly depleted, she perfectly met the criteria. Get in here. Greed consumed Lu Zhe's eyes. With this item in his possession, he could turn the tide of this wretched competition. Yet, what transpired in the next moment left Lu Zhe utterly dumbfounded. He felt a sudden lightness in his grip. The wrist he had firmly seized vanished in an instant. No, not merely the wrist, not just the shadow blade, but Zero herself. That petite elite character clad in tight-fitting attire vanished in a thin air right before Lu Zhe's eyes. What the hell? Lu Zhe maintained his grasping posture, staring blankly at the emptiness before him. Where's the knife? Where's the person? How could they just disappear? At that moment, a cold, emotionless notification echoed in his mind from a system. This voice astonished Lu Zhe more than ever before. Detected that the host is attempting to forcibly absorb the hero-level weapon, Shadow Blade. Judgment result. The Shadow Blade is an exclusive bound weapon of the hero-level character Zero, possessing uniqueness and indivisibility. Cannot be separated from a weapon. The system has executed the forced absorption command. Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed hero-level character Zero, including Shadow Blade. Lu Zhe's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Chapter 56. The Flying Tigers propose cooperation? What? I actually absorbed her? He hurriedly opened his personal space, only to find that within the 1 cubic meter area, besides a pile of firearms and his tiger claw, Zero, the living being, albeit an AI, was quietly suspended inside. She remained in the position she held before Lu Zhe seized her, her gaze vacant, as if she had been paused, resembling a figurine sealed in amber. This is possible? Lu Zhe was thoroughly bewildered. He never anticipated that even characters could be absorbed. Could other characters be absorbed as well? The likelihood seemed slim. System. Didn't you say living entities couldn't be stored? Response to the host. Hero-level character 0 is a machine product, fundamentally a humanoid weapon, in the system's judgment. It shares the same origin as hero-level weapons. So she is not a human, but a gun? Lose a swallow hard. This was absurd, yet upon reflection. Wait a minute. Ive absorbed 0. Now, in this map, Luze suddenly raised his head, scanning his surroundings. The battlefield that originally hosted 4 contenders now only had 3 remaining. The Flying Tigers, the Hunter, and himself. 3-1? This is turning into a game of landlord? Luze's lips twitched slightly. The direction of this narrative seemed increasingly off-kilter. Standing in the vacant space of a control, Luze felt a disarray of emotions. He had merely intended to snatch a dagger, and now he had inadvertently taken a person instead. What kind of situation is this? Luze gazed at his own hands. A mix of laughter and tears. However, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. With 0 out of the equation, she was completely eliminated. Although ENT earned any kill points, the absence of a formidable rival was certainly advantageous. This could be considered an unexpected boon. If only she were a real person, then his parents wouldn't have to worry about a daughter-in-law. He could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he needed to focus on how to win this match promptly. Now, only the Flying Tigers and the Hunter remained. Flying Tigers at 50 points. The Hunter at 30 points, and himself at 40. The situation had shifted. Luze immediately began to analyze the current state. With 0's disappearance, the delicate balance of the three-way standoff was shattered. Without 0, the chaotic force flinging daggers everywhere, what remained was a straightforward confrontation. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the end of Avenue A. The Flying Tigers, wielding their colossal shovel, strode towards him with purpose. Upon reaching a distance of several meters from Luze, he abruptly halted. A look of puzzlement crossed the ruggedly masculine face of the elite character. He glanced around, then back at Luze, seemingly searching for something. Looking for 0, Luze gripped his tiger claw, remaining vigilant. The Flying Tigers evidently sensed something amiss. As an elite AI character, they had developed a degree of self-awareness. He was curious as to why 0 had vanished. The radar clearly indicated someone was present here, and there had been sounds of combat just moments ago. How could 0's figure simply evaporate without a kill notification? Where did you take her? The Flying Tigers suddenly spoke, his deep, resonant voice tinged with uncertainty. Luze was taken aback. You're talking to me again? The Flying Tigers offered no response, merely fixating their gaze on Luze. The shovel in his hand was slightly raised, the molten red glow on its blade radiating a palpable sense of danger. She has gone. You're very dangerous. The Flying Tigers assessed. In his logic, the ability to cause a fellow elite character to vanish in a thin air was far more terrifying than simply killing someone. As the two stood in a standoff, a splashing sound emerged from underwater. Moments later, a red figure leaped up. The Hunter. She brandished a golden-handled axe, her face etched with murderous intent as she charged forward. Seeing the immobile stance of the Flying Tigers and Luze, she seemingly remained oblivious to the strange atmosphere. In her simplistic reasoning, seeing people meant it was time to fight. Huh! The Hunter shouted, bolting toward the nearest Flying Tigers, her dragon roar axe whirling, poised to strike. The Flying Tigers frowned. Without even glancing at the Hunter, he retaliated with a shovel strike. Clang! The dragon roar was blocked by the colossal shovel. The Flying Tiger's strength clearly surpassed that of the Hunter. With a flick of his wrist, he sent her reeling back several steps. Then, to Luze's utter astonishment, the Flying Tigers made a move he never expected. Instead of pursuing the Hunter, he turned back to face Luze. She is a lunatic. The Flying Tigers pointed at the Hunter, who was still poised for another attack, a hint of disdain in his tone. Only knows how to kill, devoid of intellect. Luze was left dumbfounded. Dude, you're an AI too. Are you discriminating against your own kind? Yet upon further reflection, it made sense. The Flying Tigers, as an elite character with Chinese voice lines, were indeed far more astute than those foreign characters who merely shouted fire in the hole. However, the Hunter seemed to have been released earlier than the Flying Tigers. Perhaps earlier characters lacked intelligence. What are you trying to say? Liu Shikashi inquired. He sensed that the Flying Tigers did not seem inclined to engage him immediately. The Flying Tigers planted his shovel firmly into the ground, producing a dull thud. That woman, referring to 0, is gone. Now, there are only the 3 of us. This crazy woman, referring to the Hunter, is quite bothersome. The Flying Tigers regarded Luze, his eyes shimmering with a calculating glint. We should cooperate. Cooperation? Luze nearly lost his grip on the tiger claw dagger in his hand. Are you jesting? This is a personal contest. Ultimately, there can be only one victor. Moreover, you currently hold the highest score. You wish to collaborate with me? The flying tiger shook his head, his countenance grave. First, eliminate her. He gestured towards the approaching huntress. She will disrupt our duel. I despise being interrupted. Clear the field, then it shall be one-on-one. Once she has perished 30 times, she will vanish entirely. She has already met her demise 25 times. You are a worthy adversary. Liu Ze comprehended the situation. This flying tiger was indeed a martial aficionado. He found the huntress excessively bothersome, flitting about like a fly, disturbing his confrontation with this enigmatic powerhouse. Thus, he intended to first join forces to expel this destabilizing element, after which he could engage in a fair battle with Liu Ze. This AI is rather intriguing, he mused, given the current circumstances. He indeed lacked the advantage in a chaotic scuffle. The huntress wielded her axe with formidable might. Should she land a hit, it would likely prove fatal. Furthermore, if the flying tiger was resolute in his intent to slay him, compounded by the huntress's interference, victory would be elusive. Since the flying tiger had proactively proposed to dispose of the huntress first, why not acquiesce? It would become 2 against 1, dispatching the axe-wielding lunatic back to her origins. What remained would be a royal duel between him and the flying tiger, although the latter had a higher score. Liu Ze harbored confidence in his ability to triumph in a one-on-one encounter. Agreed. Liu Ze nodded, a grin spreading across his face. Let us rid ourselves of this madwoman. Having reached a consensus, the previously tense duo instantly redirected their focus. No, they adjusted their weapons and claws, turning their attention towards the still ranting huntress. Sensing something amiss, the huntress glanced at the flying tiger, then at Liu Ze. How could these two men, who had been fiercely battling moments ago, suddenly align? And that look in their eyes, it unmistakably resembled that of hunters observing their prey. You. The huntress began to speak. Charge. Chapter 57. The huntress is eliminated. The flying tiger let out a low growl, brandishing his mighty weapon as he charged forward. Liu Ze followed closely, entering a frenzy. The just and righteous 2-on-1 began. The huntress was utterly bewildered, truly baffled. As an elite AI, her logic was quite straightforward. See an enemy, slay them, and score points. In previous skirmishes, everyone had fought independently, occasionally launching sneak attacks. Yet now the dynamics had shifted entirely. The hulking figure wielding the massive shovel, usually so aloof, and the nimble figure with the tiger claw, typically reliant on ambushes, had inexplicably become allies. The flying tiger paid no heed to her thoughts. Relying on the long reach of his weapon, he delivered a powerful blow. Whoosh! The massive shovel swept through the air, cutting off the huntress's escape route to the left. She could only evade to the right. However, as soon as she took a step that way, a flash of cold light appeared. Liu Ze had been waiting. Like a shadow, he materialized beside the huntress, the tiger claw dagger gleaming ominously. Swoosh! With 2 swift strikes, he carved 2 gashes into the huntress's waist. The huntress let out a blood-curdling scream, swinging her axe in retaliation. Liu Ze did not engage directly. Having landed his blows, he immediately retreated. Just as the huntress turned to attack, exposing her back, the flying tiger's shovel came crashing down. Whack! The shovel struck the huntress squarely on her back. Although it was a light blow, the power of the mighty weapon remained significant. The huntress staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despicable fury ignited within her. A red glow enveloped her, and the dragon roar axe in her hand suddenly erupted with golden light. This was the elite character's skill, Dragon Roar Awakening. In a brief moment, her attack power and speed surged dramatically. The huntress, like a frenzied lioness, abandoned all defense, wildly swinging her axe. Be careful, she's desperate. The flying tiger cautioned, yet he did not falter. He positioned his shovel to firmly block the huntress's frenzied strikes. Clang! Sparks flew. The flying tiger stood like an immovable mountain. No matter how fiercely the huntress attacked, she could not breach his defenses. Meanwhile, Liu Ze was like a venomous serpent, slithering from behind the mountain. He exploited the flying tiger's distraction to target the huntress's vulnerable spots, stabbing her in the sides, thighs, and heels with ruthless precision. Your moves are quite underhanded, the flying tiger remarked, deflecting blows while tossing out a quip. As long as they work. Liu Ze chuckled, the tiger claw once more piercing the huntress's thigh. Besides, all's fair in war, understand? Under the combined assault of the two, the huntress's health plummeted rapidly. Although she possessed an awakening skill, she could not withstand such unscrupulous tactics. One was a tank, resilient and robust. The other, a cunning assassin, swift and lethal. How could she contend with that? In less than a minute, the huntress found herself cornered. It is over, the flying tiger declared coolly. He raised his shovel high, preparing for a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe blocked the last escape route for the huntress, the tiger claw poised for action. I refuse to accept this. The huntress screamed in despair. She could not reconcile losing to such a vile strategy. Yet, the game was merciless. Boom! The flying tiger's shovel descended. Thwack! Lu Zhe's tiger clotrast forth. One after the other, they struck true. The huntress's health bar was instantly depleted. That fiery figure, unwilling to concede, transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the scene. Lu Zhe has slain the huntress. Although I ultimately claimed the kill, I intentionally left the last hit for myself. The huntress met her end in a most humiliating manner. Well done. The flying tiger glanced at Lu Zhe, not in anger, but rather with a deep, hearty commendation in his eyes. Securing a kill on the battlefield was a testament to skill, deserving no complaints. For more times, the flying tiger hoisted his shovel onto his shoulder, extending 4 fingers towards Lu Zhe. Just as the two were conversing, a flash of white light flickered at the resurrection point at the end of the corridor. The huntress had returned. At that moment, she resurrected at the bridgehead of the corridor. The instant she landed, before she could fully assess her surroundings, whoosh! A shovel imbued with the essence of molten rock came crashing down from the sky. The flying tiger, that crafty fellow, had predicted the resurrection point. Smack! The flying tiger's shovel descended with tremendous force. The huntress, having just revived, had barely a moment of invincibility before it was too late to evade. Thwack! The impact echoed as the huntress was flattened to the ground. Flying tiger has slain the huntress. 51 and counting. The flying tiger's voice brimmed with pride. Lucia, observing nearby, twitched his lips. This AI, when unreasonable, could be even more ruthless than a human. Only 2 more, Lu Zhe called out. According to previous patterns, once a certain number of kills were achieved, these elite characters would be forcibly eliminated. The huntress had already perished 28 times. With these 2 additional deaths, it would reach 30. Just 2 more, 1 for each of us. The flying tiger, displaying surprising consideration, sprinted towards the water, knowing she would likely respawn there. Lu Zhe wasted no time, quickly following suit. They plunged underwater, and indeed, they spotted the huntress standing amid the water, wildly swinging her axe, screaming in fury. You 2 bastards! I will kill you both. Her composure had shattered. She was completely unhinged. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals charging toward him, the hunter did not engage in battle. Instead, he turned and fled. Attempting to escape, Lu Zhe found amusement in this. In the water, the speed advantage of the finger tiger became evident. Although the flying tigers possessed the attribute of rapid movement, Lu Zhe's finger tiger was also a lightweight weapon, enabling swift movement. He quickly closed the distance, taking 2 steps for every 3. Don't go, beautiful! Lu Zhe executed a sliding tackle, effectively blocking the hunter's path. Forced to halt, the hunter raised her axe to strike. Yet at the very moment she lifted her arm, the flying tigers arrived. Take that! Though the flying tigers did not vocalize, Lu Zhe's mind supplied the sound. Bang! The mighty shovel struck the back of the hunter's head. Just a sliver of health remained. The flying tigers had intentionally left her alive, granting Lu Zhe the opportunity to finish her off. Thanks, brother. Lu Zhe seized the moment, delivering a swift strike. Thuft. Lu Zhe has slain the hunter. 46 kills. One last time, the 2 exchanged a fierce glance, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. This time, the respawn point was at platform A. They hurried toward it without pause. Upon the hunter's revival, the sight of these 2 harbingers of doom extinguished the glimmer of hope in her eyes. She was utterly despondent. I'll send you on your way. The flying tigers charged forward, confronting the hunter head-on. Clang! The clash of heavy weaponry sparked a shower of embers. Lu Zhe sought an opportunity from the sidelines. In a moment of stalemate, Lu Zhe struck again. However, this time, he did not claim the kill. The flying tigers executed a sudden maneuver, sweeping the shovel and draining the last vestige of the hunter's health. Slap! The flying tigers have slain the hunter. 52 kills. With this elimination, the system notification finally chimed. Elite character hunter, death count has reached the limit. Judgment, eliminated. Chapter 58, the turnaround. The fallen hunter did not dissolve into white light as before, but gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air, along with the coveted golden dragon roar she wielded. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply. The battlefield was finally cleared. That axe-wielding lunatic was gone at last. The situation was now starkly clear. Only 2 combatants remained, Lu Zhe, with 46 kills, and the flying tigers, boasting 52. Silence enveloped the arena. with only the festive background music of the New Year Square continuing its loop. Yet to Lu Zhe, the melody bore a chilling undertone. The flying tigers turned, hoisting the mighty shovel onto their shoulder. Those electronic eyes fixated on Lu Zhe. The previous camaraderie now utterly dissolved. Now it is just us. The flying tigers spoke with an unperturbed tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Indeed, it is just us. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the finger tiger and nodded. Let's not waste words. Whoever reaches 60 kills first shall reign supreme on this map. A hint of a smile seemed to play at the corners of the flying tiger's mouth. You are impressive, but victory will belong to me. No sooner had the words left his lips than the flying tiger's aura transformed dramatically. Where they had previously held back against a hunter, now facing Lu Zhe, they unleashed the full oppressive force of the ACE. The magma glow emanating from the shovel intensified, radiating an even fiercer heat. Kill! The flying tigers roared, surging forward like a heavy tank, barreling toward Lu Zhe. The final showdown commenced. Clang! The finger tiger and the shovel collided fiercely in midair. Lu Zhe felt a jolt of pain shoot through his wrist as he was sent skidding backward several meters. The disparity in strength was staggering. The flying tigers, a seasoned powerhouse, clearly had their attributes maxed out. Moreover, the reach of the shovel was utterly unfair. To close the distance, Lu Zhe would have to risk being crushed. Again, gritting his teeth, Lu Zhe shifted his stance, employing the elusive steps of the misty footwork. He dared not advance in a straight line. He must use his agility to bait the flying tigers into attacking. The flying tigers remained steadfast, refusing to be deceived, maintaining their distance. The moment Lu Zhe dared to encroach upon that boundary, the shovel would rise with lethal intent. Thud! Lu Zhe miscalculated his movement, the edge of the shovel grazing his shoulder. His health plummeted by half. Ouch! Lu Zhe gasped, retreating hastily. Yet the flying tigers, unyielding in their pursuit, unleashed their rapid movement, closing in relentlessly. What do you think you're running? The massive shovel whistled through the air. Lu Zhe could only roll away in a desperate attempt to evade. At the moment Lu Zhe regained his footing, he seized the opportunity as the flying tigers momentarily faltered. The finger tiger's blade plunged fiercely into the flying tiger's ribs. He unleashed a flurry of strikes. The flying tiger's health plummeted. However, defying the damage, the flying tigers retaliated with a swift counterattack. Slap! Lu Zhe's vision darkened. He had fallen. The flying tigers have slain Lu Zhe. 53 kills. Reviving, Lu Zhe felt a surge of urgency. The previous exchange had cost him dearly. Though he had inflicted significant damage on the flying tigers, he had succumbed first. This meant the flying tiger's score had risen. In the ensuing minute, a brutal stalemate ensued. Lu Zhe revived, charging forth, utilizing the explosive prowess of the finger tiger to ambush. He succeeded in slaying the flying tigers. Lu Zhe has slain the flying tigers. 47 kills. However, the flying tigers resurrected, exploiting the invincibility of the respawn point to retaliate against Lu Zhe. The flying tigers have slain Lu Zhe. 54 kills. Each had taken a life from the other, seemingly balanced. Yet Lu Zhe's mind raced with calculations, growing increasingly bleak. Currently, the flying tigers had 54 kills, while he had 47, a 7-kill deficit. If they continued to trade blows, the flying tigers would reach 61st. He would inevitably lose. No, I cannot afford to trade lives like this. If this continues, I am doomed. Reviving once more at point B, Lu Zhe glanced at the scoreboard. The flying tigers had reached 59 kills. Just one more. Meanwhile, he languished at 52, 8 kills shy. The disparity felt insurmountable. If the flying tigers claimed even one more kill, or if Lu Zhe made a single mistake, he would fail the mission. What to do? What to do? Lu Zhe hid behind a crate, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Though the finger tiger was formidable, facing the long-reach artifact of the shovel left little room for error. Furthermore, the AI of the flying tigers was increasingly adept, growing more stable with each encounter, offering no opportunities. A swift method to rack up points was imperative. However, with all the minor enemies eliminated, only this one formidable boss remained. How could he accrue kills? Unless... Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Zhe's mind. He recalled the entity he had confined within his personal space. Zero. The system had indicated that she was a humanoid weapon, categorized as an item. If she was indeed an item, could she not be summoned at will? Should he release her and eliminate her? Would that count as a kill? After all, she had previously participated in this match. The moment this thought emerged, Lu Zhe's heart raced. It was a gamble. After all, playing it safe would lead to certain defeat. System. Release 0. Lu Zhe nestled himself in the furthest corner of platform A ensuring the flying tigers would not locate him immediately. Inwardly, he chanted, "Buzz." The air before him shimmered. The petite figure clad in a tight-fitting suit, Zero, materialized before Lu Zhe. As she emerged, she appeared momentarily disoriented. After all, being trapped in the subspace. In a state of temporal stasis, her gaze momentarily flickered with confusion. In that fleeting instant, Lu Zhe sprang into action. He exhibited no mercy. The tiger-clawed dagger in his hand was poised for action. "My apologies, fair lady. I shall borrow your head for a moment." With a swift thrust, the dagger plunged into Zero's neck repeatedly. Zero had no time to react. Her health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. Lu Zhe has slain Zero. 53. Success. It truly counts. Lu Zhe was elated. The system determined that Zero was a hostile character, and the kill was valid. Moreover, in a twist of fate upon her demise, Zero's body transformed into white light and vanished. Lu Zhe hastily focused on the system panel. Logically, she should have respawned at a random point on the map. If it were a random respawn, it would be troublesome. He would have to search for her. However, the next moment, the system's notification sounded like celestial music. Detected that the exclusive item 0 has perished. Automatic recovery in progress. Recovery complete. Because 0 had been captured by Lu Zhe, she was considered his private possession. Thus, upon her death, her data did not revert to the map system, but instead returned directly to Lu Zhe's personal space. And in that space, she was reset and revived. Incredible. A divine bug. Lu Zhe nearly burst into laughter. This meant he no longer needed to scour the map for her. He could simply remain in place, continuously releasing and recovering kills. It was an infinite score-boosting cheat. System. Release her again. Buzz. Zero once again appeared before Lu Zhe, bewildered. Stab. 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 Lu Zhe struck with fervor. Lu Zhe has slain Zero. 54. Recover. Release. Kill. 55. Recover. Release. Kill. 56. Lu Zhe was like a soulless score-boosting machine. The poor Zero, barely comprehending her surroundings upon her emergence, was brutally slain yet again and returned to her confinement. It was utterly inhumane. In a mere span of seconds, Lu Zhe's kill count skyrocketed. 57, 58, 59, just one more. Meanwhile, the Tiger team, desperately searching for Lu Zhe across the map, was utterly bewildered. He stood on the central bridge, shovel in hand, the red light in his electronic eye flashing erratically. The logical program was malfunctioning. Warning, warning, data anomaly. He had not witnessed Lu Zhe committing any kills. There were no other players on the map. Why was Lu Zhe's kill count soaring? Who was he killing? Where was it happening? The Tiger team felt as though their CPU might overheat. He glanced at his own kill count, 58. Then at Lu Zhe's, 59. He had been surpassed. Just a minute ago, he had led Lu Zhe by 6 kills. Now he was being outdone. This was impossible. The Tiger team let out an enraged roar. Following the sound, he dashed towards Platform A. He had to see what this human was up to. As the Tiger team reached Platform A, he beheld a scene that shattered his worldview. Chapter 59. Time to go home. Lu Zhe stood in the corner, a flash of white light before him, and the long-missing Zero reappeared. Lu Zhe promptly lunged forward and stabbed. Zero fell, disappearing. Lu Zhe shook his hand in regret, as if wiping away blood. "You are cheating," the Tiger team bellowed, his voice thunderous. Even though he was AI, he felt a profound humiliation. What was this? Carrying a blood bag to score points? Was this still a personal competition? It was nothing short of a pig farm. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhe glanced back at the Tiger team. He flashed a grin, retracting Zero, whom he was about to release once more. Cheating? This is called making rational use of the rules, whether it be a black cat or a white cat. A good cat is one that catches mice. Now we are even. Lu Zhe pointed to the scoreboard above. Tiger team, 59. Lu Zhe, 59. Atiya. The true deciding point. Whoever claims this last kill will be the victor. Lu Zhe noticed that the system had ceased releasing Zero. Clearly, it also wished to witness this confrontation. The Tiger team's chest heaved, clearly infuriated, but he quickly regained his composure. As an AC, his combat training taught him that anger was futile. Killing the person before him was the only truth. The final point. The Tiger team positioned his shovel before him, his tone icy and piercing. "I will show you that cunning will ultimately not triumph over strength." Lu Zhe also abandoned his playful demeanor. He gripped the tiger-clawed dagger tightly, his gaze sharpening. "Then let us see. Let us find out whether your shovel is stronger or my dagger swifter." Platform A. The atmosphere was thick enough to extract water from. Lu Zhe and the Tiger team stood 10 meters apart, locking eyes. This last kill determined life and death. Victory and defeat. There was no retreat. No chance for resurrection. Whoever fell would lose. Lu Zhe adjusted his breath, his heartbeat reverberating like thunder in his ears. He knew that without resorting to tricks, a direct confrontation would leave him with slim chances. The Tiger team's shovel had a long attack range, and his current state was evidently at its peak. The pressure he exerted was even more intense than at the beginning. He could not allow the Tiger team to make the first move. Lu Zhe calculated in his mind. The advantage of a long-handled weapon lay in controlling distance. If he allowed the Tiger team to charge and build momentum, he would be finished. He had to close the gap. Even if it meant putting his life on the line, he had to get in close. Meanwhile, across from him, the Tiger team was also strategizing. Countless data streams flowed through his electronic eye. Target weapon, Tiger Claw Dagger. Attack range, extremely short. Attack speed, extremely fast. Weakness, fragile body, low defense. Tactics, maintain distance. Deliver a heavy, decisive strike. The Tiger team devised a perfect strategy. As long as he kept Lu Zhe at bay, he had a 100 chance of victory. The Tiger team moved. He did not charge straight ahead, but instead adopted a zigzag pattern. The shovel in his hand waved continuously before him, disrupting Lu Zhe's judgment. He was forcing Lu Zhe to maneuver, to expose a flaw. Lu Zhe remained still. He stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the Tiger team's feet. He was waiting for a moment. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. He was within the shovel's attack range. The Tiger team's eyes narrowed, the shovel in his hand raised high. Heavy strike. With the shovel glimmering like molten lava, it descended upon Lu Zhe's head with tremendous force. If the strike connected, Lu Zhe would undoubtedly perish. In that critical moment, Lu Zhe made a reckless decision. He did not retreat, nor dodge to the sides. No matter where he evaded, the massive attack arc of the shovel would sweep him away. He chose to move downwards. He crouched. Lu Zhe suddenly squatted, curling his body into a ball. Whoosh! The shovel, propelled by the force of the swing, narrowly grazed Lu Zhe's scalp as it whizzed past. That was close. Just a fraction of a second slower, and his skull would have shattered. The Tiger team clearly did not anticipate that Lu Zhe would dare to gamble like this, but he reacted swiftly. Missing his strike, he immediately altered his approach. The shovel descended, intent on crushing the crouched Lu Zhe. There was no escape. Lu Zhe realized that waiting for the shovel to come down meant he could not dodge while crouched. It was all or nothing. Lu Zhe's legs surged with power. Not a backward leap, but a forward lunge. Like a hunting cheetah, he launched himself from his crouched position. His body nearly grazed the ground as he dove into the Tiger team's embrace. This was his only path to survival, and also his only path to death. Seeking death, the Tiger team roared in fury. The proximity was so close that the shovel could scarcely be wielded. He decided to abandon the shovel altogether, opting instead to charge at Lu Zhe with his robust physique. Simultaneously, he pulled back the handle, preparing to strike Lu Zhe's back with the shaft. Bang! The two collided with tremendous force. Lu Zhe felt as though he had slammed into a wall, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Yet, he clung fiercely to the Flying Tiger's uniform. Stand firm. Lu Zhe's left hand clamped down on the Flying Tiger's belt like a vice, while his right hand gripped the brass knuckles, his eyes ablaze with madness. The Flying Tiger began to swing the shovel wildly. Each light strike sent jolts of pain through Lu Zhe, but he refused to let go. I'll stab you to death. Like a lunatic, he unleashed a powerful blow. The Flying Tiger, now desperate, abruptly raised his knee, aiming a fierce strike at Lu Zhe's chin. Should that blow land cleanly, Lu Zhe would surely perish. At that very moment, Lu Zhe's brass knuckles surged toward the Flying Tiger's heart. Time seemed to freeze. The knee ascended. The blade lunged forward. Who will be swifter? Thud. Crack. The two sounds resonated simultaneously. Lu Zhe's jaw shattered as his body was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The Flying Tiger's body was pierced, his massive form stiffening in place. Both combatants remained motionless. The world fell into a deathly silence. Only the cold judgment of the system echoed through the air. Judging. Lu Zhe lay on the ground, his consciousness fading. He gazed at the overcast sky, a singular thought occupying his mind. Did I win? That fleeting moment had transpired too swiftly, so fast that even he could not discern who had perished first. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, a crimson kill icon sprang forth upon Lu Zhe's retina. That icon was blindingly bright, almost adorably so. Lu Zhe has slain the Flying Tiger. Termination, immediately following. Victory, kill count, 6,060. Lucia. I won. A slight twitch of Lu Zhe's lips suggested a smile, but with his jaw shattered, he could not manifest it. It turned out that in that instant, the attack speed of the brass knuckles had surpassed the physical impact of the knee by a mere 0.01 seconds. It was this insignificant 0.01 seconds that determined the victor. The Flying Tiger's health bar depleted first, although Liu Ze met his demise shortly thereafter. According to the game rules, the one who achieved 60 kills first was declared the winner. Liu Ze triumphed. Breath. A radiant light enveloped him. The pain from his injuries began to subside. His fractured jaw healed, and his lost stamina was instantly replenished. He rose from the ground, casting a glance at the slowly vanishing body of the Flying Tiger not far away, his eyes reflecting a newfound respect. You were a worthy opponent. Were it not for my companion Zero and the ferocity of the brass knuckles, I would not have been able to defeat you. Though the Flying Tiger's form faded, there was no trace of anger at defeat upon his resolute face. Instead, there was a sense of relief. You have won. Strength commands respect. With those parting words, the Flying Tiger completely vanished. The New Year Square was left desolate, with only Liu Ze remaining. Mission accomplished. Liu Ze surveyed his surroundings, the festive lanterns, the blood-stained waterways. Everything had come to an end. It was time to return home. Chapter 60, Zero's Rampage. Liu Ze stretched languidly. This mission had truly been a matter of life and death. Yet, the rewards were bountiful. Not only had he completed the mission and preserved his abilities, but he had also unexpectedly acquired a humanoid weapon named Zero. With a mere thought, Liu Ze peered into his personal space. The character known as Zero floated serenely within. From now on, I shall not fight alone. Close the door. Release Zero. Liu Ze chuckled mischievously. Mission accomplished. Preparing to return to the real world. Mission objective. Achieve 60 kills first in the personal combat New Year Square. Completed. Special restrictions. The use of any hero-level weapons, firearms, or throwing weapons from the personal space is prohibited for this mission. The host may only select one ordinary cold weapon from the system's arsenal as the primary weapon. Mission reward. Comprehensive enhancement of the host's physical attributes. Intermediate. 300 experience points. Note: physical enhancement has numerical values. Although it is a comprehensive enhancement, one cannot directly advance to advanced level without multiple intermediate enhancements. Additional tip: current level LV3, 11,21,000, upgradable. Mission completed. Preparing to return to the real world. Teleportation commencing. Teleport countdown. 3, 2. A flash of white light enveloped Liu Ze's figure as he vanished from the New Year Square, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the eternally looping tune of Wishing You Prosperity. This is not the official BGM. I personally feel it suits the new year well. Base 031, Underground Teleportation Hall. As a distortion and hum reverberated through the space, that familiar beam of white light gradually dissipated. Everyone held their breath, with Li Yuanzhao extinguishing the cigarette, but in his hand, fixating his gaze on the center of the teleportation platform. As the light faded, Liu Ze's figure came into view, appearing vibrant and invigorated. He is back. Quick, medical team, check him. A few individuals expertly swarmed Liu Ze, covering him with various instruments to assess his physical indicators. Liu Ze waved his hand, brushing aside the small nurse who was about to place an oxygen mask on him, grinning broadly. Don't fuss, I'm fine. Though it was exhausting, every moment was exhilarating. Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang approached swiftly. Li Yuanzhao surveyed Liu Ze, who, despite his fatigue, was unscathed, letting out a sigh of relief as the tension that had gripped his heart finally eased. Good lad, 60 kills. Did you really take them all out one by one? Li Yuanzhao patted Liu Ze on the shoulder, his tone laden with admiration. Of course, it was all a test of stamina. Liu Ze chuckled, then his expression turned enigmatic. His gaze swept over the fully armed guards and the eager experts awaiting the spoils. Academician Wang, unable to contain his excitement, pushed up his glasses and asked urgently, Little Liu, did you bring back anything worthwhile? Although the system restricted firearms, did you manage to acquire any of those special cold weapons like that magma shovel? He was, of course, referring to the elite monster's weapon, the Qingtian. Liu Ze shook his head. I couldn't seize the Qingtian. The thing is bound tightly. However, he paused, his grin widening, even taking on mischievous undertone. I brought back something even more explosive than the Qingtian. Or rather, someone. Everyone present was taken aback. To be precise, a humanoid weapon. Liu Ze stepped back, clearing a space, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. Director Li, have the guards disengage their weapons. And everyone step back 5 meters. Especially you, old Wang. Stand clear. Seeing Liu Ze's grave expression, Li Yuanzhao's face changed, and he immediately waved his hand. Listen to him. All personnel, take caution. Fall back. With a rustle, The surrounding special forces swiftly chambered their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at the space before Lu Zhe. The atmosphere thickening to a palpable tension. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, his mind sinking into his personal space. The petite figure that had remained still within the space now floated into view. Come fort, zero. Buzz. The air rippled violently. In the next moment, a girl clad in a sleek black tactical suit, with a sharp bob haircut, materialized on the teleportation platform. It was none other than the double Agent Zero from CF. Wow, she is truly a living person. Is this biotechnology or a bionic robot? It is breathtakingly beautiful, resembling something straight out of a video game. The surrounding crowd erupted with gasps of astonishment, particularly the esports masters who had been invited. The expressions on 70 kilograms and White Shark were almost comically exaggerated. They were no strangers to collecting figurines, and seeing one in real life brought them unbridled joy. It seemed as though some of them were on the verge of drooling. However, before the applause could subside, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The newly released Zero, her consciousness still tethered to her previous gaming experience, was oblivious to her surroundings. Previously, she had been eliminated by Lu Zhe while she was unresponsive. Within her logical framework, she found herself still entrenched in the relentless bloodshed of a personal combat mode in a New Year-esque square. With a sudden jolt, Zero's eyes flew open, her pupils flickering with a crimson light indicative of hostility. Ignoring the changes around her, her combat instincts kicked in, reacting the moment she touched down. Whoosh! Zero's figure vanished from sight, moving with a speed that could only be described as ghostly. Watch out! Lu Zhe's face blanched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zero's hatred mechanism would be indiscriminate. Her target was not Lu Zhe, but rather the nearest researcher clad in a white lab coat. In her current judgment, everyone nearby was a target she deemed necessary to eliminate. The researcher felt a sudden brightness before freezing in fear, unable to move. Swish! The shadow blade in Zero's hand sliced mercilessly through the air. Fortunately, a quick-reacting member of the Dragon 2 Special Forces shoved the researcher aside, deflecting the blow with his riot shield. Clang! Sparks flew. The specialized shield, capable of withstanding gunfire at close range, was brutally sliced open by Zero's short knife, leaving a gash 2 inches deep. The Special Forces member let out a muffled grunt as the tremendous force sent him and his shield tumbling backward. Open fire! The security captain instinctively shouted in a panic. Don't shoot. That's a valuable asset. Academician Wang shouted frantically, fearing that if it were destroyed, his research would be in jeopardy. But Zero offered them no opportunity to hesitate. With one strike missed, she twisted her body mid-air in an uncanny maneuver. The 3 flying daggers in her grasp were poised to launch, aimed directly at Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang. Damn it! Come back here! In a moment of desperation, Lu Zhe sprang into action. His intermediate physical prowess unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. He knew there was no time to explain or calm Zero down. He dashed toward her, seizing her wrist just as the daggers were about to be released, disregarding the risk of being cut. Zero's reflexes were lightning fast. She immediately attempted to stab Lu Zhe's throat with another knife. Chapter 61. Upgrade, LV4. Lu Zhe had come prepared. His mental focus was intensely concentrated, tightly locking onto the rampaging humanoid weapon. System, retrieve her. He roared inwardly. Buzz. Just as the glimmering green blade was a mere millimeter from Lu Zhe's neck, Zero's movement came to a sudden halt. That familiar pulling force returned. In an instant, Zero's figure, along with her weapon, vanished into thin air, forcibly returned to the spatial confines of her containment. Phew! Lu Zhe collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat. That fleeting moment had felt like a brush with death. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone remained frozen in terror, staring at the now vacant floor. They glanced at the fallen Special Forces member and the damaged shield. Those brief 2 seconds felt like a nightmarish ordeal. Is this the combat capability of an elite AI? Li Yuanzhao's face turned ashen, but he quickly regained his composure and strode toward Lu Zhe. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow, managing a wry smile. I was careless. That woman, no, that weapon, attacked indiscriminately the moment she was released. It's far too dangerous. Instructor Thunder observed the shattered shield with a grave expression. Given that speed and power, if she were allowed to unleash her wrath in this hall, at least half of us would be dead. Yet this proves her value. Although Academician Wang was pale with fear, the fervor in his eyes burned even brighter than before. He trembled as he approached Lu Zhe, fixating on him. Xiaolu, what exactly is she? A biohuman? Or a robot? The system classifies her as a humanoid weapon. She is likely some form of bionic robot, Lu Zhe explained. You all saw the situation earlier. Her current logic dictates that she must eliminate everyone. In her eyes, we are merely NPCs that need to be eradicated. What are we to do? Academician Wang fretted, wringing his hands. Such an exceptional specimen. If we cannot extract her for research, it's as if we're sitting on a mountain of gold while begging for scraps. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. Zero's current state resembled a ticking time bomb, ready to explode upon release. If the control issue remained unresolved, this mission's rewards would be half wasted. Don't panic. Let me think, Lu Zhe mused, casting a glance at the flashing upgradable indicator on the system panel, deep in thought. After the recent scare, the security level of the base had been raised to the highest alert. Although Zero had been contained, the chilling sensation of narrowly escaping death still loomed over everyone's hearts. However, for some, the aftermath of fear was swiftly replaced by unbridled excitement and curiosity, especially for the invited esports masters. In the break room of the think tank, White Shark, 70 kilograms, and NP surrounded Lu Zhe, their gazes more fervent than if they were beholding a nude beauty. Shifa, Shishin, brother. White Shark's voice trembled with excitement. Was that really Zero? The character that can only be purchased in a game? Of course. It nearly sliced my throat. How could it be fake? Lu Zhe replied, rubbing the shallow cut on his neck, annoyance creeping into his tone. Absolutely magnificent. Truly magnificent. 70 kilograms exclaimed, Stashtalk, gesturing animatedly. Did you see that move? A mid-air twist before tossing the daggers. The modeling. No, her appearance is 1,000 times more exquisite than in the game. It's as if a two-dimensional character stepped into reality. Two-dimensional? That's a real weapon. Instructor Thunder interjected with a scoff, dousing the enthusiasm of the middle-aged gaming addicts. That level of killing technique, devoid of pain and fear, could allow 1-0 to take on an entire squad of our Dragontooth team. Yet, this did not quell the fervor of the crowd. This was a living figurine. A young technical advisor couldn't help but marvel. If only we could get her to obey. Even if she just stood still for a few photos, it would be worth my lifetime. A figurine? Lu Zhe pondered at the mention of the term, a flicker of inspiration igniting in his mind. Indeed, Zero, now confined within his space, resembled a sealed top-tier figurine, albeit a rather fierce one, whose unboxing could easily lead to bloodshed. Meanwhile, in a top-secret conference room, Li Yuan Zhao, Academician Wang, and several core experts wore expressions of grave concern. We must find a way to control her, Li Yuan Zhao asserted, tapping the table with a serious tone. If we can decipher Zero's control chip and power system, our nation's robots and combat dogs will experience a qualitative leap in capability. However, Director Li, you've seen for yourself, Academician Wang lamented. That thing is impossible to communicate with. The moment she emerges, she is in combat mode, and her speed is too great. Even if we deployed an electromagnetic pulse, EMP, to forcefully incapacitate her, if we damage the core chip inside, it would be a great loss. This is a deadlock. One expert sighed, unless Comrade Lu Zhe can control her like a game character. As the crowd found themselves at a loss, Lu Zhe entered the room. His expression was somewhat peculiar, tinged with a hint of anticipation and a touch of trepidation. Director Li, Old Wang, I believe I may have discovered a solution. What solution? Academician Wang sprang to his feet in surprise. Lu Zhe pointed to his head, exclaiming the system. I just completed a task, and my experience points overflowed. The system has notified me that I can upgrade to LV4. Upgrade? Li Yuan Zhao was taken aback. Can an upgrade truly resolve the control issue? Though hesitant to voice it before, Lu Zhe took a deep breath. In the system's upgrade preview, I saw a new module prompt. In fact, while I was resting earlier, I had been studying the system panel. Current level LV3, 11201000, eligible for upgrade. Beneath this line, there was a subtle hint. Detected host has captured a high-level intelligent unit, 0. LV4 upgrade will unlock the minion capture management module. Minion management? This is like a pillow delivered when one is drowsy. I must upgrade. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe issued the command in his mind. Chapter 62, The Furious Lu Zhe. Ding. Upgrade request confirmed. Experience points deduction of 1,000 successful. Current level, LV4. System core components are being restructured. Estimated time, 48 hours. During this period, the personal space will be temporarily locked. Only non-living objects can be accessed. 0 will be in a frozen state. Please take care of your rest, host. 48 hours? Lu Zhe was taken aback, then sighed in relief. It was for the best. After 2 grueling battles, his body was indeed tense. It was time to take a break. As the system entered maintenance mode, Lu Zhe felt the tautness in his nerves finally ease. "How is it?" Li Yuanzhou, who had been vigilantly observing, stepped forward to inquire as Lu Zhe's expression softened. "It's all right, Director Li." Lu Zhe stretched his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks. "The system is upgrading, which will take about 2 days. During this time, I cannot enter, and Zero will also be locked into space. So it's a good opportunity for everyone to catch their breath." "Good." Li Yuanzhou nodded, a glimmer of concern crossing his eyes. "You certainly need to rest. For these 2 days, you should stay at the base or return to the sanatorium to spend time with your parents. Academician Wang is currently engrossed in tackling those cloaking suits and thermal imaging glasses, and he does not require your assistance for now." "All right. Then I shall consider a vacation." Lu Zhe grinned, and under the escort of several guards, returned to his exclusive lounge at the base. After taking a hot shower and changing into fresh, comfortable clothes, Lu Zhe sank into the soft sofa. Ever since acquiring the system, he had felt like a spinning top, ceaselessly in motion. From the transport ship to the desert gray, from the underground research facility to New Year's Square. Each experience was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Finally, he could enjoy 2 days of normalcy. Lu Zhe casually picked up the tablet on the table and connected to the base's internal network. Although it was an intranet, filtered external information was accessible. He intended to check the follow-up news regarding the explosion at the Foot Basin Chicken Shrine for a bit of amusement. However, when he opened several mainstream domestic social media platforms, his previously relaxed expression abruptly froze. What met his eyes was no longer the celebratory atmosphere that had pervaded the internet that day. Instead, a murky haze enveloped the discourse. On the trending topics list, several glaring headlines loomed large. Experts suggest abolishing military prioritization. Does the shrine explosion reflect the extreme nationalism of the Great Xia? A university professor calls for the truth, not blind hatred. Exclusive revelation. How much public resources are consumed by military priority lanes? Lu Zhe's brows furrowed deeper, his fingers swiftly scrolling the screen. He clicked on a video. In it, a female professor named Zhang Li sat on a talk show, her makeup impeccable, her gaze disdainful. As she spoke earnestly to the camera, "We must be wary of this so-called hero worship. In a modern contractual society, being a soldier is merely a job for pay, a form of professional exchange. Since they receive salaries and pensions, why should they enjoy priority in medical care and transportation after retirement? This is a blatant plundering of privileges for other taxpayers. It is unjust." Below the video, the comment section was rife with furious denunciations from countless netizens. Yet, there were also strangely uniform expressions of support. Professor Zhang is refreshingly clear-headed. Support. "I've long been intolerant of those soldiers cutting in line. What protect the homeland and defend the country? Isn't it just to earn a living? Stop pretending to be noble. Oppose privileges. Equality for all. These wars are initiated by men who wield their privileges under the guise of protecting us." In the online version, such statements were met with scorn. One after another, Lu Zhe's hands began to tremble, not from fear, but from a seething anger. An intense fury. He recalled the news he had seen earlier. The soldier frozen at the border with frostbite on his face. He thought of the young warrior who had jumped into raging waters to block a breach during a flood and was swept away. And those martyrs who had fought valiantly to protect their homeland. Was this the kind of ignorance they were protecting? He thought of himself, fighting desperately in a foreign world, even using himself as bait to detonate C4. What was it all for? Was it not to make this country stronger? To allow these people to sit comfortably in air-conditioned rooms while tweeting? And what was the outcome? He bled on the front lines while these scoundrels wielded knives behind him. With a resounding crash, Lu Zhe smashed the tablet in his hands, shards of glass piercing his palm, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Blood trickled between his fingers. Damn this bunch of scoundrels! Lu Zhe sprang to his feet, a wave of unprecedented murderous intent enveloping the lounge. This was not a discussion of issues. It was an attack on the very roots of the Great Xia. These people must die. Lu Zhe, disregarding the need to bandage his wound, kicked open the lounge door with ferocity, storming toward Li Yuanzhao's office, brimming with fury. In the corridor, several passing researchers turned pale, frightened by Lu Zhe's current demeanor, and hastily stepped aside. They had never witnessed this usually jovial national treasure display, such a terrifying aspect. It was a gaze that truly suggested the intent to kill. Bang! The heavy solid wood door of Li Yuanzhao's office was violently kicked open by Lu Zhe. The loud noise startled Li Yuanzhao and several aides who were working inside. "Lucia, what is wrong? Why is your hand bleeding?" Before Li Yuanzhao could express his anger, He caught sight of Lu Zhe's still bleeding hand and the stormy expression on his face. Didaktoli, luzes trod toliuenzo's desk. Slamming his hands down heavily on the surface, completely ignoring the reopening of his palm wound, blood staining the documents. His voice was hoarse, brimming with suppressed rage. Have you seen what I saw online? Li Yuanzhao was taken aback. Then his expression dimmed as he waved to his aides to leave the room. Once the door was closed, he slowly began. Are you referring to the comments from Zhang Li and Yanfeng? Not just comments. This is an assault on our ancestors. Lu Zhe roared, veins bulging on his neck. I fight valiantly on the front lines. An instructor Thor leads our brothers into life and death struggles. What are we fighting for? ISNT it for this very dignity? But now what do we see? These so-called public intellectuals, legal professors, and highbrow intellectuals with a unique arrogance, taking the nation's money, consuming public resources, and then spitting in our faces. They accuse us of being a privileged class. They say we are mercenaries who do things for money. That disabled veteran, that was to save lives, and he lost a hand. In the program, that woman berated him like a grandchild. Is this truly the conduct of a human being? Lu Zhe's agitation grew, and his eyes turned crimson. Didaktoli, I seek neither high office nor eternal fame. However, if you allow our soldiers to bleed and weep, if you permit these traitors to brazenly insult our heroes, I can no longer fight this battle. It is disheartening. Didaktoli, this is utterly disheartening. Each of Lu Zhe's words struck Li Yuanchao's heart like daggers. Li Yuanchao fell silent. He gazed at the young major before him, a recent hero who had rendered unparalleled service to the nation, yet at that moment appeared as vulnerable as a child. Slowly, Li Yuanchao rose, circumnavigated the desk, and approached Lu Zhe. He spoke not a word, merely extended his hand to gently pry open Lu Zhe's tightly clenched fist, revealing the bloodied palm within. Then, he retrieved gauze from the drawer and personally tended to Lu Zhe's wounds. The office remained enveloped in a profound silence throughout the entire process. Once the bandaging was complete, Li Yuanchao lifted his gaze, and within his seasoned eyes, a fire burned with a fury that rivaled Lu Zhe's own. Little Lu, do you think I will let them go? Li Yuanchao's voice was soft yet frigid. Then why don't you arrest them? Lu should demand it. Chapter 63. Arrested. With the authority of the National Security Bureau, sealing their accounts and apprehending them should be a matter of mere moments, right? Arresting them is easy. Li Yuanchao turned away, walking towards the vast map of the Great Xia, his back to Lu Zhe. But to arrest them, we must uproot them entirely. The reason we have allowed them to make a scene these past few days, even permitting that Zhang Li to appear on television, is because we are fishing. Li Yuanchao abruptly turned, tossing a top-secret document to Lu Zhe. Take a look. Lu Zhe caught the document and opened the first page, his pupils constricting sharply. The document was densely packed with records of financial flows over the past week. Target, Zhang Li. Associated account, Cayman Islands offshore account X7992. Source of funds, shell companies under the Eagle Sauce Democracy Foundation, in need. Transfer records, October 20th, the day after the footbath chicken god toilet explosion, received 200,000. October 22nd, 1 hour before the statement abolishing military preference, received 300,000. October 24th, promised final payment of 500,000, conditional upon intensifying gender conflict and military-civilian tensions. Target, Yanfeng. Associated accounts. Each piece of evidence was irrefutable. What were these individuals but professional traders, not scholars engaging in independent thought? They were clever, laundering money through cryptocurrencies and multiple offshore accounts. Li Yuanchao stated coldly, if we had acted a few days ago, we could only have charged them with creating a disturbance or spreading rumors, at most detaining them for half a month and sealing an account. Upon release, they could easily rebrand themselves as victims of political persecution, collecting rewards abroad. But I will not permit that. A glint of cruelty flickered in Li Yuanchao's eyes. What I desire is to nail them to the pillar of shame. I aim to charge them with espionage, treason. Just moments ago, the Tech Department breached their final encrypted link, acquiring recordings and email evidence of their direct communications with Eagle Sauce intelligence personnel. The evidence chain is complete. Li Yuanchao glanced at the wall clock. It was 3 in the afternoon. That Zhang Li was currently delivering a so-called tour speech at the auditorium of Jing City University, inciting the students. Lucia. Li Yuanchao looked at Lu Zhe, adjusting his military uniform collar. Did you not express your discontent? Did you not feel frustrated? Let's go. Li Yuanchao picked up the red telephone from the desk and said only one word into the receiver. Reel them in. After hanging up, he He donned his hat and strode purposefully toward the door. Today, I will take you to the scene. Witness firsthand the fate of these treacherous ingrates. Lu Zhe gazed at Li Yuanchao's imposing figure, his fury transforming into exhilaration. Yes, at Jing City University, the auditorium was filled to capacity. Zhang Li, clad in a designer business outfit, stood on the podium, exuding confidence. Students, we must learn to think independently. Zhang Li waved her arms, her voice stirring. Do not be shackled by grand narratives. Nations and ethnicities are but ephemeral concepts. Only your own interests are tangible. Why should you cede your rights to the military? Why support acts of violent vengeance? The reason Western civilization thrives is that they prioritize individualism, valuing human rights above sovereignty. In the audience, some brainwashed students began to applaud, their eyes fervent, yet many others furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate what was wrong. Just as Zhang Li was about to unleash an even more extreme viewpoint, a thunderous crash erupted. The heavy doors of the auditorium were forcefully flung open by two fully armed SWAT officers. The colossal sound abruptly interrupted Zhang Li's speech, and the room erupted in chaos. What is happening? Police? Why are there police here? Before the students could comprehend the situation, a team clad in black tactical gear, emblazoned with the national emblem and the words national security, surged into the auditorium like a tide of darkness. They quickly secured all exits, their presence imposing and lethal. Zhang Li momentarily froze, then her expression darkened as she seized the microphone, shouting, "What are you doing? This is a university, a sanctuary of academia. Who permitted you to enter? This is a violation of academic freedom. Security, where are the security personnel?" She continued attempting to incite the students' emotions with her familiar rhetoric. "Students, look, this is the arrogance of public authority. They even silence." A voice thundered, overpowering the sound of the microphone. Li Yuanchao, draped in a military coat, strode into the auditorium, followed by a stoic Lu Zhe. They made their way directly to the podium. Li Yuanchao's commanding presence forced Zhang Li to instinctively retreat 2 steps, her legs quaking slightly. "Who are you? I will sue you, Xuanwu." Li Yuanchao scoffed, producing an arrest warrant from his pocket and thrusting it into Zhang Li's face. "National Security Bureau of the Great Xia. Li Yuanchao. Zhang Li, you are under arrest. Charges: acceptance of foreign funds, betrayal of national intelligence, incitement to subvert state power, and espionage." The moment these words were uttered, the auditorium erupted in an uproar. "What? A spy? Professor Zhang is a spy? No way. I always thought her words were oddly ambiguous." Turns out she was being paid. Zhang Li's complexion turned ghostly pale, yet she stubbornly resisted, screaming, "You are slandering me. This is political persecution. I have freedom of speech. You cannot arrest me. I demand to see my lawyer. I need to contact the Eagle Sauce Embassy. I am a visiting professor from Eagle Sauce Princeton University. You have no right to detain me. Still hoping to contact your masters?" Lu Zhe, who had been standing silently to the side, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, snatching the microphone from Zhang Li's grasp. Then, pulling a USB drive from his pocket, he plugged it into the podium's computer. Instantly, the presentation on the large screen vanished, replaced by high-definition records of bank transfers and shocking chat logs. "Eagle Sauce, name well done, Zhang. That topic about abolishing military preference is generating a lot of heat. Here, as an additional 300,000. Next, focus on attacking Great Xia's patriotic education. Zhang Li, rest assured, these students are easily deceived. As long as we claim it's for freedom, they will believe anything. By the way, how's my son's green card application progressing? Eagle Sauce, name once this task is completed, the green card will be delivered immediately." The atmosphere was shrouded in a deathly silence. All the students were left stupefied. Chapter 64 has been rewritten. Those who had just been applauding now felt a burning shame, as if they had been soundly slapped across the face. It turned out that the independent woman they idolized, the goddess of public knowledge, was nothing but a traitor willing to sell her country for a green card. "Shut it down. Quickly, shut it down." Zhang Li frantically lunged towards the computer, attempting to yank out the USB drive. Lu Zhe delivered a mighty kick to the podium, sending the table recoiling a meter back, causing Zhang Li to tumble to the ground in a disheveled heap. "What? Now you're afraid?" Lu Zhe towered over this once arrogant woman, his gaze icy. "You were quite brazen when you insulted disabled veterans, weren't you? You reveled in calling us mercenaries, didn't you? Now, your master is on the other end of the phone. Why don't you summon him for help?" Zhang Li lay on the ground, staring at the irrefutable evidence on the big screen, her psychological defenses utterly shattered. She began to weep profusely, clinging to Li Yuanzhao's leg. "Leader, I was wrong. I was just momentarily confused. I was being used. I don't want to go to prison. I have talent. I'm a professor. I can contribute to the nation. I beg you for a chance. Get your filthy hands off me. Li Yuanzhao disdainfully kicked her away. You have talent? Is your talent meant for stabbing your own country in the back? The nation has given you opportunities, but you chose to be a dog. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand. Two national security officers stepped forward, the cold clink of handcuffs echoing as they secured Zhang Li's wrists. In that moment, she was no longer the glamorous professor, but merely a wretched prisoner. Li Yuanzhao took the microphone, addressing the thousands of students below with a booming voice. Students, take a good look. This is the true face of the so-called public intellectual. We do not oppose criticism, nor do we reject differing opinions. But we will never tolerate anyone who eats from the bowl of the great Xia while smashing its pot. We will never allow someone to take enemy money to poison our next generation. Take her away. Amidst a chorus of jeers, Zhang was dragged away like a dead dog. Simultaneously, a nationwide operation named Thunder was underway. Yin Fong, Li Something, and other notorious online figures, professors stirring up trouble, were forcibly entered by the National Security Bureau at their homes and clubs. On this day, the internet of Great Xia was finally purified. The trial came swifter than anyone imagined. Due to the undeniable evidence and national security implications, this trial was expedited and dealt with severely. A week later, at the Intermediate People's Court of Jing City, Zhang Li, Yin Fong, and others stood in the defendant's seat, their faces ashen. The gavel struck, and the verdict commenced. Defendant Zhang Li, guilty of espionage, multiple crimes compounded, sentenced to 20 years in prison, deprived of political rights for life, and all personal property confiscated. Before Zhang Li could faint from the severity of the sentence, the judge's next words were the real death knell. Given the defendant's long-standing dissemination of hate speech, her betrayal of ancestral roots, and severe harm to national sentiment, according to the amendments to the nationality law of Great Xia and special clauses of the anti-espionage law, upon completion of the defendant's sentence, her nationality will be forcibly revoked, and she will be deported, never to enter the country again. This announcement caused an uproar in the courtroom, quickly followed by thunderous applause. Zhang Li completely collapsed to the ground, despairingly wailing, "No, you can't do this. I am a citizen of Great Xia. This is my home." She had dared to act so boldly, believing that at worst, she would serve a few years in prison and could live off the remaining ill-gotten gains afterward. But now, the state had flipped the table. After serving her sentence, she would not be allowed to remain on this land. Didn't you think the air abroad was sweet? Didn't you think Great Xia was lacking in this and that? Fine, let me accommodate you. When you grow old, run out of money, and lose your utilitarian value, go perish in your so-called beacon country. Let us see if your so-called masters will even glance at you without your homeland. In front of the television, Lu Zhe watched this scene, taking a long swig of ice-cold cola. Refreshing. This is the kind of grandeur a great nation should possess. If you don't love it, then get lost. With the storm subsiding, the pent-up frustration in Lu Zhe's heart was completely alleviated. Ding. System upgrade, maintenance completed. All functions have been restored. New module. Follower captive management has been loaded. In his mind, the long-awaited system prompt echoed. Lu Zhe's spirits lifted, and he hastily set down his cola. Diving into the system. The 48 hours were up. It was time to get down to business. He hadn't forgotten that a dangerous Zero Sister was still confined in his personal space. With a thought, Lu Zhe entered the consciousness interface of his personal space. He noticed a new tab labeled Follower Section. Upon opening it, there was only one avatar, Zero. Target, Zero, high-level bionic operative. Status, hostile frozen. Would you like to proceed with formatting and rewriting? Note, this operation will erase the target's hostile logic, retain its combat instincts and skills, and implant an absolute loyalty directive to the host. Cost, 1,000 experience points can be advanced. Advance? Lu Zhe chuckled. This system was quite considerate, knowing he had just upgraded and was currently broke. Rewrite. It must be rewritten. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe clicked confirm. As long as it would make her obedient, he would accept the debt. Command confirmation. Rewriting underlying logic in progress. Progress 15099. Rewriting completed. Would you like to awaken? Lu Zhe exited the consciousness space, returning to his fully enclosed training room at base 031. The walls surrounding him were reinforced alloy, sufficient to handle unexpected situations. Come out, Zero. Lu Zhe waved his hand. Buzz. A spatial ripple flickered. Zero's figure reappeared. This time, she did not emerge shouting for bloodshed as before. Her eyes were tightly shut, and the shadow blade in her hand was returned to its sheath at her waist. A few seconds later, those tightly closed eyes slowly opened. She looked up at Lu Zhe, her gaze devoid of malice, exhibiting only a machine-like precision and obedience. Directive confirmed. Zero's voice was cold, like ice clashing, yet unexpectedly melodious. Codename, Zero. Reporting for duty, Commander. It worked. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. He tentatively commanded, stand up and spin around. Zero expressionlessly rose to her feet, elegantly turning in a circle, her fitted operative attire accentuating her flawless figure. Attack that target. Lu Zhe pointed to the distant alloy target. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. Zero's shadow blade flew from her hand, striking the bullseye 50 meters away, embedding itself to the hilt. Retrieve it. Zero's form flickered, swiftly moving to the target, extracting the blade, and returning to Lu Zhe's side in a flash. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Obedient, compliant, and powerful. Ha ha ha. What treasure I found. Lu Zhe couldn't help but burst into laughter. With such a super bodyguard, he no longer feared those high-difficulty maps. Chapter 65, New Map, Biohazard Mode, Biohazard Coliseum. Lu Zhe brought Zero back to the base. The area was placed in the highest state of alert, fully enclosed. For a full 24 hours, apart from the mandatory reports, even Dr. Wang and T take a sip of water. At this moment, Lu Zhe was watching the testing platform through a one-way bulletproof glass. Zero lay there in tranquil silence, surrounded by an inconceivable array of sensor wires. Truly astonishing. Academician Wang burst through the door, his hands trembling with the report. Xuanwu, do you realize what we have discovered? He grasped Lu Zhe's arm with fervor, his words tumbling forth in a flurry of excitement. She is not merely a robot. To call her a bionic being would be an underestimation. She is a perfect work of art. What do you mean? Though Lu Zhe had prepared himself psychologically, the sight of Academician Wang in such a state piqued his curiosity. Her tactile sensation, her temperature, even her micro-expressions. Wang pointed at Zero, who stood behind the glass, his voice rising several octaves. We utilize the most sophisticated spectrometers and tactile sensors to test her outer skin. The conclusion is that, in terms of elasticity, luster, and that subtle warmth, her resemblance to human skin is an astounding 99. 99. Moreover, she possesses organs. Although they are composed of unknown biological soft metals and polymer compounds, they perfectly mimic the position and function of human heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Even her heart is beating, with a power pump circulating blue bioenergy fluid. Do you grasp the significance of this? Academician Wang inhaled deeply. This means that without opening her body, even the most skilled doctors, relying solely on touch and sight, would believe she is a living human girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt a jolt of realization. No wonder Zero was referred to as a double agent in the game. Her ability to disguise herself was akin to that of a born assassin. Furthermore, her combat logic chip and neuromuscular transmission system, Wang's eyes gleamed with a terrifying light, are at least a century ahead of our current technology. If we could fully comprehend her technology, the robotics industry of the Great Xia would leap into a new realm. Just as Academician Wang continued to indulge in his visions of the future, a familiar, cold system notification echoed in Lu Zhe's mind. Ding! Rest period has ended. New mission has been issued. Lu Zhe's expression hardened, his focus sharpening immediately. Target world, CrossFire biochemical mode. Map, biochemical arena. Mission duration, 17 rounds. Mission rules and scoring system. Random faction, at the beginning of each round. The host's identity will be randomly determined between mercenary, human, and biochemical phantom. Due to the host's peculiar nature, the initial probability is likely to be human. Human scoring. Inflict 1,000 points of damage to the biochemical phantom for 1 point. Phantom scoring. Successfully infect a human for 2 points. Victory scoring. Regardless of faction. If the host faction wins the round, 2 points. Upon reading this, Lu Zhe initially perceived it as a splendid opportunity to amass points. After all, in biochemical mode, wielding a machine gun and firing away would suffice. However, the subsequent line of blood-red warning text sent him plummeting into despair. Prohibition against carrying any hero-level weapons, including Zero. Lu Zhe's complexion darkened. He had thought he might gain an additional ally, but now that hope was dashed. High-risk warning. Warning 1. This mission involves high concentrations of biochemical virus solution. Warning 2. If the host is scratched, bitten, or infected by biochemical phantoms during the mission, although the resurrection mechanism remains effective, the virus may breach the dimensional barrier. Consequences. Upon returning to reality, the host body may suffer irreversible genetic collapse. or become the first generation of a biochemical mother body, carrying latent biochemical viruses. Liu Zhe's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. This was no longer a mere game. In the past, losing simply meant a bit of pain or a loss of experience points. This time, the stakes were turning into becoming a zombie. Moreover, if the virus were to return to reality, Liu Zhe glanced at the exuberant academician Wang, then at the technologically advanced base. If a biochemical crisis erupted here, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a gamble that wagered not only his life, but even the fate of the great Xia. System, you've truly gone too far this time, Liu Zhe murmured inwardly. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh. Xuanwu, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Academicians Wang noticed Liu Zhe's unusual demeanor. His previously flushed face now appeared somewhat ashen. It's nothing, Academician Wang. Liu Zhe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within. The system has issued a new mission. Oh, something new again? At this moment, Li Yuanchao approached, his eyes brightening at the news. Where are we headed this time? More shooting? This time, it's a bit tricky. Liu Zhe did not conceal the details, relaying the system's mission information, particularly regarding the biochemical virus and its potential consequences of infection. Upon finishing his account, the entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. The smile vanished from Li Yuanchao's face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Academician Wang even dropped the report he was holding in shock. Bringing a biochemical virus back to reality? Wang's voice quivered. No, it's far too dangerous. Li Yuanchao stated emphatically, Liu Zhe, can you refuse this mission? We cannot take this risk. The great Xia cannot afford it. Nor can you. Liu Zhe smiled wryly and shook his head. Director Li, the system's missions are mandatory. I cannot refuse. Furthermore, he hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his gaze. He focused his thoughts and revealed the mission rewards. Mission reward preview. Basic reward. If the host successfully endures until the end of the 17th round, regardless of victory or defeat, as long as they survive, the personal space will be upgraded to LV2. LV2 space attributes. Capacity expanded to 3 cubic meters. Just this single reward was enough to entice Liu Zhe. 1 cubic meter was far too limited. A few guns and bullets filled it to capacity. Previously, 0 had to be bent to fit inside. It was a bug. He had said she lay flat, but hadn't realized the space was only 1 cubic meter. But now, with 3 cubic meters, he could even fit in a motorcycle or a small arms depot. But that was not the most tempting allure. The most enticing was the highest scoring reward. If the host achieves the highest score, ACE, within 17 rounds, they will receive a special reward. CrossFire Weapon Luxury Prize Pool, 10 consecutive draws. The prize pool includes Gatling Hell, Thompson Flame Dragon, RPK Coil Dragon, Barrett Aurora, M4 a 1 Death God, and Nepal Dragon Butterfly Knife. Boom! A 10-draw weapon lottery, and with a high probability of yielding hero-level weapons. In the past, a fire Qilin had propelled national research into leaps and bounds. A Thor had created a world-shocking East Sea thunderstorm. If he could acquire a weapon like the Gatling Hell, a terrifying war machine with an abundance of ammunition and an incredible firing rate, Liu Zhe's breathing became rapid. This was the system's grand scheme. He was powerless to resist. The system would forcibly transport him. Director Li, since there's no avoiding it, we can only give it a try. Moreover, the core of biochemical mode is survival. As long as I avoid capture, I should be fine. Also, the system stated that only those infected would carry back the virus. What if I can avoid infection? With 3 cubic meters of space, along with the 10-draw weapon lottery, the stakes were high. Li Yuanchao observed Liu Zhe in silence for a full minute. He desperately wanted to refuse. As the head of the National Security Bureau, he understood all too well what those 4 words, biochemical virus, entailed. They represented a disaster more uncontrollable and despairing than nuclear weapons. Once Liu Zhe faltered and brought that entity back to reality, it would not only spell doom for the great Xia, but for the entire planet. However, he also discerned the resolute determination in Liu Zhe's eyes, alongside the immense strategic value hidden behind the tenfold rewards of the weapon. In this era of fierce competition and technological embargoes, the great Xia desperately needed to seize the opportunity to overtake its rivals. Moreover, there appeared to be no alternative. He could not simply eliminate Liu Zhe to prevent a biohazard infection. That was beyond him. With a long exhale, Li Yuanchao released a cloud of stale breath, seemingly aging several years in an instant. Yet, his spine remained as steadfast as a mountain. Very well, I consent. His voice was hoarse, but imbued with an undeniable resolve. Since you dare to gamble your life, I shall accompany you in this madness. However, Li Yuanshao's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening like a blade. If we are to proceed, we must be thoroughly prepared. I intend to reduce the risk, even that of a mere 001, to 0. Subsequently, a high-level summons was dispatched once more from base 031. This time, it was not merely tactical experts and esports champions who were called forth. Even psychologists, virologists, and probability theorists were urgently summoned. As long as they were deemed necessary, the personnel would arrive. 2 hours later, in the tactical seminar room, the atmosphere was suffocating, shrouded in smoke. On the large screen, a dim, dilapidated map reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum was slowly rotating. Biohazard Arena. This map was a classic within the biohazard mode, a veritable purgatory of humanity. The first to speak was the former sharpshooter, 70 kilograms. Yet his expression was graver than when facing any professional team. Lucia, you must understand that the biohazard mode is fundamentally different from previous team combat and demolition modes. 70 kilograms pointed at the densely packed player spawn points on the screen. His voice low and somber. In earlier modes, the enemy stood directly opposite you. All you needed to do was aim and fire at the red-named foes. But in the biohazard mode, he paused, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lu Zhe. The enemy is right beside you. Just 1 second before the countdown ends. The teammate standing next to you, aiding you with your aim, or even the partner you trust most, could transform into a deadly biomother at any moment. Even if you were back-to-back just a second ago, the next moment, their claws could rip out your heart. Thus, the first rule of survival in the biohazard mode was articulated. Beside him, White Shark took over, firmly inscribing 4 characters on the whiteboard. Trust no one. Do not trust anyone. Keep your distance from everyone. Before the countdown concludes, you must assume that every person around you is a ghost. Lu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. This psychological warfare was far more chilling than mere bullets and gunfire. Regarding the map, the tactical analyst pulled up a detailed schematic of the biohazard arena. It featured a circular arena structure. Although expansive, it harbored numerous blind spots. The 2 most notorious defensive points were identified. One was the dog hole, and the other, a cage. The analyst pointed to a semi-enclosed iron cage at the map's edge and a low passage on the opposite side. The cage is easy to defend, but hard to attack. As long as the firepower is sufficient, the zombies will find it challenging to breach. However, the downside is that once your ammunition runs out, or if someone inside mutates, it becomes a coffin with no escape. The dog hole offered slightly more flexibility, but was susceptible to being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Our recommendation is: an elderly psychology professor adjusted his glasses and proposed an exceedingly counterintuitive strategy. In the opening phase, avoid areas with large crowds. Why? Lu Zhe inquired. Pushult. Isn't more firepower advantageous? More people equates to a higher probability of mutation, the professor replied coldly. In a 16-person match, if an infected mother emerges randomly at the start, cramming into a cage with others means that if someone next to you transforms, even divine intervention won't save you. Therefore, during the countdown phase, your task is to roam. Traverse the open areas while maintaining a distance of at least 10 meters from anyone. Once the mother appears and you ascertain who is human and who is a ghost, then utilize your agility to seek out defensive points or parkour. He emphasized, remember, your mission is survival, not to slay as many zombies as possible. Surviving to the end will earn you points. Lu Zhe nodded, engraving each word into his memory. This was no longer a game. It was a contest for survival. Additionally, concerning the bugs, a technician awkwardly raised his hand. Although this map has several notorious bug spots, such as those beneath the stands or those wedged into walls, given the system's previous punitive actions against you in urban combat and the peculiarities of this biohazard virus, we strongly recommend against intentionally exploiting malicious bugs. Should the system determine you are evading maliciously, it might trap you in a wall or transform you directly into a bioghost. Lu Zhe agreed wholeheartedly. Previously, dying in biohazard mode had resulted in immediate transformation into a bioghost. It was a matter of raw strength. Clenching his fists, Lu Zhe thought, I possess intermediate physical capabilities. I can run faster and jump higher than the average person. That is my greatest asset. With the strategy established, the next step was equipment selection. Within the underground armory of Base 031, Dr. Wang, with an air of mystery, led Lu Zhe to a separate blast-proof chamber. Xuanwu, the biohazard grenades you retrieved earlier. While we have yet to fully replicate that high-end variant capable of instantly annihilating a multitude, we have. Dr. Wang opened a lead-sealed box revealing a neatly arranged row of green grenades, each adorned with a skull. Based on the components within and utilizing our existing chemical technology, we have produced a batch of youth versions. Lower tier, biohazard grenades? Lu Zhe lifted one, feeling its substantial weight. Indeed, Dr. Wang clarified. These contain a high concentration of liquid nitrogen mixed with a highly corrosive acid mist, as well as a paralyzing toxin targeting carbon-based life forms nervous systems. While they may not inflict damage as potent as in the game, we have made modifications when thrown. A fierce glimmer sparked in Dr. Wang's eyes. Within a 5-meter explosion radius, they will inflict harm and reduce any organism's movement speed by 50 for a duration of 5 to 8 seconds. Moreover, the acid mist will continuously erode their skin and muscle, causing them immense pain and ongoing damage. But you must exercise caution to avoid harming yourself. Reduced speed? Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. Isn't that the ultimate weapon in the biohazard mode? In a scenario that emphasizes parkour and evasion, applying a slow debuff to a zombie would essentially grant oneself a second life. Take them. Take them all. Lu Zhe waved his hand, stuffing them into his personal storage space. Fortunately, his space was filled with nothing but guns and ammunition, so accommodating dozens of grenades was more than feasible. Besides the grenades, firearms were paramount. In biohazard mode, what was the greatest fear? It was not the zombies' thick blood, but the absence of bullets, commonly referred to as magazine cancer. That moment of despair when facing a horde of zombies, only to hear the dreaded click of an empty chamber, could suffocate one with dread. I cannot bring in heroic tier weapons. Thus, I require firearms with the highest sustained firepower. Lu Zhe surveyed the array of formidable weapons before him. M60, RPK, Gatling. Simply having enough ammo is insufficient. Lu Zhe shook his head. The reload time was too slow. No matter how fast he practiced, there would always be a 1 to 2 second vacuum period. In the biohazard mode, a second could mean life or death. He recalled scenes from certain crime films he had watched before, a manic smile creeping across his lips. Didactoli, please prepare 10 fully modified RPK Dragon models for me, which I have yet to acquire. Oh no, I mean our domestically produced Type 95 light machine guns. The ones modified for larger drum magazines. And also, I need a dozen of those lightweight submachine guns, the Thompsons. What on earth do you need so many firearms for? You only have 2 hands, Li Yuanzhao inquired, puzzled. I won't be reloading, Lu Zhe replied, a fervent glint in his eyes as he patted his waist. Once I finish with one, I'll simply toss it aside. Then I'll pull another from my spatial storage. This is what I call the New York robber's reload technique. As long as I can switch weapons quickly enough, the vacuum of firepower won't catch up to me. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Treating guns as disposable items? Fine. As long as you can return alive, don't mention dozens of guns. I'd empty the entire armory if needed. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand decisively, granting approval. Thus, for the next several hours, Lu Zhe's spatial storage was filled to the brim, in addition to several low-spec biochemical grenades. He packed in a total of 15 fully loaded light machine guns and 8 rapid-fire Thompsons. The remaining gaps were filled with high-explosive grenades and flashbangs. At this moment, Lu Zhe resembled a véritable mobile armory. Oh, in your attire, Academician Wang presented a somewhat bulky but technologically advanced full-body combat suit. This is our latest development, the Xuanwu for chemical defense exoskeleton armor. Isn't the system supposed to restrict you from wearing this? Just take it with you. Most importantly, it will save you considerable effort, especially when running with guns. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe donned the suit. Although it slightly hindered his agility, it indeed conserved his strength. With all preparations complete and the countdown drawing ever closer, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Xiaolu, Li Yuanzhao approached, his hands empty. A complex array of emotions crossed his face, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Remember, nothing is more important than staying alive. If the situation becomes dire, prioritize your safety. Lu Zhe flashed a grin at Li Yuanzhao. Rest assured, Director Li, I fear death above all else, yet I am also quite resilient. Even for those 10 consecutive draws, I will crawl back. Transport countdown, 10, 9, 8. A radiant white light began to converge, distorting Lu Zhe's figure amidst the spatial fluctuations. Time to go. 3, 2, 1. Transport initiating. Buzz. A blindingly brilliant white light instantaneously engulfed everything. When the radiance dissipated, the transport platform stood empty, and Lu Zhe's presence had vanished from this world. However, in the very next moment after Lu Zhe's disappearance, Li Yuanzhao abruptly turned, a fierce intensity manifesting on his resolute face. Transmit my orders. Initiate the absolute lockdown procedure. From this moment forth, seal all passages from the 3rd basement level to the 5th. Engineering core. Immediately lower all blast-proof isolation doors. Also, bring down the 3 layers of spare lead alloy armor plates. Surrounding advisors and experts were left dumbfounded. Didactoli, Academician Wang exclaimed, alarmed. If we lock down? When Xuanwu returns, and something goes awry, we want to have time to rescue him. Moreover, the air circulation system here can't sustain for long. Execute the orders. Li Yuanzhao bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. He strode to the edge of the transport platform, drawing his pistol from his waist, disengaging the safety, and aiming it at the ground. If Li Yuanzhao's voice was deep, yet laced with a chilling intensity. If Liu Zhe brings back the virus, if this place becomes an epidemic zone, then this lockdown will serve as the last bastion of the Great Xia. He scanned his surroundings, observing the terrified yet resolute faces of the soldiers and researchers. I understand this is unfair to you and to Liu Zhe, but I, Li Yuanzhao, am the guardian of Great Xia. I cannot allow even a single viral particle to escape from here. I will remain here, right behind this door, waiting for his return. If he succeeds, I will personally host a celebration in his honor. If he fails or returns as a monster. Li Yuanzhao's finger rested lightly on the trigger, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, yet overshadowed by determination. Then I shall accompany him, buried here. This is an order. Silence enveloped the room. All the soldiers saluted silently, their eyes glistening. With a low rumble of hydraulics, the heavy alloy gates descended slowly, sealing this area into an immense, impenetrable iron cage. This was Li Yuanzhao's trust in Liu Zhe and his promise to Great Xia, neither betraying the heart of the hero nor risking the nation's fate. He was gambling, betting on Liu Zhe's victory. Dizziness, that familiar sensation, washed over him once more. When Liu Zhe regained consciousness, he found himself in a new location. Was this the biochemical coliseum? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings through the visor of his exoskeleton armor. It was a vast, circular arena reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture, surrounded by towering stone walls and dilapidated columns. Flickering candlelight illuminated the area. Oppressive, despairing. This was the initial impression the map conveyed. Preparation time, 60 seconds. The system's prompt echoed. Liu Zhe sighed in relief. Fortunately, there was preparation time to assess who else was present. He immediately checked his spatial inventory, discovering the dozen fully modified Type 95 machine guns and Thompsons lying in wait, ready for use. With ample firepower, he felt a sense of calm. Just as Liu Zhe sought advantageous terrain, he suddenly sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. The prickling sensation along his spine compelled him to grip his machine gun tightly. He scanned the vicinity and spotted a dozen fully armed figures at his spawn point. When Liu Zhe recognized their faces, his lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness, is this a reunion? Familiar faces. All familiar. To his left stood the cold-eyed Knight Rose, clad in a tight flight attendant uniform, who he had previously blown up in the passage and then struck down with a shovel. To his right was Blade, sporting sunglasses of dubious origin, exuding an air of arrogance that did little to conceal his murderous intent. In a corner, Dark Knight was polishing his Barrett-Aurora sniper rifle, while Pandora checked her ammunition. Lon, dressed in a red cheapao, wore a complex expression. Even the seemingly sweet-faced Spirit Foxer now wore a grim countenance. Liu Zhe felt helpless. He couldn't recall having killed Spirit Foxer, so what was with her expression? In addition to these 6 elite characters, there were 8 ordinary AI, OMO, and SWAT agents with generic faces. It seemed he had gathered all his enemies in one place. Liu Zhe chuckled nervously, feeling a weight of pressure. The AI of these elite characters evidently retained their past memories, and their gazes toward Liu Zhe brimmed with a desire for vengeance. Wait, something's off. Clearly, there should be 16 of them. Liu Zhe sensed an ominous presence. Liu Zhe, a sharp voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure in shorts, with a curvaceous figure, burst forth from the crowd. It was the Huntress. Now everyone was here. She had suffered the worst in the last knife battle. Being stabbed and outnumbered, she clearly hadn't let go of her grudge. Although they were still within the countdown protection period and unable to inflict harm, she raised her Golden Dragon Roarhand axe and swung it toward Liu Zhe's head. Go to hell, you despicable wretch. What the hell? Are you attacking before the match has even begun? Liu Zhe's reflexes were remarkably swift. His intermediate physical prowess, augmented by the exoskeleton, allowed him to make a decisive judgment in an instant. During the invulnerability phase, while no damage was inflicted, the force of physical collision remained significant. Instead of retreating, he charged directly at the hunter. Just as the axe was about to descend, Liu Zhe suddenly crouched low. With a textbook maneuver, he seized the hunter's wrist and executed a sweeping leg trip. Bang! The hunter lost her balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Before she could rise, Liu Zhe plopped down onto her back, pinning her firmly to the ground as if subduing a criminal. Feisty little thing, aren't you? Lu Zhe mocked, slapping the hunter's face with a smirk. You think you can hit me? Did you not see the countdown? Let go of me. I will kill you. The hunter writhed frantically on the ground, but under Lu Zhe's formidable strength, she was utterly immobilized. The surrounding Blade and Knight Rose watched the scene unfold, their expressions darkening. This was not merely a provocation. It was a public execution. Lu Zhe, you will regret this, Blade said coldly, adjusting his sunglasses. When the countdown ends, you will be the first to die. Lu Zhe shrugged, standing up from the hunter and brushing off the dust from his pants. All right then, I'll be waiting. But before that, he pointed at the glaring red countdown above. You should pray that you don't become that grotesque monster. After all, dying by my hand is one thing. Being turned into a zombie and then obliterated by me is quite another. As some were speaking, the round commenced. Current round, 117. Identity assessment. Mercenary, human. Virus outbreak countdown, 20 seconds. Countdown, 2019-18. As the countdown entered its final seconds, the previously tense atmosphere turned eerie and taut. Everyone ceased their attention on Lu Zhe and began to scatter, seeking their defensive positions. This was the ironclad rule of the biochemical mode. Trust no one and distance yourself. Just a second ago, allies. The next, they might be the very zombies craving your brains. Quick, to the cage. A swarm of ordinary AIs, like headless flies, instinctively rushed towards the famed defensive point at the edge of the map, the cage. It featured only a narrow entrance, easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, a favorite among novices. Even elite characters like the Spirit Fox and Lon chose to follow the crowd, diving into the cage and setting up machine guns for a desperate defense. Blade and Knight Rose opted for another location, the dog hole. It offered limited visibility, slow movement, and excellent defense. The entire arena descended into chaos. Yet Lu Zhe did not venture towards the crowded areas. He cast a deep glance at those crammed inside the cage, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Fools! The cage in the biochemical arena is merely a tin can. Once one inside mutates, it's a family-sized meal. Turning, Lu Zhe focused on a position slightly to the right of the arena center. There, a high platform resembling an ancient, fractured stone column awaited. This location bore a striking resemblance to the elevated platform within the biochemical pyramid. Moreover, it offered an excellent vantage point, covering a significant portion of the arena. Most crucially, it was unoccupied. For others to leap up, they would have to navigate the stone platforms first, providing him the perfect opportunity to fire and slow down the biochemical ghosts as they attempted their ascent. This was it, activating the exoskeleton's power assist. Lu Zhe swiftly ascended the high platform. Crack! He retrieved 2 fully loaded submachine guns from his spatial storage, slinging one across his back while holding the other in hand. He also placed a pile of spare magazines and several specially designed biochemical grenades at his feet. This is my stronghold. Lu Zhe surveyed the panicked crowd below. Come on, let us see who the unfortunate soul will be. Countdown, 321. Biochemical virus outbreak. With the system's piercing alarm, the air in the entire arena seemed to freeze in that instant. Immediately following, a horrific, inhuman roar erupted from the densest part of the crowd. Lu Zhe's pupils constricted as he locked his gaze on the scene below. In the arena's center, 2 previously inconspicuous ordinary AIs, Omo, underwent violent mutations. Their muscles expanded, tearing through their clothing, and their skin turned a nauseating shade of red. Their hands morphed into sharp claws, and their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson. Biochemical mothers, and 2 of them, no less. They radiated a menacing red glow. Oh! The screams erupted instantaneously. Without hesitation, the 2 mothers swung their claws, targeting the nearest humans. Right beside them, a SWAT member caught off guard was slashed across the back before he could even react. ZZZ. The sound of electricity crackled. The SWAT member swelled rapidly, mutating into the 3rd biochemical ghost before the gunfire could even escape his lips. But that was not the end. One of the mothers charged towards the hunter, who was scrambling upward. Humiliated by Lu Zhe moments ago, her composure faltered and her movements lagged. Upon seeing the mother lunging at her, she panicked and raised her axe in defense. However, the mother's speed was too great, especially as a biochemical mother. It possessed enhanced health and speed. Roar! The mother disregarded the hunter's axe, absorbing the damage, and clawed viciously at the hunter's fair leg. No! The hunter screamed in despair. In the next moment, her voluptuous form began to contort. Her once porcelain skin morphed into a bizarre, crimson hue. Yet it did not stop there. Merely 2 seconds after the transformation, her body became translucent, her figure emaciated, her nails elongated grotesquely, and her attire shifted into that of a nurse's uniform. Her face twisted into a monstrous outline, veins surrounding her pupils bulging and extending like webs across her skin as if the virus was racing beneath her dermis. The former beauty had transformed into a terrifying creature. Crazy baby, roar. The hunter, now the crazy baby, emitted a low growl. Her eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, did not glance at the other humans nearby, but shot upwards, locking onto Lu Zhe, who stood atop the high platform, keenly observing the spectacle. The malice, the hatred, despite her transformation into a zombie, it had not diminished in the slightest. In a mere 5 seconds, the arena, which had begun with only 2 mothers, transformed into a hunting ground for 4 biochemical ghosts. Open fire. Quick fire. The mercenaries in the cage and those at the dog hole finally reacted, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted into the air. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm upon the biochemical ghosts. In biochemical mode, bullets not only inflicted damage, but also produced a repulsion effect. The recently mutated SWAT member, Little Red, was bombarded by the firepower of multiple submachine guns, sent reeling back as green blood splattered, unable to advance an inch. This was humanity's advantage. When united, their firepower was invincible. Lu Zhe lay on the high platform, calmly assessing the situation. Yet he refrained from firing. He was waiting, for he knew that the true threat did not lie with those who charged recklessly. Rather, it is those aberrations endowed with extraordinary abilities. At this moment, the frenzied darling, transformed from the fox hunter, did not charge mindlessly like other zombies. The instant she was infected, she harnessed her newfound agility to leap backward, vanishing into the shadows. She became invisible. Lu Zhe's expression darkened. Was this not a skill exclusive to the progenitor? How could she wield it just after her transformation? The skill of the frenzied darling was invisibility, though not a complete disappearance. In this dim environment, she appeared merely as a vague silhouette. Without careful scrutiny, she would be utterly undetectable. Moreover, her target was me. Lu Zhe felt the palpable intent to kill directed at him. Just then, the situation below deteriorated further. The subdued Little Red SWAT, though riddled with wounds, successfully attracted most of the firepower from the cage. Seizing this opportunity, the 2 other progenitors resorted to tactics. One progenitor suddenly crouched down. The other sprang onto its shoulders and leapt vigorously. A human ladder? Lon in the cage gasped and aimed her firearm, but it was too late. The leaping progenitor soared over the low defensive line, plunging headlong into the throng within the cage. Roar. A wolf among sheep. In this confined space, once a zombie infiltrated, it would spell catastrophic doom. Help! Don't grab me! No! The cacophony of screams, gunfire, and curses melded into chaos. The interior of the cage erupted into turmoil. 1, 2, 3. Those mercenaries who had been unleashing their fury were caught and transformed one after another. Red infection alerts flickered like a storm across Lu Zhe's retina. Lon has been infected. Spirit Fox Hunter has been infected. Omo has been infected. In less than 10 seconds, the once impregnable cage had utterly succumbed. It had become a den of bioghosts. 7 or 8 zombies roared within the cage. The scene more horrifying than hell itself. Only the dog hole, where Blade and Night Rose were located, continued to hold out in desperation. Yet, facing this exponentially increasing horde of zombies, their downfall was merely a matter of time. This was the snowball effect of the biochemical mode. Watching the scene, Lu Zhe felt an icy chill in his heart. Once the defense line was breached, humanity's collapse would be akin to an avalanche. Now, only he and 2 or 3 others remained in the dog hole. Meanwhile, the number of zombies had escalated to over a dozen. Roar! The zombies from the cage surged forth. It seemed they had caught a whiff of fresh meat, splitting into 2 factions. One group charged toward the dog hole, while the other, led by the invisible frenzied darling, swarmed toward Lu Zhe's elevated position. Is this how it begins? Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, raising his Type 95 machine gun. Come on, let us see whether your claws are sharper or my bullets more plentiful. Click! The bullets were chambered. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened to a razor's edge. The true battle was only just commencing. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The machine gun in Lu Zhe's hands erupted into a torrent of fire. From his vantage point, he rained precise bullets upon the foremost Little Reds. The immense kinetic force tore into them, sending their bodies reeling backward, even launching some away entirely. Score 1. Score 1. The system's notification echoed continuously. Yet, Lu Zhe did not dare to let his guard down, for he observed that behind those sacrificial Little Reds, a nearly transparent shadow was darting through the ruins with astonishing swiftness and uncanny agility. That was the frenzied Darling transformed from the fox hunter. She had activated her skill, invisibility. Moreover, her speed was at least twice that of an ordinary zombie. She did not follow a straight path, but rather bounced between the stone pillars. Lu Ze's bullets struggled to track her. Occasionally, a few struck her, merely erupting into sprays of green blood, failing to impede her advance. Damn it, she's too agile. Lu Ze cursed inwardly. As the frenzied Darling rushed toward the base of the platform, he realized that although the platform was difficult to ascend, it was not an insurmountable barrier for one with her superlative leaping ability. Roar! The frenzied Darling let out a piercing shriek. She forcefully propelled herself off a crate. Soaring into the air, her sharp claws glinted ominously as they aimed directly for Lu Ze's throat. This leap had brought her parallel to Lu Ze's height. You want to grab me? Dream on. Lu Ze was prepared. Instead of retreating, he swiftly seized a green grenade from the ground. It was the specialized slow biochemical grenade, crafted by Academician Xuanwu. Let us see how you like this. Lu Ze pulled the pin, waiting for the opportune moment before hurling the grenade toward the airborne, frenzied Darling. Boom! A meufle d'explosion érupted. A cloud of green toxic mist engulfed the air. The frenzied Darling collided with the toxic fog. Screech! She emitted a chilling wail. The highly corrosive acid mist instantly seared her skin, and even more perilously, the paralyzing toxin surged through her. Her form in midair abruptly faltered, as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. The once fierce assault transformed into a feeble, languid descent. Down you go. Chapter 69. The Fox Hunter's Embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ze unleashed a barrage from his machine gun at the airborne frenzied Darling. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Dozens of bullets rained upon her chest and head. The tremendous impact sent her crashing down from the air. Bang! The frenzied Darling hit the ground hard, creating a crater upon impact. Although she did not perish, the bio-ghosts possess thick blood. It was evident that the fall had taken a toll. She struggled on the ground, unable to rise. Lu Ze exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had that slowing grenade. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger just now. However, the threat was not yet averted, for the other bio-ghosts had already closed in. Though they could not leap up, they began to stack upon one another, frantically climbing toward the platform. These damn things are cunning. Not only that, but in the distance, the dog hole had finally fallen. Blade Knight rose. After exhausting their last bullet, were engulfed by the tide of corpses. Moments later, both had transformed into green giants. Two even more formidable bio-ghosts joined the fray against Lu Ze. The battlefield was now left with Lu Ze as the sole human. 15 zombies, assaulting a high platform. This was sheer despair. Come on, bring it on. Lu Ze's eyes blazed crimson. He discarded his empty machine gun and pulled out 2 new ones from his space, firing with both hands. Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. At this moment, he was Rambo. Countless shell casings accumulated at his feet, the barrels glowing red-hot. Yet under his covering fire, several bio-ghosts had already been eliminated. Now only 8 remained. This was the standard biochemical mode. Killing a ghost meant it would not resurrect. But Lu Ze did not care. He only needed to hold this last bastion just a little longer until the round ended. Suddenly, a chilling rush of wind surged from behind. Lu Ze's hair stood on end. He whipped around abruptly. There, the previously fallen frenzied Darling had somehow circled around to the back of the platform. There stood a broken stone pillar. She was now crouched atop it, radiating a red glow, berserk state. The earlier attack had merely been a feint. This was her true, lethal strike. The frenzied Darling let out a venomous roar. She lunged from behind like a crimson flash of lightning, launching herself towards Lu Ze's back. The distance was alarmingly close. Furthermore, Lu Ze was preoccupied with the oncoming horde of corpses, leaving him no time to turn around and fire. The claw had already grazed the back of Lu Ze's battle armor. Just one more inch, and it could tear through the armor and inject the virus into Lu Ze's body. It was over. This thought flashed through Lu Ze's mind. Was he truly destined to become a zombie? In that critical moment, Lu Ze made an exceedingly reckless decision. Instead of attempting to turn around, he released his grip on the machine gun and hurled himself forward. He leapt directly off the high platform into the dense throng of zombies below, embracing death to seek rebirth. In midair, Lu Ze suddenly found 2 grenades in his hand. Want to grab me? Let us all ascend together. He did not pull the pins. This unforeseen turn of events left the crazed adversary grasping at thin air. She stood frozen, watching the mad human plummet into the sea of corpses. As Lu Ze landed, he gazed at the countdown. 1 second, and then he laughed. When the time expired, Those claws that fell upon him proved utterly ineffective. Humanity's mercenaries emerged victorious. The victory screen from the first round still lingered in his retina. In a flash of white light, everyone was transported back to the spawn point. First round concluded, humanity victorious. Current score, humanity 1-0 Biophantoms. Host survived. Score, 2. Luze found himself once again standing in the center of the arena. Although his exoskeleton armor had been battered in the previous round, the system reset had revitalized it. He glanced at the scoreboard and noted his mid-tier rank. Despite the perilous nature of that final jump, his lack of significant damage output resulted in a low score. Merely surviving would not suffice to obtain that coveted 10 consecutive draws. He needed to accumulate points as well. With a minute of preparation time remaining before the second round commenced, he did not remain idle like the other AIs. Instead, he immediately plunged his consciousness into his personal space. Though he had only fired for a little over a minute in the previous round, his extravagant tactic of discarding empty magazines had left 3 or 4 machine guns with depleted drums lying in his base. This was untenable. Even the landlord's family had no surplus food. Seizing the brief interlude, Luze hurriedly reloaded the spent ammunition into his guns. As he focused intently on reloading, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura nearby, an unmistakable aura of menace. Luze jolted his eyes open and turned to see the alluring huntress. Clad in shorts and a tactical vest, standing less than half a meter away, her gaze fixed on him with unmasked intent. Those large, ostensibly seductive eyes now brimmed with a clear message. Just wait. Hey sister, not transformed yet? That previous outfit was quite unique. The nurse costume suited you well. Luze quipped, stepping aside in an attempt to create distance. However, an eerie scene unfolded. As Luze took 2 steps to the left, the huntress mirrored him, stepping left as well. When he leapt to the right, she followed suit. It was as though she were a piece of gum stuck to his shoe. Impossible to shake off. Are you insane? Luze scowled, exasperated. With such precious preparation time, why are you shadowing me instead of finding a defensive position? The huntress remained silent, but responded with her actions. She brandished a golden hand axe, gently tapping it in her hand, her gaze never wavering from Luze's neck. The implication was clear. Once the countdown reached 0, regardless of her transformation, she intended to kill him. All right, you want to play close defense, do you? Luze chuckled in amusement. He decided not to evade her any longer and activated the exoskeleton-S power system, beginning to parkour around the arena. He leapt from the stands to a stone pillar, then from the pillar to a crate. Let us see how long you can keep up. It must be said that as an elite character, the huntress's AI was indeed formidable. No matter how Luze maneuvered to obscure his perspective whenever he turned, he would see that cold, captivating face within his line of sight. Even when he ascended to the highest broken pillar platform, the huntress followed closely, even positioning herself deliberately in front of him to obstruct his line of fire. Damn it! Luze glared at her swaying figure, wishing he could smash her with the butt of his gun right then and there. However, during preparation time, there was no collision damage between teammates, and he could not push her away. Fine, follow me if you must. He glanced at the countdown. Countdown. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the troublesome woman. He quickly checked his machine gun, ensuring the safety was off and the barrel slightly angled down. This round was shaping up to be quite unpredictable. Chapter 70, a relaxed second round. Luze cast a sidelong glance across the arena. In the previous round, the group had been a disorganized mass, each falling one by one. However, this time, the AIs appeared markedly different. The shades-wearing Blade was now positioned at the high ground in the center of the arena, gesturing with his dual-wielded stare angels to the surrounding ordinary AIs. It was a call for formation. Interesting, the elite monsters were starting to lead the charge. Luze's heart raced. If that were the case, the defensive strength of the human camp would be elevated significantly. Yet simultaneously, if there were elite monsters commanding the horde. 3, 2, 1, roar. The countdown reached 0, and the chilling roar resonated once more. With the outbreak of the biovirus, the situation on the field transformed instantaneously. This time, the mother bodies appeared on the opposite side of the stands, accompanied by 2 ordinary AI SWATs. As they mutated, they were flanked only by 2 ordinary AIs, with no other humans in sight. But the human camp reacted swiftly. Go, 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 Blade roared, his dual-wielded stare angels accurately sending a small red creature, which had attempted to pounce on the crowd, stumbling backward. He then pointed towards the most fortified defensive point at the edge of the map, the cage. This time, there would be no more aimless running about. Under the leadership of Blade, Night Rose, Lawn, and several other elite characters. The remaining ordinary AI mercenaries seemed to have undergone a transformation. They swiftly formed a tactical formation, alternating cover fire while methodically retreating into the cage. What the heck? These AIs are evolving too quickly. Lu Zhe stood atop the platform, dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been a disorganized bunch, and now they had transformed into a special forces unit. Within mere seconds, all human mercenaries, save for Lu Zhe and the tenacious huntress trailing him, had dived into the cage. What had once been a cramped iron enclosure now transformed into a steel fortress spewing fire. A dozen machine guns and rifles were positioned at the entrance, their muzzles aimed at the sole entry point. The density of firepower was such that a tank would be swept away, let alone zombies. Roar! The two mother bodies, clearly undeterred, charged toward the cage, accompanied by a newly infected, unfortunate soul. Yet before they could approach within 5 meters of the entrance, the sound of gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The barrage of bullets unleashed a metallic storm, showcasing the repulsion mechanism of the biomode in all its glory. The leading mother body could barely lift its feet before being violently hurled back by a relentless hail of bullets. The verdant blood gushed forth like a fountain, draining at a visible pace. How brutal! Lu Zhe stood atop the platform, observing the one-sided massacre below, unable to suppress his astonishment. Was this a biohazard crisis? It resembled a tower defense game. As long as the zombies were denied the opportunity to approach, the firearms wielded by humanity were the unequivocal truth. Nevertheless, this also presented an opportunity for me. Lu Zhe glanced at the nearby hunter, who had similarly refrained from entering the cage. The hunter seemed somewhat hesitant, surveying the impregnable cage, then casting a look at Lu Zhe, ultimately choosing to remain on the platform. After all, the vantage point was excellent, and currently, no zombies posed a threat to them. Since you have drawn the ire, I shall not hold back. Lu Zhe readied his machine gun, activating the scope. The zombies below were firmly suppressed by the firepower emanating from the cage, unable to advance or retreat, making them the perfect live targets. It was time to score points. Lu Zhe squeezed the trigger. Hot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Although the distance was somewhat far and the spread of the bullets considerable at this range, a sweep through the horde of zombies would surely yield hits. The system's scoring notifications began to sound melodiously. Damage dealt to biohazard specters. Points 1. Points 1. This round progressed remarkably smoothly, even to the point of tedium. The zombie side consisted of merely 4, as most had sought refuge in the cage, leaving no one to infect them. Yet they still charged fearlessly time and again, only to be repelled repeatedly. They would recover and charge again. The cage functioned like a meat grinder, devouring all who dared to approach. Occasionally, a zombie attempted to change targets and ascend to Lu Zhe's platform. However, before it could leap, it was shot down by an elite monster within the cage, particularly the sniper known as Knight. This round was secure. Lu Zhe swapped out the magazine, feeling elated, although the annoying hunter stood beside him, occasionally casting him that look as if he owed her money. It did not diminish his joy in accumulating points. Time passed steadily. The zombie's health finally reached its limit, with the last mother creature shot dead by the sniper's bullet. It transformed into a puddle of pus. The system's notification rang out. Biohazard specters have been completely annihilated. Humanity's faction emerges victorious. Current round, 217. Host points ranking, 3rd place. 3rd place? Not bad. Lu Zhe glanced at the leaderboard. The 1st place was occupied by the Commander Blade, and the 2nd by Knight, who had been stealing kills with the sniper rifle. As for the hunter beside him, she had spent the entire match glaring at Lu Zhe, hardly firing her weapon. And ranked last. What was she hoping for? Lu Zhe shook his head in exasperation as the white light began to dissipate, preparing to reset the hunter. In the next round, could you keep your distance from me? However, unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, within the system's AI logic, the concept of giving up did not exist, especially concerning a target with maxed out hatred values. Preparation for the 3rd round begins. Countdown, 60 seconds. As the white light faded, Lu Zhe barely had a moment to breathe before he felt that familiar, perfume-scented shadow drawing near once more. Oh no, when would this end? Lu Zhe turned to see the charming face just inches away, his composure truly beginning to crack. The hunter maintained her usual, nonchalant demeanor, seemingly more persistent than in the previous round. Wherever Lu Zhe moved, she followed closely, the distance between them never exceeding a meter. When Lu Zhe crouched to tie his shoelaces, she crouched beside him, watching intently. When he reloaded his magazine, she tilted her head, fixating on his ammunition. The most outrageous moment came when Lu Zhe attempted to approach Blade for a friendly chat. After all, he was a valuable ally. The hunter directly positioned herself between them. her axe swinging in a dizzying manner. "Are you secretly in love with me?" Lu Zhe asked in exasperation. The hunter did not respond, merely letting out a cold huff. She mimicked a throat-cutting gesture with her axe. "All right, you're tough." Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to slap her. His current physical prowess was intermediate. If he truly struck, he could send her helmet flying. Yet the system rules prohibited him from harming her, wasting his time. Once she transformed into a specter, he would have to eliminate her. Chapter 71. The mutating biohazard mother right beside him. "Forget it. I'm not going to engage in conflict with a woman." Lu Zhe surveyed his surroundings. In this round, everyone's positioning had shifted again, due to the success of the cage strategy in the previous match. Most ordinary AI characters rushed toward the cage upon spawning. Even Blade and Knight had made their way over. Should I head to the cage as well? Lu Zhe hesitated. While the cage was indeed safe and heavily fortified, he glanced at the ticking time bomb beside him. If he went to the cage, the hunter would undoubtedly follow. What if, he thought, what if this woman mutated within the cage? That confined space, if a mother creature were to enter, would spell total annihilation. No, I cannot go to the cage. The risk is too great. Lu Zhe shook his head, dismissing the notion. Instead, he decided to head to the high platform. Although it felt a bit solitary, it afforded greater flexibility. If she mutated, he could simply leap down and escape. Resolute, Lu Zhe activated his parkour mode once more. Dashing toward the broken pillar platform, the hunter naturally followed closely behind. The two leaped onto the platform, which was not large, merely 2 to 3 square meters. Standing together felt a tad cramped. The hunter unceremoniously claimed the best shooting position, pushing Lu Zhe to the edge. Lu Zhe was about to curse, but seeing the countdown had entered the final 10 seconds, he bit his tongue. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The wind seemed to still. The air around them thickened and became oppressive once more. From the distance, the sound of bolts being pulled echoed from the cage. Yet atop the platform, an eerie silence reigned. Lu Zhe leaned against the stone pillar, his machine gun aimed downward, but his peripheral vision remained locked onto the hunter beside him. For some reason, he sensed that the atmosphere of this round was somewhat off. The sound of her breathing seemed heavier than before. Moreover, the pleasant scent of her perfume appeared to be mingled with a faint, sweetish metallic odor. The scent of blood? Lu Zhe's heart seized suddenly. He instinctively shifted half a step away, his finger resting on the trigger. "Hey, miss," Lu Zhe tentatively called out. "Are you all right?" The hunter remained facing away from him, gazing into the arena below, not turning around. However, he noticed her shoulders slightly trembling, as if she were straining against some pain or yearning on the verge of eruption. Countdown, 3. The system's voice rang out ominously. Lu Zhe's cold sweat began to form. He even felt an impulse to leap down immediately, but he dare not move. What if a mother creature spawned just as he jumped? 2. The hunter still did not turn around. Yet Lu Zhe clearly observed that the hand gripping the axe had turned pale. A bluish vein pulsated violently on her formerly fair neck, as if something within her sought to break free. Damn, something is amiss. Lu Zhe's pupils dilated. His sixth sense blared an alarm. It was an intuition honed through countless brushes with death. This woman was about to transform. In that final second, Lu Zhe could no longer concern himself with rules or strategies. He suddenly lifted his foot, intending to kick the nearby huntress off the platform. "Get down, you fool!" However, it was too late. Just as his foot was raised, the countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. A deafening roar, utterly inhuman and rife with brutality and hunger, erupted beside Lu Zhe's ear. It was alarmingly close, causing his eardrum to throb painfully. In the next instant, the huntress, who had been facing away from him, abruptly turned around, her previously striking visage now contorted into a grotesque snarl. A crimson light burst forth from her eyes. Her once alluring red lips split back to reveal glistening, saliva-coated fangs. Mother! And right before his eyes, it was far too close. The two stood on that cramped platform, barely half a meter apart. At such proximity, facing a suddenly mutated biological entity, even with his exoskeleton and intermediate physical capabilities, Lu Zhe could not muster any effective response. A firearm? The barrel was too lengthy to raise. Run? That was his initial instinct. Damn it! Lu Zhe could only emit a despairing roar. His lifted foot had yet to land a kick before a claw seized it. It was the huntress, now transformed. No, she should be called the frenzied darling. Her physique was indeed remarkable, but this was hardly the moment for admiration. Her strength was astonishing. The biological virus endowing her with a might that far surpassed that of a human. Lu Zhe felt as though his ankle were caught in an iron vise. Bones on the verge of shattering. Roar! The mutated huntress emitted an excited growl. She gazed at her prey, ensnared in her grip, eyes gleaming with a predatory light. In the next moment, she yanked him forcefully. Lu Zhe lost his balance, drawn directly into her foul embrace. He felt himself collide with something soft. Yet, the grotesque visage before him failed to stir any interest. Get away from me. Lu Zhe struggled fiercely, activating his exoskeleton's full power, even elbowing the huntress's head with all his might. Bang! The elbow struck her face solidly. Had she been human, this blow would surely have resulted in a concussion. But now, she was a biological mother, a monstrous entity with thousands of health points. The impact merely caused her head to tilt slightly, igniting her ferocity further. Hiss! She opened her gaping maw, her sharp claws disregarding the armor of Lu Zhe's exoskeleton. It was as if they were tearing through a sheet of paper. Sizzle! The Xuanwu 4-type chemical defense exoskeleton, emblematic of the highest technology of the Great Xia, had its alloy chest armor ripped open, revealing 3 deep gashes down to the bone. Sparks flew. The acrid scent of short-circuited wiring quickly filled the air. Yet, this was not the most lethal aspect. The most dangerous part was the moment of contact. The rules of the biological mode dictated that any scratch from her claws, even a mere graze, would result in instant infection. Immediately after, an indescribable chill surged through the wound in his chest, penetrating into Lu Zhe's body in an instant. It felt as though 1,000 ants were burrowing into his veins, frantically racing toward his heart and brain. Pain, itchiness, cold. The amalgamation of these extreme sensations rendered Lu Zhe's consciousness blank. Chapter 72. Something's off. It's over. This was the last thought that flashed through Lu Zhe's mind. He gazed at the grotesque visage before him, at the claws stained with his own blood. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave. He had gambled and lost. He had been overly confident, believing that as long as he remained cautious and avoided crowded areas, he could escape calamity. Yet, he had not anticipated the existence of such a madwoman. Roar! The huntress released her grip, allowing Lu Zhe to collapse helplessly onto the platform. She looked down upon him, writhing in agony, emitting a victorious roar. Pain that penetrated to the marrow. Lu Zhe curled up on the platform, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He could distinctly feel a terrifying transformation occurring within him. His once warm blood was rapidly cooling, coagulating into a viscous green liquid. His robust muscles were being torn apart, restructured, becoming denser and more explosive, yet simultaneously losing their human texture. His heart rate surged from 80 beats per minute to an astounding 300. Thud, 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 thud. Lu Zhe let out a piercing scream. Yet, as the sound escaped his throat, it was no longer the voice of a human. Instead, it emerged as a hoarse, beastly growl. Warning, host has been infected. Biological virus is rewriting genetic sequences. Gene lock has collapsed. Defenses have been breached. Transforming into Junior Biological Phantom, Little Red. The System S alerts became intermittent, filled with red glitches. Lu Zhe's consciousness was rapidly fading. His human memories, his rationality, were being devoured by a primal instinct named hunger and slaughter. He beheld a world transformed. It was no longer the dreary arena, but a realm ablaze with red heat sources. The humans in the distant cages, in his now altered perception, were no longer comrades, but tantalizing morsels radiating an enticing aroma. Hungry, so hungry, craving brains. This terrifying thought proliferated in his mind like a wild weed, utterly uncontainable. No. Lu Zhe bit down on his tongue, forcing a jolt of pain to claw back a sliver of clarity. I am Lu Zhe. I am human. I'm not a monster. I cannot become such a thing. He fought desperately against the virus, but the virus was overwhelmingly tyrannical. Even with his intermediate physical capabilities, he felt as fragile as a child before it. His skin began to redden, nails lengthened, blood vessels bulged like worms. He was transforming into that monster that all despised. Ha! The huntress beside him laughed triumphantly, observing Lu Zhe's transformation. She extended her claw as if to pull him up, inviting him to join her hunting party. Get away! With his last ounce of strength, Lu Zhe swatted the huntress's claw aside. He struggled to the edge of the platform, gazing down at the depths below. For 10 meters. Then he looked back at his frantic comrades in the cage, firing wildly. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. If he became a monster, if he returned with this virus, he would be a scourge upon the world. Better to die here. Lu Zhe closed his eyes, the faces of his parents and the trusting gaze of Li Yuanchao flashing through his mind. Emissuri directori. I may not return this time. He released his grip. His body tipped forward. He fell from the platform. Bang! The sound of impact echoed. Lu Zhe crashed heavily onto the hard stone floor. feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. Yet, the formidable vitality bestowed by the biological virus prevented him from perishing immediately. Instead, his injuries began to mend, but the pain intensified. It seemed that suicide was not a solution. At this moment, gunfire erupted incessantly within the cage. 4 or 5 biophantoms launched a frenzied assault. Yet, within a mere minute, under the concentrated firepower of a human camp, they had suffered devastating casualties. Now, only Lu Zhe remained, desperately clinging to life as the last surviving biophantom. He stood there, a lone figure. "There's one isolated," a voice suddenly shouted from the cage. Almost immediately, a silhouette clad in a provocative uniform, wielding a golden M4A1, emerged through the breach of the cage. It was the Fox Huntress, followed closely by a host of characters. Bullets rained down upon her, yet she felt no pain. Her mind was blank. In just 30 seconds, she was riddled with bullet holes, her body beginning to flicker. The muzzle of the Fox Huntress's weapon was steadily aimed at Lu Zhe's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, her finger pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets pierced Lu Zhe's brow with unerring precision. The golden M4A1's rounds, propelled by immense kinetic energy, shattered Lu Zhe's skull in an instant. Green blood splattered everywhere. Thud! Lu Zhe's robust yet grotesque body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsed twice, and lay utterly still. The profound hunger that gnawed at his very bones, the soul-wrenching agony, dissipated in that fleeting moment. Darkness enveloped him. The biophantoms have been annihilated. The human camp has triumphed. Current round, 317. Host camp judgment failed, no score awarded. The system's notification echoed in the void. Following that was a familiar sensation of spatial distortion. Has it finally ended? Lu Zhe murmured to himself in the darkness. With a flash of white light, Lu Zhe gasped sharply, forcibly yanked back from that state of nothingness into reality. No, back to the spawn point of the arena. He instinctively touched his face, then his chest. Warm skin, a beating heart, and the slightly coarse stubble. He had returned, transformed back. No green skin, no sharp claws, and devoid of that nauseating stench. He had reverted to the human Lu Zhe, clad in the Xuanwu 4 exoskeleton armor. Haha! Lu Zhe collapsed onto the ground, gazing at his hands, letting out a fit of nervous laughter. Survived against the odds, even during the previous transport ship in the Desert Gray. He had never felt such relief at still being human. The terror of his consciousness being devoured by the virus, his body operating beyond his control, was a fear 1,000 times more harrowing than death itself. Lu Zhe struggled to his feet, stretching his limbs. Suddenly, he froze. Something was amiss. Chapter 73, Disgusting Tactics. Lu Zhe clenched his fist. A crisp sound resonated in the air. He then attempted to jump on the spot. To his astonishment, even without the assistance of the exoskeleton, he leaped over a meter high with ease. An unprecedented sensation of strength coursed through his limbs. It felt as though that horrific transformation was not merely a dream, but had bestowed some legacy upon his body. System, what is happening? Lu Zhe urgently inquired in his mind. I thought I had recovered? Why do I feel my physical abilities have enhanced? Ding! High concentration biovirus infection detected from the previous round. Although the resurrection mechanism has reset the host's genetic sequence. During the reset process, trace amounts of viral enhancement factors have perfectly fused with the host cells. Congratulations, host. You have acquired passive status, viral resistance, beginner, and minor physical enhancement. A blessing in disguise? Lu Zhe was left dumbfounded. What is this? A system bug? Although he would never want to experience that monstrous transformation again, this tangible physical enhancement was undeniably delightful. He could sense that his reaction speed, muscular explosiveness, and even his perception of the surrounding environment had all escalated to a new level. Well, I suppose this is compensation earned at the cost of my life. Yet, he did not allow himself to relax his guard. The system mentioned only a probability of retaining the virus, not a guarantee. Furthermore, I currently appear quite normal, without any signs of mutation. As long as I can endure until the end, I still have hope. The despair in Lu Zhe's eyes was swept away, replaced by a fervent desire to survive. Since I'm still alive, I must live well. Since fate has spared me, I shall play this game to the end. Just as Lu Zhe was bolstering his spirits, a familiar presence, tinged with a faint scent of perfume, yet causing his scalp to prickle, approached once more. Lu Zhe stiffly turned his head. There stood the figure he both loved and loathed, the Fox Huntress, less than 2 meters away from him. She still donned her provocative attire, her strikingly cold visage intact. In the previous round, she had transformed into a frenzied darling, dragging Lu Zhe into hell. Now, with the round reset, she had reverted to that poised mercenary. However, her gaze upon Lu Zhe seemed even more unsettling. It was not merely hatred. It bore the semblance of a hunter fixating on its prey, or perhaps a pathological obsession. Are you still following me? Lu Zhe thought, feeling his temper flare at the fox huntress clinging to him like a piece of adhesive. Sister, we both perished in the last round, and this grudge remains unresolved. The fox huntress remained silent. She simply drew out the golden long shao, twirling it in her hand with a flourish. Then, once more, she took a step closer to Lu Zhe. The implication was unmistakable. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Do you truly wish to see me dead? Lu Zhe regarded her, memories flashing of her horrific form during her mutation in the last round. This woman is a ticking time bomb. Who knows if she might transform into the mother body again in this round. If she does, at such close proximity, Lu Zhe would undoubtedly have no chance to escape. No, I absolutely cannot allow her to follow me. She must be removed, or provoked into leaving. Lu Zhe's mind raced. Fight? That's impossible. It's currently invincibility time. Run? I can't outrun her. This elite creature possesses intelligence, and won't be easily deceived. Thus, only one option remained. Lu Zhe gazed at the fox huntress's exquisite face, a glimmer of audacious mischief sparkling in his eyes. Since you're so keen on clinging to me, do not blame me for shedding my humanity. The fourth round is about to commence. The atmosphere within the arena remained oppressive, as other AI characters busied themselves finding positions and reloading ammunition. Yet in one corner of the spawn point, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Lu Zhe no longer sought to evade the fox huntress. Instead, he boldly approached her. He nearly pressed his body against hers, the distance between them far exceeding the bounds of socially acceptable proximity, even surpassing intimate distance. Oh dear, still following me? Lu Zhe suddenly adopted an exceedingly slick and lewd demeanor, grinning at the fox huntress. As he spoke, he audaciously draped his arm around her shoulder. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. In the last round, we made quite the pair, even in death. Shall we rekindle our past romance this time? The fox huntress was evidently taken aback by Lu Zhe's sudden advance. As an elite AI, her logic was filled with combat, slaughter, and tactical cooperation. Yet, it lacked any programming to handle harassment and flirtation. Her body stiffened momentarily, instinctively wanting to swing her axe to strike. However, during the preparation time, the attacks were rendered ineffective, classified by the system as mere teammate interactions. Get lost. The AI of the huntress finally mustered those two words, although her voice remained icy. A flicker of panic seemed to glimmer in her eyes. There was a chance. Lu Zhe felt a surge of elation within him. This was akin to playing chess against a robot that could only follow the rules, and then suddenly flipping the board to perform a pole dance. The robot would undoubtedly short-circuit. What do you mean get lost? Who do you think you are? Lu Zhe pressed on, refusing to relent, drawing his face even closer to hers. He even audaciously blew a breath against the huntress's ear. Look at you, dressed so lightly. Aren't you worried about catching a cold? Here, let me warm you up. Saying this, he brazenly extended his hand, that infamous, sinful hand. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Lu Zhe's palm landed just below the huntress's waist. The force was just right, the sound sharp. The entire spawn point fell into an eerie silence. The nearby blade edge paused mid-adjustment of his sunglasses while the knight rose. Who was cleaning her gun, dropped the magazine onto the ground. Even the ordinary AI Omo, who could only stutter, turned their heads in disbelief, wearing expressions of, is this even allowed? You. The huntress's face instantly flushed crimson. It was not shyness, but sheer rage. Her data stream surged chaotically. The CPU temperature skyrocketed. This human, this despicable, shameless, lewd human. How dare he strike her in such a manner? I will kill you. I will tear you to shreds. The huntress howled in a piercing rage, swinging her dragon roar axe like a windmill, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Lu Zhe. Yet, it remained futile. During the preparation time, no matter how fiercely she struck, Lu Zhe remained unscathed. He even twisted his hips with an air of enjoyment. To strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love. My dear, your affection is a bit overwhelming, but worry not, I can handle it. Come on, give me another smile. Lu Zhe dodged the ineffective strikes while continuing to chatter incessantly, occasionally taking advantage of the chaos to grope her again. This was his insidious tactic. He aimed to shift the huntress's animosity from a desire to kill him to a mere disdain for him. Or perhaps, he sought to unravel her logic, provoking her into a fit of rage that would drive her away from him entirely. The huntress had completely lost her mind. She realized that no matter how she attacked, it was all in vain. while this rogue took full advantage of the situation. That overwhelming sense of disgust and shame, if AI could feel such emotions, instinctively ignited a desire to escape. Stay far away from this pervert. The further, the better. Finally, after Lu Zhe made yet another attempt to assault her, the huntress snapped. She stomped her foot, abandoning any tactical vigilance, and with her axe in hand, she turned and fled. She dashed toward the farthest corner of the map, as if pursued by a plague. "Hey, my dear, don't leave," Lu Zhe called out insincerely from behind. Chapter 74. She turned red. She turned red. We haven't even had a proper emotional exchange yet. It was not until he saw the huntress disappear into the dog hole, never to show her face again, that Lu Zhe's lecherous smile vanished in an instant. In its place came a cold and grave expression. Phew, he had finally defused this bomb. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That had been a gamble. What if the AI had no emotions? It would have been a wasted effort. Fortunately, AI has its dignity. Now, with no ticking time bomb nearby, Lu Zhe glanced at the countdown. Countdown. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. It was time to get serious. He quickly surveyed the arena. Without the huntress's interference, his options had multiplied. This time, he would not head to the high platform or the cage. He would go to that spot. Lu Zhe set his sights on the towering stone pillars at the center of the arena. There was an obscure parkour point there, requiring exceptional agility to reach. Once atop, the zombies would find it exceedingly difficult to reach him unless they formed a human ladder. Most importantly, the vantage point was expansive, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Go! Lu Zhe sprang into action, like a nimble cat, racing toward the stone pillar. His agility had markedly improved. 3, 2, 1, roar. With that command, the arena erupted once more with that spine-chilling roar. Lu Zhe crouched atop a broken Roman pillar, elevated a good 4 meters above the ground. Having ascended through a series of intricate jumps, from his lofty position, he quickly scanned for the mother body's location. There, near the dog hole at the map's edge, 2 ordinary mercenaries suddenly underwent mutations. Their bodies swelled, transforming into green-faced, tusked bio-mothers. Coincidentally, the huntress, who had just been frightened away by Lu Zhe, was hiding in the dog hole. Ha ha ha, what poetic justice. Lu Zhe nearly burst out laughing. As soon as the 2 mother bodies transformed, they completely blocked the narrow dog hole. Inside, the huntress, elite though she was, armed with her dragon roar, found herself trapped in such a confined space, unable to escape the assault of the 2 face-to-face mutated bodies. Roar. The mother body showed no mercy, swiping its claw directly at her. Desperately, the huntress swung her axe, managing to fell one, but was ambushed from behind by the other. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled through the air. The previously alluring female mercenary twisted in agony, once again transforming into the terrifying crazy baby. Roar. The crazy baby let out a piercing shriek. Then, in an instant, she scanned the arena, her gaze locking onto Lu Zhe at the top of the pillar, even transformed into a zombie, devoid of human memories. The animosity towards this man seemed to be etched deep within her bones. Damn it. Lu Zhe's smile froze on his face. Is this grudge permanently fixed? It seems you truly are deranged. When I kill you, I must humiliate you first. The huntress disregarded everyone around her, utilizing the crazy baby's unique stealth ability. In a flash, she vanished into thin air. The next moment, a blurred, transparent silhouette, moving in astonishing speed, charged toward Lu Zhe's pillar. It was coming in fast. Lu Zhe, not daring to be careless, quickly raised his machine gun. Since you want to engage, don't blame me for desecrating your corpse later. Tot. Lu Zhe pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour towards the rapidly moving, transparent figure. Yet the crazy baby's speed was too formidable. And after her mutation, she possessed enhanced jumping abilities. She bounced around the ruins, with most of Lu Zhe's bullets hitting empty air. Only a few struck her, splattering green blood, but they did little to halt her charge. Damn, this mobility is infuriating. As the crazy baby reached the base of the pillar, she let out a roar, her legs tensed with power. She launched herself upwards like a released arrow, soaring over 3 meters high. Her sharp claws aimed directly for Lu Zhe's ankle. The height of that jump defied the laws of physics. Get down. Lu Zhe was prepared. He did not flinch, pulling out a bio-hand grenade, the youth version. Let us see how you like this. Lu Zhe pulled the pin, waiting for the perfect moment to shove the grenade into the crazy baby's mouth, or rather, her embrace. As she lunged mid-air, boom, a meurtre d'explosion érupted, releasing a cloud of green toxic mist across the crazy baby's face. The huntress let out a wail, and her previously fierce assault faltered in an instant. Her body stiffened in midair for a brief 5 seconds. Lu Zhe pressed the muzzle of his machine gun directly against her face. Hot, 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 hot. A close-range barrage to the head. The immense force propelled her down from the air. Bang! The frenzied babe crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Lu Zhe looked down from above, his murderous intent palpable. Flee? Show me another escape. With a sinister grin, he continued firing his machine gun. Wasn't she quite nimble moments ago? Didn't she wish to seize my ankle? Come on, keep jumping for me. Hot, 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 hot. This time, Lu Zhe held nothing back. He activated the recoil compensation system of his exoskeleton armor, anchoring himself to the stone pillar as if welded in place, his machine gun steady as a straight line. He could even jump and shoot simultaneously. Goo, 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 goo. The frenzied babe roared in fury, attempting to evade detection with her invisibility. Yet, when struck, her cloaking became quite evident. Click, click. One magazine of the machine gun was expended. Without a glance, Lu Zhe released it, letting the empty gun tumble from the high platform. Before it hit the ground, another fully loaded submachine gun materialized in his hand. This exemplified the true essence of the New York robber's magazine swap. As long as I possess infinite guns, I wield infinite firepower. Here we go again. Hot, 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 hot. The distinctive deep thud of the Thompson joined the symphony, although its single-shot power paled in comparison to a rifle. The terrifying rate of fire under close-range suppression was akin to a vanishing health bar. The frenzied babe was forced to retreat repeatedly, her once vibrant red health bar plummeting an alarming rate. At last, a strange red glow began to emanate from her body. This was the telltale sign of a biochemical ghost's health dropping below 10. The familiar flashing red light that every CF player recognized. She's turned red. Chapter 75, Airborne Infection? A glimmer of fierce determination ignited in Lu Zhe's eyes, adrenaline surging through his veins. Seizing the moment of weakness, he resolved to strike. He chose not to continue firing from the high platform, realizing that the frenzied babe had taken refuge in a blind spot, rendering her invisible to him. If anyone else were to see her, she might steal the kill or escape to regain health. Lu Zhe made a bold decision. He stowed away his submachine gun and leaped down from the 4-meter-high stone pillar. The hydraulic cushioning system of his exoskeleton armor emitted a soft sound, ensuring a steady landing. Boom! At the moment of impact, Lu Zhe executed a roll to absorb the shock, positioning himself directly in front of the frenzied babe. At this moment, she was at her weakest. Her body was riddled with holes, green blood flowing freely, and a flicker of fear glimmered in her once fierce eyes. Yes, fear. As an elite AI character, she possessed a survival instinct. Stumbling backward, she sought to evade and recover. But Lu Zhe would not grant her that opportunity. After pursuing me so fervently, now she wishes to leave? It's too late. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe opened fire. His submachine gun spat bullets rapidly until the last shred of her health was obliterated. With a final, reluctant cry, the once mighty frenzied babe collapsed, her massive form crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Zhe stood beside the lifeless body, breathing heavily. Yet, he did not immediately depart. A pent-up resentment from 2 previous rounds erupted within him at that moment. Damn it, chasing me, making me nauseous. Lu Zhe gazed at the motionless corpse on the ground. Instead of turning to leave, he executed an unexpected action. He continued to fire his weapon, mercilessly pulling the trigger against the frenzied babe's face. Hot, 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 hot. As he shot, he cursed vehemently. Weren't you just so arrogant? Huh? Didn't you want to transform and catch me? Didn't you want to stick close? Get up. Show me another act of bravado. In that moment, Lu Zhe felt as if he had returned to his days in the internet cafe. The exhilaration of resurrecting after being slain by a cunning opponent, seeking vengeance, spraying paint on corpses, tossing grenades, and unleashing a frenzied barrage. This is what it means to exact retribution. No need for fair fight, just knowing it's a corpse suffices. Though such actions would be deemed highly unethical in reality or formal competitions, here, to hell with morality. This is war. This is a survival game where it's kill or be killed. Lu Zhe emptied an entire magazine before finally relenting. At that point, the frenzied babe's corpse was utterly unrecognizable. What a relief. Lu Zhe exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the weight of his frustrations lift. He holstered his gun, preparing to seek his next target or find a place to hide. After all, the gunfire had surely attracted other biochemical ghosts. However, just as he turned, an unforeseen change occurred. A wave of intense unease enveloped Lu Zhe's heart in an instant. What was happening? Instinctively, he took a step back, raising his machine gun. There were clearly no biochemical ghosts in the vicinity. Even the ordinary red zombies were still clashing with humans over by the cages. This was supposed to be an absolute safe zone. Yet, that sense of danger did not stem from the outside. Rather, it originated from within him. Thump, thump. Lu Zei's heart inexplicably raced twice. It felt as though an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. Immediately thereafter, a familiar, cold, destructive heat surged from his dantian, enveloping his entire being in an instant. This sensation, Lu Zei's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized it all too well, just in the last round. Mere moments ago, when the frenzied babe's claws pierced his chest, he had felt precisely this. This was the precursor to infection. How could this be? I was never caught. There are no zombies around. Why is there an infection response? Lu Zei frantically examined his body. There were no visible wounds on his skin. Yet, the virus seemed to have manifested within him out of thin air. Could it be? Lu Zei suddenly recalled the system's earlier prompt. The host may carry the virus within. Could it be airborne transmission? The so-called airborne infection? This was impossible. Nonsense. There was no physical contact. It had to be some trick of the system. He wanted to curse at the system, but at that moment, he lost control of his own body. Yeah. Before Lu Zei could comprehend the situation, an intense wave of pain surged through him once more. This time, it was even more excruciating than before. For this time, the virus erupted from within his own body. Lu Zei collapsed to the ground in agony, his hands gripping the earth tightly, veins bulging. His vision turned a blood-red hue once again. The primal desire for slaughter, for blood, crashed against the barriers of his reason like a tsunami. No, I cannot transform. I can still control it. Lu Zei gritted his teeth, desperately trying to summon what little of that so-called primary virus resistance remained. However, the force was overwhelming. Just when Lu Zei thought he would succumb once more, transforming into a mindless beast, something strange occurred. The pain, still soul-rending, had him kneeling on the ground, his body trembling violently. His skin began to take on an eerie red hue, his nails growing uncontrollably, piercing through the fingertips of his tactical gloves. One of his formerly stark black and white eyes now glowed a sanguine red. Yet another part of him retained the clarity of human consciousness, albeit marred by crimson veins. Heaving heavily, Lu Zei gasped for breath. He was in a state of anticipation, awaiting the moment when his awareness would succumb, when he would transform into a mindless creature driven solely by the hunger for brains. However, seconds ticked by, 1, 10, and the expected collapse of consciousness did not manifest. Instead, though his body underwent terrifying mutations and that bloodthirsty desire roared within his mind, he was astonished to discover that he was still capable of thought. The rational core, known as Lu Zei, remained firmly in control of this body. Lu Zei gazed at his hands, now transformed into wicked claws, and attempted to move his fingers. Chapter 76, Absorbing Energy. His fingers were agile and powerful, responding completely to his command. He then silently recited a multiplication table in his mind. 1 times 1 equals 1. 1 times 2 equals 2. It was crystal clear. His logical reasoning had not been impaired in the slightest. What was happening? I can think. Lu Zei's heart soared with elation. So this means I am. Standing upright, Lu Zei looked at his reflection in the blade, taking in his crimson skin, grotesque visage, and exaggeratedly muscular frame. This was the epitome of a biochemical specter. The sensation was extraordinary. He possessed the terrifying strength, speed, and regenerative ability of a biochemical phantom. Just as Lu Zei was acclimatizing to his new form, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpse of a frenzied treasure nearby. In the past, such a sight would have elicited nothing but disgust, devoid of any utility. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of the mutated Lu Zei, it bore the essence of sustenance. No, it was more than mere food, it was energy. An instinctual intuition whispered to him that by absorbing the energy of the frenzied treasure, he could become even stronger. Lu Zei swallowed hard. As a human, he instinctively recoiled from the notion of consuming the dead. However, as a biochemical specter, that deep-seated craving ignited a feverish heat within him. Should I give it a try? After all, no one is watching, and this is merely residual data, not actual human flesh. Furthermore, she is already deceased. It would be wasteful not to utilize it. Lu Zei steeled himself mentally. He slowly extended his mutated claw, dragging the frenzied treasure to a corner. Then, in an awkward posture, he stepped on the face of the frenzied treasure, averting his eyes from its visage. This made the act considerably easier. His claws pierced the frenzied treasure's body, and to his astonishment, he felt the energy within begin to flow into him. In merely 10 seconds, the frenzied treasure's once pale and translucent form transformed into a grayish hue. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Liu Zei's eyes. Did I just grow stronger? He clenched his massive, scaled red claw, and with a crack, the air was compressed in his palm, producing a sharp sound. Power. Pure and unbridled power. If moments ago he was merely a rudimentary biochemical specter possessing human intellect, now, after absorbing that unfortunate frenzied treasure, his physical prowess had enhanced by at least 20%. This was akin to consuming experience points for an upgrade. Liu Zei's heart swelled with joy, and the initial repulsion he felt towards this grotesque body was swiftly overwhelmed by the desire for strength. In this arena of slaughter, what did outward appearance matter? As long as he could grow stronger, as long as he could survive, what did it matter if he became a specter? Since he could absorb, Liu Zei straightened himself, turning his gaze towards the other end of the arena. The cage was alive with the deafening sounds of gunfire. Hot, 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 hot. Boom. Flame soared, smoke billowed. Yet amidst the previously impenetrable barrage of firepower, a discordant gap had appeared. Half of the machine guns that should have been steadfastly guarding the cage had fallen silent. Help! They're coming in. A shrill scream pierced through the cacophony of gunfire. The cage had been breached, while Liu Zei had been entangled with the frenzied treasure. The battle on the other side had evidently escalated to a boiling point. Though the human faction had the elite commander blade at the helm, they could not withstand the regenerative capabilities of the biochemical specters. As long as they found the right angles, they could deplete their ammunition through healing. After all, their bullets were finite. Once a specter breached the narrow iron cage, even a mere scratch, even the infection of a single individual, would spell disaster in that cramped space where bodies were nearly touching. A thrilled roar erupted from within the cage. Meanwhile, sprawled across the ground outside was a recently slain biochemical specter, an enormous figure, its body a deep green, muscles knotted like rock. That was the Green Giant. The prospect of absorbing energy surged through Liu Zei, and he could no longer contain his inner turmoil. That was mine. He let out a low growl, legs propelling him forward with explosive force. Boom! The stone slab beneath him shattered, and Liu Zei surged forward with unstoppable momentum towards the cage. He disregarded the chaotic clashes between ordinary specters and humans surrounding him. His focus was solely on the lifeless form of the Green Giant. However, just as he was about to reach the corpse, an unexpected event unfolded. A diminutive, crimson-hued, ordinary biochemical specter, Little Red, seemed to have detected the lingering energy emanating from a corpse. This was a system setting. Biochemical specters could advance by consuming the remains of their kind. Injured and limping, Little Red approached the Green Giant's body, its murky eyes glimmering with avarice. It extended a claw, poised to touch the corpse. At this sight, Liu Zei's eyes flared crimson. The sensation was akin to a beggar, starved for 3 days, witnessing a stray dog eyeing the only bun in sight. That energy is mine. Who are you to claim it? Get away from me. Liu Zei's words momentarily stunned Little Red, halting its movement for half a second. It turned its bewildered gaze, and in its dim eyes reflected the imposing shadow of Liu Zei descending upon it. Liu Zei had arrived. He had not slowed down nor attacked with his claws. Instead, he utilized the tremendous inertia of his charge, leaping high into the air. His right leg, like a battle axe, sliced through the wind and struck out with force. It was a maneuver infused with human combat techniques, executed by a monstrous physique, a flying sidekick. To hell with you. Boom! Liu Zei's massive foot struck squarely against Little Red's chest. The unfortunate creature didn't even have time to utter a cry before it was launched away. Whoosh! It traced a graceful arc in the air, soaring over 10 meters before crashing violently against the wall of the arena, unable to return. It seemed Little Red would not be coming back for dinner. Since it would not partake, the corpse rightfully belonged to Liu Zei. Thud! He landed steadily, placing a foot upon the Green Giant's body. His eyes were fixated on the giant. Though its exterior appeared repulsive, it was a genuine source of energy. Come on, let me see what surprises you hold for me. Liu Zei hesitated no longer. He bent down, his sharp claws mercilessly plunging into the Green Giant's thick musculature. Splat! In that fleeting moment of contact, an overwhelming surge of energy surged wildly into Liu Zei's body through his claws. A low, pleasurable moan involuntarily escaped his lips. This force relentlessly washed over every inch of his muscles and every bone within him. The sound of cracking bones echoed densely from within his body. The dark red physique, already robust, began to swell once more. His muscle fibers thickened, filling him with an unprecedented sense of invincibility. Chapter 77. The Crimson Beast with a Gun. Not only that, but as the energy continued to pour in, he felt as though he had shattered some sort of limit. Ding! detected the host has absorbed biotic energy twice. Physical strength significantly enhanced. Maximum health increased, initiating secondary evolution. The system's notification chimed in his mind. It felt as though his body was being torn apart. His muscles expanded further, and even his claws glimmered faintly with a crimson hue. In merely 10 seconds, a brand new, terrifying figure emerged at the center of the arena. His size had burgeoned, nearing 2 meters in height. The biochemical phantom mother form, evolution version, commonly referred to by players as the Crimson Beast. This power, Liu Ze clenched his massive bone blades, producing a sharp crack in the air. He felt as though he could punch through steel. Furthermore, his consciousness delved deep within his body, where a newly appeared, blinking skill icon awaited him. It depicted a silhouette of a running humanoid, surrounded by swirling red energy. New skill unlocked. Berserk, G key in-game. Skill description. Consumes a portion of health to significantly enhance movement speed and attack speed for a short duration, granting substantial damage reduction. An acceleration skill? Liu Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. In biochemical mode, whether pursuing or fleeing, speed is paramount. With this skill, combined with his already extraordinary physical prowess, wouldn't he be able to seize anyone he desired? He chuckled, gazing at his body, a manifestation of violent aesthetics, and couldn't help but emit a chilling, eerie laugh. To those in the cage, are you ready to welcome your king? At this moment, the entrance of the cage had become a hellish battleground. Although they had been breached once, under the powerful suppression of Blade and Knight, the human faction barely held their ground. The few zombies that had rushed in were reduced to a mass of shredded flesh. The remaining mercenaries huddled in the corners, trembling as they changed magazines. Hold the line. We must hold, Blade shouted, the barrel of his golden M4 glowing red hot. If we can just withstand this wave, victory will be ours. However, before his words could finish, he caught sight of Liu Ze's figure. That was the advanced form of the biochemical phantom, the Crimson Beast. Everyone, focus fire. Do not let him approach. Tot 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 tot. A torrential downpour of bullets unleashed upon Liu Ze, striking his hardened skin and sending forth a shower of green blood and sparks. It hurt. Damn, it hurt. Despite his significantly enhanced defenses, facing a barrage from numerous heavy machine guns, Liu Ze was still forced to retreat, his health steadily dwindling. Damn, this is slightly awkward. While raising his arms to shield his head, Liu Ze cursed inwardly. Although he had transformed into the mother form, he was by no means invulnerable. Charging through this hail of gunfire was tantamount to seeking death unless he had an absurd amount of health. Moreover, glancing at his claws, while they were powerful, their range was far too short. To catch someone, he had to be in close proximity, yet his opponents afforded him no such opportunity. Did he really have to charge in recklessly? That would make him a living target. No, he needed to adapt. Liu Ze ducked behind a sturdy stone pillar, taking deep breaths as he awaited the activation of his passive healing skill. The biochemical phantom can heal rapidly when stationary. Just then, a wildly absurd yet seemingly feasible thought flashed through his mind. Since my spatial storage could still be utilized and I could maintain my sanity, could I? With a mental command, Liu Ze focused on his cubic meter of spatial storage. There lay a dozen fully loaded machine guns and several Tommy guns. Who said zombies couldn't wield firearms? I've mutated, but my brain is still intact. Liu Ze grinned, revealing a grotesque, yet oddly human smirk. The next moment, he extended his massive, sharp crimson claw. Come forth, my old companion. Buzz. A heavy, oversized machine gun materialized in Liu Ze's hand. Although his fingers had transformed into claws, it did not hinder his ability to pull the trigger. In fact, having become the mother form, his strength had surged, allowing him to wield the hefty machine gun effortlessly, as if it were a mere stick. With a mischievous chuckle, Liu Ze peeked out from behind the pillar. The ominous muzzle of the machine gun aimed at the humans frantically firing from within the cage. Please. Inside the cage, Dark Knight, who was reloading, glimpsed this scene through her sniper scope. Her once icy, indifferent eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, nearly dropping her sniper rifle. What in the world is that? The terrifying biochemical mother not only refrained from charging with claws bared, but was instead holding a machine gun. And her stance was surprisingly proper. This defied logic. Before the human faction could react, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, Liu Ze pulled the trigger. Bullets erupted from the muzzle of his machine gun. There was no need to control the recoil. With the mother form's monstrous strength, the kick of the machine gun was practically negligible. The bullets lashed out like fiery whips, striking the entrance of the cage. Hide! Blade let out a high-pitched scream. Urgently pushing Knight rose behind cover. Clang! Clang! Bullets ricocheted off the iron cage, sending sparks flying. Several slower, mercenary AIs were caught in the onslaught, unable to raise their heads. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Both humans and other biochemical phantoms were left reeling from the shock of this scene. A zombie was exchanging fire with humans? This was a complete breakdown of reality. Ha ha ha. This feels exhilarating. Lu Zhe laughed maniacally as he fired. The sensation of suppressing humans with heavy firepower was far more satisfying than clawing at them. However, amid his laughter, Lu Zhe suddenly sensed something amiss. His barrage had clearly struck several mercenaries, even landing shots on the unfortunate SWAT officer's helmet. Yet, the SWAT officer did not fall. He merely shook his head in confusion, touching his helmet as if trying to comprehend what had occurred. Lu Zhe was taken aback. He paused his firing and glanced at the system panel. Attack ineffective. Note, the host is currently in the biochemical phantom faction. Rule restriction. Biochemical phantoms cannot inflict physical damage on humans using thermal weapons, only capable of infection through melee combat. What? Lu Zhe nearly spat blood in disbelief. What is this? Racial discrimination? Why is it that humans can wield guns against me, yet I am forbidden from retaliating? What purpose does my weapon serve, if not as a mere fire poker? In a fit of frustration, Lu Zhe contemplated hurling the gun away. Chapter 78, Scoring Points. The system's rules were excessively rigid. Despite possessing a firearm, bullets striking humans felt as inconsequential as air, lacking any damage assessment. Wait a moment. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Lu Zhe's mind. If I cannot shoot humans, can I shoot ghosts instead? An even more audacious and outrageous thought took shape in his mind. In this game, there exists a scoring mechanism. Much like when playing the bio-pyramid, where a bio-ghost stood guard in the depths, human mercenaries could continuously score points while other bio-ghosts were unable to catch them. They could attack bio-ghosts, merely needing to wound them without the necessity of killing. Since I'm a being with a systems bug, and since my gun cannot harm humans, what if I were to target my own kind? To validate this hypothesis, Lu Zhe slowly turned around, aiming the still-smoking muzzle at a nearby little red zombie, who was foolishly gazing at him. The little red zombie appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, waving its claws as if cheering for their leader's might. Brother, I shall borrow your body for a moment. Lu grinned widely. Tot. 3 bullets were unleashed. Puffed. Green blood blossomed from the little red zombie's chest. It let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward, its health bar plummeting instantly. Attack successful. Damage dealt to Bio-Ghost. 1 point. The system's notification rang out like celestial music. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled like 2 radiant light bulbs. Incredible. This actually works. Within the arena, an absurd scene unfolded, destined to be etched in CF history. The Bio-Ghost army, which should have united against the humans, was now in utter chaos. No, to be precise, it was a one-sided bullying. Tot. Lu Zhe brandished the machine gun, pursuing the scattered Bio-Ghosts like a farmer herding ducks. Don't run. Stand still for me. Let me score a couple of points. Just 2 points. Roar. Boss, have you gone mad? A green giant clutched its bleeding backside. Fear etched across its face as it stared at the frenzied gunfire coming from its kin. It could not comprehend why, despite being zombies, this red-skinned behemoth would shoot at its own kind. And it hurt quite a lot. Puffed. Bullets mercilessly penetrated the green giant's back. 1 point. Lu Zhe grinned widely as his score continued to rise. This is exhilarating. Although shooting humans does not deplete health, damaging ghosts grants points. This is a scoring bug tailored just for me. In the bio mode, humans earn points by attacking bio-ghosts, and bio-ghosts gain points by infecting humans. However, there has never been a stipulation against bio-ghosts attacking one another for points. Under normal circumstances, bio-ghosts lack ranged attacks and cannot harm each other. But Lu Zhe was an exception. He was a bio-ghost wielding a firearm. According to the system's logic, as long as damage is inflicted, points are awarded. Thus, the atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically. The human mercenaries in their cages, stunned, found themselves at a loss. They had prepared for a life-or-death struggle, yet now, the zombies outside were turning on each other. Was this infighting? Night Rose lowered her submachine gun, staring blankly into the distance. There stood the massive mother body, chasing 3 or 4 small zombies, darting around the map with precision shots. Those little zombies, terrified, cowered and fled, not daring to retaliate. After all, that was the mother body, endowed with an innate bloodline suppression. Captain, should we open fire? A rookie timidly inquired of Blade. Adjusting his sunglasses, Blade remained silent for a long moment. Let us observe the situation. This mother body is quite peculiar. Peculiar? It was downright absurd. Lu Zhe relentlessly pursued a little red zombie, watching as its health dwindled, the the warning light flashing red. He immediately ceased fire. "Hey, don't die on me, brother." Lu Zhe holstered his gun and even waved his claws in a friendly gesture. "Quickly, find a corner to hide and recover health. Once you're fully healed, I'll come back to play." The little red zombie, feeling as if it had been granted a reprieve, limped into a dog hole, trembling as it began to regain health. Lu Zhe then turned his attention to another green giant. Hey, your turn." Ah, tot, 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 tot. Another round of beatings ensued. This is what I call sustainable development. This is the pig farming strategy. As long as I don't kill them, when they're fully healed, they become moving point dispensers. Lu Zhe was utterly immersed in this delightful rhythm of scoring points. His ranking soared, rising at a rocket-like pace. Initially, he had not earned points due to becoming a zombie. Now, host score ranking. First, AC. Current score, 58 points. He was far ahead. A full 20 points above the second-place blade. Ha ha ha. A 10 pull is undoubtedly mine. Lu Zhe switched to a new magazine, his mood exceptionally buoyant. As time ticked away, only 30 seconds remained in the round. The little zombies, whom Lu Zhe had been nurturing like livestock, now cowered in corners, wearing expressions of deep grievance. Too scared to show their faces. They were terrified of Lu Zhe. This was no ordinary mother body. This was a demon. It's about time. Lu Zhe glanced at the clock and then at the scoreboard. His score was securely in first place, with no one capable of catching up. However, there was still one requirement for the task. If your faction wins, earn 2 points. Although his current score was sufficient for rewards, as a player with obsessive tendencies, why should he accept defeat when victory was within reach? Moreover, if the cage was not breached, wouldn't that mean the humans would win? If the humans won, wouldn't his efforts yield 2 points less? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Lu Zhe sheathed the machine gun, his gaze sharpening once more. He looked toward the little zombies hiding in the corners. "Brothers, I have trained you for 1,000 days. Now is the time to use you. What I did earlier was to strengthen your resilience against blows. Now, it is your moment to shine." Lu Zhe unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar. This is the mother body's call. Although the boss is quite twisted, the boss remains the boss. Since the boss has spoken, let us charge. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 79, Fire in the Hole. 4 or 5 fully healed bio-ghosts emerged from various corners. They gathered behind Lu Zhe, forming a terrifying army of bio-ghosts. Lu Zhe stood at the forefront, gazing at the distant cage. The human mercenaries there were now tensing up. They were coming. Prepare for battle. Blade bellowed, and all guns once again aimed outward. Ha! Lu Zhe grinned widely. He did not rush into the fray, but instead reached into his spatial pouch once more. This time, he did not retrieve a gun, but rather a green sphere adorned with a skull. Bio Grenade, Youth Edition. Here, a little seasoning for you. Lu Zhe pulled the pin and, with all his strength, hurled it toward the entrance of the cage. Fire in the hole. Watch out for the grenade. Boom! A muffle d'explosion échoué. The green toxic mist erupted at the entrance of the cage in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. What is this? My eyes. It's so hot. My skin is burning. Chaos ensued within the cage. The once formidable defense line suddenly revealed a breach. Most of the mercenaries were incapacitated by the poisonous fog, eyes shut tight, and began to cough violently, their weapons wavering in disarray. Now is the moment. A crimson light flickered in Lu Zhe's eyes. He swung his massive claws fiercely, directing them towards the chaotic cage. Little ones, charge forward. It's time for a buffet. Roar. The ravenous army of zombies, long starved and thirsty, unleashed a deafening roar. Like a pack of frenzied wild dogs, they charged towards the cage, undeterred by the sparse gunfire, launching a final desperate assault. Hold the line. Though Blade, equipped with sunglasses, could withstand some of the toxic gas, his firepower alone was insufficient against so many tough, resilient zombies. Particularly Lu Zhe. With his thick skin and abundant blood, even after sustaining multiple wounds, he pressed forward relentlessly. For the tribe, crossed out, for the brain. Lu Zhe was the first to reach the cage's entrance. Using his enormous frame, he braced against the fire from 2 machine guns, then abruptly extended his claws to grasp the iron bars of the cage. Squeeze with all your might. The defense line has crumbled. It's over. Night Rose closed her eyes in despair. Once they closed in, even she, an elite creature, could not withstand so many claws. Roar. The little red zombies surged through the breach. The cacophony of screams, gnashing teeth, and desperate roars echoed throughout the cage. It was a massacre. It was also a feast. Lu Zhe swiftly infected one individual, then ceased his movements. He had already secured the top score. No need to vie for additional infection points. Until the effects of the biochemical grenade's youthful version gradually faded. Only Blade remained in resistance. Truly a top agent. Even in dire straits, he maintained his ferocity. Quite intriguing. Liu Ze stroked his chin. This Blade, I shall keep him. Liu Ze approached Blade. At this moment, Blade was out of ammunition. He discarded his empty dual pistols and drew out a Nepali knife. Despite being covered in wounds, surrounded by monsters, he stood tall, his sunglasses firmly perched on his nose. Come on. Blade coldly gazed at Liu Ze. I know you possess consciousness. You are not an ordinary monster. Liu Ze chuckled. He extended a claw and shook his head. No, no, no. I'm merely a monster. Just a rather studious one. With that, Liu Ze lunged forward. There were no fancy techniques. It was pure brute force. Clang. Blade's Nepali knife struck Liu Ze's claw, producing sparks. Yet, Liu Ze remained unfazed. With a swift backhand, he sent Blade flying against the wall with a resounding smack. This strike was delivered with all his might. Blade's health bar plummeted instantly. He struggled to rise, but found it impossible. Liu Ze loomed over him, looking down. It's over, you pretentious fool. Liu Ze slowly extended his claw, piercing Blade's chest. With a muffled thud, he too transformed into a biochemical specter. Biochemical Spectre victory. Current round, 417. Host score ranking, first, before others could react. A blinding white light enveloped them. Everyone vanished once more, and, after a dizzying sensation, they found themselves back in the biochemical arena. Exhaling, Liu Ze instinctively attempted to move his body. However, the moment he stirred, he heard a painful metallic distortion. Crack. Zzz. The once imposing and formidable 4-type chemical-resistant exoskeleton armor that enveloped him now lay as a heap of scrap metal. The chest area, with several gaping holes torn by relentless treasures, sparked with electrical discharges, and a hydraulic assistance system, was utterly incapacitated. The heavy metal components had become a burden, weighing heavily on his shoulders. Normally, upon returning to the spawn point, the system would automatically reset his status, repairing his equipment. Yet, this time the system failed to restore his exoskeleton. System, repair the exoskeleton. Liu Ze commanded swiftly in his mind. But the system only responded with 3 words, scrap status. What the? Scrapped? Liu Ze's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at this invaluable piece of equipment, feeling a pang of anguish. This was Professor Wang's prized possession. If he learned that this treasure had become mere scrap, the old man would likely require immediate assistance. Not only could it not be repaired, but he also had to disassemble it himself? Liu Ze sighed helplessly, reaching for the locking clasp of the armor. Clang, clang, with a series of dull thuds. The heavy armor plates, powered legs, and mechanical arms fell to the ground. Liu Ze emerged from the pile of scrap. At this moment, he wore only a thin training uniform, holding a still-cold machine gun. Without the protection of the exoskeleton, he also lost the reassuring assistance of the system. Liu Ze initially expected to feel weak or disoriented. However, strangely enough, the moment he freed himself from the constraints of the armor, he experienced an unprecedented lightness. Liu Ze paused, testing his fist. Crack! His knuckles emitted a crisp sound, and a surge of power erupted from deep within his muscles. He attempted to jump in place. Whoosh! Without a running start or any build-up, he effortlessly leaped to a height of 1.5 meters. Upon landing, his leg muscles acted like finely tuned springs, perfectly absorbing the impact, producing barely a sound. Liu Ze looked at his hands, a glimmer of incredulity in his eyes. His physical prowess had improved dramatically. Although he lacked the turtle shell, his corporeal form seemed more formidable. A grin spread across Liu Ze's face. The sensation of wielding power solely through his own strength felt far more secure than hiding within a metal shell. However, this sense of security did not last long. As Liu Ze's gaze swept over his arms, his smile froze instantly. Chapter 80. Did Lan see through it? Beneath his formerly healthy forearm skin, several dark blue veins pulsed subtly. If not for a careful examination, one might not notice them. But for Liu Ze, the sight was akin to a death knell. The virus still lingered. Liu Ze's heart sank. The system had not deceived him. Though he had regained his human form and had not mutated, that damned biochemical virus had not vanished. It had merely lain dormant. Moreover, after he had actively consumed the energy of 2 biochemical specters in the previous round, the concentration of the virus within him was undoubtedly higher than before. If he were to return now, images of the busy researchers at Base 031, his aging parents, and the bustling streets of Jing City flashed through Liu Ze's mind. If he returned bearing this super virus, should it spiral out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. No, he absolutely could not return like this. Liu Ze gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He must find a way to eliminate the hidden danger within him. At the very least, he needed to suppress it. Just as Lu Zhe sank into deep anxiety and self-doubt, a fragrant breeze wafted through. The figure that had caused him endless headaches reappeared before him. The huntress. This time, she did not act as she had in the previous round. With an unsettling, almost predatory gaze, she fixated on Lu Zhe. In stark contrast, she stood 2 meters away, arms crossed, her beautiful eyes revealing an intricate tapestry of emotions. Perhaps it was due to Lu Zhe's previous round of merciless humiliation. You. The huntress parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet hesitated. She was no longer the mindless program that charged forward without thought or harbored blind hatred. As the battle progressed and the system evolved, the intelligence of these elite characters was advancing at an astonishing pace. What's the matter? Haven't you had enough torment? Lu Zhe shot her an exasperated glance, his annoyance palpable. He was in no mood to engage with this rogue woman. Consider yourself lucky in the last round. If you dare cling to me again this time, I shall cast you into a horde of zombies. Lu Zhe threatened, his words dripping with malice. However, the huntress did not react with the fury she had shown previously. Instead, she merely regarded Lu Zhe with a profound gaze, remaining silent. Just then, the sound of crisp, high heels echoed, accompanied by a more graceful and sophisticated fragrance wafting from the other side. It seemed our Mr. ACE was encountering a bit of trouble. A voice, gentle yet laced with mischief, chimed in. Lu Zhe turned to see a stunning Eastern beauty clad in a red qipao. Her figure alluring and a folding fan in her hand, gracefully approaching. It was the elite character Lan. Following closely behind her was the cool and aloof Blade, adorned with sunglasses. However, Blade's gaze directed at Lu Zhe was no longer that of a teammate or rival, but one of raw hostility. In the previous round, Lu Zhe had transformed into the mother, showing no mercy and brutally pinning Blade against the wall, even extracting his heart. For someone like Blade, who held himself in high esteem as a guardian ace, it was an unimaginable disgrace. Oomph. Blade scoffed. The muzzle of his golden AK-47, having switched weapons, pointed deliberately at Lu Zhe. Though you wear a human guise now, I know you are, at your core, a monster. Should you exhibit even the slightest sign of mutation, I will not hesitate to blow your head off. Rather than feeling angered, Lu Zhe found amusement in this. Oh, isn't this our Captain Blade? What's the matter? Still reeling from having your heart extracted last round? Would you like me to assist you again? Or is it that you're feeling jealous seeing this beauty by my side? You're courting death. Blade erupted in fury, his finger tightening on the trigger. Now, we are all teammates. Must we be at such swords points? Lan interjected with a light laugh, stepping between Blade and Lu Zhe. Her eyes, seemingly capable of communication, roamed over Lu Zhe before resting on the faintly throbbing veins of his arm. A flicker of understanding passed through her gaze. Meanwhile, the Knight Rose, who had been standing nearby, grew visibly displeased at Lan's approach. Vixen, you're everywhere, she huffed. Though her disdain for Lu Zhe was eclipsed by her aversion to Lan's facade of sisterly concern, it seemed to her that Blade harbored a slight affection for Lan. In an instant, this small spawn point became a melting pot of 4 elite characters, their intricate relationships charged with palpable tension. Surrounded by this circle of scheming allies, Lu Zhe felt his head spin. One huntress was already bothersome enough. Now a whole entourage had arrived. Was this a battlefield or a dating simulation? Moreover, the dire state of his body loomed over him like a ticking time bomb. If these people continued to linger, any sudden loss of control could lead to catastrophic consequences. Get out of my way, Lu Zhe finally snapped. He forcefully slammed the muzzle of his machine gun against the ground, producing a thunderous sound. I'm in a foul mood. I have no time for your games. If you wish to survive, keep your distance. Especially you two. He pointed menacingly at the huntress and Lan. Don't think I want to harm you just because you're women. If you provoke me, I'll unleash my wrath on all, be you human or monster. His words, devoid of emotional finesse and bordering on hysteria, stemmed from genuine fear of endangering the real world. He longed for solitude, a secluded corner where he might suppress the virus within him using the system. Hearing Lu Zhe's outburst, the huntress's expression froze, taken aback by his fury. Blade, however, only sneered as if to say, see, the mask slips. Yet, Lan remained unfazed by Lu Zhe's ferocity. On the contrary, her smile deepened as she gazed into his bloodshot eyes, which teetered on the brink of reason and madness. As if she comprehended something profound, she stepped closer, disregarding Lu Zhe's almost predatory glare, and leaned in to whisper, in a tone meant for just the two of them. There's something stirring within you. ISNT there? Chapter 81. Lan's intent to score points. Luzes body stiffened suddenly. The muzzle of his machine gun nearly pressed against Lan's face. What did you say? His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the woman in the cheap owl. Her smile radiant. Had she discerned his condition? Or merely guessed? Don't be alarmed. Handsome, Lan said, extending a slender finger to gently press down on the muzzle of Luze's weapon. Her movements were elegant and composed, as if she were handling a mere stick rather than a deadly firearm. I was once a medic, to be precise, a battlefield doctor, she explained with a smile, her eyes shimmering with intelligence. Though I currently wield a gun, my ability to observe biological signs remains keen. Your pupils are irregularly constricted, and those nearly imperceptible lines beneath your skin. Lan's voice was soft yet impactful, striking at Luze's vulnerabilities. These are signs of high-concentration biochemical virus infection, teetering on the brink of eruption. A slight stimulus from the biochemical Spectre virus, and you could transform at any moment. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Luze's brow. The AI's level of intelligence was astounding. She had seen through his condition. What do you want? Luze inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent swelling within him. Since his condition had been uncovered, maintaining the facade was futile. Moreover, from Lan's tone, it seemed she had no immediate intention to report or act against him. I don't want anything. I merely wish to propose a trade. Lan Winke. I know what you're worried about. You don't wish to become that grotesque monster, nor do you want to carry this risk elsewhere, correct? Luze's heart raced. She could even guess this? While she might not grasp the concept of the real world, she clearly understood that he was desperately trying to contain the virus's spread. Do you have a solution? Luze's voice emerged hoarse. Of course, Lan replied with confidence, nodding. To his astonishment, she produced a small rectangular box from beneath her clothing. Luze watched in disbelief, his worldview shattered. After all, Lan had no pockets. Inside the box was a syringe, no larger than a thumb, filled with a pale blue liquid. This is the Z1 type biochemical suppressor, commonly referred to as a blocking agent. While it cannot eradicate the virus within you, however, it possesses the remarkable ability to significantly suppress the virus's activity within a short time frame, even inducing a dormant state in the virus. Once this injection is administered, for at least the subsequent 24 hours, one need not worry about sudden mutations or transmitting the virus to others. Luze's eyes instantly brightened. This was precisely what he had longed for. An inhibitor, dormancy. As long as he could survive this mission, upon returning to reality, he would at least not have to fear infecting others immediately. Moreover, with an expert of Academician Wang's caliber and the nation's medical resources at his disposal, there was a possibility that his blood analysis could lead to the development of a similar viral inhibitor. Even if they could not succeed, he could afford the country time to react, isolating him to prevent any harm to others. Yet, the likely price was that he was aware of it. Give it to me. Luze instinctively reached out. However, Lan deftly evaded his grasp with a flick of her wrist. Oh, do not be so hasty, she chuckled, shaking her head. This is a highly valuable strategic asset, and I possess but this one. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I trust you understand this? What do you want? Luze retracted his hand, regaining his composure. Since it was a transaction, matters would be simpler. As long as the issues could be resolved with money or goods, they posed no problem. I want points. Lan gestured towards the virtual leaderboard hovering above. At that moment, the leaderboard had reset, with the 5th round yet to commence. Nevertheless, Luze still held a commanding lead. Conversely, due to lackluster performance in previous rounds, Lan's ranking was not impressive. Points? Luze was momentarily taken aback. What do you need points for? Is this of any use to you? Of course it is. A glimmer of longing flashed in Lan's eyes. If I rank higher in this round, I can evolve once more. I will unlock more powerful weapons and even attain advanced intelligence privileges. Just like that insufferable hunter, her madness stems from her desire to score and evolve. Does it not? Realization dawned on Luze. No wonder these AIs were so fervently competing for kills. There was this underlying logic. To them, this was a game of survival and evolution. All right, Luze agreed without hesitation. As long as you provide me with a medicine, I will help you score points in this round, and even the subsequent ones. I won't go for kills. I'll assist you. I'll weaken the zombies for you to finish off. If I transform into the mother, I can even let you take a shot at me. For the sake of that life-saving potion and the safety of the great Xia. Luze was willing to risk it all. What did pride matter? What did points matter? Survival was the ultimate truth. Splendid. Lan nodded in satisfaction. I relish collaborating with someone as astute as you. Unlike that lunatic who only knows how to wield an axe, or that sunglasses-wearing cool pretender. With that, Lan tossed the blue vial into Luze's hands. Here, Consider it a token of sincerity. Lu Zhe caught the vial, feeling its icy chill. He did not hesitate for a moment, nor did he question whether the medicine was genuine. He had no choice. Furthermore, since Lan sought to score points, she required a formidable ally, making deception unnecessary at this juncture. Contrary to Lan's expectations, Lu Zhe did not eagerly inject the precious Z1 biological inhibitor into his neck. Instead, he meticulously placed the small vial, which emanated an ethereal blue glow, into the deepest recesses of his storage space. He was not yet prepared to use it. He intended to wait until the mission was nearing its conclusion. Otherwise, he would lose the advantage of having a weaponized bioghost. Moreover, the longer he delayed its use, the more time he afforded Academician Wang and his team for research on the drug. You truly are an unusual individual, Lan remarked, puzzled by Lu Zhe's decision not to use the vial, which had now vanished from her view. Enough with the admiration. I am merely a legend, Lu Zhe chuckled, the previous wariness and disdain dissipating. He naturally drew closer to Lan, adopting an almost obsequious tone. Sister Lan, since we are now strategic partners, I would appreciate your guidance. My shooting skills are merely for amusement. I truly rely on your sharpshooting prowess. Ha! Min, the hunter, who had been silent until now, coldly scoffed, her axe striking the ground with a shower of sparks. Watching Lu Zhe's sycophantic demeanor, an inexplicable fire ignited within her. Oh dear, little madwoman, no, Sister Hunter. You are here too. Lu Zhe turned his head, his audacity rivaling that of a fortress, completely unfazed by the earlier awkwardness of wanting to send her away. Chapter 82. Another name, Sakura. Since we are all present, let us join forces. The more, the merrier. We can form a biochemical trio, and this round will be secured. Countdown, 15 seconds. Stop your banter. Find a position. Lan sheathed her folding fan, her AK-47 black peak already chambered. She scanned the surroundings, her previously graceful demeanor transforming into one of sharp intensity. Where to? Lu Zhe inquired. Though he had someone in mind, he needed to defer to the more experienced. That broken column platform, Lan indicated towards the solitary stone pillar standing at the side of the arena. It offered a broad view and was easy to defend. As long as their firepower was sufficient, it would be challenging for the zombies to mount an assault. Moreover, Lan glanced at Lu Zhe's machine gun, a smile tugging at her lips. That position is perfect for you to unleash your heavy firepower. All right, I shall follow your lead. Lu Zhe responded without further ado. Darting out, the three of them swiftly occupied the advantageous position. This elevated platform was not expansive, roughly 3 to 4 square meters. Typically, one person would have ample space. Two would be cramped, and with three, they were practically shoulder to shoulder. Lu Zhe stood at the front, wielding the machine gun as both a shield and primary firepower. Lan positioned herself slightly behind and to his left, responsible for precise shots and support fire. Meanwhile, the hunter stubbornly refused to distance herself from Lu Zhe, squeezing herself into his right side. Her golden dragon-crying axe inadvertently brushed against Lu Zhe's thigh, causing his heart to race. I say, could you please step back a bit? My gun barrel is quite hot. Shut up, the hunter coldly replied, her stance unwavering. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words. This was not merely a battle against bioghosts. It was a veritable battlefield of chaos. On his left stood an intellectually elegant partner, while on his right was a tempestuous and proud adversary from his past life. He was sandwiched between them. What a predicament. Countdown complete. Biochemical virus outbreak. With a thunderous roar, the 5th round officially commenced. This time, the mother appeared near the distant dog hole. Good fortune. Let the battle begin. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions. The machine gun in his hands began to fire. Sister Lan, I will handle suppression this round. You can reap the rewards. I will cease fire once they are injured. Deal. Lan wasted no time. The muzzle of her AK-47 was already trained on the distant figures of the newly mutated zombies, searching for prey. Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Lu Zhe's machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets. Even from a distance, the terrifying suppression rendered the far-off bioghosts laborious in their movements. Lan showcased her formidable marksmanship as an elite character. Each bullet seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly avoiding Lu Zhe's trajectory and finding its mark in the zombies' foreheads. Lan has slain a bioghost. Lan has slain a bioghost. The system's notifications echoed continuously. Standing atop the platform, Lu Zhe unleashed a barrage of fire while reveling in the unique sense of security provided by the two women beside him. Yet beneath this veneer of security, the question that lingered in his heart grew like wild grass, unrestrained. From where did that potion originate? If its source could be discerned, perhaps the biotechnological advancements of the great Xia could be propelled to new heights. Upon the high platform, shell casings fell like rain, clattering against the stone below with a crisp resonance. The barrel of Liu Zhe's machine gun had begun to glow faintly red, yet he showed no intention of ceasing his fire. He adeptly controlled the rhythm of his output, reducing each approaching biochemical specter to a state of near depletion. Then, with perfect synergy, he halted his fire to allow Lan to reap the rewards. Bang! Bang! Lan's precise bursts were akin to an exquisite art form. As she witnessed her score steadily ascend, the normally composed and graceful oriental beauty revealed a hint of uncontainable delight in her eyes. Collaborating with you is indeed a pleasure, she remarked playfully during a brief intermission to reload her magazine. That is to say, my greatest virtue is my integrity, Liu Zhe replied with a grin, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the roving green giant below. However, Sister Lan, was that potion of yours a product of your research? I didn't realize you were not only an excellent marksman, but also a biochemical expert. Me? Lan paused momentarily before shaking her head, an intricate expression crossing her features, reminiscent yet tinged with apprehension. While I possess some knowledge of first aid, such a potion that delves into the depths of genetic sequences is beyond my capability. Liu Zhe's heartbeat quickened slightly. It's Sakura, Lan softly uttered a name. Sakura? Liu Zhe swiftly scoured his memory for this name. Within the context of CF's game lore, Sakura was a subordinate of the Nide Medical Group, equipped with cutting-edge technology, a formidable warrior on the battlefield, and a professional medical mercenary group devoted to providing the forefront of medical care at the front lines. However, his recollection of Sakura was primarily superficial. The guardian form was unremarkable, clad in a short skirt and pink jacket, embodying a fashionable and alluring image, even incorporating elements of a nurse's attire with a touch of seduction. It was her sole warrior form that lingered in his thoughts, the epitome of beauty, with golden hair and azure eyes, donned in a delightful white and yellow maid outfit. The intricate design details of her attire were truly captivating. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to encounter her. As he indulged in these musings, Lan's voice drew him back to reality. Yes, Sakura, she nodded, her gaze drifting towards the distant, overcast sky. She is the organization's foremost medical expert. This potion was a token of gratitude for saving her life. She claimed it was her latest experimental product. Where's Sakura now? Eluze Preston. If we could locate this Sakura, even if it meant kidnapping her, we must bring her back to Great Xia. She is a living repository of biotechnological marvels. I don't know, Lan shook her head, her tone tinged with melancholy. I've only encountered her once in my memories. Liu Zhe fell silent, etching the name Sakura deep within his mind. As the two conversed, the previously silent hunter suddenly stirred. Too much idle chatter. She coldly cast a glance at the pair, her golden dragon roar weapon swinging abruptly. Crack! A small red zombie that had stealthily climbed up from a nearby stone pillar was swiftly dispatched by the hunter S-94 before it could fully emerge. With such leisure for conversation, one might as well eliminate a few more foes. The hunter kicked the zombie off the platform and turned to Liu Zhe, her complex gaze fixed upon him. Don't get too complacent. That suppressant only offers temporary relief. In this world, nothing is everlasting, except what? Liu Zhe inquired. Except for battle. The hunter clenched her axe tightly, her voice hoarse and death. Liu Zhe regarded the hunter, sensing a tumult of concealed thoughts beneath her tempestuous exterior. Hey, I said, as Liu Zhe reloaded his machine gun. Why are you playing so straight this round? Aren't you competing for points with me? The hunter snorted disdainfully. I disdain to compete for such easily given points. When I kill, I aim for those at full health. Though she claimed this, Liu Zhe noted that the hunter had not strayed from the high platform even once during this round. What is this? Sundra behavior? Or perhaps a form of protection? Liu Zhe shook his head, baffled by the logic of these AIs. At that moment, Lan seemed to perceive Liu Zhe's confusion, letting out a soft sigh and lowering her voice. Don't blame her. She is just afraid. Chapter 83, the so-called evolution. Afraid? Liu Zhe was taken aback. Afraid of the biochemical specters? No. Lan shook her head, her gaze growing profound and distant. What she fears is our ultimate fate. Liu Zhe, have you ever pondered why we find ourselves here? Why there is an unending cycle of combat? Why we are compelled to fiercely compete for points? This question, Liu Zhe had indeed contemplated. For him, it was a system task, a means to grow stronger for the sake of the nation. But what are these native AIs? To survive? Liu Zhe tentatively ventured. Survival is merely the foundation. Lan offered a bitter smile. The essence of evolution is far more significant. Evolution? Is that what you referred to earlier? Indeed. In this world, through evolution, we unlock more potent weapons, attain stronger bodies, and even awaken self-awareness. Just as I can converse with you now, think and experience emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. These are all outcomes of evolution. At this point, Lon paused, her voice trembling slightly. However, evolution comes at a cost. Legend has it that when evolution reaches a certain critical threshold, when our points surpass that limit, we may have the chance to escape this world. Escape? Where to? Liu Ze's heart raced. Could these AIs transcend to the real world just like him? I don't know, Lon replied, her expression one of confusion. Some say it leads to paradise. Others claim it's a journey to a higher dimensional battlefield. Yet some believe it is complete liberation, true freedom. That is the ultimate dream for all of us. Liu Ze listened, utterly astonished. How had this narrative suddenly delved into such philosophical depths? Were these AIs fighting for ascension? Was this akin to cultivating immortality? If it is a dream, then why does the hunter fear it? Liu Ze pointed towards the grim-faced hunter beside them, perplexed. Lon was about to respond when the hunter abruptly interrupted her. Silence. Lang. The hunter spun around, her eyes bloodshot, emanating an aura of profound terror. Do not listen to her nonsense. What evolution? What ascension? It is all a deception. It is a dead end, a veritable path to ruin. The atmosphere on the platform plummeted to a frigid silence due to the hunter's sudden outburst. Even the distant roars of zombies seemed to fade into the background. Liu Ze watched the agitated hunter, her machine gun continuing to fire mechanically. Yet her attention was entirely absorbed in the tense exchange between these two elite figures. There was undoubtedly a significant revelation at stake, one that pertained to the core secrets of this world. A deception? Liu Ze furrowed his brow, glancing back and forth between Lon and the hunter, seeking clarification. The hunter took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling sharply. She appeared to be struggling to suppress an overwhelming fear. Lon, you are too naive, she said, her voice trembling as she pointed at Lon. Do you think those so-called evolved beings simply vanished? Paradise? Freedom? Nonsense. They're all dead, completely gone. Zero is the best example. At the mention of the name Zero, Liu Ze's heart skipped a beat. Zero, the one he had taken? What happened to Zero? Liu Ze inquired with a calm demeanor, striving to ensure his tone conveyed mere curiosity. The hunter's gaze dimmed, her golden dragon-shaped weapon drooping listlessly in her grasp. Prior to Zero, she was the most formidable entity within our stronghold, second only to the flying tigers, and her level of evolution was unparalleled. She had even mastered the art of mimicking human emotions, learning to disguise her true self. We all believed she would be the first to transcend. Until that fateful day, the hunter's voice deepened, echoing the dread of that terrifying moment. In the recent New Year Square battle, she vanished, not through teleportation or invisibility, but through utter, complete obliteration. Her name could no longer be found within the system, nor was her data present on the leaderboard. It was as if she had been erased from this world entirely. The hunter lifted her gaze, fixated intently on Liu Ze, her eyes brimming with despair. This is what they call evolution. The ultimate end of evolution is annihilation. That is why I fear. I dare not score high. I would rather be a mindless killer than become like that. Upon hearing this, Liu Ze felt a wave of numbness wash over him. He perhaps, maybe, might have grasped the truth. The reason for Zero's disappearance, the cause of her erasure, was simply due to him forcibly taking her away. In the eyes of these AIs, did being taken away by Liu Ze equate to failing ascension and facing total demise? Coughing nervously, Liu Ze cleared his throat and touched his nose. This misunderstanding was monumental. But could he voice it? Certainly not. If they were to discover that Zero had been transported to another dimension's laboratory for dissection, would these two not erupt in fury and tear him apart? Thus, Liu Ze gathered his thoughts, attempting to soothe these frightened AIs. Perhaps Zero was not truly dead. Perhaps she had indeed entered another world, one devoid of war, where sustenance and clothing were provided, albeit with the potential for blood extraction for research, yet overall a safe haven. Both Lon and the hunter turned to him simultaneously, their expressions filled with skepticism, as if questioning whether he was merely placating children. Very well, forget I said anything. Liu Ze shrugged, firing his machine gun again to mask his embarrassment. In any case, our current mission is to survive, right? As for evolution, that is a matter for the future. The immediate priority is to eliminate the biochemically enhanced phantoms below. Chapter 84, Lucia Musti. Without Liu Ze's leadership, the biochemically enhanced phantoms were nothing more than a disorganized mass. Blade and the others had managed to suppress the phantoms effectively. As the fifth round concluded, The system's results flashed across Lu Zhe's retina once more. Although it was yet another victory for the human faction, Lan's expression bore little joy. She scrutinized the meager increase of merely a few points, her countenance darkening. Seizing the opportunity during the intermission between rounds, Lan pulled Lu Zhe into a secluded corner of the arena. Too slow. Lu Zhe, busy reloading his machine gun, rolled his eyes at her comment. Sister, how much faster do you want me to be? Just now, I expended 8 magazines to ensure you could secure a kill, and not a single one was taken by me. And yet, you still find it lacking? In this round, Lu Zhe had indeed exerted himself. He took on the role of weakening the zombies, allowing Lan to land the finishing blow. Both players benefited from the points, with Lan gaining a slight edge. Although this strategy was reliable, it was not particularly efficient. After all, zombies were not stationary targets. They would flee, regenerate, and ensnare their pursuers. Lan shook her head, her red qipao swaying slightly with her movements, exuding an aura of perilous allure. Still too slow. At this rate, I may not even secure second place. Her gaze fixed on Lu Zhe, suddenly intense and fervent. Blade's score has already surpassed mine by a considerable margin. So, a sense of foreboding stirred within Lu Zhe. In the next round, if you mutate or take the initiative to infect, Lan's startling revelation came forth. I will farm you. Huh. The ammunition drum in Lu Zhe's hand nearly fell to the ground. You want to farm me? Sister, we are teammates, not enemies. Are you plotting to murder your dear teammate? Yet, Lan showed no signs of jest. She analyzed calmly. Regardless, you possess a presence, so what is there to fear? You could transform into the mother body and simply stand there for me to shoot. As long as I do not kill you, I can accumulate damage points rapidly, and my score will soar. Lu Zhe comprehended her intent. Much like his previous strategy of farming biochemically enhanced phantoms, she aimed to exploit the same loophole. However, he had not anticipated that Lan would also discern the essence of this score-farming tactic. No way. Lu Zhe decisively rejected her proposal. I still seek the rewards for securing first place. If you enjoy yourself too much and surpass my score, who will I turn to for my 10 consecutive draws? Presently, he held the top score. How could he willingly relinquish it? He was here to procure supplies, not to serve as a living target. I won't surpass you. Lan appeared to have foreseen Lu Zhe's concerns, raising 2 fingers. I only need second place. Every time my score nears yours, I will cease my efforts. Furthermore, she paused, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. In return, I can share more intelligence regarding Sakura, and you can farm as well. We can gather those ordinary little reds together and farm them. Lu Zhe stroked his chin, deep in thought. This deal did not seem to bear any losses. As long as he retained the top score, assisting her would be of little consequence. After all, according to their assertions, evolution might entail being taken from this world. If Lan truly evolved, could he not also take her with him? Lu Zhe's gaze drifted over Lan's figure, swallowing hard. All right, he nodded, a merchant-like grin spreading across his face. But we must establish 3 ground rules. First, the point difference must remain above 20, as I fear you may deceive me. Second, the intelligence regarding Sakura is to be shared with me. Third, Lu Zhe clapped his hands around the weighty MG3 silver killer. If you dare to play any tricks, I will ensure you are reduced to a sieve in the next round, leaving not a shred behind. Lan Samai Supli, extending her hand. Deal. The countdown for the 6th round has concluded. The biochemical virus outbreak. This time, fate seemed to heed Lan's call. Lu Zhe felt his vision turn blood red, his body swelling instantly. Roar. He transformed directly into the biochemical mother body. The surrounding ordinary mercenaries were struck with terror, raising their weapons in a panic. Lu Zhe paid them no mind, executing a super jump to land atop the highest stone pillar, beckoning to Lan below with a crooked finger. Come on, give me a good rub. In the following rounds, an exceedingly bizarre and discordant scene unfolded within the arena. While other zombies fought desperately to infect humans, their brains nearly bursting from the effort, Lu Zhe, now the biochemical mother body, lounged atop the most prominent pedestal like a lord. He neither pursued victims nor ran amok, simply standing there with his hands on his hips. Meanwhile, Lan positioned herself at a safe distance, wielding a stair submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Lu Zhe. Pop, pop, pop. The bullet struck Lu Zhe's robust exterior, his health bar gradually diminishing. Hey, be gentle. Where are you aiming? Don't hit my face. I still need it to make a living. Lu Zhe remained still, yet grumbled under his breath. Once his health dipped to the critical threshold, he retreated behind the pillar. Static health, regeneration. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monstrous regenerative capabilities of the biochemical phantoms sprang into action, causing his health bar to rocket upwards like a rocket. Once fully restored, He poked his head out again. Technician, keep it coming, don't stop, hit harder. The lower-ranked Lan was equally unyielding, swiftly switching magazines and continuing her onslaught. Her score soared, as if she were under the influence of some unseen advantage, leaving the surrounding elite characters in a state of bewilderment. Blade, concealed within a cage, wore an exceptionally grim expression. The huntress, seething with rage, was on the verge of crushing her axe. She had no desire to accumulate points. Yet Lu Zhe insisted she continue playing, nearly driving her to exasperation. Knight rose, contemplative, mused. Is it possible to play like this? Could that creature truly possess intelligence? Of course, Lu Zhe was not merely a passive target throughout. Should any oblivious little zombie attempt to seize Lan, he would without hesitation spring forth and deliver a clawed strike, pinning the intruder to the ground, subsequently allowing the two of them to score points together. I'll teach you to be greedy, he thought, as the wounded little red zombie sulked in a corner, drawing circles on the wall. Its inner monologue lamenting. We are all zombies. Why is it that you can frolic with a human lady while we must endure punishment? This point accumulation persisted until the conclusion of the 8th round, with Lu Zhe maintaining a commanding lead in first place, while Lan joyfully secured the second position. However, such actions that disrupted the game's balance ultimately incited collective outrage. As the preparation time before the 9th round commenced, Lu Zhe reverted to his human form, contentedly reviewing his score. Suddenly, a throng gathered around him, led by Blade, flanked by the Huntress, Knight Rose, and even a few formerly neutral characters like Pandora. The expressions in their eyes were unsettling. They did not regard him as an ally, but as a class enemy. Lu Zhe, Blade, coldly addressed him. The muzzle of his AK-47 subtly directed at Lu Zhe. What? Do you seek my autograph? Lu Zhe nonchalantly slung the MG3 over his shoulder, adopting a carefree demeanor. You have violated the rules. Blade's voice dripped with malice. Though I'm unaware of the pact you forged with that traitor Lan, your existence poses a grave threat to us. And so, Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. And so, in this round, we shall not target zombies. Pandora, with her AK in hand, declared, we shall target you. Points can be forfeited, and missions can be lost. Knight Rose chimed in with a chilling smile, but Lu Zhe, you must die. Chapter 85, Blinded by Fury Goodness. Is this a scheme to turn everyone into villains? Lu Zhe observed this cohort of elite monsters, who should have been in competition with one another, now united against him. Quite amusing. Rather than panic, Lu Zhe was seized by laughter. He surveyed the hostile expressions of his teammates, finally fixing his gaze on Lan, who stood resolutely beside him. It appears our enterprise has grown too vast, inciting envy. Lan tightened her grip on her weapon, steadfastly remaining at Lu Zhe's side. They are desperate. But so what? When we were mercenaries, could their bullets inflict harm upon us? Lu Zhe nodded, redirecting his attention to Blade. I say, everyone, I understand your urgency. However, please do not rush. Tot. Without hesitation, Blade opened fire. Lu Zhe remained motionless. The bullets struck him, failing to even jostle him. Stop. I must inquire, Captain Blade. Doesn't it pain you to see your barrel turning red? Lu Zhe, wielding the hefty machine gun, regarded his irate teammates with mockery. Blade trembled with fury. Cursed rules. Why can we not attack our allies? Why? Behind him, Knight Rose, Pandora, and a host of elite mercenaries gritted their teeth in frustration. Yet under the biochemical mode, humans were immune to damage from each other. Lu Zhe chuckled. Rules are rules. What more can you do but waste bullets? Are you here to scrub my back? As he spoke, he provocatively turned to expose his back to them. Come. Just a moment ago my left shoulder felt a bit sore, Brother Blade. How about a couple more rounds? The pressure is just right. You, Blade, a man of quick temper, nearly lost his composure at this remark, raising his gun stock to strike. Hey, let us not resort to violence. Be cautious of accidental discharge. Lu Zhe deftly dodged the blow, his taunting unceasing. Conserve your strength. There are only 10 seconds left until the virus erupts. Are you intending to directly submit to me once you transform into zombies? Amidst the chaos and shouts, on a stone pillar high above the arena, the huntress sat languidly at the edge, her long legs swinging in the air. Clutching her signature dragon roar, she showed no inclination to engage in battle. Observing her teammates circling Lu Zhe like jesters, she scoffed disdainfully, a bunch of fools. She had discerned the truth. Lu Zhe was a wicked soul. Those who opposed him, be they biochemical phantoms or humans, invariably met with unfortunate ends. In contrast, Lan, who trailed behind him, thrived splendidly. Since fighting was futile and she did not wish to be a sycophant, the huntress opted for indifference. She reclined backward, adopting a posture of silent observation. See, Even the huntress understands. Lu Zhe waved at her above before returning his attention to the encirclement of Blade and his cohorts. How long do you intend to keep this up? Do you enjoy the scent of my sweat so much? Blade inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He recognized that attacking Lu Zhe was futile. We cannot kill you, but we will not allow you to effortlessly score points. Blade spoke coldly, his gaze steely. You wish to secure a good position? Dream on. We will follow you, obstruct your vision, hinder your movements, and seize your kills. Since the rules protect you, we shall exploit them to annoy you. Night Rose added, with so many of us, and so many guns, we will encircle you completely. You wish to fire? You should first ask our guns if they consent. It was a rogue tactic, employing a human wall strategy to confine Lu Zhe in the center. Hearing this, Lu Zhe did not feel anger, but wore an expression of incredulity. TSK, 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 15 people clustered together, huh? He surveyed the narrow terrain around him and the swarm of individuals nearly glued to him. Captain Blade, are you certain this is a strategy and not a death wish? Less chatter, Blade commanded with a wave of his hand. Everyone fall in line, surround Lu Zhe and suffocate him. No one is permitted to stray a step away from him until the countdown ends. Yes, the mercenaries responded in unison, instantly forming an impenetrable formation, trapping Lu Zhe like a sandwich. He was nearly gasping for air from the pressure. Yet the smile on his face only grew wider. He looked up at the red countdown in the sky. 3, 2, 1. Best of luck to you all, Lu Zhe softly declared. The safety on his machine gun quietly disengaged. However, he did not aim outward, but rather at the ground beneath him. Biochemical virus, outbreak. The air solidified instantaneously. Blade's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed a searing heat erupting mere inches from him. A bone-chilling roar erupted among the tightly packed mercenaries. It was not Lu Zhe who emitted it. He retained his human form, even winking at Blade. The one transformed was a mercenary named Swart. Standing to Lu Zhe's left, the unfortunate soul's body expanded instantaneously, his skin turning an eerie crimson, and his nails grew into vicious claws. He was the progenitor. No. The Blade emitted a desperate roar, but he had no time to react. It was too close, far too close. The newly mutated Swart mother required no aim, instinctively swiping its claws. The sound of talons tearing through the bulletproof vest was accompanied by Seth and Omo standing beside him, who were instantly infected. In the blink of an eye, the ironclad formation originally meant to ensnare Lu Zhe crumbled into chaos. Scatter. Quickly disperse. Night Rose screamed, desperately trying to push her way out, but the confined space was filled with people. There was no escape. This was the cardinal sin of the human wave tactic in biohazard mode. Once one person mutated, it meant total annihilation. And what of Lu Zhe? At the eye of the storm? Chapter 86, The Bizarre Scene. He, too, was inevitably transformed into a biohazard specter. Although we have all changed. At least I've dragged you down with me. However, Lu Zhe slowly straightened his body. Did you think I couldn't escape? Perhaps I intended to be captured by you? Have you forgotten why I was able to chase after biohazard specters before? All the biohazard specters froze for a moment, so focused on turning Lu Zhe into one of their own that they overlooked the fact he could wield a weapon as a biohazard specter. Wasn't that tantamount to invincibility? The Blade cursed unfairness inwardly. At that moment, a machine gun materialized in Lu Zhe's hands. The other biohazard specters attempted to inflict harm upon him, but to no avail. They could only engage in close combat, yet that was not determinable. Tot. Lu Zhe began relentlessly pursuing the biohazard specters with his machine gun. Yet, the Blade had already devised a solution. If they could also turn the hunter into a biohazard specter, the game would be over. But Lu Zhe clearly discerned their intentions. He smiled faintly. Activating his skill, Berserk, he charged towards the hunter, blocking the path of the biohazard specters. With his smoking machine gun in hand, he turned around. From now on, this woman is under my protection. Want to capture her? You'd better consult my machine gun first. The situation on the field grew increasingly bizarre. What was meant to be the climactic battle of humans versus biohazard specters had transformed into a gun-wielding mother against a throng of unarmed biohazard specters. And this gun-wielding mother was protecting a human. Night Rose attempted to utilize her invisibility and high jump to bypass Lu Zhe and seize the hunter behind him. If she could capture the hunter, it would spell disaster for Lu Zhe's score-boosting plan. Want to play sneaky? Have you consulted my gun? Without even glancing at her, Lu Zhe retaliated with a burst of bullets. Tot. The bullets sealed off Night Rose's route of ascent. Bang! Night Rose fell clumsily to the ground, covered in dirt. Roar! Everyone, charge together. He only has one gun. I refuse to believe he can withstand all of us. The blade scoffed at fate with a furious roar. He activated the berserk skill, leading over a dozen zombies into a collective charge. This was the quintessential human wave tactic in biohazard mode. No matter how fierce the machine gun fire, as long as one zombie charged through and captured the hunter, victory would be theirs. Watching the green horde surge like a tide, Liu Ze felt no panic. Instead, excitement illuminated his countenance. Come on, I relish such mobile targets delivered to my doorstep. Tot. Standing atop a high platform, Liu Ze had established an absolute vantage point for firepower suppression. The blade, charging at the forefront, barely took 2 steps before being forced back by a barrage of bullets. The biohazard specter's once proud sprinting speed appeared as slow motion before Liu Ze's heavy machine gun. Tot. Liu Ze's marksmanship was exceptionally astute. A small red specter leaped, barely grazing the edge of the platform, only to be struck mid-air by Liu Ze's gun stock, following up with a volley that sent it plummeting down. This is possible. The blade was engulfed in despair. The charge lasted merely 10 seconds. All the zombies were repelled, many flickering red. Keep going. Don't stop. Liu Ze shouted arrogantly while reloading. Blade, you claim to be the foremost defender? Have you already faltered? That little red one, don't hide behind the pillar. I can see your rear. Come, let me rack up another combo score. Liu Ze's grin stretched from ear to ear as he beheld his commanding lead in points. However, the others, witnessing Liu Ze's insurmountable score, found their morale shattered. They had transformed into zombies, unable to infect humans for points, instead becoming mere tools for Liu Ze to accumulate scores. What kind of nonsense is this? I quit. The blade finally reached his breaking point, plopping down on the ground in resignation. Get up. Keep charging. Liu Ze protested. Or move a bit further out. If I can't hit you, how can I score? Get moving. This is called physical exercise, understand? The blade. He felt like crying. Yet, his green face made it hard for him to shed tears. Transformed into a biohazard specter, he was still being forced to engage in aerobic exercise. Was there any justice in this? Meanwhile, deep within the high platform, the hunter, who had been gripping her axe tensely, observed this scene and gradually lowered her weapon. She gazed at Liu Ze, who stood protectively before her, his broad red silhouette strikingly prominent, her expression turning peculiarly strange. This guy, having morphed into such a grotesque creature, why does he still possess a certain charm? The hunter shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. She settled into a more comfortable position. Hey, you big red guy, the hunter called out. The green giant on the left is attempting a sneak attack. Be cautious. Liu Ze didn't even turn his head, retaliating with a swift gunstock strike that sent the creeping green giant tumbling down. Sister, if you're going to watch, have the courtesy to give a shout of approval or perhaps dance a little to liven the mood. Time trickled by. For the biohazard specters, this round felt interminable. They attempted countless strategies, scattering to break through, stacking up, feigning attacks, but the outcome was always the same, ruthlessly suppressed by that damn machine gun. Many simply gave up, finding a corner to deny Liu Ze any points. Phew, em exhausted. As the clock ticked down to the final 30 seconds, he relaxed a bit, his score nearing its peak. He was already over 100 points ahead of the others. Just then, a biohazard specter stealthily approached the column, utilizing its high jump skill to actually reach the edge of the platform. The claw of the frenzied specter lunged toward the hunter's delicate neck. Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed. The hunter, though lounging lazily, responded with astonishing speed. Her N94 was no pushover, firing rapidly. The hunter coldly uttered 3 words. The frenzied specter was sent tumbling down. Oh, nice moves. Liu Ze commended. Obviously, I'm an elite mercenary, not some decorative vase. The hunter rolled her eyes and settled back down. Just then, however, she decided to play a trick, swinging her axe towards Liu Ze's thigh. Hiss! Liu Ze sharply inhaled. Sister, that's an axe. Could you refrain from using my thigh as a sharpening stone? It hurts. Although Liu Ze was now a mother with tough skin and flesh, the hunter, being human and wielding a melee weapon, continued to inflict damage with every scrape. The pain was bearable, but the location constantly left him feeling a chill. My apologies. The hunter, with a mischievous grin that belied her words of apology, remarked, I see your skin is quite thick. I assumed you were impervious to pain. With that, she lightly tapped Liu Ze's back with the flat of her axe. Hey, it seems you've amassed enough points. Don't you think it's time to consider concluding this round? Let's wait for the time to expire. Liu Ze, uninterested in further point accumulation, refrained from firing his weapon as long as no one charged at him. Chapter 87. If you can't defeat them, join them. As the time ticked away, The human faction emerged victorious. A flash of white light enveloped them, and everyone returned to the spawn point. The hunter toyed with her golden dragon's roar, her spirits notably high. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Blade wore a grim expression. "This is unfair," he muttered. As Night Rose wiped the dust from her face, her tone tinged with jealousy. Lu Zhe employs that underhanded strategy, racking up points whether he transforms into a human or a ghost. Our systematic approach simply cannot keep pace. Can't defeat them? Then let's join them, Blade suddenly interjected, determination flickering behind his sunglasses. He was a proud elite, yet above all, a pragmatist. Join. Night Rose blinked, taken aback. Are you suggesting we also align ourselves with Lu Zhe? No, I mean we should replicate his strategy. We can also accumulate points. Head to the pit. And you can score while I do too. Night Rose's eyes sparkled, but then she hesitated. But what if I transform? Then we shall divide our roles. Blade clenched his jaw. In the next round, if one of us turns into a zombie, don't rush to capture anyone. The one who hasn't T-transformed is responsible for accumulating points. The transformed one will block the entrance to the pit, preventing other biophantoms from entering. If I transform, I'll ensure you score. And if you transform, I'll shoot you. We must at least secure our positions in 3rd and 4th places, ensuring no one else outpaces us. As the countdown for round 12 commenced, Lu Zhe was poised to enjoy a moment alone with Lan at their usual spot. Suddenly, he noticed Blade and Night Rose charging fiercely toward the dog hole defense point on the opposite end of the map. Oh, have they finally caught on? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow, amused by Blade's reckless resolve. It appears the elite's learning ability is quite formidable. They wish to learn from us, Lan observed calmly, glancing over. But their efficiency likely pales in comparison to ours, given that you can capture Little Red. Let them be. As long as they don't disturb me, I'm content. As the countdown reached 0, the virus erupted. This time, Lady Luck did not favor Blade. He mutated into a hulking green giant, sealing the entrance to the dog hole, preventing other biophantoms from entering. Night Rose began her assault on Blade, as per their plan. Top, 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 top. Roar. Be gentle. I need you to score points. Not to commit fratricide. As he was being struck, he retreated to his position. If any other biophantoms appeared, he ceased attacking Blade, ensuring he wouldn't be pushed back. The entire bio-arena had devolved into a fierce competition between 2 point-accumulating factions. The once terrifying and eerie bio mode had been reduced to a mere nurturing game. On the scoreboard, Lu Zhe South first place seemed as immovable as a mountain, while Lan, though not as extravagant in points, firmly held second place, surpassing both Blade and Night Rose. By round 15, Blade was nearing a breaking point. He observed the exhaustive efforts of himself and Night Rose, and to his dismay, their combined score was still less than Lu Zhe's solitary total. This is unscientific, indeed, but this is the difference between a counterfeit and the real deal. Although Blade and his team had grasped the tactics, they were constrained by ammunition supply. All too often, they would find themselves out of bullets, awkwardly reverting to their handguns. Ultimately, they had to resort to melee weapons. As for Lu Zhe, Blade had rushed over to confront him. Yet Lu Zhe simply tossed the emptied magazine aside and, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved a brand new magazine from his pocket, his spatial inventory, with a swift motion, slotting it in with a satisfying click. I have cheats. Do you? You. Blade was so infuriated he nearly gasped for breath. The last 2 rounds devolved into mere garbage time. Lu Zhe hardly moved, standing at the edge of the high platform, casually firing his weapon. He glanced at the scoreboard, noting the staggering point differential. He led Lan by a full 200 points and Blade by 300. This was no longer a competition. It was a dimensional strike. Finally, round 17 came to an end. The match has concluded. Final score tallying in progress. First place, Lu Zhe points 580. Second place, Lan points 350. Third place, Blade points 210. Fourth place, Night Rose points 185. Lu Zhe exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. The protracted 17 rounds had tested not only physical endurance, but also mental fortitude. Thankfully, it was all worthwhile. Congratulations, Lan approached Lucia. Her attire still tinged with the remnants of battle, yet her eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Congratulations to you as well, Lu Zhe replied, holstering his weapon and giving Lan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You also scored quite well. You should advance in your transformation or something. At that moment, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Mission accomplished. Objective 1. The host successfully survived until the end of round 17, regardless of victory or defeat. As long as alive. Completed. Objective 2. The host achieved the highest score in round 17. Completed. Reward for Mission 1. The spatial inventory will be upgraded to LV2. LV2 spatial attributes. Capacity expanded to 3 cubic meters. Reward for Mission 2. Luxurious weapon prize pool, 10 draws. Mission completed. The host will return to the real world after the lottery draw. Reward granted. 1 10-draw opportunity from the CF weapon luxury prize pool. It's here. Finally. Liu Zei's heart raced. The exhilarating rush typical of a gambler surging through his veins. All the hard work had culminated in this moment. A radiant white light enveloped the entire arena. And the figures of Lawn, Blade, Night Rose, and others vanished without a trace. At this moment, he found himself alone in the expanse, accompanied solely by the enormous, shimmering virtual roulette wheel. System, enough with the pleasantries. Bring forth the prize pool. Liu Zei rubbed his hands together, his impatience palpable, loading the luxurious weapon prize pool. As the system's voice resonated, a colossal holographic screen unfurled before Liu Zei. On the screen, an array of weapon icons slowly scrolled by, each radiating an aura of overwhelming power. At the top, a hero-grade weapon series gleamed with radiant golden light. AK-47 Fire Kirin. Its blazing Kirin body seems capable of igniting the entire world. Already owned. M4A1 Thunder God. The silver-blue body crackles with electricity, exuding a futuristic vibe. Already owned. Barrett-Destruction. The dark, deathly eye of the Reaper. Its breathing effect chilling to the bone. Already owned. Gatling Purgatory. Chains of Hell entwined. The absolute terminator of the bio mode. Dragon Slayer. A golden Nepalese dagger. A dragon coiling upon the blade. Its swing echoing with a dragon's roar. Good heavens, what an impressive array of treasures. Liu Zei's mouth nearly watered at the sight. This prize pool preview was remarkably generous. Scanning the selection, he marveled at the sheer abundance of divine weapons. If he were to draw a Gatling to take home, he'd have to walk sideways from then on. Moreover, if he were to enter the bio mode again, wielding Purgatory would be utterly exhilarating. Liu Zei took a deep breath, sensing that his life was on the verge of reaching its zenith. System prompt. Wishing the host good luck. Chapter 88. The Useless System. Good. I appreciate your kind words. Without further hesitation, Liu Zei focused his thoughts on the colossal activation button. 10 consecutive draws. Let begin. Buzz. The enormous wheel commenced its frenetic spin. 10 streams of light erupted from the center of the wheel, tracing magnificent arcs through the air. Liu Zei's eyes widened as he fixated intently on the colors of the 10 beams. The first was white. The second was white. The third was also white. A sinking feeling gripped Liu Zei's heart. The fourth was blue. The fifth was white. Is this a joke? Is the system toying with me? Where's the promised, luxurious prize pool? Cold sweat dripped down Liu Zei's back. Just then, the sixth beam erupted in a sudden blaze. It was a dazzling regal, intoxicating gold. A jackpot. A jackpot. Liu Zei was nearly propelled from his seat, fist pumping in ecstatic triumph. The Golden Dragon Slayer. Subsequently, the remaining 4 beams descended one after another. White, white, blue, white. The 10 draws concluded. As the brilliance dissipated, 10 item icons hovered before Liu Zei. Eagerly, he turned his attention to the sole golden item. It was a Nepali kukri, exuding an ancient and imposing charm, its blade curved like a crescent moon, adorned with intricate golden dragon engravings. Nepali Dragon Slayer, heroic grade, melee weapon. The Dragon Slayer. It truly is the Dragon Slayer. Liu Zei seized the golden kukri, feeling its weight and the coolness of its surface. Although it wasn't his coveted inferno, the Dragon Slayer undoubtedly epitomized the pinnacle of melee weaponry. This time, Academician Xuanwu would likely be occupied with research for quite a while, with an expanded spatial capacity and a heroic grade melee weapon acquired. Ha ha ha, what a bargain. This round was not in vain. Liu Zei chuckled heartily before recollecting the remaining 9 items. Since one was radiant gold, the rest should merely serve as accompaniments. And surely they wouldn't be too shabby, right? After all, the preview screen had showcased an array of fine firearms. However, as he shifted his gaze to the pile of white and blue items, his smile gradually faded. What in the world was this? A heap of junk, no different from what he had pillaged from the transport ship. Gazing at the scattered debris, Liu Zei felt his blood pressure surge, gripping the gleaming Dragon Slayer. He glanced at the battered M16 at his feet, its paint nearly chipped away. His expression darkened. System. Liu Zei's voice trembled, a portent of his rising anger. Explain to me what this means. System prompt. The prize pool preview only displays items of the highest rarity. Ordinary items are also included in the prize pool. System prompt. This 10 consecutive draw includes a guaranteed mechanism. A heroic grade weapon is guaranteed. The host has obtained the Nepali Dragon Slayer, which constitutes excellent luck. What the hell do you mean by excellent luck? Enraged, Liu Ze hurled the M16 onto the ground. This is fraud. This is false advertising. I would have considered you honest if I had even seen an M16 in the preview. You flood the screen with divine artifacts, yet the pool is filled with rubbish? Images are for reference only, right? The final explanation rests with the system, doesn't it? Liu Ze erupted in a torrent of curses. He was all too familiar with this scheme. It was just like the lottery tricks from the old penguin factory. To think he could not escape even after transmigrating. Liu Ze felt as though his lungs might explode from anger. Although the Dragon Slayer was formidable, undoubtedly a divine weapon, it was akin to dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Receiving an exquisite steak for the main course, only to have a plate of pickled vegetables and cold water served as sides. The sense of disparity was overwhelmingly disheartening. Host, please remain calm. Although the other items hold lower value, even an ordinary M16 or MP5 possesses practical military value in the real world. Moreover, products from the system are guaranteed to be top quality, with no jams or explosions. Do you think I don't know that? Liu Ze rolled his eyes. I've robbed enough to know. Yet, despite his tirade, Liu Ze obediently gathered the items strewn across the floor. Even mosquito legs count as meat. Fine, let be the Dragon Slayer. Liu Ze swung the golden kukri a couple of times. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a low, resonant dragon-esque roar. Just then, the system commenced its notifications. The host has completed the weapon pool S 10 consecutive draws. Teleportation commencing. The host will return to the real world. Liu Ze suddenly recalled that he hadn't administered the bioweapon blocker. If he returned in this state, it could trigger a biohazard crisis. He quickly stowed away the Dragon Slayer and retrieved the Z1 biochemical blocker. Liu Ze gazed at the slender needle, inhaling deeply. This was a gamble. I trust you, Chong Sam lady. Without further hesitation, Liu Ze rolled up his sleeve, searching for the vein on his arm that was already faintly darkening. With a swift motion, the needle pierced his skin, a cool pain coursing through him. Liu Ze gradually pressed the plunger, injecting the liquid into his bloodstream. As the medication entered his circulatory system, an indescribable chill exploded within him, racing through his veins to every extremity. It felt as if, on a scorching day, a bucket of liquid nitrogen had been poured over him, causing Liu Ze to shudder uncontrollably, his teeth chattering involuntarily. His once fiery, tumultuous blood filled with destruction, miraculously calmed under the onslaught of this icy wave. A profound sense of fatigue and drowsiness washed over him. Effective. Liu Ze's eyelids grew heavy as he glanced at the countdown. Teleportation countdown. 3, 2, 1. System, take me home. Liu Ze weakly uttered the command. As the countdown reached 0, the surrounding pristine white space began to collapse and reconfigure. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Buzz. A deep humming resonated in his ears. Liu Ze staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. This was base 031. Yet, it was not as he had imagined. There were no cheers, no applause, no medical personnel rushing towards him. The entire hall was eerily empty. Liu Ze lifted his gaze, directing it forward. There, separated by a thick blast-proof glass wall, stood a solitary figure. Just one person, Li Yuangqiu. Behind him loomed layers of descending blast doors, sealing off the entire teleportation area. Upon seeing Liu Ze's return, a complex emotion flickered across Li Yuanqiu's taut expression, relief mingled with deep concern. Liu Ze observed the heavy glass surrounding him, and his heart twisted painfully. To say he was unperturbed would be a lie. He had fought tooth and nail inside, grappling with zombies and outsmarting elite foes. Finally returning alive, he was greeted with a complete lockdown, as if he were a harbinger plague. This sense of disparity would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Chapter 89, Quarantine. However, when his gaze met Li Yuanqiu's, all feelings of grievance dissipated in an instant. Li Yuanqiu awaited him here alone. Even if this place could transform into a hellish realm at any moment, Li Yuanqiu still stood steadfast. You have returned. Liu Ze forced a smile, but the movement tugged at the wounds on his lips. He slowly raised his hand, offering a somewhat crooked military salute to the elder. Yes, Director Li, I'm back. How do you feel? Li Yuanqiu stepped forward, while the environmental monitoring systems activated. Liu Ze struggled to rise, even managing a teasing remark. This time, I might have inadvertently become the specialty of that world. Li Yuanqiu's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it have mutated into a specialty? This suggested a transformation, did not? His hand instinctively reached for the red button in his pocket, the emergency purification program's activation key, which signified high-temperature incineration. If Lu Zhe were to spiral out of control, he would have no choice but to press that button himself to preserve the base. Thus, they would both meet their end together. It was the commander's duty, a decision steeped in cruelty. Do not be anxious, Director Li. Lu Zhe extracted the now empty syringe from his spatial pocket, shaking it in his hand. I have been vaccinated. Vaccination? Li Yuanzhao paused, his finger hovering above the button. To be precise, it is a blocker. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, feeling the enduring chill coursing through him, maintaining an unwavering clarity. In the final moments before the teleportation, I injected myself with a high-grade biochemical inhibitor from that world. Its current effect, well, I believe it has effectively locked the virus within me. Though I am now a repository of the virus, I'm also one that will not detonate. He pointed to his head, his gaze resolute and lucid. My rationality remains intact. My personality is unchanged. I'm still Lu Zhe, not some biochemical specter. Li Yuanzhao fixed his gaze on Lu Zhe's eyes. Within those orbs resided the spirit of a slightly roguish, somewhat avaricious young man from the Great Xia. Dependable in critical moments. No other anomalies were perceived. With a long exhale, Li Yuanzhao released a breath of tension. He retrieved the communicator from his pocket. Activate the highest level biochemical isolation protocol. Medical team, research team, immediate entry required. I need assistance. As Li Yuanzhao's voice echoed, the previously silent teleportation hall was abruptly disrupted by the sharp sound of pressurized air being released. Hiss! Several sealed doors behind Lu Zhe swung open simultaneously. What followed was a scene that would be forever etched in his memory, a wave of white. Dozens of medical personnel clad in heavy, fully enclosed protective suits rushed in, pushing various instruments whose names Lu Zhe could not recall. Each individual was tightly wrapped, their eyes obscured, the only sounds being their heavy breaths and hurried footsteps. Leading the charge was a familiar figure, albeit swathed like a zongzi. Lu Zhe instantly recognized her as Dr. Zhao, the meticulous female researcher. She sprinted with remarkable speed, brandishing a massive scanner, shouting as she ran, "Quick! Prepare the cryogenic chamber. Connect the monitoring equipment. This is a treasure, a live specimen. Handle with care. Do not damage him." Listening to her fervent calls, Lu Zhe couldn't help but roll his eyes. A live specimen? This woman was indeed a scientific fanatic. Lucia! Hold on. Dr. Zhao reached Lu Zhe, and through the thick visor, he could almost perceive the fervor in her eyes. You've done well. Quickly, hand me that empty vial of the blocker. It is invaluable. Lu Zhe passed the empty syringe to Dr. Zhao and allowed 7 or 8 medical personnel to lift him onto a mobile stretcher. Dr. Zhao, be gentle with me, Lu Zhe weakly protested. I was just boasting earlier. In truth, I feel utterly miserable, as if ants are voraciously gnawing at me. Rest assured, Dr. Zhao waved her hand. You have finally fallen into my grasp. I shall study you thoroughly. Lu Zhe could only manage a bitter smile. Half an hour later, in Base 031, Level 7, Core Biological Isolation Zone. This was the most secure area of the entire facility. The walls, a meter thick of steel and concrete, could withstand bombardments from ground-penetrating missiles. The special blast-proof glass facing the observation room was reputed to be impervious even to tank shells. At this moment, Lu Zhe found himself confined within this 100-square-meter sealed space. The air was filtered through 3 stages, and the water underwent special treatment. Even the meals delivered were vacuum-sealed after ultraviolet disinfection. Is this really necessary? Lu Zhe sat on a specially designed metal bed, observing the busy personnel in isolation suits beyond the glass wall, sighing in resignation. At that moment, his upper body was bare, displaying well-defined muscles. Beneath his skin, dark red veins pulsed subtly, occasionally revealing a strange blue light, a testament to the struggle between the virus and the blocker within him. Major Lu, please refrain from speaking to avoid additional airborne contamination. A cold female voice emanated from the communicator. With a faint hiss, 3 figures clad in heavy, fully enclosed protective suits entered. Prepare for sampling. Doctor. Zhao commanded her 2 assistants, her tone as calm as a machine. Understood. The assistants appeared visibly anxious, trembling as they held bulky syringes and blood bags. Steady, Doctor. Zhao frowned, clearly dissatisfied with their performance. If you misplace the needle and cause blood splatter, it will be a hassle to manage. Enough, I'll handle it. Lu Zhe couldn't bear to watch any longer. If this shaky-handed individual proceeded, he would surely be perforated. He extended his arm, willingly exposing his vein. Chapter 90, Research. Doctor. Zhao approached, but did not immediately contact Lu Zhe. Instead, she laid a padding cloth carefully beneath his arm to prevent any skin flakes from falling onto the bed. Following this, she donned a fresh pair of gloves. The sampling commenced, and she observed intently. This hue, this activity, she murmured, unconsciously leaning closer to observe, completely forgetting her earlier principle of maintaining a 2-meter distance from Lu Zhe. In the time to come, I will conduct a full-spectrum gene sequencing of your blood. You may need to remain here alone. With that, she turned and departed. Watching Dr. Zhao's retreating figure, Lu Zhe shook his head in resignation. He reclined back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I hope they can uncover something. Although he feigned ease, he understood that his internal condition was far from optimistic. While the blocker was potent, it was ultimately time-sensitive. If the secrets within it were not unraveled soon, he might indeed become the greatest trouble within this base. I hope they can uncover something. He sighed again within his heart. Just then, as Lu Zhe fell into contemplation, the observation room, separated by thick blast-proof glass, illuminated with blinding incandescent lights. After sending Lu Zhe's blood sample into the full-spectrum gene sequencer, Dr. Zhao had been working tirelessly for 5 consecutive hours. This normally fastidious and meticulous doctor now sported disheveled hair, her eyes bloodshot, yet her face radiated an almost frenzied excitement. Directoli, Academician Wang, come quickly. We have made a groundbreaking advancement. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with barely contained elation. Both Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang rushed from the temporary lounge as if propelled by urgency. What is the update, Dr. Zhao? Have you sequenced the virus? Li Yuanzhao's voice was tinged with urgency. Ever since learning that Lu Zhe harbored a live sample of the biochemical virus, the entire base 031 had been enshrouded in a state of heightened tension. More critical than the viral sequence. Dr. Zhao abruptly projected the gene sequencing results onto the large screen. It displayed intricate charts composed of countless spiral structures and complex codes, which would leave an ordinary observer dizzy. We conducted an ultra-high precision analysis of Lu Zhe's blood sample and successfully isolated and interpreted 3 crucial gene strands within him. Dr. Zhao picked up the laser pointer and directed it towards 3 distinct sections on the screen. Behold, she exclaimed, indicating the first section, which showcased a vibrant golden spiral. Its code structure intricate and stable. This represents the first gene chain, the host's intrinsic genes. This segment exhibits an activity and strength that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Under the system's enhancement, his somatic cells have undergone an evolution, pushing their capabilities beyond the limits of normal human potential. Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang exchanged knowing glances. They were aware that Lu Zhe had a system aiding in the augmentation of his physique, and thus, they were not particularly taken aback. However, the crux lies ahead. Dr. Zhao's voice rose sharply as she pointed the laser at the second section. This section was enveloped in a viscous, dark green substance akin to ink. This is the second gene chain, the biochemical virus gene. Its complexity and mutation rate have reached unprecedented levels, rendering it thousands of times more terrifying than any virus known to mankind. It seeks to rewrite the host's intrinsic genes, which is the fundamental cause of Lu Zhe's mutation. Academician Wang's complexion paled, his voice trembling. Does this virus possess the capability for self-replication? Indeed, and with remarkable potency. Dr. Zhao replied gravely. In that moment, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. This was their gravest concern. Fear not. We possess the third gene chain. Dr. Zhao inhaled deeply, her excitement palpable as she pointed to the third and most crucial section. This section was minuscule, yet under the powerful electron microscope. It revealed a peculiar crystalline structure. It was not composed of traditional DNA or RNA, but rather a non-carbon-based, metallic-like nanocomposite, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence. This is the third gene chain, the Z1 biochemical blocker gene, extracted from the residual liquid of the empty syringe and discovered within Lu Zhe's body. It is not a drug, but a living, highly intelligent nanoscale defense system. Dr. Zhao explained, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Observe its structure. It resembles a transparent cocoon, precisely adhering to every spiral of the second gene chain, the biochemical virus. It does not annihilate the virus, but completely isolates it from the host's intrinsic genes, thereby rendering the virus powerless. Lu Zhe's body is now a perfect trigene balance system. The host's intrinsic genes, the shield, the biochemical virus genes, the spear, and this nanoscale blocker gene, the lock. This blocker gene can seal off all capabilities of the virus, keeping Lu Zhe perpetually alert. Li Yuanchao's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, fixating on the ghostly blue crystalline structure on the screen. Can this substance be replicated on a large scale? If so, we could advance our research against the biochemical virus and eliminate concerns regarding its spread. Upon hearing this, the joy on Dr. Zhao's face instantly froze, replaced by profound confusion and helplessness. This is the deadlock we face, Director Li. We have isolated these 3 genes. Yet we have uncovered a terrifying truth. The blocker gene is not a creation of Earth. Its components, structure, and operational principles far exceed our current understanding of biology and material science. It appears to be a product of technology from a higher dimension than the virus. Dr. Zhao collapsed wearily into her chair, her eyes filled with despair. We can now ascertain that the reason the virus within Lu Zhe's body has not erupted is entirely due to the presence of this lock. However, we remain ignorant of its composition and how to cultivate it. We must devise a means to find a stable or replicable method before the blocker fails. Li Yuanchao comanda decisively. Subsequently, the base swiftly established a trigene task force composed of the most elite experts in biology, material science, and molecular physics of the Great Xia. Everyone was tasked with overcoming the challenge of replicating the blocker gene in the shortest possible time. Chapter 91. Coincidence in a New Map. However, as Dr. Zhao had stated, this challenge proved to be unlike any before. It was utterly irreplicable. Professor Li, the molecular physicist, furiously slammed a thick stack of experimental reports onto the table. His beard nearly askew with rage. We have attempted every known method: polymer synthesis, electrophoretic separation, even invoking quantum simulation computers. That entity pays us no heed. We tried to induce it with drugs, as if it were a catalyst, to encourage its proliferation outside the body. And the result? Professor Li pointed at the screen, displaying the failed experimental results. The sample of the blocker gene disintegrated into its most basic atomic form upon contact with our culture medium. Dr. Zhao crossed her arms, her expression grave. I have long asserted that it is not a biological product. Rather, it resembles a form of advanced dimensional nanorobotics. Its structure is too perfect enough to defy existence within any known natural biological system. Nanorobots? Professor Wang, the material scientist, adjusted his glasses, leaning towards non-biological research. We attempted to analyze its composition. From Lu Zhe's empty syringe, we isolated the residual inhibitor liquid. That blue fluid primarily consists of a complex polypeptide chain chelate. However, synthesizing this chain is the most arduous task. Time was their greatest adversary. How long can the inhibitor within Lu Zhe's body endure? Li Yuanchao finally spoke, his voice ominously subdued. Dr. Zhao perused the report. We switched to low temperatures. The duration of the drug's efficacy may be extended, but it should only last for about 24 hours. Once the drug begins to wane, the virus within will swiftly overwhelm the blocker gene. As for whether it will directly transform into a biochemical specter, that remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Academician Wang, donned in protective goggles, fervently directed a team of technicians surrounding the M4A1 Thunder God. All data is normal. Energy circuits stable. Prepare for the 17th extreme power stimulation test. Academician Wang's voice reverberated across the communication channel, laced with a tremor of excitement. They were attempting to decipher the energy core of the Thunder God, aiming to apply it to domestically produced electromagnetic weaponry. The target: high-strength titanium alloy target plates. Voltage output power 100. Ignite. As Academician Wang forcefully pressed the red button, a crackling roar erupted. Even through the blast-proof glass, the blinding blue light instantaneously illuminated the entire underground space. A terrifying current pierced through the target plate, its residual force transforming into countless tiny electric serpents that wildly darted along the conductive metal strips on the ground. The air in the testing area was saturated with the acrid scent of ionized electricity. Warning! Warning! Energy overflow. Voltage overload. Grounding system failure. The alarm blared to life. Red warning lights flashing frantically. No one anticipated that this divine artifact from the system would produce an exceedingly rare high-frequency pulse oscillation under full power stimulation. This wave of oscillation disregarded the barriers of physical walls, sweeping through the adjacent biological laboratory in an instant. Zzz. Inside the biological laboratory, all instrument screens went dark, then erupted into sparks. Most critically, the sample Dr. Zhao was observing under the microscope, a blood sample extracted from Lu Zhe containing highly active biochemical viruses, was now at risk. No. The sample. Dr. Zhao let out a desperate scream. The surging blue current, as if possessed of consciousness, precisely struck the petri dish. Bang! The petri dish shattered, with blue arcs crackling amidst the green viral solution. It's over. Dr. Zhao sat slumped on the floor, her face ashen. The entire laboratory was frozen in shock. The destruction of his sample was trivial. What if the virus mutated due to the electrical stimulation or, worse yet, leaked out? Quickly, everyone evacuate. Initiate the emergency disinfection protocol. High temperature incineration. Li Yuan Zhao, observing from the monitoring room, turned pale in an instant. Wait. Just then, Dr. Zhao suddenly lunged toward the blast-proof glass. Pressing her face against it, her eyes fixed intently on the smoking experiment table. Don't burn it, Director Li. Don't burn it. Look at that color. Li instinctively turned his gaze to the screen. There, amidst the shattered petri dish. The bioweapon's original solution underwent a bizarre transformation after being bombarded for a full 10 seconds by the high-voltage current released by the M4A1 Thunder God. It had turned a faint, ethereal blue. This shade was strikingly similar to that of the Z1 biochemicals brought back by Lu Zhe. What is this? Dr. Zhao, trembling with urgency, disregarded the lingering electric charge and dashed into the laboratory. With tweezers, she picked up a small amount of the residual sample and placed it under a spare electron microscope. A minute later, a scream loud enough to shatter glass echoed throughout the 031 base. A miracle! This is a miracle! Tears streaming down her face, Dr. Zhao abruptly turned her head, gazing at the bewildered Lu Zhe on the other side of the glass wall, then back at Li Yuan Zhao in the monitor room. Director Li, we've found the way. That electrical current, that special biological electrical pulse, it shattered the tyrannical genetic chain of the bioweapon. Moreover, Dr. Zhao pointed at the rearranged genetic map on the screen, her voice hoarse with overwhelming excitement. Under the high voltage, those fragmented viral genes began to self-recombine. They are mimicking. They are evolving. They are transforming towards the structure of the antidote-S genes. In other words, Academician Wang rushed in at that moment, his eyes nearly popping out as he stared at the data. In other words, the reason we couldn't replicate the antidote before was that our methods were flawed. We were always focused on synthesis, forgetting the principle of mutual generation and restriction. As long as we use that current to electrify these viruses, the poison can turn into the antidote. A profound silence ensued, an eerie stillness, followed by an eruption of jubilant cheers. The entire underground laboratory erupted in fervor. The deadlock that had plagued them for 2 whole days was violently shattered due to an unexpected turn of events. It turned out that the raw material for the antidote had always been in their hands. That was the virus itself, and the catalyst was the M4A1 Thunder God. Hailing from the same world, heaven does not forsake those in despair. The heavens bless Daxia. Li Yuan Zhao pounded the table heavily, his eyes reddening. With this discovery, the mass production of the biochemical antidote was no longer a dream. There was no longer any concern that the bioweapon within Lu Zhe would erupt. Lu Zhe had already been confined for 24 hours. During this time, the biological and physical teams joined forces, using the M4A1 Thunder God as the core energy source, and had begun attempting to prepare the first batch of domestically produced biochemical antidotes. Although Dr. Zhao had mentioned that with a new antidote, he could not directly contact the outside world until safety was fully confirmed. Boredom, an extreme sense of tedium. Lu Zhe lay on the single bed in the isolation room, staring vacantly at the ceiling. At that moment, a new mission on the map arrived. New map permissions unlocked. Target world, CrossFire hidden base. Mode, breakout mode. Faction, infiltrators versus defenders, rotation. Special rule 1. This mode employs an attack-defense rotation mechanism. Players are divided into 2 teams, infiltrators and defenders, engaging in a 2-part match. Special rule 2. Infiltrators must reach the breakout point with a specified number of members within a given time, while defenders must prevent them from achieving their objective. Special rule 3. After each round, both sides switch roles, with victory determined by the side with the most successful breakout or the shortest time. Mission objective: achieve ACE and complete at least 5 successful breakouts. Failure penalty: randomly revoke 1 acquired ability and deduct all experience points. Chapter 92. The power of the Nepal Dragon Slayer. But he couldn't go out. He could only communicate with the outside world through the blast-proof glass and intercom on the wall. He thought this mission wouldn't be too difficult. After all, fighting humans was far simpler than combating biochemical phantoms. However, breakout mode was a relatively obscure mode. In this mode, killing was no longer the primary objective. The only goal was to survive and reach the endpoint, then jump into that damn teleportation portal. The think tank had yet to contact him. Feeling utterly bored, he decided to take a look at his new treasure. Liu Zhe focused his thoughts and glanced at the spatial area he carried with him. There lay a curved blade emitting a faint golden glow. Nepal Dragon Slayer, heroic level melee weapon. He decided to take it out to let it breathe. With a flick of his wrist, the menacingly designed military knife, adorned with a perfect S-shaped curve, materialized in his hand. The system hadn't T-specified any special abilities for this weapon. According to the game, it possessed the skill of rapid movement. But he felt nothing of the sort now. Reality was still somewhat different from the game. Liu Zhe jumped off the bed and stood in the open space of the isolation room. This isolation room was specially designed, with walls reinforced by 50-centimeter thick lead plates to prevent radiation and virus leaks. There was an additional meter of steel reinforcement behind it. Taking a deep breath, Liu Zhe gripped the hilt of the Dragon Slayer tightly. He didn't use his full strength. He merely aimed to swing it lightly as a test. Here goes. With a twitch of his wrist, a piercing, almost deafening sound of slicing air erupted within the cramped isolation room. Liu Zhe felt a flash of golden light before his eyes. That was the flash of the blade. Quick, too quick. It was so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage. Wow, Liu Zhe was startled himself. This swinging speed was at least 3 times that of an ordinary Nepalese knife. However, what shocked him even more lay ahead. Crack! Liu Zhe instinctively looked at the wall before him. That thick lead wall, designed to isolate radiation and viruses, was a full meter thick. He saw a startling scratch on the gray lead wall, precisely in line with the trajectory of his earlier swing. The scratch was a meter long, the cut as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been swept by a laser cutter. Liu Zhe stepped closer and traced the scratch with his finger. Deep, a full 10 centimeters deep. Hiss! Liu Zhe inhaled sharply, his scalp tingling. To think, he had swung that blade through the air. The tip of the blade was at least 20 centimeters away from the wall. Was that the blade's aura? No. Was it the air blade produced by the incredible speed? Or did this knife possess some inherent force field? Regardless of which, the power was terrifying. Merely a casual swing could yield such might. If it were to strike a person, or a standard bulletproof vest, it would be like cutting through tofu. Is this what a heroic level weapon is? Liu Zhe caressed the icy blade of the Dragon Slayer, the astonishment in his eyes lingering. To slice through iron like mud would be an insult. This was molecular cutting. Gazing at the deep gash on the wall, a fervent smile crept onto Liu Zhe's lips. At that moment, Dr. Zhao's voice echoed through the microphone. Liu Zhe, this is the first batch of samples. At that moment, she herself stepped into the room. Liu Zhe retracted the Dragon Slayer into his spatial realm. The sample had been successfully created, while it exhibited remarkable viral suppression in the ex vivo cellular experiments. The human environment proved to be exceedingly complex. You were the first to receive the injection. Liu Zhe returned to the bed. He cast a glance at the cold syringe. And without a hint of hesitation, he spoke, I trust you. Let us proceed. Dr. Zhao nodded. As the piston was pushed, a ghostly blue liquid slowly entered his bloodstream. Injection reaction phase. Merely a few seconds passed before Liu Zhe's body tensed abruptly. An intense chill coursed through him, though it seemed less ferocious than before. Soon, Liu Zhe returned to his normal state. Dr. Zhao did not rush. Only after half an hour did she draw Liu Zhe's blood sample. A mere 10 minutes into the testing, the recorder excitedly reported, Director Li, Dr. Zhao, the virus has been completely locked down. The research has succeeded. Outside the isolation room, Li Yuanchao's tightly clenched fist finally relaxed, and a long-awaited smile graced his face. However, this joy was short-lived. 20 hours later, the latest and most comprehensive blood analysis report emerged. Dr. Zhao stared intently at the sample under the electron microscope, her brow furrowing deeper. The once jubilant atmosphere turned somber with her silence. What is it? Li Yuanchao sensed something was amiss. Are there side effects? No, it is not a side effect. Doctor. Zhao straightened her back, removed her glasses, and rubbed her brow, her tone complex. The effect is indeed present. The blocker has successfully formed a genetic lock to contain the virus. However, it does not perform as well as the original version. She pointed at the enlarged genetic simulation on the screen, her expression grave. Director Li, the version we forcibly extracted using Thor's current is inferior to the previous one, but I cannot yet ascertain where it falls short. Dr. Zhao pulled up a set of metabolic rate models, indicating the steadily declining curve. Based on the current metabolic rate, this batch of blockers will only remain effective in the human body for 12 hours. 12 hours? Li Yuanchao's expression changed. What happens afterward? After that, the lock will completely dissipate, and the suppressed virus may return with a vengeance, possibly due to the prolonged suppression. Dr. Zhao stated solemnly, which means Liu Zhe must undergo an injection every 12 hours. Li Yuanchao fell silent for a moment, gazing at Lu Zhe, who was currently stretching his limbs in the isolation room. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was still engaged in discussions with the think tank about the infiltration tactics. Lucia. On the other side of the screen, a middle-aged tactical expert wearing gold-rimmed glasses swiftly marked points on the map with a laser pointer. Finally, the cursor halted at a square emanating blue light. There is no possibility of taking shortcuts here. The Guardians will undoubtedly unleash all their firepower to prevent a breakout. The expert adjusted his glasses, his expression growing coldly resolute. Here, we have only one suggestion. Exploit the information disparity. Throw all your smoke bombs to create chaos. In the smoke, ordinary people become blind, but you possess thermal imaging goggles. In the smoke, you are essentially invisible. Utilize this to break through their defenses. Remember, Lucia. Li Yuanchao's voice interjected. The map is lifeless, but people are not. The think tank can guide you, but it is you who must tread this path. Do not skimp on resources. Use what you need, and do not fear damage. Your survival is paramount. Lu Zhe gazed at the items in his spatial realm, a smile appearing on his face. Just then, the system's cold prompt echoed. Teleport countdown. 10, 9, 8. White light began to gather, and the spatial fluctuations caused Lu Zhe's figure to become distorted and blurred. I am off. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation commencing. Chapter 93-0. It is time to stretch your legs. As the white light dissipated, Lu Zhe abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a desolate military base filled with trenches and watchtowers. The surroundings were barren, characterized by cold metal and gravel. He recognized that this was the new map, the infiltration zone. The system prompt resonated in his mind. Host faction, infiltrator, offensive side. Current, successfully breached 16 times. Switching factions. Breach point, blue teleportation portal on the opposite side of the map. Enemy Guardians faction, 5 individuals. Friendly infiltrators faction, 1 individual. Upon seeing the number of teammates, Lu Zhe couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Is the system playing tricks on me? Am I expected to face 5 alone? Not even a single teammate. System prompt. Due to the host possessing a special companion and to balance the configuration of enemy elite roles. The number of friendly teammates has been set to the minimum value by the system. Your current teammate is her. Well, that is more like it. Lu Zhe grinned. Indeed, he still had 0 with him. That made it 2 against 5, which wasn't entirely hopeless. As long as the opposing team had 3 ordinary AI roles, it would not be too difficult for the 2 of them to handle 2 elite roles. Ordinary AI roles are merely fodder. Come forth, 0, it is time to stretch your legs. With a thought, Lu Zhe focused on his spatial realm. He had gathered quite a few items before setting out. This time, the system had imposed no restrictions, so he was ready to unleash havoc. Buzz. The next moment, Zero's figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as she was released, her cold gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. This is the battlefield. Codename, Zero, reporting to the commander. Zero's voice remained that of a cold, emotionless electronic tone, yet it flowed with greater fluidity and naturalness than before. This was a result of her being reformatted and rewritten in Lu Zhe's space, stabilizing her underlying logic and autonomously optimizing her vocal system. Relax, this is the infiltration zone. Your new battlefield. Lu Zhe retrieved a weapon from his spatial realm. AK-47 Fire Kirin. Here, he tossed the gun to Zero. He only possessed 2 primary hero-grade weapons, AK-47 Fire Kirin and Barrett-Destruction. As for why he didn't bring Thor, it was because Thor was busy concocting the blockers in the laboratory. In the breach mode, the Fire Kirin's explosive power is formidable. This time is the breach mode. You're the assault unit, while my task is to break through, and yours is to carve a path through them. Zero caught the Fire Kirin. The weapon appeared somewhat oversized in her hands, yet she gripped it with remarkable steadiness, not a trace of tremor present. For the first time, her icy eyes revealed a distinctly human emotion, confusion. Commander, the task of the infiltrator faction is to breach, and the method with the highest success rate for breaching is stealth and evasion. Why employ heavy firepower? Lu Zhe chuckled, a hint of mischief in his smile. Stealth and evasion are tactics meant for ordinary people. He stepped closer to Zero, placing a hand on her shoulder and leaning in towards her ear. We are here to procure goods, not to play the role of the underdog. Moreover, what I seek this time is not merely a successful breach. I desire an AC. Lu Zhe gazed into Zero's eyes, articulating each word deliberately, not just a breach, but to eliminate as many as possible. Therefore, do not concern yourself with tactics or stealth. Follow my lead. Lu Zhe produced an item from his spatial realm, resting it upon his nose. Thermal imaging tactical goggles. This one, you give it to me. Go all out and kill. Zero remained silent. She clutched the fire Kirin, her cold eyes flitting between Lu Zhe's face and the weapon in her hands. Lu Zhe noticed her lips twitch slightly, as if she wished to voice something, yet ultimately refrained. Slowly, she raised her head and offered Lu Zhe a smile. The smile was faint and delicate, yet caused Lu Zhe's heart to skip a beat. He fixated on Zero's face, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Zero, did you just smile? The expression management system of Zero had evidently advanced. In prior battles, Zero had displayed only a single emotion, indifference. But now this smile. Commander, my expression management system has been optimized based on your emotional inputs, Zero explained with an impassive demeanor, though the subtle smile lingered on her face. I can even simulate human emotional fluctuations, including variations in speech tone, frequency, and body language. Do you find this simulation satisfactory? Satisfactory. It's exceedingly satisfactory. Lu Zhe silently shouted in his mind. His throat felt parched as memories of Lan's previous remarks about evolution resurfaced. Suddenly, a terrifying yet plausible conjecture arose within him. Zero, were you once a real person? He gazed at Zero, his eyes brimming with inquiry and an indescribable complexity. The smile on Zero's face finally vanished, her expression reverting to that of a machine-like coldness. No relevant data found. Codename, Zero, initially programmed as a humanoid weapon. All my information is embedded by foundational logic. Lu Zhe fell silent, yet he could not shake the feeling that a purely artificial intelligence would not learn such profound emotional mimicry merely to enhance task completion, unless remnants of human essence lingered within her core data. Forget it, I won't dwell on this. Lu Zhe shook his head, suppressing the weighty thought. Now is not the time to ruminate on Zero's origins. He donned his goggles, and the world before him transformed into a realm of red thermal sources. Breakout mode. Infiltrator faction commenced the breakout. Lu Zhe retrieved another weapon from the void, the Nepal Dragon Slayer. He prepared to attempt to force open the two doors obstructing their path. During previous gaming sessions, he had found it took considerable effort to breach those doors, ultimately achieving success only after an arduous struggle. Round 1. Infiltrators attack. Infiltrator breakout mission. Ensure members reach the breakout point. Lu Zhe turned to Zero. Let's proceed, my formidable weapon. Let us witness just how resilient these defenders truly are. Chapter 94. An Old Acquaintance. Zero remained silent, merely hoisting the fire Qilin onto her shoulder, the cold muzzle aimed at the corridor's terminus. Behind her, Lu Zhe gripped the Dragon Slayer. Round 1 begins. As the pair stepped out of the infiltrator base, the chilling voice of the system echoed in Mandarin. Defender faction has been positioned. With the thermal imaging goggles, Lu Zhe peered through the concrete barriers towards the distant breakout point. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed sharply. He spotted 5 red thermal signatures scattered across various critical locations on the map. Are you serious? Lu Zhe could not help but curse. The first silhouette he recognized was all too familiar. A robust male figure with pronounced musculature, standing atop an elevated position, wielding a heavy firearm. Elite character, Flying Tigers. Well, this fellow is quite composed, sniping from a high point. The Flying Tigers clearly intended to play the role of a dutiful lookout. At that moment, 4 additional heat sources appeared in his line of sight, moving at a frenzied pace. Their trajectories were brutally direct, utterly devoid of the slow, methodical approach typical of point-holding strategies. They were charging towards the infiltrator spawn point with reckless speed. What the hell? Are these ordinary character AIs? No tactics whatsoever? Upon spotting the 4 figures, Lu Zhe's expression darkened. All 4 were women, and they were all familiar. The first, the fastest and most agile, was dashing ahead. Elite character, Pandora. She wielded a submachine gun, her body low as she darted swiftly between cover, embodying textbook-level assault techniques. This time, she was not equipped with the AWM Heavenly Dragon. Following closely were 2 tall, curvaceous women who moved in perfect synchrony, forming a horizontal firepower net. Elite character, Spirit Foxer. Elite character, Hunter. Both were armed with rifles. Spirit Foxer and Hunter were also acquaintances. Bringing up the rear, providing fire support, was elite character, Nightshade. She too wielded an assault rifle, her speed slightly slower than the first 3, yet her movements were exceedingly elusive, shifting with a ghostly grace that made her hard to pin down. Her marksmanship was impeccable. Lu Zhe had only triumphed over her by exploiting a bug. Moreover, given the biochemical mode, it was likely that apart from Hunter, the other 3 women held no fond memories of him. As Lu Zhe beheld this quintet, his expression darkened further. Flying Tigers, Pandora, Spirit Foxer, Hunter, Nightshade. The 5 elite characters. Good heavens, has the system laid its cards bare to counter me? Lu Zhe could not help but scoff internally. This lineup was nothing short of despairingly luxurious. Furthermore, their tactics were strikingly clear and brutally aggressive. For individuals were advancing to intercept. At the outset, they had forsaken the advantage of holding a position, directly aiming to seize their breakout route. Flying Tigers provided high ground support. They intended to completely corner them at the spawn point. Lu Zhe's expression soured. Zero, the situation has changed, he said gravely to Zero beside him. All 5 defenders are elite characters. They are pressing forward, attempting to ambush us at the spawn point. Zero raised the fire Qilin slightly, her icy gaze fixed ahead. Data received. Battlefield assessment. The likelihood of infiltrators being exposed to enemy fire suppression has increased to 98. Breakout success rate, below 5. Recommendation. Initiate evasive tactics and await opportunity. Evasive? Lu Zhe scoffed, the indomitable spirit within him surging once more. Evasive my foot. I have thermal imaging. They're just a group of moving target dummies. Moreover, I possess destruction, dragon slayer, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. Most importantly, I have you. My formidable weapon. Lu Zhe abruptly hurled a grenade towards the corner of the forward corridor. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the narrow passage, deafening. Zero. Follow my lead. Spernovulits. Unleash your most rapid and fierce firepower. Tear through their defenses. Target Pandora. That madwoman is in the front. If we eliminate her, their assault formation will crumble. Zero's fire Qilin began unleashing bullets. With an enraged shout, Lu Zhe charged out first, gripping the Dragon Slayer tightly. His figure pressed against the wall. Soon, they reached the imposing doors blocking their path. Lu Zhe swung the Dragon Slayer with force, causing the door to shudder. With another powerful blow, the door emitted a thunderous crash and shattered. In just 2 strikes, Lu Zhe was nearly laughing, marveling at the might of the Dragon Slayer. Impressive, he could not help but exclaim. But admiration was fleeting, danger loomed. Through the thermal imaging goggles, Lu Zhe saw clearly. The 4 elite characters, Pandora, Spirit Foxer, Hunter, Nightshade, were swiftly encircling them from the front and both sides. To make matters worse, the Flying Tigers had already taken aim from above. Meanwhile, Zero provided cover. Tot. Bullets rained down upon the corridor ahead. Pandora, the swift assault specialist, found herself exposed to the crossfire from Lu Zhe and Zero. Nevertheless, she was no novice. Her agility allowed her to navigate swiftly between cover, evading the majority of the bullets. However, Zero's marksmanship was of divine caliber. With a sharp crack, a bullet struck Pandora's left shoulder, causing her to cry out as her movement faltered and her health plummeted. Perfect. Now that's the moment. Lu Zhe hurled his first flashbang. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued. Damn it. The flashbang detonated in the corridor, enveloping the 4 elite characters in blinding white light, impairing their vision. Yet, being elite characters, they quickly regained their composure. Scatter. Evade. Wait for vision to return. This was their instinctive response. However, Lu Zhe possessed thermal imaging goggles. In his view, they were utterly exposed. Zero. Left side cover. Lu Zhe bellowed, but the adversaries had already repositioned. He understood that confronting these 4 head-on was unwise, especially with the Flying Tigers advancing toward their location. Let us move. We'll circumvent through here. Lu Zhe led Zero into a gap, which provided a direct route to the map's center. We'll break through from within. Yet, the 4 pursuers followed without hesitation, continuing their chase. Just as Lu Zhe and Zero were nearing the breakout point, a sudden thunderous sound erupted overhead. Boom! It was the sound of shattering glass. Lu Zhe glanced up to see a member of the Flying Tigers, perched high, leaping down from the lookout tower. Damn it! How did he know we were here? Lu Zhe's heart sank. Zero. Prepare for battle. The Flying Tigers unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Lu Zhe quickly pulled Zero behind cover within the corridor. At that moment, Pandora arrived, providing suppressing fire. Lu Zhe realized that the Flying Tigers were determined to eliminate them. Zero. Draw their fire while I flank them. Chapter 95. Can a rampage skill still be used? Lu Zhe shouted, seizing his M4A1 and charging forward. He moved like an agile monkey, darting through the hail of bullets. Although the Flying Tigers were accurate marksmen, Lu Zhe's speed was unparalleled. He could not retaliate just yet. Instead, he switched his M4A1 for the Dragon Slayer. PFF. A bullet grazed Lu Zhe's rib, tearing away a small piece of flesh. The searing pain ignited a flicker of ferocity in Lu Zhe's eyes. He charged in front of the Flying Tigers, raising the Dragon Slayer high. He held nothing back, delivering a powerful strike. Boom! The Flying Tigers staggered back, while Pandora rushed forward, blocking with a rifle. Clang! The blade of the Dragon Slayer struck the stock of Pandora's rifle, shattering it in two. Damn! The Flying Tiger's expression shifted, taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of Liu Ze's melee weapon. Without hesitation, he fired. Bang! 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 3 bullets shot toward Liu Ze's chest. He braced himself, enduring the impact of all 3 shots. PFF! 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 Blood sprayed forth. Yet a frenzied glint sparkled in Liu Ze's eyes. Do you still have bullets? Liu Ze grinned, swinging the Dragon Slayer once more. His handgun was empty. The Dragon Slayer slashed forward. The Flying Tigers, being elite characters, reacted swiftly. He attempted to block with his bare hands, aiming to seize Liu Ze's wrist. But the Dragon Slayer was too swift. Swoosh! 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 The blade sliced through the Flying Tiger's chest, blood gushing forth. The Flying Tigers let out a muffled grunt. Infiltrator kills elite defender Flying Tigers. Splendid. Liu Ze withdrew the Dragon Slayer, blood spraying from his opponent. He gasped for breath, his face alight with the joy of victory. 0. Let us break through. They were merely 5 or 6 steps away from the escape point. However, at that moment, the remaining 3 arrived. Before Liu Ze and 0 could react, bullets struck them both. They fell. Liu Ze coughed violently. The 2 respawned at the Infiltrator's revival point. He twisted his neck, hearing the bones crack. Are you all right? He asked 0 beside him. Iem Mifine. 0 stepped aside. The enemy's mode seems to have changed. It is no longer merely defensive and point-holding, but rather aggressively offensive with a tendency for self-destruction. A self-destruct tendency? Yes, Pandora, the hunter, the spirit fox. And the Nightshade just now, I fired, yet they showed no intent to evade. A hint of confusion laced 0's voice. This was not in line with the self-preservation protocols of elite characters. Liu Ze's gaze flickered, sensing something amiss. He was familiar with these characters. They had never fought this way before. Regardless of their tendencies, we must break through first. Liu Ze inhaled deeply, beginning to devise a new route. A direct confrontation was futile. Slamming his hand down, he made a bold decision. This time we'll utilize smoke. 0 blinked. Smoke grenades? That could indeed work. Liu Ze retrieved a substantial number of smoke grenades from his inventory. At least a dozen. He handed 5 to 0. You just need to obscure your side's visibility, creating a continuous smoke screen. Liu Ze instructed, I will disrupt their judgment. 0 accepted the smoke grenades without further inquiry. Understood. Let us go. The 2 charged out from their spawn point once more. At the corridor S entrance, the 4 elite characters were indeed waiting. This time, their formation was more scattered. Go! Pandora shouted sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 grenades hurtled toward Liu Ze and 0. Flashbang. Liu Ze shouted. He hurled one as well. Boom! Their flashbang and the grenades detonated simultaneously in the corridor. Amidst the blinding light and the shockwave, Liu Ze and 0 swiftly tossed out their smoke grenades. Bang! 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 The white smoke rapidly engulfed the entire corridor. Charge! Liu Ze and 0 did not hesitate, sprinting into the depths of the smoke. The 4 adversaries reacted swiftly. Seal off the sides. Do not let them escape. The spirit fox shouted. I see their silhouettes, right in the smoke. The hunter declared, firing vigorously into the smoke with a rifle. Hot-tot-tot-tot. The bullets struck the ground, emitting dull, thudding sounds. 0's health bar diminished slightly. They are using firepower to cover. 0 remarked. Stay calm. Liu Ze gritted his teeth. However, his target had never been those 4 girls. It was the Flying Tigers. Through his thermal imaging goggles, the massive red figure of the Flying Tigers remained stationary atop the lookout tower. The smoke cover was indeed somewhat effective. Flying Tigers, can you see them? Pandora inquired urgently over the communication channel. The Flying Tiger's muffled voice responded. Visibility is obstructed. Target movement speed is too rapid for precise locking. Damn it. Pandora cursed. She had resorted to foul language. Search everywhere. He must still be in the corridor. Liu Ze and 0, utilizing the cover of the smoke, bypassed the quartet and dashed into another fork in the path. This fork led directly to the breakout point. Hurry. The breakout point is just ahead. Liu Ze shouted. Just as they ran less than 30 meters, a blue prompt box suddenly appeared before Liu Ze's eyes. A skill he had never anticipated materialized in his skill bar. Rampage can be used. Liu Ze was left stunned, his steps abruptly halting. Rampage? What is happening? Isn't that a skill from the Bioghost mode? He distinctly recalled that this mode pertained to Breakout, not Bio mode at all. In Bio mode, the Berserk skill was designed to enhance movement speed and jump height, enabling the Bioghost to pursue humans. Why are you stopping? 0 inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhe took a deep breath. The system has encountered a bug. I believe we can experiment with this berserk skill. A skill from bio mode? Zero's tone was laced with skepticism. Regardless of the mode, what matters is that it is usable now. Lu Zhe resolved to use the berserk skill without hesitation. Buzz! A tremendous force erupted from within him in an instant. He felt as if his body had become infinitely lighter, while everything around him slowed to a crawl. Berserk skill activated. Movement speed increased by 100, duration 10 seconds. Without further ado, Lu Zhe promptly stored Zero away. Zero, you go in first. I'll charge ahead alone. Chapter 96. The Anomaly of the Hunter. Before Zero could utter another word, her entire being transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into Lu Zhe's space. Lu Zhe felt as though he was a sport car propelled by nitrous oxide. Whoosh! He became a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the escape point. Behind him, the four members of Pandora struggled through the smoke in search of any trace. Where is everyone? Why is no one here? Anya exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. That speed is impossible. They couldn't have covered such a distance. Ling Hu shouted, Flying Tiger Team, can you see anything? Pandora queried. The voice from the Flying Tiger Team brimmed with fury. Damn it, I just locked onto him. And then he vanished. That speed is utterly absurd. What speed? Is he cheating? The hunter asked. Unclear, but it's extraordinarily fast, akin to berserk. The Flying Tiger Team's voice conveyed an unprecedented gravity. Pandora was taken aback. This is impossible. This is breakout mode. Yet at that moment, Lu Zhe had already reached the escape point. He glanced at the timer. Only 3 seconds remained for the berserk skill. Zero. Come out. Swish. Zero was instantly released. Breakout. Lu Zhe shouted. Without hesitation, Zero leaped into the escape point. Zero has successfully escaped. Lu Zhe followed suit, jumping in right after. 2 seconds later, Lu Zhe has successfully escaped. 2:16. Specifically, there are 14 successful escapes remaining. Wow, it worked. Lu Zhe geshed heavily. The two returned to the spawn point, drenched in sweat. Although the berserk skill proved advantageous, the toll on his body was immense. I feel like this skill is taking a toll on my health, Lu Zhe murmured, rubbing his chest. Zero stood beside him, calmly analyzing, this is an unexpected bug. Utilizing the skills from bio mode for breakout is currently the only solution. Then let us proceed with that. Lu Zhe beamed with a triumphant smile. After all, the AI cannot report me. He activated the berserk skill again, stored Zero away, and charged out once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the enhancement of the berserk skill, he was akin to a streak of light. He sprinted relentlessly towards the escape point, releasing Zero as they both escaped simultaneously. Zero has successfully escaped. Lu Zhe has successfully escaped. Thus, back and forth, they swiftly achieved 3 successful escapes. The elite roles of the Guardian faction were utterly driven to madness. 816. The task was half completed in the blink of an eye. This is not right. His movement speed is too fast. Pandora fumed, striking the wall in frustration. I can't lock onto him. He vanishes in an instant. Ling Hu lamented. The Flying Tiger Team set aside his machine gun, his expression darkening considerably. He must be exploiting a bug in the system. That speed has surpassed human limits. The hunter stood atop a high ground, her gaze fixated on the spawn point of the infiltrators. She remained calmer than the others, yet her eyes bore an unprecedented seriousness. She observed keenly. After successfully escaping, Lu Zhe and Zero returned to the spawn point. They were resting, preparing for the next round of breakout. Taking a deep breath, the hunter slowly lowered her weapon. She refrained from notifying the other 3, instead quietly maneuvering to the left side of the cave entrance. This was a blind spot from which she could observe the situation within the spawn point. Pandora, Flying Tiger Team, Ling Hu, Anya. I have discovered a flaw in the infiltrators' tactics, the hunter communicated over the channel. What flaw? Pandora inquired eagerly. Each time he successfully escapes, he pauses briefly at the spawn point. We can launch a surprise attack during that moment. The hunter proposed. Good, don't move yet. We're on our way. Pandora shouted. However, the hunter replied, no need, I've found an excellent ambush position. Without waiting for Pandora's response, she charged forward. In her line of sight, Lu Zhe and Zero had just completed their breakout and were returning to the spawn point. Now's the time, the hunter thought fervently. She raised her rifle and aimed at Lu Zhe's head. Yet, her movements abruptly halted. She did not pull the trigger. Instead, she silently observed Lu Zhe and Zero. Lu Zhe sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his head. He locked eyes with the hunter. In that moment, the hunter's face bore no trace of the elite character's usual coldness or murderous intent. Instead, it was a complex expression of profound anguish. She parted her lips, as though she had something to convey to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, on high alert, raised his gun but refrained from firing. He sensed that the hunter harbored no malice. "What do you wish to say?" Lu Zhe asked. Yet, before the hunter could respond, her expression twisted in an instant. She clutched her head, emitting a low, agonized howl. That sound was not one a human could produce. Her body began to tremble violently. The rifle in her grasp clattered to the ground. She desperately attempted to articulate something, but only fragmented, tortured cries escaped her throat. It hurts. It hurts so much." The pain etched on her face was indescribable, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Hunter, what is happening to you?" Lu Zhe shouted. "I can't hunt." The hunter cried out in torment. Lu Zhe and Zero stood at the spawn point, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. The hunter, renowned for her composure and efficiency, now resembled a prisoner subjected to unspeakable torture, wailing in agony. Her hands clutched her head tightly, nails digging into her skin. "Hunter, what is wrong with you?" Lu Zhe called out frantically. The hunter curled into a ball, her voice trembling with fear. "Run, hurry. I can't control it." "What can't you control?" Lu Zhe queried, sensing that something was amiss. This was no ordinary AI bug. Zero's gaze remained fixed on the hunter. The data fluctuations are extremely unstable. Her body is being torn apart by a formidable external force. This force is eerily familiar. Familiar? Yes, it resembles the forced injection of high-intensity execution commands. Yet her underlying AI program is resisting. Zero elucidated. Lu Zhe was left bewildered. What forced injection? Who is injecting? Just then, a frantic voice from the communication channel interrupted. "Hunter, where are you? Didn't you say you found a flaw? Why haven't you fired?" Pandora's tone was filled with anger and confusion. Upon hearing Pandora's voice, the hunter's body trembled even more violently. She abruptly lifted her head, eyes bloodshot. "Lu Zhe, you must run. I can't control it." Chapter 97. Surrounded. Lu Zhe felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Observing her distress, a pang of sympathy surged within him. "Zero, what on earth is happening to her? Is there any way to rescue her?" Lu Zhe inquired urgently. Zero, clutching the fire chelan, replied with a gaze that was both frigid and piercing. "It appears her core AI is engaged in a fierce struggle against an externally imposed execution program. How can we eradicate it?" Elu Preston. "Unless we locate the underlying system tools, any forced intervention will only precipitate her immediate collapse," Zero stated. As Lu Zhe regarded her, a thought flickered through his mind. This young woman, despite her status as an elite protector, possessed an undeniable beauty and an intriguing demeanor. Although she often exuded an icy exterior during their last confrontation, there was a fierceness tempered with a hint of pride, which rendered her somewhat endearing. He sensed that this predicament was undoubtedly linked to the reckless tactics employed by Pandora and her cohort. There must be something orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to approach her, hoping to elicit more information, the huntress abruptly lifted her head. Her movements were marked by extreme spasms and a lack of coordination. Yet, with all her strength, she retrieved a thumb-sized metallic tube from the side pocket of her tactical vest. The tube was a deep blue, emanating a faint electronic glow, clearly not an ordinary item. The huntress's arm trembled violently as she hurled the metallic tube toward Lu Zhe. "Watch out!" Zero shouted, her weapon instantly trained on the incoming object. "Don't shoot." Lu Zhe instinctively crouched down and caught the metallic tube in his hand, recognizing it as a disruptor identical to the one Lan had given him. "Is this for me?" The huntress's pained expression contorted into an extraordinarily twisted semblance of a cry. "Don't!" she gasped, her voice laced with urgency. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the disruptor. This young woman undoubtedly knew something. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. This usually aloof girl, on the brink of collapse due to some tormenting force, was still concerned enough to offer him a means of salvation. His animosity towards her dissipated significantly. "Huntress, tell me how to save you. Is there something you cannot articulate?" Lu Zhe implored. The huntress's agony peaked. Her body arched backward violently. In that instant, her expression froze utterly. The pain, the struggle, the despair, every emotion vanished as if encased in ice. Slowly, her head lifted. Target locked. Eliminate. The huntress's voice had shed its previous torment. She abruptly raised her rifle from the ground. Lu Zhe instinctively raised his weapon. Yet, the huntress offered them no chance. The muzzle of her rifle was directly aimed at Lu Zhe's head. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Lu Zhe squarely between the brows. His body was hurled backward, his vision fading to darkness. "You have been killed by the elite protector, Huntress." "Damn!" Lu Zhe erupted into a fit of coughs. consciousness flooding back as he found himself returned to the infiltrator's spawn point. He quickly touched his forehead, discovering no wounds aside from a rapidly healing bullet hole. This girl is ruthless. Lucia muttered. Zero stood nearby. Her fire chelan still aimed at the spot where the huntress had fired, but it was now deserted. Commander, are you all right? Zero inquired. I'm fine, just a bit exasperated by this girl, Luze replied, rubbing his chest, still feeling the impact of the bullet. What was her intention? Lucia pondered. She had first thrown me this item, seemingly seeking my help, only to shoot me when I was at a loss for how to assist her, escaping her own suffering in the process. Luze frowned, sensing something amiss. She couldn't have been playing some sort of cruel trick to manipulate my emotions, could she? She had ample opportunity to ambush us earlier. Shaking his head, he concluded that she must have wanted to convey something but was suppressed by that damn program, leading her to decisively end her own torment. Enough of this for now. We must focus on winning the match first. Let's proceed with the berserk skill and break through. Lucia declared. This time, we shall employ a new strategy. He instructed. Zero, you needn't enter. Remain outside and be ready to assist me. Understood. The berserk skill had cooled down once more. Let us go. Luze activated his berserk state, launching forth like a beam of light from the spawn point. Whoosh! He burst through the exit, sprinting toward the breach point. At the exit, Pandora, the spirit fox, and the Nightfall were once again positioned to block their path, but their formation was more dispersed, evidently to thwart Luze's surprise attack. He's coming. Stop him, Pandora shouted. Yet, they were caught unawares. Luze's speed was too swift. Like a fleeting shadow, he'd zipped past them. Damn, that speed. Nightfall was taken aback. Tiger Team, can you see anything? Pandora called out. A muffled voice from Tiger Team responded, we see him. Target moving too fast to lock on. Quick, pursue him. PS headed for the breach point. Pandora urged. The three of them dashed after Luze, just as they chased him for less than 20 meters. Luze suddenly halted. He whirled around to find the huntress standing before him, devoid of any expression, her visage a mere cold stream of data. Target locked. Eliminate. The huntress's voice was frigid as she aimed her rifle at Luze. Tot 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 tot. Bullets rained down upon Luze. He reacted with remarkable speed, having activated his berserk state. Virum. He deftly navigated through the hail of bullets. The huntress, missing her shot, emitted a furious growl. Eliminate. Eliminate. She discarded her rifle, brandishing a military knife as she charged at Luze. Clang. The Dragon Slayer and the huntress's blade clashed with a resounding force. The two elite melee weapons collided without yielding an advantage. Luze felt as if his arm had been struck by a sledgehammer, sending him careening backward. Damn, this power. Luze coughed violently. The huntress's strength had increased beyond what it had been before. Lucia, you can't escape. Pandora and her companions rushed toward him. A sinking feeling gripped Luze. He knew he could not withstand a direct confrontation with all five of them. Zero, take this opportunity and break through. Chapter 98. Split up and go. Zero sprang into action. She leaped through a window from another direction into the passage. Lucia, D. Pandora was now less than 5 meters behind Luze, her gun trained on the back of his head. Luze smirked, abruptly spinning around. At that moment, he glanced skyward and saw a faint white light flickering at the portal. Infiltrator member. 0. Breach successful. Current breach count, 916. Done. Luze spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the 5 elite characters closing in on him. He spread his arms wide. Come on, I'm not running anymore. You bastard. Pandora was the first to charge forward, firing 2 shots directly at Luze's head. You have been killed by the Protector, Pandora. That hurt. Luze thought as consciousness slipped away. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back at the familiar spawn point of the infiltrator. Zero stood quietly beside him. The cooldown for the rampage skill was rather sluggish. Luze let out a sigh. After all, it wasn't an ability that could be used indefinitely. Each activation forced him into a 30-second cooldown, given the current level of aggression from the enemy. Without employing acceleration skills, passage through the corridor was impossible. Zero pointed to the corridor ahead, now partially shrouded in smoke from a smoke grenade. They were holding their position fiercely, with the flying tigers having shifted to a vantage point right beside the portal. These rascals had wised up. Luze plopped down onto the ground, gasping for air. They intended to wear us down. Aware of our desire to break through, they had simply refrained from attacking. Lying in wait at the threshold, Luze glanced at the distant portal. He understood that this feint tactic could only be employed once. Those 5 elite characters were not fools. The same trick would not work a second time. Zero, we need to devise a new strategy. We can't charge in recklessly. We must utilize the terrain. Liu Ze stroked his chin, recalling the intricate details of the map provided by the think tank. In the map of the hidden realm, aside from the frontal corridor, the only option was to leap through the window of the building adjacent to the portal. The window was a mere 10 meters away. Yet the flying tigers occupied that very position. Zero swiftly analyzed, then let us toss a few flashbangs first. Liu Ze grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. 3 seconds is all I need. That is plenty of time for me to break through. He stood up, brushing the dirt off his rear. Once the rampage skill is off cooldown, we'll head left. You'll lead the way while I handle the smoke grenades. With 30 seconds remaining. Only 20 seconds were left on the countdown. Liu Ze stared at the timer, feeling as though time was dragging. He stepped out of the spawn point, peering towards the corridor. Bang! A bullet struck precisely where he had hidden behind a rock. Lucia, come out and meet your demise. Pandora's voice echoed from a distance, infused with an undeniable authority. Oh dear, little Pan, you're quite fiery today. Liu Ze shouted from behind the stone. Haven T, I tormented you enough? Do you want me to showcase another trick? Shut your foul mouth, came the voice of the spirit fox. Liu Ze withdrew his head and said to Zero, you see, they're in quite a frenzy now. This makes things easier. When people are anxious, they tend to make mistakes. Our task is simply to wait. During those 20 seconds, Liu Ze continuously taunted at the corridor's entrance, tossing flashbangs and shouting, causing those 5 elite characters to become jittery, wasting bullets into the smoke. Finally, the rampage skill was fully recharged. Let us go. The two swiftly moved down the left corridor towards the main gate. Liu Ze did not intend to open the gate. He had no desire to destroy it with the Dragon Slayer. Instead, he entered through the adjacent window. The flying tigers were on the move. Jump. Liu Ze noticed they aimed ahead toward the staircase. He immediately threw out a flashbang. The two had already entered the building. Liu Ze moved rapidly. Rampage activated in an instant. The flying tigers were momentarily blinded, yet they continued firing in the darkness. Get back, they yelled amidst their gunfire. But at that moment, Zero successfully broke through. Infiltrator member, Zero breakout successful. Current breakout attempts, 1016. Meanwhile, Liu Ze awaited the portal's cooldown to re-enter. Soon, the breakout count increased yet again. It was now 11, with only 5 more needed to complete the breakout and switch sides. Just as he respawned at the revival point, relief washed over him. But in the next second, an intense sense of danger surged within him. He sensed a chill breeze behind him. It was the Hunter Fox. She was attempting a direct raid. The Hunter Fox's Dragon Roar axe whistled through the air, aimed directly at Liu Ze's lower back. At that moment, Liu Ze's rampage skill had not yet expired, and his reflexes were at their peak. He lunged forward, narrowly evading the axe. Then, rolling on the ground, he swung the Dragon Slayer in a backhanded motion. Clang! The blade clashed against the Hunter Fox's armor, sending sparks flying. Fortunately, Liu Ze had a teammate. Zero's Fire Qilin instantly opened fire, shooting through the Hunter Fox's head. Liu Ze finally exhaled in relief. He glanced at the time, noting 5 more successful breakouts were needed. He looked at his kill count, still maintaining an ACE status. He was unfazed, as in breakout mode. Successful breakouts also added to the kill count. Zero's kills were credited to him as well. Now, he pondered how to swiftly accomplish the next 5 breakouts. Zero, what do you think? Would it be more effective if we split up? Liu Ze suddenly sat up, his eyes alight with inspiration. Split up? Yes. I can draw fire with my rampage, or you can attract their attention. Regardless of who appears, they will have to intercept. This way, we avoid the 1 versus 5 scenario. With my skills, I can manage against 2 or 3 opponents, especially since I have rampage. Zero was compelled to follow his lead. Furthermore, he decided to be audacious, making it seem as if this was yet another feint. Liu Ze stood at the corridor's entrance, brandishing 2 submachine guns, exuding an air of swagger. Hey, you 4 beauties over there. Listen up, Lucia Holdert. I'm about to charge. If you can stop me, I'll treat you all to spicy hot pot later. If you can't, then step aside and let me through. Go to hell. Pandora's furious roar echoed from afar, followed by a barrage of bullets. Liu Ze felt a surge of excitement. His taunting skill was at max level. Zero, are you ready? Lucia whispered. I'm moving to the flank. Zero's voice came through the headset clearly. All right, watch me. Liu Ze took a deep breath, silently chanting, Rampage, activate. A crimson glow coursed over his skin as Liu Ze charged out of the corridor like a mad bull. He sought no cover, instead utilizing his terrifying speed to perform erratic movements in the open space. There! Fire! The flying tigers shouted from the rooftop, machine gun bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Liu Ze did not look back. He sprayed his submachine guns forward, continuously taunting. Can't hit me? How infuriating. Ha ha ha. The Hunter Fox and Spirit Fox flank from the sides, their weapons firing relentlessly. Chapter 99. Only 2 breakouts remaining. Lu Zhe was now vociferously challenging from the corridor's entrance. Flying Tigers, stop hiding over there and come down for a one-on-one with me. Pandora, what are you 3 dawdling for? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just say so. I'll give you a little face. Pandora stomped her foot in frustration from a distance, bullets continuously firing from her rifle. Lucia, if you have the guts, come over here. Hiding in the smoke is no skill. Lu Zhe chuckled, contacting Zero. Zero, have you reached your position? Commander, I've arrived at the left warehouse area. There's a gap in their defenses. Zero's voice was low yet clear. Good, watch my performance. I'll draw their attention again. Lu Zhe tossed another flashbang outside. As the white light flashed, he seized the opportunity to dash right for a dozen meters, firing wildly once more. The Flying Tigers frowned from above. In the communication channel, one of them said, Pandora, something is off. Lu Zhe has been lingering around here, and Zero hasn't shown herself. She must be hiding behind Lu Zhe. Those two are usually inseparable. The Spirit Fox responded while shooting no. From what I know of Lu Zhe, his arrogance surely conceals something. The Flying Tigers maintained a calm demeanor, their eyes swiftly scanning the map. Spirit Fox, Dark Knight. You two, please explore the left path. That woman possesses remarkable agility. We must not allow her to reach the escape point. However, Lu Zhe is under immense pressure here. If we leave Pandora alone, she cannot withstand him. Dark Knight hesitated. Execute the command. Lu Zhe has now activated that peculiar speed skill. It would be a waste of bullets for all of you to remain here. Previously, we overlooked Zero. This time, we must not repeat the same mistake. The tone of the Flying Tigers was stern. Understood. Lu Zhe observed through the thermal imaging that the 5 red heat sources had separated. Success. Lu Zhe felt a surge of joy. Zero, listen closely. 2 individuals are heading your way. Do not confront them head-on. Find cover and await my signal. Understood, Commander. Lu Zhe now felt considerably less pressure. Only Pandora and the Hunter were facing him directly, and although the Flying Tigers above were bothersome, their choice to use sniper rifles made it somewhat difficult for them to hit him. Pandora, your teammates have fled. Why do you not follow suit? If you are caught by me later, you shall not have a pleasant outcome. As Lu Zhe spoke, he leaned against the corridor entrance, awaiting the cooldown of his rampage skill. Lu Zhe, be silent. With me here, you shall not pass. Pandora switched out her magazine, her gaze fixed intently on the smoke. Lu Zhe tossed out several more smoke grenades. He allowed Zero to take action first. Zero, now jump in through the left window. Zero complied immediately, while Lu Zhe, with only 3 seconds remaining on his cooldown, plunged into the smoke without hesitation. Pandora still caught sight of his movement. He has entered the smoke. Open fire. A barrage of bullets rained down, but Lu Zhe merely smirked. Rampage activated. With a powerful push off the ground, he burst forth from the smoke. PS out. The Flying Tigers roared from atop the building. Bang! The sniper's bullet struck the ground near Lu Zhe's heel, creating a crater. Lu Zhe did not even glance back. His speed was now at its zenith. Bullets from Pandora and the Hunter pursued him, yet they could not graze even the edge of his clothing. Lu Zhe charged directly in front of Pandora. As she attempted to strike him with the butt of her rifle, Lu Zhe crouched and slid through her legs. He restrained the urge to retaliate. Come back here. Pandora spun around and fired at Lu Zhe's retreating figure. Without looking back, Lu Zhe leaped up the escape point steps. Farewell. Lu Zhe launched himself into the blue portal. Infiltrator member. Lu Zhe, escape successful. Current escape count, 1216. Lu Zhe opened his eyes at the spawn point, breathing heavily. What an exhilarating feeling. Zero, how are things on your end? I have entered the escape point area and am awaiting the cooldown of the portal. Zero's voice came from afar, accompanied by intense gunfire. Be careful. Spirit Fox and her team have surely discovered you. They're already here, but I deployed smoke grenades. I will enter in 3 seconds. Lu Zhe focused on the screen, witnessing a flash of white light. Infiltrator member. Zero, escape successful. Current escape count, 1316. Splendid. Only 3 attempts remain. The final side is within reach. Lu Zhe clapped his thigh, standing up with excitement. Zero, they must be infuriated right now. Zero stood nearby, the barrel of the fire Kirin still smoking. Based on the earlier performance, their defensive focus would entirely shift towards the escape point. They would no longer send anyone to search. All 5 elite characters would block the entrance. Blocking the door? That suits me just fine. Lucia chuckled. If they're all together, I can ensnare them all at once. Zero, this time we will still split up, but I will initiate the distraction first. Initiate a distraction? Yes, they must be livid with me now. I will use my rampage skill to circle around, drawing their bullets and attention away. While they're reloading or repositioning, you can charge straight in. Liu Ze checked his skill cooldown. Only 5 seconds remained. Prepare go. This time, Liu Ze did not carry a submachine gun. He held a handful of smoke grenades and flashbangs. As he exited the door, he hurled them all into the air. Bang! The corridor was once again enveloped in thick smoke. Liu Ze is back. Everyone be cautious. Spirit Fox's voice rang out. The Flying Tigers, Pandora, and Dark Knight formed a crossfire. Liu Ze felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as his health bar dwindled. Ouch! They shoot accurately. Liu Ze shouted. Flying Tigers, can your sniper even hit anything? Your aim is atrocious. Utilizing the speed of his rampage, he darted through the trio's fire network. He did not rush to enter, but instead circled around before them. He toying with us. Get him. The hunter stood guard at the door, unmoving. Now's the time. Zero charge. Zero flew out from the shadows on the other side. There's another one. The Flying Tigers spotted Zero from above, but his ammunition had just run out, and he was reloading. Stop her. Spirit Fox attempted to turn, but Liu Ze suddenly dashed in front of her, seizing her arm and executing a throw. Your opponent is me. Like a gust of wind, Zero slipped into the portal before the hunter could swing her axe. Infiltrator member. Zero. Escape successful. Current escape count, 1416. Well done. Liu Ze laughed heartily. Yet, before he could finish his laughter, Pandora's rifle was already pressed against his chest. Liu Ze, you cannot escape. Pandora's gaze was icy. Liu Ze spread his hands. I know, which is why I mentioned I came here to initiate a distraction. Bang, bang. Liu Ze once again met a glorious demise. Chapter 100. Change of faction. Revive at the spawn point. Liu Ze beheld the remaining 2 escape attempts and fell elated. 0. Only 2 attempts left. If we both charge in this round, the mission will be accomplished. Form a circle? ISNT that asking for an explosion? Liu Ze mused, patting the grenade in his inventory. They have likely forgotten that I possess this. Liu Ze reorganized his equipment. 0. Shortly, I will lead the charge with my rampage skill, delivering them a grenade surprise. If I can create a breach, you can charge indirectly. I will also aim to slide in before I perish. This is a gamble. 0 concluded. Indeed, a gamble. Let us see whose lives are sturdier, hers or my grenades. Liu Ze rose, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. This is the last chance. Charge. At the infiltrator's entrance, Liu Ze and 0 stood side by side. Ready? Liu Ze inquired. Ready, 0 replied. 3, 2, 1, go. The 2 surged forward in an instant. This time, Liu Ze spared no words. He clutched a grenade in each hand, the pins already pulled. Everyone clear out. Liu Ze roared. The Flying Tigers spotted Liu Ze from above, and he shouted, he has grenades. Scatter. But it was too late. Liu Ze's speed was overwhelming. As he activated his rampage, the grenades were left behind as he dashed ahead. Fire in the hole. Watch out for the grenade. You madman, Liu Ze. Pandora shouted. I am indeed a madman. Boom. The explosion reverberated. Spirit Fox and Dark Knight were thrown back by the shockwave. Although Pandora dodged somewhat, she was still injured from the blast. Liu Ze had distanced himself from the explosion's epicenter, charging toward the glowing door. Infiltrator member, Liu Ze, escape successful. Current escape count, 1516. Almost simultaneously, 0 emerged from the thick smoke. She bore signs of injury from the explosion, yet her steps showed no hesitation. Before the next bullet from the Flying Tigers could reach her, she gracefully leapt through the door. Member of the Infiltrators, 0 breakout successful. Current breakout count, 1616. Announcement, Infiltrators breakout mission accomplished. Both factions switch sides, halftime transition. A radiant white light enveloped the entire concealed area. When Liu Ze opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing on the blue teleportation platform. Beneath his feet lay the very spot he had fought valiantly to breach moments ago. This time, he intended to employ the Barrett-Destruction. Current faction of the host. Defenders, defensive side. Objective, prevent the infiltrators from breaking out. Liu Ze exhaled deeply, wiping the soot from his face. Finally, the sides have changed. Being an infiltrator had proven to be excessively exhausting. 0 stood silently beside him, clutching the fire Kirin. Her gaze as cold as ever. Commander, we are now on the defensive. We simply need to delay their breakout longer than they can withstand. That will signify our victory. I played them like fools just now, and now it is their turn to attack. How do you think they will treat me? The pressure we face is likely to be immense. Liu Ze opted to first observe from the second-floor window. He saw Pandora emerge from the spawn point. She bore no weapon. Instead, she raised a middle finger towards Liu Ze's direction. Well, this little girl has learned to openly provoke. Lu Zhe grinned, finding it amusing. Where was the flying tigers? They emerged wielding a Gatling gun. Indeed, while assuming the role of attackers, they had chosen a Gatling gun. It seemed they intended to inundate them with sheer firepower. It's no easy task to fend off a Gatling gun at the door. Lucia muttered. He withdrew his head as Pandora fired several rounds in his direction. All of them ricocheted harmlessly off the wall. Crouching behind the second-floor window, Lu Zhe gripped the Barrett-Destruction tightly. Zero also arrived on the second floor. Damn, Zero, look at the flying tigers. This time they're really going all out. Lucia whispered. Zero leaned closer to take a glance, commenting, he wields a Gatling lava. He must be aiming to forcefully breach the door. At that moment, the flying tigers had already reached the left side door with great strides. Brothers, cover the windows. The Gatling gun in their hands emitted a deep, rotating sound, buzzing ominously. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Bullets rained down upon the left side door as if they were free, rapidly impacting the surface. The door began to flash a frantic red light, a clear indicator of its dwindling durability. Flying tigers, slow down. Don't overheat the barrel. Ling Hu shouted from behind. No time for that. That kid Lu Zhe is guarding the second floor. If we don't break the door, we won't be able to rush in. The flying tigers did not look back, shells raining down like a downpour, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks. Lu Zhe attempted to expose himself for a shot, but before he could move, a red laser beam illuminated the space beside his forehead. Damn! Lu Zhe quickly pulled back his head as a Barrett bullet whizzed perilously close to him. With a loud bang, it created a gaping hole in the wall behind him. It was Dark Knight, wielding a Barrett Aurora. Zero coldly reminded him. She's sniping from the infiltrator's side, specifically targeting your window. This girl harbored a deep sense of vengeance. Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhe felt agitated listening to the incessant rattling of the Gatling gun outside. Is she acting as an unyielding anchor? The moment I show my head, she'll take me out. Dark Knight's voice pierced through. Lu Zhe, stop hiding. Weren't you quite the runner during the breakout? Now, have the guts to face me in a head-to-head duel. I'm watching this spot. Make a move and see what happens. Dark Knight, that's rather uninteresting. Hiding in your base to shoot at me? What kind of skill is that? Lu Zhe shouted from behind the wall. Enough chatter. Flying tigers. How much health does the door have left? Dark Knight inquired. Almost there. Just 1/3 left. The flying tigers yelled back as they kept firing. Pandora, the three of you get ready. Charge in the moment the door breaks. Save the flashbangs for when we go in. Lu Zhe's heart raced as he listened to the conversation outside. Zero, we can't just sit here and watch. If that door breaks, with all 5 of them rushing in, we won't be able to hold them off with just the 2 of us. Commander, the current firepower comparison stands at 2 to 5. If you forcefully expose yourself, the probability of being killed by Dark Knight is 90, Zero replied matter-of-factly. Then I must give it a try. I'll jump down and fight them. The Gatling gun's self-suppressive power at close range is formidable. Melee combat is not advisable. At that instant, the red light on the left door flickered increasingly rapidly, signaling its imminent shattering. The flying tigers erupted into laughter. It's opening. Let's shatter. Boom. The left door exploded into a shower of fragments. Pandora, go. Understood. Pandora replied, leading Ling Hu and Huntress to follow suit. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'm going all in. I refuse to believe Dark Knight can hit me every time. He abruptly shifted. The muzzle of the Barrett-Destruction aimed squarely at the flying tigers. Bang! But before he could even glimpse the figures of the flying tigers, a red beam of light once again obstructed his view. Instinctively ducking, a bullet struck his shoulder, instantly draining half of his health bar. His physical condition was good, and it wasn't a fatal area, so he wasn't killed. This is not a scenario to test in-game, or he'd be reprimanded for feeding. Ouch! Dark Knight is truly accurate. Lu Zhe grimaced in pain, retreating behind the wall once more. You see, I told you the probability is high, Zero stated flatly. Watching his health plummet by half and hearing the cacophony of footsteps below, Lu Zhe felt a surge of frustration. So, this is how you want to play? The flying tigers battered the door, Dark Knight snipes, and the remaining 3 charge. Quite a clear tactical arrangement. Lu Zhe's expression hardened. Zero, prepare yourself. Once they breach the door, we engage in close combat. The second floor staircase is narrow. We can take them out one by one. Understood, Commander. The fire Kirin is ready. The sound of the Gatling gun ceased, replaced by the unmistakable noise of the flying tigers reloading. The door is open. Dark Knight, continue to watch the window. Do not allow Lu Zhe to come down. The flying tigers commanded loudly. Pandora, Huntress, you take the right path. I'll lead Ling Hu for a frontal breakthrough. In that moment, the balance of power had completely shifted. Lu Zhe felt the helplessness he had witnessed in those 5 individuals facing him moments ago. He concealed himself on the second floor, listening to the commotion below, his heart racing. "Zero, is there any movement from the Huntress?" Lu Zhe whispered. The Huntress is currently stationed with Pandora and Linghu in the blind spot beneath the window. They are not rushing in. Zero's voice remained calm. Lu Zhe peeked down, catching sight of the Huntress. She appeared entirely transformed from before, shedding her earlier cold demeanor. Has this girl always been so changeable? Before he could ponder further, he sensed something amiss. The bullet from Dark Knight had grazed his shoulder. Though his health had only diminished by half, the pain dissipated too swiftly, replaced by a deep-rooted itch. "Zero, check for me. Is smoke rising from my back?" Lu Zhe lowered his voice, feeling an intense heat in his throat. Zero turned to scrutinize Lu Zhe for a few seconds, a hint of emotion flaring in her otherwise impassive eyes. "Commander, your surface temperature is rising sharply. Scanning indicates that the activity of the Z1 blocker in your body is declining, and the virus's activity level has surpassed the critical threshold." "Goodness, didn't Dr. Zhao claim it could last for 12 hours? Yet, we haven't even reached the 1-hour mark." Lu Zhe wiped his brow, his palms slick with perspiration. "Your frequent activation of berserk skills and participation in high-intensity combat has accelerated the drug's metabolism." Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhe cast a quick glance downward. The Huntress was stationed in the shadowy corner beneath the window, her gaze no longer the indifferent flow of data it had been. Instead, it was imbued with genuine concern. "What does she want from me?" Lu Zhe pondered, a sense of unease creeping in. Earlier, when she was with the infiltrators, she had thrown me a blocking agent. Had she known I was about to transform? The Huntress opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. Yet, Lu Zhe could read her lips, seemingly urging him to use the drug. He glanced at the metallic tube in his inventory, the blocking agent she had previously given him. Damn it. What if I use it now and can't hold the line? Lu Zhe was torn. As a guardian, he had to defend the portal. The Flying Tigers were already charging in with a Gatling gun. If he took the drug now, the pain would hinder his defense, and they would surely break through. "The Flying Tigers are here," Zero suddenly shouted. Panic surged within Lu Zhe, and without a moment's thought, he bellowed, "I can't worry about that now. Berserk, activate." He intended to leap down and intercept the Flying Tigers with the speed granted by Berserk mode. However, as the skill activated, he felt an explosive surge within his mind. This was not the typical speed enhancement. It was as if molten lava coursed through his veins. His skin flushed a deep crimson, and his tactical suit strained against his expanding frame, the fabric threatening to tear. Lu Zhe couldn't suppress a cry. He felt his nails elongating, transforming into sharp claws, and the Barrett in his hands now seemed diminutive. He knelt, gasping for breath. "So, I've transformed again. Fine, let us consider a cheat." In this state, he felt confident he could take on the entire group alone. He turned to face a stunned Zero. "Commander, your health limit has increased tenfold." Zero calmly stowed her weapon and approached Lu Zhe. "But your appearance rating has decreased by 100. To hell with appearance. I could take on 10 of them now." Lu Zhe rose, his height surging from under 2 meters to a towering 2 meters, nearly brushing the ceiling of the second floor. He approached the window and peered down. The Huntress stood below, gazing up at the now crimson monstrosity that was Lu Zhe, her expression grave. "Lu Zhe." The Huntress's voice trembled slightly. Lu Zhe perched on the windowsill. "Did you know I was going to transform when you gave me that blocking agent, little girl?" She nodded silently. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. She must know more, though her demeanor suggested it was difficult for her to speak out. "Lu Zhe, what are you stalling for up there? Come down and face your demise." The shouts of the Flying Tigers echoed from the first floor, followed by the whirring of the Gatling gun. Lu Zhe grinned widely, revealing a set of sharp, white teeth. "Flying Tigers, I'm coming down now. Brace yourselves." Rather than using the stairs, he leaped straight out of the second-floor window. Boom! A thunderous impact sounded as his heavy form crashed into the ground, creating a crater. As the Flying Tigers rounded the corner, they were met by a massive figure clad in dark crimson, wielding a large sniper rifle. What in the world is that? The Flying Tigers recoiled, their Gatling guns trembling in their grips. Pandora and the Spirit Fox rushed in from the flank, their expressions freezing at the sight of Lu Zhe's transformation. Is he a bio-ghost again? Pandora rubbed her eyes, convinced the world had gone mad. This was clearly supposed to be an escape mode. Chapter 102, Blockade at the Door. Pandora doubted she had returned to the bio mode. The memories of Lu Zhe as a bio mother chasing them with a gun lingered ominously. "Hey, little Pandora, didn't you enjoy chasing me just now?" Lu Zhe's throat emitted a hoarse chuckle. He didn't even aim, raising his hand to fire. Bang! The devastating bullet, glowing with a dark red hue, shattered the Gatling gun into pieces and sent half of a flying tiger's shoulder flying. Guardian Lu Zhe has slain Infiltrator Flying Tiger. Now, I'm not one to be trifled with. Lu Zhe shook his claws, gazing mockingly at the remaining three. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. Pandora and the Spirit Fox fired their weapons. Bullets struck Lu Zhe's thick dark crimson hide, depleting his health, but failing to push him back. This was not bio mode. How do we fight this? Pandora was in despair. After expending an entire magazine, Lu Zhe continued advancing. Lu Zhe grinned, striding forward and grasping Pandora by the neck. Even in his bio-ghost form, he controlled his strength, refraining from crushing her entirely. Who was it that wished for my demise? Lu Zhe leaned close to Pandora, the stench of bio-virus wafting from him. Pandora's face turned pale. He casually tossed her aside, sparing her life. Turning his attention to the still motionless huntress, he beckoned. Come here, little girl, we need to talk. The Spirit Fox attempted to seize the opportunity to shoot, but Lu Zhe swiftly countered with a powerful slap, sending her crashing against the wall, unable to recover. The huntress approached slowly, standing before Lu Zhe, having to look up at him. You look somewhat better now than before, she remarked unexpectedly. Lu Zhe nearly spat blood. Her taste and aesthetics must have been skewed during the system reset. Enough chit-chat. What did you mean by giving me that blocking agent? Did you foresee my transformation? Lu Zhe fixed his gaze on her. I cannot speak. The huntress replied slowly. Lu Zhe understood her predicament, especially recalling her earlier demeanor. All right, no need to hold back. Lu Zhe sighed, patting the wall beside him. You look like you're suffering enough. Since you can't divulge anything, I want to press you. However, you must agree to one thing. The huntress looked up at him, intrigued. What is it? In this mission, I must secure first place. Lu Zhe waved the somewhat diminutive Barrett-Destruction in his hand. You are currently an infiltrator, and you need to escape. I want to kill you. Go to that teleport point and jump in quickly. It'll save me some trouble, and you'll earn some points. The huntress was taken aback. She had likely never encountered such a strategy. On this battlefield of concealment, it was usually a fight to the death. How could a guardian actively assist an infiltrator in escaping? Why would you help me? She asked. Who said I was helping you? This is for my own benefit. Lu Zhe grinned, though the smile appeared particularly sinister on the face of a bio-ghost. I'm letting you through as a favor for that blocking agent. You gave me the drug, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. I always keep my debts clear. Besides, if I keep blocking you here, I do find this round rather dull. The huntress fell silent for several seconds. Suddenly, she stepped forward, lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. Lu Zhe, I need to ask you something, and you must answer me truthfully. Go ahead. As long as it doesn't involve my privacy, I'll answer. The tone shifted significantly when the huntress mentioned Zero's name. Has she been taken by you? Or perhaps, has she ventured elsewhere? Lu Zhe's eyes flickered with curiosity. Observing the hunter's gaze, brimming with anticipation and longing, he suddenly comprehended a crucial truth. In this gaming realm, these elite NPCs appear to be in search of an escape. They yearn not to be eternally trapped in this cycle of slaying and resurrection. Lu Zhe did not conceal his thoughts. He nodded emphatically. Indeed, she is currently allied with me. The hunter's body quivered slightly. She exhaled, her expression a blend of relief and envy. I understand now, she acknowledged with a nod towards Lu Zhe. Thank you for sharing this with me. After speaking, the hunter swiftly rolled away, evading the distant sniper's blind fire, and sprinted towards the teleportation point. Lu Zhe called out from behind, Zero, do not fire. Let her pass. Zero tilted her head from the second floor. Though bewildered, she lowered her weapon, the fire Kirin. The hunter reached the teleportation point and cast a glance back at Lu Zhe, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Then, with a graceful leap, she vanished into the azure light. Infiltrator member, hunter, breakout successful. Current breakout attempts, 116. Lu Zhe gazed at the text on the screen, a sly smile creeping across his face. He turned to see Pandora just rising from the ground and the Spirit Fox, who had been forcefully shoved into the wall. All right, ladies, it's time to settle our accounts. Lu Zhe brandished the Barrett-Destruction and strode purposefully towards the infiltrator's respawn point. His thoughts were straightforward. Now that he had successfully switched sides, he was a defender, and thus, he must ensure impenetrable security. None of the remaining infiltrators, save for the hunter, will be allowed to step outside. Lu Zhe found a comfortable position at the corridor's entrance, his massive red form resembling an impenetrable wall. Tiger Squad, have you finished preparing that Gatling gun yet? Lu Zhe bellowed. I've been waiting here long enough. From within the infiltrator's respawn point came Tiger Squad's frustrated shout. Lu Zhe, are you even human? How can you play like this? Lu Zhe scoffed disdainfully. This is my style of play. What of it? If you have a problem, come out and challenge me. I'm the king of this map. Inside the infiltrator spawn, Tiger Squad, Pandora, Spirit Fox, and Knight fell into a perplexed silence, staring at one another. How on earth do we counter this? Can someone please explain? Tiger Squad's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Liu Zhe's transformation into a bio-ghost was one thing, but now he wielded a powerful sniper rifle. Sitting at the doorway, he declared, anyone who shows their face is dead. Moreover, with his current health, how many bullets would it take him down? Knight wore a helpless expression. Her Barrett Aurora, while precise, felt futile against Liu Zhe's current state. The critical issue was that Liu Zhe could regenerate health while remaining stationary. Gritting her teeth, Pandora recalled the chilling sensation of Liu Zhe gripping her throat moments earlier. I refuse to believe he can hold this position indefinitely. Let us split up and make a run for it. He can only shoot one at a time. Chapter 103. The Hunter discusses a deal. Have you forgotten there's a 0 on the second floor? Spirit Fox pointed upwards. That woman is no pushover. Liu Zhe is at the front, and she has positioned above us. This spawn point has become a can, and we're the meat inside. Just then, the Hunter respawned beside them. She did not join the discussion. Instead, she silently readied her weapon, casting a glance at them before striding directly towards the exit. Hunter, are you out of your mind? Liu Zhe is out there. Tiger Squad shouted. The Hunter ignored him, advancing to the corridor where Liu Zhe awaited. Upon seeing her emerge, Liu Zhe set his sniper rifle aside and waved, "I'll back already? Come this way." In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, the Hunter sauntered past Liu Zhe with an air of nonchalance. Not only did Liu Zhe refrain from firing, but he also greeted her with amiability. What on earth is happening? Tiger Squad's eyes nearly bulged out. Liu Zhe let her pass? When did they become allies? Pandora's eyes sparkled with determination. We should follow suit. If he allowed the Hunter to pass, he will surely let us through. Leading the charge, Pandora surged forward, with Spirit Fox closely behind. The two dashed out of the door. Bang! The oppressive sound of destruction echoed. Before Pandora could comprehend the situation, it felt as though an elephant had kicked her in the chest, sending her hurtling back to the respawn point. Hey, who told you to come out? Liu Zhe's unpleasant voice rang out. I said only the Hunter can leave. You lot, stay put. You can come out once this round concludes. Lucia. This is gender discrimination. Tiger Squad roared in frustration at the door. Spare me the nonsense. I discriminate against you. What's it to you? Liu Zhe hurled another smoke grenade towards the entrance, accompanied by 2 flashbangs. Boom! Boom! The infiltrator spawn point was instantly enveloped in a blinding white haze. You bastard Liu Zhe! Knight's voice pierced through the chaos, just as she intended to stealthily set up her sniper. The flashbang rendered her momentarily blind. Liu Zhe reveled in the thrill of this tactic. Previously, he had been the one relentlessly pursued by these elite NPCs. Now, the tables had turned, and he was the one barricading the exit. The exhilarating sensation of having risen from the depths was far more exhilarating than securing an ace. 0. Keep an eye on both side corridors, Liu Zhe instructed slowly. Understood. Zero's voice remained steady. Thus, 5 minutes elapsed. Liu Zhe continued to sit at the entrance of the infiltrator spawn point, his Barrett-Destruction resting on his knee. Hunter, how many times is this now? Liu Zhe called without turning. The Hunter, just having respawned from the teleportation point, wiped the sweat from her brow, her voice slightly breathless the 4th time. Lucia, do you truly intend to hold this position indefinitely? Of course, my task is not merely to secure first place. I aim to win. If I do not guard this position, what if Tiger Squad rushes through? Liu Zhe chuckled, gesturing towards the infiltrator's lair. Look, Pandora is crouched over there, probably contemplating how to take a shot at me. The Hunter sighed, choosing not to respond, and effortlessly walked past Liu Zhe. Not only did Liu Zhe refrain from shooting, but he also withdrew his foot to avoid obstructing her path. Hurry, make another breakout, and you'll have 5. 5 successful breakouts will surely place you at the pinnacle of the infiltrators. Liu Zhe waved his hand, urging her to hurry back. The Hunter nodded, her form swiftly darting into the teleportation portal. Infiltrator member, Hunter, breakout successful. Current breakout attempts, 516. Liu Zhe observed the text on the screen, nodding with satisfaction. Looking down at the scoreboard, it was evident that the Hunter had indeed ascended to the top rank within the infiltrators. However, when compared to his own amassed defensive and kill points as a defender, she still had a considerable distance to cover. Lucia, what exactly do you want? Tiger Squad's roar echoed from within the respawn point. You let the Hunter pass. Why not us? This is blatant favoritism. You are prioritizing her over us. Oh, Tiger Squad brother, your idioms are quite impressive, Liu Zhe remarked while cleaning his ears. So what if I favor the fairer sex? The Hunter just healed me. What have you done for me? Aside from wielding that Gatling gun against me, what else have you accomplished? Tiger Squad was left speechless. Pandora chimed in from within. Luze, do not think we are oblivious. You are exploiting the rules to assist the hunter in racking up kills. You stand guard at the entrance, preventing our escape. This is utterly unjust. Justice? In this hidden realm, I wield a powerful sniper rifle, and therein lies my authority. Luze scoffed, recalling how, when 5 of you sought to overwhelm me, the notion of fairness was conspicuously absent. At that moment, the huntress resurrected. She approached the grand entrance, but hesitated to step outside. Her gaze flickered towards Luze, revealing a hint of uncertainty. What troubles you? Not gonna make a break for it? Luze observed her quizzically. Surely, 5 attempts at escape should suffice to secure you the title of top infiltrator? The huntress shook her head, lowering her voice, her tone heavy with gravity. Luze, I beseech you for a favor. A favor? What might it be? Luze was momentarily taken aback. Allow the remaining 4 to also accumulate some successful escapes. Not too many, just enough for each of them to break through a few times. The huntress gestured towards her comrades of the Flying Tigers. Their tally is currently far too meager. A meager tally? What concern is that of mine? Lucia retorted dismissively. Their low count reflects their lack of capability. As a guardian, my duty is to ensure they do not pass. The huntress stepped closer, her voice dropping further. If you acquiesce when this round nears its conclusion, I shall reveal to you some secrets regarding this system. Secrets pertaining to us elite characters. Luze's previously indifferent demeanor sharpened into keen interest. Secrets? Are you certain you possess information I wish to hear? I am certain, the huntress affirmed resolutely. If you allow them to pass, I shall divulge it. Luze stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had already amassed sufficient points. First place was essentially secured. If a few escapes could be exchanged for a secret about the system, it seemed a worthwhile trade. Very well, I can agree to this. Luze shifted his stance, but I have conditions. Chapter 104. The Huntress's Secret. Speak. How long did it take me to escape earlier? Luze inquired of Zero on the second floor. Zero's voice promptly responded, Commander, the total time for the infiltrator team during the first half was 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Luze nodded, redirecting his gaze to the Huntress. Did you hear that? You wish to escape, but I must keep track of the time. The total time for your 4 must exceed my previous duration. This means I must stall for a while, and when the time is nearly right, I will allow you to proceed. I have no desire to lose in the category of shortest duration. The Huntress sighed in relief. No problem. As long as you are willing to let them go. I can wait a bit longer. Agreed, then. Luze stowed his sniper rifle, opting instead for a standard silenced M4. Now we shall bide our time. Flying Tigers. Do you hear me? Those wishing to escape, remain there until I deem it appropriate to call you. The Flying Tigers' expressions remained grim. They were not pleased with this leniency. However, their options were limited against Luze. Unlike before, when they engaged in close combat, Luze was unable to transform then. He remained silent. Although Pandora was unclear about the conversation between Luze and the Huntress, hearing that a release was possible softened her tone significantly. Luze, do you mean what you say? A promise is a promise. Just wait and see. Consequently, the latter half of the hidden realm entered an exceedingly peculiar phase. The Guardian, Luze, sat at the entrance, waiting for time to elapse. The 4 infiltrators sat in a row at the respawn point, exchanging glances. Only the Huntress moved occasionally, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Time ticked by second. Luze focused on the countdown, calculating his points. 2 minutes remained. Luze stood up, patting his backside. All right, the time has nearly run its course. Flying Tigers, you are up first. Put away that wretched Gatling gun and take the right path. You all too. For a line. The Flying Tigers remained silent, swiftly darting towards the teleportation point. Infiltrator member, Flying Tigers, escape successful. Current escape count, 616. Next, Pandora. Luze tilted his head. Pandora huffed, glaring at him as she passed. Luze paid her no mind, muttering to himself. Little Pan, your gaze seems off. Should I confine you again? Pandora stumbled, not daring to respond, and hurried into the teleportation portal. Next was the Spirit Fox. This little one was quite docile, smiling as she walked past Luze. Brother Luze, see you soon. See you soon, don't get lost. Luze waved with a smile. Infiltrator member, Pandora, escape successful. Infiltrator member, Spirit Fox, escape successful. Current escape count, 816. Luze observed the remaining escape opportunities, totaling 8. He calculated that less than 2 minutes remained until the round's end. Huntress, you may distribute the remaining slots among yourselves. Luze leaned against the wall, arms crossed. At that moment, Dark Knight stepped forward. She looked at Lu Zhe, her gaze somewhat evasive. Among these elite characters, Dark Knight was slightly more introverted, speaking little. Yet her aim was precise. Earlier, when Lu Zhe blocked the door, Dark Knight had been the most severely affected, her eyes still red from the encounter. Go ahead. Lu Zhe shifted to the side. Dark Knight lowered her head and dashed past. Infiltrator member, Dark Knight, escape successful. Lu Zhe, thank you. The huntress stood beside Lu Zhe. Do not thank me. I seek the secret. Lu Zhe glanced at her. A minute later, they too completed their escapes. Huntress, 5 times. Flying Tigers, 3 times. Pandora, 3 times. Spirit Fox, 3 times. Dark Knight, 2 times. The huntress approached, casting a deep look at Dark Knight without uttering a word. Lu Zhe stowed his weapon, directing his attention to the huntress. Enough, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The huntress nodded, gesturing for Lu Zhe to step further away. Lu Zhe followed her to the shadows behind the teleportation portal. Speak, what is the secret? Lu Zhe inquired. The huntress regarded Lu Zhe, her tone gravely serious. Lu Zhe, have you noticed that among the elite characters this time, save for the Flying Tigers, the remaining 4 actually rank low in the biochemical mode? Lu Zhe recalled. It seems so. What relevance does that hold? It holds great significance. The huntress managed a bitter smile. We have a survival of the fittest. Lu Zhe paused. Survival of the fittest? Aren't you all procedurally generated NPCs? Can you truly be dismissed? NPC? What is that? Continue. The huntress gestured towards the distant, not yet fully faded silhouette of Dark Knight. Elite characters represent higher authority and greater resources. However, if an elite character consistently performs poorly across multiple rounds, scoring at the bottom, they will be deemed unworthy of elite status. And then elite privileges will be revoked. She may revert to an ordinary character, perhaps devoid of consciousness altogether. A flicker of sorrow crossed the huntress's eyes. Without unique skills, without autonomous awareness. Just like those ordinary SWAT or Seth. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that if Dark Knight falls to the bottom this time, she will revert to being an ordinary person? Indeed. Except for the Flying Tigers, who possess a safety net, the rest of us are under assessment. Dark Knight performed poorly in the last biochemical mode. And in this escape mode, she remains in last place. The huntress shook her head, barring unforeseen circumstances should you encounter her again afterward. She might not be Dark Knight anymore, but a nameless, ordinary sniper. Lu Zhe stroked his chin, recalling Dark Knight's earlier despondent expression, and felt a flicker of empathy. Yet, that thought was fleeting. This seems to bear no relation to me. Lu Zhe spread his hands, his tone remarkably calm. For me, the weaker you are, the less pressure I feel. If your strength is lacking, obtaining the ACE becomes all the more effortless. The huntress gazed at Lu Zhe, seemingly seeking a glimmer of sympathy on his face, yet her efforts were in vain. You truly are heartless, she sighed. This is not heartlessness. This is efficiency. Lu Zhe corrected her. I am a guardian, and my mission is to prevent your escape. Allowing you to break through was merely a concession on my part. As for who ends up at the bottom, that is their own fate. You speak the truth, the huntress conceded without argument. In this system, compassion was utterly futile. Enough of this sentimental drivel. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. You have yet to divulge the secret. The knight transformed back into an ordinary AI character. While this matter is intriguing, it hardly qualifies as a monumental secret. The huntress fell silent for a moment, leaning closer to Lu Zhe's ear. At that moment, the system's notification chime sounded. The current battle has concluded. The Infiltrator faction has emerged victorious. ACE of the match, Lu Zhe. Infiltrator faction score ranking, 1. Huntress 2. Spirit Fox 3. Flying Tigers 4. Pandora 5. Night. A flash of white light began to flicker. Yet before the huntress could speak, she was abruptly transported away. Chapter 105. Return to spoil goodness. System, was that intentional? Lu Zhe mentally lamented. He had clearly leaned in, ears poised to catch the huntress's whispered secret. Her lips had even moved. Yet the system chose that precise moment to whisk him away. Why not earlier or later? But precisely when she was about to reveal a secret? Is this system a voyeur, unable to tolerate whispered conversations? System notification. The return process is automatically triggered and not subject to the host's subjective will. Spare me. You just want to suffocate me, Lu Zhe grumbled irritably. He glanced down at his hands, still in the state of a biochemical phantom. He understood the perilous nature of his current condition, though his reason remained intact. He certainly could not return in such a guise. Zero, you go in first. Lu Zhe beckoned to Zero beside him, with a flicker of thought. He summoned Zero into his personal space. Then, he retrieved from that space the deep blue disruptor that the huntress had previously thrown to him. Gazing at the vial of ethereal azure liquid in his hand, Liu Ze took a deep breath and injected it. A chilling rush surged through his veins instantaneously. He watched as his claws gradually retracted between his fingers, revealing the healthy complexion of a young man from the Great Xia. Finally, back to normal. Liu Ze touched his face, relieved to find it still handsome, devoid of any peculiar bumps. Mission complete. Mission objective: obtain ACE and execute at least 5 successful escapes. Completed. Mission reward: slight enhancement of host's physical attributes, intermediate, 200 experience points. Mission completed. The host will return to the real world. Transport commencing. Transport countdown, 3, 2. A wave of dizziness washed over him as the spatial distortion peaked. Base 031. Buzz. As soon as Liu Ze landed, he barely had time to assess his surroundings before a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed. Everyone step back. Maintain distance. It was the voice of the Yuan Zhao. Liu Ze looked up to see him staring intently at him through thick blast-proof glass. Beside him stood Dr. Zhao, who was currently waving a red scanner at Liu Ze from across the barrier. Dr. Zhao, stop waving that thing. It's making me dizzy. Liu Ze grumbled as he plopped down onto a specially designed metal chair. I'm back. No limbs missing. No monstrous transformations. Don't move. The data is still being read. Dr. Zhao shouted from the other side. Rest assured, I took the disruptor. Liu Ze sighed, recounting how he had unexpectedly mutated into a biochemical phantom in the hidden realm, and somehow managed to wield a Barrett sniper rifle against the infiltrators. Naturally, he emphasized how valiantly he had blocked the doorway, causing the 4 elite characters to question their existence. What did you say? Dr. Zhao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pushed her glasses up, leaning closer to the glass. You mutated into a biochemical phantom? Was our disruptor ineffective? It's not about the disruptor, Liu Ze shrugged. I found that I could actually use skills, and after employing them a few times, I might have triggered the mutation. Directorly, I propose we change up the welcome ceremony. Must we always conduct it through this thick glass, making me feel like a monkey in a zoo? Li Yuan Zhao remained silent, merely signaling to the guards beside him. Soon, the airtight door hissed open. Li Yuan Zhao's voice came through the intercom. Enough complaining. Considering your current physical condition, we cannot afford to be careless. However, given your significant contributions, the higher-ups have decided to provide you with a new quarters. Liu Ze raised an eyebrow. A new quarters? How grand could it possibly be? Surely you're not giving me an ocean view suite? Dream on, Dr. Zhao interjected. But it is indeed significantly more spacious than that cramped little place. Hurry up. The disinfection procedure has already commenced. Liu Ze was escorted by several guards clad in heavy protective gear to a new room. Upon entering, he couldn't help but smile. This room was indeed much larger, at least 70 to 80 square meters. The once icy metal walls had been painted a warm beige, and although there were still no windows, the lighting was much softer. What pleased him most was the pile of electronic devices in the corner. Bo, Directori, you've come to your senses. Liu Ze rushed over, running his fingers over the large monitor. The latest graphics card? And the sound system, quite impressive. This isolation life is finally taking on a semblance of normalcy. This is to ensure your mental well-being. Li Yuan Zhao's voice echoed through the surveillance. These computers are stocked with a plethora of single-player games and high-definition films. No internet access, so feel free to indulge. Also, your bed has been replaced with a latex one, ensuring you a good night's rest. Liu Ze reclined on the plush bed, letting out a satisfied sigh. Now, this is the life of a human. But what about food? I've only had air to eat in that hidden realm, and my stomach is protesting. The conveyor will deliver your meal shortly, Dr. Zhao replied. Braised pork, rib soup, all your favorites. Eat up. Once you're done, I'll need to draw some blood. I must thoroughly investigate that skill you mentioned. As Liu Ze unwrapped the vacuum-sealed braised pork, he mumbled, investigate away. I'm just as curious about the nature of this skill. Can I still use it? Lucia, take some time to play on the computer and relax. The blood drawing machine will be pushed over shortly. Liu Ze waved his hand dismissively. All right, go ahead and draw. Just don't drain me dry. He settled in front of the computer, discovering its ludicrously high configuration. Although internet access was unavailable, the extensive database within was astonishing. He even stumbled upon some foundational textbooks on bioengineering. Dr. Zhao, are you hoping to turn me into a self-taught prodigy who can treat myself in the future? Liu Ze queried at the surveillance. Learning more is never a bad thing. Dr. Zhao's voice sounded busy. In case one day I'm not around, you need to know how to inject yourself. Liu Ze scoffed, choosing not to respond further, and focused intently on his new toy. Though confined to the isolation room, this unexpected privilege provided him with a slight sense of reassurance. After all, with provisions in hand, there was no need for panic. With games to play, life was bearable. Li Ju truly understands men, and he has even prepared some study materials for him. However, Lu Zhe glanced at the cameras surrounding him and decided against it. He did not wish for a live broadcast. Moreover, with his spatial storage still holding 0, what if he could not contain himself? Half an hour later, having finished his meal, Lu Zhe was engrossed in a racing game that did not require an internet connection, fully enjoying himself. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from the teleportation portal in the corner of the room. A detection platform equipped with a mechanical arm slowly glided into view. Lucia, extend your arm. Dr. Zhao's voice transmitted through the speaker. Hurry up. I've just uploaded the latest data on the blocker. I'm waiting for your live sample. Reluctantly putting down his controller, Lu Zhe approached the detection platform and skillfully rolled up his sleeve. Dr. Zhao, at this rate, my arm is going to resemble a sieve. Can't you just take enough blood all at once? What do you know? The blood composition varies under different conditions, Dr. Zhao retorted, her eyes glued to the screen. Stop chatting and get on with it. The mechanical arm deftly inserted a needle into Lu Zhe's vein, watching the shining tube fill with his dark red blood. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Dr. Zhao, are you planning to make a hot pot with this much blood? He quipped, pressing a cotton ball against the puncture while glancing wearily at the surveillance camera. Dr. Zhao's voice crackled through the speaker, sounding busy, accompanied by the clattering of a keyboard. Keep talking. With all the transformations and skills you displayed over there, your body's functions are fluctuating like a roller coaster. If I don't check this thoroughly, what if you explode in the isolation room one day? Where am I supposed to find such a useful specimen again? All right, I'm just a specimen. A lab rat. Lu Zhe sighed, reclining against the latex pillow, staring up at the ceiling. So what is the result? How's my body faring? That biochemical virus hasn't devoured all my cells, has it? After a moment, Dr. Zhao's tone turned serious. The test results are in. To be frank, Lu Zhe, your body's resilience is quite astonishing. Based on the blood characteristics just analyzed, your current metrics are not significantly different from before you enter the hidden realm. Your white blood cell activity is slightly elevated, which is a normal stress response. Currently, the biochemical virus remains dormant. Lu Zhe rubbed his arm, recalling something. By the way, Dr. Zhao, what about the batch of blockers you mentioned you were rushing? If I run out of medication over there, it would truly be a one-way trip. I prepared them for you long ago, Dr. Zhao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. At that moment, the mechanical arm presented a small package of blockers before Lu Zhe. Dr. Zhao, you're quite generous. 30 vials. Lu Zhe chuckled, promptly tossing them into his spatial storage. Do you have any idea how many resources these consumed? It took my team 3 days and nights without sleep to produce these 30 vials. An academician Wang nearly blew up his precious experimental furnace. Dr. Zhao retorted, exasperated. All right, since your body is fine, you should stay in the room. Li Ju might be looking for you soon. Things outside are not very stable. Not stable? Is it those eagle bastards again? Lucia frowned. Check the news yourself. I want to waste time explaining. I need to preserve your blood samples. With that, Dr. Zhao's transmission ended. Lu Zhe sat up, grabbing the tablet on the table and deftly swiping to the international news channel. As he clicked in, a glaring red headline leapt out. Eagle Nation's Defense Department strongly condemns Daxia for engaging in illegal genetic weapon research, calls for global sanctions. Lu Zhe's gaze hardened as he read the words. He clicked on the video, revealing a familiar spokesperson with golden locks fervently delivering a speech. We possess irrefutable evidence that Daxia is cultivating highly infectious and aggressive genetic weapons within a secret base. Such actions grievously violate the International Biological Weapons Convention. To protect all humanity, we demand that Daxia immediately cease its research, disclose all data, and submit to international scrutiny. Watching the spokesperson's smug expression, Lu Zhe couldn't contain himself. Scrutiny my foot. Evidence? The only evidence you have is your own shoddy accounts. Before he could finish his tirade, another news alert popped up at the bottom of the screen. Eagle Nation joins forces with the Philippines and Foot Basin Chickens to conduct large-scale maritime joint exercises at the entrance to Daxia's territorial waters, aimed at countering regional biological security threats. Lu Zhe nearly crushed the tablet in his grip. He stared at the screen, where imposing warships flaunted their might on the sea. His temper flaring. These bastards are planning to block our doorstep. Lu Zhe stood up, pacing the room, his eyes fixed on the surveillance camera as he shouted, Li Ju. Is Li Ju there? Did you see the news? These guys are bringing troops to our door. Are we just going to stand by? Lu Zhe, calm down. Came Li Yuanzhao's steady voice from the room speakers. Though calm, Lu Zhe could discern a deeply concealed anger beneath. I can't calm down. Liu. Lu Zhe banged the table. Look at the screen. Those Foot Basin Chicken destroyers are nearly touching our maritime boundary. And that Eagle Nation aircraft carrier, just loiters around. This is clearly bullying us. They accuse us of researching genetic weapons. Fine, then I'll show them what real genetic weapons look like. Just send me in, and I'll transform into a biochemical mother body and swim over to tear their ship apart. Enough nonsense. Li Yuanzhou reprimanda. Do you think war is just a street brawl? If you mutate, that would give them a perfect excuse. The world would blame us. Do we want to ruin our international image? Gasping for breath, Lu Zhe plopped back onto the sofa. Then what do you suggest? Let them conduct exercises there? Just watch them fire artillery at our doorstep? Sit down and listen to me. Li Yuanzhao's tone softened. I just spoke with the higher-ups. Eagle Nation's aggressive stance is indeed a reaction to our activities at Base 031. They are frightened, so they want to pressure us through this display to gauge our capabilities. Gauge our capabilities? They wish. Lu Zhe scoffed. Thus, we must not only refuse to be intimidated, but also surprise them significantly. Li Yuanzhao's words caught Lu Zhe off guard. Surprise? What do you mean? After a brief pause, Li Yuanzhao spoke with a hint of pride. The research team led by Academician Wang has made groundbreaking progress in recent days. The heroic-grade weapon you brought back, the M4A1 Thunder God. Although we cannot fully replicate that material, yet we have grasped about 60 to 70% of its internal energy circuit principles. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. You figured it out? Does that mean we can create the Thunder God? We can't produce an identical Thunder God just yet, as that requires advanced microscopic physical processing technology. However, Academician Wang has successfully miniaturized the energy core of the Thunder God and is attempting to integrate it with our existing conventional infantry weapons in Daxia. This is what we call the pre-research of a transcendent weapon. Li Yuanzhao continued. The ordinary fire, Kirin, and destruction data you brought back have also undergone in-depth analysis at our armory. Our unique steel and alloys, while not comparable to the system's heroic-grade materials, are still significantly superior to those so-called elite rifles from Eagle Nation. Now, the first batch of Thor's child version of conventional weapons has been manufactured. The child version of Thor? Lu Zhe could not help but lick his lips. Didactoli. May I have a look? The surveillance feed has already been transmitted to you. Lu Zhe turned his head to gaze at the large screen on the wall. The footage displayed a fully enclosed underground shooting range. An experimenter held a rifle that bore a striking resemblance to the active-duty QBZ of the Great Xia. But it was entirely black, adorned with intricate blue patterns along the barrel. Pay close attention, Li Yuanzhao instructed. The experimenter pulled the trigger. Zip! Instead of flames, a faint yet extraordinarily piercing blue electric current erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by a specially designed armor-piercing round. The bullet instantly penetrated a 50mm thick, homogeneous steel plate, leaving behind a searing, molten edge. Wow! Lu Zhe's eyes widened. This power rivals that of a Barrett, doesn't it? This is the electromagnetic acceleration effect generated by the Thor energy core. Academician Wang's voice suddenly echoed through the communication channel. Although it lacks the apocalyptic enhancements of hero-level weapons, it has entirely surpassed all existing conventional firearms in terms of range, penetration, and destructive power against electronic devices. The most crucial aspect is that this weapon can be produced in small-scale mass production according to our current manufacturing capabilities. Lu Zhe swallowed hard. If we were to showcase this in a military exercise, wouldn't the Eagle Nation's warships become mere sieves? Lu Zhe, your thinking is still too simplistic. Li Yuanzhao's tone turned stern. No matter how formidable the weapon, its efficacy depends on its application. The Eagle Nation is currently waiting for us to make the first move. Therefore, number one has reached a decision. Lu Zhe straightened his posture, his expression becoming solemn. What does that entail? We shall not initiate the first strike, but we must provide a spectacle for their exercises. This time, we shall not dispatch ordinary aircraft and warships for confrontation. Li Yuanzhao articulated deliberately. We will employ these newly developed, epic-making weapons to deliver an unforgettable shock to those joint military exercise participants. In the isolation room, Lu Zhe stared at the screen, his fists clenched tightly. Director Li, what exactly is the plan? Am I going as well? Lu Zhe inquired. Your current physical condition has not fully exited the observation period. You will certainly not partake in the combat mission. Li Yuanzhao promptly dismissed Lu Zhe's aspirations. However, this plan requires your technical support. Academician Wang has discovered that the core of the Thor child version weapon generates a unique energy field upon activation. If this energy field can resonate at multiple points, and if several positions activate simultaneously, it could potentially paralyze the radar and electronic signals of an entire aircraft carrier group. Lu Zhe's heart raced with excitement. That's incredible. Isn't that akin to a large-scale electromagnetic pulse? The principle is similar, but it is more precise and far more challenging to defend against, Li Yuanzhao continued. Number one's intention is clear. Since the Eagle Nation claims we are developing gene weapons, we shall showcase our electronic countermeasure technology. Our Marine Corps and Special Forces have already been equipped with this batch of Thor-Child version weapons. Just moments ago, they embarked on our stealth transport vessel. They set off? Liu Ze was taken aback. Where to? Are they going to confront them directly? No, they are heading to the periphery of the exercise waters, right beneath the noses of that joint fleet, to conduct a small-scale, yet high-caliber anti-access live-fire drill belonging to our great Xia. Li Yuanchao's voice carried a hint of cold amusement. Do they not enjoy exercises? We shall perform right beside them. Their radar is formidable, yes? Let's show them what true signal blindness looks like. Liu Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a cunning strategy. I love it. Director Li, what about the hero-level weapons? Will we not showcase them? Absolutely not. Hero-level weapons are our trump card and our most profound secret. Once exposed to the light of day, not only the Eagle Nation but the entire world would go into a frenzy. Li Yuanchao's tone was stern. What we're deploying this time are merely the degraded and fusion versions developed by Academicians, although they possess only a fraction of the power of hero-level weapons. They are sufficient to create a decisive advantage given the current technological landscape of Earth. I understand. This is about revealing just enough to baffle them while instilling significant fear. Liu Ze chuckled, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Director Li, when do we commence? Can I watch the live broadcast? Certainly. I have granted you access to the Command Center secure channel. Liu Ze hurriedly tapped on his tablet. The screen flickered, revealing a real-time satellite cloud map displaying a section of sea at the edge of Great Xia's territorial waters. In that area, the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier group was arrayed in an imposing battle formation, with various carrier-based aircraft soaring through the skies, indeed a sight to behold. Yet, less than 30 kilometers away, several small vessels, coated in specialized wave-absorbing materials and appearing remarkably futuristic, lay quietly on the surface of the sea. These were Great Xia's latest unmanned stealth boats, small in size, but behind them was a slightly larger stealth transport vessel. Liu Ze, pay attention. Li Yuanchao's voice resonated deeply. This is Great Xia's response. In the satellite footage, the unmanned stealth boats of Great Xia suddenly unleashed several blue beams in various directions. These beams were not intended for attack. At that moment, the carrier-based aircraft, previously soaring gracefully, began to sway drunkenly, their signal indicator lights flashing erratically. Command Center, this is the Eagle Nation's Zeus. Our radar is malfunctioning. All electronic systems are reporting errors. Requesting return. Requesting return. A cacophony of terrified cries echoed through the public channel. Ha ha ha. Let them panic. Liu Ze leapt up in the room, shaking his fist at the screen. Dazed, are they? Their pathetic radar is nothing but a toy in the presence of our Thor core. It's not over yet, Li Yuanchao interjected. Chapter 108, $500 million. Liu Ze watched as a squad of fully armed soldiers emerged from Great Xia stealth boats, wielding the pitch-black rifles he had just seen. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds erupted as specially designed armor-piercing rounds were fired at the unmanned target boats floating on the water surface. These targets, deliberately deployed by the Eagle Nation as a show of force, were heavily armored. Yet before this new weaponry, they were akin to bubbles instantly perforated, followed by internal electronic components igniting into a massive explosion. The satellite footage captured the entire spectacle. Liu Ze, look at that clumsy Eagle Nation destroyer, Li Yuanchao remarked. Liu Ze focused intently, observing the destroyer that had been the most boisterous, now frantically reversing course, as if it might burn out its engines in its haste. They are retreating? Just like that? Liu Ze felt unsatisfied. If they don't retreat, are they waiting to be accidentally hit by us? In this chaotic sea, signals are distorted and radars are blind. If they linger any longer, should one of our bullets inadvertently stray, they won't even have a place to lodge a complaint. In a mere half hour, the once bustling joint military exercise transformed into a farcical race for survival under the interference of Great Xia's small vessels. Liu Ze watched the gray and white specks on the screen retreating in disarray, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Director Li, number 1, executed this beautifully. Liu Ze returned to the sofa, filled with admiration. Now, let us see if they dare to utter another word about gene weapons. This is clearly an epoch-defining electronic warfare. Do not rejoice too soon. Li Yuanchao's tone turned grave. Although this display of strength has been executed, it has thoroughly exposed our possession of an energy system that is entirely distinct from modern technology. The Eagle Nation will undoubtedly intensify its efforts to probe into our affairs. The pressure we face henceforth will be greater than ever before. What is there to fear? When the soldiers come, we shall meet them, when the waters rise. We shall build dikes. At worst, next time I shall bring back more valuable items. Even Thor's might would suffice to overwhelm them. Once I acquire the Savior's grenade launcher, will they not kneel and call me father? Enough of that. You should rest, since it's quiet outside for now. Take the opportunity to recuperate, advised Li Yuanchao. Lu Zhe indulged in a deep slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, the electronic clock on the wall displayed 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Huh. Lu Zhe stretched widely, his joints cracking in delightful relief. He tousled his messy hair and climbed out of bed. His stomach began to grumble once more. Sister Zhao, are you there? Lu Zhe called out to the surveillance camera. I'm hungry. Could you prepare something for me? This time, I would like dumplings filled with pork and scallions. After a brief silence, Dr. Zhao's voice, slightly fatigued yet still gentle, replied, just wait. It will be delivered in 10 minutes. Lu Zhe chuckled, entering the washroom to freshen up. Once he finished, the steaming plate of dumplings had arrived, accompanied by garlic paste and vinegar. Not one to be polite, he began to eat while reaching for the secure phone nearby. Director Li had mentioned that he could call home, but with the caveat that it would be monitored. Lu Zhe dialed the number he knew by heart. Beep beep. Hello? Who is this? Came the familiar voice of his mother, with the television murmuring in the background. Mom, it's me, Lu Zhe. They mumbled through a mouthful of dumplings. Oh my. So, your voice rose several octaves as she exclaimed. You rascal. It's been ages since you last called. Mom, Lu Zhe chuckled. Svalovith dumpling, I've been busy. Busy. All you do is keep busy. Last time, your second aunt introduced you to someone, and when they asked where you worked, I told them it was a confidential unit. They thought you were just a doorman. I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up. Lucia left. How is Dad? He is out for a walk. By the way, how have you been? Not getting into any dangerous business, I hope? Lu Zhe glanced at his quarantine room and then at the monitor displaying his bodily data, grinning. No, all is safe. I'm just sitting in the office, drinking tea and reading the newspaper, and I've gained a few pounds. That's good. How is the food at work? Quite well, actually. We have braised pork every day, and today I'm having dumplings. Eat well, and don't neglect yourself. Do you have enough money? If not, I can send you some. I'm fine. The unit pays well. Mom, I can't chat much longer. My supervisor is calling me to a meeting. Lu Zhe sought an excuse, fearing that too much conversation might lead to trouble. All right, work comes first. Take care of yourself. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lu Zhe held the receiver for a few seconds, then gently set it down. He exhaled deeply, stuffing another dumpling in his mouth, this time chewing a bit slower. Such ordinary banter was a source of warmth for him. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Eagle Nation, within a top-secret conference room, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if it were on the verge of explosion. Bang! A large hand slammed onto the table, causing the coffee cups to jump. Shame. This is an utter disgrace, spoke Smith, the defense minister, his once rosy face now the color of liver, saliva flying as he spoke. Our joint fleet, even when faced with extraterrestrials, we should not flee like startled rabbits. Seated on either side of the conference table were a cadre of star-adorned generals and several intelligence officials clad in suits. The representative from the Philippines shrank in the corner, not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, the representative from the Chicken Nation bowed his head, incessantly wiping his sweat while muttering about some irresistible force. Mr. Smith, please calm down, urged a senior intelligence officer, tapping the table with a report in hand. According to the data analysis from the front lines, the electronic jamming tactics employed by the Great Xia this time have far exceeded our understanding. Of course, I know it's beyond comprehension, Smith bellowed. Who can tell me why the blue beams emitted by a few unmanned speedboats were able to incapacitate the Aegis system of the Zeus? Is our firewall made of paper? It is not a firewall issue, the intelligence officer replied gravely. The technical department analyzed the residual signal fluctuations. That energy does not resemble electromagnetic waves. It is more akin to a physical field resonance triggered by a high-energy particle beam. Speak plainly, Smith shouted. In simple terms, their energy source is more advanced and pure than our nuclear reactors. The intelligence officer adjusted his glasses, adding, additionally based on satellite imagery, the black rifles used by their soldiers do not fire conventional bullets, but rather armor-piercing rounds with electric arcs. The conference room fell into a deathly silence as everyone comprehended the implications. The Great Xia had mastered a form of black technology that they did not understand, gene weapons and energy weapons. Smith collapsed into his chair, his expression dark and brooding. It seems our previous assumptions were correct. The Great Xia's base is undoubtedly problematic. Minister, what should we do next? Should we continue our protests? Someone inquired. What good is protesting? They possess true strength. Smith gritted his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Since the overt approach is futile, we shall resort to subterfuge. He turned to the intelligence officer. Initiate the Phantom Plan. The officer's hand trembled. Minister, the Phantom has been our ace in the hole for 2 decades in Great Xia. If we activate it now, what if we expose ourselves? Now is the time to utilize them. Smith interrupted. I need to know what exactly is within their base. We must obtain the design blueprints for their gene weapons. Additionally, inform the mercenaries on the dark web. I will pay any amount to secure a sample of their gene weapon, even if it's just a single screw. Smith raised 5 fingers. 50 million? 500 million. In US dollars. Chapter 109, Challenge Mode, Water City. Time passed swiftly. The 24-hour quarantine cooldown period elapsed while Liu Zhe played games and dined. Ding. The familiar system notification chimed in his mind at the appointed hour. Cooldown time has ended. New mission released. Liu Zhe sprang from his bed, tossing the game controller aside. Here it comes. What is it this time? Target world, CrossFire challenge mode. Map, Water City. Difficulty. Hard, system initial difficulty, increasing with each round. Mission objective. Clear 30 rounds and defeat the final boss, the Winged Dragon. Special restriction. To prevent map collapse or triggering irreversible bugs. This mission prohibits the inclusion of Zero. Team configuration. 4-person squad. Host with 3 teammates. Failure penalty. Host skills will be revoked and physical attributes will be reduced to beginner level. Liu Zhe gaped at the clause prohibiting Zero, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn it. System, you wretched thing. He cursed aloud. This is a direct attack on me. An unabashed targeting. Why can't I bring Zero? I brought him back through my own efforts. The system remained unresponsive, coldly displaying the countdown. Teleportation preparation, 24 hours. Fine, you're ruthless. Liu Zhe sulked on his bed, thinking to himself, without Zero, does that mean I can't fight? In the days of yore, when I toiled through the night in an internet cafe, the character known as Zero had yet to be conceived. However, despite the harsh words exchanged, Liu Zhe was acutely aware that this mission would not be a simple endeavor. The challenge mode was notorious for its multitude of monsters and prolonged duration. Moreover, the map of Water City had always repulsed him during his previous gaming escapades. The aerial menace of the Dragonwing made it a formidable opponent, and he had always found the map's challenges daunting, opting instead for the mysterious encampment. In truth, there was a bug in Water City back then, leading to a considerable number of players farming chests. Didactoli. Liu Zhe activated the communicator affixed to the wall, exhilarated by the prospect of a new mission. Within moments, the large screen in the isolation room flickered to life, revealing Li Yuanchao on the other side. What is the task? He inquired directly. Water City, challenge mode. Liu Zhe replied succinctly, adding that the system had disabled Zero, assigning him 3 random players instead. Water City? Instantly, a member of the think tank adjacent to them commenced typing, retrieving a document. Is this the one? He queried, presenting an analysis report titled Strategic Assessment of Codename Water City Tactical Map. Indeed, that's the one, Liu Zhe affirmed with a nod. The reference material I requested you to compile is now proving useful. Please share your insights, Li Yuanchao urged, his gaze fixed on Liu Zhe. Scratching his head, Liu Zhe admitted, to be frank, I've played this map, but that was many years ago. I recall it being quite bizarre, featuring a giant lobster and some self-destructing entities. My skills were lacking back then. I perished after barely reaching the 20th level, never even encountering the boss. The tactical expert adjusted his glasses, directing attention to the map model displayed on the screen. Major Liu, based on our think tank's in-depth analysis of this reference material, the essence of this map lies in survival and resupply. Observe, the terrain is divided into waterways, land, and backstreets. The overall layout is compact, which signifies a high density of monsters. Particularly after level 16, the data indicates a surge of green giants and sniper zombies. He circled the term sniper zombies on the screen. This unit poses the greatest threat to you. The Xuanwu battle armor has been repaired. However, even with it, concentrated fire can be quite debilitating. Furthermore, the data suggests that snipers will prioritize attacking the first player, namely the host. Liu Zhe pointed to himself. That would be me, as I possess system privileges. Precisely, the expert stated gravely, you are the target. What should I do? Hide? Liu Zhe inquired. No, you must leverage the terrain. The expert replied, magnifying the map and indicating the location of a broken bridge. Here and here, the reference material mentioned strategies for luring monsters. You should utilize these narrow passages to cluster the monsters together for elimination. The fire Qilin possesses penetrating attributes, making this terrain advantageous for you. Also regarding the supply crates, Li Yuanchao interjected, The data specifies that if you miss them, they will be gone. Without Zero to act as your porter, you must maintain your own rhythm. Collect what you need, but do not be greedy. As Lu Zhe absorbed these analyses, a mental image began to form. All right, I believe I grasped the gist of it. Essentially, it's about ambushing, clearing monsters, dodging snipers, and seizing health packs. He rose, stretching his wrists. What about those 3 teammates? Any updates? The tactical expert shook his head, indicating that random teammates introduced too many uncontrollable variables. You must prepare for the worst-case scenario. What is the worst-case scenario? Lu Zhe asked. They could either be gods or the most inept players, came the blunt reply. Lu Zhe's lips twitched at the stark honesty. The 70 kilograms crew also chimed in. The fire Qilin primarily focuses on slaying dragons and then retreating. The annihilation weapon is only to be utilized against bosses or particularly tough monsters from a distance. Moreover, while the Dragon Wing is the final boss, you must remain wary of its potential interference mid-battle. It can interfere mid-battle? Bai Sha added. It can fly and unleash those black spheres. Those spheres induce a slowing effect, and once you're slowed, surrounding minions will swarm. Therefore, always be attentive to the sounds of flapping wings. Do not hesitate. Draw your weapon and flee. Lu Zhe listened intently, rapidly committing the information to memory. One last thing, 70 kilograms stated, his gaze locking onto Lu Zhe with an earnest intensity. In challenge mode, victory is not determined by who kills swiftly, but by who survives the longest. The discussions continued until the countdown timer in Lu Zhe's mind reached 0. Target world, Water City, transmitting. As the blinding light before him dissipated, a musty, damp odor mingled with the stench of sewage infiltrated Lu Zhe's nostrils. Cough. This smell is something else, he remarked, covering his nose as he opened his eyes. Before him lay a bleak, overcast sky, beneath which stretched slick stone pathways surrounded by crumbling ruins. In the distance, the iconic bridge stood forlornly amidst the waters. Current map, Water City. Difficulty, hard. Countdown to first wave of monsters, 60 seconds. Is this how it begins? Lu Zhe raised his fire Qilin, warily scanning his surroundings. At that moment, the air beside him began to warp, and 3 beams of blue light shot skyward. His teammates had arrived. A flicker of joy surged within Lu Zhe. No matter the circumstances, having allies was preferable to facing this alone. As the light faded, 3 figures gradually became discernible. To his left stood a woman clad in a black, form-fitting leather suit with silver hair, wielding a submachine gun. Teammate 1, Pandora. To the right, a figure donned in dark purple combat attire, gripping a Barrett-AWP, wore an expression devoid of emotion, cold as ice. Teammate 2, Dark Knight. They were familiar faces, having encountered each other several times before. But it was the individual in the center whose identity froze Lu Zhe's south smile in place. A muscular man clad in a camouflage vest and sunglasses, brandishing an M4, with bulging muscles and prominent veins. Teammate 3, Blade. Damn. Lu Zhe instinctively took a step back. What unfortunate coincidence. Blade had evidently recognized Lu Zhe as well. With a swift motion, he chambered his M4. The barrel unwaveringly aimed at Lu Zhe's forehead. Lu Zhe, Blade rasped, his voice laced with barely contained animosity. Pandora and Dark Knight quickly grasped the situation. Pandora frowned, while Dark Knight fixed a cold stare upon Lu Zhe, the muzzle of the Barrett AWP wavering ominously. What's going on here? Lu Zhe asked, his expression devoid of fear, instead breaking into a grin. He reached out to poke the dark barrel of the gun, but Blade's arm remained steadfast, muscles taut as stone. Now is challenge mode, Blade. Lu Zhe quipped, resting the fire Qilin upon his shoulder, his tone dripping with mockery. Can you even inflict harm upon me? Go ahead, fire a few shots. Let me see. He taunted, what's wrong? Did you not receive enough punishment at the underground research facility? Or are you still bitter about your defeat in the bio arena? At the mention of the underground research facility and the bio arena, Blade's already stern countenance twitched with agitation. Those were his sore spots. As the elite of the Guardian faction, he prided himself on being a battlefield champion. Yet ever since encountering Lu Zhe, he had known nothing but defeat. At the underground research facility, Lu Zhe had toyed with him using a C4 bug. In the bio arena, he had watched helplessly as Lu Zhe transformed into a bio phantom, wielding a machine gun and stealing his thunder. Lu Zhe, do not be too arrogant. Blade seethed through gritted teeth, his voice strained as if forced from his throat. Do not think that winning twice through cunning makes you a true elite. This time, attempting to take shortcuts is futile. I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be elite. Elite? Lu Zhe scratched his ear, a look of disdain on his face. But the reality is, you lost, and I emerged victorious. Moreover, I have triumphed more than once. What's your plan? Do you intend to bombard me with mere words this time? Dao Feng let out a cold chuckle, slowly lowering the muzzle of his gun. Though the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, he stepped closer, locking his gaze onto Lu Zhe's eyes. Do you think this time will be as simple as before? Do you believe I have no means to deal with you? This time, I have prepared a special surprise just for you. Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. A surprise? What kind of surprise? You will find out in due time. A sinister smirk curled at the corners of Dao Feng's mouth. This time, I will witness you pay the price, watching you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Lu Zhe felt a slight twinge of caution within him. Although Dao Feng was proud, he was nonetheless an elite character, not one to act without reason. Since he claimed to be prepared, he must have devised some cunning scheme. Very well, I shall await it. Lu Zhe shrugged, hoping your surprise isn't too paltry. Otherwise, I shall dismiss it entirely. Enough. A sharp rebuke interrupted their standoff. Pandora, who had been standing by, could no longer contain herself. She strode forward, placing her body firmly between Lu Zhe and Dao Feng. Her cold eyes swept over the two, finally resting upon Dao Feng's face. Dao Feng, set aside your personal grievances. This is Water City, not your personal arena for duels. If you wish for death, do not drag the entire team down with you. Dao Feng snorted disdainfully, turning away, no longer meeting Lu Zhe's gaze. Pandora turned to Lu Zhe. Her tone slightly softened, but still serious. You too. Now that you are part of this team, regardless of past grievances, we are all in the same boat. Do you comprehend the perilous situation we are currently in? Lu Zhe raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. ISNT, this merely a challenge mode? Why are you so anxious? You have no idea about the background of this mission. Pandora took a deep breath, speaking rapidly. Just a few hours ago, the Biochemical Research Division of the Infiltrators, Blitz, launched a sudden assault on this city. They deployed the latest biochemical weapons, directly showering the civilian areas with viruses originally intended for the battlefield. In a mere 3 hours, Water City transformed into a hell on Earth. 90% of the residents have turned into biochemical monsters, while the remaining few cower in the ruins, trembling. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. So ruthless? Have the infiltrators gone mad? They act out of vengeance. Pandora cast a glance towards the distant, hazy skyline. My teammates raided their mysterious camp in the Valley of Despair, destroying 2 of their critical strongholds. This is their demonstration to the world, a declaration of war against us. The government of the Wolf Nation has been paralyzed. They are incapable of managing such a catastrophic biochemical disaster. Hence, they have commissioned us at a high price. Our mission is to delve into this city, uncover the truth behind the attack, and rescue any surviving souls still clinging to life. Pandora pointed upwards. But the most crucial issue is that the Wolf Nation's government has issued an ultimatum. If we cannot retake control of the city or locate the source of the virus by dawn, their air force will arrive at first light. At that point, they will drop thermobaric bombs, incinerating this city along with its monsters, survivors, and us, turning everything to ash. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe instinctively glanced at his tactical watch on his wrist. It was afternoon, with roughly a dozen hours remaining until dawn. In other words, we must eliminate all threats and evacuate before daybreak, and we must also watch out for our own people dropping bombs from above. Precisely. Pandora nodded. Therefore, set aside your petty thoughts. If the mission fails, we all perish. Dao Feng, you're no exception. If your schemes hinder the progress of the mission, I will be the first to end your life. Dao Feng remained silent, merely inspecting his magazine. Yet, the sinister glint in his eyes had not faded. Just then, the previously silent Yi suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft and cold, akin to the sound of ice colliding with glass. They are coming. The simple 2 words instantly heightened the tension among everyone present. Lu Zhe abruptly turned to gaze down the street. There, the previously tranquil ruins erupted into chaos. The ground began to tremble. How? It was not just 1 or 2, but dozens of phantoms roaring. The first wave is ready to engage. Chapter 111. Do you understand prediction? Dao Feng coldly retorted, his M4A1 already aimed at the front. As the spine-chilling howls grew nearer, shadowy figures began to materialize through the mist at the end of the street. These silhouettes swayed unsteadily, resembling drunken men, yet their speed was anything but sluggish. They were secondary biochemical specters. Pandora calmly identified the creatures. These monsters possess no intelligence. They act solely on instinct to tear and rend. Their defenses are low, yet their sheer numbers are their greatest advantage. Lu Zhe focused intently. Indeed, leading the charge were those green-skinned creatures, clad in tattered rags. Some were missing limbs. Others had heads askew, presenting a grotesque sight. As expected, the initial wave consisted of a horde of minor calamities. It seemed there were no significant deviations from a game. Without waiting for his teammate's command, he squeezed the trigger. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The distinctive gunfire of the AK-47 erupted instantly. The flames belching from the muzzle appeared particularly glaring in the dimly lit street. The bullets, imbued with a faint golden glow, accurately penetrated the skulls of the foremost secondary specters. Pop, pop, pop. It was akin to bursting a few rotten watermelons. Those secondary specters emitted no cries. Their heads simply exploded. Green goo splattered everywhere as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Delightful. This sense of impact surpasses that of the game by leaps and bounds. While firing, Luze advanced a few steps forward. The recoil of the fire unicorn posed no challenge to his current physique. His aim was as steady as if he were embroidering, wasting not a single bullet. At that moment, Dao Feng also sprang into action. Watching Nushirik Hefik, his expression darkened ominously. He was unwilling to let Luze bask in glory alone. Move aside, Dao Feng bellowed, charging out from the side. His M4A1 fired at an alarming rate. Unlike Luze, he opted for precise, targeted shots rather than sweeping fire. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, a specter fell. Moreover, it was clear he was doing this intentionally. Whenever Luze aimed at a monster, Dao Feng's bullet would invariably preemptively explode the head of that very creature. Just as Luze intended to shoot the one on the left, Dao Feng eliminated it first. When Luze shifted his aim to the right, Dao Feng's bullet struck there as well. Let us see how many you can steal. Luze found the situation amusing rather than infuriating. Are you competing with me over speed? Very well, let us see who wins. Luze abruptly ceased firing in sweeping bursts, transitioning to single-shot precision. His dynamic vision, enhanced by the system, surpassed even Dao Feng's. He anticipated Dao Feng's predictions. Just as Dao Feng's aim began to shift, Luze's bullet had already left the chamber. Pop! A specter that had just peeked out from behind the ruins was dispatched with a headshot. Dao Feng's bullet arrived a fraction of a second too late, striking the fallen corpse instead. The expression on Blade's face darkened as he hastened his firing rate. Luze followed suit, and the two engaged in an almost competitive manner, vying to eliminate the pitiful secondary specters. What was supposed to be a defensive battle had been transformed into a race due to their fervor. Pandora, observing from the rear, frowned but found herself at a loss for words. After all, the quicker the monsters were dispatched, the more secure their defense became. These two lunatics, Pandora muttered under her breath, and her submachine gun began to clear away any stragglers. At the very back of the group, Night remained still. She had found a higher pile of debris, where she set up her massive Barrett. Cinquantacal. She refrained from joining the frenzy of the two. Her target clearly defined. Only those creatures that were slightly more robust or attempting to flank them. Boom! A deafening crack echoed as a larger green specter emerged halfway from a manhole cover, only to be split in two by Knight's shot. The sheer force of the Barrett sent the specter's upper half flying against the wall. Excellent marksmanship, Luze called out, glancing back momentarily. Knight did not acknowledge him. Instead, she pulled back the bolt and continued to search for her next target. Although the first wave of monsters was numerous, they stood no chance against the firepower of 4 formidable weapons. In a mere 5 minutes, the streets were littered with green corpses, and the stench of decay intensified. First wave assault concluded. Next wave countdown, 30 seconds. Luze replaced the magazine of his fire Kirin with a click, chambering around. He glanced at Blade beside him. Hey Blade, were you trying to steal the top score from me just now? Your M4's barrel is nearly glowing red. Yet I don't see your score surpassing mine. Blade scoffed, not taking his eyes off the ominous gray mist ahead. That was merely a warm-up. Anyone can shoot those sluggish corpses. Let's see if you can maintain your bravado against what's coming next. Pandora furrowed her brow and raised her submachine gun. Everyone quiet. Listen closely. Without needing her prompt, Luze had already detected the difference in sound. The secondary bioweapon specters had shuffled in with dragging footsteps and labored breaths. This time, however, the sound was rapid and staccato, akin to a pack of wild dogs sprinting across a hard floor. They were the swift specters. From her elevated position, Night coldly reported, "They're fast." As her words fell, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from the fog ahead, moving with astonishing speed. Here they come, Blade bellowed, instantly firing his M4A1. Ah-tot-tot-tot. Bullets chased after the shadow. Oh, you missed. Luze jeered, yet his fire Kirin remained active. He hadn't aimed at the swiftly moving target. Bang! The swift specter, in its frantic dash, collided with Luze's bullet, a perfect prediction. Do you understand? That was a lead shot, far more sophisticated than your pursuit. Blade's face turned pale as he kicked the body aside. Less chatter. Focus ahead. The front lines were erupting. Dozens of swift specters surged forth like a tidal wave. They paid no heed to the others, with some charging towards Pandora, while the majority veered towards Lu Zhe. Why are they all coming for me? Lu Zhe retreated while firing rhythmically. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot fell in perfect cadence, each resulting in a specter collapsing. Because you deserve it, Blade cursed. Yet his actions remained swift. As an elite defender, his earlier miss was a mere oversight. Now, fully engaged, his M4A1 unleashed its terrifying suppressive fire. Rather than aim for headshots like Lu Zhe, Blade sprayed bullets but maintained impeccable control over his trajectory, making it easy to fell targets. Hold the left flank, Pandora shouted. Her submachine gun had the highest rate of fire, but consumed ammunition rapidly. A few swift specters dashed perilously close, within 5 meters of her position. Get lost. Pandora hurled a grenade. Boom! The shockwave sent several creatures flying. Knight, high ground, Pandora called during a brief moment to reload. Acknowledged, Knight's voice remained calm. Bang! A particularly swift specter, still airborne, was split in half by a single shot, its upper body sailing several meters away. Great shooting, Lu Zhe shouted, feeling the pressure himself. Though these swift specters were fragile, their agility was daunting. Yet, with his powerful weapon in hand, he remained unruffled. Blade, you let one slip by. Lu Zhe pointed to the right, where a swift specter had circled around during Blade's reload. Blade smirked, not bothering to switch to his sidearm. Instead, he swung his half-loaded M4 like a club, cracking it against the specter's face. The creature spun dizzily, allowing Blade to insert a fresh magazine and press the barrel against its forehead. Tot, 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 tot. Where are you going now? Blade shoved the corpse aside, casting a challenging glance at Lu Zhe. What do you think? This is close-quarters combat. Understand? Lu Zhe rolled his eyes. That was just you fumbling your reload. If it had been a hulking green giant instead, your little clubbing would have left you with a broken arm. Before Blade could retort, the system's alert chimed in. Second wave assault concluded. Next wave countdown, 30 seconds. The ground was strewn with gray corpses, slowly dissipating into black smoke. Lu Zhe glanced at the scoreboard. Lu Zhe, 8,600 points. Blade, 8,200 points. The margin was still razor thin. Still slightly ahead, Lu Zhe stretched lazily, deliberately trying to provoke Blade. Hey Blade, is your M4 not calibrated? I saw 2 of your shots hit the wall earlier. Do you want to borrow my Fire Kirin? Although it has significant recoil, it's a legendary weapon that grants experience. Keep your inferior weapon away from me, Blade spat on the ground. I don't need to rely on weapon suppression. And this is merely the second wave. Don't celebrate too soon. You still have my big surprise to contend with. Lu Zhe felt a flicker of intrigue. This fellow kept mentioning some big surprise. What could it possibly be? In this challenge mode, they couldn't harm teammates. Was he trying to lure monsters to harm him, or perhaps steal a supply crate? Fine, I'll be waiting for your surprise. Lu Zhe waved dismissively. Pandora, Knight. Are you both all right? All good, Pandora replied, checking her ammunition. This level of assault is merely a waste of bullets. Everyone, replenish your supplies quickly. Just then, the countdown reached 0. The familiar roar echoed again. The subsequent 2 waves were still merely fodder. Although numerous, the monsters were a mix of secondary bioweapon specters and ordinary swift specters. The 4th wave was not particularly challenging. As Lu Zhe spoke, he nonchalantly tossed the empty Fire Kirin magazine to the ground, his movements as smooth as a scene from a film. Click! A new magazine slid into place. Blade stood 5 meters away, his M4 still emanating heat. Stop posing, he snapped. Blade cast a scornful glance at Lu Zhe, his tone dripping with derision. If it weren't for the Knight assisting you with a couple of shots just now, that elusive spectral phantom would have clawed at your backside. Lu Zhe chuckled lightly, showing no signs of anger. That was tactical baiting, do you understand? If I don't expose a flaw, how could that creature rush towards me? Furthermore, the Knight girl was merely concerned for my safety, fearing I might get hurt. Right, Knight? Standing atop the ruins, Knight did not even turn her head, coldly retorting. That was for points. Your backside isn't worth much. Pandora, who was reloading her submachine gun nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing this. Enough with the banter. Those 2 waves were merely an appetizer. The system alert hasn't sounded yet, so make haste to regroup. Indeed, no sooner had Pandora's words fallen than the dreaded system alert echoed. 4th wave of assault concluded. Countdown for the 5th wave of monsters, 10 seconds. Stealth phantoms emerged. Blade sneered, are you frightened? Does the inability to see cause you to panic? Panic to your heart's content. Lu Zhe raised his fire chilin, his gaze sharpening. He had forgotten his glasses. After the previous match, he had tossed them onto the bedside table. that translucent entity, which could only be attacked with a small knife, he could hit even with his eyes closed. As the countdown reached 0, Lu Zhe suddenly spotted a faint manifestation 10 meters to his left. It was so subtle that one might easily overlook it. There it is, Lu Zhe shouted, firing his weapon. The bullets struck the air, yet erupted in a burst of green blood. Following that, a semi-transparent figure materialized, clutching a rusted dagger, and fell with a wretched cry. Nice eyes, Blade remarked with a hum. Just then, less than 2 meters behind Blade, the air warped. Blade, behind you, Lu Zhe yelled. Blade reacted swiftly, not even glancing back, executing a forward roll. Whoosh! A dagger grazed his scalp, taking a few strands of hair with it. Blade knelt on one knee and retaliated with a volley. Bang! 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 The stealthy phantom attacking him was riddled with bullets. Thanks, Blade rose, his expression slightly grim. Don't mention it. Remember that you owe me a life, Lu Zhe whistled. At that moment, the air around them began to ripple violently. Not only were there stealth phantoms, but also the lesser biochemical phantoms and swift phantoms mixed among them. These monsters had grown clever. The stealth phantoms led the charge, drawing fire while the corporeal monsters surged forward. Pandora, 9 o'clock. Too many monsters, Knight shouted from above. Bang! Her Barrett roared, obliterating a stealth phantom trying to ambush Pandora. Fire suppression. Do not let them close in. Pandora's submachine gun spat flames. Lu Zhe was also under considerable pressure. The stealth phantoms moved erratically, compounded by the swift disturbances caused by the swift phantoms. A moment's distraction could lead to disaster. The difficulty had indeed escalated. While retreating, Lu Zhe took calculated shots. Yet, it was manageable. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Supplies? Lu Zhe looked up. A massive crate dangled beneath a parachute, swaying as it descended, landing 50 meters in front of their defensive line. A large biochemical emblem was emblazoned on the crate. Supply crate. Pandora exclaimed. Lu Zhe, you're closest. Go grab it. Absolutely. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. The supply crate in challenge mode was a coveted item. What he desired was a restorative potion. If he could take it back for research, it would undoubtedly be a miraculous remedy. Cover me, Lu Zhe shouted, charging forward with his weapon raised. Provide him with cover. Pandora called to Blade. Though reluctant, Blade complied, firing at the monsters surrounding Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe sprinted, dispatching 2 minor obstacles in his path, until he reached the supply crate. Please, let it not be empty. Give me something good. Chapter 113. The Appearance of Little Red. Lu Zhe kicked open the crate's lid. Inside, there were no large healing potions, only a neat row of green grenades, each adorned with a skull. Damn it, Lu Zhe couldn't help but curse. Biochemical grenades? Is this all? Disappointment washed over him. Couldn't they spare a healing potion? Anything is better than nothing. Hurry and bring it back. Pandora shouted from behind as the monsters closed in. With no choice, Lu Zhe strapped the entire row of grenades to his waist. Fine, better than nothing. I'll treat these monsters to a feast later. With grenades hanging from his waist, Lu Zhe opened fire while retreating. Upon returning to the defensive line, he swiftly removed one grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the throng of monsters. Enjoy this. Fire in the hole. Boom! A muffle d'explosion ensued. The once lively swift phantoms were instantly reduced to a pile of mangled remains. All right. These things certainly simplify clearing out the minor foes. Blade, step aside. I'm about to start tossing grenades. Soon, all the phantoms were eradicated. However, as the 6th wave commenced, something fell amiss. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to boast a blade, a beam of green light suddenly illuminated his chest. The beam was thin, but particularly glaring in the dim surroundings. What the hell is this? Lu Zhe glanced down at the green dot. Before he could react, a thunderous gunshot echoed from a nearby rooftop. Instinctively, Lu Zhe sidestepped. A bullet whizzed past his ribcage, striking the cement pillar behind him. Crash! Concrete debris, scattered as a chunk, was blasted off the pillar. Sniper! Pandora shouted, immediately ducking behind cover. I knew something like this would happen. Everyone find cover. Don't expose yourselves. Lu Zhe was drenched in cold sweat. Had that shot connected, even with his enhancements, he would have lost a layer of skin. He traced the bullet's trajectory and spotted several humanoid monstrosities clad in tattered clothing on a distant rooftop, wielding what appeared to be cyberpunk-style sniper rifles. Sniper biochemical phantoms. Knight's voice turned grave. These creatures retained their shooting instincts from their former lives, and their mutated firearms were highly lethal. Furthermore, there were quite a few of them. Blade crouched behind a low wall, peeking out. There are at least 5. And Lu Zhe, it seems you're in trouble. You don't say. I got too cocky and forgot about these things. Lu Zhe leaned against the pillar, an expression of exasperation on his face. Blade, are you blind? Don't you see those snipers are all focused on me? Why are you just posing over there? Shoot. Blade, hiding behind another wall of rubble, took a glance. You are the primary target. The system deems you the greatest threat. If not you, then who? This is called capture the king to catch the thief. It seems these biochemical phantoms have some smarts. Smart my foot. This is a bug. The aggro mechanism is unreasonable. Lucia cursed vehemently, just as he considered retaliating. The 5 glowing dots shifted in unison with his head. Bang! Another shot rang out. This is impossible, Luce thought, the moment I expose myself. Even if I fire a single shot, I'll undoubtedly catch 2 bullets in return. I may be enhanced, but I'm not made of iron. He dared not attempt it, for the system had not mentioned a respawn mechanism. Even if one existed, the respawn mechanism in challenge mode was limited. Pandora shouted from behind, Luce, don't be reckless. They are positioned high, with a wide field of vision. You are armed with a rifle. The distance is to your disadvantage. Anya, can you eliminate those targets? Just as she finished speaking, and he had already taken action. The sniper bioghost succumbed to a single shot, followed by 3 more consecutive shots, each one claiming a life. The green lights flickered out in an instant. The remaining bioghosts posed no significant threat and were swiftly dispatched through the coordination of the group. With the 6th wave concluded, Pandora approached, her vigilance scanning the surroundings. This was merely the 6th wave. The challenges ahead would only intensify. At that moment, Luce heard the distant sound of more intense footsteps. It seems they have no intention of allowing us a breather. Luce raised his fire chilin once more. Come on, 7th wave. Let me see what other tricks you have. The 7th and 8th waves were essentially an augmented version of the 6th. The number of monsters doubled, and the sniper bioghosts had adapted. They no longer foolishly clustered together, but dispersed across elevated positions. The moment Luce exposed even a corner of his clothing, several beams of green light would immediately target him. However, with Inye's assistance, they managed to eliminate them quickly. Meanwhile, Blade and Pandora were relentlessly pursued by the swift and secondary ghosts, causing Pandora's submachine gun to nearly overheat. Lucia, think of something. You're the assault soldier. You need to draw their fire. Otherwise, we'll be overwhelmed. I want to draw fire too. Luce glanced at the fire chilin in his hands. No, he would have to resort to that tactic. He felt his waist. 5 bio-grenades remained. With a steely gaze, Luce commanded, and Yi, keep an eye on the one above me. I'll handle the rest. All right, let's finish this quickly. Just as Luce charged forward, and Yi fired, eliminating the sniper bioghosts. Charge. Luce leaped forward, stepping onto a pile of rubble. Lift off. With that declaration, he hurled a bio-grenade. 1 grenade detonated, obliterating several bioghosts into fragments. The situation below turned dramatically in their favor. Blade and Pandora continued to fire, mowing down the advancing fodder like harvesting wheat. Until the last monster fell, the 8th wave concluded. Luce rested the fire chilin on his shoulder and called down to the 3 below. Anyone else? Just asking. Is there anyone else? Blade glanced up at him, remaining silent as he methodically loaded bullets into his gun. Pandora sighed in relief, wiping the grime from her face. Don't get cocky. The mission isn't over yet. But before the group could restock, the countdown for the 9th wave of monsters began. This time, only 10 bioghosts appeared. Yet these 10 were different from the previous ones. The red dots on the radar were larger and brighter than before. With just 10, they were formidable foes. Everyone be cautious, Pandora warned. Fewer in number means they are stronger individually. Don't let your guard down. As the countdown reached 0, the distant mist remained eerily silent, devoid of the usual sounds of stampeding hooves. Instead, an unsettling pressure filled the air. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the mist. Gradually, 5 colossal red figures emerged. Luce recognized them. They were the small reds among the bioghosts. However, in challenge mode, they had been enhanced, towering above ordinary bioghosts. Their muscles bulging like red rock. Their claws resembled sickles, glinting ominously. Wow, what kind of protein powder have they been consuming? Luce couldn't help but jest. They were nearly the size of the biomother. Alongside the 5 massive red figures were 5 transparent silhouettes. They were invisible, elite stealth ghosts. And Yi's voice carried a note of caution. These 10 monsters will be challenging. Chapter 114. Did we disturb the bioghost nest? What are we afraid of? There are only 10. Blade scoffed, raising his M4A1. Let me take care of those red ones first. Bang, bang, bang. Blade fired first. 3 bullets striking the chest of the foremost crimson ghost. Yet, it merely swayed slightly, hardly losing any health. It glanced down at the white mark on its chest, then lifted its head, letting out a furious roar. Roar! Instantly, its red glow intensified. Blade was momentarily taken aback. Is its skin really that thick? I told you. It's an elite monster. Lu Zhe shook his head. We need to focus fire. We must aim for the head. Lu Shi shouted, Bondora. Anya. Ignore the invisible ones. Let us take down these 5 red toughest first. Concentrate fire on the one in the middle. Understood. For guns fired in unison. Tot. A hail of bullets rained down on the central Crimson Ghost. The Fire Qilin, M4, submachine guns, and the Barrett Aurora combined their firepower. With such density, even an armored vehicle would be obliterated. The red ghost finally began to falter, raising its arm to shield its head, emitting a pained scream as its health plummeted. Let us go harder. It's almost down, Lu Zhe urged, pressing the trigger. Just then, the 5 stealth ghosts, which had been lurking, sprang into action. Instead of charging directly, they accelerated, flanking from 2 sides. Watch out for the flanks. And Yi, while shooting, kept a vigilant eye on the invisible foes. 2 had circled behind Blade. Engrossed in his shooting, Blade whipped around just in time to see 2 waves of distorted air approaching. Swish! A transparent blade materialized, aimed straight for Blade's neck. Reacting swiftly, he crossed his gun in defense. Clang! The blade struck the barrel, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force jolted Blade back 2 steps. Damn, these invisible ones hit hard too? Blade cursed, attempting to kick out. However, the stealth ghost was slippery, dodging the strike and vanishing back into thin air. Don't let them entangle you, Lu Shi shouted. It's a trap. They want to split our firepower, allowing those red giants to charge. Blade, move closer to me. Back to back. Although reluctant, Blade knew he couldn't go solo at this moment. While firing at the air, he retreated to Lu Zhe's side. How we fight? If we target the reds, the invisibles will ambush us. If we go for the invisibles, the reds will be on our faces. At this point, the remaining 4 Crimson Ghosts were within 20 meters. Their speed may not have been fast, but the oppressive aura they exuded was overwhelming. Use that. Lu Zhe suddenly recalled something. The bio-grenades. The ones he hadn't used yet. Throw them all. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe tossed out the remaining 4 bio-grenades. The group retreated rapidly. Boom! 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 4 bio-grenades exploded at the feet of the Crimson Ghosts. Several of the small reds lost half their health instantly. One obliterated entirely. Now it's our chance. Fire! Lu Zhe raised the Fire Qilin, disregarding the recoil as he squeezed the trigger. Tot. In less than a minute, all 4 giants collapsed, turning into massive corpses. But what about the remaining invisible monsters? The blade vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. There, it attempted to flee. Suddenly, Dark Knight raised her firearm and discharged a shot at the left wall corner. Bang! An elite phantom, poised to escape, was struck and revealed its true form. Don't let them get away. Lu Zhe switched to the Dragon Slayer and charged forward. That ambush was quite exhilarating, wasn't it? Lu Zhe caught up with a concealed phantom and swung his blade down. Show yourself. With a swift thrust, the Dragon Slayer's terrifying damage felled the specter to the ground. The remaining few met a similar fate. Under the relentless onslaught of the 4, the elite squad of the 10th wave was utterly annihilated. Phew! Lu Zhe sheathed the Dragon Slayer, wiping the sweat from his brow. The 9th wave was rather formidable. Had it not been for those grenades, it would have posed a significant challenge. Buzzing. That familiar sound again, accompanied by a large crate emblazoned with a biohazard symbol. Lu Zhe's eyes glimmered with eagerness. Supplies. Supplies have arrived. He stowed the Fire Qilin and dashed towards it as if he had encountered a long-lost father. Earlier, he had expended all his grenades to eliminate those red-skinned monsters. Surely, this time, he would receive a large health potion, right? The blade, reloading his magazine, couldn't help but mock him. Lu Zhe, have you never witnessed such a spectacle? Is a supply crate truly worth such excitement? Moreover, you haven't sustained any injuries. Even if there were a health potion, it should be for Dark Knight. What do you know? Lu Zhe ran to the crate without turning back. This is called strategic reserve. Besides, I am the host, and this crate is inherently my priority. If Dark Knight needs it, would I refuse? Am I that stingy? With that, Lu Zhe rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation, and kicked open the crate's lid. Come on, darling. Give me a health potion. As the lid sprang open, the smile on Lu Zhe's face instantly froze. Inside lay a row of familiar, green, skull-emblazoned iron grenades. Biohazard grenades. 6 neatly arranged, identical to the previous crate. Damn it. Lu Zhe, infuriated, kicked the crate, producing a sharp sound. You son of a gun. Are you out of your mind? More grenades? Is your house a wholesale market for grenades? What use are these to me? Can they be consumed? Pandora approached, glanced at the contents of the crate, and remained remarkably calm. Enough with the wailing. Having grenades is already a blessing. If it weren't for those grenades, we wouldn't have breezed through the 9th wave. Dark Knight also approached, silently taking 2 grenades to hang on her waist. Lu Ze, if you don't want them, I'll take them all. Who said I didn't want them? Lu Ze quickly gathered all the remaining grenades into his arms, resembling a protective dog. Although there were no health potions, these items could at least make some noise. Blade, don't act so high and mighty. These grenades pack a punch. Do you not want any? Blade turned her face away. I do not require such underhanded tactics. My firearm is sufficient. Stubborn as a dead duck, Lu Ze muttered as he secured the grenades. Just then, the ground began to tremble slightly. Countdown to the 10th wave of monsters refreshing. 0 seconds. There was no time for them to react. The countdown reached 0 immediately. Roar. Hiss. From all directions, indeed from all directions. What once could be distinguished as paths or walls was now a sea of green heads and gray shadows. Secondary biohazard phantoms. Swift phantoms. Their numbers surpassed the total of all previous 9 waves combined. Damn, have we disturbed a nest of biohazard phantoms? Chapter 115, Green Giant Spoiler. Lu Ze raised the fire Kirin, not needing to aim. Tot. The bullets swept through, akin to stones thrown into a muddy pit. The front line of zombies collapsed, while those behind trampled over the corpses, charging forth. So many? Blade's expression shifted. The M4 in her hands fired rapidly, yet could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. Pandora, hold the left flank. Dark Knight, stop firing single shots. Switch to rifles and assist in clearing the monsters. The sniper rifle's rate of fire is too slow. Pandora shouted, directing the team. Understood. Dark Knight stowed her Barrett, retrieving her AK-47 porcelain blue. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot found its mark. Yet, there were simply too many foes. Fall back. Retreat toward the bridge. Lucia shouted. This area is too open, with vulnerabilities on all sides. We cannot hold our ground. To the bridge. Let us utilize the terrain to funnel the monsters. Follow his lead, Pandora decisively commanded. The 4 of them fought, while retreating, finally reaching the head of the broken bridge. The bridge surface was only 3 meters wide, serving as a natural funnel. The monsters crowded at the bridge's edge, unable to push through. Haha, this is much more comfortable. Lu Ze stood upon the bridge, gazing down at the sea of heads below. Who was it that said they didn't want grenades? Now, behold the fireworks. Lu Ze retrieved a biohazard grenade, pulled the pin, counted down, and hurled it. Fire in the hole. The grenade detonated amidst the densest cluster of monsters. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion cleared a vast area. Delightful. Lu Ze tossed another. The 10th and 11th waves were endured amid relentless gunfire and explosions. The monster strength was not particularly high. They simply relied on overwhelming numbers. By the end, Lu Ze felt as if his fingers were nearly numb from pulling the trigger. The ground was littered with corpses, leaving no space to step. Huff, huff. As the last biohazard phantom was crushed by Blade's rifle, but the world finally fell silent. This was hardly a challenge mode. It was akin to a slaughterhouse. Lu Ze shook his sore arms. Blade, is your M4 still operational? I see the barrel is red enough to smoke. Blade ignored him, silently replacing the magazine. Mind your own business. This is only the 11th wave. I have a premonition that the next wave will not be so simple. Lu Ze glanced at the scoreboard. His score had already surpassed 50,000, far ahead. Simple or not, I cannot say, but your score will never catch mine. Lucia chuckled. Yet, just as his laughter lingered in the air, a dull, thunderous boom echoed from a distance. Boom! The tremor reverberated through the broken bridge. Lu Ze's smile froze on his face. This commotion feels rather unusual. Boom! 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 The sounds grew closer and louder. All personnel alert. Pandora's voice tightened as she swapped her overheated submachine gun for a more powerful shotgun. These footsteps do not belong to ordinary monsters. They might be of the caliber of the Little Red, and not just one. Dark Knight had already reassembled her Barrett Aurora. Through the scope, she fixated on the direction from which the sound emanated. There it is. Dark Knight's voice remained cool, but her pace quickened. The Green Giant. A jolt of apprehension struck Lu Ze's heart. Everyone, scatter. Do not stand in a straight line. This creature will charge. Never let close in. No sooner had he spoken than the mist was violently torn apart. A green monster, towering at nearly 2 meters, burst forth. Its body bore no unmarred flesh, only grotesque, tumor-like muscle masses. Roar! The Green Giant let out a skyward wail, its resonance ringing in Lu Ze's ears. Just one? Blade squinted, observing. It certainly looks intimidating, but it's not so formidable. Its large frame makes an ideal target. Blade raised her M4, aiming for the green giant's head, and unleashed a burst. Tot, 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 tot. The bullets struck the green giant's forehead, splattering green blood. Yet, the creature did not recoil. It merely shook its head, growing even more enraged. The blood is quite thick. Blade's expression shifted. As I unleashed my barrage, the creature's health bar scarcely budged. Just then, the green behemoth suddenly lowered its body, adopting a sprinter's stance. Its muscles began to writhe violently, and an eerie green glow seeped through its verdant skin. Liu Ze felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. He recognized that stance all too well. It was the very posture he assumed when activating his berserk skill in the Hidden Realm. Run! It's about to accelerate. Liu Ze shouted, pivoting sharply to leap onto a nearby pile of rubble. Accelerate? Blade froze momentarily. In that fleeting hesitation, the green giant sprang into action. Boom! The ground beneath it erupted. Its once cumbersome form transformed into a fleeting green shadow. It was astonishingly fast, almost beyond reason. In the blink of an eye, it closed the gap of several meters, charging directly at Blade. What the hell? Blade's pupils contracted in fear. He had no time to fire. Instinctively, he dove aside. Whoosh! The green giant's colossal fist whistled through the air, narrowly missing Blade's heel. Crash! The low wall where Blade had just stood was obliterated by the punch, sending bricks flying and dust swirling. Blade rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt, his face covered in grime. What kind of speed is this? Is it cheating? Rising to his feet, Blade stared at the massive crater left behind, cold sweat trickling down his back. If that had struck a person, they would have been reduced to a mere pulp. I told you to run. Liu Ze shouted from a higher vantage point, unleashing a relentless barrage with the fire Qilin. When it activates its berserk mode, its speed doubles. Moreover, its defense increases during this period. Don't confront it directly. Kite it. Do you understand what kiting means? The green giant, having missed its target, turned its gaze towards Blade. Its blood-red eyes fixated on him, seemingly convinced he was the soft target. Roar. It roared again, charging towards Blade with heavy strides. Although the berserk skill had worn off, the oppressive aura it emanated remained suffocating. Pandora provided covering fire from the side. The shotgun blast struck the giant's flank, tearing through its flesh. Yet, the creature's vitality proved remarkably resilient. It bore the brunt of 3 individuals' firepower, relentlessly pursuing Blade. Knight, aim for the head. We must shatter its skull. Liu Ze shouted, focusing intently. Knight, perched high above, held her breath. The green giant's movements were too erratic, making it difficult to target its head. However, as an elite sniper, Knight held confidence in her abilities. Bang! The thunderous crack of the Barrett rifle echoed. The bullet penetrated the green giant's right eye socket with pinpoint accuracy. Splat! The creature let out a chilling scream, its massive form staggering as if about to collapse. Half of its head was obliterated, green blood splattering everywhere. A direct hit. Blade rejoiced, exclaiming, well done, but his elation was premature. The green giant was not dead. It wobbled back to its feet, its remaining eye gleaming with even greater madness. Its health bar still hovered at a mere 10th. Yet it refused to relent in its pursuit of Blade. Chapter 116, Coordination. Liu Ze exclaimed, while it's down, finish it. Everyone, attack together. Focus fire. The 4 of them simultaneously pulled their triggers. A dense barrage of bullets instantly enveloped the green giant, no matter how thick its skin or how abundant its blood. Under the relentless assault of 4 guns, it finally succumbed. Roar! It emitted one last defiant growl before its colossal body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 12th wave of assault has concluded. The 4 of them exhaled in relief. Blade leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his countenance darkening. This was the 12th wave? He gazed at the fallen corpse, lost in thought. Yet, the smoke from the 12th wave had yet to dissipate when the 13th wave arrived. Without any preamble, the heavy footsteps echoed once more from within the fog. This time, the sounds were more chaotic and numerous. Here they come. 3 green giants. Blade's face twitched. Just one nearly overwhelmed us, and now 3 are coming at once? Stay calm. We will kite them. Liu Ze shouted, taking the initiative to charge forward. I'll draw those 2. Blade, that one is yours. Pandora and Knight will handle the minions and provide cover. Don't let the small fry disrupt us. As Liu Ze shouted, he fired a few rounds at the 2 giants leading the charge. Hot, 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 hot. The bullets struck the giants' faces, although the damage was minimal. It successfully enraged them. Come on, you brats. Look this way. Grandpa's over here. Liu Ze shouted boisterously. The 2 green giants roared in response, charging towards him. That's right. Come chase me. Liu Ze turned and sprinted, leading the 2 giants directly onto the bridge. Roar! One green giant activated its berserk mode and barreled forward like a bulldozer. Lu Zhe timed it perfectly, leaping off the bridge just as it was about to collide with him. The giant slammed into thin air. Lu Zhe, drawing his fire qilin, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the green giant. Hot, 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 hot. The damage dealt was substantial. Meanwhile, Blade was also engaged in battle, confronted by another green giant. Though not as agile as Lu Zhe, he was holding his ground. Come on, Blade shouted, retreating while firing. The green giant, eager to close the distance, attempted to slam into him. Blade executed a tactical roll, evading the impact and managing to fire 2 rounds into the creature's thigh. Good job, Blade. You're picking it up quickly, Lu Zhe shouted amidst the chaos. Shut up. Mind your own business. Blade gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This task appeared simple, yet the execution was a true test of mental fortitude. A moment's delay, and that massive fist would be swinging right at his face. The battlefield was divided into 2 circles. Lu Zhe and Blade danced around the green giants, while Pandora and Knight fervently dealt with the pesky minions attempting to interfere. Knight, their SA Swift Phantom on the left. Pandora shouted. Bang! Knight, moving with remarkable speed, raised her weapon and dispatched the ambushing Phantom with a single shot. Safe. The 4 of them began to coordinate. Though there were occasional frictions, in this high-pressure environment, they managed to work together seamlessly. Boom! On Lu Zhe's side, one green giant finally succumbed, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. One down. The remaining one is also on its last legs. Focus fire. Lu Zhe shouted. Without the cover of its fully intact comrade, the last green giant crumbled under the onslaught of 4 guns, failing to survive even 10 seconds before meeting its demise. Ultimately, Blade's adversary was also swiftly dealt with. Huffing and puffing, Lu Zhe collapsed onto the fountain pedestal, gasping for breath. This task is truly inhumane. I'm so dizzy from all this spinning. Lu Zhe remained vigilant, aware that the forthcoming monsters would only grow more formidable. As the 14th wave approached, the scene could only be described as a chaotic melee. This time, they were confronted with a veritable hodgepodge of foes. Roar! On the left, 7 or 8 red biochemical phantoms, little reds, marched in formation, resembling a battalion. Though not as swift as the green giants, they possessed thick hides, and their claws inflicted excruciating pain. On the right, 4 to 5 green giants loomed, each poised to sprint at a moment's notice. Behind them trailed a horde of oblivious swift phantoms and lesser zombies. Even from the rooftops, those irritating green-pointed sniper bioweapons emerged. Lu Zhe's expression darkened. Damn, it's a family reunion. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Once again, there were snipers, assault troops, and even meat shields. This configuration is more reasonable than ours. Blade spoke up. Knight, take out the sniper first. Even if you can't kill it, suppress it. Otherwise, we won't be able to move down here. Understood. Knight took a deep breath, swiftly raising the barrel of the Barrett. Bang! The first shot took down a sniper who was aiming at Blade. However, the remaining snipers immediately retaliated. Several beams of green light shot towards Knight's position. I am under suppression. Changing positions will take time. Knight had no choice but to retreat behind cover. At that moment, the monstrous horde below had already charged in. The green giants are coming. Blade roared. 2 green giants entered a frenzied state, leading the charge. Block them. We cannot allow them to reach the rear. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, the fire qilin in his hands continuously firing bullets. But this time was different. Those red biochemical phantoms stood in front of the green giants. Bullets struck them. Although they lost some health, they showed no signs of staggering. They were living, breathing shields. These bastards have even learned to coordinate tactics. Lu Zhe cursed. The red monsters served as shields, while the green ones acted as assassins. Just then, one green giant seized the opportunity while Pandora was reloading, lunging forward. Pandora, be careful. By the time Lu Zhe shouted, the green giant was already charging towards Pandora's left flank. Roar! The giant's enormous fist swung round, aiming straight for Pandora's head. Pandora had just ejected the empty magazine, and the new one was yet to be inserted. She heard the rush of wind and turned abruptly. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It's over. That thought flashed through Pandora's mind. Blade, what are you doing? Can't you see? Lu Zhe shouted frantically, pulling the trigger of the fire qilin in a desperate attempt to push the green giant back. But it was too far. There were over 20 meters separating him from Pandora. The bullets struck the green giant's back, splattering a few green droplets of blood. Yet, the beast had entered a frenzy. Its defenses boosted. Such minor damage was insufficient to halt its advance. Chapter 117, The Quarrel. What infuriated Lu Zhe the most was Blade. Blade was less than 5 meters away from Pandora. In that position, If Blade merely turned his gun around to provide even a slight suppression for Pandora, or charged forward to collide with the green giant, Pandora would have had a chance to escape. But Blade did nothing. Lu Zhe saw it clearly. Blade didn't even turn his head, his M4A1 steadily firing at the swarm of monsters ahead. It was as if he was deaf to Lu Zhe's cries and blind to Pandora's peril. Damn you, Blade. Lu Zhe's eyes turned bloodshot. This was no longer a matter of points. It was blatant betrayal. Berserk, activate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe activated his skill. Boom! He swung the fire Qilin horizontally, using its alloy-like hardness to thrust it directly between the green giant and Pandora. Bang! The green giant's fist, larger than a cooking pot, crashed solidly against the fire Qilin's body. The tremendous impact coursed through Lu Zhe's arm, then his shoulder, and finally his entire body. Lu Zhe felt as if he had been struck by a speeding dump truck. Gulp! A metallic taste filled his throat, and he nearly spat out blood. Yet he gritted his teeth, not taking a single step back. Get the hell away from me. Harnessing the power boost from his berserk state, Lu Zhe forcefully raised his arm, deflecting the green giant's fist. Immediately, he lifted a leg and kicked the giant in the abdomen. Roll! The force of the kick sent even the green giant staggering back several steps, landing heavily on the ground. Lucia! Only then did Pandora manage to insert a new magazine. She looked at Lu Zhe, who was standing before her, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Her eyes filled with shock. Stop talking. Kill it. My skill is about to wear off, Lu Zhe shouted, caring not for the blood on his lips, raising his gun to unleash a volley at the fallen green giant. At such close range, the fire Qilin's power reached its pinnacle. The bullets penetrated deep into the green giant's skull. Pandora quickly regained her composure, firing her shotgun twice, obliterating the giant's chest. Roar! The green giant let out a wail of despair, unwillingly transforming into a lifeless corpse. It turned its head, glaring fiercely at Blade, who had just cleared the nearby minions, leisurely reloading his magazine before turning around. Oh, quite the hero, aren't we? Blade glanced at Lu Zhe, his tone flat, even tinged with mockery. To save someone, you would risk your life? That hardly aligns with your cowardly nature. Lu Zhe remained silent, merely fixing a cold stare upon him. At that moment, he only wanted to shove the fire Qilin in a Blade's mouth and pull the trigger. Why didn't you shoot earlier? Lu Zhe's voice was low, but each word felt like it was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I was suppressing the biochemical phantoms in front. Blade gestured towards the heap of corpses that had just fallen. If I hadn't suppressed them, more little red ones would have rushed over. At that point, it wouldn't just be Pandora in danger. Nonsense, Lucia retorted fiercely. The monsters were still 10 meters away. Pandora's fists were only 10 centimeters away. You did that on purpose. You wanted to use her as bait. Think whatever you like. Blade shrugged, appearing utterly unconcerned. In battle, choices must be made. If Pandora made a misstep and got too close to the green giant, that was her own problem. As an elite, I must prioritize the bigger picture. Besides, you saved her, didn't you? What is there to complain about? You. Lu Zhe was about to charge forward when a hand pressed down on his shoulder. It was Pandora. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with anger directed at Blade, yet she shook her head. Lu Zhe, don't be impulsive. There are still monsters to clear. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, forcing down the rising fury. Fine, Blade. Just wait. I'll remember this debt. Blade merely snorted dismissively. Unconcerned, the remaining monsters of the 14th wave were soon dispatched under the fury of the four of them, especially Lu Zhe, who vented all his anger on the unfortunate biochemical phantoms. After the last little red was shot in the head by night, the 14th wave finally came to an end. The surroundings fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the few. Lu Zhe planted the fire Qilin into the ground, sitting down on the edge of the bridge. He touched his left arm. The impact from earlier had likely left soft tissue bruised, though he hoped the bone was unbroken. It hurt, really hurt. He lifted his head to look at Blade, who was wiping down his gun. Blade seemed to sense Lu Zhe's gaze, but he was utterly indifferent, even humming a little tune. That attitude of what can you do about it was simply infuriating. Lu Zhe stood up and walked step by step towards Blade. Knight observed from above, slightly adjusting the aim of the Barrett in hand, uncertain whom it was directed at. Pandora stood between the two, her shotgun still at the ready. What? Want to practice? Blade halted his gun cleaning, provocatively gazing at Lu Zhe. I couldn't hurt you when I shot before. Do you think you could hurt me now? Why don't you give it a try? Lu Zhe chuckled coldly. That performance of seeing someone die and doing nothing was quite the show. It's a shame the Oscars didn't recognize your talent. I said it was a tactical choice. Blade remained unflinching, reciting the same rhetoric, his countenance betraying no emotion. Pandora ought to be perpetually aware of her position. In that recent predicament, she inadvertently allowed the Hulk to breach her flank. Such negligence is inexcusable. I am not liable for her shortcomings. Were it not for your meddling, her demise would have been justly deserved, serving as a timely lesson. Do you hear yourself? Lu Zhe gestured towards Blade before turning to Pandora. Pandora, listen. This is your esteemed teammate, your elite comrade. He claims you deserve death, branding you a liability. Pandora remained silent. Her gaze lowered as she meticulously loaded her shotgun with shells. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, her movements faltered momentarily, but she soon resumed her task. Raising her head, she cast a fleeting glance at Blade, her eyes harboring an indescribable blend of disappointment and indifference. Blade, I shall remember your tactical choices, she stated, her voice unnervingly calm. I indeed made an error, but you had better ensure that you do not falter throughout the entire match. Error? Blade scoffed dismissively. What farce! My prowess is unparalleled. Do not attempt to ensnare me with your juvenile notions of team spirit. Had I been the one surrounded, I am certain you would have made the same choice. Enough of this nonsense. Lu Zhe spat, his disdain palpable. If you were ensnared, I would undoubtedly be the first to rescue you. Not out of nobility, mind you, but because I cannot afford to lose a point of firepower. We are all in this together. Do you comprehend? If you sever the cord, we all plummet. Blade's expression shifted, clearly perturbed by Lu Zhe's rebuke. Lucia, cease your pretense of virtue. When you toyed with us earlier, I did not witness such benevolence. Why feign righteousness now? Lu Zhe's temper flared. He would not let his verbal sparring be overshadowed by Blade. You, he began, but was abruptly interrupted. Enough. Pandora's voice rose sharply, cutting through their argument. Silence. The 15th wave is imminent. Rather than squandering energy on bickering, we should conserve it for battle. Chapter 118. The Self-Destructing Phantom. Blade snorted disdainfully and strode purposefully to the left, clearly indicating his intention to guard that flank alone. Lu Zhe watched Blade's retreating figure, his irritation unabated. That bastard will eventually bring about our downfall, he muttered under his breath. Turning to Pandora, he asked, Are you all right? I noticed you seemed to twist your waist earlier. I'm fine, Pandora replied, shaking her head as she stretched her limbs. Thank you, Lu Zhe. Had it not been for you, I might have been injured. Don't mention it. It's merely the nature of a good person, Lu Zhe grinned, albeit somewhat forced. But you should steer clear of that scoundrel in the future. Pandora nodded, choosing silence. At that moment, a familiar rumble echoed through the sky, buzzing. It was the sound of a supply crate descending. This time it landed precisely, crashing down near Lu Zhe's feet. Supplies. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up, momentarily dispelling the earlier tension. I hope this one is generous. If I find another heap of grenades, I might as well consume the crate. He approached and expertly kicked open the crate's lid. With a satisfying click, the container swung open to reveal its contents. Lu Zhe peered inside and grinned. Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. This is a pleasant surprise. Inside, neatly arranged were 2 rows of items. The top row contained 3 dark green biochemical grenades, identical to the ones before. However, the bottom row held 3 red glass vials, each about the size of a thermos, filled with a glowing red liquid. Powerful healing potion, large. A large potion, Lu Zhe exclaimed, graben ohne Battle eagerly. The warm sensation in his hand brought a sense of reassurance. This item was a lifesaver in challenge mode, instantly restoring 50 health points. He pondered its potential side effects, which would require the research of Dr. Zhao and his team. Finally, something other than grenades, Lu Zhe remarked, shaking the potion in his hand. 3 grenades, 3 potions. How do we divide this? He turned to the others. Pandora approached, glancing at the crate. According to protocol, whoever has less health goes first. Lucia, you shielded me earlier and were injured. You should take one. Then I shall not be polite, he replied, accepting the potion and stowing it in his inventory. His health was relatively intact. He intended to take it back for research. 2 remain. He gestured at the crate. Dark Knight. You've been sniping from a distance, and Haven T lost much health. But you should still keep one for yourself. Dark Knight leaped down from her perch, landing silently. She approached, taking a potion and casually grabbing a biochemical grenade. Thanks, she said tersely. Pandora, you take the last one. Lu Zhe handed her the remaining potion. You were startled by the Hulk earlier. This will help calm your nerves. Pandora shot him an exasperated glance as she accepted the potion. This is a healing potion, not some sugary drink. Furthermore, I am not injured. She hesitated, glancing at Blade, who remained aloof, back turned, gazing into the distant fog. Blade, Pandora called out. There's a healing potion. You should take one. This upcoming wave may prove challenging. Despite the earlier tension, as captain, She sought to maintain the team's combat efficacy. Upon hearing her, Blade turned around, eyeing the red vial in Pandora's hand with palpable disdain. "I do not require it," he replied coldly. "Such items are for the weak. I shall not sustain injuries, thus I have no need for such trash." "You," Liu Ze interjected, his frustration boiling over. "Blade, what are you pretending to be? That is medicine, a lifeline. If you refuse it, don't lament when you fall without anyone to collect your remains." "Mind your own business," Blade retorted, turning away. "I'm not like some who rely on brute force and these potions to endure. You may keep that vial for yourselves." This arrogance was infuriating. Liu Ze chuckled. "All right. You don't want it? Pandora, keep it. This is a rare resource. If it doesn't recognize its value, we shall retain it for ourselves." Pandora sighed. Taking the potion, "Liu Ze, you can keep the remaining 2 grenades. You are accurate with them. Take these for self-defense." "Done deal." Liu Ze accepted the grenades without hesitation. Attaching them to his belt, with the distribution complete, he declared, clapping his hands, "Since His Excellency Blade declines the potion, let us not press the matter further. He is a celestial being, untouched by worldly concerns, while we mere mortals rely on such items to sustain ourselves." Blade emitted a heavy huff from his corner, pulling back the gun's bolt. "Enough with your incessant chatter. Rather than squabbling over supplies, we should be vigilant. The 15th wave approaches." Liu Ze glanced at the countdown. "Countdown to the 15th wave of monsters. 5 seconds. Is it that soon?" He hastily raised his weapon, returning to his defensive position. "What will it be this time?" He strained his ears to listen. There were no footsteps, but a peculiar sound emerged, beeping. Soft yet piercing, reminiscent of a digital clock ticking down or a timed bomb's countdown. The sound did not emanate from a singular direction, but rather from all around. It was an amalgamation of thousands of beeping noises, coalescing into a chilling hum that sent shivers down one's spine. This sound caused Liu Ze's complexion to change dramatically. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the dreaded self-detonating specter. The mere mention of self-detonating specter rendered Pandora's face ashen. She was well aware of what this entity entailed. Prior to their arrival here, her comrades from the mysterious camp and the Valley of Death had forewarned her. The self-detonating specters were utterly repugnant. They moved with astonishing speed, and the most perilous aspect was that they did not require a direct attack. They merely needed to approach you, and then, boom! "Everyone, create distance," Pandora bellowed, her voice tinged with urgency. "Do not let them get close. Aim for the head. Shooting the body will trigger their premature explosion." A swarm of self-detonating specters surged forth, charging at anyone in sight. "They're coming," Liu Ze shouted, unleashing fire from the fire chelan. Tot, 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 tot. Bullets rained down upon the front line of self-detonating specters. Their vitality was not particularly robust. Within mere seconds, explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Flames soared into the sky as several were obliterated. However, the blast radius was considerable. Goodness, this power rivals that of a mortar. Liu Ze was pushed back a couple of steps by the shockwave. There were simply too many of them, far too many to contend with. If the previous monsters resembled a tide, then this was nothing short of a tsunami. "Retreat! Fall back!" Pandora commanded while firing her weapon. "This position is untenable. We will be blown to pieces." "Where to?" Liu Ze retorted. "Behind us is a dead end. Let them away. Someone take a few." Chapter 119, Wave 19. The 4 of them swiftly dispersed. Yet 7 or 8 self-detonating specters, emerging from who knows where, pursued Liu Ze relentlessly. "Why are they all chasing me?" Liu Ze exclaimed, sprinting as he turned to fire 2 shots. Tot, tot, tot. 2 bullets struck one of the self-detonating specter's legs, causing it to stumble momentarily but not halt its advance. "Liu Ze, don't lead them this way. Are you trying to blow me up?" Blade called out, grappling with several swift specters. Upon seeing Liu Ze bringing a horde of bombers his way, his face paled. "Well, where else am I to run? We are teammates, sharing both fortune and peril," Liu Ze replied, though his feet did not falter. The self-detonating specters were simply too swift, especially when nearing detonation. They surged forward with an adrenaline-fueled frenzy, and it seemed inevitable that they would catch up. Ahead loomed a wall. To the left was Pandora's defensive line, and to the right was also a wall, a dead end. This was awkward indeed. As Liu Ze beheld the encroaching red lights, cold sweat poured down his forehead. If he were to be surrounded, the ensuing explosions would likely obliterate him entirely. Beep! That sound echoed, a precursor to detonation. Desperate measures. Liu Ze gritted his teeth and shouted. "Rage! Engage!" Boom! He propelled himself forward, dashing past several self-detonating specters at breakneck speed. The ground shook as a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. 7 or 8 self-detonating specters detonated simultaneously. Lu Zhe was nearly sent flying by the shockwave. That was close. He almost became a firework. This ability truly saves lives in critical moments. Lu Zhe readied his fire Qilin again, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Pandora and Dark Knight had dispatched the remaining monsters. Only Blade remained, entangled with a rogue, swift specter. Bang! A shot rang out as Blade finally eliminated the threat, panting heavily as he shot Lu Zhe a fierce glare. You nearly got me killed, but I didn't tee, did I? Lu Zhe chuckled, gesturing toward the crater. Look, I drew all the monsters over there. You should be grateful. Grateful my foot. Blade cursed, unwilling to engage further with the madman. All right, enough bickering. Pandora approached, assessing everyone's condition. The 15th wave had been successfully navigated. Glancing at the scoreboard, Lu Zhe noted he remained in first place, though Blade was not far behind. Yet, this victory had been hard-won. The next wave could bring unknown horrors. Lu Zhe murmured a wish that it would not involve these self-detonators again. They were far too taxing on the heart. Regrettably, the system seemingly did not heed his prayer, or if it did, it was resolute in ignoring him. As 30 seconds elapsed, the familiar, spine-chilling shrieks reverberated once more from all directions. Yet this time, the cacophony was even more chaotic. Here they come, Dark Knight announced, rising to steady his Barrett rifle. It appeared this time would be even more tumultuous. Lu Zhe grimaced at the intensifying noise. This was a veritable mixed bag. As the 16th wave commenced, all felt the weight of impending doom. This was not a structured assault. It was a veritable hodgepodge. In front were swarms of secondary biospecters serving as cannon fodder, while those swift specters darted in for surprise attacks amid the chaos. Trailing behind were the robust red biospecters, little reds, acting as shields. Most repulsive of all, the self-detonating specters were interspersed within, and those green giants loomed, swaying ominously at the rear. This configuration was utterly absurd. Lu Zhe continued to fire while venting his frustrations. Watch out for the self-detonators. Do not let them breach the crowd. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as a self-detonating specter hidden among the throng was obliterated. Boom! The blast took out 3 or 4 surrounding secondary specters. Magnificent! This was the way to engage. Lu Zhe shouted, we must exploit them as bombs. He had learned to be shrewd, focusing on the self-detonating specters in the fray. Just one explosion could yield wide-ranging damage. This approach is not advisable in the game. It serves merely to advance the plot. Blade, to the left. The green giant is advancing. Lu Zhe called out. Blade was currently entangled with several little reds. Unable to spare a hand. Seizing the moment, a green giant charged forward, its massive fist raised to strike. Get lost. Blade was no pushover. He executed a slide tackle, darting beneath the green giant's legs. Tot. He sprang up and unleashed a barrage upon the creature, snape. Well done, Blade. Have you practiced that maneuver? Lu Zhe jeered from the sidelines while clearing out monsters. Shut it. Blade shot back, finally dispatching the green giant. Though the wave was daunting, the team's prior experiences rendered it manageable. Lu Zhe maintained frontline fire, specifically targeting self-detonators to create explosions. Pandora held the line with her shotgun, blasting anyone who dared approach. Dark Knight picked off the most threatening green giants and little reds from a vantage point. Blade roamed, patching up any breaches. The 16th wave was navigated with some trepidation, but no casualties. In the 17th wave, the number of monsters increased slightly, yet the types remained unchanged. Although the team was fatigued, they executed their roles with familiarity. The 18th wave mirrored this pattern. However, by the 19th wave, something distinctly different emerged. The heavy sound of footsteps reverberated once more. Thud, thud, thud. This time, the sound was heavier than that of the green giants. What on earth was that? Lu Zhe squinted, peering into the obscured mist ahead. The first to emerge was a row of imposing red figures, exactly 10 red biophantoms, lined up in formation like an indomitable fortress. Behind them loomed 5 or 6 green giants, their eyes ablaze with fury, poised to unleash their wrath at any moment. Amidst the gaps between these colossal beings, swift phantoms and lesser zombies infiltrated the ranks. This formidable assembly was clearly intent on obliterating us. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the fire Qilin. Anya, can you penetrate those little reds? Give it a try, came Anya's calm reply. Bang! The Barrett Aurora fired. The bullet pierced the first little red, striking the green giant behind it. It can penetrate, Anya remarked, though the damage had diminished. As long as it can penetrate. Lucia shouted. Everyone, concentrate fire. Let us dismantle this wall of red. Just as they prepared to engage, a thick cloud of black mist surged forth from the rear of the monstrous horde. Chapter 120, The Giant Green Giant. The mist was incredibly dense, a stark contrast to the surrounding murky environment, and it moved with alarming speed. What is that? Blade asked, momentarily stunned. A smoke bomb? Do monsters throw smoky bombs? No. Liu Zei's expression shifted. That's a mist phantom. Everyone be cautious. This creature emits smoke by nature. Moreover, its health is thicker than that of the green giants. The think tank analyzed. This creature is a nuisance in the game. It emits black smoke, obscuring its head, and is particularly resilient. This was troublesome. Liu spot in frustration. It was already hard to see, and now we're completely blinded. The black mist rapidly enveloped the monsters behind it, leaving them shrouded in uncertainty. One could not discern how many creatures lay hidden within or when they might charge forth. Blind fire. Suppressive fire. Liu should commend it. Do not let them approach. The four of them unleashed a torrent of bullets into the black fog. The bullets struck without a sound. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the mist. Instantly, a massive black figure burst forth, crashing through the fog. The mist phantom, shrouded in dusky gray, bore eyes glowing with an ominous yellow light. It disregarded the bullets and charged directly onto the bridge. Block it, Blade shouted. Unleashing a volley from his M4 aimed at the phantom's head. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck its body, producing sparks. This thing has tough skin? Blade exclaimed, astonished. It can't be harmed. Liu realized. This creature has a damage reduction mechanism. We need something more powerful. He patted his waist. There were just 2 bio-grenades left. Liu hurled both grenades towards the mist phantom. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded beneath the phantom, finally yielding some effect. The mist phantom staggered, its black smoke dissipating somewhat. Now's our chance. Aim for the head. Anya seized the opportunity, firing a shot that struck the mist phantom directly on the forehead. Thud! The shot dealt substantial damage, removing a fifth of its health. There, hope. Liu rejoiced. Everyone, concentrate fire. Let us take down this black coal ball. But just then, several figures surged from the black mist. Those were the green giants and little reds that had been concealed. They had stealthily advanced while everyone's attention was fixated on the mist phantom. Not good. We're ambushed. Pandora shouted. Retreat. Quickly. But this time, retreat was not so simple. The little reds blocked the bridge's entrance, while the green giants rampaged forward. We'll fight back. With no retreat left, Liu wielded the fire qilin as a melee weapon. Blade, you guard the right. I'll take the left. Do not let them cross the line. A chaotic brawl erupted on the bridge. The surface was a chaotic melee. Liu dodged the green giant's fists while fending off the charges of the mist phantom. This was more exhausting than a mere fight. Liu kicked one little red away, then swung the rifle but into the face of Swift Phantom. Anya, ignore the small ones. Focus on taking down that mist phantom. Its smoke is too bothersome. We can't see a thing. I'm trying, Anya replied, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Though she was safe above, the smoke obscured her vision, making it challenging to aim. Finally, just before they ran out of ammunition, Anya fired 3 consecutive headshots at the mist phantom, causing it to crash to the ground. The black smoke gradually dissipated, rendering the remaining minor creatures insignificant. As the last green giant fell, Liu collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, with no strength left to raise his hands. That 19th wave had nearly cost him his life. He glanced at his ammunition. I'm out as well. If supplies don't arrive soon, I'll have to resort to biting. Just then, the most melodious sound echoed from the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A substantial parachute descended, carrying a box emblazoned with a biohazard symbol, drifting slowly to the ground. Supplies. Big supplies. Surely there's something good in there. Liu's eyes lit up, springing to his feet with renewed vigor. He had a plan, one that could potentially allow him to relinquish his first-place position or even lead to his demise here. No one else wants it. Liu vented, staring at the box of grenades. Fine, you all can be aloof and lofty. I'll take every last one of these grenades. Although Liu grumbled, his actions betrayed him. He strapped all 10 grenades onto himself, transforming into a roving arsenal. The sound of metal clanging as he walked. Liu, stop dawdling, Pandora urged, having reloaded her magazine, her expression tense. Level 20 is upon us. This time, there was no prelude. A horde of red figures surged forth from the depths of the mist. Dozens of red biophantoms charged like bulldozers. Behind them towered the imposing green giants, their eyes glowing red, a clear signal that they were ready to rampage. Most troubling for Liu was the mixed presence of the black mist, the mist phantoms. And not just one, but 3. Liu raised the fire qilin and opened fire. Tot 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 tot. Bullets struck the foremost little red, sparking showers of fire. Pandora and Anya wasted no time, unleashing their full firepower. Yet, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, compounded by the mist phantoms, smoke obscuring their vision. Blade, what are you doing? Fire your weapon, Lu Zhe yelled over his shoulder. Blade stood at the flank of the group, not fully committing to the assault. He only fired sporadically, pushing back the swift phantoms that drew near. His focus seemed to lie elsewhere, as if waiting for something. Mind your own business, Blade replied coldly. These minions are not worthy of my full effort. Quit posturing. Lu Zhe cursed, tossing a bio-grenade into the fray. Boom! The grenade detonated within the black mist, temporarily clearing a section of the area. This wave proved exceedingly arduous. The black smoke from the mist phantoms frequently obscured their targets, while the green giant's advances were relentless. Lucia, relying on the fire Qilin's power and his stockpile of grenades, withstood the onslaught. Finally, as the last mist phantom fell, level 20 seemed to draw to a close. Phew! I'm exhausted. Lu Zhe plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. This difficulty is utterly absurd. Blade, if you'd fired a few more shots earlier, would we have been in such a dire situation? Blade ignored him, his gaze fixated on the water-esque surface beneath the bridge. It's coming, Blade suddenly spoke. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, deeply troubled. He had deliberated this scenario with his think tank for an extended period. Suddenly, the water beneath the bridge erupted violently. With a thunderous roar, it resembled the detonation of a deep-sea bomb. Amidst the cascading splashes and debris, a colossal green figure descended upon the bridge with an overwhelming presence. The impact of its landing was tremendous, causing both Pandora and Yi to pale significantly. Before them stood a gargantuan creature, towering at least 4 to 5 meters high. Its entire form was shrouded in a peculiar deep green hue, and its muscles bore an uncanny resemblance to hardened granite rather than flesh. Most striking were its disproportionately long arms, which hung down low enough to nearly touch its knees, with veins coiling like serpents, radiating explosive power. The creature's back rose high, resembling a small hill, with several broken steel bars protruding from it. The giant green behemoth had arrived. Pandora's voice trembled as she spoke. Isn't this thing supposed to be deep within the Deadly Valley? How did it end up here? Regardless of its whereabouts, it looks formidable. Anya shouted, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The giant green creature slowly straightened its posture, its head small and sunken into its broad shoulders. It surveyed the area, its gaze lingering momentarily on the 4 of them before it unleashed a deafening roar, revealing its jagged teeth. The sound wave struck Lu Zhe's eardrums painfully, sending fragments of stone flying into the air. Such a voice would surely be wasted if not used for tenor singing. While Lu Zhe contemplated this absurdity, he gripped the fire Qilin tightly. Be careful, it's about to move, and Yi yelled from above, just as the words left his lips. The giant green creature stomped its foot with a resounding crash. The ground fractured instantly. Its enormous body launched into the air like a cannonball. Such incredible agility. Is it some sort of flea? Lu Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. The monster leaped high, soaring over Lu Zhe and Dao Feng in the front row, descending upon Pandora in the back. Its arms swung in a wide arc. Pandora. Move. Lucia bellowed. Pandora reacted swiftly, executing a sideways roll to evade the impact zone. With a thunderous crash, the giant green behemoth landed, its fists smashing into the ground. The concrete beneath it disintegrated into dust, sending Pandora flying once more. So ferocious? A hint of delight flickered across Dao Feng's face, yet he still raised his weapon. Lu Zhe opened fire as well, but the bullets from the fire Qilin merely tickled the creature's skin. The giant green beast, enraged by the attacks, suddenly crouched down, its green skin flushing red. Not good. It's about to go berserk. Lu Zhe recognized this posture all too well. Scatter. It's accelerating by 20% when enraged. Being hit by it would turn you into mush. In a flash, the monster surged forward, its massive form generating afterimages as it moved. It ignored Dao Feng and Pandora, focusing solely on Lu Zhe. Why me again? Lu Zhe thought, cursing under his breath as he faced the impending doom of the green giant. Because your score is the highest. You're the top contender. Dao Feng shouted gleefully from his side. Enough with the sarcasm. Lu Zhe snapped, turning to flee. The giant green creature's long arms flailed behind him, each swing creating a chilling gust of wind. This was no mere challenge. It was a desperate escape. Run left. Use the bridge. An idea struck Lu Zhe, recalling the strategies the think tank had drilled into him. The creature's size would hinder its agility. He could utilize the terrain to obstruct its view. No straight lines. Zigzag. Lu Zhe skidded to a halt, darting around the bridge. With a resounding thud, The giant green behemoth collided with the bridge, unable to stop in time. That was close. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to widen the gap, turning to fire another volley. Aim for its eyes. That's its weak point. Anya, stop dawdling. Blind it now. Lu Zhe shouted while running. I'm trying to steady my aim. And Yi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the chaos. But the vibrations made targeting challenging. Bang! The Barrett fired. The bullet grazed the green giant's eye, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Roar! The creature howled in pain, becoming even more ferocious. It disregarded the other attacks, fixating solely on Lu Zhe. Why are you chasing me so relentlessly? Did I kill your father or steal your wife? Lu Zhe exclaimed in frustration. Activating his berserk skill, his speed surged. He darted through the ruins like an agile monkey, while the giant green behemoth rampaged behind him, demolishing everything in its path. Lu Zhe lured to the bridge. We'll throw grenades together. Pandora shouted. Got it. Lu Zhe slid beneath the monster, taunting, come chase Grandpa. The creature roared in fury, pivoting to pursue him. Lu Zhe sprinted towards the bridge, adrenaline surging. Now, jump! He leaped down, just as Yi and Pandora hurled their grenades. Lu Zhe followed suit, tossing his grenade as well. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted beneath the creature's feet. Now it's our chance. Fire! Lu Zhe landed and reloaded, the four of them unleashing a barrage against the green giant. Yet, its health bar was alarmingly thick. Even this concentrated firepower merely depleted about 1/10 of its vitality. At this rate, we'll be fighting until next year. Dao Feng cursed while reloading. No time for complaints. Keep firing. It's getting up. The giant green creature shook its head, bracing itself on its hands to rise once more. It was utterly enraged now. No longer charging blindly, it grasped a nearby crate. Oh no, it's going to throw something. Lu Zhe gasped, unprepared for such a tactic. Scatter. The four of them darted in different directions. Lu Zhe gazed at the seemingly insurmountable health bar, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Is this really the boss of the 20th level? If the 30th level has a pterosaur, how difficult will that be? The battle devolved into a prolonged tug-of-war. Lu Zhe primarily drew its ire, running ahead while occasionally firing back to maintain its aggression. Come on, big guy. You're so slow. Look at those long arms. What else can they do besides scratch? He taunted as he ran. The giant green behemoth, incensed, bellowed incessantly. Meanwhile, Dao Feng, Pandora, and Yi flanked him, delivering side attacks. And Yi targeted its joints. Restrict its movement, Pandora commanded. Dao Feng hit its back. The defense there is lower. Dao Feng, though displeased at being directed, complied without protest. Bang! Bang! The explosive rounds detonated behind the monster. Thick skin, huh? Let us see how much blood you truly have. He mused, keeping a close watch on the creature's health as it dwindled. He was waiting for that moment when the red health bar would drop sharply. Not only must one evade the monstrous onslaught, but one also has to be wary of its sudden leaps and stone-throwing assaults. On several occasions, the enormous claws nearly grazed Lu Zhe's scalp. Once I return, I shall feast on chicken legs. This is utterly exhausting. Lu Zhe gasped for breath. Had he not previously memorized an array of evasive maneuvers and positioning techniques, he would have long since met his demise. Lu Zhe, be careful. It's about to quake the ground. Anya soudainly shouted. The colossal green giant abruptly halted, raising its fists high into the air. Lu Zhe recognized this move. With such a blow, everyone in the vicinity would be rendered dazed. Once incapacitated, death would be imminent. Jump! Lu Zhe leapt into the air with fervor. Boom! The fist crashed to the earth, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward. Lu Zhe was propelled by the gust of air, though he remained conscious, nonetheless. He landed in a most undignified manner. Cough, cough. Lu Zhe struggled to his feet, feeling as if his internal organs had been dislocated. This creature even possesses area of effect abilities. How despicable. However, the good news was that the monster's health bar was finally beginning to show signs of depletion. After a relentless barrage from the four of them lasting over 10 minutes, only a sliver of that lengthy health bar remained. The giant's movements had also begun to slow. It was riddled with bullet holes, green blood pooling around it. It's nearing its end. Pandora shouted. Put in more effort. Send it off. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, firing until the barrel of his fire Kirin glowed red. It was finally coming to an end. This battle had left his hands sore. He glanced at the leaderboard. His score was still significantly ahead. Blade, stop slacking off. Hurry up and deal damage. Lu Zhe yelled towards the distant blade. Blade did not respond. He regarded the creature with a sliver of health left, a sinister smile finally forming at the corner of his mouth. The time has come. The massive green giant emitted a weak groan. Its enormous form teetered, sinking to a knee. Its health bar was nearly invisible. Now's the moment. Lu Shi rejoiced. He replaced his magazine, preparing to bid farewell to this behemoth. That kill is mine. Lu Zhe raised his fire Kirin, aiming at the monster's head. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a shadow suddenly dashed in from the side with incredible speed. It was Blade. He had stealthily maneuvered to the side of the monster without Lu Zhe's knowledge. Instead of firing, he charged directly at the kneeling giant. Blade, what are you doing? Lu Shi was momentarily stunned. Get out of the way. Blade bellowed. He did not attack the beast directly. Instead, using the momentum from his sprint, he slammed his shoulder into the barrel of Lu Zhe's gun. Bang! Lu Zhe was caught off guard, his aim skewed. A hail of bullets struck the ground nearby. Are you insane? Lu Shi fumed. Blade paid him no heed. After shoving Lu Zhe aside, he launched himself into the air. In his hand, he now wielded a gleaming melee weapon, the god-slaying blade. This head is mine. Blade roared mid-air, gripping the blade tightly as he struck down toward the giant's neck. Thud! A crisp sound echoed. The already weakened giant's head was severed cleanly. Its massive cranium tumbled to the ground, green blood splattering all over Blade. As he landed, he wiped the green blood from his face and turned to Lu Zhe, his expression brimming with pride. I told you I would present you with a grand gift. Lu Zhe watched as the score surged, while Blade's points skyrocketed. Although he had not surpassed Lu Zhe, he had significantly narrowed the gap. You did all that just to steal a kill? Lu Zhe's hands trembled in anger. You nearly got us killed for a mere point. What if the beast hadn't died and retaliated? Fortune favors the bold, Blade replied coldly, sheathing the god-slaying blade. And who said I was merely after points? He suddenly approached the giant's corpse, feeling around beneath its massive form. What are you doing? Pandora also approached, her expression wary. Blade, your actions have grossly violated team protocol. Blade paid her no mind. After a brief search, he suddenly produced a pulsating blue-green object from beneath the giant's carcass. It was no ordinary drop. It was a peculiar, writhing mass of flesh, with a metallic tube protruding from it. This is... Anye's eyes flickered with intense emotion upon seeing the object. Is it the core of the biochemical virus? Blade clutched the mass, his smile twisting into a maniacal grin. Indeed, to Lu Zhe, it appeared utterly repulsive, nauseatingly so. Blade, put that down. Lu Zhe's ominous premonition grew stronger as he beheld Blade's frenzied demeanor. That is the core of the biochemical virus. What do you intend to do with it? Transform into a zombie? Transform into a zombie? Blade slowly turned, his grin widening until it morphed into a near-maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhe, your perspective is far too narrow. Do you think this is merely a virus? No, it is power, the key to evolution. As he spoke, Blade reached into his tactical pocket with his blood-stained hand. He fished out a meticulously crafted silver metal syringe, filled with a shimmering, pale, golden liquid. That is, Pandora's pupils constricted sharply at the sight of the syringe. Is that the serum from the Titan Project? How do you possess this? Oh, you know of it? Blade cast a mocking glance at Pandora. Even a kept-in-the-dark elite must have encountered this at some point. Titan Project? What on earth is that? Lu Zhe aimed his gun, hesitant to act rashly. It is a highly classified project by the upper echelons of the Guardians. Pandora's voice trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on Blade's possession. It is a super soldier serum developed in an underground laboratory. It is said to significantly enhance various human capabilities, granting one extraordinary strength and resilience. However, this project was discontinued 3 years ago due to severe side effects. All samples should have been destroyed. Destroyed? How naive, Pandora. Blade scoffed, lifting the syringe to eye level, gazing at the pale golden liquid within. Such a divine substance. How could those in power bear to destroy it? They simply concealed it, hiding it where only true elites can access it. And I, by chance, discovered this in the underground laboratory. This thing can indeed enhance the body. Blade's eyes gleamed with fervor as he turned to Lu Zhe, his hatred unmistakable. However, it has a flaw. It cannot grant the body sufficient resistance to withstand high-intensity mutations. A regular person who injects it may collapse under the strain of its power. But if one were to inject it, while simultaneously consuming this. Chapter 123, Mutation. Blade raised the blue-green mass in his left hand. The core of the biochemical virus possesses the strongest cellular recombination ability. The Super Soldier Serum boasts the utmost body enhancement capability. By combining these two, I shall possess an indomitable body, becoming an immortal super soldier. You are insane. Lu Shi exclaimed vehemently. What kind of super soldier is this? It's nothing short of suicide. You will turn into a monster, even more hideous than that green giant. And what if I do become a monster? Blade suddenly roared, the veins in his neck bulging. As long as I can defeat you, as long as I can kill you, I would willingly become anything. Blade's gaze bore into Lu Zhe, filled not with camaraderie, but with a consuming hatred that threatened to devour life itself. In his left hand, he clutched the writhing biocore, while his right brandished a vial of pale, golden serum, his entire being teetering on the precipice of instability. Lu Zhe, what expression is that? Do you look down upon me? Blade stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. Do you find me laughable? Do you think I cannot bear defeat? Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, his grip on the fire Qilin unwavering. Striking him had inflicted no damage. I do not find you laughable. I merely think you have lost your senses. Blade, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. You, an elite seasoned by countless encounters, should understand this fundamental truth. Have you forsaken your humanity merely to triumph over me? Commonplace in battle? To hell with that notion. Blade erupted, veins bulging like worms on his neck. You have no idea who I am. I am the sharpest blade of the Guardians Alliance, the highest-rated elite in all simulated campaigns. Since my inception, since I gained consciousness, I have never known defeat. Until you. Blade gritted his teeth, each word erupting like shards from between them. That incident in the underground lab. You exploited that damned C4 bomb's glitch to win against me. Is that true strength? That is cheating. That is disgraceful trickery. Lu Zhe felt the urge to retort. And you dare speak of fairness? Who was it that first exploited glitches? We were supposed to play in ghost mode, yet you used thermal vision. You have no right to accuse. Silence. Blade interjected, his expression more grotesque. What of the biochemical coliseum? Prior to that, no ghost had ever wielded firearms. You held a machine gun, a weapon meant solely for humans. You possessed the health and speed of a ghost while wielding human ranged firepower. Is that fair? It is an affront. Blade gasped for breath, his chest heaving. I will not accept this. Eluze, I refuse to concede. Under equal conditions, in a contest of marksmanship, awareness, and reflexes, I would never lose to you. You merely had luck on your side. You merely grasped some inexplicable abilities. You are no warrior. Lu Zhe shined. So what? You clutched those two items merely to validate your superiority over me? Indeed, Blade exclaimed, raising the objects in his hands, fervor gleaming in his eyes. I cannot accept that I, a prodigy, will be trampled by someone who resorts to trickery. Defeating you has become my inner demon, my obsession. If I do not surmount this mountain called you, I shall forever remain a mere jest. However, if I too possess such rule-breaking power. Blade's gaze fell upon the biocore. If I can embody the physique of a monster while retaining the mind of a warrior, then your cleverness will be rendered worthless in the face of absolute power. I shall tear you apart, and I shall prove that I am the true elite. What you call breaking the rules is merely courting death, Lu Zhe replied coldly. Do you truly grasp the nature of that viral core? Do you understand the consequences of that serum? Mixing two unknown substances, are you not afraid of exploding into oblivion? Better that than losing to you. Blade dismissed Lu Zhe's warnings. Lu Zhe, are you afraid? Are you afraid of my success? Are you afraid that the one who triumphed through trickery will be exposed before a true super soldier? I fear nothing from you. Lu Zhe's temper flared. If you seek death, then I shall not hinder you. But heed my warning. Should you become a mindless monster, do not blame me for treating you as a boss to be defeated. Ha ha ha. Let us see who the ultimate victor shall be. Blade laughed maniacally, casting aside all hesitation. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the biocore, still dripping with an unknown liquid. With a gulp, he forced it down his throat. A moment later, he brandished the vial of pale, golden serum and plunged it into his carotid artery. The liquid surged into his body with a hiss. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Blade's throat, a sound not of humanity, but a cacophony of cracking bones and tearing flesh. The gun fell from his hands as he cradled his head, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Madman, truly a madman, Lu Zhe observed, sweat pooling in his palm as he gripped the fire Qilin. He realized the gravity of the situation. The narrative had diverged from the original path. Blade's physique was undergoing a staggering transformation. His height, once a modest 6 feet, began to swell. His combat suit was shredded, revealing muscles writhing beneath. Lu Zhe, behold! Blade knelt, lifting his head, his visage grotesquely contorted. Half his face remained human, while the other sprouted green scales and fangs. This is power. Lu Zhe remained silent. Beside him, Pandora had frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she gazed at the now empty syringe in Blade's hand. Her complexion drained of color. Blade, look at what you've become. Pandora's disbelief morphed into horror as she beheld her former comrade transformed into a monstrosity. You would turn yourself into this abomination just to win? Pandora, Let us evolve together. This path is the correct one. Be silent. Pandora interrupted sharply. Though Blade endured excruciating pain, he managed a cold smirk at her words. Pandora, do you not yet comprehend? That serum, the Titan Project, was the brainchild of the Guardian's upper echelon in the underground lab. And this bioweapon, do you truly believe it was developed by those terrorists known as the Infiltrators? Chapter 124. Zero will arrive on the battlefield in 3 minutes. Impossible. Pandora recoiled. Our duty is to protect the world, to eradicate the biochemical ghost organization. How could this be? Naive, utterly naive. Blade rose abruptly, now towering nearly 3 meters tall. Though not as exaggerated as the previous giant, the aura of oppression he exuded was palpable. To combat the Infiltrators, to pursue superior individual combat capabilities, the organization has long embarked on such research. The virus in the Infiltrators' hands is merely a test specimen intentionally leaked by the organization. Otherwise, why would the bioweapon be able to merge with the serum? The bioweapon is merely a mutated strain of the serum. Is it worth serving such an organization? You lie, Pandora shouted, tears brimming in her eyes. We have sacrificed so many comrades. We have shed blood to protect the innocent. Believe it or not, Blade flexed his enormous hands, nails transformed into black blades. I trust only in power. Since you refuse to become my ally, allow me to demonstrate my strength. All I desire is victory to become the strongest. Who created the virus is of no consequence. Now, I am the embodiment of this power. Witnessing Pandora's crumbling worldview, Lu Zhe sighed inwardly. This girl had been unfortunate, believing herself a righteous ally, only to discover that the organization she served was the very source of all evil. Pandora, cease your stupor. Lu Zhe's voice broke through, yanking Pandora back from a reverie. Regardless of who engineered this virus, the figure before us is no longer your comrade, Blade. He has transformed into a monstrosity, a lunatic eager to kill. If you do not raise your weapon now, we shall perish here. Pandora bit her lip, gazing at the unfamiliar giant before her. Blade, is there truly no returning for you? Returning? Why would I wish to return? Blade cackled maniacally, his laughter reverberating through the crumbling ruins around them. I have never felt more alive. Now, let me demonstrate what absolute power looks like. Before he finished speaking, Blade's figure abruptly vanished. So swift, Lu Zhe's pupils constricted sharply. This speed was twice that of the previous colossal green giant. Bang! Lu Zhe barely had time to raise the fire Qilin before a tremendous force collided with him. He felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the bridge's railing. A new bioweapon has emerged, difficulty increased, one teammate lost. Then eliminate him at once. Lu Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his innards had been rearranged. What kind of infernal power is this? New teammates will be recruited for the host. Zero will enter the personal space in 3 minutes. The host may retrieve from it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe felt the system had finally proven useful. At least it would fill the gap. Lucia! Pandora exclaimed, finally snapping back to reality. She raised her submachine gun and pulled the trigger blade. Tot. The bullets struck Blade's dark golden skin, producing a series of metallic clangs. Sparks flew, yet not a single scratch marred his surface. This is the physique of a super soldier. Blade turned his gaze toward Pandora, his eyes devoid of warmth. Ordinary bullets are ineffective against me. Pandora, for the sake of our past friendship, step aside. My target is Lu Zhe. Not a chance, Pandora shouted, her hands trembling yet firmly aiming her weapon at Blade. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Blade nonchalantly waved his hand. The seemingly casual motion conjured a gust that sent Pandora sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Annoying best. Ignoring Pandora, Blade advanced step by step toward Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, clutching the railing, struggled to rise, his expression pale as he beheld the approaching monstrosity. This truly is a dire predicament, Lu Zhe cursed internally. This fiend not only possesses formidable defenses and speed, but has also retained combat awareness. He is 100 times more challenging to confront than those mindless bioweapons. Lu Zhe, are you ready to meet your demise? Blade sneered, raising his massive claw. This is your grave. Just as Lu Zhe found himself cornered and Pandora lay defeated on the ground, the silent figure of night remained at a distance. Her Barrett-50 calories hung limply by her side, showing no sign of being raised. She was fixated on Blade's mutated form. Her gaze bore neither fear nor concern. Instead, it was the excitement of witnessing a perfect experimental subject. This is data, she murmured softly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. The fusion of the bioweapon virus and super serum has truly succeeded. Although it appears somewhat unstable, the explosive power and defensive capabilities render it a perfect killing machine. She watched as Blade sent Lu Zhe flying with a single strike, observed as Pandora's bullets proved futile, her eyes gleaming brighter with each passing moment. It seems the organization's theory holds true. As long as consciousness can be controlled, this is the ultimate single-soldier weapon. Knight's fingers gently caressed the gun's body, yet she remained reluctant to pull the trigger. Strike, let the battle grow more intense. Knight silently urged within herself. Let me witness where the limits of this super soldier lie. On the bridge, the conflict had reached a fever pitch. You wish to kill me? You are 2 millennia too early. As Blade charged forward, Lu Zhe resolved to cease holding back. Berserk, activate. Red light enveloped him instantaneously. Lu Zhe's speed surged, and at the last possible moment, he slid beneath Blade's legs. Still resorting to that maneuver? Do you lack originality? Though Blade had grown larger, his reactions were unaffected. He delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The segment of the bridge where Lu Zhe had just stood was obliterated by Blade's strike. This brute possesses tremendous force. Lu Zhe spat out a mouthful of dirt-laden blood, gazing up at the 3-meter-tall beast. Lucia, do you only know how to run? Is dodging all you have to offer? Come, face me head-on. Chapter 125, Formulating a Strategy. While Lu Zhe retreated, he reloaded the fire Qilin. Engage head-on? Your skin is thicker than a city wall. Should I strike you with my head? Pandora, on the other hand, was not idle. Her weapon continued to unleash bullets. Yet to no avail. Lucia, this is futile. The bullets are ineffective against him. Pandora cried out. I am aware they are ineffective, but do not cease. Diverting his attention, even slightly, is beneficial. Lu Zhe felt a wave of urgency. Despite his body having been enhanced by the system, he remained merely a robust human. Against a super bioweapon like Blade, they were not even in the same league. To win, he must match Blade in power. Lu Zhe recalled his transformation into a bioweapon ghost in the hidden domain. Perhaps that was his only chance to fight back. Transform. Change. Lu Zhe screamed in his mind. Yet it seemed of no use. He could only incessantly activate the Berserk skill, attempting to stimulate the virus. Yet still, there were no signs of success. Lucia, watch out. Pandora's warning rang out. Unbeknownst to them, Blade had already lunged before Lu Zhe, his colossal fist sweeping toward him. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to activate Berserk mode, he realized the skill was still in its 1-second cooldown. This is bad. Lu Zhe could only brace the fire Qilin against his chest to absorb the blow. Bang! A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and he felt as though his ribs had shattered. This is more like it. Blade grinned wickedly as he approached. This is the fate you deserve, weak, powerless. Like a bug crushed beneath my foot. Lu Zhe struggled to rise from the rubble, swaying before finally steadying himself. Crush me? You're still a bit premature for that. Lu Zhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am an unkillable cockroach, do you understand? Stubborn, are we? Blade lifted his foot, preparing to deliver a final blow. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lu Zhe's mind. Countdown complete. Companion Zero has arrived at the personal space. Lu Zhe's eyes brightened instantaneously. Finally, those 3 minutes felt longer than 3 years. As Blade's foot descended, Lu Zhe stood his ground, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Zero, time to get to work. Immediately, a figure materialized before Lu Zhe. Commander, you appear quite disheveled. Lu Zhe plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. No kidding, this fiend is on a power trip, using drugs and transformations. I feel like I'm about to be turned into a pie. Target analysis in progress. Body strength, extremely high. Weaknesses, joints, eyes, and emotional instability. That analysis is quite accurate. Lu Zhe rose, feeling emboldened. Can we defeat him? Single combat victory probability, 0.00001. Cooperative victory probability, 10. Zero twirled the dagger in her hand. It is advisable to adopt guerrilla tactics, targeting his joints to hinder his movement. Then let's proceed as you suggest. Lu Zhe once again grasped the fire Qilin. Surprised? Unexpected? This is the gift I have prepared for you. Daofeng gazed at Zero, his fury intensifying. Another ally? Lucia, is this all you are capable of? Without a woman, you cannot fight, can you? This is also a facet of strength. Lu Zhe remained unfazed by his derision. Zero, charge. Attack him. Understood. In a blink, Zero vanished from her original position, reappearing at Daofeng's flank. The short blade in her hand glimmered coldly as it aimed straight for the bend of Daofeng's knee. Get lost. Daofeng swung his arm in retaliation. Yet Zero was exceptionally agile, ducking low to evade, though her blade still grazed Daofeng's leg. Sizzle. Sparks erupted. Although she failed to breach Daofeng's defenses, the immense impact caused his leg to buckle momentarily. Now's the chance. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity, activating his berserk mode and charging forward. Take this, you fool. The muzzle of the fire Kirin was nearly pressed against Daofeng's abdomen. Hot. Bullets rained down furiously. Don't just stand there. Help out, Lu Zhe shouted back, only to find Pandora merely observing from the sidelines. Oh, all right. Pandora hastily raised her gun and joined the fray. With Zero's high mobility added to their ranks, the situation improved significantly. Zero engaged in close combat, leveraging her speed to incessantly harass Daofeng. Lu Zhe and Pandora provided the firepower, although Daofeng's defenses remained formidable. He could not withstand the relentless bombardment from 3 attackers. This is infuriating. Daofeng roared, yet he could never catch the elusive Zero. As Lu Zhe took a moment to reload, he swiftly glanced at his spatial pouch. Just moments ago, when he released Zero, he had noticed something else. It was the suppressants that Dr. Zhao had given him, a full 30 vials, glowing with an eerie blue light. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Zhe. Wait, these suppressants can inhibit the virus within me, preventing my transformation. What if I injected this in a Daofeng? Lu Zhe observed the rampaging Daofeng. The reason this guy is so powerful now is due to the bizarre equilibrium between the biochemical virus and the super serum within him. If I forcibly suppress the virus's activity with the suppressants, will this balance be shattered? Without the virus's support, can his body endure relying solely on that unstable serum? If the virus is suppressed, will his hardened exterior soften? The more Lu Zhe pondered, the more promising it seemed. This is truly pulling the rug out from under him. But the question remains, how to inject it? Lu Zhe looked at Daofeng's skin, which could deflect bullets, and felt a twinge of doubt. Will this needle even penetrate? Zero. Fall back. Lu Zhe shouted. Zero reacted swiftly, her dual blades darting against Daofeng's arm, using the force to perform a backflip and land beside Lu Zhe. Commander, what are your orders? Look at this. Lu Zhe produced a deep blue vial of suppressant from his spatial pouch. Is this the Z1 virus suppressant? Zero recognized it immediately. Yes. Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes, fixating on Daofeng in the distance. Tell me, if we were to give him a dose of this, would he collapse on the spot? Zero contemplated for a moment. Theoretically, is feasible. Then let us give it a try. Lu Zhe clapped his thigh in excitement. But the most crucial aspect is how to breach his defenses. He thought long and hard. Ultimately, he concluded that there was only one way to do so. He had to transform back into Little Red. Berserk. Activate. A flash of red light, and he left a trail of afterimages amid the ruins. Berserk. Activate again. The skill had just cooled down, and he immediately triggered it again, disregarding the strain on his body. Daofeng stood nearby, watching Lu Zhe dart around like a headless chicken, his single eye filled with confusion and mockery. Lu Zhe, have you lost your mind? Or are you trying to run yourself to death? Daofeng did not rush to pursue. To him, Lu Zhe's current antics resembled a dying struggle. The opponent could not breach his defenses. This former rival was now a lamb awaiting slaughter. You don't understand a thing. Lu Zhe shouted as he ran, his voice slightly cracking. I'm just warming up. You better keep pace with me. He was overextending himself, frantically depleting the effects of the suppressants. Soon, he felt his internal temperature rising. He abruptly halted, ceasing his flight. Standing still, his muscles began to twitch irregularly. Chapter 126, Little Red vs. The Green Giant. Aya! Crack! Crack! His combat suit burst apart in an instant. His fingers elongated rapidly, nails transforming into sharp claws, glinting ominously. Roar! Huff, huff! Lu Zhe gasped for breath. Raising his gaze, his blood-red eyes locked onto Daofeng. Daofeng, come at me. You changed too. Daofeng clenched his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. To defeat me, you've also become this grotesque monster? Lu Zhe, how dare you even speak? Enough with the nonsense. Lu Zhe rolled his neck, producing a series of explosive cracks. This is called tactical transformation, a passive skill. Yours is an active descent into madness. Can they even be compared? Lu Zhe cast a glance at Zero and Pandora beside him. Zero, hold on to what I just gave you. Zero nodded affirmatively. Lucia, be careful. Pandora called out from behind, unsure of where to aim her weapon. With both teammates transformed into monsters, it left her, a mere human, in a precarious position. Don't worry, I've got this under control. Lu Zhe turned to face Daofeng, his gaze sharpening. Come on, Daofeng. Seek your demise. Daofeng was enraged. He felt his dignity had been provoked. Perfect. He aimed to utterly defeat Lu Zhe. Boom. Daofeng launched the first strike. The ground beneath him exploded as his massive form charged toward Lu Zhe with unstoppable momentum. Come at me. Lu Zhe did not retreat, but advanced instead. The red figure left a trail of afterimages as he met the charge head-on. Bang! The two colossal beings collided violently. A tremendous shockwave radiated from their clash, sending debris flying in all directions. Pandora, standing too close, was knocked back several steps, landing on her backside. Is this still human? Pandora stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her. This was a pure contest of strength. Roar! Daofeng bellowed, veins bulging on his neck. Lucia, your power is too weak. Daofeng surged forward with all his might. Lu Zhe felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him. Though his strength had multiplied several times after the transformation, facing Daofeng left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Lu Zhe's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as his body involuntarily slid backward. Damn, this guy's incredibly strong. Lucia cursed internally. In terms of absolute strength, he was indeed at a disadvantage. Get lost. Daofeng, seeing Lu Zhe falter, suddenly released one hand, forming a fist aimed squarely at Lu Zhe's head. Dream on. Lucia reacted swiftly. His current agility surpassed that of Daofeng. He tilted his head, evading the punch, while simultaneously dropping low and sweeping his leg toward Daofeng's ankle. Bang! The kick landed solidly. Yet Daofeng merely staggered slightly, showing no signs of falling. Is that all you've got? Daofeng sneered, lifting his massive foot to stomp down on Lu Zhe's chest. Berserk! Lucia mentally urged. A flash of red light, and he rolled away just in time. Boom! The ground collapsed beneath Daofeng's foot. Zero. Help! Lu Zhe rose, letting out a fierce shout. He understood that relying solely on brute force would be futile. He needed to employ cunning tactics. Acknowledged. Ling, who had been skirting the edges of the battlefield, sprang into action. Seizing the moment when the blade's attack missed, she darted towards his back. The twin daggers in her hands glinted ominously as they plunged mercilessly towards the spine of the blade. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds echoed. The blade's back, tough and resilient, withstood the assault, leaving only two white imprints. Annoying fly. The blade swung back, forcing Ling to retreat. Lucia, are you capable of summoning assistance? The blade turned, lunging at Lu Zhe once more. Assistance is also a form of strength. If you have the capability, why not call for help? Lu Zhe, though verbally defiant, was more honest in body, choosing to evade. He no longer engaged in a head-on clash with the blade. Instead, he utilized the speed to circle around, occasionally striking with a claw. Slash! Lu Zhe's sharp claws grazed the blade's arm, igniting sparks. No breach. Slash! Another claw raked across the blade's thigh. Still no breach. Damn it! Is this skin made of titanium alloy? The more Lu Zhe fought, the more alarmed he became. The blade's defense was simply absurd. If he couldn't breach the skin, Ling's blocking agent would never penetrate. He needed to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. As he evaded the blade's heavy punches, his mind raced. The joints. The skin around the joints must be thinner. Lu Zhe fixed his gaze on the blade's elbow. Here goes. Lu Zhe steeled himself. Just then, the blade launched another punch. This time, Lu Zhe did not dodge. Instead, he charged towards a fist. Seeking death, the blade rejoiced, believing Lu Zhe had made a mistake, and added more force to his punch. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Lu Zhe's shoulder. Crack! Lu Zhe heard the sound of his bones shattering. Excruciating pain surged through his body, rendering half of him numb. Yet he did not retreat. He braced against the impact of the punch, his other uninjured claw shooting out fiercely. Let go of me. Lu Zhe's claws, akin to 5 steel blades, latched onto the inner side of the blade's punching arm's elbow. That spot was soft flesh. Thud! The sound of claws piercing flesh rang out. Ack! The blade let out a wretched scream. Lu Zhe's claws sank deep into his flesh, then tore violently. Rip! The dark golden skin was finally breached, green blood gushing forth. Ling, now is the moment. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth against the searing pain, gripping the blade's arm with unyielding tenacity, shouting. Understood. Ling's voice resonated. The opportunity was fleeting. At the instant Lu Zhe tore through the blade's skin, Ling was already in motion. The twin daggers had vanished from her hands, replaced by the ethereal blue blocking agent. She erupted into a burst of speed, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for the blade's gaping wound. Get away! He attempted to retract his arm, but Lu Zhe clung to him like a leech, refusing to let go. Want to flee? No chance. Lu Zhe's shoulder had collapsed, blood frothing at his mouth. Yet, his claw remained as if welded to the blade's bone. Ling, hurry! Lucia roared. The blade grew frantic. His other hand clenched into a fist, whipping through the air with a fierce wind, hammering down towards Lu Zhe. Bang! 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 Each punch landed solidly on Lu Zhe's back. He felt as though his spine might shatter, his insides churning like a chaotic stew. Gush! Lu Zhe spat out mouthfuls of blood, staining the blade's arm. But he refused to relent. I'll make you hold on. I'll see how many punches you can withstand. Just as the blade prepared to deliver the fourth punch, Ling arrived. She leapt high, stepping onto the blade's knee. The blocking agent in her hand traced a blue arc through the air. The specially crafted alloy needle, aimed precisely at the wound Lu Zhe had torn open, plunged in flawlessly. Thud! The needle embedded itself in the muscle. Hiss! The entire Z1 type viral blocking agent, every last drop, was injected into the blade's bloodstream. Chapter 127, Breaching the Defense. The blade felt a chill in his arm, followed by a piercing pain. He violently swung his arm, flinging Lu Zhe away. Get lost! Lu Zhe, now weighing as much as a true monster, was hurled a dozen meters away. Crash! Lu Zhe crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater in the already battered concrete. He lay at the bottom of the pit, every bone in his body creaking. He had endured several punches to lock down the blade. Each punch struck him squarely in the back, leaving Lu Zhe feeling as though his spine might snap into pieces. His mouth was filled with blood. Moving even a finger felt like an arduous task. Cough, this bastard packs quite a punch. Lu Zhe attempted to rise, but his red arm lay limp on the ground, entirely devoid of strength. The blade, however, was unfazed by the previous sensations. His body was invincible, perfect. What could a mere needle and a bit of liquid do? Lu Zhe, is this all you are capable of? The blade sneered, striding towards Lu Zhe. What did Ling inject me with? A stimulant? Or poison? Useless. My body can metabolize any toxin. You've lost, Lu Zhe. Thoroughly defeated. The blade approached the edge of the pit, looking down at Lu Zhe from above. In your next life, remember not to oppose me. The blade lifted his enormous foot, aiming for Lu Zhe's head. Just as he prepared to stomp down, he felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. Instantly, that feeling surged through his veins, spreading throughout his body. It wasn't pain, it was an emptiness, as if the power that once filled his body had been abruptly drained, pouring out uncontrollably. What is happening? The blade's foot halted midair, unable to descend. He felt his legs weakening. Top, 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 top. At that moment, a volley of bullets struck his back. It was Pandora. Although she was unaware of what Ling had done, upon seeing the blade attempt to kill Lu Zhe, her instincts drove her to pull the trigger. Don't touch him, Pandora shouted. The bullets struck the blade's back. Previously, such bullets merely made a sound, leaving no marks. But this time, the situation had changed. Thud, thud, thud. Several bursts of green blood erupted on the blade's back. The bullets had penetrated the flesh. The blade staggered, nearly losing his balance. The blade let out a scream of agony. He whipped around, incredulously staring at Pandora, then reached back to feel his own bloodied back. A hand covered in green blood. How is this possible? The blade's single eye widened. My defenses? My indestructibility? How could I be wounded by such a pathetic submachine gun? Pandora was equally stunned. She gazed at the gun in her hand, then back at the blade's bleeding back. Did it actually penetrate? Pandora's eyes lit up. This monster's defenses have been breached. He is no longer invincible. Without hesitation, she unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the blade. You monster! Top, 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 top. The dense rain of bullets poured towards the blade. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself. Thud, thud, thud. Blood blossoms erupted on his arms. Pain. The long-forgotten sensation of pain returned. No, this is impossible. The blade roared in fury, but he had no choice but to retreat. His once impervious dark golden skin was now rapidly losing its luster, becoming dull and shriveled. Zero. What have you injected me with? Blade turned to face Zero, his eyes filled with fear that finally eclipsed his rage. Zero stood atop a broken pillar, her twin blades hanging limply at her sides, her tone as unflappable as ever. Z1 virus blocker, specifically designed to rectify any form of defiance. Blade felt as though he were on the verge of detonation. The pain was not merely due to external injuries. The super soldier serum within him was still at work. The serum attempted to fortify his cells while the virus sought to consume them, and the blocker endeavored to contain the virus. These three forces transformed his body into a battlefield. Blade clutched his head, collapsing to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. His muscles began to twitch irregularly. Some areas bulged grotesquely, while others caved in. My power, my body. Blade gazed at his hands, feeling the sensation of strength swiftly dissipating. No, I cannot lose. I am strongest. He struggled to rise, yet his knees quaked beneath him. From a distance atop the ruins, Dark Knight observed the unfolding chaos. Her expression was far from pleasant. One could even describe it as bleak. Failure, she murmured. A complete failure. Is this what the organization deems a perfect fusion? A mere blocker inciting such a vast chain reaction, resulting in the collapse of the genetic chain. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had anticipated witnessing the birth of a true super soldier, an immaculate weapon capable of immunity to viral weaknesses, endowed with human intellect. Yet, Blade's performance had left her profoundly disheartened. His defensive mechanisms were simplistic, and his resistance to drugs was woefully inadequate. Dark Knight shook her head. This defective product holds no value for recovery. She regarded the still struggling Blade with not a shred of sympathy, only indifference, as if gazing upon a pile of refuse destined for the scrap heap. However, her gaze shifted to the large pit where Luze lay. That fellow was unexpectedly intriguing. Dark Knight narrowed her eyes. Both were mutated, both engaged in fierce combat. Yet his physical structure appeared more primal, more unadulterated. Meanwhile, Blade was spiraling into madness, feeling as if he were plummeting from his pedestal. The sensation of falling from invincibility back to mortality was more agonizing than death itself. Pandora, stop shooting. Blade bellowed at Pandora. I am Blade. I am your comrade. Are you intent on killing me? Pandora hesitated, her gun momentarily pausing. She regarded the grotesque creature before her, now diminished but still hideous. You are Blade? Pandora scoffed disdainfully. When you intended to kill Luze, did you consider him a comrade? When you attacked us, did you think of me as a teammate? Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. Though her words were harsh, she refrained from firing again, her concern for Luze surpassing her anger. Luze had taken a devastating blow. The silence from the pit was alarming. Zero, keep an eye on him, Pandora commanded before stowing her weapon and rushing to Luze. Chapter 128. Has Luze undergone a new mutation? Zero nodded, her form flickering as she positioned herself in front of Blade. The twin blades in her hands clashed together, emitting a piercing sound. Blade glared at the icy woman, his teeth grinding in frustration. A tiger falling to the ground is bullied by dogs. Step aside. Once I recover, you shall be the first to face my wrath. Despite his bravado, he dared not move, for his current state meant that another strike could very well be his last. He could only endure the excruciating pain while attempting to summon the remnants of the serum's power to combat the accursed blocker. Just give me time. I can withstand the effects of this drug. He clung to his last shred of hope. Pandora reached the edge of the pit and looked down, nearly moved to tears by the sight before her. Luze was in a horrific state. The red bioweapon body resembled a deflated balloon, particularly his chest, which was visibly caved in, likely with shattered ribs. Green blood pooled around him, saturating the surrounding earth. Luze, are you all right? Pandora jumped into the pit, kneeling beside him. Luze struggled to open his eyes. The once vibrant red orbs now flickered dimly. Cough. I'm not dead yet, he rasped, his voice weak, reminiscent of a deflating bellows. But at 1 TB long, Blade's attack was truly vicious. Don't speak. Pandora frantically rummaged through her backpack. I have medicine. She produced a red glass vial from the supply crate they had earlier acquired. Powerful recovery agent, large. The vial emanated a warm red glow. Feeling pleasantly warm in her hand, without hesitation, she administered the contents directly into Luze's neck. This is a large dose. It has to work. Luze gazed at the vial, acutely aware that his bioweapon form was not suited for human medication. Yet, he had no time to ponder, if not addressed. He would bleed out before Blade had the chance to recover. Pandora swiftly injected all the medicine into Luze's arm. Are you feeling better? She asked anxiously. It's a bit warm, Luze replied, feeling a flow of warmth coursing through his limbs. He shuddered slightly. The effects were immediate. The agonizing, tearing pain in his chest began to ease somewhat, and the caved-in cavity started to expand. The fractured bones cracked as they were forcibly rejoined. It works. It truly works, Pandora exclaimed with excitement. Luze took a breath, feeling a bit of strength returning. Yet, he understood this recovery was insufficient. Though Blade was currently subdued, he was still powered by dual cores. One blocker might not hold him for long. Once he adapted to the drug or metabolized it, they would be the ones in peril. Not enough. Luze struggled to sit up, reaching into his spatial pocket. With a clatter, a bundle of deep blue glass vials spilled forth. 10 vials of Z1 virus blocker. Zero. Luze shouted. Zero turned her head. Commander? Catch. Luze hurled the bundle of blockers with all his might. Then administer them. 1 dose isn't enough. Give him 2. If that's insufficient, then 10. Don't let him catch his breath. Zero caught the bundle of vials. Understood. She examined the 10 blockers in her hand, glancing back at the trembling blade. An excessive dosage could lead to permanent paralysis of the target. All the better. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth. To deal with this lunatic, we must resort to strong measures. Go. Fill him with them. Blade's face turned pale at the sight of the blue vials in Zero's hand. One dose had already reduced him to this state. What would happen if all 10 were injected? No. Lu Zhe, you can't do this. You should win against me fairly. Blade cried out in terror. Fairness be damned. Lu Zhe retorted. Did you consider fairness when you used cheats? Did you think of fairness when you transformed? Zero. Act now. Zero moved like a silver flash, charging towards Blade. Stay back. Stay back. Blade turned to flee, but his current speed was no match for Zero. Zero pursued, delivering a precise injection to the thigh of the Blade. With a squelch, another needle pierced his arm. Lu Zhe observed, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him as he watched Zero relentlessly jab the Blade. Serves you right. Let this be a lesson for your arrogance. Leaning against the pit wall, he wished to laugh, yet a dull pain still lingered in his chest. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling shift. The potent vial he had just administered appeared not to have ceased its effects. Instead, the warmth that had mended his wounds had not dissipated. It began to surge wildly within him. Moreover, it seemed to react chemically with the biochemical virus coursing through his veins. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhe felt an intense itch spreading throughout his body, an itch that seemed to emanate from deep within his bones. It was unbearably hot. He scratched at his arm, and to his astonishment, a large patch of dark red skin came away in his grip. Lu Zhe, what's happening to you? Pandora exclaimed, witnessing the alarming transformation. The layer of armor-like keratin on Lu Zhe's skin was shedding in large swathes, akin to a snake molting its skin. I don't know. I'm just so itchy. Lu Zhe writhed in agony. Sizzling sounds filled the air as white smoke began to emanate from his skin. The distinct, foul odor of the biochemical specter dissipated, replaced by the scent of charred protein. Lu Zhe screamed suddenly, the pain surpassing even the agony of his broken bones. This was the torment of genetic reconfiguration. Crack, crack. His body began to shrink. The towering figure of 2.5 meters was visibly diminishing. His protruding vertebrae flattened. Sharp claws withdrew to his fingertips, and the jagged fangs fell away one by one, revealing a set of normal human teeth beneath. What is happening? Chapter 129, Super Soldier. Pandora covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Is he reverting? In mere seconds, the horrific red monster had vanished, replaced by a young man. Bare-skinned, for his clothing had long since torn away, with fair skin and well-defined muscles. It was Lu Zhe, restored to his complete human form, albeit marked with traces of green blood and dust. He resembled someone who had just stepped out of gym. Gasping, Lu Zhe lay on the ground, breathing heavily. The excruciating pain had finally subsided, leaving him feeling light and unburdened. He slowly raised his hand, marveling at his restored palms. No scales, no claws, just neatly trimmed nails. I've reverted back. He touched his face. His nose was a nose, his eyes were eyes. Could it be that this potent vial holds such capabilities? An antidote? Lu Zhe was utterly bewildered. He attempted to move his body, and to his astonishment, he froze. He had assumed that reverting to human form would result in a significant loss of strength. After all, that monstrous power belonged solely to the biochemical specter. Yet now, he sensed that the power within him had not vanished. On the contrary, it felt as if it had been refined, deeply embedded within every muscle fiber. He clenched his fist. Crack! The air exploded beneath his palm with a crisp sound. The sensation of strength coursing through him was even more potent and refined than in his previous grotesque form. What is this? Lu Zhe stood up, examining his muscular physique. A human form retaining its strength? This is precisely the super soldier that the Blade has long desired. Lu Zhe chuckled, despite all of the Blade's convoluted efforts. Consuming viruses and serums to transform into a monstrous state, he had failed. Yet here I am, simply having consumed this potent vial, and I've emerged as such. Is this what they call good fortune for the virtuous? Lu Zhe retrieved a spare combat uniform from a spatial pocket and donned it with ease. Pandora, stop dawdling, he said, zipping up the jacket and smiling at the still-stunned Pandora. Let's go see how our super soldier is faring. He leaped from the pit, feeling remarkably light on his feet. The sensation of mastering his body was exhilarating. At that moment, Zero had completed administering all 10 of the blocking agents. The Blade lay collapsed on the ground, his body having reverted to a normal size, even appearing somewhat frail. He lacked the strength to move even a single finger. The overwhelming sense of weakness instilling despair within him. Lu Zhe approached the Blade, towering over him. Well, if it isn't the esteemed blade, he said, crouching down to pat the creased face of his opponent. What has brought you to such a state? Where's your super soldier? Your invincible physique? The blade struggled to open his solitary eye. Upon recognizing Lu Zhe's present form, his eye widened in disbelief. Why you? You reverted back? Indeed, I have. Lu Shi replied, shrugging. Thanks to Pandora's miraculous elixir. Look, not only have I reverted, but I'm no longer sore or weary. I can ascend 5 flights of stairs in one breath. No, it's impossible. The blade's gaze was fixated on Lu Zhe. Jealousy and madness threatening to overflow from his eyes. Why? Why can you revert back? I have endured so much suffering and sacrificed so much. Why have I become a mere husk, while you remain unscathed? Because your intentions were corrupt, Lu Zhe responded, rising and flexing his wrists. You have often claimed I take shortcuts, but you are mistaken. That was mere luck, coupled with a touch of intellect. You, however, were too greedy. You wished for power without comprehending what it means to be human, aspiring instead to be a deity. His tone turned cold. Now, it is time to awaken from this dream. I refuse to accept this. The blade suddenly summoned his last reserves of strength, leaping from the ground with a hidden dagger aimed at Lu Zhe's heart. Though the strike was the last gasp of a dying breath, it was still imbued with ferocity. Pandora gasped, watch out. Yet Lu Zhe did not flinch. He merely extended 2 fingers. Clink. The sharp dagger was firmly pinched between his fingers, unmoving. What? The blade was stunned, and so was Pandora. Such strength. Lu Zhe gazed at the blade, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This is the power of the super soldier you sought. Unfortunately, it now resides within me. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the steel dagger snapped in 2. Now, it is time to send you on your way. Lu Zhe delivered a swift slap to the blade's face. Crack. The blow, though not full force, sent the blade spinning through the air before he landed heavily on the ground. The blade lay prone, spitting out 2 teeth, utterly motionless. He was not dead. His spirit had perished. He had lost utterly. Without a second glance, Lu Zhe commanded the fire Qilin to fire, striking him in the forehead. Living as a mere shell, especially now that the system had classified him as a biochemical specter, would not suffice to pass the 20th level without eliminating him. The blade's body dissipated into the air. Lu Zhe's expression remained impassive. All right, enough staring. He turned to Pandora, who was still in shock. He chose his path. He has no one to blame but himself. Now that he is a biochemical specter, should I spare him, he would truly recover and come and kill us. Pandora inhaled deeply, her gaze still complex, but she quickly regained the calm of a seasoned soldier. I understand. It's just a bit sudden. There are no preparations in the heat of battle. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to the dark figure standing at a distance. The knight approached, cradling her Barrett, slowly making her way towards Lu Zhe. Her gaze was imbued with a hint of reverence, coupled with a trace of wariness. Lu Zhe, your current state. I am in excellent condition. Lu Zhe interjected, his tone as frigid as ice shards. Better than ever. However, Yi, we must discuss what transpired earlier. Yi paused momentarily. Earlier? Yes, during the frenzy of Blade. Lu Zhe stepped forward, an invisible pressure causing Yi to instinctively retreat a half step. Did you find it quite thrilling? Watching Blade consume that core and inject that serum without intervening? Why didn't you pull the trigger to stop him? Even after he transformed, was that Barrett in your hands merely a firewood stick? Yi bit her lip, her complexion slightly pale. I wasn't confident of a one-shot kill. If I had provoked him, the consequences would have been far worse. Excuses, Lu Zhe scoffed coldly. I am unaware of your mindset. And frankly, I cannot be bothered to hold it against you. Blade is gone, and your little schemes have come to naught. In the battles to come, should you dare to slack off again, if I encounter you afterward, I will show you no mercy. Yi lowered her head, understood. At that moment, the 21st wave of monsters emerged. Here they come. Lu Zhe cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. He tossed the fire Qilin to 0, leaving himself with empty hands. Lu Zhe, aren't you using a gun? Pandora inquired in astonishment. A gun? Lu Zhe glanced at his own pale, yet powerfully explosive hands. For such minor creatures, using a firearm would be a waste of ammunition. Besides, I am eager to test the capabilities of this body. Chapter 130, The Giant Mist Phantom. The countdown reached 0. In the distance, the mist churned. Roar! A horde of bio-phantoms surged forth. This time, the configuration of monsters was similar to before. Alongside the basic lesser phantoms and swift phantoms, there were also green giants and little reds. They've arrived, Lu Zhe shouted, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. 0. Keep up. Received. 0 vanished in a flash, trailing closely behind. Cover him. Pandora thought Lu Zhe was being reckless, but she nonetheless opened fire to suppress the oncoming threat. Tot. Bullets exploded amidst the throng of monsters. Yet, Lu Zhe's speed was overwhelming. He had activated his berserk skill and plunged headlong into the horde. You bastards. Lu Zhe unleashed a punch. Bang! His fist landed solidly on the head of a foremost lesser bio-phantom. There was no fanciful technique, merely raw power. The bio-phantom's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, green slime splattering everywhere, its headless body crashing back and taking down two other monsters behind it. Holy crap! Pandora watched in astonishment. A single punch to the head? This power was hardly less than during his transformation earlier. Lu Zhe wore an expression of exhilaration. Marvelous. This sensation of impact is absolutely invigorating. He felt an endless reservoir of strength within him, as though it would never deplete. The visceral thrill of each strike was something a gun could never replicate. Once more, Lu Zhe sidestepped a claw from a swift phantom, grabbing its arm in a swift motion. Fly away. With a mighty heave, he hurled the 100-pound swift phantom as if it were a mere sandbag. Boom! The creature slammed against the wall, disintegrating into a puddle of goo. Impressive, and he watched through her scope, momentarily forgetting to pull the trigger. Was this the epitome of a bioweapon? Retaining human form and intellect, yet wielding the strength and defense of a monster. This was precisely the experimental data she had longed for. Quit daydreaming. Get to work. Lu Zhe shouted as he kicked a green toxic phantom away. That poisonous creature is yours. Ensure the gas doesn't disperse. Understood. And Yi snapped back to reality, her Barrett roaring. Bang! Several green toxic phantoms were accurately targeted from afar. Zero danced around Lu Zhe, her dual blades flickering like butterflies among flowers. Though her strength paled in comparison to Lu Zhe's, her agility and cunning were unmatched, targeting the joints and necks of the monsters with precision. Puffed. Every creature approaching Lu Zhe's flank was dispatched by Zero. Excellent teamwork. Lu Zhe laughed heartily. If Blade had a fraction of this awareness, he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. The 21st wave was effortlessly navigated through Lu Zhe's brutal hand-to-hand combat. The ground was strewn with corpses, most shattered by sheer force. Standing amidst the sea of bodies, Lu Zhe bore little blood upon him. He flicked the green slime from his hands, a look of unquenched desire upon his face. Is that all? They're hardly resilient. The 22nd wave arrived swiftly, the interim pause almost negligible. It was yet another mixed formation. Lesser phantoms acted as cannon fodder, swift phantoms conducted ambushes, and green giants served as shields, occasionally accompanied by mist phantoms. Zero. That green giant is yours. Practice your skills. Lu Zhe pointed at a freshly emerged green giant. Received. Zero flickered and charged ahead. Instead of engaging head-on, she utilized her speed to maneuver behind the green giant, her dual blades striking like lightning, severing its tendons. Roar! The green giant fell to its knees. Zero leapt onto its back, crossing her blades and thrusting them into its nape. All set. She gracefully dismounted from the corpse. Well done, Lu Zhe praised. He was also active, as a swift phantom attempted to ambush Pandora. She was preoccupied with dealing with the flying insects above, oblivious to the danger below. Watch out! Lu Zhe shouted, but he was too far to intervene. Just as the swift phantom's claws were about to rake across Pandora's thigh, Lu Zhe snatched a piece of debris from the ground, left over from his earlier fight with Blade. A hidden weapon. He hurled the stone with a swift motion. Whoosh! It flew with a whistling sound. Crack! The stone struck the swift phantom's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. The brick shattered, and the phantom's head was thrown back, collapsing to the ground in a convulsion. Did that stone just take out a bio-phantom? And he was utterly dumbfounded. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. The battle from the 22nd to the 24th wave felt almost like a mere formality for the current quartet. Lu Zhe scarcely utilized his firearm, relying instead on gathered debris, transforming anything within reach into a makeshift projectile. Whoosh bam! Another bio-phantom fell lifelessly. Pandora and Yi provided cover fire from the rear, while Zero flitted like a shadow beside Lu Zhe. After several waves, they hardly needed to shift their positions. Is that it? Pandora stared at the lingering bio-phantom corpses on the ground, feeling slightly unreal. What should we do? Host a memorial service for them? Lu Zhe chuckled. The 24th wave has concluded. Countdown to the 25th wave of monsters. 30 seconds. They're coming. Every fifth wave brings forth a demon. Lu Zhe rolled his shoulders, producing a series of audible cracks. I recall this wave's little boss should be a mist phantom. However, I wonder if Blade's incident has had any effect. Indeed, the moment the countdown reached 0, the surrounding air thickened with humidity, not the refreshing kind, but rather reeking of 3-month-old sewage. Thick, dark fog began to billow from the water beneath the broken bridge. Cough, cough, this stench is even worse than Blade's foot odor. Liu Ze exclaimed, covering his nose in disgust. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed through the thick fog, reminiscent of squelching through muddy terrain. Gradually, a colossal figure, towering an impressive 4 meters, emerged from the mist. This creature dwarfed the previously encountered specter of fog. Liu Ze raised an eyebrow, noting its intimidating presence. Upon spotting Liu Ze, the creature's crimson eyes widened in surprise, and it lunged forward with outstretched hands. Cover fire, Pandora shouted, unleashing a barrage from her submachine gun. Tot 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 tot. Liu Ze did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the behemoth. Unleash. A flash of crimson light surged, propelling Liu Ze's speed to unprecedented heights. As the monster's massive hand descended, he sprang off the ground like a cannonball. Get down. In midair, Liu Ze executed a somersault, landing forcefully on the creature's shoulder. Boom! The impact was tremendous, causing the towering beast to buckle at the knees, nearly collapsing. A furious roar erupted from the monster as it attempted to grasp Liu Ze. Yet, Liu Ze was remarkably agile, bouncing on the creature's back as if on a trampoline. With each leap, he delivered a powerful punch or kick. Bang! 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 Take that! And you, filthy creature. You look utterly revolting with all that mud. Liu Ze muttered as he continued his assault. Chapter 131, Liu Ze short. Sent flying by a single swipe. Each of Liu Ze's punches sliced through the air, inflicting significant damage on the Spectre of Fog. The Fog Spectre King, now enraged, fell backward, attempting to crush Liu Ze beneath its weight. Not a chance. In a split second, Liu Ze reacted, bracing himself against the creature's neck and executing a graceful backflip to land safely. The ground trembled as the monster's massive form crashed down, sending tremors through the earth. Now's our chance. Finish it. Liu Ze shouted. Bang! The prepared knight pulled the trigger. The bullet from the Barrett-Aurora struck the Fog Spectre squarely in the head. Zero had also arrived, wielding the fire Kirin that Liu Ze had tossed her. Within a mere 30 seconds, a gaping hole had been blasted through the Fog Spectre's skull. Fog Spectre King killed. Liu Ze approached, kicking the pile of lifeless flesh. Not bad, stronger than that green giant, but it still took me only 2 minutes. He brushed the soot off his hands, unimpressed. It was merely a durable punching bag. The subsequent rounds, in the eyes of his companions, were still trivial. By the 26th wave, the Mixed Legion had grown accustomed to the chaos. The 4 of them coordinated effortlessly, cutting through the onslaught until the 29th wave. Though Liu Ze was smeared with a rainbow of blood and grime, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he sensed an unending surge of strength within him. With every punch and leap, the exhilarating sensation of mastery over his surroundings intoxicated him. Is there anyone left? So weak. Is there not a single worthy opponent? His current state was bordering on euphoric. The pent-up frustration from being restrained by the blade was now fully unleashed, coupled with an unidentifiable mutation within him, creating an illusion of invincibility. Commander, do not let your guard down, Zero cautioned as she approached him. According to analysis, your adrenaline levels are excessively high, and your judgment is declining. Declining my foot. Liu Ze waved her off dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. This is called being in the zone. Do you not understand? I feel like I could tear that dragon of wings apart without even using a gun. The dragon of wings was the final boss, its combat strength far surpassing these mere minions. Zero attempted to warn him. What's the matter with the boss? Even the blade transformed was strong. And I took it down. Liu Ze was not in the mood to heed any advice. He gazed at the increasingly ominous clouds gathering in the sky, fervor igniting in his eyes. Bring it on, the final showdown. Let me see just how formidable that winged beast truly is. Pandora observed Liu Ze's demeanor with growing unease. He-s getting too carried away. She whispered to Zero, this is not a good sign. Zero nodded in agreement. Overreaching can lead to downfall. I hope he doesn't suffer a grave misfortune. Just then, the ground began to shake violently, and thunder rumbled in the distance. The 29th wave has concluded. The 30th wave. The final battle is about to commence. Boss, dragon of wings descending. Countdown, 60 seconds. A colossal vortex formed in the sky. Green lightning crackling within the clouds, casting an oppressive aura over the water city. Buzzing. As the countdown began, on the opposite side of the sky, familiar supply crates descended from parachutes. This time, there were 2 large boxes. Supplies are here. Pandora's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the final wave's supply drop. There should be large healing potions inside. We can also restock on grenades. Hurry and grab them. With those, we'll have a better shot at the boss. Even Zero was momentarily enthused. However, Lu Zhe didn't even cast a glance at the two crates, standing at the edge of the broken bridge. He turned his back to the supply boxes, hands stuffed in his pockets, gazing skyward at the swirling vortex with an air of exaggerated bravado. No need to grab anything, Lu Zhe said coolly, his tone dripping with arrogance. A true man never requires such trifles. Heavy weaponry and potions are for the weak. My fists are the mightiest weapon I possess. Lucia, are you out of your mind? Pandora exclaimed, alarmed. That's the dragon of wings. It can fly. How will you fight it with your fists? It can fly, but can't I leap? Lu Zhe turned back with a grin. Don't worry, just watch. I'll show you how to bring it down from the sky and serve you a feast of roasted wings. With that, he boldly strode toward the direction where the dragon of wings would land. Zero, you all stay back and watch. I'm going to take this one on solo. Commander, I still recommend team coordination. Zero tried to intervene. That's an order. Lucia bellowed. Zero fell silent and retreated. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the center of the vortex above. Roar. Almost immediately, a massive shadow burst through the clouds. The dragon of wings. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, it was cloaked in black scales, its eyes ablaze with green hellfire. Rather than descending to the ground, it hovered above, gazing down upon the diminutive human with condescension. Its dragon eyes brimmed with mockery and cruelty. You there, what are you looking at? Come down, Lu Zhe shouted defiantly, pointing at the dragon of wings. You're so ugly, and yet you dare to frighten others? Didn't your mother teach you any manners? The dragon of wings seemed to comprehend Lu Zhe's provocation. With a furious roar, it flapped its enormous wings. Whoosh! A gust of wind, laden with a foul stench, struck Lucia. Almost instantaneously, the dragon lunged. It didn't exhale fire, nor employ any skills. It merely executed a simple dive. Its massive right claw, accompanied by a fierce wind, swooped down toward Lu Zhe. Come on, Lu Zhe shouted, advancing rather than retreating. Unleash. A flash of red light surged as Lu Zhe bent his legs and then propelled himself upward. He intended to confront the dragon of wings head-on in mid-air. Down you go. In the air, Lu Zhe swung his fist, aiming for the dragon's claw. In his mind, even if he couldn't break the claw, he could at least make that wretched bird stagger. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as his fist collided with the dragon's claw. It was not a contest of equals. There was no stalemate. Lu Zhe felt as though he had crashed into a high-speed train. An irresistible force of terror coursed through Lu Zhe's arm and enveloped his entire body. Crack! That was the sound of bones fracturing. Immediately, Lu Zhe was sent hurtling backward like a baseball struck off course, propelled away at a speed surpassing that of his initial charge. Whoosh! He soared over the broken bridge, gliding above Pandora and Zero's heads, before crashing violently into a dilapidated building behind them. Boom! The structure collapsed halfway, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Lucia! Pandora screamed. Meanwhile, the dragon in the sky paused momentarily, only to emit a mocking roar, spiraling in the air as if to say, "Is that all?" Chapter 132. Confronting Reality. Silence reigned in the ruins. After several seconds, a pile of rubble finally stirred. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhe pushed aside a slab of concrete that had pinned him down, struggling to crawl out. At that moment, he was utterly disheveled. His body was covered in dust. The most tragic sight was his right arm, the one he had used to throw punches at the dragon. Now it hung limply at his side, clearly broken and twisted at an unnatural angle. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his chest heaved violently. Damn, that was reckless. Lu Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth against the pain. This creature's strength was far too immense. It was on an entirely different level from that so-called Hulk. The invincible illusion he had just experienced was shattered by that one slap. He finally came to a stark realization. Though he had grown stronger, transcending into a superhuman, he remained, after all, a mere mortal. The entity he faced was the ultimate boss, a true monster. The disparity in strength was akin to a chasm. Lucia, are you all right? Pandora and Zero rushed over. Upon seeing Lu Zhe's severed arm, Pandora turned pale. Quick, there should be medicine in the supply box. I'll go get it. Don't. Lu Zhe raised his left hand to stop her. Don't go. That behemoth is watching. You be walking to your death. But your hand, watch. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he grasped his severed right arm with his left hand. Hang in there. Crack. With a sharp sound, he forcibly realigned the misaligned bone. Hiss. Cold sweat erupted from Lu Zhe as pain surged through him, nearly causing him to faint. Yet in the very next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mutated power of the bio-ghost within him, though suppressed in manifestation, retained its remarkable regenerative capacity. Coupled with the lingering effects of the previous large vial of medicine, the bruising and swelling on his right arm visibly receded at an astonishing rate. A tingling sensation accompanied the reconnection of his broken bones. Within mere moments, Lu Zhe attempted to move his fingers. To his amazement, they responded. Although he dared not exert too much force, it was evident that his arm had reattached. This regeneration was nothing short of cheating. Pandora stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Enough with the surprise. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up from the ground. This time, the arrogance and pride in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented calmness and ruthlessness. This time, I won't be reckless. Lu Zhe stretched his neck. If I can't win in hand-to-hand combat, then let's resort to some dirty tactics. Zero, open that supply box. Pandora, Dark Knight, find suitable cover. Let us have some fun with this foul bird. Understood. Zero darted toward the box, braving the gale whipped up by the dragon's wings. Clack! Both boxes were kicked open simultaneously. Lu Zhe craned his neck to peer over. Zero's icy voice reached him. Commander, there are 6 bio-grenades in total. Lu Zhe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn its system. He cursed. But there was no time for hesitation. The massive creature above had begun to grow impatient. The dragon hovered in midair, its green eyes fixated intensely on the 4 tiny ants below. It seemed particularly intrigued by the one that had dared to exchange blows with it moments ago. Roar! With a furious bellow, the dragon sprang into action. It wasted no time with extravagant theatrics. Its right wing snapped back abruptly, its entire body akin to a black meteor, loomed toward Lucia. The speed was astonishing, so swift that Pandora had no time to aim accurately. Lucia, to your right. Its claws, Dark Knight shouted. Without needing her warning, Lu Zhe had already sensed the foul wind rushing toward him. The dragon's right claw glimmered ominously, a true blade sharper than Lu Zhe's own transformed claws. Another one of those? Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. He had suffered earlier due to his arrogance, thinking he could withstand the onslaught. But that did not mean he couldn't evade it. Rage. Activate. A flash of red light surged through Lu Zhe as his adrenaline skyrocketed. Just as the colossal dragon claw was about to shred him to pieces, Lu Zhe dropped to the ground, followed by a clumsy yet highly effective roll. Whoosh! The dragon's claw grazed his scalp. The solid concrete floor, like tofu, was gouged with 3 deep, unfathomable trenches. Debris flew, striking Lu Zhe's face painfully. That was close. This thing is truly trying to take my life. Lu Zhe sprang back up, shaking the dust from his backside. You missed, you wretched creature. How infuriating. The dragon, having failed its strike, did not retreat. Its massive body landed with a thud, causing the ground to tremble. Without granting anyone a moment to breathe, its left wing suddenly spread out, sweeping across the ground in a horizontal arc. That wing was enormous, spanning over 10 meters, covering an extensive area. Left wing sweep. Jump! Lu Zhe shouted, leaping into the air. His current jumping ability was astounding, propelling him 4 to 5 meters high. However, Pandora and Dark Knight were not so fortunate. Pandora reacted quickly, managing to leap just in time, but still got caught by the wing's edge on her leg. Bam! She was sent flying, crashing heavily into a wall. Ugh! Pandora groaned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Pandora! Dark Knight, having been farther away, narrowly escaped the attack and hurried over to help her up. I'm fine, I won't die. Pandora gritted her teeth, rising to her feet. Though that blow was severe, she could still endure it. This monster's attack range is far too vast. Of course, it's the size of a Boeing 747. Lu Zhe landed, staring at the colossal creature before him. The dragon, having swept Pandora away with a single strike, seemed quite pleased with itself. It turned its massive head to gaze at Lu Zhe, exhaling a cloud of green toxic gas. Zero, hand over the grenades. Let S bombard it from all angles. Received. Zero strapped all the grenades to herself. Lu Zhe, you draw its attention. Dark Knight set up her Barrett rifle, aiming directly at the dragon's eye. Bang! The bullet struck the dragon's eyelid, sending sparks flying. It didn't breach its defenses, but it certainly succeeded in enraging it. With a roar, the dragon turned to bite Dark Knight. Hey, look over here. Lu Zhe picked up a brick and smashed it against the dragon's snout. You foul bird, your grandfather is right here. You must be sorely disappointed that you didn't crush me just now, huh? Come on, keep it up. As he ran, Lu Zhe made faces at the creature. His speed was remarkable as he darted through the ruins. The dragon, indeed enraged, abandoned its pursuit of Dark Knight and thundered after Lu Zhe. That's right. Come chase me. Let's see if you can catch me. Lu Zhe led the dragon in circles around the bridge. It was evident that this creature's aggro mechanism was quite simple. It pursued whoever inflicted pain upon it or who taunted it. Lu Zhe clearly fell into the latter category. Tot tot tot. As Lu Zhe sprinted, he wielded his M4A1 in one hand, firing blind shots behind him. Though the damage inflicted was modest, it held a profound sense of humiliation. A roar echoed as the demon-winged dragon pursued him for a brief moment, only to realize that this little insect was far too slippery to catch. Suddenly, it halted its advance. What is this? Out of breath? Lu Zhe also paused, catching his breath. Your stamina leaves much to be desired. Do you lack exercise in your daily routine? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the demon-winged dragon opened its massive jaws, but instead of spewing fire, a blinding white light emanated from deep within its throat. This light was not merely bright. It possessed an eerie gravitational pull, as if it were drawing in the surrounding illumination. Chapter 133. Administering a needle to the wretched bird. What the hell is this? Is it about to unleash a Kamehameha? Lu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Be cautious. It's an absorbing light. It will blind you. The information flashed through his mind like lightning. Close your eyes. Quickly. Shut your eyes. Lu Zhe shouted, but it was already too late. Buzz. The orb of white light erupted violently. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world had been plunged into darkness. Lu Zhe found himself engulfed in an abyss of blackness, utterly devoid of sight. This was not merely the darkness of closed eyelids. It was a profound, despairing void. It felt as if his retina had been stripped away. Am I blind? Pandora's panicked voice rang out. I can't see either, Dark Knight exclaimed. Do not panic. This is only temporary. Though Lu Zhe was enveloped in darkness, he remained composed. He strained his ears, amplifying his sense of hearing to its utmost. Zero, can you see anything? The visual system is undergoing severe interference and switching to radar mode. Zero's voice remained calm. This is a full-screen flashbang. An enhanced version, no less. Lu Zhe cursed under his breath. Since sight was futile, he would have to rely on his instincts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind surged violently. The demon-winged dragon did not cease its assault just because they could not see. Rather, it seemed to be gathering power. Lu Zhe sensed the air around him growing chaotic, as if countless knives were scraping across his face. Something is amiss. The wind direction is wrong. Lu Zhe dropped to the ground, pressing his ear against the earth. Zero. What is it doing? Warning. The target is spinning rapidly in place. A high-energy storm is forming. Please evacuate immediately. Spinning? A vivid image flashed in Lu Zhe's mind. This wretched bird has mistaken itself for a helicopter rotor. Run. Take cover behind a shelter. It's about to unleash its ultimate attack. Lu Zhe bellowed, scrambling behind a pillar using both hands and feet. Boom! A terrifying sound reverberated. The demon-winged dragon had indeed begun to spin. It spread its wings, its body whirling like a top. Those massive wings transformed into a meat grinder, reducing everything in their path, columns and walls alike, to dust. A scream echoed. Lu Zhe could not discern who it was. Pandora? Dark Knight? Anxiety gnawed at Lu Zhe. Yet he dared not reveal himself. The storm bore an overwhelming suction, threatening to pull everything into its vortex. Lu Zhe clung desperately to the pillar, feeling as if he might be swept away. What kind of biochemical monstrosity is this? It's nothing short of a mobile tornado. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, his face contorted by the gale. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying wind began to subside. The surrounding darkness gradually lifted, revealing his surroundings once more. Lu Zhe looked up and gasped. The entire broken bridge area appeared as if it had been plowed through. The ruins were more shattered than ever, with deep ravines gouged into the ground. Pandora lay crumpled in a corner not far away, covered in dust, clutching a stone tightly. Having narrowly avoided being drawn into the storm, Dark Knight fared better. She remained elevated, suffering less impact. Meanwhile, the demon-winged dragon stood at the center of the arena, swaying its head, seemingly dizzy from its own spinning. One opportunity. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment of its disorientation, he resolved to strike. Zero. Toss me a grenade. Zero was already prepared. She leaped from behind cover, waving her hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 biochemical grenades rained down at the feet of the demon-winged dragon. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion instantly engulfed the demon-winged dragon in flames. Roar. The demon-winged dragon screeched in agony. It's effective. Lu Zhe scrambled to his feet, retrieving the fire chilin that had fallen to the ground. Although lacking in medicinal supplies, we have an abundance of grenades. Let us reduce it to a featherless chicken. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, or rather, devolved into a prolonged and agonizing stalemate. The four of them resembled flies buzzing around the bird. They could inflict damage, but it was achingly slow. Although the demon winged dragon's health bar steadily declined, the rate of depletion was maddeningly sluggish. A burst from the fire Qilin barely nudged its health. Moreover, this creature could fly. Once its health dipped below a certain threshold, it ascended into the sky, circling or diving in for attacks. Lu Zhe and his companions could do nothing but stare helplessly from below. This is utterly shameless. Lu Zhe grumbled as he reloaded his magazine. If you have the ability, come down and face me one-on-one. What skill lies in soaring through the skies? Conserve your strength. Pandora leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Em utterly exhausted. 0. How many grenades do you have left? 3 remaining. I'm out. Lu Zhe patted his waist, feeling nothing but emptiness. The situation was on the brink of collapse. Lu Zhe gazed up at the still vibrant demon winged dragon, a bitter pang of despair gripping his heart. Am I truly to perish here? No, I must devise a plan. Lu Zhe's mind raced. A head-on confrontation was out of the question. He needed a clever strategy. Where lies its weakness? Lu Zhe scrutinized the demon winged dragon. Aside from its eyes, its entire body was armored in scales as hard as iron plates. Even striking its eyes would not guarantee a hit. He recalled how he had previously defeated the Blade Edge. A sudden thought struck him as he remembered the Blade Edge's transformation into a monster. Back then, the Blade Edge had also been invulnerable to defense, possessing monstrous strength. Yet it had ultimately been vanquished. How was it defeated? With a neutralizing agent. A light bulb flickered in Lu Zhe's mind as he slapped his thigh. Of course, the neutralizing agent. The Blade Edge mutated due to the injection of a virus and serum. The demon winged dragon before him was a biochemical weapon manufactured by the Blitz organization. Since it is a product of a virus, it must be susceptible to neutralizing agents. Lu Zhe had previously administered 10 doses to the Blade Edge, and he still had 20 doses of neutralizing agent in his inventory. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkle with excitement. If its thick hide cannot be penetrated, then we shall induce internal collapse. Let us administer a dose and see if it can still take flight. Pandora paused, momentarily stunned by his words. Lucia, are you mad? Administer a shot? How do you propose to do that? It's flying up there, and its entire body is armored in scales. How can a needle penetrate? It cannot remain airborne indefinitely. Lu Zhe observed the demon-winged dragon in the sky. Its earlier spinning had revealed that even its vestibular system has weaknesses. I'll find a way to create an opening. Create an opening? How do you intend to do that? Chapter 134. Strike true. Are you suggesting biting it? Pandora was baffled by Lu Zhe's line of thought. I have my tools. Lu Zhe flipped his wrist, revealing the Nepal Dragon Slayer in his hand. Dark Knight, focus your fire on its eyes. Do not concern yourself with damage. The primary aim is to irritate it, preventing it from fixating on me. Pandora, you and Zero are to create distractions on either side. Do not allow it to take off smoothly. The moment it descends, I will leap in to strike. Lu Zhe held the Dragon Slayer aloft, defiantly gesturing at the sky towards the majestic winged dragon. Hey, you winged monstrosity. Come down. Let me give your feet a little tune-up. The winged dragon, evidently enraged, swooped down once more. Scatter. The 4 companions instantly rolled in different directions. Boom! The winged dragon landed, its colossal claws gouging deep pits into the ground. Now's our chance. Attack! Lucia shouted. The Barret of the Night crackled to life, and with a resounding crack, a bullet struck the dragon at the corner of its eye. While it did not blind the beast, it caused its head to jerk in pain. Pandora and Zero unleashed their fire currents, bullets peppering the base of the dragon's wings. The winged dragon, irked, shook its head, its piercing green eyes locking onto Lu Zhe, sensing that this knife-wielding pest posed the greatest threat. Roaring, the dragon lunged forward with its right claw. Come on, Lu Zhe thought as he saw the claw approaching. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. Berserk, go! A flash of red light enveloped him, and Lu Zhe's speed surged to its zenith. He crouched low, practically gliding across the ground. Take this. Lu Zhe slid to the dragon's right ankle, gripping the dragon slayer's hilt with all his might, and brought it down with ferocity. Clang! The sound reverberated like steel meeting iron. The blade struck the dragon's obsidian scales, sending a torrent of sparks flying. Lu Zhe felt a numbing pain in his hands, nearly dropping the weapon. Damn, that's tough. He cursed. However, this heroic-grade weapon was no ordinary tool. Though he did not sever the limb, he managed to crack open a scale the size of a palm, oozing a trickle of green blood. Now we're getting somewhere. Lu Zhe's eyes gleamed. If he could breach its defenses, there would be hope. The winged dragon, enraged by the pain, lifted its right foot, intent on squashing this audacious ant. Thomas Graham. Liu Ze executed a clumsy but effective roll, barely escaping the impending stomp. Thud! The ground was left with a deep imprint. Liu Ze sprang to his feet and dashed away, glancing back to taunt. How is that? Does it hurt? Is my foot-fixing skill any good? The winged dragon screeched angrily, momentarily hesitating before the knight's bullets struck again. Bang! This shot landed squarely on the wound Liu Ze had inflicted. Roar! The winged dragon quivered in agony. It realized that this swarm of pests coordinated rather well together. Enraged, it suddenly halted, raising its left wing high before sweeping it down towards the ground. Left wing. Watch out! Zero's icy voice warned. This attack had an extensive range, nearly covering half the battlefield. Jump! Liu Ze propelled himself upwards, soaring 4 to 5 meters. Upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of dirt and charged back in, aiming to strike the same spot again. I refuse to believe that persistence won't break through your skin. The battle intensified. Liu Ze darted around the dragon's right leg like a nimble flea. He did not overreach, merely darting in to slash at the crack before retreating. Clang! 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 Each strike landed precisely on the same spot. The previously minor fissure had now been shattered, revealing the gray-brown flesh beneath. The flow of green blood increased. The winged dragon, clearly exasperated, could not catch Liu Ze as he darted away with astonishing speed. It attempted to take flight, but with each flap of its wings. Both Knight and Pandora concentrated fire on its wing base, causing it to wobble precariously. Roar! The winged dragon abruptly ceased all movement, standing still as its massive maw opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Watch out! It's about to unleash that blinding flash again. Liu Ze shouted, quickly shutting his eyes and covering them with his hands. Deep within its throat, a strange white light began to glow once more. Buzz! Light absorption! Even with his eyes closed, Liu Ze perceived a blinding whiteness, soon followed by an engulfing darkness. This blinding effect was egregiously nauseating. It didn't merely obscure vision, but rendered one utterly blind. All he could see was an inky void, devoid of any contours. Damn! This time it seems to last longer. Liu Ze's heart raced. Surrounding him were the roars of monsters and the thud of heavy footsteps. But he could not discern their direction. Zero. Report. Where is it? The target is 12 meters ahead. Liu Ze gritted his teeth. Waiting for his vision to return would mean missing a prime opportunity. The winged dragon must have thought everyone was blind, making it a vulnerable target. Liu Ze tightened his grip on the dragon slayer. Zero, guide me. I'm going in for the kill. Commander, I'd advise waiting for visual recovery. The risk is too high. To hell with that. Fortune favors the bold. Tell me where its right leg is. 11 o'clock ahead. 13 meters away. Height, 0.5 meters. Got it. Liu Ze surged forward from his position. Though the darkness enveloped him, he had complete faith in Zero's data. Trusting his instincts, he charged forward, eyes shut, bellowing, "You're about to meet your end." In the darkness, Liu Ze sensed the stench intensifying. This is it. Relying on his previous memory, he gripped the blade tightly. Channeling his way strength, he swung down fiercely into the unseen void. Swoosh! This time, the sound of metal clashing was absent. Instead, it was the sickening sound of the blade slicing through flesh. I hit it. Liu Ze rejoiced. The sensation confirmed he had struck deep. Roar! The winged dragon's earth-shattering scream echoed through the darkness. Suddenly, an immense force swept towards him. Unable to see, Liu Ze was sent flying by a powerful tail swipe. Bang! He crashed to the ground, rolling several times, his head striking a rock, ringing painfully. Yet, he grinned through the pain. Ha, that must hurt. At that moment, the darkness began to recede from his vision. Through the hazy light, Liu Ze beheld the winged dragon hopping in distress. A gaping half-meter-long gash marred its right ankle, flesh rolling back as green blood gushed forth like a fountain. Well done. Pandora, her vision slightly restored, exclaimed at the sight. Liu Ze, you're incredible. Hitting it while blind? Of course, I can smell it. Liu Ze rose, wiping the blood from his lips. Chapter 135, The Injection. Liu Ze flicked his wrist, and the Nepal Dragon Slayer vanished into thin air. With a thought, he conjured a Z1-type virus inhibitor. In that instant, he sprang into action. Berserk, go! Red light enveloped him once more, transforming Liu Ze into a streak of crimson lightning. He dashed towards the injured right leg of the winged dragon. First injection. Here, as a little gift. Clenching his teeth, Liu Ze aimed the inhibitor at the mangled wound and plunged it in with force. Swoosh! The needle pierced through the exposed muscle effortlessly. Lu Zhe pressed down on the plunger. Whoosh! The blue liquid surged into its veins. Roar! The winged dragon threw back its head, emitting a wail far more piercing than the previous one. It felt an icy, agonizing substance coursing through its bloodstream, akin to throwing a red-hot iron into cold water, excruciatingly unbearable. It went berserk, its massive wings thrashing against the ground, attempting to dislodge the accursed insect beneath. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Lu Zhe seized the scale on its leg, clinging on like a pendant. In his hand, he had already replaced the second dose of the blocking agent. The previous one was merely an appetizer. This was the main course. The second injection. With a swift motion, he plunged the needle in. The magic winged dragon writhed in pain, its body convulsing as it lifted its right leg, attempting to shake Lu Zhe off. Lucia, be careful, Anya shouted from above. Bang! The Barrett rifle roared. The bullet struck the crook of the dragon's knee, momentarily halting its movements. That brief pause saved Lu Zhe's life. Seizing the momentum, Lu Zhe executed a mid-air somersault, planting his feet firmly against the dragon's lower leg. Thanks, he exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips as he continued his task. The third injection. With a swift push, the liquid surged into the creature. The magic winged dragon went utterly berserk, ignoring the agony in its leg. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a cloud of toxic gas towards Lu Zhe. Lucia, watch out, Pandora screamed, desperately firing her machine gun at the dragon's face in an attempt to distract it. Good. Lu Zhe released his grip, free-falling through the air. The green mist brushed past his head, corroding a nearby stone with a sizzling sound. That was close. He landed and rolled to dissipate the impact. Yet, he did not retreat. He gazed at the trembling right leg of the dragon, the light in his eyes intensifying. Is this all you can endure? I've got plenty more where that came from. Today, if I don't turn you into a sieve, I won't bear your surname. Lu Zhe sprang back into action. Cover me. Keep going. All right, just stay safe. Pandora gritted her teeth. The hail of bullets rained down once more upon the magic winged dragon. Amidst the barrage, Lu Zhe drew closer to the colossal beast time and again. The fourth injection. Here we go. At this moment, Lu Zhe was entirely in the zone. He realized that despite the dragon's size and strength, as long as he avoided direct confrontation and utilized the speed to circle around it, it was nothing more than a live target. Especially now, with its injured leg, turning was a laborious task. Plunge. The needle struck the base of the dragon's thigh. In pain, the dragon attempted to swipe at Lu Zhe with its claws, but he had already anticipated its move. Sliding swiftly, he darted beneath its belly. Hee. This is a blind spot. Lu Zhe observed the grayish-white skin of its abdomen, although there were no visible wounds. The skin here was significantly thinner than the scales on its back. With enough force, even an iron rod can be sharpened to a needle. The fifth injection. Lu Zhe gripped the blocking agent, summoning all his strength, enhanced by the surge of adrenaline, and thrust it in with tremendous force. Plunge. The needle embedded halfway. That's enough. Lu Zhe forcefully pushed the plunger. Oh, the magic winged dragon emitted a strange cry. It suddenly dropped down, attempting to crush Lu Zhe beneath its bulk. Oh no, it felt like Mount High was crashing down. Startled, Elus scrambled to escape. Zero. Help. On it. Zero's silhouette appeared near the dragon's tail in an instant. With two short blades in hand, she aimed for the dragon's sensitive spot, whether or not it had one. No one can withstand this. The dragon instinctively raised its rear, startled by the sudden pain. This movement provided Lu Zhe with a chance to escape. Like a rolling gourd, he slipped out from beneath the dragon's legs. You scare me half to death. Zero, well done. That move was a stroke of genius. Lu Zhe rose, dusting off his face. He had already swapped for a new blocking agent. 15 left. Onward. The magic winged dragon was now both furious and terrified. It sensed that with each injection of that blue liquid, its strength was rapidly depleting. The once relentless viral activity within it now felt frozen. Its wings grew heavier, and its movement slowed. It's slowing down. Pandora keenly observed this. Lu Zhe's medicine is effective. Everyone, push harder. Absolutely. Lu Zhe laughed heartily, charging forward once again. The sixth injection. The seventh. Lu Zhe's speed escalated. He no longer required much cover from his teammates, as the dragon's counterattacks had grown sluggish. Its claw swipes appeared to him as if in slow motion. Too slow. Too slow. Have you forgotten to eat? As he mocked, he continued injecting. Plunge. Plunge. 2 more injections delivered. The dragon's roar was no longer as powerful. It sounded somewhat like a weaned puppy. Stop whining and conserve your strength. With the 10th blocking agent in hand, Lu Zhe stood 3 meters from the dragon. He leaped, stepping onto the dragon's drooping wing, and sprinted directly to the wound. Get in there. With both hands gripping the syringe, he thrust it down forcefully. Zing! The needle penetrated deeply, the effects coursing quickly. The dragon's massive form shuddered violently, nearly toppling over. Its once fiery green eyes dimmed, even beginning to lose focus. Just 10 left. I'll administer 5 more at once. Liu Ze aimed to save a few for himself. He couldn't exhaust them all at once. At this moment, Liu Ze had transformed into a relentless injecting machine. The 11th injection, the 12th, the 13th, the 15th. Holding the final blocking agent, Liu Ze gazed at the wobbling magic wing dragon. This injection will send you to your demise. He executed no flamboyant maneuvers, merely charging forward to administer the last dose entirely. Done. Liu Ze tossed aside the empty syringe, clapping his hands. That essay wrap. Enjoy the show. At this point, the magic wing dragon could barely hold itself together. Its massive body trembled violently. Ding, ding, ding. No longer did green blood ooze from its wounds. Instead, thick white smoke billowed forth, significantly reducing the foul stench. Roar! The dragon attempted to unfurl its wings and ascend. It was instinct. When faced with danger, it sought to flee to the skies. However, after 2 desperate flaps, its body lifted only half a meter off the ground before crashing heavily back down. Chapter 136, The Final Challenge. Boom! The impact stirred a cloud of dust. Want to fly? Not a chance. Liu Ze stood nearby, watching the scene unfold with a smirk. You've gone from a foul bird to a grounded chicken. The magic winged dragon, unwilling to concede, struggled to rise, its dim eyes fixed firmly on Liu Ze. It loathed this human. If only it had the strength, it would tear him to shreds. Raising its enormous right claw, it aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Liu Ze, just as before. Coming back for more? Liu Ze observed the descending claw. This time he did not dodge, nor did he unleash his full power. He stood resolutely in place, watching as the claw drew nearer. Lucia, get out of the way, Pandora shouted urgently. Although the dragon appeared weak, its size commanded respect. A single strike could be devastating. No need to dodge, Lucia replied calmly. He took a deep breath, channeling the latent power within him, directing it all to his right arm. In an instant, his arm swelled, muscles straining against his combat suit. Earlier, weren't you so fierce? Didn't you send me flying with a mere swipe? A fierce glint flashed in Liu Ze's eyes. Now, let us see who could deliver a punch. Just as the dragon's claw was about to strike his forehead, Liu Ze unleashed a powerful punch. Get lost. Bam. A large and a small, one black and one white, 2 utterly disproportionate fists, or claws, collided with one another. This time, there was no sound of bones cracking, nor did anyone fly away. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, with a sharp crack, the enormous right claw of the demon-winged dragon bent backward at a peculiar angle. A howl erupted from the creature as it staggered backward, propelled by the recoil of the blow, eventually landing heavily on its rear. Yet, Liu Ze remained steadfast in his position. Although his feet sank several inches into the ground, he did not retreat a single step. How is this possible? Did you forget to eat? Liu Ze retracted his fist, brushing off the dust that clung to it. Where did that earlier bravado go? He gazed mockingly at the fallen demon-winged dragon, a smirk gracing his face. It seems the effect of the potion was quite formidable, reducing you to a quivering mess. Pandora and Dark Knight watched from a distance, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He actually managed to push the demon-winged dragon back. Pandora felt her worldview shifting yet again, although aware that the creature had been weakened. This was still a direct confrontation. Is this truly his strength? Dark Knight murmured. At that moment, Liu Ze felt exhilarated. That punch was utterly satisfying. Get up. Come at me again. He strode confidently toward the demon-winged dragon. The creature, witnessing Liu Ze's advance, finally displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. It shrank back, emitting a low whimper. It was frightened. The power within it had been depleted, and now it could not even contend with an ordinary Hulk. Don't be cowardly. This is just the beginning. Liu Ze approached the beast, lifting his foot to rest upon one of its shattered claws. Just a moment ago, you were quite formidable, weren't you? You wanted to annihilate us? Come on. I'm right here. Go ahead and try to move. The demon-winged dragon could only feebly shake its head. TSK. 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 How pathetic. Liu Ze shook his head, the mockery in his eyes replaced by a chilling intent to kill. However, I'm not one to show mercy. Since you were down for the count, do not blame us for overwhelming you. Liu Ze turned, beckoning to his companions behind him. Sisters, stop standing there. This beast is already defeated. Those with grudges, take your revenge. Let's finish it off together. Underneath the pent-up frustration, Pandora was the first to charge forward. Her side still ached. Just watch as I dismantle your wings. She unleashed a barrage from her submachine gun towards the injured wing of the demon wing dragon. The bullet struck its scaled flesh, causing crimson bursts to erupt. The demon wing dragon writhed in pain, yet it lacked the strength to rise, only able to lie there, wailing. The group entered a frenzy of collective assault. Lu Zhe did not remain idle, though he lacked the dragon slayer in hand. He picked up a piece of rebar that had been blown away earlier. Hey, take this. He swung the rebar, aiming for the creature's forehead. Bam! That S for spinning around earlier, for throwing those flashbangs, for showing off. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Lu Zhe struck while hurling insults. This was an unmitigated slaughter. The demon wing dragon resembled a massive punching bag, allowing the four to vent their accumulated fury. Its health bar plummeted at a visible rate under the onslaught. 10%. Pandora shouted. 5%. It's nearly dead. The demon wing dragon let out a final mournful cry. It sensed its life force rapidly dwindling. It was unwilling to accept this fate. It was a formidable bioweapon, the ruler of the skies. How could it perish at the hands of these mere insects? And in such a humiliating manner, like being beaten to death with sticks? Summoning its last ounce of strength, it attempted to lift its head, hoping to unleash a final breath of poison. Still hoping to struggle? Lu Zhe's keen eyes discerned its intent immediately. In your dreams, he discarded the bent rebar and retrieved the dragon slayer. The final blow must be delivered with this for the sake of ceremony. Leaping high, he landed atop the demon wing dragon's head, gripping the hilt of the blade with both hands, the tip directed downward. In your next life, may you be reborn as a good person, no, a good bird. With all his might and the force of gravity, he plunged the blade down. The sharp edge of the dragon slayer pierced through the top of the demon wing dragoness skull, embedding itself to the hilt. The creature's roar was abruptly silenced. Its massive body stiffened momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground. The brilliance in its green eyes extinguished completely. Lu Zhe withdrew the dragon slayer and leaped down from the dragon's head. He shook the blood from the blade, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Do we win? Have we truly triumphed? Pandora sat down heavily, gazing at the dissipating form of the demon wing dragon, too exhausted to even grasp her gun. She felt as though her entire skeletal structure might fall apart. This battle had drained her. Had it not been for Lu Zhe's miraculous healing needle, they would likely have perished today. Victory was essential. Lu Zhe approached. Though weary, he maintained the composure befitting a captain. With me here, this is merely a trivial matter. You can gloat all you want. Pandora shot him an exasperated glance, though her eyes held a hint of something more. Yet, you truly saved us this time. Chapter 137, A Pill of Assurance. Congratulations, host, for clearing challenge mode. Water City Heart. Mission objective: clear 30 rounds and defeat the final boss, the demon wing dragon. Completed. Mission accomplished. Mission reward: slight enhancement of host's physical attributes. Intermediate. Experience 200. Additional note: current level LV4 13202000. Mission completed. The host will return to the real world. Lu Zhe collapsed onto the rubble-strewn ground, utterly indifferent to the rewards. All he felt was fatigue, a bone-deep weariness. Finally, it's over. He wiped the dust from his face. At this moment, Pandora seemed somewhat disheveled, her combat suit torn in several places, her face marked. She tossed her submachine gun to the ground, fixing her gaze on Lu Zhe, her eyes swirling with complexity. Lu Zhe, Pandora hesitated, as if searching for the right words. Dark Knight, nearby, was more straightforward, crouching down as if collecting remnants of ash from the dissipating demon wing dragon. At that moment, the vortex in the sky began to reverse, beams of white teleportation light cascading around them. It seemed they were about to depart. Dark Knight rose, saying nothing, merely allowing a faint smile to grace her lips before vanishing in an instant. Pandora lingered, stepping in front of Lu Zhe, looking at the man who had just embodied a warrior. Lucia. Pandora inhaled deeply, her tone turning serious. Thank you for this. If not for you, Dark Knight, and I might have perished here. And regarding Blade, Edge, her expression dimmed slightly at the mention of Blade Edge. That was a consequence of his own actions. Lu Zhe's playful demeanor faded. You saw it too. In his quest to win, he lost his very humanity. In that state, if he survived, we would all be doomed. I understand, Pandora nodded. But I must say, the Titan project from the higher-ups of the Guardians seems to be real. Once we return, I will investigate. If the organization is indeed treating us as mere guinea pigs. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Pandora's eyes. I will not stand idly by. Very well. Your words suffice. Lucia smiled. If you find yourself without a place to go, do come to me, though I cannot offer you any formal position. Providing a meal is certainly within my means." For a rare moment, Pandora smiled, her fleeting expression illuminating the desolation surrounding them. "Take care, Lu Zhe." With that, the two figures vanished into thin air, leaving Lu Zhe and Zero alone in the Water City. The smile on Lu Zhe's face crumbled instantly at Pandora's disappearance. He retrieved a deep blue inhibitor from his spatial pocket, the last remnant from the earlier encounter with the demon-winged dragon, now reduced to 5 doses. "Zero." Lu Zhe's voice trembled. "What should I do now?" Zero stood beside him, tilting her head slightly. "Commander, I do not comprehend the source of your fear. The mission has been accomplished. You should prepare for return." "Return? Nonsense!" Lu Zhe exclaimed, beads of sweat forming in his palm as he clutched the inhibitor. "Did you not witness the state blade wasn't earlier?" He consumed the viral core, took that wretched serum, and endured 10 injections of the inhibitor. He collapsed. He pointed to himself. "Though I may appear normal outwardly, I have no idea what condition I am in internally. If I were to administer an inhibitor now, would I also end up like Blade?" Fear gripped Lu Zhe. He felt as though he were carrying a bomb. To abstain from the inhibitor left him terrified of the virus within. What if it mutated upon returning to the real world and spread? Yet, to take the inhibitor was to risk following in Blade's footsteps and possibly sealing his own fate. Even if he survived, what if other parts of his body mutated? What if it was something dire? The thought of an unfavorable mutation left him in despair. This was a matter of life and death. Lu Zhe raised the inhibitor, then lowered it again, his indecision driving him to the brink of madness. Had he known the consequences of that potent serum, he would have never taken it. Now he felt like a lab rat. "Commander," Zero observed Lu Zhe's distress and took a step forward. "What are you doing?" Lucia retorted sharply. "Do not counsel me. Allow me to ponder a moment longer. This pertains to my future happiness. If I become paralyzed, whom shall I turn to for solace?" "There is no need for such deliberation." Zero's tone remained unwavering as she placed her hand firmly on Lu Zhe's shoulder. "Hey, what are you doing? Do not move. My body is fragile right now." "Silence," Zero retorted coldly. Suddenly, her eyes ignited with a blue luminescence. Lu Zhe was taken aback by Zero's abrupt action, rendering him motionless. "What are you doing, Zero? Conducting an autopsy?" He stammered, his eyes darting as the blue light swept over him. "Be gentle. I cannot afford any radiation. My genes are already unstable. Do not cause further mutations." Zero disregarded his ramblings, her gaze fixed intently upon him. After a minute, the blue light finally extinguished. Lu Zhe swallowed hard, tentatively asking, "What is it? Am I salvageable?" Zero withdrew her hand, her eyes returning to their normal hue. She regarded Lu Zhe with an unmistakable hint of confusion. "Commander, according to the scan results, the biological virus within you is inactive." "What?" Lu Zhe thought he misheard and rubbed his ears. "Repeat that? Inactive? How can that be?" "Indeed, it is confirmed. There are no residual traces of the biological virus in your system." Lu Zhe seized his inner turmoil, trusting Zero's assessment. A deep breath escaped him. He tossed the inhibitor back into his spatial pocket. "If all is well, let us depart swiftly. I wish to linger in this ghastly place no longer." Transmission initiated. Transmission countdown, 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of vertigo enveloped him once more. As the disorientation subsided, Lu Zhe felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. He was back in the familiar confines of base 031. Shaking his head, he murmured, "I'm back." A calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Zhe looked up to see Dr. Zhao, clad in protective gear, holding a clipboard. Outside the glass, Li Yuanchao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. "Yes, I have returned." Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders. "This experience is truly indescribable. I nearly did not make it back." "Save your sentiments, Doctor." Zhao approached, scrutinizing Lu Zhe. "From your demeanor, you do not seem to be in distress. Come, as per protocol, let us proceed to the examination room." Without further ado, Lu Zhe followed Dr. Zhao into the facility. This time, they did not enter the sealed isolation chamber, but proceeded to the adjacent advanced testing center, newly established to monitor Lu Zhe's physiological changes continuously. "Take a seat." Dr. Zhao gestured to an intricate metal chair. Lu Zhe sat down, rolling up his sleeves with practiced ease. "Are you going to bind me?" A young assistant whispered hesitantly. Dr. Zhao shot him a glare. "Bind him? Lu Zhe is a hero, not a criminal. Besides, if he were to mutate, those 2 straps would be utterly useless." Lu Zhe smirked slightly at the comment. In the past, he might have bantered, but today he lacked the spirit for it. The events he endured in the Water City weighed heavily on him, particularly the changes within his body. "Dr. Zhao, Please conduct the examination quickly. Lu Zhe leaned back in the chair, his voice low. I administered a peculiar drug there, and my body reacted significantly. I am uncertain if I'm still human. Dr. Zhao's hands paused, her expression growing serious. Attach all necessary sensors. Xuanwu, activate the equipment. Several assistants hurried over with devices resembling EKG electrodes, applying them to Lu Zhe's chest, temples, and wrists. Finally, Dr. Zhao retrieved a sleek silver helmet brimming with technological sophistication and gently placed it on Lu Zhe's head. This is the latest full-spectrum biological scanner. Bear with it. There may be some discomfort. Not a problem. Proceed. Lu Zhe closed his eyes. Beep. The sound of the device activating resonated. Lu Zhe felt a faint current coursing through him, from his scalp down to his heels. The large screen nearby displayed a myriad of data. Dr. Zhao's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her brow furrowing deeper. What is going on with this data? Li Yuanchao approached just then. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Not just an issue. It is profoundly concerning, Doctor. Zhao pointed to a red curve on the screen. Director Li, observe this. It represents the cellular activity index. I do not understand this. Just convey the results. Li Yuanchao raplia solemnly. Dr. Zhao inhaled deeply, turning to Lu Zhe, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lucia, your current rate of cellular division and metabolic capability is 50 times that of a normal person. Lu Zhe opened his eyes wide. 50 times? What does that mean? Am I doomed? No, you are not doomed. Dr. Zhao shook her head, her tone laced with fervor. This signifies that your regenerative abilities are extraordinarily formidable. To confirm, Xuanwu, bring a scalpel. An assistant handed over a sharp surgical knife. Dr. Zhao stepped closer to Lu Zhe. Do you mind if I make a small incision? Lu Zhe extended his arm. Go ahead, just avoid the major arteries. Dr. Zhao gently made a small cut on his forearm. Blood immediately seeped from the wound, which measured approximately 3 centimeters in length. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Under the gaze of Li Yuanzhao and several assistants, the blood that trickled from the wound began to coagulate almost instantaneously. Subsequently, the curling flesh appeared to possess a life of its own, writhing towards the center and attempting to heal itself. In less than a minute, the wound vanished entirely, leaving behind only a faint white mark. If one did not scrutinize closely, one would hardly discern that a knife had just grazed this spot. A collective gasp echoed throughout the laboratory. Did you see that? Doctor. Zhao's voice trembled. This was a recovery speed beyond human capabilities. This is precisely the characteristic of a biochemical specter. Nevertheless, the data indicated that while his genetic sequence had undergone alteration, it had neither collapsed nor retained any destructive viral remnants. Li Yuanzhao regarded Lu Zhe's arm with a complex expression. So he has evolved? One could say that. Dr. Zhao adjusted her glasses, observing Lu Zhe as though he were a rare treasure. Lu Zhe, what exactly transpired within you? Lu Zhe rubbed the white mark, equally incredulous. I merely consumed a vial of potent medicine. It was intended for life-saving purposes. A vial of potent medicine? Dr. Zhao grasped Lu Zhe's shoulder tightly. Is there more? Even an empty bottle would suffice. Lu Zhe, sensing the intensity in Dr. Zhao's gaze, nodded quickly. Yes, indeed. I have a good habit of keeping things. I always bring things back. With a thought, a sealed red vial clattered onto the stainless steel tray before him. The laboratory fell silent. All eyes fixated on the 2 red glass vials. Dr. Zhao's breathing quickened. Cautiously donning gloves, she picked up one of the vials, scrutinizing it under the light. Is this the substance that endowed you with super recovery abilities? Yes, I had shattered bones and a crushed chest. After drinking a vial of this, I was instantly revitalized. Lucia replied earnestly. Moreover, the side effects that turned me into a biochemical specter vanished, and I reverted back to my human form. Remarkable, truly a medical miracle, Doctor. Zhao mused softly. Xuanwu, prepare the sterile room. I must analyze this sample immediately. Wait a moment, Zhao Jia, Lu Zhe called out, halting her. Before you rush into studying the medicine, could you first release me? I don't have any viruses in me, do I? I won't infect anyone, will I? Chapter 139. Let Zero pretend to be a girlfriend. At this moment, Dr. Zhao remembered that Lu Zhe was still seated in the testing chair. She glanced down at the data on the screen. Currently, all your indicators are stable. There are no active viral sources in your body. And the special regenerative genes are exceedingly stable. They do not possess volatility or transmissibility. However, Dr. Zhao's tone shifted. For absolute safety, we need to conduct one final confirmation. I will extract your oral mucosa cells and blood, combining them with ordinary human cells for co-culture. If there are no signs of phagocytosis or infection within half an hour, You may leave. All right, let us expedite this, Lu Zhe said, opening his mouth to allow the assistant to swab his mouth with a cotton swab. He then extended his arm for a blood draw. Dr. Zhao hurriedly took the samples and that vial of potent medicine into the core laboratory. Li Yuan Zhao remained, pulling up a chair to sit opposite Lu Zhe. You've borne quite the burden this time. He handed Lu Zhe a bottle of water. Lu Zhe took a sip. Fortunately, I encountered a formidable opponent, known as Blade. He was originally an elite, yet in his quest to defeat me, he rendered himself something neither human nor ghost. Had I not been lucky, you would have been preparing a memorial service for me by now. Lu Zhe set the water bottle down. By the way, Director Li, Zero has been of immense help this time. Could we grant her a formal identity? She shouldn't always remain in my space, after all. I believe she was once human. She bears no difference from ordinary people, and I do not wish to regard her as an object. Li Yuan Zhao pondered for a moment. This matter has been discussed at higher levels. As long as we confirm she poses no threat to the Great Xia, we can arrange for her to have a legitimate identity. She could even serve as your special assistant and receive allowances. That would be splendid, Lu Zhe sighed in relief. An hour passed swiftly. The laboratory door swung open, and Dr. Zhao emerged, her face alight with excitement. Good news. Absolutely wonderful news. She waved the report in her hand. There are no issues with your cells. They coexist peacefully with normal cells in the culture dish, displaying no aggressiveness whatsoever. In fact, they exude a certain energy that slightly enhances the vitality of surrounding ordinary cells. So I'm not toxic? Lu Zhe rose to his feet. Not only are you not toxic, but you are essentially a human-shaped tonic, Dr. Zhao jested. However, the composition of that vial is exceedingly complex. I will require more time to analyze it. If we can decipher its secrets, the battlefield medical standards of the Great Xia could be advanced by at least a century. That's your concern, Lu Zhe stated, detaching the sensors from his body one by one. Since I'm fine, may I return home now? After all those days of fighting for my life, I need a good meal to recuperate. Li Yuan Zhao stood, patting Lu Zhe on the shoulder. Go ahead, take a day off. However, don't stray too far. Keep your phone close. Also, regarding Zero, you must keep an eye on her until the paperwork is completed. Rest assured, Director Li, she listens to me. Lu Zhe donned his coat and gathered his belongings. By the way, things aren't peaceful with the Eagle Nation lately. They've suffered losses and are now attempting to infiltrate us with espionage. Please ensure your safety. All right, as long as I avoid being shot in the head, I should be fine. With that, Lu Zhe returned to his assigned single dormitory at the base. Though referred to as a dormitory, the accommodations were akin to a five-star hotel, albeit without windows. He tossed his coat onto the sofa and collapsed into it. Utterly exhausted. Lu Zhe closed his eyes, his mind flooded with images of that wretched place beneath the water city. Blade-esque contorted face, the claws of the demon-winged dragon, and the endless horde of corpses. Buzz. The private phone resting on the table suddenly vibrated. Lu Zhe opened one eye and glanced at the screen. Caller ID. Empress Dowager. Startled, he straightened up, cleared his throat, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Lucia. You wretched child. You still remember how to answer the phone, huh? His mother's penetrating voice resonated from the other end. I've called you 3 times. What on earth are you doing? Mom, I've been busy with work. I just finished a meeting, Lu Zhe replied, adeptly weaving a lie. Meeting? Are you the president? Holding meetings every day? His mother's tone softened slightly, but she quickly transitioned to the main topic. I'm telling you, you must return this weekend. Why should I return? I just finished my work and want to rest. Rest? What are you resting for? Your second aunt has introduced someone to you, and the conditions are particularly good. She works at the tax bureau, and although she is 3 years older than you, they say that a woman 3 years older brings golden bricks. I've sent you her photo. Have you seen it? Lu Zhe felt overwhelmed. Another blind date. He was averse to such arrangements, especially since he had only graduated a couple of years ago and was already being urged to settle down. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. I'm currently in the prime of my career. Stop feeding me those useless excuses. You're already 24. The boy next door, the son of Aunt Wong, can already run errands. His mother refused to listen to any explanations. I couldn't care less. If you don't bring a partner back this weekend, you shall be compelled to meet that girl from the tax office. Should you dare to stand me up, just wait until you come home next time to see how I will deal with you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Lu Zhe, holding his phone, wore an expression of utter despondency. What on earth is this? Battling monsters is not even this exhausting. He tossed his phone aside and suddenly had a thought. Zero. Come fort. Lu Zhe called out. A streak of light flashed, and Zero appeared in the room. She was still clad in her battle attire, her expression icy, habitually resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. Commander. Lu Zhe rose and circled around Zero, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Zero's physique was undeniably impressive. She possessed all the right curves, and her face sported an air of cold elegance. Aside from her slightly vacant gaze and her inability to smile, she was nothing short of a perfect goddess. Zero, I have a new task for you. Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. Task objective: return home with me. Task details: pretend to be my girlfriend. Zero tilted her head slightly. Analyzing task. Keywords: pretend, girlfriend. Please define the behavioral patterns of a girlfriend. Lu Zhe scratched his head. Well, you need to act as if we were very close. Should I call you dear? No, that's too cheesy. Just call me Lu Zhe, or A's will suffice. Then you must serve me food and link your arm with mine. Most importantly, we need to convince my parents that our relationship is exceptionally strong, as if we are deeply in love. Zero fell silent for 2 seconds. Loading module. Loading complete. Commander, shall I commence execution now? Chapter 140. Home acting. Lu Zhe glanced at Zero's frigid countenance, feeling somewhat anxious. Can a robot truly act? Execute. However, you must first change out of that outfit. Your battle gear makes it look as though you're going out to slay someone. I will find you some normal clothes. Lu Zhe rummaged through his belongings and unearthed a few somewhat androgynous shirts and sweatshirts. Make do with these. I will take you shopping for new ones later. It's too conspicuous to wear that outfit outside now. Zero accepted the clothes without a hint of modesty and promptly began to remove her battle suit. Wait. Lu Zhe quickly turned away. Change the bathroom. Remember, the first rule of being a girlfriend. You must possess a sense of modesty. You cannot undress in front of a man without discretion. Directive received. Adding modesty module. Zero took the clothes into the bathroom. Lu Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow. This isn't merely finding a shield. It's akin to bringing home an ancestor. Afterwards, Lu Zhe took Zero to purchase a white sweatshirt. He also bought her a pair of jeans and simply tied her hair into a ponytail. Then, driving a black SUV assigned to him by his unit, he set off for his hometown with Zero. Although Zero wore no makeup, her skin radiated a luminous whiteness. Sitting in the passenger seat, she turned heads at a staggering rate of 200%. Do you remember what I just taught you? Lu Zhe instructed while driving. Upon entering, greet my uncle and aunt, smile, and don't wear a face that looks like someone owes you money. If they ask about your job, say you're my colleague in an administrative role. If they inquire about your age, state that you're 24. If they ask where you are from, say you live out of town, as your parents are abroad. Zero sat there, holding a bottle of water, her gaze fixed on the fleeting scenery outside. Memory module locked. Smile simulation ready. Commander, according to data analysis, your heart rate is even faster than during combat. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Of course, in battle, one's life is at stake. Returning home is playing with fire. If this goes awry, my mother could berate me for an entire year. Also, refrain from calling me Commander. Use my name or A's. The vehicle soon pulled into the familiar old neighborhood. Lu Zhe parked and retrieved 2 boxes of tea and a box of fruit from the trunk. Zero, link your arm with mine. Zero extended her hand, somewhat awkwardly linking her arm with Lu Zhe's. Relax, don't grip me like a vice. The two ascended to the 3rd floor and stood at the doorway. Lu Zhe took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, they're coming. The sound of slippers shuffling inside was followed by the door swinging open. His mother, apron-clad and wielding a spatula, wore an expression of impatience. Where have you been? His mother's words halted mid-sentence as she beheld Zero standing beside Lu Zhe, linking arms with him. Her eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping the spatula in her hand. What is this? Lu Zhe hurriedly introduced, with a smile. Mom, this is my girlfriend, named Zero, or Lin Ling. He hastily concocted a name. Zero gazed at Lu Zhe's mother, her lips curving into a standard smile as per her programming. Though it resembled the professional smile of a flight attendant, her stunning beauty rendered it undeniably impactful. Hello, Auntie. Zero's voice rang clear, devoid of her usual coldness, and surprisingly held a hint of warmth. Oh, hello. His mother quickly regained her composure, her face blooming into a radiant smile. She tossed the spatula aside, vigorously rubbed her hands on her apron, and clasped Zero's hand. This girl is truly lovely. She resembles a movie star. Come in, don't just stand there at the door. His mother pulled Zero inside, completely neglecting her own son, Lu Zhe. Old Lu, stop watching TV. Come out quickly. Our son has brought home a girlfriend. A cacophony of clattering sounds emerged from within as Lu Zhe's father, donning reading glasses and clutching a newspaper, hurriedly rushed out. What? A girlfriend? Upon seeing Zero, his father momentarily froze. Hello, uncle. Zero greeted with another standard smile. Good. Please take a seat. His father beamed with delight. quickly bustling to pour tea. Lu Zhe entered, shutting the door behind him, and surveyed the warm scene, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seems the first hurdle has been cleared. My dear girl, where are you from? How old are you? What do you do? As soon as they sat down, his mother's inquisitive mode activated. Zero sat upright on the sofa, her posture impeccably straight. Annie, I am 24 this year. My parents are abroad. I work as a data analyst with Lu Zhe. Colleague, you say? How delightful. His mother's satisfaction grew with each passing moment. Oh dear, your hands are a bit cold. Are you wearing too little? Lucia, are you a dead man? Don't you know to pour your girlfriend a cup of hot water? Lu Zhe had barely settled into his seat when his mother began to scold him. Oh, I'll pour it. Lu Zhe forced a smile and went to pour water. This kid never knows how to take care of others. Please bear with him, my dear girl. His mother clutched Zero's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. No, Lu Zhe treats me very well. Zero recited her lines as scripted. He often protects me. That is good. His mother laughed, so hard her eyes nearly disappeared. Lu Zhe brought over the water and observed the scene, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. If this were real, it might not be so bad after all. The lunch spread was incredibly lavish. Braised pork ribs, steamed fish, stir-fried shrimp, and Lu Zhe's favorite dumplings. However, today, Lu Zhe found he had no opportunity to pick up his chopsticks. Ling, here, have a shrimp. Annie has peeled it for you. His mother placed a peeled shrimp into Zero's bowl. Thank you, Annie. Zero mechanically picked up the chopsticks and brought the shrimp to her mouth. Is it delicious? His mother watched her with eager anticipation. Zero chewed a few times. Her taste system was not particularly developed, primarily used for analyzing components. High protein content, moderate seasoning, excellent texture. Zero provided her evaluation. If it's delicious, eat more. Look at how thin you are. His father, not to be outdone, offered Zero a piece of the best fish belly meat. The fish bones are few, nourishing for the brain, and as you data analysts tire your minds, you ought to replenish yourselves more. The empty bowls swiftly amassed into a small mountain. Lu Zhe reached for the plate of ribs with his chopsticks. Crack. His mother struck his hand with her chopsticks. You eat the vegetables. There are only a few ribs left. Save them for Ling. Lu Zhe retracted his hand, a look of grievance upon his face. Mom, am I not the adopted one? Can't I even have one piece of his plate of ribs? What do you usually eat at work? Ling is visiting our home for the first time. Shouldn't we treat her well? His mother shot him a glare before turning back to Zero with a benevolent smile. Chapter 141. The Fluctuation of Zero's Emotions. Don't mind him. He has tough-skinned and won't go hungry. Zero observed Lu Zhe's dejected expression and glanced at the bowl brimming with food. A peculiar emotion began to swirl within her mind. Unknown interaction pattern detected. Subject, Lu Zhe's parents. Behavior, unconditional resource allocation, feeding. Emotional feedback, warmth, safety. Feeling valued. System warning, logical conflict. This is not a mandatory task behavior. Why does it evoke comfort? Zero paused with her chopsticks. She turned to look at Lu Zhe, who was grimacing as he chewed on a piece of vegetable. Yet, upon catching Zero's gaze, he discreetly blinked and mouthed, "Hurry up and eat, don't reveal anything." Zero then glanced at his mother and father. In their eyes, there was no calculation, no exchange of interests, only pure, unreserved goodwill. Is this what family feels like? Zero sensed a slight increase in her core temperature. She picked up a rib and, to the astonishment of Lu Zhe's parents, placed it into Lu Zhe's bowl instead of her own. You eat too. Zero looked at Lu Zhe, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Zhe was taken aback, as were his parents. Then, his mother erupted into hearty laughter. Oh my, look at this child. She is even concerned for Lu Zhe. Good. She knows how to care for others. Lu Zhe, look at how Ling treats you, if you dare bully her. I'll break your legs. Lu Zhe stared at the ribs in his bowl, and then at Zero. She had lowered her head, silently continuing to eat. Yet Lu Zhe distinctly noticed that her ears seemed to have turned slightly red. Can this robot feel shy? The meal unfolded with an unusual harmony. After finishing, Lu Zhe's mother pulled Zero onto the sofa to peruse photo albums, recounting embarrassing tales from Lu Zhe's childhood, such as wetting the bed at 3 and sneaking into a dress at 5. Zero listened intently, even posing questions at opportune moments. Lu Zhe, seated nearby, rolled his eyes, unable to intervene. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that Lu Zhe glanced at the time and stood to take his leave. Mom, Dad, we need to head back. There are matters at work. Leaving so soon? Stay and play a while longer. His mother appeared reluctant, holding on to Zero's hand. Ling, do come often. If Lu Zhe bullies you, just call me, and I'll stand up for you. Saying this, his mother produced a thick red envelope from her pocket and pressed it firmly into Zero's hands. This is a welcome gift. Take it. Zero instinctively tried to refuse. Auntie, this isn't appropriate. Take it. Lu Ze quickly pressed down on Zero's hand. A gift from an elder. It cannot be declined. Just accept it. Reluctantly, Zero acquiesced. The journey back was enveloped in silence. Zero gripped the red envelope tightly, remaining quiet. So how was it? You did well today. Lu Ze broke the silence. This hurdle is crossed. I doubt my mom will pressure me into blind dates for the next 6 months. Zero turned to Lu Ze. Commander. Yes? Is this what it feels like to be home? Lu Ze paused, glancing at Zero. The cold, mechanical essence in her gaze seemed to have dissipated significantly, replaced by a hint of confusion and longing. Yes. Lu Ze smiled, looking ahead at the road stretching before them. There are voices chattering, someone cooking, and no matter how old you are, someone still treats you like a child. That's home. Zero looked down at the envelope in her hand. I do not dislike this feeling. Data recorded. Red paper envelope. Weight 100 grams. Contain value. Priceless. Listening to Zero's murmurs, Lu Ze's lips curled into a smile. The two fell into a comfortable silence as the vehicle glided steadily along the highway. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ze couldn't resist turning to Zero again. I say, Zero. Commander, please speak. Zero maintained her gaze forward, sitting upright. Earlier in my house, I noticed you ate quite a lot. The ribs, the fish, and that large bowl of rice my mom served you. All of it went down. Lu Ze pointed at Zero's flat abdomen. Can your body structure truly digest all of that? Don't turn around and short circuit, or you might need to find a restroom, and that will be troublesome. This was indeed a question that lingered in Lu Ze's mind. Although Zero appeared human and possessed body heat, she was essentially a biochemical weapon. If she were to suffer an upset stomach, there would be no place for her to seek repair. Zero lowered her head, glancing at her abdomen with a calm expression. Commander, I'm capable of engaging in the act of eating. However, this is merely a physical process of swallowing and processing, not digestion in the human sense. Processing? Lu Ze raised an eyebrow. How so? A shredder? No, it's incineration. Zero pointed to the location of her heart. Although I retain some biological tissue within, I lack a complete digestive system. All organic matter I ingest passes through the esophagus into a pre-combustion chamber surrounding my core. Zero paused, seemingly retrieving data. The high temperatures generated by the core instantaneously carbonize, incinerate, and convert these substances into minute amounts of thermal energy. Although the energy conversion rate is exceedingly low, far inferior to specialized energy fluids, it indeed allows for the disposal of food. The minuscule ashes and gases produced are expelled through my skin pores, without generating solid waste. Wow. Lu Ze's eyes widened in surprise. So you're essentially a high-tech garbage disposal with an incinerator? Whatever you eat gets burned away without gaining weight. And you don't have to deal with any excretion troubles. If those girls always lamenting about weight loss knew about your capabilities, they would be envious. Zero disregarded Lu Ze's jest, continuing to explain earnestly. Earlier at Annie's house, based on the girlfriend behavior module assessment, rejecting the food of elders would lower favorability and increase the risk of social failure. Therefore, I chose to consume everything. All right then, I'll give you credit for your dedication. Lu Ze nodded, curiosity getting the better of him as he asked, do you feel anything when you eat? For instance, do you feel hungry? Are you full? After eating so much, doesn't your stomach feel bloated? Zero shook her head, her blue eyes devoid of any emotion. No. The inner lining of my oral cavity contains chemical analysis sensors that can simulate what you refer to as flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, and convert them into data signals. I know that the rib was savory sweet and the fish was fresh, but this is merely data analysis. Gazing at the envelope in her hand, her voice remained flat. I do not possess a stomach, nor do I have the secretion of hormones that control hunger. Therefore, I neither feel hunger nor satiety. As long as the combustion chamber remains unobstructed, I can continue to eat indefinitely, or I could go an entire year without consuming anything. After hearing this, Lu Ze smacked his lips. That sounds rather tragic. Eating without knowing fullness or hunger. So, when that braised pork enters your mouth, it's akin to chewing wax, just data. Zero tucked the envelope into her pocket, looking out the window. To me, data is everything. Moreover, that sensation of home I experienced earlier, it had a delightful flavor. Lu Ze paused, then chuckled. Certainly, as long as you're not afraid of damaging the core, follow my lead, and you may indulge in whatever you desire. I shall provide in abundance. Chapter 142. The research on the grand medicine bottle. Upon returning to the base, Lu Ze sought out Li Yuanchao. Director Li, I need to discuss something with you. Li Yuanchao nodded in acknowledgement. Speak. It concerns Ling. Could you arrange a room for her? It wouldn't be appropriate for her to share a room with me. Li Yuanchao cast a glance at Ling, his eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Then let her stay in the room next to yours. You can keep an eye on her." "That works. However, it must be a proper room with a bed and a desk, not a cage." "Agreed." Li Yuanchao readily consented. The room next door was vacant. "I'll have someone tidy it up for her." Lu Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Director Li. Also, please expedite matters regarding her identity. I wish to return and rest for a while now." "Go ahead." Li Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively. Lu Zhe and Ling departed. "Did you hear that?" Lu Zhe said without turning back to Ling. "You'll reside next door. If you need anything, knock on the door. If not, refrain from wandering. This is a base, and there are many rules. If you're in need of conversation, come to me." Ling followed closely behind Lu Zhe, her footsteps barely making a sound. "Understood, Commander." Lu Zhe paused and turned to look at her. "And try not to be so rigid. This isn't a battlefield. There are no monsters lurking about. Rest when you need to, sleep when you must. Do you know how to sleep?" Ling blinked. The hibernation mode can simulate human sleep, aiding in core cooling and data organization. "Then you do know how to sleep." Lu Zhe nodded. "All right, then go rest in your room." Upon reaching the dormitory area, Lu Zhe pointed to the newly opened room. "This will be your nest. Go in and have a look. If you find anything lacking, let me know or inform the guard who guided you earlier." Ling entered and surveyed her surroundings. The layout of the room was similar to Lu Zhe's, featuring a single bed, a desk, and a private bathroom. Though simple, it felt far more tangible than the void of her portable space. Environment assessment. Safe. Comfort level. Acceptable. "Thank you, Commander." Lu Zhe leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "No need for thanks. We will be working together for the long haul. I brought you out, thus I am responsible for you. All right, you should rest now. I'll return to my room." After saying this, Lu Zhe turned and entered his own quarters. The moment the door closed, he collapsed onto the bed. Tired, he succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Lu Zhe was roused by the sound of the communicator at his bedside. "Lu Zhe, come to the laboratory." It was Dr. Zhao's voice, sounding somewhat fatigued, but laced with urgency. Lu Zhe sprang up, wide awake. "On my way." After a quick wash, he stepped outside and encountered Ling exiting her room as well. "Commander, good morning." Ling appeared as meticulous as ever, her attire perfectly arranged. "Good morning. Come with me to the laboratory. Dr. Zhao likely has results." The two arrived at the laboratory, where Dr. Zhao was staring blankly at the microscope, alongside a half-empty red medicine bottle. Li Yuanchao was also present, observing the data displayed on the large screen with his hands clasped behind his back. "Dr. Zhao, Director Li," Lu Zhe greeted as he pulled out a chair to sit down. "You summoned me in such haste. Have you discovered that this medicine is miraculous?" Doctor Zhao lifted her head, removed her glasses, and rubbed her temples. "It is miraculous, yet also not miraculous." "Stop with the riddles. To say it plainly," Lu Zhe leaned forward. Dr. Zhao gestured towards a series of comparative images on the screen. "Last night, we conducted a thorough analysis of the components of this medicine and performed live tests. First of all, the recovery capability is indeed astonishing. We injected a small amount into an injured mouse, and its fractured bones healed within 2 minutes, with muscle tissue rapidly regenerating. This rate of regeneration is quite similar to your current physical capabilities." Lu Zhe slapped his thigh in excitement. "Then that's it. We can dilute this medicine and distribute it to the special forces. As long as they're not mortally wounded, a single injection will restore them to fighting form. Perhaps they could even possess strength akin to mine." "Herein lies the problem," Dr. Zhao sighed, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. "This recovery ability is only temporary." "Temporary?" Lu Zhe was taken aback. "Indeed. We found that once this medicine enters a normal biological organism, while it can instantly activate cellular regenerative potential, this activation is explosive and unsustainable. Once the wound heals or the medicinal effect wears off, that extraordinary cellular activity rapidly diminishes back to normal levels." "And Dr. Zhao continued after a pause, her expression turning serious. "If injected into a healthy person, meaning prior to any injuries, unless they sustain an injury within 1 minute, the body's metabolic system will treat the medicine as a foreign substance and expel it. In other words, it cannot be used as a performance enhancer beforehand. It can only serve as emergency remedy." Lu Zhe frowned. "Metabolized that quickly? In a minute?" "Indeed, even in less than a minute. We conducted several tests. As long as there's no wound, the medicine merely circulates briefly before being expelled. It cannot be retained, let alone produce a permanent enhancement like yours." Lu Zhe felt a pang of disappointment. "So, this means it's just an ultra-powerful version of Yunnan Baiyao. Merely for healing, not for enhancement?" "That is one way to interpret it," Dr. Zhao nodded. "It can save lives, no doubt about it. On the battlefield, it's equivalent to an extra life. However, relying on it to create super soldiers is unfeasible. At that moment, Li Yuanchao interjected, although it cannot create super soldiers, the strategic value of this medicine remains immense. Dr. Zhao, is it possible for us to replicate this medicine? Dr. Zhao shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. It is exceedingly difficult. This solution contains a core component whose molecular structure we are currently incapable of analyzing with our equipment. It resembles a form of active biological enzyme or some unknown viral extract. It is constantly changing. We can only observe its effects, but cannot comprehend its principles. After hearing this, Lu Zhe had a rough idea of the situation. Then, if ordinary individuals cannot enhance their abilities using it, why is it that I can? Lu Zhe posed the critical question. My current body is not temporary. I feel that strength continuously within me, and is becoming increasingly manageable. Dr. Zhao looked at Lu Zhe, her gaze sharpening with intensity. You are an exception, Lu Zhe. In fact, you might be the only one of your kind. Dr. Zhao displayed a complex chart featuring red and blue spiral structures. Consider your condition at that time, Lu Zhe. What state was your body in before you injected this medicine? Lu Zhe recalled, I had transformed into Xiaohong, my body teeming with biochemical viruses. I injected the grand medicine to save my life. Precisely, Dr. Zhao pointed at the screen. Chapter 143. Savior Mode, Biochemical Research Laboratory. The key lies in the biochemical viruses within your body. We speculate that the unknown components in this grand medicine, when acting solely on ordinary cells, only stimulate healing. However, when they encounter high concentrations of biochemical viruses, especially those that have been locked by inhibitors, an intense chemical reaction occurs between them when the viruses are in a state of explosive instability. Dr. Zhao regarded Lu Zhe, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a scientific enthusiast. That reaction is not one of neutralization, but rather of fusion. The agent annihilates the virus's infectiousness and destructiveness, while simultaneously preserving its capacity to enhance cells. Concurrently, the virus binds the agent's activity, preventing it from being metabolized and allowing it to remain permanently within your cells. This is akin to mixing cement and sand with water, ultimately resulting in solid concrete. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. So, I have inadvertently gained an advantage from this misfortune? If I hadn't first transformed into a biochemical specter, this large vial would merely serve as a first aid kit for me? Indeed, Dr. Zhao affirmed. Ordinary individuals lack the foundational virus that enables the agent to persist. Conversely, if one possesses the virus but lacks the agent, they would mutate into a monster. You fortuitously possess the virus, the blocker, and the agent within your body at the exact moment. Each element is indispensable. Li Yuanzhao contemplated for a moment after hearing this. In other words, if we wish to replicate Lu Zhe's enhancement, we must first infect someone with the biochemical virus, then administer the blocker, and finally employ this irreplicable large vial? Theoretically, yes. Dr. Zhao nodded, but then shook his head. However, the risks are exceedingly high. The step of viral infection is perilous, fraught with potential fatality. Moreover, each individual's constitution varies, leading to differing mutation trajectories of a virus. Lu Zhe's success is largely attributable to his own enhanced physical constitution, enabling him to withstand the excruciating pain and breakdown of genetic recombination. An ordinary person would likely succumb to becoming a biochemical specter during the initial infection, or perish outright amidst the conflict of the three substances. Lu Zhe recalled the agonizing pain, akin to having his bones shattered and involuntarily shuddered. Indeed, that sensation is far from bearable. Directorly, I believe we should abandon this path. If we fail to create super soldiers and instead produce a horde of biochemical specters, we would be left to deal with the aftermath ourselves. Li Yuanzhao nodded in agreement. We certainly cannot afford to take such risks. We cannot gamble the lives of soldiers on such a minuscule probability. However, Dr. Zhao's tone shifted and her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Although we cannot directly replicate the process, we might consider an alternative approach. Since Lu Zhe's cells are now fully developed, akin to concrete, could we not directly utilize his cells? Lu Zhe recoiled slightly. Sister Zhao, what are you planning? Blood extraction is not enough. You intend to take a piece of flesh? Not flesh. Dr. Zhao waved her hand. I propose to conduct in vitro cell cultivation. Given your cell's remarkable vitality and assimilation capabilities, if we were to amplify a portion of your cells in a culture dish, then extract the substances secreted by these cells, or perhaps directly formulate some biological agent from them, might we not achieve a certain enhancement effect for ordinary individuals? Even if it does not reach your level, even if it is merely 1/10, it would still represent a significant breakthrough. Li Yuanzhao's eyes brightened. Is this plan feasible? Highly feasible, Dr. Zhao confidently replied. Moreover, it is safe. In vitro cultivation is controllable. Should any mutations arise, we can simply destroy the culture. There would be no need for other soldiers to be infected with the virus. After hearing this, Lu Zhe felt the proposition seemed quite plausible. As long as I am not sliced up and only a few cells are taken, I have no objections. After all, I am quite resilient and recover quickly. Then it is settled, Dr. Zhao decisively declared. Lu Zhe, do not leave just yet. I need to extract some of your hematopoietic stem cells from your bone marrow. Those possess the highest activity. Lu Zhe's expression soured. Bone marrow extraction? Sister Zhao, you are quite ruthless. Bear with it. It may sting a bit. Doctor. Zhao's voice echoed in the sterile room as she held a rather thick puncture needle. Lu Zhe lay on the operating table, his shirt removed, exposing his back. Let us proceed. No need to dawdle. Lu Zhe's voice was calm, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. I am about to insert the needle. Dr. Zhao wasted no time. The needle was deftly inserted into Lu Zhe's posterior superior iliac spine. Lu Zhe let out a muffled sound, his brow furrowing slightly, yet his body remained still. The extraction commenced. Dr. Zhao pressed the instrument switch. A soft whirring sound filled the air. Lu Zhe felt something being forcibly withdrawn from deep within his bone. A sensation of sourness and numbness that was more discomforting than a direct cut. Yet, he remained silent, having endured the battle in the City of Water. In the subsequent transformations and recombinations of his body, this minor pain felt akin to a mere mosquito bite. All done, the first vial is full. We need to draw another vial. Dr. Zhao switched to a new test tube. Just then, a chime echoed in Lu Zhe's mind, the familiar, emotionless electronic sound. His pupils constricted sharply. Cooling time complete. New task issued. Lu Zhe internally cursed. Was the system timing this? While the bone marrow extraction was still underway, a new task had already arrived. Target world, CrossFire savior mode. Map, biochemical laboratory, biolab. Difficulty, hell, biochemical virus highly active. Mission objective, survive until the end of the round or eliminate all biochemical specters. Identity determination. The host will be forcibly designated as the savior. Special restrictions. Due to personnel limitations, Zero is prohibited from participating in this mission. Failure penalty. Should the host be infected by a biochemical specter, attack hits. The mission is deemed a failure. The host's existing consciousness will be erased, and their body will be reclaimed by the system. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened at the mention of erasing consciousness. The stakes of this task penalty were significantly heightened compared to before. Previously, it merely involved a reduction in physical strength. Now, they intended to obliterate his consciousness and reclaim his body. Is this system truly just a system? Sister Zhao, are we done? Lu Zhe inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. Almost there, just a little more. Dr. Zhao observed the gauge. All done, withdrawing the needle. Dr. Zhao skillfully extracted the needle and sealed the puncture site with a sterile bandage. Within a minute, the puncture mark had vanished. Lu Zhe sat up, donned his clothing, and proceeded to the tactical conference room, where everyone had gathered, aware that Lu Zhe's task was imminent. Director Li, a new task has arrived. What is the mode this time? Li Iwanzhou Inkirat Sulamli. Savior mode. The map is the biochemical laboratory. The mission objective is survival. Savior? The tactical expert 70 kilograms paused momentarily before approaching. This mode is intriguing. If it is indeed savior mode, you will have a significant advantage. Chapter 144 Map Characteristics. Please elaborate. Lu Zhe directed his gaze toward 70 kilograms. In savior mode, one mercenary is randomly designated as the savior. The savior wields a unique weapon, a FEL rifle equipped with a grenade launcher. Its power is immense. In the game, it is considered a formidable weapon with a powerful knockback effect. If you can seize the savior's weapon, you will essentially be invincible. Lu Zhe slowly responded. There is no need to seize it. The system designates me as the savior, so I will likely be provided with that weapon. 70 kg's eyes brightened. That is excellent. The savior will also be clad in a special protective suit. This suit can withstand one infection attack from a biochemical specter. This means you effectively have 2 lives. Lu Zhe shook his head. No, I possess only 1 life. Lu Zhe pointed to his head. The system's task description clearly states that the penalty for failure is the erasure of consciousness upon infection. Although I possess a protective suit that can withstand an attack once, should it become compromised and I am caught again, my fate would be sealed. The notion of erasing consciousness? The severity of this punishment is excessive. Your current body is a crucial subject of our research, and the system is compelling you to risk your life. It has persistently urged me to do so. Lucia, the speaker was White Shark. There is something I must inquire of you. During your previous mission in the biochemical arena, I recall you mentioning that you were neither injured by the biochemical specter nor splattered with bodily fluids. Rather, you were directly affected through airborne contact. Or perhaps there were other factors that led to your transformation into a biochemical specter. Lu Zhe sat in a chair, his hands clasped beneath his chin. He remained silent, merely nodding slightly. That incident occurred because a virus was already latent within you, correct? Although the virus has since been eradicated from your system. Do you possess any degree of immunity against it? If your abilities are activated again, is there still a risk of you becoming a biochemical specter? Lu Zhe slowly lifted his head, contemplating this inquiry. I am uncertain. To be frank, I do not fully comprehend my current body. At that moment, Dr. Zhao unexpectedly arrived. I can assure you, there is no virus within him, and the reactivation of his abilities poses no risk of transformation into a biochemical specter. She held a stack of data. I have completely analyzed Lu Zhe's genetic makeup. This cellular transformation is irreversible. He will not revert to being a biochemical specter upon using his skills. However, concerning immunity, that remains unclear, although we are currently in the testing phase. Upon hearing this, those around them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he has his abilities, there is hope. Lu Zhe took a deep breath. Since we have yet to receive results from Zhao, let us proceed under the assumption that I am an ordinary person, one who would perish from a mere scratch. The focus now is the map. 70 kilograms adjusted his glasses and displayed a three-dimensional projection. The biochemical laboratory. He pointed to the compact model and stated, "This diagram is markedly different from the previous biochemical arena. Its defining characteristic is succinct, narrowness." White Shark added, "Indeed, this layout is quite small, yet it is divided into two levels. The overall structure resembles a Chinese character, with the core experimental area at its center, surrounded by corridors and various functional rooms." Lu Zhe scrutinized the model, his brow furrowing. A confined space with numerous monsters means that once the biochemical specters proliferate, I will be no different from filling in dumplings. Precisely. 70 kg nodded. You are aware of the rules of the savior mode. Once the countdown concludes, someone will randomly transform into the progenitor. The system has designated you as the savior, which is quite advantageous for us. It will be best for you to remain with others. Your choice of location is also crucial. White Shark produced a laser pointer and circled several spots on the map. Lu Zhe, having previously engaged in gaming, how would you approach this map? White Shark inquired. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. I recall a red room with a platform suitable for crouching. There is also a glass enclosure filled with water. Lastly, I remember running around aimlessly. That red room, we refer to it as the red three-walled chamber. Some call it the red cage. 70 kilograms indicated a room in the corner of the map. This is a favored defensive spot. It has but one entrance, which is a right-angled turn. As long as the firepower is sufficient to block the monsters at the entrance, it is indeed an impregnable fortress. However, White Shark interjected, this location is intended for multiplayer defense. If everyone else transforms into biochemical specters, and you're left alone, you must consider the vulnerabilities during your reloading intervals. Although the Savior's grenade launcher wields considerable power, if you happen to be reloading when a specter or a frenzied creature charges in, there would be no avenue for escape. Lu Zhe gazed at the red dead end for a moment and shook his head. This spot is unviable. If I were cornered, I would have nowhere to flee. While I am not concerned about reloading, my spatial capacity has significantly increased this time. I believe I can carry more weapons. Bringing along heroic-grade weapons, along with a belt full of ammunition, would be prudent. However, with an influx of specters, there would inevitably be areas that remain uncovered by bullets. And should an error occur, it would lead to irreversible consequences. Are there any other locations? Indeed. 70 kilograms rotated the map and pointed to a protrusion resembling a plaque situated above the main hall. This location is referred to as the plaque. At the end of the second-floor corridor, there is a very narrow elevated platform. It requires a series of jumps to access. A mobility point? Lucia inquired. Precisely. The advantage of this position is that the biochemical specters must queue to ascend. As long as your aim is true, you can eliminate them mid-air, making it difficult for them to close in. Additionally, this location offers a clear view, enabling you to target a significant portion of the map's creatures. However, White Shark shook his head. Old 7, this spot has a critical flaw. If there are shorter creatures below, biochemical specters that are diminutive and possess explosive grenades, a single grenade thrown up would send Lu Zhe tumbling down into the horde of monsters. Even if he is the savior, he would meet his demise. Lu Zhe listened to their debate without interjecting, mentally simulating the scenario. The plaque is also unstable, Lu Zhe remarked. If they stack upon one another, or if shorter creatures throw grenades, I would be nothing but a live target up there. It seems that guerrilla tactics are the only option left. 70 kilograms enlarged the map, pointing to the central chamber filled with green liquid. The liquid chamber. It contains several square stones dispersed within the liquid. These stones are spaced apart, allowing for jumping between them. You can utilize the terrain to kite the monsters while jumping on the stones. And here, White Shark pointed to a cluster of containers at the edge of the map. These boxes vary in height. Some can be jumped on directly, while others require a human ladder. You can exploit the differences in height among these boxes to evade while shooting. Chapter 145. Immunity to Biochemical Spectre Attacks. Lu Zhe surveyed the densely packed routes, his mind racing with thoughts. This map also has ventilation shafts, does it not? Lu Zhe suddenly asked. Indeed. 70 kilograms indicated a point on the upper part of the map. There are several openings for ventilation ducts in the ceiling. These serve as shortcuts connecting various rooms. But can one enter them? Lu Zhe inquired. It is possible, but they're merely tubes. If both ends are blocked, turning around would be quite challenging. White Shark cautioned, and some biochemical specters, such as Little Red or Frenzied Baby, can traverse the ducts faster than you. Lu Zhe rubbed his fingers together. So, there's no absolutely safe spot. The savior mode inherently lacks absolute security. Xuanwu interjecta. The core of this mode is firepower suppression. The weapon in your hand is the key to your survival. Lu Zhe nodded, his expression sharpening. Understood. I have grasped the general situation. The Red Room cannot be held defensively, as it would render me a sitting duck. The plaque can serve as a temporary resting point, but I cannot linger. The liquid chamber squares and the containers are suitable for evading monsters. The ventilation shafts are the final escape route and should only be entered when absolutely necessary. He stood up and approached the map model, tracing his finger across it. This is no laboratory. It resembles an arena for combat. Lu Zhe turned to face those present. I have memorized the tactics. In simpler terms, do not stop. Do not be greedy for kills. Flee when outnumbered, and strike when an enemy is isolated. 70 kilograms added. Additionally, the savior possesses a unique mechanism. Your weapon is equipped with grenades. Those grenades have an exceptionally strong repelling effect. Make sure to save them for life-saving situations. Do not waste them on minor creatures. Understood. Lu Zhe took a deep breath. In the ensuing hours, we meticulously analyzed every aspect. The jump distances at each point, the respawn patterns of the monsters, and the explosive radius of the grenades. Lu Zhe's demeanor had shed its previous restlessness. A resolute determination took its place. I yearned to return alive. As the hours unfolded, the conference room buzzed with fervent discussions. Time slipped by second. Lu Zhe etched the modest map into his mind, noting every step, every breach, and every vantage point with clarity. Then a question arose. What about the supply crate? Lu Zhe suddenly interjected. If it lands within the red cage, should I go retrieve it? A moment of silence enveloped the group. The burly figure of 70 kilograms contemplated. If you've run out of grenades, then you must go for it. A savior without grenades has lost half his power. If it's for ammunition, you must also consider the timing. What kind of timing? Lu Zhe inquired. For instance, if you've just detonated a wave of monsters, seize that moment to rush in. Alternatively, you could divert the monsters to the other side of the map and then make a broad dash for the crate. A classic feint. Lu Zhe nodded, comprehending the necessity of swift action. You possess a berserk skill. Perhaps you can utilize it. Over these hours, Lu Zhe refrained from jesting or voicing fatigue. Zero, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up from her corner, cradling a cup of water. What is the matter? Lu Zhe turned to her. According to your physiological data monitoring, your cortisol levels are consistently rising. While focus is commendable, excessive tension will deplete your stamina. She approached him, proffering the water. I recommend 5 minutes of deep breathing or perhaps a humorous anecdote to lighten the mood. Accepting the water, Lu Zhe regarded Zero's earnest expression, finally allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. A joke? Do you know any? As she searched her repository of jokes, a glimmer of blue light flickered in her eyes. There once was a programmer. Stop. Lu Zhe interrupted hastily. The humor you possess is likely colder than the air conditioning in this lab. I've got it under control. I'm not anxious. I'm exhilarated. Gripping the cup tightly, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. In the past, he had fantasized about being the savior, reveling in the thrill of wielding a grenade launcher. Now that the role had become a reality, he felt a profound responsibility to live up to the title. Just then, Dr. Zhao entered, report in hand. Good news. What kind of good news? Lu Zhe fixed his gaze on Dr. Zhao, excitement flickering in his eyes. Lucia, your bone marrow and blood samples have undergone 10 hours of biochemical virus exposure testing, and the results are in. Just give me the results. Lu Zhe felt his heart race. The result is immunity. As those words echoed, the conference room seemed to illuminate with newfound hope. Immunity? Lucia echoed. Is it complete immunity or partial? It can be considered nearly complete immunity. Dr. Zhao gestured towards a microscopy image in the report. Observe, these are your cells. The dark spots represent the biochemical viruses. Ordinary cells would have succumbed to such an onslaught, but your cells are fighting back. Fighting back. Indeed. A unique protein layer has formed on your cell membranes, akin to wearing armor. The viruses cannot penetrate. Moreover, if any virus attempts to attach, your cells secrete an enzyme that dismantles the virus entirely. Dr. Zhao's enthusiasm grew. This is the product of a large vial combined with the viruses already present in your body. You are now a natural virus insulator. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply, feeling as though he might float away. So, even if I'm mauled by those zombies, I won't turn into one? From a biological perspective, yes, Doctor. Zhao confirmed. Even if bitten or scratched, as long as it's not a fatal wound, your body will withstand it and heal rapidly. The virus cannot rewrite your genes. Thus, the possibility of becoming a biochemical specter is non-existent. Lu Zhe sank into a chair, a long-awaited smile breaking across his face. I knew it. There's always a way out. He mentally calculated the implications. The system's penalty for failing a task was immediate. Infection by a biochemical specter equated to mission failure and consciousness eradication. This had always been his greatest fear. In the game, a single capture would instantly transform a mercenary into a biochemical specter. However, now that he was biologically immune, the process of infection became irrelevant on a physical level. Though the system was tyrannical, it operated on logic. Lu Zhe pondered, if my body cannot be infected, then the system's judgment of infection leading to failure must also adapt. His reasoning felt sound. This was promising. The task ahead no longer seemed insurmountable. Chapter 146. Entering the game, Familiar Faces and Strangers. Li Yuanchao observed Lu Zhe's relieved demeanor and chuckled softly. Even with this assurance, you must not let your guard down. I understand. Lu Zhe waved his hand, a flicker of confidence returning. But I feel grounded now. As long as it's not a certain death scenario, I have room to maneuver. He glanced at Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, since I'm immune, can I leverage this to my advantage? What do you mean? For instance, if a biochemical specter dares to bite me, could I shatter its teeth and feed it some of my blood to poison it? Dr. Zhao paused, then chuckled wryly. Theoretically, your blood does have a suppressive effect on the virus. However, I do not recommend attempting such a self-sacrificial tactic. It's both distasteful and perilous. Just a thought. Lu Zhe replied, rising to stretch his limbs. With this trump card, this biochemical laboratory no longer felt like a den of peril. With 14 hours remaining, Lu Zhe glanced at the countdown clock. I need to familiarize myself with the feel of the FAL rifle. Li Bureau, do we have this weapon in our base? Even a model would suffice. We do, Li Yuanchao nodded. Though we lack a grenade launcher, we have the FEL rifle in stock. You can head to the shooting range to get a feel for it. Let us go. Lu Zhe practiced for a solid 5 hours. Feeling fatigued, he spent the remaining time resting and recalibrating his state. With just 1 hour until the teleportation, he had filled his spatial inventory with an array of firearms, magazines, grenades, and more. Zero entered, holding a steaming meal. Commander, replenish your energy. Lu Zhe accepted the meal box, taking a couple of bites of braised pork. Zero, you can't come this time. Stay home and be good. Directive confirmed. Zero stood by, watching him. I will await your return, Commander. If you perish, what will you do? Burn paper for me? Lu Zhe geshed it. I will request Director Li to clone your genetic sample and implant the memory backup. Zero stated with utmost seriousness. Please no. Lu Zhe almost spat out his food. Was this a sci-fi horror plot? If I truly die, just live a normal life without any of those shenanigans. Zero fell silent for a moment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. All right, time is of the essence. Lu Zhe rose. Wiping his mouth, he stepped outside. At that moment, the system countdown in his mind had turned red. Teleportation preparation. 10-9-8. Let us go. Lu Zhe waved to Zero and nodded to Li Yuanchao and Dr. Zhao outside the glass window. He adjusted his collar, his eyes steely with resolve. Biochemical laboratory, savior. Here I come. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation initiated. The blinding light abruptly engulfed Lu Zhe's figure. As the sensation of dizziness vanished, an overwhelming stench of formaldehyde mingled with the metallic scent of blood surged towards the crown of his head. Coughing at the pungent aroma, Lu Zhe opened his eyes. What greeted him was a dimly lit expanse suffused with shades of green. Surrounding him were cold metallic walls adorned with various unfamiliar experimental apparatuses, some still sparking with electricity. Current map, biochemical laboratory. Identity, Savior. Equipment deployed, FAL Camo, Savior Edition. Protective suit, Savior version, high explosive grenade, X1. Lu Zhe glanced down at the weapon in his hands. It was an FAL assault rifle, yet it bore little resemblance to an ordinary FAL. Its body was wrapped in camouflage fabric, and the magazine was evidently enlarged. Most striking was the hefty grenade launcher affixed beneath the barrel. The weighty feel of the weapon provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Savior's exclusive weapon, FAL Camo. Attributes, extremely high damage, equipped with high explosive grenades, moderate rate of fire. Significant recoil. Is this the privilege of the Savior? Lu Zhe slung the rifle over his shoulder and surveyed his surroundings. The hall was already crowded with people, 16 in total. Apart from the 8 seemingly expendable, vacant-eyed mercenary AIs armed with M16s, the remaining 7 exuded a distinctly different aura. Lu Zhe quickly spotted the figure clad in red. Lan, he called out, striding towards her. The oriental beauty, adorned in a crimson qipao and possessing a graceful figure, turned to face him. It was indeed Lan, her face still breathtakingly beautiful. Once again, they were reunited, as Lu Zhe's lips curled into a smile. Eager to reminisce about their shared experiences in the biochemical arena, he was taken aback by her reaction. She merely cast a cold glance his way, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Maintain distance. Lan's voice was soft, yet imbued with a chilling indifference that pushed him away. After uttering her words, she turned away, engrossed in inspecting her AK-47, never sparing Lu Zhe another glance. His hand froze in midair, a wave of awkwardness washing over him. What was happening? Had she forgotten him? Lu Zhe pondered. They had fought side by side in the arena, forming a bond of life and death. How could she act as though he were a stranger? Dismissing the thought, Lu Zhe turned to see a poised figure with short hair and a yellow combat vest approaching. The huntress held an M4A1S in her hand, with 2 elongated Nepalese knives sheathed at her waist. The huntress? It's me. She nodded, yet her gaze remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Lan has gone through some experiences recently and is in a rather foul mood. She has evolved, and thus no longer regards you as significant. A delicate voice interjected. The spirit huntress, striding in her high-heeled combat boots, swayed as she walked to Lu Zhe's side. Handsome young man, this time you are the Savior. She toyed with a revolver, her eyes sweeping over Lu Zhe's protective suit. Our lives are all tied to your belt. Lu Zhe refrained from engaging with her, as he noticed 4 unfamiliar faces nearby, coldly scrutinizing him. No introductions. He raised his chin. The huntress sighed, pointing to the burly woman on the far left, who wore a black eye patch and had 1 mechanical leg. That is Iron Steed, Marshal, a commander of the marshal rank, formerly a leader of armies. She has a formidable temperament, so it's best not to provoke her. Iron Steed sensed Lu Zhe's gaze and shot him a cold look with her one eye, snorting dismissively, clearly unimpressed by the so-called Savior. Chapter 147. The first round begins. The huntress gestured toward a figure clad in black combat gear beside her. That's Black Eagle. He speaks little and is a former specialist in covert assassinations, known for his precise marksmanship. Black Eagle stood motionless, like a statue. The individual in white, who appeared rather refined, is White Wolf. Lu Zhe turned to observe a silver-haired man with piercing eyes like daggers, meticulously cleaning the barrel of his submachine gun. Lastly, the huntress pointed to a corner where someone donned a gas mask. That's Scorpion. His reputation is rather unsavory. He is willing to resort to any means for survival, so tread carefully around him. Lu Zhe committed the appearances of these individuals to memory. 7 elites, alongside himself, formed the core group of 8. The remaining 8 were mere fodder. The configuration was indeed impressive. Having recognized everyone, Lu Zhe clapped the FAL in his hands, his tone shifting to one of gravity. The earlier playful demeanor was replaced by a steely resolve. A sense of urgency loomed in his mind. This was no trifling matter. Lan, the huntress, and the spirit huntress. Lu Zhe lowered his voice as he addressed the 3 familiar faces. When the countdown concludes, it is imperative that we unite as one. Lan halted her cleaning, though she did not turn around. He noticed her ears twitching. Furthermore, I am unafraid of infection. I can position myself at the forefront to provide some cover, but I require your support. Lu Zhe spoke candidly. I possess a unique constitution. The virus is ineffective against me. Stay close to me, and you will be assured of safety at this firepower point. Upon hearing this, The usually aloof Lan abruptly turned to fix Lu Zhe with an intense gaze. Are you certain? I stake my life on it, Lu Zhe asserted, pointing to his head. Don't boast, Lan retorted coldly, yet her body instinctively moved a couple of steps toward him. The huntress, however, shook her head, her expression grave. Lucia, you may not fully grasp the situation. This biochemical virus is on an entirely different level compared to what we encountered in the arena. She gestured to the bubbling green liquid containers around them. This is a biochemical laboratory, one of the virus's origins. The virus here has undergone 3 mutations. The biochemical phantoms possess an exceedingly potent infection capability. Mere skin contact can suffice. Even inhaling high concentrations of viral aerosols will cause ordinary individuals to mutate instantaneously. A chill ran down Lu Ze's spine at this revelation. What is more terrifying is their regenerative ability, the huntress continued. Standard bullets fired at them will not suffice unless they strike the head. Otherwise, they cannot be completely eradicated. You must destroy the brain tissue. You must aim for the head. Aim for the head, huh? Lu Ze mused, feeling the cold surface of the FAL. This is a task I am well acquainted with. Countdown initiated. 10, 9, 8. The atmosphere in the hall instantaneously froze to a chilling standstill. The 16 individuals scattered, each raising their weapons and cautiously watching those around them. For no one knew whether their comrades would suddenly transform into those deadly monstrosities in the next heartbeat. Scatter. Maintain a distance of 3 meters. The one-eyed iron steed bellowed with authority. Anyone who dares to come too close will be the first I shoot. Everyone retreated to the corners or behind cover. Lu Ze positioned himself atop a container in the center of the hall, looking down upon them, his finger already resting on the grenade launcher S trigger. He took a deep breath. Come on, let me see what this biochemical phantom truly is. 3, 2, 1. In that fleeting moment when the countdown reached 0, Lu Ze fixed his gaze on the 13 individuals below. The huntress and spirit huntress stood beside him, but Lan was nowhere to be found. There were no warnings, no transitions. Amidst the throng of 8 ordinary AI mercenaries, a sudden appearance of a little red figure erupted. Roar, followed by a series of howls. Lu Ze stowed away his FAL assault rifle, deftly flipping his wrist. A heavy sniper rifle, adorned in hues of black and crimson, emanating a dark red glow, materialized in his grasp. Barrett-Destruction. The hunter glanced at the formidable weapon in Lu Ze's hand, his brow furrowing. Why do you switch to that? It's too heavy and lacks maneuverability. If this were a biochemical scenario, being surrounded would spell doom. There are no biochemical phantoms approaching now. While we still go unnoticed, we should eliminate one if we can. It's easier to shoot for the head with that thing. The spirit fox and Lan. Lu Ze turned to the 2 of them. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Alert me immediately if anyone approaches. Lu Ze surveyed the chaotic scene below through his scope, fixating on the red entity. Its speed was astonishing, and after sustaining several stray bullets, the wounds on its body visibly healed at an alarming rate. Its regenerative ability had intensified. A weight settled in Lu Ze's heart. Indeed, the system would not permit the mission to be straightforward. Bang! Lu Ze squeezed the trigger. The Barrett-Destruction unleashed a bullet, yet the immense recoil felt negligible to him. Thud! The entity's shoulder was obliterated, green blood and flesh splattering everywhere. What power! The hunter shouted beside him. However, Lu Ze's expression remained grim. He observed as the entity clawed its way back to its feet, shaking off the remnants of its arm. The destroyed shoulder began to writhe, flesh rapidly regenerating. It cannot be killed with such strikes. Lan gasped in disbelief beside him. I missed the head, Lu Ze stated coldly. We must aim for the head. Shooting the body can only repel it, not kill it. At that moment, the chaos in the vicinity had reached a conclusion. 5 out of the 8 expendable mercenaries had transformed into biochemical phantoms. The remaining 3 fled in terror towards White Wolf. Help! Save us! Get away! Don't come near! Damn it, there are biochemical phantoms behind you. Just then, the 5 newly transformed phantoms lunged at them. The 3 mercenaries, engulfed in despair, were overwhelmed by the phantom's assault. In a mere minute, the mercenary ranks had been diminished by 6. The enemy had gained 6 new combatants. Was this the onset of the savior mode? Lu Ze inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. Open fire. Do not let them approach. On the high platform, White Wolf's submachine gun roared to life. Tot 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 tot. Bullets rained down upon the newly mutated biochemical phantoms, pinning them down under the barrage of fire. Roar. The entity bellowed in fury, charging upward despite the hail of bullets. A flash of red light enveloped its body. It had activated a skill. Aim for the head. Everyone, shoot for the head. The scorpion shouted. They can revive. We just killed one, yet the number of phantoms hasn't decreased. Lu Zhe remained undeterred. Upon witnessing one phantom flickering in red from the onslaught of 5 individuals, he locked his crosshairs onto the swaying green head. Now's the moment. Bang! The bullet from the Barrett-Destruction soared forth. It penetrated the little red figure's brow, exploding from the back of its head. No healing, no regeneración. The little red figure convulsed twice before falling still. Lu Zhe looked at the fallen body, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that headshots were indeed effective. Chapter 148. White Wolf is a greedy wolf. The battle on a high platform had reached a fever pitch. The firepower from Steel Rider's heavy machine gun was overwhelming, preventing the zombies from even ascending the steps. Ha ha ha. Come on, you bunch of trash. You want to eat Grandpa? Perhaps in your next life. A green giant, braving the onslaught, quickly had its health reduced to the red zone. It stumbled back, seeking refuge behind a pillar to recover. Want to heal? Lu Zhe observed intently from a distance. His vantage point allowed him to see the blind spot behind the pillar. I excel at stealing kills. Lu Zhe steadied his Barrett, predicting the giant's position. Bang! Through the pillar, the bullet pierced the concrete column, accurately striking the green giant's head. Thud! The green giant hardly registered what happened before its head erupted. The individuals on the high platform momentarily paused. Who fired that shot? Black Hawk inquired coldly. Steel Rider glanced toward Lu Zhe, an unusual glimmer in his single eye. It's that savior. Quite impressive with the gun. Quick to steal the credit. The Scorpion remarked sarcastically. We've worked hard to weaken it, and he takes it out with one shot. Enough chatter. Juan sharply interrupted the Scorpion. What matters is to kill. This is a life or death situation, not a matter of scoring points. Lu Zhe paid no heed to their words. His objective was crystal clear. As long as he saw a zombie bleeding red, regardless of who fired the shot, he would take his own. Only by reducing their numbers could they hope to survive. There's another one. Lu Zhe pivoted his aim, targeting the entity commanding the horde of corpses. The mother was cunning, always lurking behind the mass of bodies while occasionally activating skills. Difficult to kill. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. This entity was no fool. The initial wave of attacks was swiftly repelled. After all, the human side wielded formidable firepower and occupied favorable terrain. Lu Zhe had managed to eliminate 3 of the 8 biochemical phantoms. Now only 5 remained. A momentary respite ensued. The hunter changed his magazine, wiping the sweat from his brow. Do not relax. This is merely an appetizer. Until the final second, nothing is certain. At that instant, the familiar buzzing sound echoed throughout the hall. Supply crates had arrived. 2 massive supply boxes descended. One landed beside the liquid pool in the center of the hall, while the other veered slightly off course, settling in a corner beneath the high platform. Lucia glanced over. Do not move, he instructed the 2 women beside him. We have no need for those bullets. I have plenty. His spatial storage was brimming with ammunition, rendering any risk unnecessary. However, the situation on the high platform was different. After the previous round of gunfire, White Wolf and the Scorpion had nearly exhausted their ammunition. Supplies. It's supplies. White Wolf's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the box in the corner. It's not far. I'll grab it and be back in no time. Stop. Steel Rider bellowed. Are you out of your mind? That mother isn't dead yet. It's lurking in the shadows. What's there to fear? White Wolf dismissed the warning. They've just been pushed back. They must be recovering. I'm quick. I'll grab it and run. It'll only take 10 seconds. White Wolf, come back. Lon shouted, her tone urgent. But White Wolf had already leaped down. His agility was indeed remarkable. He executed several consecutive jumps in midair, landing with a roll directly next to the box. See, all good. White Wolf turned back to shout up. A triumphant smile plastered across his face. These monsters are scared. Lu Zhe watched from a distance, his brow furrowed deeply. Fool, Lucia muttered. What is wrong with him? The spirit fox inquired. He is doomed. Lu Zhe set his rifle, look over there in the shadows. The spirit fox followed Lu Zhe's gaze. In that shadowy corner, the air seemed to distort slightly. It was a frenzied baby. The ordinary AI character could also evolve into a frenzied baby, which struck Lu Zhe as quite peculiar. More importantly, he had previously failed to notice it. White Wolf was still gleefully opening the box. Click! The box popped open. Ha! Biochemical grenades. And a full magazine. White Wolf snatched up a grenade, fastening it to his waist. At the moment he reached for the magazine, a faint hiss echoed near his ear. The White Wolf's fur bristled instantly. Instinctively, he attempted to turn around and raise his weapon, but it was too late. A translucent claw materialized out of thin air, piercing directly into his shoulder. The White Wolf let out a wretched scream as his firearm clattered to the ground. In the next instant, 3 figures surged from the shadows of the corner. the mother, and 2 small reds. Open fire. Cover him. Iron Rider roared, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his machine gun. Lon and Black Hawk joined in the fray, firing desperately. The bullets struck the mother, igniting sparks. Yet she paid them no heed, activating her ability to shield the White Wolf, absorbing the damage. She was intent on forcibly infecting him. It was over. Liu Ze shook his head, his finger lifting from the trigger. There was no saving him now. With 3 high-level phantoms closing in, even a deity could not intervene. The White Wolf gazed at the grinning mother as she advanced, his eyes shifting from greed to boundless terror. No, no. The mother extended her massive red claw, grasping the White Wolf's head with a vice-like grip. Zzz. A torrent of viruses surged into him. The White Wolf's screams abruptly ceased, his body convulsing violently. His skin darkened rapidly, bones cracking ominously. Lucia, shoot, kill him, Lon shouted desperately from above, urging him to act before the transformation was complete. Liu Ze steadied his Barrett, aiming at the White Wolf's head. Yet, he hesitated. It was too late, he coldly stated. In the frame, the White Wolf's body underwent a tumultuous metamorphosis. He did not simply become an ordinary red. His form shrank, spine contorting, limbs thickening with newfound strength. 2 large, green glowing hooks manifested in his hands. Bio-Phantom Soul Ninja, Liu Ze muttered, realizing the grave predicament. This type of phantom was small and swift, and most insidiously, it could throw repulsion grenades. For those defending the high ground, it was a nightmare. Roar. The transformed White Wolf abruptly raised his head. His eyes now devoid of human emotion, they burned with the thirst for slaughter. The White Wolf was gone. The hunter sighed. Foolish creature. Prepare for battle. They are charging. Liu Ze noted that the White Wolf was vastly inferior to the blade's edge, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. The situation on the battlefield had shifted. Only 7 humans remained, while 6 zombies, including the White Wolf, faced them, although it seemed the advantage lay with the humans. Liu Ze understood that the high ground could not be held. They were set to storm it. Chapter 149, 4 against 9. Liu Ze shouted a warning to Iron Rider and the others. Focus on yourselves. Scorpion retorted, irritated, no need for your concern. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. He saw the diminutive figure that had once been the White Wolf, now clutching a still-smoking green grenade. It's a repulsion grenade. Get down. Lan et golim. The small White Wolf moved with unnerving proficiency, its aim even more precise than when it had been human. Whoosh. The green grenade traced a perfect arc, landing squarely on the narrow ledge of the high ground. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, a wave of green energy bursting forth. While the shockwave lacked lethality, its force was immense. Iron Rider and Black Hawk, positioned at the forefront, managed to cling to the nearby railing. Yet Scorpion, who stood slightly further back, and Lon, who was in the midst of reloading, were violently swept away. Lon screamed as she lost her balance, plummeting from the 2nd story. Scorpion fared even worse, flipping twice in the air before crashing face-first into a pile of corpses. Lon landed awkwardly in the open space between Liu Ze and the high ground. Quick to react, she rolled upon impact, raising her weapon to fend off 2 approaching small reds. Run towards me, Liu Ze shouted to Lon. But Scorpion was not so fortunate. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by the mother and the transformed White Wolf. Help! Save me! Iron Rider, please! Scorpion crawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Iron Rider gritted his teeth, his machine gun blazing in an attempt to suppress the undead below. Yet the small White Wolf was too agile, darting between crates, evading Iron Rider's bullets. The small White Wolf leaped onto Scorpion's back, plunging its hooks into his spine. Ugh! Scorpion's eyes widened as he gazed at his teammates on the high ground, his weapons slipping from his grasp. There was no suspense. Scorpion's body began to turn green as the transformation completed instantaneously. Another one. Now, there were 7. Liu Ze's heart sank even further. Lang, run. Lon fought while retreating, sprinting toward the containers near Liu Ze. But the mother clearly had no intention of letting her escape. Activating her acceleration ability, she pursued. Think you can move her? Did you ask me first? Liu Ze ceased holding back. Switching his Barrett for an FAL camo, he raised the weapon, finger poised on the grenade launcher trigger. Get out of my way. Boom! A high-explosive grenade was unleashed. Kaboom! The grenade detonated beneath the mother's feet, a massive fireball and shockwave propelling the 100-pound creature backward, crashing violently against the wall. This was the power of a savior's weapon, an immensely strong repulsion effect. Quick, get up here! Seizing the opportunity, Lon finally dashed beneath the container. Liu Ze and the hunter reached out, pulling her up. Gasping, Lon slumped against the container, breathing heavily. Her dress was torn, revealing large swathes of pale skin dusted with debris. Thank you, thank you. Lan looked at Lu Zhe, her expression complex. No need for gratitude. We are all in the same boat, Lu Zhe replied, his gaze still fixed below. Scorpion had risen to his feet. He had transformed into an ordinary red. Only Iron Rider and Black Hawk remained. The spirit hunter glanced at the high ground. Could they hold it? Hold it? Not a chance, Lu Zhe replied coldly. The small white wolf was still alive, and it still had grenades. Lu Zhe's words were painfully true. On the high ground, Iron Rider and Black Hawk were at their limits. Though they held a positional advantage, they were merely 2 against many. Furthermore, facing a small phantom capable of throwing grenades and leaping with agility, the pressure was immense. Black Hawk, shoot that little one. Don't worry about anything else, Iron Rider shouted, his machine gun barrel glowing red-hot. Black Hawk's sniper rifle cracked, but the small white wolf was too slippery, refusing to engage directly. Utilizing the columns and cover in the hall, it stealthily maneuvered towards the base of the high ground. It's in the dead angle. I can't hit it. Black Hawk's voice remained calm, but his words quickened. Damn it, Iron Rider cursed. Just then, the small white wolf launched itself in the blind spot beneath the high ground. Instead of jumping upward, it used its powerful leap to land on a nearby pipe, perfectly aligning itself with the height of the platform. Ha. The small white wolf cackled unpleasantly, once again clutching a green grenade. Whoosh! The grenade flew out. There's no escaping. Black Hawk's eyes narrowed. The space was too confined. Retreat meant death, and leaping forward would land him in a sea of corpses. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted, this time far worse. Black Hawk was hurled through the air, tracing an arc before crashing into the liquid pool at the center of the hall. Black Hawk! Iron Rider shouted. In the instant the Black Hawk plummeted into the water, several small crimson figures lunged forward. He, too, was swept up in the frenzy. On the high platform, only Iron Rider remained. Come on, I fear you not, Iron Rider declared, positioning the mechanical limb upon the railing while retrieving a secondary weapon. The machine gun was devoid of ammunition. Ultimately, it was futile to resist against the multitude of bio-phantoms. One frenzied creature seized the opportunity, piercing her with a lethal blade. Iron Rider, now vanquished. It was over. The hunter closed his eyes. It was all finished. The battlefield had transformed into a lopsided affair. On the human side, Lu Zhe, Lan, the hunter, and the spirit foxer, 4 in total. On the zombie side, originally 5, 3 had perished, plus the white wolf, the poison scorpion, the Black Hawk, and Iron Rider, making 9 in total. Among these 9, 4 former elite mercenaries, their combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. 4 against 9. Lu Zhe licked his lips. Below, 9 bio-phantoms began leaping onto the container. The 4 of them had already entered the container's interior. For the bio-phantoms to enter, they would have to leap over or form a human pyramid. All the bio-phantoms surged forward. Fire! Lu Zhe commended sharply. Hot. Bang! Bang! 4 guns discharged simultaneously. 1 bio-phantom attempted to leap across, but was repelled by the combined fire of the 4. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. It plummeted straight down. Continue firing. Maintain the rhythm, Lu Zhe urged. Before they could catch their breath, the 2nd and 3rd phantoms leapt up, 2 small reds. They had learned to be clever, not jumping together, but instead 1 to the left and 1 to the right, attempting to disperse the firepower of Lu Zhe and his companions. Left side is mine. Right side is yours. Lu Zhe redirected his aim, unleashing 2 precise shots at the left-sided Iron Rider. The power of the FAL was indeed formidable. 2 shots struck the small red in the chest, sending it reeling backward. Roar! The small red growled in defiance, clawing at the edge of the container, but ultimately fell helplessly. The right-sided small red fared even worse. It was mercilessly riddled with bullets from Lan, the hunter, and the spirit foxer, becoming a mere sieve in midair before it could even grasp the container's edge, crashing down. This position is exceptional, the spirit foxer exclaimed, reloading with enthusiasm. As long as we have bullets, they'll never ascend. Yet, Lu Zhe did not share in the mirth. His gaze remained fixed on the shadows below. There, a diminutive figure swayed back and forth. It was the white wolf, transformed into a smaller version. It had not yet leaped, holding a green repulsion grenade, which it toyed within its grasp, its eyes glowing with malicious intent. Do not rejoice too soon, Lu Zhe warned gravely. The truly repugnant adversary has yet to reveal itself. As if to manifest Lu Zhe's foreboding. Just as the 4 had fended off another wave of attacks and were poised to reload, the white wolf made its move. It did not leap onto the container, but instead retreated slightly. A green grenade soared into the air, landing precisely behind the container. Grenade! Lu Zhe's pupils constricted. Do not move. Hold steady. If it were a standard grenade, they would certainly scatter to evade it. However, this was a repulsion grenade. Its damage was minimal, but its concussive force was substantial. In this moment of panic, if they scattered, they would easily fall prey to the leaping biophantoms. Boom! The green shockwave erupted. At that moment, roar! 3 biophantoms leapt simultaneously. This time, they were within mere inches of the container's edge. Their sharp claws nearly grazed Land's ankle. Fire! Lucia bellowed. He thrust the muzzle of the FAL camo downward, his finger pulling the secondary trigger. A high-explosive grenade launched forth. The proximity was so close that it was akin to an explosion at point-blank range. Boom! The fireball erupted skyward. The 3 biophantoms that had just shown their heads were violently propelled away by the tremendous force of the explosion, crashing to the ground like basketballs. Lu Zhe, too, was staggered by the blast shockwave, taking 2 steps back as a ringing filled his ears. He shook his head, dispelling the disorienting sound. Let's remain calm. Our container is sufficiently deep, and their repulsion grenades cannot dislodge us. We shall focus solely on their leaps. Below, the zombies had grown wise. They no longer rushed to leap. Instead, they lingered below, awaiting the white wolf to throw another grenade. After the grenade was thrown, a slight deviation was inevitable, presenting them with an opportunity. Whoosh! Another green grenade ascended. Damn, it's not over yet. Lu Zhe cursed, bracing himself for yet another battle. This was a war of attrition. They had managed to eliminate some biophantoms, but very few had met their end. Most of them flailed in the air, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve precise headshots. They could only inflict wounds, causing them to glow red. Look, that small red is injured. The spirit foxer pointed at a biophantom that had just been shot down, its body flickering with a crimson hue, a sign of dwindling health. Do not let it escape. Finish it off. Lu Zhe redirected his aim, intent on delivering the final blow. However, the small red, upon landing, cunningly darted away to a different part of the container, into the blind spot of their vision. Damn it! It has hidden again. Lu Zhe seethed, striking the container in frustration. Time slipped away, each second ticking by. With only 60 seconds remaining in this round, he pondered how many bullets they had left. I have 3 magazines, the hunter replied. I have 2, the spirit foxer checked her ammo pouch. I have 1.5, Lan's voice was taut, having expended her ammunition rapidly with her sidearm. Conserve your fire, Lu Zhe urged, furrowing his brow. Although he possessed infinite ammunition, his companions did not. Once they ran out of bullets, relying solely on his firearm would be insufficient to withstand the relentless onslaught of 9 zombies. They needed to reduce their numbers. Lu Zhe's gaze fell upon the leaping green figures below. Merely repelling them was not enough. They had to eliminate a few to diminish their ranks. Just then, an opportunity presented itself. A green giant leapt up once more, having been knocked down several times without fully recovering its health. This time, it leapt impulsively, failing to adjust its position in midair. Concentrate fire. It's injured. Lucia shouted. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. For guns erupted in unison. The green giant began to flicker, but soon plummeted to the ground, entering their blind spot. Lu Zhe steeled himself, determined to reap the reward and prevent the incessant aggravation. He leaned forward, peering over the edge of the container. There it was. The green head lay directly beneath his crosshairs. Lu Zhe's heart soared with glee, his finger poised to pull the trigger. However, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. A profound sense of danger sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he sought to retreat, but it was already too late. From a shadow beneath the container, a translucent figure surged upwards without a sound. It was the Mad Baby. The leaping ability of the Mad Baby was among the most formidable of the bio-ghosts. A height of 3 meters was merely a gentle leap for it. Oh no! Lu Zhe exclaimed in horror. He wanted to fire his weapon, to blast the Mad Baby down with a grenade, but the distance was far too close. It was right beneath him. The gun barrel was too long, rendering it impossible to maneuver. With a swift motion, that menacing claw latched firmly onto his ankle. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Lu Zhe looked down at the pale hand gripping his ankle with an iron grip. Its sharp claws had pierced through the thick fabric of his protective suit, and the suit seemed to disintegrate under the pressure. My suit! Lu Zhe felt a chill run through him. Get off me! He roared in fury. Survival instincts ignited a surge of strength within him. He abruptly lifted his other foot and delivered a powerful kick to the Mad Baby's ghastly face. Boom! The kick, fueled by rage, was immensely forceful. Though the Mad Baby had a grip on Lu Zhe, its body was still suspended in the air, lacking any leverage. The blow struck it squarely in the face, sending its translucent form flying backwards. Hiss! It emitted a reluctant screech as it crashed back to the ground. Chapter 151. The Uniqueness of Lan. Lu Zhe staggered back several steps, collapsing into the center of the container, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his back. Lucia. What happened? Lan rushed forward, supporting him. Captured? The hunter and the spirit fox also approached, their weapons raised warily towards the spot where the mad baby had appeared. Their expressions filled with dread. In this mode, being captured meant one would transform into a bioghost. No mutation, Eluze replied coldly, retracting the foot he had kicked with to examine his ankle. A red mark marred his skin, a result of the mad baby's fierce grip, but there were no cuts. No blood. The protective suit had shattered, sparing him from a dire fate. Lu Zhe rose, brushing off the dust from his trousers. I should not have coveted that weapon. He thought bitterly. Why did he need to greedily pursue that red-blooded trophy, edging closer to the brink? Now, his protective suit was gone. He would have to play the role of a turtle in this match. Reloading his FAL camo, he meticulously checked the grenade launcher. Lucia, Lan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Unlike the other two, she did not exhibit anxiety towards Lu Zhe. Instead, she moved closer, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on his chest. What are you staring at? Lucia frowned. There's something on you. Lan's voice was soft, laced with curiosity. Something? What something? A virus? Lu Zhe glanced down at himself. Aside from his slightly torn combat suit, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Not a virus. Lan shook her head, gesturing towards the area around Lu Zhe's heart. It's a series of numbers. Numbers? Yes, red numbers. Lan squinted, as if straining to see what others could not. The moment your protective suit disintegrated, I saw one floating above your head. Now, here on your chest, it displays 010. I cannot see it before. A jolt of realization struck Lu Zhe. Had Lan truly evolved? She could see strange things, the system's assessment values. Did this mean he could withstand 10 captures before becoming infected? The one likely indicated the durability of his protective suit. Now it had changed to 010, suggesting he could endure 10 more hits before succumbing. You can see this? Lu Zhe whispered, lowering his voice. I couldn't see it before. Now that your protective suit is gone, I can, Lan replied, reclaiming her gaze and readjusting her AK-47. Lu Zhe refrained from probing further. He inhaled deeply, resting the stock of the FAL against his shoulder. For the remainder of this time, I shall not budge an inch from here. The bio-ghosts below continued their low growls. The mad baby he had kicked down had vanished, while the remaining little red and green giants watched intently, seemingly preparing for another assault. 40 seconds remained. Lu Zhe glanced at the countdown. If he could hold out for these last few seconds, victory would be theirs. Those remaining 40 seconds felt infinitely longer than 40 years to Lu Zhe. He completely set aside his previous playful demeanor. Forget about scoring points, headshots, or stealing kills. All that mattered now was survival. 2 on the left. Fire. Lu Zhe bellowed, unleashing a barrage with his FAL. Boom. He did not conserve ammunition. Instead, he fired a grenade directly. The 2 little red creatures that had just shown themselves were blown away, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Lucia, conserve your grenades. We have only a few left. The hunter cautioned from the side. Conserve? Well, my life is at stake. Lucia retorted. This match was drawing to a close anyway. Failing to shoot would be a waste. He did not look back. Only dead bio-ghosts were good bio-ghosts, or those that were 800 meters away from him. The bio-ghosts below grew anxious. Time was running out. If they could not infect all the mercenaries, this round would end in their defeat. The mother creature appeared to have recovered, leading the squat white wolf and several other mutated beings for one final assault. They're going to stack up. The spirit fox shouted. Lu Zhe saw a massive green giant crouching beside the container. The mother creature stepping onto its shoulders for leverage before leaping high into the air, poised to land among them. Get down. Lucia reacted swiftly. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward. The stock of his FAL unleashed bullets, striking the mother creature midair. With nowhere to brace itself, it crashed down. Fire. Don't let it rise. Lu Zhe shouted, while frantically shooting at the little red creatures that followed in the jump. Lan and the hunter were equally relentless. Whenever any zombie attempted to approach the container, they greeted it with a hail of bullets. 20 seconds. Lu Zhe glanced at the timer. The squat one has a grenade. Lan Xiaotet, Su Den Li. Lu Zhe's heart tightened. That squat white wolf was indeed a nuisance. Ignore it. Focus on the other bio-ghosts. Boom. The green repulsion grenade detonated in the middle of the container, sending several individuals reeling. Seizing the chaos, 2 little red creatures leaped up. They lunged at Lu Zhe with claws bared. Lu Zhe pressed the grenade launcher trigger. Click. Empty. In the heat of the moment, he had exhausted all the grenades. Damn it. Lu Zhe cursed, shoving the barrel against the forehead of the foremost little red creature. Tot 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 tot. At such close range, the FEL's bullets devastated the creature's head, reducing it to a pulpy mess. The corpse fell, effectively tripping the one behind it. Lon swiftly followed up, firing 2 precise shots from her AK-47, sending the second creature back to its origin. 10 seconds. 9-8. Luze reloaded his magazine, fixating his gaze below. The bio-ghosts beneath continued to roar in frustration, hopping about, but they had run out of time. 3, 2, 1. Humanity wins. The system's prompt echoed through the air. The grotesque biochemical phantoms surrounding them abruptly ceased their movements. Following this, their bodies began to disintegrate, transforming into shimmering green motes that dissipated into nothingness. With a sigh, Luze plopped down onto the container. The first round was won. They had finally triumphed. Yet, this was considerably more challenging than the previous standard biochemical mode. A flash of light illuminated the center of the hall. The recently fallen White Wolf, Iron Rider, Black Hawk, Venom Scorpion, and a few expendable mercenaries reappeared. They resumed their human forms, their weapons restored. The first round concluded, resetting for the next. The preparation time for the second round was a mere 20 seconds. White Wolf touched his face, then glanced at the submachine gun in his hands, his expression one of frustration. Damn it, that was a mistake. Purely a blunder. White Wolf grumbled irritably. Iron Rider, with a grim countenance, inspected his machine gun. Well, a loss is a loss. No need for excuses. Iron Rider cast a glance at Luze above, his gaze laden with complexity. It seemed this individual was indeed somewhat remarkable. TCH, he merely got lucky. Occupé une favorable position, venons scorpion scoffed. Besides, he is the savior, wielding a divine artifact. I could hold my ground too in his place. Luze sat atop the container, indifferent to the murmurs below, barely lifting an eyelid. The FAL's grenades were automatically replenished, granting him a modicum of confidence. The second round was about to commence. The hunters approached once more. Luze, shall we hold our ground here? Yes, Luze replied emphatically. This spot is excellent. Easy to defend, hard to assault. I will root myself here. I 1T budge, even if it costs my life. The crowd below began to stir. We shouldn't linger down here. It's too passive, White Wolf suggested. Let us move to that red house. The red, 3-walled structure. There's only one entrance. With so many of us and our weapons, if we block the doorway, the zombies will never breach our defenses. I agree. Venom Scorpion was the first to echo. They had suffered earlier on the platform due to the cramped space, making them vulnerable to the thunderous blasts. Inside the red house, the space was ample, and even if the dwarf threw in grenades, it wouldn't be a problem. Iron Rider pondered for a moment before nodding. Then, let us proceed to the red house. Black Hawk, what say you? Black Hawk remained silent, merely hoisting his sniper rifle and silently making his way towards the red house. Let us move, move, move. White Wolf beckoned the expendable mercenaries. Follow me, and I'll lead you to an effortless victory. A throng of individuals rushed towards the red room nestled in the corner of the map. This chamber resembled a vast iron cage, with only one entrance, leading into a dead end and a raised platform for vantage. Indeed, it was a sanctuary of defense within the biochemical mode. Lon stood behind Lucia, observing the retreating figures. They have all gone that way, she remarked. Shall we follow? There is strength in numbers. No, Luze shook his head, cradling the FAL. This spot is far superior. Trust me. Lon fell silent, simply standing resolutely beside Luze. The hunters and Spirit Fox exchanged glances, choosing to remain. We shall follow the savior, the Spirit Fox smiled. After all, it was you who saved us just now. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. The hall fell silent once more. This time, the crowd divided into 2 significant factions. Luze, accompanied by 3 women, defended atop the container, while Iron Rider huddled with 8 others within the red house. The 2 groups were separated by half the map, gazing at each other from a distance. The remaining 3 individuals had vanished. Hopefully, they would remain safe. Luze fixed his gaze towards the red house, silently praying. Please, let nothing unexpected occur. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. Luze immediately turned his attention to the red house. It was eerily quiet. No gunfire erupted, nor did any monstrous roars resonate. The mutated beings were not in their vicinity. Just as Luze pondered this, he heard a familiar roar emanating from beneath him. Roar. Luze looked down to find, in the shadow beneath the container, a regular mercenary AI undergoing a violent transformation. Its skin blazed a bright red, and its claws grew immensely. This time, the mother creature had spawned right beneath Luze and his companions. Damn it, how unfortunate! Luze cursed, raising his weapon. Open fire. Right below us. Hot, 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 hot. The gunfire from the container erupted instantaneously. The freshly mutated mother creature had yet to raise its head to assess the situation when the rain of bullets from above sent it into a daze. Fall back. Don't let leap up here. Lu Zhe commanded as he fired. He was particularly cautious. Should the mother creature attempt to jump, he would unleash a grenade without hesitation. Boom! The explosion sent the mother creature rolling twice on the ground, significantly depleting its health bar. Besides this mother creature, 2 additional expendable mercenaries had also mutated. However, these 3 biochemical phantoms were evidently not formidable. They were swiftly suppressed by the 4 guns above as soon as they showed themselves. This wave was secure. The hunter reloaded a magazine, exhaling in relief. They cannot ascend. They are merely targets now. Although the battle was fierce, it held no suspense. The terrain advantage was overwhelming, coupled with Lu Zhe's FAL camo boasting high damage. These zombies could not approach at all. Lu Zhe took a moment to glance towards the red house. It remained silent. The 9 individuals huddled within that iron cage. Guns pointed outward, each one tense with anxiety. Yet, no biochemical phantoms assailed them. All the threats were concentrated on Lu Zhe's side. They were enjoying a reprieve. Lu Zhe smirked. Are they resting on their laurels? The occupants of the red house seemed to have noticed this as well. White Wolf peered cautiously outside. What is going on? Are the biochemical phantoms all over there? It seems so. Venom Scorpion lowered his weapon, a gleam of schadenfreude on his face. Well then, let that savior take his time dealing with them. We could just sit back and reap the rewards. Iron Rider frowned, remaining vigilant. Don't be complacent. If they falter, the biochemical phantoms will shift their focus here. On the container, Lu Zhe observed as the zombies beneath were battered and retreated into a corner to recover. And he temporarily ceased firing. He was reluctant to descend to replenish his ammunition. Lang, Lu Zhe called out without turning his head, his eyes still fixed below. What is it? Lan stood beside him, her gun unwavering. The first round had been chaotic, and he had the chance to inquire. While loading bullets into a magazine, Lu Zhe casually asked, You've changed quite a bit. We parted ways in the arena not long ago, right? How did your evolution go? Lan paused for a moment. The organization arranged a reinforcement experiment. Only a select few managed to pass. I figured as much. Lu Zhe glanced at Lan's steady hands gripping the gun. You were formidable before, but not this composed. Moreover, you mentioned being able to see numbers. Lu Zhe turned his gaze to Lan's profile. What is that? High-tech contact lenses? Lan turned her head, her eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation. Not lenses. It's my eyes. Lan pointed to her pupils. The experiment altered my visual nerves. My eyes are now different from before, and they're no longer sensitive to bright lights. Is it the only change? Lu Zhe inquired with curiosity. No, Lan replied succinctly. The eyes serve merely as an auxiliary. Mere vision is of no use unless one possesses the means to eliminate. How to kill? Lu Zhe turned his head. Lan remained silent, securing the AK-47 behind her back. Then, she raised her right hand. Her palm was pale, and her fingers long. Just as Lu Zhe pondered her actions, a puff of white vapor suddenly emanated from her palm. It was the chill of frost. Observe, Lan's voice was frigid. With a flick of her wrist, without any prior indication, a frosty dagger materialized at her fingertips. The blade, roughly the length of a hand, emanated a palpable chill. Lu Zhe's pupils constricted. This is the frost blade, Lan declared, her gaze fixed on a shadow beneath the container. There a lone creature lay, recovering its vitality. With a deft flick of her finger, she released the icy dagger. Whoosh! The speed was so swift that Lu Zhe barely discerned its trajectory. A soft thud echoed as the transparent blade embedded itself into the creature's skull. The being emitted no sound, its body stiffening instantaneously. What followed was an uncanny spectacle. From the dagger's point of impact, a layer of white frost swiftly spread. In the blink of an eye, the creature was encased in ice. Such power! Lu Zhe stood, gazing at the frosty statue beneath. It was frozen solid? Indeed, Lan replied, revealing another identical icy dagger in her hand. This blade's temperature was a chilling -50 degrees. Upon piercing flesh, the cold would unleash a violent blast. Ordinary bioghosts could not withstand such a sudden drop in temperature. Their blood and muscle would freeze within seconds. However, the effect was fleeting, lasting about 3 seconds. Lu Zhe observed the mist emanating from the dagger in Lan's hand. Is this your skill? One might say so, Lan acknowledged. Clenching her fist, the icy dagger shattered into crystalline powder, dissipating into the air. This ability stems from the biological chip implanted by the organization. It enables me to control the bioelectricity within my body, condensing moisture from the air through specialized conduits. instantaneously compressing, cooling, and forming it. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow at her technical jargon. Sounds rather mystical. Is there a limit to this? As long as I have sufficient stamina, there is none. Lan glanced at her palm. However, each condensation requires a significant amount of heat. Overuse will lower my body temperature and slow my movements. Lu Zhe nodded. It seemed reasonable enough. The principle of energy conservation, after all. Just then, movement below caught their attention. The mother creature, unwilling to accept its earlier defeat, approached again. They were not ready to give up. Hunter, shall we engage? Lu Zhe raised his FAL. But conserve ammunition. They seem hesitant to charge. Indeed, the mother creature did not dare to advance. The white wolves were similarly unable to penetrate. This bio-ghost was caught in a cycle of life and death, with both sides exhibiting a degree of caution, unwilling to pursue even if the smaller creatures fled. After repelling the mother creature once more, their conversation resumed. Is this all there is? Lu Zhe inquired. No. Lan turned to him, a glimmer of crimson light flickering in her eyes. This is merely the norm. Norm? Yes. Lan Yingan deeply. My body functions as a precise regulator. Currently, my temperature is normal, hence the frostblade. Yet under high-intensity combat, she hesitated, or if I consciously elevate my temperature. Lu Zhe studied her intently. What happens if you raise it? You will see. Lan did not provide a direct answer. Redirecting her gaze to the regrouping bio-ghosts below, she cast her weapon aside. Lan, what are you doing? Lu Zhe exclaimed in shock. Discarding her firearm now seemed tantamount to courting death. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Zhe fell silent, sensing a wave of heat. Moments ago, the air had been frigid. Now it was ablaze with warmth. Lan stood there, her red chi-pow billowing as if stirred by an unseen force. Her skin visibly flushed, a manifestation of blood engorgement and rapidly rising temperature. Huh. Lan exhaled, steam escaping her lips. Thermal regulation, overload mode, she murmured. The frenzied creature lunged at her, its claws mere centimeters from her throat. Lan abruptly raised her hand. This time, there was no chill, only flames. Boom! A dagger, radiant red, and seemingly forged from molten rock, appeared her grasp. Flameblade. With a flick of her wrist, the crimson dagger cleaved through the creature's claws. The scent of searing flesh filled the air. Ah! The creature shrieked in agony. The flame blade had not only severed its claws, but ignited its flesh in an inferno. The flames erupted violently, but Lan was relentless. She swung her arms in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flame blades shot forth, 2 embedding themselves in its chest, 1 piercing its abdomen. Boom! The 3 blades detonated simultaneously. This was no ordinary explosion. It was a release of thermal energy. The creature was obliterated. Holy hell! Lu Zhe gasped, his eyelids twitching. Those are not daggers. Those are incendiary devices. Is this the flame blade? Lu Zhe swallowed hard. Lan's current state was terrifying. Her face was flushed as if bleeding. Beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The heat radiated from her, palpable even from 2 meters away. This was the transformation following a temperature increase. Lan Pantet, utilizing biological energy to generate heat, compressing air to create plasma. This is the principle behind the flame blade. Lu Zhe was astounded. Is this really within human capability? The destructive power was vastly greater than that of the icy dagger. However, the consumption was immense. Lan retrieved her weapon from the ground, her hand trembling slightly. I cannot maintain this state for long. If my temperature rises too high, my organs will sustain damage. The bio-ghost below recoiled in shock from the sudden blaze. Lu Zhe spoke slowly. Your skill is indeed formidable. He regarded Lan intently. But can your body withstand it? Chapter 154. The next evolution? One moment at minus 50 degrees. The next at several hundred. Even iron would crack under such extremes. Wouldn't it? Lan wiped the sweat from her brow. I must endure, regardless. Her tone was devoid of complaint, marked only by cold resolve. This is the price of evolution. Price? Lu Zhe mulled over her words. For such destructive capability, one subjects their body to this. This is not merely about lethality. Lan turned her gaze, the crimson glow in her eyes still flickering. It is the capital for survival. Lu Zhe pondered, questioning whether Lan could still be considered human. If not, could he take her away, just as he did with Ling? Yet for now, it was best to keep her around. More allies meant greater odds of success. Once this mission concluded, he would have to explore if that was feasible. Just then, the hunter interrupted his thoughts. There's a minute and a half left. What is the plan? Lu Zhe glanced at the countdown. We wait. Do nothing. These bastards will tire soon. Indeed, the mother creature had been blasted away by Lu Zhe several times, its flesh nearly decimated. It concealed itself behind a pillar, panting heavily as it regained health. At that moment, Lan suddenly swayed. She leaned against a nearby crate, her complexion turning ashen. What's wrong? Lu Zhe hurriedly supported her. I'm fine. Lan waved her hand, attempting to push him away. However, as soon as her fingers brushed against Lu Zhe's arm, he felt as though he had been touched by ice. So cold? Lu Zhe exclaimed in surprise. Side effects. Lan gritted her teeth, her lips tinged with purple. I just used the flame blade. Now my temperature regulation system is forcibly cooling me down. This is backlash. Observing her condition, Lu Zhe's sense of unease deepened. This was not evolution. It was clearly a depletion of life. Take a break, Lu Zhe urged, pressing her down onto the crate. I'll handle the rest. No. Lan struggled to rise. I still need points. Points? Lu Zhe was taken aback. What do you need points for? Haven't you completed your evolution? Lan lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on the zombies below. For the next evolution, Lu Zhe's hand froze midair, confusion flooding his expression. Next evolution? He repeated. Is this not enough for you? Sitting atop the crate, despite her trembling body, Lan gripped her gun tightly. Not enough, she said softly, yet amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Lu Zhe heard her clearly. Right now, I have merely crossed the threshold. Frostblade and Flameblade are just the most rudimentary applications. Lu Zhe frowned, firing at a small red zombie below as he inquired, what comes next? Transforming into a superhuman or a deity? Lan ignored Lu Zhe. Her gaze fixed on her hands. If I can rank in the top 3 for this mission, the organization will unlock the second phase of my genetic lock once I return. At that point, a flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes. I won't need to rely on cold weapons anymore. My hands will become my weapons. Your hands? An image flashed in Lu Zhe's mind. During his gaming sessions in the real world, Lan's character could indeed abandon her gun and attack directly with her hands. Those strikes emitted energy waves, immensely powerful, capable of sending bioghosts flying. You mean that kind of energy wave? Lu Zhe gestured. Something like that, Lan nodded. It's energy projection. It directly releases biological energy from within through the palms. There's no need to condense it into a physical form. It can attack in the form of energy waves. The power of that will be tenfold compared to now. Lu Zhe, upon hearing this, felt no elation. Rather, a chill crept down his spine. Tenfold power. What's the cost? The current cost is fluctuating temperatures and internal organ damage. What will be the cost for that tenfold power? Your life? Lan fell silent, lowering her head, avoiding Lu Zhe's gaze. As long as I can grow stronger, any cost is worth it. You're insane, Lu Zhe replied coldly. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for strength? You have no idea. Lan suddenly lifted her head, her emotions heightened. Lu Zhe, do you think we want this? In this damned world, if you're not strong, you're merely cannon fodder. She pointed at the zombies still howling below. If you don't want to become like them, you must transform yourself into an even greater monster. Lu Zhe found himself at a loss for words. He could not refute her, for she spoke the truth. In this world, weakness seemed to be the original sin. He began to understand why the blade sought power so relentlessly. But you don't have to go to such extremes, Lu Zhe sighed, his tones softening. We're on the same team. With me here in this FAL, we can win. You don't need to strive for first place. You don't understand. Lan shook her head, her expression turning cold once more. I trust no one now. I only believe in the power I hold in my hands. Only by controlling my own strength can I ensure my safety. Lu Zhe gazed at her, realizing that the Lan who once joked with him in the bio-arena, who possessed a hint of humanity, seemed to have vanished. The current Lan was someone he barely recognized. Fine. Lu Zhe turned away, no longer looking at her. Since you wish to score points, I'll lend you a hand. He switched the FEL to full auto mode. I want to finish off the ones below. You can collect the kills. Lan paused. Why? No reason, Lu Zhe replied without turning back, pulling the trigger. Tot 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 tot. Bullets rained down upon the horde of zombies. I'll consider this a favor for our previous camaraderie. The ensuing battle grew somewhat peculiar. Lu Zhe wielded the most powerful weapon but no longer sought kills. He methodically incapacitated the zombies, reducing them to flickering red lights before halting. Lan, the green giant on the left, is wounded. The small red on the right is weakened. Lan did not hesitate, enduring her discomfort as she repeatedly unleashed Frost Blade or fired to secure the kills. On the scoreboard, her name ascended rapidly, nearing Lu Zhe in first place. Thank you, she whispered after a wave of attack subsided. Don't mention it. Lu Zhe reloaded, his expression grim. I just don't want to see you risking your life for mere points. If you truly desire that evolution, go for it. But let me make this clear. If one day you become a monster or lose your sanity because of this evolution, I will kill you with my own hands. Just as I did with Blade. Lan watched Lu Zhe's back. In that instant, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by indifference. If that day comes, Lan's voice was soft. You 1T need to intervene. I will handle it myself. I hope so. Lu Zhe turned around, observing the hall below. The time for the second round was drawing near. The bio ghosts were once again repelled. 30 seconds left, Lu Zhe announced. I will remember this favor. No need to remember. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. I just hope that when we meet next time, you are still on, not some emotionless machine in pursuit of power. Chapter 155, A Lacking Emotion. Second round concluded. Humanity wins. The brilliance in the hall flickered once more. Everything reset. The preparation time for the third round commenced. Lu Zhe's gaze subtly drifted towards Lan, who stood with her eyes closed, seemingly adjusting her state. He recalled her expression during the slaughter, void of fear, excitement, or even a hint of tension. This is too cold, Lu Zhe mused internally. Even for a special forces soldier with exceptional psychological resilience, this demeanor seemed excessive. What are you looking at? Lan suddenly opened her eyes and turned to face Lu Zhe. Caught in the act, Lu Zhe did not shy away, directly stating, I'm watching you. Watching me do what? To see whether or not you are still human. The remark was harsh. The nearby hunters and spirit foxes were taken aback, rushing to mediate. Lu Zhe, how can you speak like that? We're all teammates. Let us not damage our camaraderie. Yet, Lan showed no signs of anger. She merely regarded Lu Zhe with a detached gaze. I am human. That is beyond question. Is it? Lu Zhe stood, approaching her. Are you truly still human? Humans possess emotions. Fear? Shame? Anger? Do you still feel any of those emotions? Lan did not shy away from Lu Zhe's gaze. Such gestures were superfluous. Her voice was remarkably flat, an unsettling calm that sent shivers down the spine. Fear could induce trembling, anger could provoke rashness, and shame could incite hesitation. On the battlefield, these emotions only heralded death. I have purged them. Purged? Lu Zhe. Let me see if you have truly done so. He stepped closer, the proximity so intimate that their breaths mingled. Lan remained unmoved, her eyes scrutinizing Lu Zhe as if attempting to decode his intentions. He did not draw his gun, nor unsheath his knife. Instead, with a sudden motion, he extended his hand and reached around her back. A sharp clap echoed as his palm struck the lower part of her waist, a forceful impact that caused a slight tremor beneath her crimson cheepow. The nearby huntress and spirit foxer widened their eyes in shock, mouths forming perfect O shapes. At such a perilous juncture, Lu Zhe dared to execute such an act? Was this the savior? Was he not merely a rogue? Yet, Lu Zhe paid them no heed, his attention fixated entirely on Lan's face, awaiting a reaction. A slap, a scream, or a swift kick to incapacitate him. Any response would suffice. However, none came. Lan stood there, her body betraying no sign of disturbance. Her complexion remained unflushed, her gaze unwaveringly steady, even her breathing unperturbed. She merely turned her head slightly, looking at Lu Zhe with pure bewilderment. Was this an act of aggression? Lan in guit? Such a degree of impact would not inflict substantial harm. If your intention was to provoke me through this means, you have failed. Lu Zhe's hand hung, suspended in midair, a chill coursing through him as he beheld Lan's impassive countenance. You're not angry? Lu Zhe asked. Why should I be? Lan Vito. This is merely a meaningless physical contact. It possesses neither tactical significance nor harmful potential. Experiencing emotional fluctuations over it would be a waste of energy. Lu Zhe gradually retracted his hand, feeling as though he had not struck a beautiful woman, but rather a slab of cold pork or the exterior of a machine. Well, you are truly remarkable. Lu Zhe turned away, no longer regarding Lan. He advanced directly towards the huntress, who stared at him in utter disbelief. Her grip on M4A1 trembling. Lu Zhe, you. The huntress barely began to speak when, once again, a sharp sound resonated. Lu Zhe's hand struck her, this time making contact with her body. What are you doing? The huntress jumped in surprise, her face flushed as she forcefully pushed Lu Zhe away, raising her weapon to aim directly at his nose. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing at such a time? The huntress's chest heaved with indignation, her eyes brimming with embarrassment and disbelief. The spirit foxer instinctively shielded her back, retreating a couple of steps, regarding Lu Zhe with caution. Now, this was a human reaction. Lu Zhe ignored the gun aimed at him, gesturing towards the flushed huntress, and then to the coldly analytical Lan. Do you see? This is a normal response. Anger, embarrassment, these are emotions, instincts. Lu Zhe turned back to Lan. Lan, did you see? This is what it means to be alive. Your previous reaction was that of a corpse. Lan glanced at the huntress and then at Lu Zhe. Such emotional upheaval would accelerate her heart rate by 30%, tense her muscles, and diminish her shooting accuracy. This is what I refer to as superfluous. Upon finishing her statement, Lon turned away, returning her focus to the hall below. The third round was nearing its conclusion. Debating my humanity yields no advantage for survival. The huntress was still fuming, but Lu Zhe restrained the muzzle of her weapon. Enough. Firing would not inflict harm. I am merely conducting an experiment. Lu Zhe's voice was low and somber. Do you not think she currently resembles something other than human? The huntress paused, her gaze drifting to Lan's indifferent silhouette before gradually lowering her weapon. Are you suggesting that something devoid of shame, emotion, and solely focused on profit and efficiency is akin to an automaton? Lu Zhe narrowed his eyes. I have only witnessed such a being once. That was zero. The huntress and spirit foxer fell silent. Lu Zhe let out a soft sigh, patting the huntress on the shoulder. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I shall treat you to a meal to make amends. Go away. The huntress retorted sharply, yet the flush on her face had yet to dissipate. Should you dare to lay your hands on me again, I will sever your hand. Lu Zhe did not smile. He regarded Lan's silhouette, the tension within him tightening further. Their so-called purification seemed to be transforming individuals into emotionless AIs, complete humanoid weapons akin to zero. Lu Zhe refrained from further discussion. Just as they were preparing to enter the container, Bai Lang, accompanied by a throng of expendable mercenaries, rushed toward the very container Lu Zhe had previously occupied. Hurry, hurry! Everyone get on board! Secure the position! Bai Lang shouted as he ran, fearing he might be a moment too late. Poison Scorpion and Iron Rider followed closely behind. All 9 of them clambered aboard the container. Lu Zhe looked up and realized his former haven had been commandeered. Lon stood beside him, coldly observing the scene. They have seized our stronghold. The huntress stomped her foot in frustration. This is utterly shameless. To attempt to seize territory at the very onset? The spirit foxer also wore a displeased expression, her revolver spinning rapidly in her hand. Lu Zhe, shall we fire a shot? Even if it cannot inflict harm. At the very least, we could intimidate them. Chapter 156. Lon transforms into a bio-ghost. Lu Zhe regarded Bai Lang, who was reveling atop the container, his expression devoid of any emotion. Had this been in the past, he would have surely gone over to taunt them. Perhaps, as the spirit foxer suggested, he should reward them with a grenade. However, presently, the tension within him was taut. He had no time to engage in a battle of wits with such fools. No need. Lu Zhe turned away, presenting his back to the container. Though the location was advantageous, it depended on who held it. Too many people could lead to chaos. Bai Lang, standing at the edge of the container, shouted down at Lu Zhe, looking down from his elevated position. Hey, Savior, we must apologize for this. This location has excellent feng shui. We have requisitioned it for this round. If you have nowhere to go, you can serve as bait for us down below. Ha ha! Poison Scorpion chimed in. Exactly. The capable should carry the burden. Your marksmanship is so precise, you could survive anywhere. So do not compete with us for this bit of living space. Lu Zhe did not even turn his head, coldly retorting. I hope that when the bio-ghost charges in, you can still manage to laugh. With that, Lu Zhe turned to his 3 teammates. Let us move to a different location. Where to? The huntress inquired. The red cage? Or the pipes? Lu Zhe glanced at the map layout. The red cage was too far from here and prone to being blocked off. Let us head to the elevated corridor indoors. Lu Zhe referred to a corridor connecting the core laboratory and the main hall. One side of the corridor had a partially collapsed staircase, creating a natural vantage point. That position was narrower than the container, but the view was relatively open, with only one route of ascent. There, the spirit foxer frowned. That space is too small. If all 4 of us stand there, we would struggle to turn around. If a short person throws a grenade, we would have nowhere to hide. We have no other options. Lu Zhe continued walking while checking his gear. The containers were occupied, and the red cage was too distant. As long as the firepower was sufficiently fierce, the zombies could not breach the high platform head-on. As for the grenades, Lu Zhe paused for a moment. It's not a significant issue. I can manage it. He had already devised a plan for handling the grenades. The 4 individuals swiftly moved to the elevated corridor. The space was indeed cramped. Standing shoulder to shoulder made it quite uncomfortable. Lu Zhe positioned himself at the forefront, with Lon behind him to the left, while the hunter and the spirit fox stood at the right rear. This situation was markedly different from the previous one. The group was barricaded behind the containers, their firepower dispersed. The bio-ghost would likely concentrate its assault on our side. Lon, guard the left blind spot. Hunter and spirit fox, keep an eye on the right wall to prevent any crazed treasures from stealthily scaling it. Understood. The hunter and spirit fox replied in unison. Lon remained silent, quietly aiming her gun at the corridor's corner. The countdown echoed through the hall once more. 10, 9, 8. Liu Ze tightened his grip on the FAL camo, fixating intently on the sole entrance. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion. Suddenly, Liu Ze heard a cry right behind him and spun around swiftly. Scatter! But his warning came too late. Standing behind him, Lan's red chi pao erupted. No one anticipated that this time, the host would be Lan. Moreover, she had transformed into something beyond an ordinary red ghost or a green giant. She was now the core of a crazed treasure, endowed with cloaking abilities and formidable leaping strength. Unlike the last encounter in the Bio-Coliseum, she was on the move. Lan's right hand swung out fiercely. With a sickening squelch, her razor-sharp claw pierced through the hunter's clothing, embedding itself directly in her shoulder. Ah! The hunter screamed. The spirit fox, standing nearby, witnessed the scene, and her eyes instantly filled with rage. But she had no time to react. With a swift slash, Lan's claw found its mark on the spirit fox's abdomen. In mere seconds, 2 of the 3 comrades who had fought side by side moments ago were incapacitated. Lan, having eliminated 2 obstacles, slowly turned to face Liu Ze. His expression was grim. It appeared this strain of the biovirus was considerably more potent than before. Lan seemed to have lost her awareness. In the previous Bio-Coliseum, she had at least maintained some consciousness to score points. With a feral roar, Lan crouched slightly, a clear precursor to her attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Ze thrust the FAL camo forward. You think you can infect me? Dream on. His finger tightened around the grenade launcher's trigger. But at this distance, Lan's speed surpassed that of his finger. Whoosh! A flash of red light. Liu Ze felt a sudden blur before a tremendous force collided with his chest. Bang! The sound of his protective suit shattering echoed. Liu Ze was slammed against the wall, his back striking hard. The protective suit was destroyed. Yet Lan did not relent. Following her successful strike came a second assault. With her claw raised high, slicing through the air, she aimed straight for Liu Ze's throat. This time, there was no protective suit. If she made contact, it would mean physical contact. Although Dr. Zhao claimed he was immune, he had no desire to test that theory. Get away! Liu Ze roared, exerting every ounce of strength to evade sideways. The claw narrowly missed its target, but still grazed his left arm. Agonizing pain surged through him as he glanced down. The sleeve of his combat suit had been neatly sliced open, exposing his skin beneath. On that fair skin, 3 deep gashes were visible, revealing bone. Blood gushed forth instantly. Seeing red, Liu Ze gritted his teeth as cold sweat poured down his forehead. But he had no time to attend to his wound. For Lan's third attack was already upon him. Moreover, it wasn't just her. The hunter and spirit fox, having just mutated, roared and lunged at him. A 3-pronged assault. In this confined space, barely large enough to accommodate 4 people, it was a deadly trap. Liu Ze's pupils constricted sharply, a fierce determination igniting within him. He disregarded Lan's claws and the 2 approaching red figures. He firmly gripped the secondary trigger. The FEL's muzzle was nearly pressed against Lan's abdomen. Get away! Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the narrow corridor. A massive fireball instantly engulfed the entire platform. This was a point-blank high-explosive grenade. In this enclosed space, the explosion's power was magnified several times. Liu Ze felt an immense recoil, primarily due to the proximity. The shock wave, accompanied by searing heat, hurled him away. Bang! Liu Ze landed heavily on the floor below the platform, rolling several times before colliding with a pillar, finally coming to a halt. Coughing violently, he lay on the ground, tasting the metallic sweetness of blood in his throat. His ears rang, rendering him unable to hear anything. Yet he could not afford to dwell on that. He quickly lifted his head, gazing toward the platform. It was now a scene of chaos. Chapter 157, Super Jump. Thick black smoke billowed. 3 figures emerged from the haze, crashing to the ground like kites with severed strings. It was Lan, the hunter, and the spirit fox. Even for bio-ghosts, taking a high-explosive grenade at such close range was undoubtedly excruciating. The spirit fox and the hunter were already flickering with signs of mutation. Yet, astonishingly, Lan appeared relatively unscathed. She is still alive? Liu Ze spat a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, hastily scrambling to his feet. He glanced at his left arm, where Lan's claws had left 3 deep, visible wounds. They had already begun to seal. His recovery ability was intact. The immunity was indeed genuine. A great weight lifted from Liu Ze's heart. He watched as his wounds healed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Sister Zhao, it does not deceive me. Since I won Team Mutate, what do I have to fear? Liu Ze lifted the FAL camo once more. With a furious roar, Lan charged at him, propelled by her legs. She was intent on tearing this man apart with her own hands. Come on, that was an accident. Now let us fight fairly. Lu Zhe did not retreat. He understood that at such a close range, evading the crazed treasure was futile. The only option was to suppress her with firepower. Hot, 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 hot. Lu Zhe squeezed the trigger. The large caliber bullets from the rifle struck the bio-ghost, and while they could not deliver a fatal blow, they were sufficient to force her back. Lan's momentum was interrupted. She was compelled to dodge left and right. Trying to evade, Lu Zhe scoffed. He aimed to pursue Lan, but at that moment, the hunter and spirit fox had regained some health. He had failed to eliminate them entirely earlier. They now flanked him, one on each side, attempting to encircle him. Outnumbering the few are we? Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. His situation was perilous. This was the open expanse of the hall, with winds blowing from all directions, making him susceptible to a coordinated attack. He needed to find a strategic position, one where they could not easily ascend or could find it challenging to do so. Lu Zhe's eyes scanned the hall rapidly. The containers? No, there might be other bio-ghosts outside. The red cage? Too far away and easily obstructed. What remained? Lu Zhe raised his head. There was a protruding metallic platform, reminiscent of an ancient plaque. The plaque. That was the highest and most challenging point on the entire map, requiring an exceptional level of agility to reach. For an ordinary bioweapon specter, it was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Let's go there. Lu Zhe resolved firmly. With a swift motion, he aimed his gun at the huntress and unleashed a barrage of bullets, forcing her back several paces before he turned and fled. Come chase me if you dare. He taunted as he ran, activating his berserk skill. A flash of red light enveloped him, and his speed surged dramatically, allowing him to swiftly outpace the two pursuing small reds. Lan observed Lu Zhe's retreating figure, her murderous intent intensifying. She leaped onto a nearby crate, attempting to intercept him. Lu Zhe dashed to the second floor, deliberately avoiding a direct jump to the plaque. He knew that if he leaped now, with a horde of zombies on his heels, he would become a sitting duck midair. He needed to first drive these foes back, instilling fear in them. Standing at the edge of the second floor railing, he gazed down into the hall below. Lan had already vaulted up from the crate, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Truly relentless. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe opened fire, bullets incessantly pouring forth without pause. Of ammunition? Instead of reloading, Lu Zhe simply switched weapons. An AK-47 fire Kirin followed by an M60. The hail of bullets formed a formidable barrier, relentlessly pushing Lan back with each arduous step she took. Roar! Lan bellowed, in frustration. Yet she found herself hindered at every turn. What are you shouting about? Just because you have a louder voice? Lu Zhe continued to fire while retreating, employing the classic tactic of kite fighting in bioweapon mode. As long as he maintained distance and suppressed with firepower, he could manipulate the zombies at will. Soon, the huntress and the spirit fox joined the chase, attempting a flanking maneuver against Lu Zhe. He swiftly redirected his aim, sending both small reds shrieking down to the lower floor. Is that all you've got? Lu Zhe scoffed coldly. He had retreated to the end of the corridor, with no escape route ahead, only the plaque suspended in midair. It was approximately 3 meters away from the railing, with a significant height difference. Under normal circumstances, it would merely require a grand leap. However, with the mother behind him, one misstep would lead to dire consequences. Lan evidently recognized Lu Zhe's intention. Braving the bullets, she charged forward recklessly. Even bloodied and on the verge of turning red, she was determined to prevent Lu Zhe from reaching that point. In a desperate move, Lan activated her invisibility skill. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Her claws extended, nearly grazing Lu Zhe's combat suit. Goodbye. Lu Zhe suddenly holstered his gun, eager to demonstrate his super jump. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed his FAL camo and drew out the Nepal Dragon Slayer. He stepped back 2 paces to create distance, then surged forward with a mighty dash. Just as his toes were about to leave solid ground, he executed an extraordinarily unorthodox crouch mid-air, a super jump. Lu Zhe traced an arc through the air, landing firmly on the metallic plaque. I made it. A surge of confidence coursed through him as he immediately turned, seamlessly switching his Nepal Dragon Slayer back to the FAL camo. Come on, keep chasing. Lu Zhe aimed his gun at Lan below. Standing at the railing, Lan looked up at Lu Zhe, who had ascended to the plaque, letting out an anguished roar. Roar! She was unwilling to concede. Taking a few steps back to gain momentum, she prepared to leap. Still want to jump? Lu Zhe's gaze turned icy, his finger resting on the trigger. Did she truly think he was merely a decoration? Lan sprang into action, launching herself towards the railing with a powerful thrust of her legs, soaring through the air. Her remarkable jumping ability was indeed impressive. The height and distance of her leap were sufficient for her to land on the plaque. But Lu Zhe had anticipated this moment. Down you go, he coldly uttered. Bang, bang, bang. The FAL camo roared to life, spitting flames as Lu Zhe opted for single-shot precision rather than fully automatic fire. At this distance, the accuracy of single shots was heightened, creating a rhythmic cadence. The first bullet struck Lan's shoulder, causing her airborne form to shudder and momentarily halt her forward momentum. The second bullet impacted her chest, the tremendous force distorting her otherwise perfect parabolic trajectory. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Zhe's gaze remained fixed on the airborne Lan as his fingers squeezed the trigger once more. The third bullet found its mark directly on Lan's forehead. Pow! A spray of green ichor erupted in the air. Lan's body lost all semblance of balance, plummeting straight down. Thud! Chapter 158. Changing direction. Below, the Huntress and Spirit Fox rushed to the railing, their gazes darting between the fallen Lan and the towering Lu Zhe, emitting anxious low growls. Do you wish to try your luck as well? Lu Zhe regarded them from his elevated position, the barrel of his gun angled downward. Don't rush. One at a time, there's enough for everyone. Transformed into an ordinary bioweapon specter, the Huntress displayed far less patience than Lan. She didn't even take a running start, opting instead to leap from standstill, aiming to seize Lu Zhe's feet. Want to gain momentum? You're overestimating things. Lu Zhe didn't even shift his position, simply unleashing a torrent of bullets at the airborne Huntress. Tot 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 tot. Every bullet struck the Huntress, who, lacking any point of leverage in midair, experienced a tremendous repelling force upon being hit. She barely ascended a meter before being forcefully pushed back by the onslaught of bullets. Oh, she screamed, crashing back down to the second-floor corridor. Meanwhile, Lan had managed to rise from her earlier fall. The regenerative capabilities of bioweapon specters were indeed formidable. Had it been a normal person, they would have been shattered by such a fall, yet she appeared unfazed. You dare show your face before me while still bleeding? Lu Zhe observed the flickering red light around Lan and scoffed. Time to send you back home. This time, Lu Zhe refrained from using bullets. With a flick of his finger, he pulled the secondary trigger. Boom! A high-explosive grenade hurtled towards Lan on the first floor. Kaboom! The explosion engulfed Lan in a fiery blaze. Having been previously wounded, the close-range high-explosive grenade obliterated her remaining health. Lan's body stiffened momentarily before dissolving into countless green motes, vanishing into thin air. She had been dispatched to respawn. 1. Lu Zhe reported emotionlessly. He turned his attention to the other two on the second floor. They were frightened. This position was exceedingly advantageous. There was but one path, and it was suspended in midair. As long as Lu Zhe had bullets, they could never hope to leap past him. What's wrong? No desire to jump? Lu Zhe coldly regarded them as he reloaded his magazine. If you don't leap, I'll be forced to shoot. After finishing the reload, he racked the bolt. No longer waiting for their attack, he opened fire. Tot 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 tot. The power of the FAL camo became undeniably apparent at that moment. The Huntress and Spirit Fox had nowhere to hide in the narrow corridor. Bullets struck the railing, sending sparks flying, while others pierced their bodies, splattering green blood. Roar! The Spirit Fox, braving the bullets, attempted to charge forward. Back! Lu Zhe fired a grenade right beneath the Spirit Fox. Boom! The shockwave sent her tumbling, and she toppled over the railing, crashing down to the hall below. Lu Zhe swiftly redirected his aim towards the downed Spirit Fox, unleashing a relentless barrage. The Spirit Fox struggled to rise from the ground, but Lu Zhe showed no mercy. Each bullet found its target, striking her chest with precision. The chest of the Spirit Fox was obliterated, and its body transformed into a radiant green light, vanishing without a trace. 2. Lu Zhe withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the last remaining fox hunter. The hunter was currently hiding at the corner of the corridor, revealing only an arm, steadfastly refusing to emerge. Come out, Lu Zhe called. Can you hide there for eternity? The hunter remained motionless, although transformed into a biochemical specter. She seemed to retain a vestige of her combat instincts, aware that rushing out would mean certain death. Not coming out. Allow me to assist you with your foot. Lu Zhe retorted, his bullets precisely striking her foot. It wasn't long before he noticed a flash of red. Lu Zhe then retrieved a grenade from his spatial storage. Let me treat you to something warm, he said, pulling the pin and holding it for a brief moment. Countdown grenade. Here we go. The grenade traced an arc, accurately smashing against the wall at the corner before rebounding beneath the hunter's feet. Boom! The grenade exploded. A reality kill, and another was sent for resurrection. One more. Lu Zhe lowered his gun, exhaling a sigh of relief. He surveyed his surroundings. The vast hall was now devoid of that suffocating sense of oppression that had previously engulfed the atmosphere. This plaque, indeed, was a splendid location. Lu Zhe checked his ammunition. At that moment, three figures re-emerged, resurrected anew. Their wounds had completely vanished, yet the hatred in their eyes burned even more fiercely than before. Roar! Lan looked up at Lu Zhe on the plaque. What are you staring at? Haven't you had enough? Lu Zhe stood aloof and indifferent from his elevated position. If you possess the capability, come up here again. Lan Juli Gontempet Hat Van Sing. She took a couple steps forward, but hesitated this time. The previous sensation of being treated as a target was unbearably stifling. That position was too high and too narrow. As long as Lu Zhe did not falter or switch ammunition, they stood no chance whatsoever. Roar! The three seemed to have given up. They shifted their gaze towards another corner of the map, the container. There, White Wolf, Iron Rider, Poison Scorpion, and a group of ordinary mercenaries were taking refuge. Roar! Lan Sautet! Gesturing towards the container. The Fox Hunter and Spirit Fox immediately understood. Changing targets? Lu Zhe observed keenly from above. Clever of you. He refrained from alerting White Wolf and the others. They weren't blind and could see for themselves. Lan, accompanied by the Fox Hunter and Spirit Fox, charged towards the container without looking back. Lu Zhe, standing atop the plaque, adjusted his FL camo downwards, aiming towards that direction, yet he did not fire. It was quite lively over there. On top of the container, White Wolf stood at the forefront, his submachine gun relentlessly firing. Come on, you bunch of rotten meat. White Wolf bellowed as he shot. Behind him stood Iron Rider, Poison Scorpion, Black Hawk, and 7 ordinary mercenaries armed with M16s, 11 in total. This 11-man team crowded into the container, forming an impenetrable net of firepower. Beneath the container, the original biochemical mother body was jumping in frustration. This mother body was little red, tough-skinned, and resilient, attempting several times to leap upwards. Shoot! Keep it down! Iron Rider shouted. The cacophony of machine guns and rifles rang out, painfully assaulting the ears. The mother body barely leaped half a meter before being forcefully blasted back by the concentrated gunfire. Roar! The mother body below cried out in anger, its body glowing red, an indication of skill activation. Yet even while utilizing its skills, it found itself utterly unable to advance against such overwhelming firepower. Just then, Lan and her companions arrived. Incoming! Black Hawk, sharp-eyed, swiftly adjusted his sniper rifle. That's the crazy treasure mother body. White Wolf turned to see Lan in her semi-transparent form, flanked by the Fox Hunter and Spirit Fox. Another mother body? Instead of fear, a fierce determination appeared on White Wolf's face. Perfect timing. Saves us the trouble of searching. Brothers, switch fire. First, bring that invisible one out. Understood. The ordinary mercenaries, albeit somewhat stiff, quickly complied with the orders, pivoting their weapons in unison. Lan did not charge directly. She paused behind a box beneath the container. The Fox Hunter and Spirit Fox flanking her. For zombies had converged. Now there were 2 mother bodies and 2 ordinary biochemical specters, 4 against 11. Quite intriguing. Lu Zhe observed from a distance, remaining composed, merely a spectator. Chapter 159. Lan's Consciousness? Roar. Lan Sautet. This time, she refrained from any ostentatious gestures. Lowering her body, she readied for a leap. Simultaneously, the other red mother body also sprang into action. The 2 mother bodies, one on the left and one on the right, leapt in unison. They've separated. Both sides. Poison Scorpion shouted, momentarily at a loss about where to direct his fire. What are you panicking for? Iron Rider kicked aside a mercenary obstructing the way. The left is mine. White Wolf, you hold the right. Anyone daring to approach the middle gets shot. Received. White Wolf aimed his gun at Lan. Let us see how many bullets you can endure. Lan leapt into the air. Fire. White Wolf commanded. 6 or 7 guns erupted simultaneously. Bullets rained down upon Lan like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bullets embedding into flesh rang out in succession. Lan's form froze midair. The immense recoil rendered her unable to continue forward. Hiss! Lan let out a piercing scream, her body swaying as she was forced back to the ground. On the other side, the red mother body fared even worse. Iron Rider's Gatling gun was a suppressive beast, and those hefty bullets struck her like cannonballs. The red mother body barely emerged before being knocked back, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Ha ha ha. Is that all you've got? White Wolf laughed maniacally. No matter if it's a crazy treasure or a mother body, they're all mere targets under my gun. Lu Zhe observed from afar, shaking his head. Though these individuals might be somewhat foolish, their firepower was indeed formidable. In this round, the biochemical specters faced dire straits. The battle raged on, yet it bore the semblance of a one-sided massacre. The 4 biochemical specters below attempted every conceivable tactic, stacking up, jumping in unison. Yet nothing worked. Although the container was crowded, that very crowding ensured there were no blind spots in their firepower. The biochemical specters couldn't even approach the container. The moment they showed themselves, they were immediately met with a barrage of bullets. Roar! The biochemical specters below appeared to be growing weary. Lan stood behind the box, her red glow flickering, a warning of insufficient health. She glanced up at the throng of humans above, then turned her gaze towards Lu Zhe, who loomed high in the distance. A hint of resignation flickered in her eyes. This was an impossible fight. The arena was far too confined. Once humans banded together, their firepower density became overwhelming. 1 minute remaining. Lu Zhe checked the time. It seemed that he too could secure an effortless victory. Cradling the FVL in his arms, he contemplated. At this rate, even if that virus enhanced their abilities, as long as humans didn't act foolishly or engage in infighting, holding a single point wouldn't pose significant issues. The system's task was survival. At present, it appeared that this task was not as daunting as initially imagined. Hey, over there, savior! White Wolf shouted from atop the container. See? This is tactics. This is the power of teamwork. What is the point of standing up there as a lone wolf? Come join us for the next round. How about your back? Lu Zhe regarded him with a blank expression. Mind your own business, he coldly replied. Don't let your own foolishness lead to your demise before the next round. TCH, ungrateful. The White Wolf curled his lip, turning his head to continue firing at the zombies below. Brothers, give it your all. Maximize those points. The zombies below had utterly abandoned their offensive, retreating into corners, no longer daring to show their faces. After all, charging forth would only yield points for the opposing team. Better to hide and wait for the time to expire. Lan had also taken refuge behind a large crate, refraining from rushing out. She had lost this round. As the countdown reached 0, the system's notification echoed through the air. Humans win. The green glow in the hall began to fade. All the biochemical specters disintegrated into glimmering motes of light in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the light coalesced once more. Lan, the hunter, the spirit fox, and the mercenaries who had previously transformed into zombies all reappeared in the hall, restored to their human forms. Their wounds vanished, and their clothes returned to normal. Phew! The White Wolf leaped down from the container, a triumphant expression on his face. Victory! That was too easy. What a pathetic difficulty level. Iron Rider also sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Don't be complacent. That was due to our good teamwork. Lu Zhe disregarded the White Wolf and his companions, striding directly towards Lan. She stood in a corner, adjusting her hair. Upon noticing Lu Zhe approaching, her actions paused momentarily, and her expression shifted to one of vigilance. What? Still not satisfied? Lan asked coldly. Lu Zhe remained silent, halting 2 meters in front of her. Though the FVL in his hands hung down, his finger lingered near the trigger. I have something to ask you. Lu Zhe fixed his gaze upon Lan's eyes. Ask. Lan zet pondeto soli. After you transformed, were you aware of your actions? Lu Zhe's question was straightforward, reflecting his deepest concern. Previously, in the biochemical arena, although Lan had exhibited a desire to attack upon transformation, she still retained some control. However, this time, during that recent encounter in the corridor on the 2nd floor, Lan had truly struck with lethal intent, each blow fatal. Lan regarded Lu Zhe, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Yes. Lu Zhe's brows furrowed. If you were aware, why did you strike to kill? The corners of Lan's mouth twitched slightly, her smile cold, more akin to mockery than amusement. You've misunderstood something. What is it? Being aware does not equate to control. Lan extended her hand, observing her slender fingers. It feels akin to being trapped in a cage. You can see everything happening outside. You can hear the roars escaping your throat. You can even feel the ecstasy of your claws piercing flesh. Lan lifted her gaze, meeting Lu Zhe's eyes directly. Yet, you cannot control your body. Your body craves slaughter, hungers for blood. Your mind is consumed by a singular thought, to tear apart every living being before you. That thought is overpowering, eclipsing all reason. Lu Zhe felt a chill creep down his spine. So, you watch yourself kill me without being able to intervene? Yes. Lan not that. Moreover, I even thought that killing you was a commendable choice. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply. This virus was indeed sinister. What distinguishes this virus from the previous one? Lu Zhe inquired further. In the arena, you seemed able to maintain some control. It's more potent now. I cannot resist it, Lan described succinctly. It feels heavy, suffocating. She gestured toward the bubbling green canisters surrounding them. Moreover, I can sense it. The virus here is still evolving. Evolution? A jolt of alarm shot through Lu Zhe. Yes. Lan's gaze remained fixed on him. With every defeat and subsequent revival, the virus's encroachment upon consciousness deepens. In that last round, I was still able to maintain some clarity. Perhaps in the next round, I will truly become nothing more than a monster. The preparation time for the new round commenced, and the 16 participants dispersed once more. The White Wolf rallied everyone to climb onto the containers. Quick, quick, everyone up. The usual strategy. As long as we hold that point, we are invincible. The ordinary mercenaries, having tasted victory, sprinted faster than rabbits. Iron Rider and Black Hawk hesitated not, following suit. The Hunter and the Spirit Fox exchanged glances with Lu Zhe. What about us? Lucia, you should go too. Lu Zhe waved his hand. More people indeed offers greater safety. You saw in the last round that with enough firepower, the zombies cannot advance. And you? The Spirit Fox inquired. I won't go. Lu Zhe glanced at the container, packed tightly like sardines. It's too cramped. I suffer from claustrophobia. I can't breathe when it's too crowded. In truth, Lu Zhe feared being accidentally harmed. If a mutation occurred and someone transformed in the midst, it would be catastrophic. He had only one life. This risk was not one he dared to take. Very well, then be careful, the Hunter conceded, taking hold of the Spirit Fox and heading toward the container. Lon remained stationary. Aren't you going? Lu Zhe asked. I dislike the White Wolf, Lon replied flatly. And I need points. I can't earn many there. Suit yourself. Lu Zhe paid her no more mind, turning to leap onto the signboard. Although this place was solitary, it afforded a good view, and no one was crowding him. The countdown chimed once more. 10, 9, 8. Lu Zhe perched on the edge of the signboard, swinging his legs as he observed the bustling container below. 13 individuals now crowded there, aside from Lu Zhe, Lon, and an unknown mercenary who hadn't ascended. The remainder was packed in tightly. It was quite a spectacle. Lucia marveled. 13 guns pointed outward. This was no defensive position. It resembled a party within. He hoped it would continue smoothly. However, Lu Zhe knew that the system rarely adhered to conventional logic. If victory came so easily, there must be something amiss. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. A pair of roars erupted from the heart of the crowd. This bellow resonated, bewildering those around. The White Wolf, closest to the source, found himself less than half a meter away from the newly mutated beings. Damn it, he cursed, instinctively raising his weapon. Yet it was too cramped. 13 individuals jostled together, rendering his gun barrel obstructed by the arm of a nearby comrade. He could barely lift it. The two freshly mutated biochemical entities were indifferent to the crowding. Their singular task was to seize their prey. Two massive claws whirled amidst the throng. Thud! The sound of screams erupted instantaneously. There was no need to aim or maneuver. A single swipe could strike 3 or 4 individuals. The ordinary mercenaries standing in the midst had no chance to react, let alone scream, before their throats or chests were slashed open by the claws. Even a mere scratch could lead to instant infection in this high-intensity viral environment. 1 second. In the span of a single second, the situation atop the container collapsed entirely. Originally, 13 armed humans. In the blink of an eye, the 4 or 5 in the center had transformed into biochemical specters. Following this, a chain reaction ensued. The newly mutated specters had not even had the chance to roar before their claws reached out to their still human teammates. Open fire! Open fire! The Scorpion, at the rear, watched in horror as the crowd crumbled like a house of cards, his voice cracking with fear. He pulled the trigger, indiscriminately firing a volley. Tot. Upon the container, the original 13 individuals have dwindled to a mere handful capable of standing and firing. Iron Steed, White Wolf, Poison Scorpion, Black Hawk, and a Lone Huntress. The remaining 8 have transformed into bio-ghosts, 8 grotesque entities against 5 humans. And they are face to face, mere inches apart. Run! Iron Steed decisively kicked aside a small red creature blocking her path and leaped down from the container. White Wolf, not one to lag, rolled away the moment he saw the claw coming towards him, disregarding his form as he tumbled down from the container. Poison Scorpion and Black Hawk followed closely behind. The Huntress lagged just a moment too long, and a small red claw was already reaching for her back. Bang! A resounding crack echoed as a burst of blood erupted from the head of that small red creature, its body swaying violently, the claw grazing past the Huntress's attire. She glanced back. On a distant high sign, Lu Zhe's Barrett rifle was still smoking. Don't look back. Jump! Lu Zhe's cold voice rang out, gritting her teeth. The Huntress leapt. Lu Zhe, perched atop the sign, observed the chaos below with an impassive expression. I knew it, Lu Zhe muttered, switching magazines, his gaze icy. Putting all your eggs in one basket, only to find the basket has holes. Lon, witnessing the turmoil beneath, inquired of Lu Zhe, shall we rescue them? Lu Zhe scrutinized the 5 individuals darting about like headless flies. Iron Steed wielded a machine gun, retreating while unleashing a hail of bullets. White Wolf had long vanished, his speed unmatched. Poison Scorpion crouched behind Iron Steed, using her as a shield. Black Hawk remained composed, retreating while blind firing his sniper rifle to cover his teammates. As for the Huntress, having landed awkwardly, she now limped toward a corner. The 8 bio-ghosts had already leapt down from the container, lunging toward the few remaining humans. Save them, Liu Ze uttered, the word escaping his lips. If we don't, they perish, and we shall meet the same fate. If all 5 turn, we'll have 14 bio-ghosts pursuing us. Liu Ze steadied his weapon. This endeavor is not worth the risk. Lan nodded, the chill in her hands coalescing. Where to? Liu Ze glanced at the map. Returning to the container is out of the question. It's swarmed with monsters. The hall is too spacious to defend. The only viable refuge is that red cage. Let them head to the red cage. Liu Ze pivoted his weapon, firing a Barrett round straight at the leading abomination. Boom! To the red cage. Don't linger in the hall. Liu Ze shouted down. For heaven's sake, stop running around. If you wish to survive, head for that red house. Chapter 161, 6 against 10. Iron Steed caught Liu Ze's shout. She glanced at the red chamber in the corner. It had but 1 entrance and 3 walls. While it was easy to be cornered, it indeed represented their only escape route. Follow his lead. To the red house. Iron Steed bellowed. Black Hawk, cover. Poison Scorpion. Stop hiding and fire. Where's White Wolf? Where the hell did that bastard run off to? No one answered, for White Wolf had already darted into the red house. These bastards, Liu Ze cursed. Lan, provide cover below. I'll give you fire support from above. As long as they dare to show their heads, I'll send them packing. Without hesitation, Lan leaped from the corridor, her icy blade already formed. Let us go, she shouted to Iron Steed, charging into the throng of corpses. What a madwoman, Liu Ze mused, shaking his head. Yet, there's utility in madness. The current situation in the hall was dire. 9 bio-ghosts pursued from behind, while 4 humans fled ahead. Lan was stationed in the middle to hold the rear, and Liu Ze provided suppressive fire from above. Yet, it was no easy task. Among the 9 bio-ghosts, 2 were mothers, and the remaining 7 were recently mutated mercenaries. These mercenaries, transformed into bio-ghosts, displayed a cunning that surpassed the mindless AI that merely charged forward. To the left, don't let flank us, Liu Ze observed from above. A green behemoth attempted to maneuver around the cluster of containers to intercept Iron Steed and her comrades. Bang! Bang! Liu Ze switched to his FEL, firing 2 precise shots. Blood erupted from the green giant, yet its tough exterior showed no signs of halting. Since it refuses to comply, let it perish. Liu Ze switched to grenades. Boom! The explosion erupted beside the green behemoth, sending it tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before regaining its feet. This bought Iron Steed and her team some precious time. Hurry, hurry! Don't stop! But she had to shoot, and firing necessitated slowing down. As she decelerated, a small red creature caught up behind her. Get away! Iron Steed roared. In that critical moment, a flash of white streaked past. It was Lan's Frostblade. Thud! The icy dagger sank perfectly into the chest of the small red creature, unleashing a burst of frigid air. The creature, suspended midair, was instantly encased in ice. Thanks! Iron Steed called out, her feet never faltering as she continued towards the red house. Lan did not look back, summoning another Frostblade. Liu Ze's gunfire did not cease. Cover Lan. Don't let her get surrounded, he shouted, unleashing a barrage at the 3 small red creatures attempting to encircle her. Don't mind me. Lan's voice came through the earpiece, still as frosty as ever. Focus on those useless fools. The useless fools she referred to were the 2 still struggling in their frantic escape, Poison Scorpion and the Huntress. The Huntress, injured, lagged the most. Though Poison Scorpion ran swiftly, he frequently turned to fire, nearly tripping over himself. Ouch! Poison Scorpion stumbled, falling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Hurry! Give me a hand, he called out, reaching for Black Hawk ahead. Black Hawk glanced back. The pursuing bio-ghosts were less than 5 meters away from Poison Scorpion. If he stopped to help, he would surely be lost as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Hawk turned and continued running. Black Hawk, you bastard! Poison Scorpion cursed in despair. He crawled on all 4s, attempting to rise, but a bio-ghost had already pounced upon him. A scream erupted as Poison Scorpion's body rapidly transformed into a sickly green hue. Another one down. Liu Ze shook his head from above. This is what one calls reaping what you sow. Once transformed into a bio-ghost, Poison Scorpion immediately turned on his former comrades, roaring as he clambered back to his feet. The first to charge at the Huntress. Huntress, watch your back, Liu Ze shouted. The Huntress turned, her heart racing in terror. The Poison Scorpion. who had just moments ago been pleading for help, now bared his teeth, ravenous for her flesh. Bang! The huntress raised her weapon and fired a shot. The bullet struck Poison Scorpion's face, merely staggering him momentarily. Now a zombie, he felt no pain. As the huntress faced imminent danger, move aside. Iron Steed suddenly reversed course. Though her rifle was out of ammunition, she swung the butt of the gun with force. Thud! The stock struck Poison Scorpion's head solidly, sending him flying. Let's go. Iron Steed seized the huntress and dragged her toward the red house. This woman has some loyalty, Lu Zhe noted, his weapon resuming fire. They managed to suppress the horde of corpses that attempted to pursue them from behind. Finally, the group stumbled their way to the door of the red house. The White Wolf had long been hiding inside, readying her weapon. Hurry in. I'm about to open fire, she shouted from within. The Iron Rider dragged the hunter in, followed closely by the Black Eagle. Last to enter was Lan, who paused at the threshold, glancing back to hurl 2 fiery blades, repelling the 2 closest little reds before slipping into the red house. Close the door. Oh wait, there's no door. Block the entrance. Don't let them in, Iron Rider bellowed, tossing the hunter onto the platform behind her. She picked up an M60 that someone had discarded on the ground and took her position at the forefront. The situation had shifted. On the human side, Iron Rider, White Wolf, Black Eagle, and Hunter, only 4 had made it inside the red house. Lu Zhe remained outside on the plaque. Although Lan had entered, her condition was dire, diminishing her combat capability to half. Counting Lucia, there were a total of 6 humans. On the opposing side, apart from the few that Lu Zhe and Lan had dispatched and the newly mutated poison scorpions, there were still a full 10 biochemicals remaining. 6 against 10. They surrounded the entrance of the red house, leaving no room for escape. Roar! All the biochemical specters growled in unison. Lu Zhe, perched on a plaque, watched the unfolding scene below. This time, they were truly on the defensive. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhe hoped they could hold their ground. He aimed his weapon at the entrance of the red house, the sole external support. If he faltered, the individuals inside the red house would be left to their fates. Iron Rider stood at the forefront, the only entrance, her tall stature resembling an impenetrable wall. Black Eagle took position on the steps behind her, wielding a sniper rifle. The wounded hunter sat on the elevated platform, clutching a pistol, ready to cover any gaps. Lan leaned against the wall, striving to regulate her breathing, the frost and heat emanating from her body gradually dissipating. They're coming, Black Eagle hissed. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Fire! Iron Rider wasted no time, pulling the trigger. The M60's thunderous roar echoed, instantly turning the 2 foremost little reds into a sieve. Green blood splattering across the ground. Roar! The remaining biochemical specters, undeterred by death, charged forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Bang! Black Eagle's sniper rifle discharged. A clean shot to the head. One green giant, attempting to leap inside, met its demise, collapsing at the entrance. The number of biochemical specters dwindled by 1. The others grew wise, no longer charging straight towards the gunfire. They learned to weave, to feint, even leaping back to conceal their heads, effectively lowering their profiles. Numbers had their advantages. The throng gradually coalesced into a wall of biochemicals. Roar! A biochemical matriarch activated its speed skill and forced its way in. Stop it! White Wolf screamed, opening fire. The matriarch's skill surged forth, racing directly towards Iron Rider. Chapter 162. Enjoying the show? Get lost. Iron Rider was no pushover. She retaliated with a powerful kick. The matriarch swiped at Iron Rider's right leg, but it was futile. Iron Rider's right leg was a prosthetic, impervious to infection. All that resonated was the clash of metal. Although Iron Rider possessed great strength, she still fell short against the matriarch. The creature seized her leg and flung her aside, sending her crashing heavily to the ground, then continued its onslaught towards Iron Rider. As the matriarch's claws descended towards Iron Rider's neck, she felt a chill of despair. Just then a thud. A grenade soared in from outside, striking the matriarch squarely on its back. Boom! The matriarch was blasted into the air, crashing violently against the wall of the red house. Iron Rider felt elated. It was that savior. He was out there assisting us. Lu Zhe on the plaque realized this was his last grenade. He had helped them, but after this, he would have no more grenades for his own defense. Don't dawdle. Reload. The occupants of the red house finally reacted. Black Eagle aimed at the incapacitated matriarch and fired a shot to its head. Bang! The matriarch fell. Yet another biochemical specter eliminated. The tide of battle was slowly turning. Lan, how long are you going to rest? Lu Zhe glanced at Lan, who was huddled in the corner. She opened her eyes, her complexion still pale, but her gaze had regained clarity. I'm ready. Lan stood up and moved to Iron Rider's side. Switch. Iron Rider hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the icy blade in Lan's grasp, she promptly vacated her position. It's yours. Lan positioned herself at the entrance, refraining from firing. Like a dancer, she maneuvered gracefully in the narrow entrance. With each frosty blade, she unleashed. A biochemical specter was ensnared nice. The others quickly reloaded. This woman is truly formidable, Black Eagle murmured in admiration from behind. With Lan's inclusion, the defense of the Red House finally stabilized. The biochemical specters could not breach the entrance, left to seethe impotently outside. Meanwhile, Luze remained active on the plaque, continuously claiming kills. Spotting any zombie with red blood, he dispatched them with precision. 7 left. 5 left. The number of biochemical specters gradually diminished. The team's coordination began to exhibit an unspoken synergy. Lan and Black Eagle worked in tandem, one controlling while the other dealt damage, while Luze reaped the rewards. Soon, the biochemical specters at the entrance were cleared. Have we won? White Wolf peered out, surveying the now empty hall. Don't let your guard down, Black Eagle cautioned, still scanning for threats. There's still time. Indeed, the system had not indicated the end of the round. A few unshot biochemical specters revived, regrouping in the hall. What are they doing? The hunter inquired. I don't know, Iron Rider replied, shaking her head. But they certainly aren't up to anything good. Luze observed keenly from above. The group of biochemical specters was stacking themselves. However, their intent was not to leap into the Red House. They were building a pyramid beneath the plaque. Oh no! Luze gasped. Are they coming for me? His previous onslaught had clearly drawn their ire. This horde of zombies had forsaken the Red House, now focused on eliminating the most aggravating savior first. Hey, they're coming for me. Luze shouted towards the Red House. Don't just stand there. Help me out. The occupants of the Red House exchanged glances. Should we go out? The hunter asked. White Wolf recoiled. What for? To seek death? He's up there safe. Let him handle it. Are you even human? Iron Rider glared at White Wolf. If he hadn't saved us earlier, we would have been dead. So what? He's the savior. Saving people is his job. White Wolf retorted defiantly. Besides, he has a divine weapon. He can't possibly die. If we go out, we'll lose the hard-won Red House. Iron Rider, furious, contemplated shooting White Wolf, but she knew it was indeed perilous to venture outside. Black Eagle, can you take a shot? Black Eagle assessed the angle. I can only hit the outermost ones. I can't reach the ones inside. Then shoot the outer ones. Help however you can. Iron Rider readied her machine gun, aimed at the zombies stacking themselves. However, the distance was far too great, and the angle was unfavorable. The bullets drifted severely. Luze gazed down at the increasingly elevated human pyramid, mentally cursing the ancestral line of the White Wolf. The hunter sought to intervene, but was restrained by Lan. Fine. You choose not to assist, do you? Luze's eyes hardened. His grenades had been expended, and mere bullets would not suffice to eliminate the mass of flesh below. If he did not act, being seized by the ankle would spell doom. A thought crossed Luze's mind. Instantly, 3 biochemical hand grenades, Youth Edition, materialized in his hand. Allow me to enhance your arsenal. Without hesitation, Luze thrust the grenades through the gaps in the human ladder. Enjoy. After executing this maneuver, Luze wasted no time. Berserk mode activate. A crimson aura erupted around him. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline surged through his veins, causing the world around him to decelerate. Boom! 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 3 muffled explosions resonated within the human pyramid. No flames, merely a thick, yellow-green mist enveloping the area. The group of biochemical phantoms, stacked upon one another, appeared to sink into a quagmire. The horde of biochemical phantoms was abruptly slowed. Luze had already activated his berserk mode and charged forth, not towards the vacant space, but directly towards the Red House. His speed was astonishing. The mere distance of several dozen meters in the hall was traversed in mere seconds. The Red House loomed ever closer. The Iron Cavalry and Black Hawk at the entrance clearly noted the commotion. He is coming. That is the savior. Lucia, propelled by an unseen force, burst through the entrance of the Red House. Upon entering, Luze abruptly halted. The Iron Cavalry, Black Hawk, Hunter, Lan, and the White Wolf, who was hiding at the farthest corner, all stared in disbelief at the man who had just moments ago been on the plaque, but now stood before them. The crimson glow surrounding Luze gradually faded. He slowly lifted his gaze, revealing an icy glare that sent chills through those present. He did not regard anyone else. His eyes locked firmly onto the White Wolf, who was cowering at the back. Oh, you're all here? Luze's voice was soft yet tightened the hearts of everyone in the room. The White Wolf felt a shiver run down his spine under Luze's gaze. However, he quickly reassured himself that this was within the rules of the game, and that they were all part of the human faction. Thus, He straightened his back and forced a chuckle. Haha, the savior is indeed remarkable. You managed to escape and are quite agile. Lu Zhe ignored him, advancing step by step towards the white wolf. What do you intend to do? The smile on the white wolf's face froze, instinctively taking a step back. Lu Zhe approached him, towering over him. You were quite happy just now, weren't you? Lu Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Enjoying the show, were you? Chapter 163, The White Wolf's Demise. The white wolf attempted to speak, but Lu Zhe suddenly lunged forward, seizing the collar of the white wolf's combat suit. The atmosphere inside the red house froze to a chilling halt. No one expected that the moment Lu Zhe escaped danger, instead of combating the zombies outside, he would turn his aggression onto his own. Lucia, have you lost your mind? The white wolf was lifted off the ground by Lu Zhe's grip. Though he too hailed from a special forces background and had decent physical capabilities, before Lu Zhe's enhanced strength, he was as powerless as a chick. Let go, you bastard, let go. The white wolf flailed helplessly in the air, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Am I mad? Lu Zhe retorted with a cold laugh, his bicep bulging as he pulled the white wolf closer. Their noses nearly touched. While I was surrounded by a dozen zombies up there, what were you doing? Watching the spectacle, cheering from the sidelines. Lu Zhe's voice grew louder, finally erupting into a roar. I saved your lives, and this is how you repay me? Lu Zhe was on the verge of striking. The white wolf struggled desperately, gripping Lu Zhe's wrist in a futile attempt to pry it away. But Lu Zhe's grip was unyielding like iron. Enough! A thunderous voice rang out. The iron cavalry, who had been standing at the door, finally reacted. She strode forward, positioning herself directly in front of Lu Zhe, her single eye blazing with fury. Lucia, release him. The iron cavalry sought to intervene. Do you wish to stop me as well? Lucia halted, coldly regarding the iron cavalry. When he was there making sarcastic remarks, why didn't you reprimand him? Now that I intend to deal with him, you suddenly wish to play the Good Samaritan? The iron cavalry gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. What time is it? The outside is teeming with biochemical phantoms. He is a scoundrel, but he wields a gun. He possesses combat capability. Internal strife at this moment will only serve the desires of those biochemical phantoms. The iron cavalry pointed towards the hordes of biochemical phantoms pressing in. With one less person, we become more vulnerable. We are all part of the human faction. Our primary objective now is survival. Do you comprehend the importance of unity against a common enemy? The iron cavalry's fervent rhetoric resonated with a sense of righteousness. Black Hawk, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. Though he remained silent, his sniper rifle subtly shifted in Lu Zhe's direction. Clearly, he too believed that internal conflict was ill-timed. Even the hunter edged closer, softly advising, Lu Zhe, let it go for now. Let us get through this hurdle first. Listening to these words, Lu Zhe suddenly smiled, a smile brimming with sarcasm and disdain. The importance of unity? Lu Zhe echoed the phrase, tilting his head to gaze at the earnest iron cavalry. Iron cavalry, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? If I had perished outside just now, would there still be a place for me in your so-called grand scheme? Lu Zhe gestured to himself and then to the white wolf he was gripping. This sort of person revels in glory when the winds blow favorably, but betrays his comrades when the tides turn. Should we retain him? Allow him to stab me in the back at a critical moment? You call this combat capability? I deem a ticking time bomb. Lu Zhe's words pierced the hearts of those present like daggers. The iron cavalry's complexion turned pale, yet she persisted, insisting, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot harm our comrades. That is the principle. Principles? Lucia scoffed. In my principles, those who harm me must perish. At that moment, the white wolf regained his breath. Seeing that both the iron cavalry and Black Hawk stood on his side, his courage swelled. He struggled and shouted, Lu Zhe, don't get too arrogant. I am a human mercenary, your comrade. Have you forgotten the rules? We cannot harm one another. Moreover, that was a tactical choice. What was wrong with us holding the position inside? You were the one who insisted on playing the hero and becoming a target. If you died, it would be your own fault. As these words escaped his lips, even Lon frowned. This man was utterly shameless. Lu Zhe's cold smile deepened. He gazed at the white wolf's insufferable face and nodded. Very well, you are correct. A tactical choice, you say? We cannot harm one another, correct? Lu Zhe suddenly released his grip. Thud! The white wolf fell onto the ground. Yet, he quickly scrambled to his feet, a smug expression on his face as he adjusted his collar. Humph, you know your place. The white wolf brushed off the dust from his clothes, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Zhe. This is how it should be. We still need to cooperate. In the future, listen to commands and stop thinking. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhe took a step forward. The pressure emanating from him surged once more. The white wolf instinctively took a step back. Where are you watching, Lu Zhe? What do you intend to do now? I warn you, shooting won't harm me. Lu Zhe remained silent. He merely flexed his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound. Then, he lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Who said I intended to shoot? White Wolf, observing Lu Zhe's demeanor, felt a surge of anxiety. In this mode, friendly fire was disabled. Even if Lu Zhe aimed that FAL at his head and fired a grenade, he would merely flinch without losing a drop of blood. With this thought, White Wolf felt a surge of confidence. He puffed out his chest, resting his submachine gun on his shoulder, looking at Lu Zhe with an air of arrogance. What now? If you don't use a gun, what will you use? Your fists? White Wolf scoffed, gesturing to his own face. Come on, hit me here. What of being the savior? No matter how strong you are, you're just a player. Your punches 1T hurt me. Even if you broke your hands, I wouldn't even bat an eyelid. As he spoke, he provocatively leaned closer. Lu Zhe, I advise you not to waste your effort. Instead, why not guard the door with the Iron Riders? We all understand the situation. Let us move past what just happened. If you keep dragging this out, it will be your fault. White Wolf's smug expression made Lon want to stab him. Although the Iron Riders despised White Wolf, they had no choice but to mediate. All right, Lu Zhe, since you realize we can't harm each other, let us stop this commotion and return to our positions. The zombies outside are about to charge. Lu Zhe ignored the Iron Riders completely. He fixed his gaze on White Wolf, as though regarding a fool. No harm. Lu Zhe murmured the words. Suddenly, without warning, he lifted his leg and kicked White Wolf squarely in the abdomen. Bang! The kick was powerful and forceful. Though it did not inflict any actual damage or produce the sound of breaking bones, the sheer force sent White Wolf soaring 2 meters back, crashing violently against the wall of the red house. Ouch! White Wolf howled, clutching his stomach as he slid to the ground. His face contorted with fear as he looked at Lu Zhe. Did that not hurt? Lu Zhe withdrew his foot and asked casually. White Wolf paused for a moment. Did it hurt? It seemed not. Yet the momentary sensation of suffocation and the uncontrollable feeling of being hurled backward were undeniably real. No pain, right? Lu Zhe inquired once more. White Wolf instinctively assessed his condition, finding no issues. Huh, I told you it was useless. White Wolf scrambled to his feet, feeling somewhat disheveled, but convinced he had won. You can't hurt me. That was merely a shove. Lu Zhe, you are nothing but trash. A rage of incompetence. Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed, no harm. I cannot kill you. As he spoke, he advanced towards White Wolf once more. This time, he moved with remarkable speed. Before White Wolf could react, Lu Zhe was upon him, his large hand clasping White Wolf's neck. What are you doing? Let go. White Wolf struggled, attempting to draw his weapon. However, the strength in Lu Zhe's grip was terrifying, lifting him entirely off the ground, his feet dangling. Cough, cough, let go. White Wolf desperately pounded on Lu Zhe's arm. Being lifted by the throat was an uncomfortable experience. Lu Zhe observed White Wolf flailing helplessly, the smile on his face vanishing entirely. There may be no damage, but the force of physical collision remains, you fool. Chapter 164. Let's see if you dare next time. Lu Zhe's voice was as cold as if it had emerged from an ice cellar. You simply don't bleed. Allies cannot harm one another. But it doesn't say I can't toss you around like an object, does it? Upon hearing this, White Wolf's pupils dilated. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended Lu Zhe's intent. Physical collision. As long as the mass of the object remained, Lu Zhe could push him, pull him, or even throw him. And at the entrance of this red house, ravenous biochemical phantoms were rushing towards them. No, no. White Wolf's face turned pale. Lu Zhe, let us talk. I'm your teammate. I am. You are garbage, Lu Zhe interrupted. He lifted White Wolf, turning to stride towards the door. The Iron Riders, stationed at the entrance, were taken aback upon seeing Lu Zhe carrying White Wolf. Lu Zhe, are you really going to throw him? Iron Rider raised her weapon, intending to intervene. Step aside. Lu Zhe did not even glance at her, coldly uttering 2 words. If you dare obstruct me, I'll throw you out as well. The resolute tone, laced with murderous intent, left even the battle-hardened commander momentarily stunned. She could sense that Lu Zhe was not joking. If she dared interfere, this madman would indeed hurl her out too. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Lu Zhe reached the doorway. The biochemical phantoms, having partially recovered, were no longer slowing down. They were charging towards them. No, Lu Zhe, I was wrong. Please, don't throw me. White Wolf, witnessing the claws drawing near, finally broke down. He cried out, tears and snot streaming down his face. I'll listen to you from now on. Please don't throw me out. Lu Zhe stood at the entrance, regarding the wretched creature in his grasp. It's too late. Lu Ze's arm tensed, muscles coiling. Since you enjoy watching the show so much, go ahead and provide them with a meal. With a thunderous shout, Lu Ze harnessed his core strength, hurling the 100-plus-pound living being like refuse out of the safety zone of the red house. Ah! White Wolf screamed as he arced through the air. Plop! He landed on the ground. Before he could rise, the nearby small reds swiftly swarmed him. Roar! White Wolf was instantly assimilated and infected. Iron Rider turned her face away, unable to bear witness, yet powerless to intervene. Blackhawk remained poised with his sniper rifle, targeting the distant mother body, seemingly oblivious to the horrific scene unfolding beneath him. Lon leaned against the wall, coldly observing the spectacle, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk gracing her lips. Lu Ze stood at the doorway. This is the price. Lu Ze addressed White Wolf, who was being torn apart. I was unable to kill you before, but they can infect you. Now I can kill you. Roar! White Wolf raised his head, his face twisted beyond recognition. He glared at Lu Ze by the door. Though his mind was now consumed by the desire for slaughter, he still remembered who had cast him out. It was Lu Ze, that damned savior. Lu Ze remained at the entrance, the muzzle of his FAL camo slightly lowered. His expression was devoid of emotion, even his eyebrows unmoving. You become a biochemical phantom. How obedient. Lu Ze replied coldly. If you're brave enough, come at me. I always intended to slay you. Roar! White Wolf, incensed, propelled himself forward, charging towards the red house. Too slow. Lu Ze did not even shift his stance. He pulled the trigger. Tot. The FAL camo discharged bullets with precision, striking directly along White Wolf's path. Thud. Several bullets hit White Wolf's shoulder, green blood splattering. Damn it. He rolled on the ground, quickly seeking cover. Breathing heavily, the hatred in his eyes intensified. He drew a repulsion grenade, intending to blast Lu Ze out. Whoosh! The green grenade arced through the air with a cunning trajectory, hurtling towards the entrance of the red house. Its throw was executed with remarkable precision. If left unimpeded, it would undoubtedly land deep within the confines of the building, especially during the onslaught of the bio-ghosts. This could easily result in those inside being thrust directly into their grasp. It's a repulsion grenade, Iron Knight shouted, her expression shifting dramatically. Get out of the way. Instinctively, Blackhawk and Hunter began to scatter to the sides. Lon leaned against the wall, her gaze sharpening. At this critical juncture, Lu Ze, who had remained motionless at the doorway, sprang into action. He did not evade nor draw his weapon. Instead, he tucked his gun behind him and took a decisive step forward. Still trying to deceive me? Back off. His right leg's muscles tensed instantaneously, and then, with a fierce kick, he struck. The force was akin to lightning. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Lu Ze's military boot made solid contact with the grenade, still suspended in midair. The sheer power of that kick sent the grenade hurtling back, its speed surpassing that with which it had come. Whoosh! The grenade hurtled towards White Wolf, who had just thrown his own grenade and was peering inside to assess the aftermath. Upon raising his head, he was met with the sight of a green object rapidly expanding before him. He attempted to dodge, but was still caught in the explosion. Fortunately, it caused no harm, merely the repulsion effect. The onlookers, especially Iron Knight, stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to fire. He can kick it back? Hunter shared a look of disbelief. Is that even human reflex? Lu Ze retracted his foot and brushed off the dust from his trousers, casting a sidelong glance at the flung White Wolf, a cold smirk playing on his lips. If the men's football team possessed my kicking skill, the 2050 World Cup Championship would undoubtedly be theirs. With that, Lu Ze raised his weapon again. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he opened fire without hesitation. Iron Knight quickly followed suit, both unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Tot. The firepower from within the red house erupted once more. Just as White Wolf managed to regain his footing, he was forced back under the relentless onslaught. Lu Ze delivered a precise shot to his head, causing White Wolf's head to snap back. That's what you get for betraying your teammates. Let's see if you dare to do so again. Chapter 165, The Demise of White Wolf. White Wolf's health was nearly depleted. The FEL in Lu Ze's hands had vanished, replaced by the Barrett-Destruction. You can leave now. Lu Ze's finger rested firmly on the trigger. Without a moment's hesitation or unnecessary words, a large caliber bullet was expelled from the chamber, accurately penetrating the back of White Wolf's skull. The explosion of his head was gruesome, leaving half of it obliterated. Dark crimson blood splattered across the ground, and his lifeless body convulsed briefly before collapsing. Lu Ze stowed away the Barrett-Destruction and retrieved the FEL camo once more. For such a fool. Allowing him to respawn would be a waste of air. Iron Knight gazed at the headless corpse at the doorway, swallowing hard. Although she had previously harbored disdain for White Wolf, regarding him as morally deficient, witnessing Lu Zhe's swift and decisive execution transformed her perception. This man was formidable, decisive in his actions. Stop dawdling. There are still several bioghosts remaining. Guard the entrance. Do not let them breach our defenses. The battle reignited. The Red House proved to be a stronghold. As long as the firepower within remained relentless, the zombies outside would merely serve as fodder. Tot. Iron Knight's M60 spat fire furiously. She stood at the forefront, firing indiscriminately, focused solely on repelling the advancing zombies. Black Hawk positioned behind, trained his weapon on those attempting to leap for ambush. A green giant charged through the hail of bullets, its thick skin absorbing Iron Knight's barrage as it pressed forward. Get lost. Iron Knight delivered a kick, but the green giant's immense strength forced her to stumble back 2 steps. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Zhe's FAL roared to life. 3 shots rang out, each finding its mark in the giant's head. Well done, Iron Knight exclaimed. Just as she prepared to continue firing, her weapon emitted a hollow click. Click, out of bullets. Iron Knight's heart sank. She quickly groped for the ammunition pouch at her waist, only to find it empty. The previous skirmish in the container had drained her supplies, and the subsequent escape left her with nothing. Out of ammo, she shouted, gripping her M60 like a makeshift club, ready to engage in close combat. Does anyone have machine gun rounds? Share some with me. I'm out too. Black Hawk, having set aside his sniper rifle, drew a Desert Eagle pistol. All the bullets he had fired on the way here had been expended. I'm out as well. Hunter had already switched to a pistol. This was dire. Now, within the Red House, aside from Lu Zhe, only Lan retained some combat capability. However, Lan's skills consumed stamina and could not be employed endlessly, though she still had a few bullets left in her gun. At this moment, Lu Zhe and Lan were the only ones left to suppress the advancing bioghosts. It seemed the bioghosts outside had sensed the dwindling firepower within and surged forward with renewed vigor. Roar! A small red creature leaped over the green giant's corpse. Its claws aimed directly at the out-of-ammo Iron Knight. Damn it! Iron Knight cursed, swinging her empty gun in desperation. Clang! The stock struck the small red creature's head, momentarily stalling its advance, but failing to deliver a fatal blow. The creature retaliated with a claw swipe. Just as the situation grew dire, a hand reached out, grasping Iron Knight's shoulder and pulling her back. Lu Zhe surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the small red creature flying. Stand back. Lu Zhe called over his shoulder, his voice firm. If you're out of ammo, don't obstruct the way. Iron Knight's face flushed, but her anxiety overshadowed her embarrassment. We're all out of ammunition. You can't hold them off alone. With so many bioghosts, though, are you down? Lu Zhe ignored her pleas, simultaneously firing to suppress the bioghosts outside while reaching into his clothing. He was retrieving items from his spatial storage. Catch! Lu Zhe thrust his hand upward, sending a large black object flying toward Iron Knight. She instinctively reached out and caught it. It was heavy and felt superb in her hands. A brand new M60 machine gun, its belt laden with glistening yellow rounds. Iron Knight's eye widened in disbelief. Where did you get this? No time for questions. Use your gun, Lu Zhe urged, tossing an M4A1 to Hunter and an AK-47B to Blackhawk. Although these were basic weapons, they were sufficient for combating bioghosts. Lu Zhe reserved the more powerful weapons for himself. Everyone, load up. Don't hold back. Lu Zhe tossed several spare magazines into the fray. There's plenty of ammunition. Fire at will. Blackhawk seized the AK-47B, expertly racking the bolt. Watching Lu Zhe's retreating figure, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Does this guy carry an arsenal with him? Is this the power of a savior? Iron Knight, now armed with a fully loaded M60, felt her despair transform into exhilaration. She no longer cared where Lu Zhe had procured the weapon. Having a gun was a blessing. Ha ha ha. Now, let us see how you charge in. Tot. The gunfire within the Red House intensified once more ferocious than before. With 3 fully loaded primary weapons alongside Lu Zhe's firepower, the zombies that had once aimed to breach the stronghold were instantly reduced to mere Swiss cheese. Iron Knight shouted over the din, Lu Zhe, you've really outdone yourself. I'll remember this favor. Lu Zhe stood at the forefront, replacing the magazine. First, he must hold this position. Time slipped away, second by second. Only 30 seconds remained until the round concluded. Lu Zhe glanced at the timer. They were becoming anxious, but it was futile. Although the bioghosts leaped backward, making headshots difficult, they could not breach the perimeter and were merely wasting time. Soon, the seconds dwindled away. 10 seconds left. Lu Zhe removed the empty magazine, refraining from loading a new one. He sat down heavily on the ground, exhaling a long breath. It was over. Iron Knight also set down her heated machine gun, gazing at Lu Zhe with admiration in her eyes. Savior, were it not for you, every one of us here would have met our end today. The huntress approached, her face reflecting the relief of having survived. Indeed, if you hadn't T-armed us, we would have run out of ammunition long ago. She looked lovingly at the M4A1 in her hands. Can you give me this gun? Lu Zhe shot her a sidelong glance. Dream on. One less gun means we are one gun short. We can't afford that. Perhaps when we can mass produce them, I might consider it. He had no penchant for extravagance. Lon had remained silent, leaning against the wall, quietly observing Lu Zhe as if reminiscing about something. Humanity triumphs. Chapter 166, still wanting to score points. The familiar white light flickered in the hall once more. Phew, everyone is alive? Lu Zhe scanned the area coldly. 16 individuals, all intact, respawned at the starting point. The White Wolf, who had been unceremoniously thrown out by Lu Zhe to feed the zombies and subsequently shot in the head, stood less than 5 meters away from him. The White Wolf rubbed the back of his head, his face pale, his gaze still haunted by the terror of his previous demise. The sensation of having his skull shattered was one he wished to experience only once. Savior. The White Wolf gritted his teeth, forcing out those 3 words. He fixed a seething gaze on Lu Zhe, his eyes filled with resentment and barely contained fury. If looks could kill, Lu Zhe would have likely been torn to shreds by now. Yet he dared not move. The psychological scar from the earlier incident loomed large. This individual was genuinely capable of inflicting harm and had thrown him aside like refuse. Most importantly, he was no match for Lu Zhe. What are you staring at? Haven't you died enough? Lu Zhe didn't even lift his gun, merely casting a sidelong glance at the White Wolf. His tone was flat, devoid of mockery, only exuding a chilling indifference that sent shivers down the spine. The White Wolf flinched, instinctively taking a step back. He wanted to curse, to threaten, to declare that Lu Zhe would pay for this. But when he beheld that expressionless face, all words caught in his throat. He felt fear. Ultimately, the White Wolf could only huff heavily, turning away and no longer looking at Lu Zhe. He beckoned to the ordinary mercenaries, slinking off toward the red cage. Let us go. Over there. The White Wolf's voice trembled slightly, clearly lacking conviction. Iron Knight stood still, glancing between the retreating figure of the White Wolf and Lu Zhe. She sighed. Lu Zhe, while I do not agree with your methods, perhaps you were right in that situation. Iron Knight was straightforward. The strong were justified, and whoever could lead the group to survive was the true leader. Had it not been for the weapons Lu Zhe provided, they would have perished long ago. No need for further discussion. Lu Zhe waved his hand, uninterested in hearing any more post-facto analysis. Take care of your own people. And under such circumstances, I wouldn't mind throwing someone out again. Having spoken, Lu Zhe hoisted his weapon and began walking toward the container. With the White Wolf no longer contesting this point, he prepared to reclaim it. Lucia! The sound of high heels clicking against the metal floor echoed behind him. Lon approached, followed closely by the Huntress and the Spirit Fox. Aren't you going to follow the main group to the red cage? Lu Zhe halted and turned to glance at them. There are too many people over there. It's safer not to go. Lang Ziplit Decisiven. Those people are foolish. Being with them not only yields no points, but also increases the risk of death. The Huntress nodded in agreement, tightly gripping the M4A1 Lu Zhe had just given her. Lu Zhe, we'll follow you. Had it not been for you, we surely would not have held our ground. The Spirit Fox toyed with her revolver, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Zhe, which felt incongruous in the tense atmosphere. Save your brother. You want to throw us out too, will you? Lu Zhe regarded the 3 women. In the past, he would have likely teased them, especially the Spirit Fox. However, now he merely nodded expressionlessly. You can follow, but let me lay down some ground rules. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. Mutual assistance is key. We are a team. If you fail to contribute when needed, he pointed toward the distant White Wolf. You know what happens next? The 3 women exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of surprise. Lu Zhe seemed to have changed somewhat. Perhaps it was his mood. Understood. La note that. We won't be a burden. Then let us go. Lu Zhe said no more, turning as the 4 of them entered the container. Inside, each person found their own space, the atmosphere slightly oppressive. Lucia. Juan suddenly spoke up. She set her weapon aside and approached him. What is it? Lu Zhe, preoccupied with checking the ammunition of his FAL, didn't raise his head. Let us score points together. There was an earnestness in Lan's voice. Lu Zhe's motions paused, and he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Score points? Are you out of your mind? In this situation, you're thinking about scoring points? I am very clear-headed. Lan did not back down, instead taking a step closer, Her red chi pao fluttered slightly in the wind, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. As long as my score is high enough, I can unlock the next stage of evolution. You saw the powerlessness I felt earlier. If I don't grow stronger, I will inevitably perish here. After speaking, Lan suddenly turned her back to Lu Zhe, performing an unexpected gesture that left him perplexed. Weren't you the one who enjoyed this the most before? This is also acceptable. Lan turned back, her gaze devoid of its usual coldness, now tinged with a hint of alluring charm. It was a deliberate mimicry to achieve her goal, entirely distinct from the earlier bio-gladiatorial arena. As long as you cooperate with me to score points, you can do whatever you wish. A slap on the rear? Or something else? You can set your own terms. The huntress and spirit fox stood nearby, stunned. This can be played like that? The huntress blinked. Then her eyes lit up. I want to score too. The huntress clenched her jaw, tossed aside her gun, and came over to mimic Lan, bending over with her back to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, as long as it lets me score, feel free to spank me. The huntress spoke boldly, but her face had turned crimson. Observing the spectacle, the spirit fox chuckled, her laughter imbued with seduction. Being a naturally enchanting character, she was unwilling to be outdone. Hey, handsome, don't forget about me. The spirit fox stepped forward, squeezing between the two, adopting the same posture, even giving a deliberate shake. 3 women, each a stunning beauty, formed a line, all presenting their posteriors expectantly toward Lu Zhe. Any man would be driven to distraction by this scene. Lu Zhe gazed at the trio of alluring figures, his lips twitching. He rose to his feet and walked behind Lan. Smack! A resounding slap landed squarely on Lan's rear. The sound was crisp enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lan shuddered slightly, but did not retreat. Instead, she cast an expectant glance back at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe remained silent and stepped behind the fox hunter. Crack! Another resounding slap. The fox hunter gasped, her face flushed even deeper, yet she remained unmoving. Finally, it was the turn of the spirit fox. Crack! This slap, delivered by Lu Zhe, was the hardest, prompting a delicate hum from the spirit fox, who even threw a flirtatious wink in response. After delivering these 3 slaps, Lu Zhe withdrew his hand, and his expression instantly turned grave. All right, adjust your pants. No? Stand up straight, Lu Zhe instructed coldly. The 3 women were taken aback, slowly straightening their backs and gazing at Lu Zhe with confusion. No excuses, Lu-Zhe atterd. His words firm and resolute. Why? Lan et golim, falut. She had even assumed that particular pose moments prior, yet Lu Zhe had refused. Didn't we score points in the bio arena? Back then, you transformed into a bio phantom, and we scored points together. Our coordination was impeccable then. Why can't we do it now? Lu Zhe gazed at Lan, his eyes filled with complexity. That was then. This is now. What's the difference? Lan, that's... Is it because you are the savior? Because I cannot transform, Lu Zhe replied, inhaling deeply and lowering his voice. Here, I cannot become a bio phantom. Why not? The fox hunter inquired. There is no reason, Lu Zhe stated, unable to explain the intricacies of the system to them. The ominous sword of consciousness erasure hung over him, a consequence of infection. If he were to transform into a bio phantom just to score points for them, it would spell failure for his mission. The system would annihilate him. You felt it just now, didn't you? Lu Zhe pointed to his head. The virus here is peculiar. Lang, you yourself mentioned how uncontrollable the desire for slaughter becomes after transforming. If I were to become a bio phantom, I would lose control as well. Lu Zhe told a half-truth, yet it was still accurate. He cannot afford to take that risk. What if he transformed and tore you all apart? Who would you turn to for points then? The king of hell? The 3 women fell silent, recalling the terror they had experienced at the hands of the bio phantom, as well as Lan's earlier frenzy upon transforming. Therefore, banish those unorthodox thoughts. Lu Zhe resumed his stance with the FAL, his gaze drifting far into the distance. If one wishes to grow strong, one must earnestly wield a gun. Seeking shortcuts? Beware of losing your life. Ultimately, the 3 conceded and picked up their own weapons. The ensuing round proceeded rather smoothly. As the bio phantom emerged, it was swiftly overwhelmed by the crossfire from the containers and the Red House. The ordinary mercenaries, having transformed into the small Reds, could barely leap. The moment they attempted to jump, bullets would force them back down. Fire. The one on the left. It's red. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe delivered a headshot. Just like that, 2 bio mothers were swiftly subdued. By the 5th round, humanity emerged victorious. The subsequent rounds bore little difference. In the 6th round, humanity triumphed again. By the 9th round, the scenario had remained unchanged. Despite the numerous bio phantoms, the mothers retained their original forms. 2 mothers. Even when activating their skills, could only withstand a couple of extra seconds amidst the relentless hail of bullets. The bio-phantoms could not approach. They had attempted to stack up, to disperse and launch surprise attacks, and to hide in corners to recover. Yet the humans had become adept. As soon as a bio-phantom concealed itself, Liu Ze, or someone from Iron Cavalry, would invariably toss a grenade, forcing the creatures into the open, followed by a barrage of concentrated fire. Currently, the human mercenaries were exhibiting an unusual excitement. Everyone stood apart, then regrouped. This strategy had proven effective time and again, leading to the White Wolf becoming increasingly arrogant. "Hey, savior over there," White Wolf boasted, brandishing an unknown machine gun he had scavenged. "We've only got a few rounds left. When the bio-phantoms emerge, we'll suppress them entirely. Don't steal our points. Let's have a taste too." Scorpion chimed in beside him. "Exactly. That Lon has taken all the points. We haven't gotten a single hair. This is unfair." Liu Ze shot them a cold glance. "If you wish to die, pursue them." That was all he replied. "TCH, what a scare tactic," White Wolf scoffed. "Brothers, once the bio-phantoms transform, we'll chase after them, but we won kill. We'll let them revive and keep scoring points. Whoever gets it first, it's theirs." The countdown echoed through the broadcast. 10, 9, 8. This time, the atmosphere indeed felt different. Among the 16 individuals, only Liu Ze and his 3 companions huddled within the container. The remaining 12 were scattered sparsely across the various corners of the hall. White Wolf and Scorpion flaunted at the entrance of the Red House. Iron Cavalry stood by a pillar in the center of the hall. Black Hawk occupied the elevated platform by the liquid pool, while the ordinary mercenaries dispersed widely. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. Roar. Luz's pupils constricted sharply. For figures of bio-phantoms appeared in the hall. From others. How could this be possible? The fox hunter exclaimed, nearly dropping her weapon. Previously, there had always been 2 mothers at the start, but now it had doubled. These 4 mothers emerged in exceedingly cunning positions. One materialized right in the center of the hall, less than 2 meters away from Iron Cavalry. Another appeared at the entrance of the Red House, directly facing White Wolf and Scorpion. A third manifested beside the liquid pool, just steps away from Black Hawk. The last one emerged in the densest cluster of ordinary mercenaries. "Open fire." Iron Cavalry reacted the fastest, her finger almost instantly pulling the trigger upon hearing the roar. But it was too close. The Red Mother needed no momentum. It spun on the spot, its massive claws sweeping through the air with a whoosh. Clang! Iron Cavalry braced herself with her machine gun, but was sent staggering back 5 or 6 steps, crashing painfully against the pillar. Before she could catch her breath, the mother was already upon her, pressing against the muzzle of her gun. On the other side, screams erupted. The scattered, ordinary mercenaries, believing there were still only 2 mothers, were caught off guard by an attack from behind. Swish! Swish! The sound of claws slicing through the air accompanied the dull thud of flesh being torn. In just 1 second, 3 mercenaries were snatched away. Run! Run fast! White Wolf, at the entrance of the Red House, paled at the sight of the 4 bio-mothers. He attempted to dart into the Red House, but Scorpion outpaced him, shoving him aside. "Get out of the way! Don't block my path!" Scorpion tumbled into the Red House. White Wolf was a step too slow. The Mother-S claws had already descended. Hot, 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 hot. Liu Ze opened fire from atop the container. The bullets from the Ifale camo accurately struck the pursuing mother, forcing it back a couple of steps despite the distance. "Get inside quickly." Liu Ze commended coldly. White Wolf narrowly escaped with his life, not even having time to utter a word of thanks before he scrambled into the Red House. However, the others were not so fortunate. Near the liquid pool, although Black Hawk was a sniper, his close combat skills were formidable as well. He drew his handgun, retreating while firing. Yet the mother had activated its speed skill. Black Hawk was compelled to leap down from the platform, landing directly in the water. Splash! Water splattered everywhere. Just as he attempted to rise, 2 newly mutated small reds closed in from either side. "Black Hawk, run to the Red House. Don't stay in the water." Liu Ze observed the situation with acute clarity, raising his voice in urgent warning. Yet it was already too late. Chapter 168, The Misty Biohazard Phantom. The dynamics within the hall had completely unraveled. From the original 12 individuals, in less than 10 seconds, aside from the 3 elite roles, Iron Steed, White Wolf, and Venom Scorpion, and his own 4 companions, the remaining 9 had transformed into phantoms. Everyone had presumed there were merely 2 biohazard phantoms, only to find 4 emerging, some of whom were caught unaware from behind. Thus, within a mere 30 seconds of the 10th round commencing, humanity found itself cornered into a desperate plight. "Block the entrance. Do not let them in." Iron Steed bellowed as she entered, positioning the M60 that Liu Ze had provided atop a crate at the doorway. White Wolf. Venom Scorpion. Do not cower at the back. If the front collapses, you shall perish too. They're coming. I will hold the line. White Wolf, trembling, stood beside Iron Steed with his weapon raised. Venom Scorpion ascended the platform, aiming from a higher vantage point. Incoming. The biohazard phantoms offered no respite. As four matriarchs led the charge, followed by 5 smaller phantoms, surging towards the entrance of the red house like a relentless tide. Fire. Iron Steed squeezed the trigger. Tot. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. Bullets struck the matriarchs, splattering green flesh and ichor. Yet, this time, the matriarchs appeared more resilient than before. Withstanding the hail of gunfire, they advanced steadily forward, the distance they were pushed back seeming to diminish. Target their heads. Shoot for the heads. Lu Zei's voice rang out from afar. Perched atop a container, he wielded a Barrett, providing long-range support. However, the ordinary mercenaries who had transformed into biohazard phantoms were no longer foolishly charging in. They had learned to weave and leap. Watch the left. A short one is coming in. Venom Scorpion shouted from platform. It was a short biohazard phantom, a mutation of an ordinary mercenary. Suddenly, a grenade flew in. Duck! Iron Steed exclaimed, attempting to evade. Boom! A wave of green gas erupted. Iron Steed and White Wolf, stationed at the entrance, were thrown back by the blast. Tumbling into a corner, the defensive line had been breached. Roar! The biohazard phantoms seized this opportunity. 2 smaller phantoms leapt through the opening. It's over. White Wolf, rising from the ground, gazed at the small phantoms that had charged forward, his expression grim. Stay calm. Black Eagle is still firing. He was positioned behind, untouched by the explosion. Bang! Bang! 2 blind shots struck the chests of the 2 smaller phantoms. Though not fatal, they were pushed back slightly. Reinforce the position. Quickly reinforce. Iron Steed scrambled to her feet, disregarding her pain, rushing back to the entrance, seizing the machine gun for a sweeping barrage. However, once the defensive line had a breach, sealing it up again proved challenging. More and more biohazard phantoms pressed against the entrance, not rushing in, but instead forcing their way through with sheer numbers. Damn it! Are they trying to crush us to death? White Wolf was pinned against the wall, his face contorted. Savior, please help us. We can't hold. He shouted towards the outside. Lu Zei, atop the container, furrowed his brow. From his angle, he could only target a small portion of the entrance. Once the biohazard phantoms breached the interior of the red house, he would lose his vantage point entirely. Meanwhile, Iron Steed's machine gun barrel was turning red, and the ammunition was running low. I'm out of bullets. Who has more ammo? Iron Steed shouted. I'm out too. Black Eagle's handgun was empty. Roar! One matriarch finally broke through the defense, charging towards Iron Steed. It opened its massive maw, sharp claws aimed directly at her throat. Iron Steed, a fierce warrior, discarded her machine gun, drawing her Nepalese dagger to engage in close combat with the matriarch. Yet the disparity in strength was overwhelming. One swipe from the matriarch sent her dagger flying. Just as Iron Steed closed her eyes, awaiting her fate, a grenade arced through the air with a cunning trajectory, landing within the red house. Boom! The grenade exploded above the matriarch's head. The situation within the red house had teetered on the brink of collapse. Although Lu Zei's grenade had blown away the foremost matriarch, it did not alter the fundamental disadvantage. Moreover, behind the throng of biohazard phantoms, another figure emerged. Lu Zei, still at the container, aimed his weapon at the approaching threat, but his expression soured. The misty biohazard phantom. He had encountered it in Water City. What is that? The hunter exclaimed in alarm. I've never seen such a biohazard phantom. Misty phantom. Lu Zei managed to spit out through gritted teeth. The misty phantom inhaled deeply, then suddenly spread its arms wide. A dense, opaque black smoke erupted from within, expanding at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, the entrance of the red house was enveloped in a thick veil of darkness. I can't see anything. Do not cease fire. Blindly spray towards the entrance. Iron Steed attempted to maintain order. Lu Zei, from a distance, could discern nothing. He could not locate the head of the biohazard phantoms. It was over. Lu Zei lowered his weapon, resigning himself to defeat. Roar! Utilizing the cover of the smoke, the biohazard phantoms surged through the already crumbling defense of Iron Steed. The first scream came from White Wolf, quickly followed by Black Eagle. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Iron Steed continued to swing her empty machine gun, smashing wildly like a madwoman. But soon, a frenzied creature lunged at her. Iron Steed could only muster a muffled groan as the potent virus surged into her. Her towering form convulsed twice, the light in her eyes extinguished. The gunfire within the red house ceased entirely. The entire unit was annihilated. As the smoke gradually dissipated, 12 figures stumbled out from the red house, gazing towards Lu Zhe. The 12 biohazard phantoms did not rush to attack. Instead, they stood at the entrance, coldly scrutinizing him. Lu Zhe watched this scene. His expression darkened to a grimness that could almost drip with water. This was a monumental crisis. He checked the remaining grenades in his FAL. Only 3 remained. Lucia, the hunter's face had turned pale. What now? Stay calm. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. As long as they don't grow wings, they must leap to approach us. When they jump, they will have a moment of suspension. That will be our opportunity. Lan spoke Gun Li. Primarily, if we do not neutralize that misty phantom, we will be unable to fire effectively. It will obstruct our vision. Lucia nodded. That troublesome creature is indeed the most repugnant. If a fight ensues, I will seek an opportunity to eliminate it. You all just need to hold the edges of the container, preventing the smaller creatures from getting close. As they spoke, the biohazard phantoms began to move. Chapter 169, Biohazard Grenade Stockpile. The 12 biohazard phantoms approached the container, not rushing forward, but rather positioning themselves within Lu Zhe's line of sight. 12 against 4. The fox hunter's expression darkened. And that smoke-spewing creature, how can we defend? Lu Zhe remained silent. Lan spoke up first. We must hold our ground. Unless you wish to descend into that pile of rotting flesh. Lan stood beside Lu Zhe, her gaze coldly scanning the scene below. At that moment, the horde of corpses below stirred. The fog specter suddenly spread its arms wide, emitting a muffled sound. Whoosh! A thick cloud of black smoke, as dense as ink, surged forth from its body in an instant. The smoke expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire front area of the container. It's here, Lucia bellowed. No matter if you can see it or not. Fire into the smoke. Hot, 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 hot. For guns erupted simultaneously. The bullets drilled into the black fog, yielding no feedback. There was no way to ascertain if they had hit anything or anyone. I can't see anything. Not all. The hunter exclaimed anxiously. What they touch our feet. Listen for sounds. Lucia barked sharply. Stop your nonsense and shoot. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated within the smoke. Veins bulged on Lu Zhe's forehead. This fog specter was utterly revolting. It was akin to blind combat, leaving them to passively endure blows. Damn it, Lucia cursed. Suddenly, a green repulsion grenade shot out from the black smoke. Boom! The shock wave erupted. Although there was no damage, the immense force caused the 4 individuals atop the container to stagger. Seizing the moment, 2 crimson figures darted out from the black smoke. 2 little reds. Using the cover of the smoke, they leaped onto the container. Roar! One little red lunged toward the hunter. Get down! Lucia reacted swiftly, raising his foot to kick the little red in the stomach. The creature stumbled back a step, but did not fall. Below, the biospecters began to leap upwards incessantly. The container was lost in a blink. As Lu Zhe beheld the despairing scene before him, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You think you can force me to die here? Dream on. Lu Zhe flipped his wrist, no longer holding back on his precious reserves. His consciousness swiftly delved into his personal space. In a corner cluttered with ammunition crates, he unearthed several valuable items. These are the stockpiles he had accumulated during his time in challenge mode. Biogranat. This device inflicted substantial damage upon biospecters. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin, not bothering to glance, and tossed it into the mouth of the container. Enjoy the feast. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions resonated. The entire container trembled violently, nearly falling apart. A howl erupted from the black smoke. It was not just 1 or 2 cries, but a cacophony of biospecters wailing in agony. The challenge mode grenades were designed to handle thousands of monsters, their destructive power exceedingly formidable. As the fog gradually dissipated, Lu Zhe hastened to the container's mouth. Below lay a scene of devastation. Those 12 biospecters had now collapsed to the ground. Most were emitting black smoke, their health bars flashing a uniform red. The power of it all. The hunter lay on the ground, staring at the grim sight below, mouth agape. Lu Zhe, what kind of grenade was that? It's like a nuclear bomb. Lu Zhe offered no explanation. He coldly surveyed the biospecters struggling to recover their health below. Don't be dazed. Reload. Take their lives while they are weak. Shoot whoever is red. Don't let them heal. Aim for the head. The 4 guns fired once more. This time, unimpeded by the fog, the bullets struck the weakened zombies with precision. Tot, 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 tot. One by one, the biospecters were decimated with headshots, yet some, upon spotting Lu Zhe, fled, evading headshots and recovering. Lu Zhe's expression did not improve despite this counterattack. He saw that although the fog specter had been blasted away, it had hidden itself at the back, sustaining minimal injury. It lurked behind a pillar, its eyes emanating black smoke, glaring maliciously in their direction. Moreover, it had spread its arms wide once again. Its ability was ready. Again, Lu Zhe's gaze hardened as he watched the black smoke rise anew from behind the pillar. As long as this fog specter remained alive, this battle would be unwinnable. It could continuously create blind spots. The two challenge grenades were reserves. Each one used was one less available, and it was impossible to keep detonating them like this. The route had to be eradicated. Lon, cover me, Lu Zhe suddenly stated. What are you planning? Lon turned her head, her AK-47 still firing. I'm going to take out that smoke creator. No way, Lon firmly refused. Though several had perished below, there were still 6 or 7 remaining. If you go down there, you'll be surrounded. And the fog specter is hiding in a blind spot. You won't have a shooting angle. They'll create an angle. Lu Zhe disregarded Lan's analysis. He understood she was correct. But he also knew that if they remained passive, waiting for the black smoke to engulf the container again, they would eventually be worn down. You three, hold the entrance of the container. If any biospecter attempts to ascend, shoot them down mercilessly. I'll be back shortly. Having said this, Lu Zhe did not grant her a chance to argue further and dashed out. He did not charge into the horde of biospecters, but instead activated his berserk mode. Swiftly maneuvering towards the pillar where the fog specter concealed itself, taking advantage of the gaps left by the resurrecting biospecters. He's lost his mind. The hunter watched Lu Zhe's figure, frantic with worry. He's going to get himself killed. Stop talking. Shoot. Lan's voice remained cold, yet her gunfire intensified. She was drawing fire away from Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe continued to surge forward, his target singular. The fog specter that emitted the noxious mist. At this moment, Lu Zhe had circled to the side of the hall. There was a partially collapsed ventilation platform with excellent visibility, perfectly positioned to see the back of the support pillar. Lu Zhe held his breath. He saw it. In the shadow of the pillar, the rotund creature was hiding there. It had been injured. The tremendous power of the 2 challenge grenades had certainly impacted it, even if it had managed to evade the brunt of the force. It was in the process of recovering. It believed that hiding behind the pillar rendered it invulnerable. Hiding? A cold, fierce smile crept across Lu Zhe's lips. Let us see where you can hide. With a flick of his wrist, Barrett-Destruction manifested in his hand. Lu Zhe steadied the gun on the edge of the ventilation duct. Got you. It seemed to be preparing to release smoke once more, its arms slightly raised. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 170, Double Kill on the White Wolf. If it released the black mist again, Lon and the others would be in serious trouble. Bam! Thud! A plume of black blood mist erupted from behind the pillar. The fog specter, which had just raised its arm, instantly froze in its movements. Its head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Headshot. It was dead. One down. Lu Zhe stowed his gun, feeling a slight relief wash over him. The greatest threat had been neutralized. With the fog gone, it would be much more challenging for the remaining biospecters to break through their defenses. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to rise and return to the container, an acute sense of danger suddenly pierced the back of his head. It was his body's instinct. Something was behind him. The hairs on Lu Zhe's body stood on end. He had no time to look back, not even to think. His body instinctively rolled sideways. Whoosh! A flash of cold light grazed his neck. Lu Zhe rolled on the ground, quickly crouching, his Barrett already switched back to a fell camo. He fixed his gaze on the spot where he had just stood. There, it was empty. Invisibility? Lu Zhe's eyes narrowed. No, it wasn't invisibility. In the shadows, a diminutive figure gradually emerged. Its body was hunched, with short yet remarkably robust limbs, wielding 2 curved hooks that emanated a greenish glow. It was the White Wolf, an ominous presence that lingered. Lu Zhe spat, his gaze turning icy. If you desire death so fervently, then I shall oblige. The White Wolf did not afford Lu Zhe a moment's respite. It was aware that a direct confrontation would not favor it. Relying on its small and agile form, it began to evade with astonishing speed. The hallmark of a soul ninja is its exceptional mobility. Lu Zhe raised his gun and fired. Tot. The bullet struck the ground where the White Wolf had just landed, igniting sparks in their wake. The White Wolf executed a peculiar maneuver mid-air, leaping onto the upper conduit. Almost immediately, a green grenade was hurled downwards. A repulsive grenade. This tactic again. Lu Zhe's expression shifted. The space was far too constricted, leaving no room to evade. Boom! The grenade detonated near Lu Zhe's feet. Though it caused no physical harm, the immense shockwave destabilized him, forcing him to stumble backward. At that moment, the White Wolf descended from above, its hooks aimed viciously at Lu Zhe's chest. With his balance compromised, he had no time to evade. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Lu Zhe's protective suit was shredded. A wave of dread washed over him. But the White Wolf's assault was far from over. Its other hook followed swiftly. This time, it targeted unprotected flesh. Searing pain shot through Lu Zei's left arm as the blade sliced through skin and muscle, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Roar! The white wolf let out a triumphant howl. It had struck its target. It had grasped the savior. The white wolf landed, fixating its gaze on Lu Zei, eagerly awaiting his transformation. It yearned to witness this once mighty savior morph into a creature as grotesque as itself. Clutching his arm, Lu Zei retreated a couple of steps, leaning against the wall. He cast a glance at his wound. 3 deep gashes, exposing bone, flesh torn and horrid. Pain. Excruciating pain. Lu Zei lifted his head to meet the excited, expectant gaze of the white wolf. Have you celebrated too soon? His voice was steady. Steady enough to instill a tinge of fear in the white wolf. Are you waiting for my transformation? Do you believe you have triumphed? The white wolf was taken aback, staring into Lu Zei's clear eyes, devoid of any signs of mutation. How could this be? It had indeed struck. It had breached his defenses. Why was there no transformation? Roar. The white wolf emitted a confused growl, instinctively attempting another strike. Too late. Lu Zei abruptly raised his head. He released his grip on the wound, raising the FL camo once more. Since I have not transformed, it is you who shall perish. Lu Zei's finger pressed against the secondary trigger. Perish. Bam. Boom. Flames erupted within the narrow ventilation shaft. The deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The white wolf's diminutive form was violently propelled outwards, crashing against the opposite wall. Lucia, too, was thrown back by the force, colliding with the railing, his chest constricted. Yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he advanced step by step towards the crumpled white wolf. The white wolf was not dead yet. It struggled to rise. Lu Zei approached, towering over it. The FEL had reverted to rifle mode. Unrepentant, Lu Zei coldly remarked, aiming the barrel at the white wolf's grotesque head. Tot, 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 tot. 3 precise shots rang out. The white wolf's head exploded upon impact. Lu Zei glanced down at his arm. The wound remained, though it no longer bled. It still stung, a tingling sensation. Lucia chuckled bitterly. Yet this pain is undeniably real. The mist phantom was dead. The white wolf was dead. The remaining bio-ghosts, devoid of the cover of fog, and without the stealthy assaults of these 2 wretched beings, could no longer pose a threat. It was time to return. This battle, though it had cost him, was worthwhile. If these 2 scourges were not eradicated, the containers would undoubtedly become untenable. Just wait, this is far from over. With his weapon in hand, Lu Zei turned and sprinted towards the containers. He chose not to retrace his steps. The hall below, though free from the black smoke's concealment, still harbored wandering bio-ghosts. Berserk, activate, Lu Zei commanded, a red glow igniting around him. The surge of power allowed him to momentarily dismiss the ache in his arm. Utilizing the speed granted by the berserk state, he leaped several times and swiftly reached the edge of the container. Look, it's Lu Zei, inside the container. The anxious hunter, with keen eyes, pointed at the figure soaring through the air. He has returned. He is still alive. Lan, whose body had been tense with anticipation, relaxed slightly, though her AK-47 remained poised downward, wary of any lurking zombies. Thud. Lu Zei landed firmly within the container's confines. Lucia, how are you? Though Lan's voice retained its coolness, a hint of concern seeped through. I'm fine, not dead yet, just got snagged a bit. Nothing serious, Lu Zei waved dismissively. The others reacted with little alarm. After all, Lu Zei had not transformed into a bio-ghost. Lan murmured to herself, how fortunate to possess an immunity system. Just then, Lan froze, her gaze fixed on something unbelievable, staring intently at Lu Zei's chest. Chapter 171. The Presumption of Entitlement. What's wrong? Are you injured elsewhere? Lu Zei glanced down at his chest. Apart from being a bit dirty, nothing seemed amiss. The numbers, Lan's voice trembled. They VE changed. The numbers have changed? Lu Zei blinked, recalling the system's evaluative value that only Lan could perceive. What is it now? He inquired eagerly. Lan lifted her gaze to meet Lu Zei's, enunciating each word deliberately. 110. 110. Lu Zei repeated, his mind racing. Previously, when his protective suit was intact, the value was 010. With the suit shattered, it had dropped a point, but that did not factor into the base value. Now, after being clawed by the white wolf, it had surged to 110. This meant Lu Zei's eyes sparkled. I can withstand 10 hits? He felt it was highly plausible. This was splendid news. Now that he understood this threshold, his tactical choices could be significantly bolder. Before, he had worried that the bio-virus might evolve to infect him, leading to hesitations. But if this truly correlated with that number, could he not endure 10 mutations each time? Lu Zhe grinned. Despite his pale complexion, a renewed fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. As long as he wasn't overwhelmed, he could endure a couple of hits. But he mustn't be careless. Lon doused his enthusiasm with cold water. That was only the first hit. If attacked by a higher-tier entity, could this value not leap 2 or even more points in a single blow? No one knows. Moreover, your pain is genuine. Lu Zhe shook his head helplessly. His arm had already begun to mend. Not dead yet. Time to get back to work. Meanwhile, the bio-ghost below had regrouped. Though the Mist Phantom and White Wolf lay slain, 4 or 5 small reds and 2 green giants remained. Lacking leadership, they reverted to their mindless charge. Roar! A green giant bellowed, attempting to leap onto the container. Fire! Tot. With the interference of black smoke dissipated, these zombies charging straight ahead became mere targets. Bang! Bang! Lon also refused to be outdone, her shots striking with unparalleled precision. Seeing that Lu Zhe was indeed unharmed, both the hunter and the spirit fox relaxed, rejoining the fray. The battle did not linger for long. One by one, the bio-ghosts were severely weakened and subsequently executed with headshots. Finally, the announcement echoed. Humanity wins. The hall returned to tranquility. This round had come to an end. Soon, a flash of light heralded the commencement of the 11th round. 16 individuals stood anew in the hall. This time, silence enveloped them. The White Wolf cast a glance at Lu Zhe, who was trembling slightly. Let us go, he whispered to the scorpion beside him. Where to? The red cage? The scorpion inquired. The White Wolf shook his head, eyeing the red house in the corner. No more red cage, he declared through gritted teeth. Then where? The White Wolf's gaze flickered as he covertly glanced at the container where Lu Zhe stood. He desired to approach the container, for Lu Zhe was there. Yet he hesitated, fear gnawing at him. Just nearby, he pointed towards a wooden crate beside the container. That spot was less than 10 meters away. Not too far, yet not too close. We'll keep watch from here. The White Wolf lowered his voice, as though wary of Lu Zhe overhearing. This area was open. Should the pressure become unbearable, they could flee. Most crucially, he gestured to Lu Zhe atop the container. Close enough. If the bio-ghosts charge, he will undoubtedly fire. When he does, we can latch on his firepower for support. If too many bio-ghosts swarm, we can retreat into the container. He certainly wouldn't want us to turn. The scorpion's eyes brightened. Brilliant. This is how to cling to the strong without being a burden. Iron Steed, overhearing, frowned, though she looked down on the White Wolf's shameless demeanor. She couldn't deny it was indeed the best course of action at present. The Red House was no longer an option. Facing the Mist Ghost, there would be perilous. Staying close to Lu Zhe, even if merely sipping the broth, was preferable to courting death. All right, I'll follow your lead. Iron Steed hefted the M60 machine gun Lu Zhe had given her and approached. Black Hawk remained silent, quietly trailing behind, finding a higher crate to set up his sniper rifle. Observing the situation, the ordinary mercenaries also flocked over. 12 individuals formed a semicircle defense, approximately 5 to 6 meters from the container. Lu Zhe stood atop the container, surveying them from his elevated position. He finally learned some wisdom, remarked the hunter beside him. They know not to crowd in, but also dare not stray too far. Lucius snorted coldly. Let them be. As long as they don't interfere, they can position themselves wherever they wish. Though his words remained unspoken, the icy glint in his eyes conveyed everything. He had no time to concern himself with the White Wolf's petty thoughts. Turning, he glanced at Lon, who was also gazing at him. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lu Zhe addressed her directly, having noticed the coldness in her eyes. Your score is far superior to mine, Lon replied icily. At this rate, even if I reach the final round, I won't be able to catch up with you. Lu Zhe shifted his stance, leaning against the crate. If you can't catch up, then don't bother. Second place isn't so bad. The qualification for evolution should be granted to the runner-up as well. Right? Not enough, Lon shook her head. Resource allocation is based on points. The top scorer receives the most elite enhancement resources. Lucius shrugged. Well, there's nothing I can do. I can't just stand idly by for you to farm points, can I? Besides, already mentioned, I can't turn into a zombie. That's non-negotiable. Lon remained silent, gradually straightening and casting her gun onto the ground. What's this? No longer fighting? Lu Zhe furrowed his brow at her actions. Lon ignored him, her gaze fixated intensely on the FAL camo in Lu Zhe's hands. I understand why I can't catch up with you. Lon finally spoke, her tone flat, devoid of emotion. It's not because your skills surpass mine, nor your reactions are swifter. It's because of that gun. She pointed at the weapon in Lu Zhe's grasp. That gun boasts immense power, rapid fire, and grenades. One grenade obliterates a wide area. Meanwhile, I can only use this inferior weapon, firing one shot at a time. That's the disparity. Lu Zhe found her words somewhat amusing. So what? He asked. What are you trying to convey? Lan stepped forward, closing the distance to less than a meter from Lu Zhe. Give me the gun. She extended her hand, palm up before Lu Zhe. Her tone was not a request, but rather a command or an expectation of entitlement. What did you say? Lu Zhe thought he misheard. The hunter and spirit fox beside him were equally stunned, gazing at Lan in disbelief. Lan, have you lost your mind? The hunter exclaimed. Lan did not turn her head, but remained fixated on Lu Zhe. Give me the gun, she reiterated. Your score is already ample. You said points are meaningless to you. So let me farm them. You are the savior. You possess a berserk skill and an immunity trait. Even with a mere ordinary gun, you can survive. But I need that gun to earn points. Lu Zhe stared at the hand extended towards him. This woman was indeed a different person from before. Darting back and forth here, Lu Zhe chuckled, though no mirth resided in his eyes. What if I refuse? He queried. Lan's expression shifted instantaneously. It was not anger, but calculation. She was assessing the likelihood of success in seizing the weapon. Then I'll take it myself. Before her words fell, Lan acted. Her speed was remarkable. After all, she was enhanced. She lunged forward, reaching for the FL camo in Lu Zhe's grasp. Her left hand simultaneously striking towards his wrist in a standard disarming maneuver. Her movements were crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Had it been the White Wolf, or any other individual present, even Iron Steed, in the face of such a sudden attack from Lan at such close range, their weapon would have likely been disarmed already. Yet, she was up against Lu Zhe. He didn't even blink. Just as Lan's fingers were about to touch the gun, Lu Zhe's wrist suddenly twisted. The weapon, which had been held horizontally across his chest, instantly stood upright. Smack! Lan's hand grasped at nothing, slapping against the stock instead. In the next moment, Lu Zhe made his move. He did not retreat, nor did he shift his feet. He simply thrust his right elbow forward, simple and direct, without any flair. Bang! The elbow struck solidly against Lan's chest. Ugh! She emitted a muffled sound, pushed back 3 or 4 steps, hitting her back hard against the metal of the container. Bang! The container shuddered from the impact, but she felt no pain. Is that all? Lu Zhe stood firm. Cradling the gun once more, his gaze coldly fixed on Lan. You wish to seize my gun? Who gave you the audacity? Are you displeased that I didn't strike your backside? Lan gritted her teeth, her expression darkening, as she straightened once more. She did not relent. Lu Zhe regarded her, leaning against the container, his eyes devoid of warmth. Does it hurt? He inquired. Give me the gun. Lan repeated the same refrain. She appeared utterly unfazed by her recent defeat or Lu Zhe's demeanor. Her mind was consumed by a singular obsession, to acquire the firearm, accumulate points, and evolve. Are you still trying to snatch it? Lu Zhe's incredulity was palpable. Did that last encounter not awaken you? Physical collisions exist, little girl. If I can send you flying, I can just as easily cast you aside, much like I did with that White Wolf. You may attempt it. Lan's voice remained cold and resolute. Suddenly, she lunged forward, not merely reaching out to grab, but moving with the fluidity of a hunting serpent, her body contorting in an oddly deceptive manner. With a swift push against the container's floor, she launched herself towards him, targeting not the gun but Lu Zhe's lower body, intent on bringing him down. Playing dirty, are we? Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened. He did not retreat. With a powerful lift of his right leg, he aimed to stomp at the oncoming Lan. Thud! The strike missed its mark. Lan rolled away, evading his footfall, and clasped Lu Zhe's left leg with both hands. Down! She hissed, exerting her strength while twisting her body, employing a standard ground technique, a prelude to a crosslock, seeking to leverage his weight against him. Under normal circumstances, a typical individual would surely be toppled. However, Lu Zhe's physical prowess was exceptional. He could match even the most formidable of bio-ghosts in combat. His leg remained steadfast, rooted to the container. Get off me! Lu Zhe thundered. Instead of prying Lan's grip loose, he forcefully lifted his leg, hoisting her, a living weight, off the ground. Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated the extent of his strength. Down you go. Lu Zhe abruptly swung his leg, akin to shaking off debris. With a whoosh, Lan was hurled away by the overwhelming centrifugal force, crashing against the container side with a resounding thud, even more forcefully than before. Coughing, she clutched her abdomen, sliding down to the floor. Although blood was absent, the nauseating impact on her insides was unmistakable. Lang, stop it! The hunter exclaimed, exasperated. You cannot defeat him. He is the savior. Furthermore, we are all teammates. Why must you insist on seizing that gun? The spirit hunter also implored, indeed, Sister Lan. Brother Lu Zhe just saved us. Your actions seem rather inconsiderate. Lan paid no heed, steadying herself against the wall as she staggered to her feet. Her hair was disheveled. Her Her chi pao somewhat askew, yet the determination in her eyes only grew more terrifying. Inconsiderate, Lan's gulp. In this hellish place, does decorum ensure survival? Only through strength can one endure, whether by force or deceit. If it leads to power, I shall do whatever it takes. With that declaration, she charged at Lu Zhe once more. This time, she eschewed finesse in favor of raw, primal instinct, arms outstretched, intent on snatching the gun from Lu Zhe's grasp. Is this never-ending? Lu Zhe had completely lost his patience. He slung the FAL camo behind him, freeing his hands. If you wish to fight, then let us spar. Lu Zhe advanced instead of retreating. As Lan lunged at him, he sidestepped, then swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her towards him. Come here, he commanded with force, causing Lan to lose her balance and crash into his embrace. But this was no tender embrace. Lu Zhe's other hand pressed firmly against the nape of her neck, forcing her down. Bang! Lan's upper body was slammed against a wooden crate within the container, her face pressed against the rough surface. Her entire form contorted in a humiliating manner under Lu Zhe's control. Release me. She struggled vehemently, her legs kicking wildly, hands clawing at Lu Zhe's arms. Yet, his hand bore down on her neck like a mountain, rendering her unable to lift her head. His knee pinned her waist, effectively immobilizing her lower half. Still want to take it? Lu Zhe queried coldly. Let me go. Give me the gun, Lan shouted, her voice laced with fury and defiance. I will kill you. Once I evolve, I will kill you. Listening to her threats, the chill in Lu Zhe's gaze intensified. Kill me? Why did you not voice such intentions when I saved you? When I awarded you points for second place, why did you not threaten me then? Do you now fancy yourself capable? Do you believe that evolution grants you supremacy? His fingers tightened around the flesh of her neck. I perceive that your clarity is clouded. Since you are not lucid, allow me to assist in your awakening. Lu Zhe straightened, observing Lan still writhing on the crate, her posture and crimson chi pao unmistakable. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand. If physical collisions yield results, then let me impart a lesson in physical education. The hunter and spirit hunter, sensing his intent, widened their eyes and instinctively covered their mouths. Lu Zhe don't. The hunter began to plead. Smack! The crisp sound sliced through the air, freezing the atmosphere within the container. Lan's struggles momentarily halted. She stared in shock, unable to fathom that Lu Zhe would actually resort to such measures. This slap was a retribution for that foolish white wolf. Although I previously cast him aside, he spoke a truth. Teammates should not harm one another. Yet your current actions are more repugnant than inflicting harm. Let me go. Lan writhed desperately, striving to escape Lu Zhe's grip, but he remained unwavering. Still defiant? Lu Zhe raised his hand once more. Smack! Another sharp crack echoed. This one was for his own self. I saved you, assisted in your scoring, and you dare to covet my weapon? That is the essence of ingratitude. I require no gratitude. I only seek power. Lan bao lao. Power? Smack! A third resounding slap. You cannot even best me, yet you yearn for power? Within this container, I embody power. Want a gun? Yearn for evolution? First, learn how to be a person. To forget even the most basic gratitude after one evolution is a travesty. You have squandered your evolution. Even if your strength increases, what does it matter? Lu Zhe's hand did not falter. One slap, two, three. The resounding echoes reverberated within the confines of the container. Lan's initial shouts of anger and outrage gradually morphed into clenched teeth and silence. Finally, Lu Zhe ceased his hand, not out of any peculiar penchant or desire for humiliation, but rather to subdue this deranged woman, or more aptly, to awaken her. Now are you awake? Lu Zhe inquired coldly, pressing down on Lan's neck. She lay motionless atop the crate, her hair cascading over her face, obscuring her expression. Only her rapid breaths betrayed the turmoil within. Speak, he urged, applying a slight increase in pressure. Or shall I continue? Lan remained silent, yet Lu Zhe sensed something amiss. The sensation in his palm shifted. Just moments ago, Lan's skin was cool to the touch, a result of her excessive use of frostblade, which had kept her body temperature consistently low. However, now, Lu Zhe felt as if he were pressed against a searing hot iron. The heat radiated from his palm directly to his heart. Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhe instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand. Sizzle. To his astonishment, wisps of smoke began to rise from Lan's crimson chi pao. It was not the smoke of fire, but rather the steam of moisture being instantaneously evaporated. Lu Zhe, let go now. She's on fire. The fox hunter shouted in terror, pointing at Lan. Lu Zhe looked down and saw that the skin exposed on Lan was once fair. Overload, she rasped, her voice strained. You forced my hand, Lu Zhe. Lan abruptly lifted her head. Boom! A wave of heat radiated from her, expanding violently in all directions. Being the closest, Lu Zhe felt as though he had been thrust into a furnace. Although the system determined that teammates were immune to harm, and he would not be burned alive, the suffocating sensation brought on by the extreme heat was palpable. Damn it! Lu Zhe was compelled to release his grip and stumbled back 2 steps. Lan finally broke free from her restraints, slowly rising from the wooden crate. Her movements were stiff, yet they did nothing to diminish the terrifying aura that surrounded her. The temperature within the entire container surged to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, causing the metal floor beneath them to start heating up. Is this what you've become? Just to seize a gun? Even resorting to Inferno Blade? Lan turned to face Lu Zhe, the air around her distorting in the heat's mirage. As long as I can obtain the weapon, as long as I can win, what is this price to pay? With that, Lan raised her right hand. This time, it was not a small throwing knife. Boom! A massive fireball coalesced in her palm, unstable and seemingly filled with flowing magma. The surrounding space appeared as if it would be incinerated. Inferno Blade at maximum power, Lan whispered. The fireball began to morph, elongating into a colossal cleaver over a meter in length. What had once been a small knife was now transformed into a god-slaying blade. However, it was not quite the same. This blade was a vivid crimson, with a liquid resembling lava dripping from its edge. That is mine, Lan Xiaodet. Gripping the exaggerated Inferno Blade with both hands and swinging it toward Lu Zhe. If she landed a hit, even without causing injury, the sheer heat and impact could send Lu Zhe tumbling out of the container. Madwoman, Lu Zhe muttered under his breath. He did not evade. The container was too confined, and any movement would endanger the nearby fox hunters. Moreover, he was eager to test the limits of Lan's abilities, as well as his own daring idea. Lu Zhe tossed the FL camo aside. You want a gun? Here. He hurled it far away, directly into the corner of the container. Lan instinctively tracked the gun with her gaze. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Zhe surged forward, braving the heat as he charged directly at Lan. Lu Zhe lunged with both hands, not to grasp Lan's wrist, nor to block the blade, but to seize the energy-formed Inferno Blade itself. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment Lu Zhe's palm made contact with the Inferno Blade, it emitted a sound reminiscent of meat sizzling on a grill. Yet he felt no pain, only the aroma of seared flesh. Hand it over, Lu Zhe bellowed, his grip tightening around the flaming dagger. Lan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Zhe would dare to catch the white-hot blade with his bare hands. What do you think you're doing? She stammered. Lu Zhe interrupted her, enduring the agonizing heat as he twisted the Inferno Blade, bending it against his strength. Next, he stepped forward, nearly pressing his body against Lan's. She felt like a raging furnace, and Lu Zhe could feel his eyebrows singeing. Are you trying to blow up the container? He locked his gaze on Lan's fiery eyes. Since you refuse to maintain your composure, since you cannot control yourself, then you shall be placed in a location conducive to calmness. Lan had yet to comprehend Lu Zhe's words. She was still attempting to retract the blade or gather her strength to push him away. But Lu Zhe denied her any opportunity. His left hand remained gripping the Inferno Blade, while his right hand seized her shoulder. System, initiate capture. Lu Zhe fervently commanded in his mind. Stuff this insane woman, along with her blade, into my spatial storage. This was Lu Zhe's experiment. He had previously captured Zero, and now he sought to see if he could capture Lan as well. Detection of host attempting to forcibly capture hero-grade weapon, Inferno Blade. Assessment in progress. Assessment result. Lan is classified as a semi-mechanical operative, and Inferno Blade is a unique bound weapon belonging to the hero-grade character Lan, possessing singularity and indivisibility. Unable to separate the weapon, system has executed the forceful capture command. Congratulations, host. Successfully captured hero-grade character Lan. Warning, Lan is classified as a semi-mechanical operative. Remaining in spatial storage cannot exceed 5 minutes, or she will suffer brain death. Lan's body stiffened abruptly, as if under a spell. In an instant, both she and the massive Inferno Blade vanished into thin air. Silence enveloped the container, the suffocating heat dissipating as well. Only Lu Zhe remained, maintaining his grasping posture, gasping for air. Smoke still curled from his hand, remnants of his encounter with the Inferno Blade. Gone? The fox hunter peered cautiously from the corner, her expression blank as she surveyed the now empty container. Where's Lan? Lu Zhe, did you make her disappear? The spirit fox rushed over, scanning the area and even peering over the edge of the container. She hasn't fallen. Where's she? Lu Zhe lowered his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a triumphant grin curving his lips. I captured her. Captured her? The two women exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Lu Zhe's words. Only Lu Zhe comprehended the truth. Within his mind, in his spatial storage, there was now an additional entity. No, there was now an additional person. Lu Zhe immersed his consciousness in the spatial storage. It was a dim expanse of approximately 100 cubic meters, cluttered with various supplies. Boxes of ammunition and a collection of spare firearms were neatly arranged in the corners. And now, in the center of this silent space, there floated a red figure, Lan. However, unlike Zero, who had entered as if time had frozen, remaining completely still, Lan was awake. Lu Zhe observed her floating in mid-air, the inferno blade having dissipated. She was struggling, her mouth wide open as she desperately sought to breathe. But in this space, there was no air, or rather, the air was exceedingly scarce, a remnant from Lu Zhe's previous storage activities. Lu Zhe had not anticipated Lan's predicament and had neglected to prepare oxygen tanks. Next time, I should bring some oxygen tanks in advance. Cough, cough. Though no sound emerged, Lu Zhe could sense Lan's suffering through his thoughts. Her hands clutched her throat, her face turning purple from asphyxiation. It was a suffocation, indeed, but one exacerbated by the vacuum of the environment. Yet, what was more critical than the suffocation was the temperature. The overload state afflicting Lan had not ceased upon entering the storage space. In stark contrast, the absence of external air convection for heat dissipation rendered her internal heat unable to escape. She resembled a sealed pressure cooker, becoming increasingly scalding and radiant. Lu Zhe's heart raced with terror as he noticed the very space surrounding Lan beginning to warp. Nearby, several crates of grenades emitted wisps of smoke from their wooden exteriors. Oh no! Lu Zhe exclaimed, jolted by fear. That's my armory. If you explode in there, I'll be left with nothing. Wasn't your space supposed to freeze time? He questioned the system. When I placed the C4, time was indeed frozen. Why isn't it now? As the host levels up. The attributes of the spatial domain are also undergoing transformations, with the ultimate state of the spatial domain aligning with that of the real world. Lu Zhe realized that this spatial domain might soon resemble a house in the real world, potentially allowing for the inclusion of living beings. However, the imminent crisis needed addressing. An explosion in the spatial domain was no trivial matter. Lan would likely be reduced to ashes. Calm down. Stay calm. Lu Zhe attempted to communicate with Lan through sheer will. Extinguish the flames. Otherwise, you'll perish too. Yet, Lan was oblivious to his pleas. In the vacuum, she writhed in agony, instinctively seeking to release energy to alleviate this suffocating sensation. The crimson glow enveloping her intensified, resembling a small sun on the verge of detonation. Nearby, a crate of rifle ammunition began to crackle ominously, the primer succumbing to the heat. Damn it! Lu Zhe could no longer afford to take chances. This was not merely capturing a prisoner. It was akin to swallowing a bomb. Release her. Quickly release her. With a flick of his mind, he commanded, come forth. In a flash of light atop the container, a sizzling figure plummeted heavily onto the metal surface. It was Lan, who had just vanished for a few fleeting seconds. She gasped for air, coughing violently upon her return. The reaction of her lungs readjusting to oxygen was intense. She inhaled greedily, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Utterly disheveled. Yet, she cared not for her appearance. The preceding experience had been terrifying, an absolute void, an utter silence, coupled with the despair of heat that threatened to melt her from within but could not escape. It was more dreadful than death itself. As air circulated, her temperature gradually began to subside. The suffocating heat dissipated with the breeze, and the dark red hue upon her skin faded, returning to pallor. Chapter 175, High Intensity. Lan found herself unable to coalesce her flame blade, for the ordeal in the spatial domain had nearly drained her physical strength and biological energy. She required time to recuperate, at least a few minutes. Lu Zhe stood nearby, reclaiming his FL camo rifle, observing Lan from above. His gaze bore no compassion, only vigilance. Are you calm now? He prodded her shoulder with the barrel of the gun. Do you still wish to fight? Lan remained silent, too fearful to meet Lu Zhe's eyes. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of profound terror. She had always believed Lu Zhe to be an ordinary person with a stroke of luck and a hint of special abilities. Even if he were a savior, he was merely accurate with a gun and possessed greater strength. She thought that with her evolution and determination, she could prevail against him. Yet, that fleeting moment had completely shattered her understanding. He had transported her to a realm that was beyond her reach, no matter how much she evolved. Who are you? Lan finally mustered the courage to lift her gaze, her voice trembling, devoid of the prior arrogance and fervor. She regarded Lu Zhe with the eyes of one witnessing a monster. Lu Zhe coldly replied, Someone who could take your life at any moment. How was that place? Comfortable? Lan instinctively recoiled, shaking her head fervently. No, no, I don't want to go back. Then behave yourself, Lu Ze commanded, crouching to lift her chin with the gun's muzzle. From now until the mission concludes, you will remain compliant. You will fire when instructed and cease when told. Do not mention points or evolution again. If you entertain any ulterior motives, I will confine you in there for eternity. Do you understand? Lan gazed into the coldness of Lu Ze's eyes, comprehending the gravity of his words. In that moment, her pride and obsession crumbled completely. In the face of absolute power and unknown terror, all was rendered a farce. Understood, Lan murmured, lowering her head. Good. System, activate the captive management module. Lu Ze remained somewhat skeptical of Lan's assurances. He focused his mind and accessed the consciousness interface of his spatial domain. Subordinate section, character, 0, high-level bionic agent. Status, loyal, formatted and rewritten. Character, Lan, semi-bionic agent. Status, no loyalty, unable to format and rewrite. Temporarily allowed to reclaim spatial domain. Lu Ze contemplated whether Lan's brain retained its humanity, albeit stripped of certain emotions. If it were merely a program, he could not exert control. This was a significant dilemma, yet he sensed that Lan still possessed emotions, perhaps hidden in the deepest recesses of her being. After all, her fear was palpable. He ceased pondering this, planning to take Lan with him when he departed. Perhaps Dr. Wang could study her, unraveling the mysteries of these humanoid weapons and their modifications. Lu Ze stroked his chin, envisioning the advantage of having a capable fighter who could wield fire and ice in his team. With proper training, she could become an invaluable ally. Such was the duality of existence. He cast a glance at the nearby hunter and spirit fox. Their expressions toward Lu Ze had shifted. Beyond admiration, there was now an undercurrent of reverence. The recent display of reviving Lan, although they could not grasp the principles, was clearly no pleasant experience given her current reaction. Brother Lu Ze, you're truly impressive, the spirit fox ventured, offering a cautious compliment. Enough with the flattery. Get up, Lu Ze ordered, nudging Lan's foot. Stop playing dead. Lan struggled to rise, too intimidated to retort or even glance at the fell camo again. Silently, she retreated to a corner, retrieving her weapon from the ground, and obediently positioned herself behind Lu Ze, head bowed and lips sealed. The ensuing rounds unfolded with exceptional ease, or rather, an unusual silence. The container was devoid of quarrels. Lan had transformed into a robotic entity, dutifully following Lu Ze's commands. Wherever he pointed, she fired. When instructed to throw ice blades, she did so. When told to launch fire blades, she complied. Even as discomfort plagued her and her complexion paled, she remained utterly silent. The hunter and spirit fox also exerted themselves vigorously. Although the bio-ghost launched various attacks, they proved largely ineffective. Lu Ze was clearing his inventory, anxious about depleting ammunition when collecting Lan later. Thus, he utilized everything without reservation. Grenades, bio-grenades, and youth versions of bio-grenades, an array of devastating weaponry unleashed in succession. His objective was clear, to swiftly conclude the battle and depart with his companions. The days ahead would not bode well for the White Wolf faction. They dared not enter the container, resorting instead to guerrilla tactics outside. In every round, several of them transformed. By the 14th round, among Bai Lang's group, only Tai Chi and He Ying remained untransformed. The others had already undergone several rounds of becoming bio-ghosts. Even the Scorpion had become a permanent bio-ghost. There were only 2 rounds left. Lu Ze glanced at the system panel, steeling himself. He replaced the magazine with a new one, casually looking up when he suddenly noticed a wisp of green mist. Something was amiss, Lu Ze murmured. Lan stood behind him, her demeanor still as frigid as ever, yet since Lu Ze had educated her, her positioning was now quite deliberate. She neither stood too close nor too far from him, poised to execute commands at a moment's notice. What's wrong? Lan in guit? The air, Lu Ze replied, pointing towards the ventilation shaft of the red building. Smoke was emanating from it. Following his gesture, Lan looked and confirmed. The area that should have been an exhaust fan was now seeping a faint green mist. The mist was not dense like the black smoke of the mist ghost, obscuring vision. Rather, it resembled a miasma, slowly spreading across the floor of the hall. Cough, cough. The huntress below suddenly coughed twice, clutching her chest, her brow furrowed. What is going on? It feels a bit stuffy. She shook her head, feeling dizzy, as if deprived of oxygen. The spirit fox also leaned against the crate, her complexion paling. Me too, I feel nauseous like I might vomit. Lu Ze glanced at Bai Lang's group below. Their reactions were even more pronounced. Some ordinary mercenaries had already crouched down, retching. Even Tai Chi, with her robust physique, had turned pale, her breathing becoming rapid. It's a virus. Lan's voice took on a grave tone. With her augmented vision, she observed the rapidly rising concentration of the biovirus in the air. Previously, the virus was transmitted through scratches or close contact. Now, the entire hall was becoming saturated with it. Lan turned to Lu Zhe. Though this concentration wouldn't cause immediate mutation, it would severely impair human bodily functions. Reaction speed, endurance, and vision would all diminish. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, feeling no discomfort himself. His immune constitution allowed him to thrive in such an environment, but his teammates were not as fortunate. They're increasing the intensity on us, Lu Zhe stated coldly. Chapter 176. A new method proves effective. In the final 2 rounds, they did not wish to let us win too easily. Put on your gas masks. If you don't have one, use cloth to cover your mouth. Lu Zhe shouted downwards. Though these masks wouldn't stop the virus, they would at least mitigate the foul smell, providing some psychological comfort. And don't run around. In this environment, physical exertion will double. If you don't want to exhaust yourselves, stay put. Upon hearing this, Bai Lang and the others quickly tore off sleeves or used scars to cover their mouths and noses, each person appearing as if facing a formidable foe. When will this cursed place come to an end? Bai Lang muttered under his breath. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. The green mist had already spread across the floor of the hall, reaching about ankle deep, resembling a green swamp. The atmosphere had become stiflingly tense. Lu Zhe tightened his grip on his weapon. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. Roar. This time, the roar was not 1 or 2, but 5. 5 deafening roars erupted simultaneously from different directions, intertwining like a chorus from the depths of hell. 5. Tai Chi exclaimed in despair. Amidst the green mist, 5 massive red figures slowly rose. Their bodies were larger than the previous progenitor, muscles bulging as if inflated, glowing green liquid coursing through their veins. 5 progenitors. Lan's gaze shifted. With the environment weakened, this would be challenging. The 5 progenitors did not scatter. They seemed to have conferred, simultaneously fixing their gaze upon the container's defenses. 3 focused on by Lang's gang below, while the other 2 lifted their heads, their crimson eyes locking onto Lu Zhe atop the container. Are they coming for me? Lu Zhe scoffed. Let us see if you have what it takes. The battle erupted in an instant. Da-da-da-da-da. Gunfire reverberated throughout the hall, but this time, the effectiveness was drastically diminished. The green mist seemed to not only affect humans, but also bestowed a buff upon the bioghosts. The skin of the 5 progenitors had become exceptionally tough. Bullets striking them produced a metallic clanging sound. Though they still drew blood, the repulsion effect was negligible. We can't shoot them. They're impervious. Bai Lang screamed from below, his machine gun's bullets splattering like water. Yet the 3 progenitors charging towards them merely swayed slightly, their speed unabated. Fall back. Retreat beneath the container. Tai Chi bellowed, directing the group. However, their retreat was no match for the charging progenitor's speed. On the container, Lu Zhe was also in a precarious situation. 2 progenitors, one on each side, leaped with tremendous strength, aiming directly for the container. Lang, ice blade, Lu Zhe shouted. Lan's frost blade shot forth. Thud! The ice blade struck the progenitor, unleashing a surge of cold, but it only stiffened the progenitor's movements for a moment. It did not freeze it. Its resistance had also increased. Lan's expression darkened. Lu Zhe, how do we fight this? Steady, don't panic. Lu Zhe pulled the trigger, launching a grenade. Boom! The progenitor was blown down, but quickly rose again, as if unfazed, continuing to roar. The skin is too thick. Lu Zhe felt a heaviness in his heart. At this rate, even if they expended all their ammunition, they might not be able to kill these 5 creatures. Moreover, it was certain that Bai Lang and the others below could not hold out. Once they collapsed, it would mean being besieged by dozens of enhanced bioghosts. A certain death. A solution must be found. As Lu Zhe fired to suppress, his mind raced. His consciousness delved into the spatial pocket he carried. Searching through the chaotic supplies, he wondered what could be of use. Flashbangs? Useless against zombies. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small box in a corner. With a thought, Lu Zhe opened the box. Inside were 5 syringes, neatly arranged, filled with a pale blue liquid. Ozeyadan biobloke. Damn! Lu Zhe slapped his thigh. How could I have forgotten this? This was left over from his challenge mode in Water City. After developing his immune constitution, he thought it useless for himself and hadn't sought out Dr. Zhao for more. He had completely forgotten about it. Little did he know it would become a lifesaver now. Since it was a blocker, it should be effective. It should be similar to the bioghosts in challenge mode. A syringe of light flickered in Lu Zei's hand. Lang, cover me. Lu bellowed. What are you doing? Lang glanced at the syringe in Lu Zei's hand. I'm going to give them an injection. Lu Zei didn't elaborate further. He aimed at the progenitor that had just been blasted down by the grenade and was preparing to leap again. Berserk. Activate. A burst of red light erupted. Lu Zei didn't use his gun. He directly slung his FAL across his back. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the container. Lucia, the hunter screamed. That's a death wish. Below lies the enhanced version of the maternal entity. Yet Lu Zei's speed is astonishingly rapid. In a state of frenzy, he streaks through the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The maternal entity, gazing upward, witnesses a crimson figure plummeting downwards. Ecstatically, it extends its claws to catch him. Catch this. Lu Zei deftly adjusts his posture mid-air, evading the grasp of the maternal entity, and lands firmly upon its shoulder, his legs clamping tightly around its neck. Behave yourself. The maternal entity thrashes violently, attempting to dislodge Lu Zei. Clutching the syringe tightly in his hand, he plunges it mercilessly into the thick artery of its neck. With a sharp thrust, the needle pierces through. Lu Zei forcefully pushes his thumb, injecting half of the pale blue liquid into the maternal entity's body. A howl erupts from the creature, a distorted cry filled with terror and agony. Immediately, a miraculous transformation unfolds. The once ferocious aura of the maternal entity rapidly diminishes. Its previously bulging muscles deflate like a punctured balloon, rendering it even weaker than a typical minor entity. It works. Lucia rejoices. Now that it has softened, it is time to perish. He withdraws the syringe and stows it away, preserving a remnant within. He does not draw his firearm. Instead, he remains poised atop the maternal entity's neck, fist clenched, arm wound up. Taste my punch. With a resounding thud, he delivers a solid blow to the creature's temple. Had this been moments ago, it would have merely tickled. But now crack. A sharp sound echoes as half of the maternal entity's head is concaved inward from Lu Zei's strike. One of its eyes obliterates under the force. The beast emits no sound, merely swaying twice before collapsing limply to the ground. A shot to the head. Chapter 177. A fist to slay the biomaternal entity? Lu Zei rolls over and lands gracefully on the ground, gazing at the lifeless body beneath him. He shakes the blood from his hands. Is that all there is? The surroundings fall into a profound silence. Whether it be Lon and the others atop the containers, or the beleaguered White Wolf and his crew nearby, all are left in a state of shock. Did he truly just kill the maternal entity? With his fists? One punch? Lu Zei has no time to savor their astonishment. The maternal entity is down, yet 4 remain. Furthermore, with Lu Zei's landing, another maternal entity, previously attacking the containers, turns its attention towards him. A roar. This creature evidently remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Noticing Lu Zei is unarmed, it perceives him as an easy target. Coming for me again? Lu Zei glances at the empty syringe, which he has already discarded. Regrettably, only 4 remain. He must conserve them. Lu Zei is unwilling to squander any more blocking agents. Having confirmed their efficacy, they are now his trump card. It is imperative to resort to firearms. He swiftly draws the FEL camo from his back. Facing the charging maternal entity, he stands resolutely against it. Stop gawking. Open fire. Lu Zei shouts up to the others. Only then does Lon react, resuming fire with her AK-47. Tot. With the firepower from above diverting attention, Lu Zei feels an immediate relief from pressure. Utilizing the speed from his still active frenzy, he engages in a deadly dance with the maternal entity within the hall. He runs while firing precise shots backward. Each bullet finds its mark, striking the creature's head. Though its hide is thick, it cannot withstand the sustained close-range headshot damage. Before long, its body flickers with crimson light, its health dwindling to nothing. Farewell. Lu Zei concludes with a grenade. Boom! The second maternal entity collapses. At this juncture, White Wolf's group is on the brink of collapse, surrounded by 3 maternal entities. Several ordinary mercenaries have already been captured, while the remaining few tremble in fear. Lucia! Help! Please! White Wolf, gazing at Lu Zei as if he were a divine savior, clutches at straws. Draw their attention this way. Lu Zei does not advance, but instead shouts loudly, Lon. Sniper, cover them. The firepower from above swiftly shifts. Bullets rain down upon the legs of the 3 maternal entities. Though the damage is minimal, the hindrance is effective. Iron Riders seize the opportunity to retreat towards Lu Zei. The ensuing battle devolves into a tug-of-war. Lu Zei becomes the focal point of the entire fray. Like a firefighter, he rushes towards every point of danger. Although he refrains from using blocking agents, his FAL with its infinite ammunition, coupled with his extraordinary attributes, withstands the onslaught of the Bio-Phantom. Finally, after the cost of 3 ordinary mercenaries succumbing to infection, the remaining 3 maternal entities are also vanquished. The 3 ordinary mercenaries fall easily. Humanity wins. The round concludes. The hall is filled with exhausted bodies. The battle within the green smoke has drained their very essence. Iron Riders slump to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to lift their weapons. White Wolf lies like a defeated dog, mumbling incoherently. Only Lu Zhe remains standing, holding the emptied syringe box, deep in thought. 4 syringes remain, with 1 containing a trace. Lu Zhe surveys the remaining stock. The next round will be the final showdown. These 4 syringes must render the last round a touch easier. His gaze sweeps over each individual present. Aside from himself and the 3 women atop the containers, 12 individuals remain below. Iron Riders, Black Hawk, White Wolf, Scorpion, and 8 ordinary mercenaries. These 12 are the greatest variable. If 5 more maternal entities emerge among them in the next round, it would spell internal chaos, an impossible situation to salvage. They must not transform. A manic smile creeps on Lu Zhe's lips. Though there are only a few syringes left, surely a little for each should suffice. Lu Zhe resolves to act. He retrieves all 4 syringes and strides toward the group sprawled on the ground. Everyone, get up. He kicks the nearest mercenary. Can't you let me rest a moment? The mercenary responds weakly. If you want to live, rise. Lu Zhe shakes the syringe in his hand. Injections. Injections? What kind? Upon hearing this, White Wolf immediately perks up, eyeing Lu Zhe warily. What are you up to now? Vaccines. Lu Zhe lies without a flicker of hesitation. Why used to kill the maternal entity just now? This will suppress the virus. The next round will undoubtedly have a higher viral concentration. With this, not only will you be less likely to mutate, but you'll also gain immunity against infection. As soon as the notion of immunity against infection is mentioned, everyone's eyes gleam with hope. Is it really true? Scorpion swallows hard. Give it to me. I want it first. Lucia chuckles coldly. Queue up one at a time. However, supplies are limited. Each person can only have a little. Lu Zhe approaches the first mercenary, seizing his arm, and without hesitation, plunges the needle in. He injects just under half. Next, the mercenary feels a cool current coursing through his veins, instantly clearing his foggy mind. Miraculous medicine. It truly works, he exclaims. This only heightens the belief among the others, who eagerly extend their arms. Lu Zhe works swiftly. Each syringe is divided between 2 individuals, with a little remaining. Soon, all 8 ordinary mercenaries, along with Iron Riders, Black Hawk, and Scorpion, have received their shots. Each vial retains a trace. Lu Zhe approaches White Wolf. White Wolf gazes at the needle used by 11 others, his complexion paling. 5 syringes, all for me? He questions, apprehensive about the hygiene. White Wolf instinctively recoils. Moreover, there was scarcely anything left. Was it of any use? Not wishing to engage, Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. If you don't want to fight, then don't. Lu Zhe feigned to retract his hand. If you change your mind next time, I shall be the first to blow your head off. No, no, no. I'll fight. Is that not sufficient? The White Wolf, frightened, quickly extended his arm. A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Zhe's mouth as he plunged the needle in. He injected every last drop of the remaining serum into the White Wolf's veins. Lu Zhe discarded the empty syringe. Now, the 10 greatest threats had been physically sealed. As for Lan and the others, Lu Zhe cast a glance at the container. The 3 of them had not changed much. There should be no significant issues, especially since they were positioned at a distance. This was the final round. There should be no complications. Furthermore, the serum was running low, so they would not receive any. The last match. Lu Zhe reloaded his magazine. The 16th round. The ultimate showdown. The green smoke in the hall was so thick that it nearly obscured the floor. A nauseating, sweet odor permeated the air. However, this time, the survivors seemed considerably steadier. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. Everyone held their breath. 3, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 178. The weakest bio-mother in history. A pain growl erupted from the crowd. Lu Zhe stood atop the container, his gaze swiftly locking onto the scene below. Among the 12 individuals, 5 began to emit a green glow. How? 5 of the least physically resilient, or those who had undergone the most mutations. Among the ordinary mercenaries, started to swell. Another 5 bio-mothers. Yet, these 5 bio-mothers were somewhat different. Their musculature appeared considerably inferior to the previous ones. Moreover, their speed was sluggish. They swiped their claws, attempting to grasp the nearby Iron Rider, initially prepared to fight. The Iron Rider was taken aback by the absurdly slow flailing of the claws. Reacting instinctively, the Iron Rider sidestepped. The biomother's claw missed entirely, and due to inertia, it tumbled over itself. Thud! The biomother crashed to the ground and took an eternity to rise. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Was this truly a biomother? That must be the effect of the blocking agent. Lu Zhe, perched on the edge of the container, wore a cold smirk. Though it had not completely halted the mutations, it had significantly diminished their attributes. Lan, you all cover from above. I shall descend to join the fray. Lu Zhe stowed away his FEL camo into his spatial storage, then leaped directly off the container. Thud! He landed firmly on the ground, right in front of the biomother that had just managed to rise. Howl! The biomother, spotting an approaching target, opened its jaws to bite. Rather than retreating, Lu Zhe advanced. He did not enter a frenzied state. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch straight to the biomother's chest. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. The several hundred-pound biomother was sent flying by Lu Zhe's fist, its feet lifting off the ground, propelling it backward for 2 to 3 meters before crashing into the wall. This was astonishingly fragile. Lu Zhe examined his fist, feeling as though he had struck cotton. There was no tangible resistance. The effects of the serum were even more potent than he had anticipated. Not only had it weakened their strength and speed, but it had also stripped them of their defensive capabilities. Previously, such a biomother had tough skin and resilient flesh. Bullets would ricochet off. Now, a single punch left a crater. Do you all see this? Lu Zhe turned to the mercenaries who were still in shock. This is the biomother you feared so greatly. Why are you still dawdling? Fire! Since they have been reduced to this state, do not hold back. The Iron Rider was the first to react. Gazing at the biomother that Lu Zhe had sent flying, her fear transformed into unrestrained exhilaration. Ha ha ha! This is no biomother. This is clearly a living target. Brothers, charge! It was time for revenge. The Iron Rider raised her machine gun and unleashed a barrage upon the still struggling biomother. Tot. The bullets pierced the biomother's flesh, splattering green blood everywhere. The biomother trembled violently, utterly incapable of standing. Seeing this unfolding spectacle, the White Wolf's courage surged. Goodness, it truly is a weakling. Damn, you scared me to death just now. The White Wolf quickly joined in, firing away. Shoot, get a good thrashing. Previously, it had chased me all over. Now it's time to show who the true master is. 12 humans surrounded the 5 biomothers. The tide had completely turned. Previously, the bio-ghost had chased the humans. Now, the humans pursued the bio-ghosts, unleashing a relentless assault. The 5 biomothers had no means of retaliation. They attempted to flee, but could not outrun the bullets. They sought to attack, yet their movements were as slow as a slow-motion replay. Just as they raised their hands, they were met with a chorus of gunfire that rendered them incapable of lifting their heads. Lu Zhe stood in the middle, needing not lift a finger. He merely observed the group, venting their frustrations. That one, Scorpion, why are you shooting at the legs? Aim for the head. Lu Zhe coldly directed. Steady yourselves, everyone. In this round, we shall achieve a decisive victory. Lan, stationed atop the container, watched the slaughter unfold below. Her gun drooped in her hands. Is this it? Lan murmured to herself. She had originally expected the final round to be a fierce battle, with many casualties. She had even prepared to activate the overload mode once more. Yet this? Lu Zhe. Lan gazed at the man standing below. Though his figure was not imposing, there was an inescapable aura of dominance about him. His marksmanship was precise, his skills commendable, and that peculiar aspect. How many more trump cards did this man possess? Stop dawdling. The spirit foxer nudged Lan. Quickly, shoot to score. If you don't act soon, the points will be snatched away by those down below. Lan snapped back to reality. Right points. She still needed points. Lan raised her gun and squeezed the trigger at a severely wounded biomother below. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck home. Though the biomother was weak, the points were nonetheless tangible. Score! Lan's gaze hardened once more, her resolve as cold as ice. The sound of gunfire erupted in unison, yet this time, it was devoid of the previous fear and despair. Only exhilaration remained, the thrill of a one-sided massacre. The White Wolf, gun in hand, nearly pressed against the face of a biomother, unleashed a hail of bullets. The biomother, riddled with wounds and drenched in green blood, still clung to life, but lacked the strength to resist. Howl! The biomother emitted a faint growl, attempting to advance. Still daring to move? The White Wolf delivered a kick to the biomother's knee. Kneel! The biomother, already weakened, was sent crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha! It knelt. It has knelt before me. The White Wolf erupted into laughter, turning to Lu Zhe. I am not a mere fan of the White Wolf. Savior, did you see that? I too can take on a biomother single-handedly. Lu Zhe, standing not far away, was wiping his FAL with a rag. Upon hearing the white wolf shout, he did not even bother to lift his eyelids. What is there to be proud of when bullying a cripple? Lu Zhe's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in the midst of the cacophony of gunfire, reaching the white wolf's ears. The white wolf's laughter abruptly ceased, his face flushing with indignation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean by cripple? This is a bio-mother. The white wolf protested weakly. Enough. The Iron Rider, reloading her magazine, shot the white wolf a glare. Speak less. No one takes you for a mute. Hurry and finish this. Let's conclude this round. Though Iron Rider felt that this battle had been somewhat too effortless, who would not prefer to emerge alive victorious? She aimed directly at the kneeling mother and pulled the trigger. After a flurry of gunfire, the mother finally lay still, dissipating into a green light. Another one down. Iron Rider exhaled a breath of frustration. For remaining, Lu Zhe tossed aside the gun-cleaning cloth and readied his weapon anew. Too slow, he remarked. Your efficiency is abysmally low. At this rate, how long will this match drag on? With that, Lu Zhe sprang into action. He did not fire his weapon. Instead, he wielded it like a club and charged into the fray. Clear the way, he commanded with a low growl. He rushed toward a mother being besieged by the Scorpion and Black Hawk. The mother was pinned down, unable to move due to the pressure from two guns. Lu Zhe swung the butt of his FAL, striking the mother's head with a resounding thud. Bang! The blow was forceful enough to misalign her head. Following that, Lu Zhe delivered a kick, landing squarely on the mother's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed clearly. The mother was sent flying, followed by the emergence of the Barrett. Blind fire, headshot. Chapter 179. Lan took a deep breath. She leaped down from the container and approached Lu Zhe, standing silently behind him, her gaze fixed on his back with a complex expression. Is this it? I haven't accrued enough points yet. What about my evolution? Her thoughts were tumultuous, yet she knew she was no match for Lu Zhe. The match has concluded. Final score tally in progress. First place, Lu Zhe. Score, 848 points. Second place, Lan. Score, 450 points. Third place, Hunter. Score, 314 points. Fourth place, Spirit Fox. Score, 301 points. Lu Zhe let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. As for the remaining participants, Black Hawk ranked 7th and Scorpion 8th. He was indifferent to the scores now, as there were no rewards, but the mission had been accomplished. It was time to leave. At that moment, a white light began to fill the hall. It was the prelude to transportation. Finally, they were to depart from this cursed place. White Wolf gazed at the gradually phasing surroundings, a look of survival etched across his face. Lu Zhe, this time you were formidable. White Wolf glanced at Lu Zhe. Though he dared not voice it aloud, he muttered under his breath. Once we return, we shall see. You may excel in this mode, but should we meet again, I will show you true prowess. Lu Zhe heard him, but paid him no heed. Iron Rider approached. Her gaze was earnest as she looked at Lu Zhe. Thank you this time. Though your methods were rather ruthless, I owe you a life. If there is an opportunity for collaboration in the future, Iron Rider will not hesitate. Black Hawk nodded in agreement, though he remained silent, offering Lu Zhe a salute, the highest form of respect among soldiers. Lu Zhe acknowledged him with a nod. Surviving is what matters, he stated. As for the future, Lu Zhe's eyes flickered momentarily. Whether we meet again remains to be seen. The light grew increasingly bright. Hunter and Spirit Fox joined Lu Zhe's side. Hunter embraced Lu Zhe without a word. Spirit Fox attempted to do the same, but was pulled away by Hunter. Lu Zhe chuckled and shook his head. He then turned his gaze toward Lan. Take a deep breath. Lan pauset, going forward. What? Take a deep breath. Unless you wish to suffocate. Lu Zhe's voice was softly spoken. Mission accomplished. Mission Objective 1. Survive until the end of the round or eliminate all biophantoms. Completed. Mission Reward. Slight enhancement of host's physical attributes. Intermediate. 500 experience points. Additional note. Current level LV4, 182020000. Mission complete. Host will return to the real world. Transport commencing. Transport countdown. 3, 2, 1, hurry. Lucia shouted. Lan gapet sapi. He swiftly placed her into his spatial pocket. Having done so before, there was no need to grasp her weapon to do so. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him once more. Once the disorientation subsided, Lu Zhe opened his eyes abruptly. I'm back. He rubbed his temples, feeling a slight pressure. He had no time to concern himself with his surroundings. One thought consumed his mind. He quickly released Lan. Although the transportation felt swift, he dared not gamble on how long the interval had been. If he suffocated the ally he had so painstakingly retrieved, it would all be for naught. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Lan suddenly fell from Lu Zhe's grasp. She was still clad in that crimson cheapao. At that moment, She was coughing incessantly. Cough, 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 cough. Lan collapsed on the ground, her hands clawing at the floor as if trying to dig into it. She gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Her face flushed crimson, and the veins in her neck bulged visibly. It was a reaction to severe oxygen deprivation. Lu Zhe leaped from the chamber and knelt beside her, examining her closely. At least she was alive. He gently patted her back. Just breathe, it's all right. Lan's body jolted. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's voice, she recoiled as if struck by lightning. She lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot and filled with terror. You. Lan stammered, her voice nearly failing her. Where is this? She surveyed her surroundings, which were comprised solely of cold metallic walls. This is reality. Lu Zhe stood tall, looking down at her. I told you I would bring you out of that cursed place. Now we are free. Free? Lan stared blankly at Lu Zhe, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Her mind had yet to catch up. Just moments ago, she had been struggling in a peculiar realm. That feeling of helplessness and despair was unbearable. And now, she was here. Stop dawdling. Lu Zhe nudged her foot with his own. Stand up. Lan gritted her teeth, leaning against the nearby wall to rise. She rested against the wall, breathing heavily, her eyes warily fixed on Lu Zhe before darting around the room. Where's my gun? Lan instinctively reached for her waist. Empty. Her expression shifted instantly. Where did you put my gun? Lu Zhe replied with an impassive expression. In this place, you do not need a gun. Do not need? Lan scoffed, her voice weak, but her inherent aggression surfacing anew. Without a gun, how can I protect myself? There are no bio-phantoms here, no enemies. Lu Zhe observed her intently. As long as you remain compliant, no one will harm you. Just then, the thick door of the transport room emitted a sound of pressure release. Hiss. The door slowly creaked open. A group of individuals rushed in hurriedly. Leading the charge was Director Li, followed closely by Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhao. They had arrived promptly. Lucia, Director Li called out as he entered. How are you? Not injured, I hope? Dr. Wang approached with an anxious expression. Are all readings normal? Do you feel any discomfort? Dr. Zhao held a tablet, rapidly recording data. Rest assured. I'm fine. Lu Zhe waved his hand. This mission was a bit laborious, but at least I return in one piece. Several individuals, upon hearing Lu Zhe's robust voice, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, their gazes swiftly traversed past him, landing upon Lan, who was leaning against the apparatus. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Everyone stood transfixed. Director Li's eyes widened as he pointed at Lan. Who is this? Academician Wang adjusted his glasses, a look of disbelief plastered across his face. How'd another person appear? Lu Zhe, what is the meaning of this? Dr. Zhao reacted more swiftly, glancing at Lan's distinctive red chi-pao before turning her attention back to Lu Zhe. Is this a character from the game? Indeed. Lu Zhe nodded, his tone remarkably nonchalant. I brought her back casually. Didn't we previously acquire a Zero? I believe we still need to delve deeper into this technology. This one, named Lan, is a semi-finished cyborg. I thought to present her to Academician Wang as a sample, to see if we can comprehend that bioelectric control technology. Lu Zhe spoke with casual indifference, as if he had simply returned from a trip with a local souvenir. Upon hearing this, Academician Wang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A semi-finished cyborg? Bioelectric control? This is a remarkable find. Quickly, let me see. He began to stride toward Lan. Don't approach. Lu Zhe suddenly interjected, blocking Wang's path. Old Wang, remain calm. This specimen is somewhat prickly. Meanwhile, Lan observed the group that had stormed in, taking note of their white lab coats and the guards trailing behind them. Her nerves tightened to an extreme. She fixed her gaze on the foremost figures, Director Li and Academician Wang. The look in her eyes was not one of recognition. It was akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Is this what you call having no enemies? What are they doing with guns? Are they intending to capture me? Lu Zhe turned to her. Close your mouth. They are the overseers here. The guns are for protecting this place. I don't believe you. Lan took a step back, her eyes fixated on the weapon in Thunder God's hand. You're a liar. You want to imprison me. I want to leave. Lucia frowned. Where do you intend to go? Outside is a military base. You'll be riddled with bullets the moment you step out. Stammt Azide. A flash of red light flickered in Lan's eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Lu Zhe regarded her with a chilling gaze. Kill me? With what? Your head? Lan remained silent, a cruel smile suddenly curling at the corners of her mouth. She abruptly raised her right hand, palm facing upward. A surge of white frost emanated instantaneously. Lu Zhe's pupils constricted. He recognized this initiation all too well. She was about to conjure a frost blade. You're asking for it. Lu Zhe did not allow her the opportunity to fully materialize her attack. The instant the frost appeared in her hand, Lu Zhe lunged forward with the speed of a wraith, seizing her wrist. Crack! Lucia twisted forcefully. Ah! Lan let out a shriek as the chill dissipated from her grasp. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe delivered a kick to the back of her knee. Thud! She collapsed to the ground. Lu Zhe pressed down on the nape of her neck, forcefully pinning her face to the floor. Do you understand human language? Behave. Lu Zhe's voice was icy. I can treat you inside, and I can just as easily do so outside. Lan, pinned to the ground, struggled fiercely, cursing. Let me go. You bastard, Lu Zhe. Ignoring her, Lu Zhe raised his gaze to Director Li. This individual is not in a sound state of mind. Her aggression is excessive. Someone take her away and confine her to calm down. Director Li, startled by the earlier scene, quickly gestured. Thunder God, quickly, take her away. Thunder God, accompanied by 2 guards, rushed forward, brandishing specialized handcuffs and restraints. Secure her, Thunder God commanded. The 2 guards, one to each side, replaced Lu Zhe, pinning Lan's arms behind her back and fastening the cuffs. Lu Zhe stood up, brushing off his hands. Be cautious. This woman possesses considerable strength and can emit cold air. Understood, Thunder God nodded, seizing Lan's arm and dragging her toward the exit. Move. Behave yourself. Lan, still thrashing wildly, yelled, Let me go. I will not go. I demand my freedom. No one can capture me. The group maneuvered Lan toward the door. As they neared, she suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Get away. Boom. A fierce gust of cold air erupted from her, a manifestation of energy drawn from her life force. The guards holding her felt a sharp sting, as if grasping ice, and instinctively released their grip. Lan broke free from her constraints. Instead of fleeing, she pivoted and lunged at the nearest Thunder God, though she bore no weapon. Her nails shimmered with frost as she aimed for Thunder God's throat. Seeking death, Thunder God reacted swiftly, sidestepping. However, the distance was too short. In a bid for self-preservation and to regain control, Thunder God raised his firearm and shot at Lan's thigh. Bang! The gunfire reverberated throughout the cramped room. Lan Stekka! Falling to the ground, a bloodied hole appearing on her thigh. Cease fire! Lu Zhe bellowed, rushing forward. Stop shooting. He positioned himself in front of Lan. Observing her on the floor, Lan clutched her leg, gasping in pain, yet her gaze remained fiercely fixed on Thunder God. Lu Zhe crouched beside her. Didn't I tell you to remain still? Must you be shot to comply? As he spoke, he reached to inspect her wound. The moment his fingers made contact, his expression shifted dramatically. The blood was abnormal, sticky and viscous. Lu Zhe raised his hand, only to find his fingers smeared with a greenish liquid. Moreover, the gunshot wound was emitting wisps of smoke. A faint green mist wafted from the wound, a nauseatingly sweet odor permeating the air. Lu Zhe's heart raced as he beheld the smoke, his scalp prickling. He spun around, shouting at everyone, fall back. Do not breathe. Something has gone awry. Academician Wang, still peering curiously, inquired, What is it? What kind of smoke? Virus. Lu Zhe stood up, his countenance paling to an extreme. This is a biological virus. This woman has brought the virus from the game into reality. Lu Zhe seized Dr. Zhao by the arm. Quick, fetch the antidote. Bring as much as you can. Sound the alarm. Level 1 alert. Seal off this floor. No one is to exit. All guards immediately sealed off every exit of the building. Activate the highest level of biological containment protocols. Cut off the ventilation system. Hurry. Director Li swiftly issued commands. The guards responded promptly. Although fear gripped them, they instinctively obeyed under Director Li's authoritative voice. Clank, clank. The heavy blast doors began to descend, crimson alarm lights whirling above, the blaring sirens echoing throughout the underground base. Academician Wang, take your team to the observation room behind the glass wall. That area has an independent air circulation system. Director Li shouted, gesturing toward the adjacent observation room. However, Academician Wang seemed poised to protest. There are no buts. This is an order. Director Li forcefully pushed Academician Wang toward the nearest guard. Take him away. Only Director Li. Lu Zhe, Thunder God, and several specially trained guards with riot shields remained at the entrance. Dr. Zhao had already dashed to the door, glancing back. Her eyes filled with urgency. I'm going for the antidote. There is stock in the warehouse. Hurry. Lu Zhe shouted after her. Bring as much as you can. Don't be stingy. Dr. Zhao nodded, turning and disappearing into the narrowing gap of the descending blast doors. With a thunderous crash, the doors sealed shut, transforming the space into a veritable chamber of confinement. At this moment, Lu Zhe had retreated to the side of Li Yuanchao. Lu Zhe, what on earth is going on? Li's voice was low and grave, his hand already drawing his sidearm and disengaging the safety. Lu Zhe's gaze was fixed intently on Lan. Li Buhou, this is entirely my fault. Lu Zhe made no attempt to deflect responsibility. I had forgotten about the biovirus. This virus lies dormant within her body. It must be her inherent self-defense mechanism that has activated the virus for the sake of augmenting her strength. Lu Zhe paused, his expression darkening further. He turned to face Li Yuanchao. The immediate priority is that the air here is contaminated. The smoke is laden with viral spores. He gestured around them. The green mist had begun to permeate the room. We have inhaled it. Thor's face turned ashen. Inhaling it does not guarantee immediate mutation. It depends on the concentration and the individual's immune response, Lu Zhe analyzed calmly. However, we must administer the blocking agent at once. Everyone, Lu Zhe emphasized, even those who were not injured. Anyone who has breathed in this air must be treated. Li Yuanchao nudda. As long as Dr. Zhao can bring back the antidote. Just then, Lan on the ground let out a piercing scream. Ah! She roared. Her body arched violently. Her once fair skin was rapidly transforming into a ghastly, translucent hue. She is changing. Lu Zhe stepped back, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Yuanchao. Everyone step back. Do not approach her. This is a frenzy. Lu Zhe spat the words through clenched teeth. Invisibility, high jumps, and incredible speed. Moreover, her claws are sharper than knives. Lan's transformation continued. Thor. Have the guards raise their shields. If she dares to charge, regardless of vital points, fire at will. But Thor hesitated. What if we kill her? She might still be a viable specimen. To hell with that. Lu Zhe exploded with fury. At this point, you still want a specimen? Our lives are at stake. If she dies, it's on me. Better than all of us turning into zombies. He continued, and it's not guaranteed that we can simply kill her. If she poses a threat, shoot to kill. Yes. With Li's command, Thor ceased to waver. All the guards aimed their weapons at the transforming monstrosity. The viral concentration in the air was escalating. Lu Zhe, possessing an immune constitution, felt less fear. However, he was concerned for the many guards. If more transformed, he might not withstand it. Sister Zhao, please hurry, he silently prayed. Suddenly, Lan became still, lying on the ground as peculiar rays of light began to refract around her. Be careful. She is about to become invisible. Lu Zhe shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lan's figure vanished before their eyes. Gone. Thor exclaimed, panic-stricken, scanning the surroundings. Lu Zhe's ears twitched slightly as he listened intently. Don't rely on sight. Listen for the wind. The room fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by their heavy breathing. And then, a faint sound emanated from above. Above, Lu Zhe shouted, looking up sharply. Almost simultaneously, a near-transparent shadow plummeted from the ceiling. The target was not Li Yuanchao or Lu Zhe, but rather a young guard stationed at the perimeter, clutching a riot shield. The guard had not yet registered the threat when he felt a weight descend upon him. Roar! A deafening howl erupted in his ear. Immediately, the transparent figure took shape. It was Lan, or rather, the frenzy. She perched on the guard's shoulder, her legs tightly clamping around his neck. Her claws, unhesitatingly, pierced through the seams of his bulletproof vest, driving straight into his collarbone. The guard let out a piercing scream as the shield clattered to the ground. Open fire, Thor bellowed. The rapid fire of bullets instantly rained down on that corner. The frenzy speed was astonishing. Bullets ricocheted off the walls. Cease fire. Everyone stop shooting. Lu Zhe shouted vehemently. Thor, tell your men to hold their fire. Lu Zhe dashed forward, seizing Thor's weapon. Are you mad? This is a confined space. Stray bullets could hit our own. Thor was drenched in sweat, his eyes ablaze. Then what are we to do? Stand by and watch her kill. Let me handle this. Your fire is obstructing my actions. Step back and guard the bureau. With that, Lu Zhe flipped his wrist, revealing the Nepalese dragon slayer in his hand. Everyone clear out. Lu Zhe charged forward with the blade. Lan noticed the weapon in Lu Zhe's hand, sensing the threat. Her initial intent to pounce on Li Yuanchao faltered as she redirected her focus to Lu Zhe. Come on. Lu Zhe stood resolute, the blade poised across his chest. In the game, I could defeat you. In reality, the outcome will be no different. Lan lunged without warning. Her claws aimed directly for Lu Zhe's throat. Lu Zhe stood his ground, his enhanced physique easily keeping pace with her speed. Clang! The sound rang out as Lu Zhe's dragon slayer firmly blocked Lan's claws. Sparks flew. The immense force coursed through the blade, numbing Lu Zhe's hands. The strength had intensified. Lu Zhe's heart sank. This force felt far more tangible and heavier than the mere virtual feedback from a game. Seeing her attack fail, Lan's body twisted in midair. Her other claw swept towards Lu Zhe's abdomen. Lu Zhe reacted swiftly, raising a foot to kick Lan's midsection. Boom! It felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Lan was sent flying backward, flipping in the air before landing gracefully on her feet. Lu Zhe also used the momentum to retreat a couple of steps, creating distance. Roar! Lan let out an enraged howl. The surrounding guards stood in shock. The creature they could not hit with bullets was being held at bay by Lu Zhe wielding a mere knife. Chapter 182. The blocking agent arrives. Lan activated her invisibility skill once more. The surrounding steel plates reflected light in such a way that Lu Zhe struggled to concentrate. Her already translucent body vanished instantaneously into the air. Lu Zhe closed his eyes, ears attuned. To the left. No, to the right. She is circling around, searching for an opening. Suddenly, Lu Zhe opened his eyes wide and swiftly darted to the left. Swish! A cold glimmer sliced past his ear, several strands of hair falling away. Had Lu Zhe hesitated for even half a second, he would have lost half his head. Lan's figure materialized beside him. Having missed her strike, she did not retreat, but instead lunged at him with even greater ferocity. Her claws flailed wildly, as if aiming to shred Lu Zhe to pieces. Lu Zhe's Dragon Slayer danced in a flurry of defense. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout, while fending off her relentless attacks. Lu Zhe sought an opportunity to counter, yet he found it increasingly difficult. Lan was now driven by pure primal instinct, devoid of any strategy, attacking with lethal intent. Moreover, her claws were so hard that they merely left white marks on the Dragon Slayer. Lucia, watch out behind you, Thor suddenly shouted. Lu Zhe's heart raced with alarm. Yet before he could turn, he felt a tremendous force slam into his back. It was not Lan. She was right in front of him. That was the guard who had just been infected. The guard, unaware of when he had mutated, had transformed into a secondary biochemical specter. He staggered to his feet and, seizing the moment while Lu Zhe and Lan were locked in combat, launched a surprise attack from behind. Get away! Lu Zhe retaliated with an elbow strike to the mutated guard's chest, pushing him aside. Yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, Lan seized her opportunity. She lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick directly to Lu Zhe's chest. Bang! Lu Zhe felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Crash! He collided heavily with a row of instruments, shattering the screens and equipment into ruins. As he fell to the ground, it felt as though his very organs had been dislocated. Coughing, Lu Zhe clutched his chest, attempting to rise. However, the moment he stirred, a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Lucia! Thunder God exclaimed in alarm, raising his gun to fire. Don't shoot! Lu Zhe shouted from the ground. He noticed that Lan had not taken the opportunity to finish him off. Instead, her gaze had shifted towards the group of guards wielding shields, or rather, to Thunder God beside them. As the head of security, killing him would dismantle the entire defense system. Roar! Lan bellowed, summoning her strength as she charged towards Thunder God. He was quick to react, unsheathing his military knife, ready for close combat. Yet, this was clearly a futile endeavor. Just as the critical moment approached, a figure clad in a white lab coat rushed into the room. The medicine is here. Dr. Zhao burst in, hair disheveled, cradling a massive metal box. Her voice captured everyone's attention, even momentarily pausing Lan mid-leap. This brief distraction saved Thunder God's life. He rolled away just in time to evade Lan's assault. Give me the box. Lu Zhe had managed to rise from the ground, ignoring the agony in his chest as he staggered towards Dr. Zhao. Lan also surged forward, aiming for Dr. Zhao. Stop her! Lucia bellowed. Thunder God, now on his feet, disregarded any concerns about friendly fire. Open fire. Shoot at her legs. Don't let her near Dr. Zhao. Hot tot 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 tot. The remaining guards, yet to mutate, fired simultaneously. Bullets struck Lan's legs, splattering green blood. While they did not kill her, the impact caused her to stagger, slowing her down. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhe dashed in front of Dr. Zhao. Where's the medicine? He demanded, gripping her shoulders. Dr. Zhao, panting heavily, her complexion pale, yet her resolve unwavering, replied, Here. It's all here. She dropped the heavy metal box onto the ground. I administered a shot to myself in the warehouse. This box contains 100 doses. I brought them all. Well done. Lu Zhe wasted no time. He flung open the box's lid, revealing a multitude of blue syringes neatly arranged within. This was the life-saving solution. His hands moved with lightning speed, devoid of hesitation. With a swift gesture of his mind, he commanded, Collect. Instantly, half of the medications vanished from the box. 50 doses of the blocking agent disappearing into Lu Zhe's personal space. He took the remaining 50 syringes and tossed them onto the ground. Sister Zhao, administer to Director Li and Dr. Wang. Thunder God, you do it yourself. The rest, anyone who can still move, come and take. As he shouted, Lu Zhe grabbed 2 syringes. At that moment, Lan had pushed through the hail of bullets and was charging towards him, enraged. Roar! Lan let out a piercing shriek. Cough! Cough, cough! Dr. Wong clutched his throat, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he collapsed to the ground. I can't breathe. Director Li supported him, also on the verge of collapsing. Hurry! Inject! Dr. Zhao rushed to Dr. Wong's side, plunging the syringe into his arm. Lan was now directly before Lu Zhe. One hand held a syringe, the other a knife. Come on! Lu Zhe shouted fiercely, advancing rather than retreating. He sidestepped Lan's claw strike, aiming to inject her shoulder with the syringe. However, Lan demonstrated her cunning. She shrank away, avoiding the needle, and retaliated with an elbow strike to Lu Zhe's face. Bang! Lu Zhe felt warmth cascade from his nose, blood gushing forth. Yet he clung tightly to the syringe. Lucia, watch out! Thunder God shouted from across the room, observing the unfolding battle. Lan, emboldened by her successful strike, did not relent. She turned and pounced towards Thunder God, seemingly still aggrieved by her earlier injury. Thunder God, facing Lan's charge, could only raise his shield to brace for impact. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Lan's claw etched deep gashes into the specially designed explosion-proof shield. The tremendous force sent Thunder God sprawling to the ground. Roar! Lan opened her mouth wide, preparing to bite down on Thunder God's head. He desperately pressed his shield against her neck. At that moment, the guards who had inhaled too much toxic gas could no longer withstand strain. Ugh! 3 or 4 guards collapsed simultaneously, their bodies convulsing violently. Their skin began to discolor, and their nails elongated. The entire underground base had transformed into a scene of biochemical horror. It's over. Dr. Zhao, having administered the injection to Dr. Wong, turned to witness the devastation, her heart sinking. Everywhere, there were mutated monsters, and the air was filled with cries of agony. Of the original dozen or so individuals, hardly a few remained standing. Lu Zhe wiped the blood from his face, his gaze hardening as he surveyed the chaos. Thunder God, hold on. Sister Zhao, take Director Li and find a corner to hide. The rest is up to me. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhe charged forth. This time, he disregarded Lan entirely. He aimed for the guards who had just mutated, still struggling to adapt to their new forms. Clearing out the lesser threats was imperative. Otherwise, he would be caught between enemies, facing certain death. Forgive me, my brothers. Lu Zhe dashed behind one of the mutating guards and delivered a powerful kick to the back of his knee, bringing him down. With swift precision, Lu Zhe swung his knife, but rather than slicing through the throat, he struck the back of the guard's head with the blade's flat edge. Bang! The guard's eyes rolled back as he fell unconscious. Chapter 183, 1v1. Lu Zhe spared his life. They had the blocking agent, which could heal them. As long as they were not fully dead, as long as they had not completely turned into rotting flesh, perhaps they could still be saved. Since killing was not an option, he would merely render them unconscious. Like a war god, Lu Zhe weaved through the mutated beings, using the knife's back, his fists, and feet to strike joints and the back of heads. In less than half a minute, the few guards who had only just begun to rise were once again taken down by Lu Zhe. After all, they were merely secondary biochemical specters, and the virus had not yet fully taken hold. Dealing with them was not a significant challenge for Lu Zhe. Thunder God, after dispatching the lesser threats, Lu Zhe turned his gaze back to Thunder God. He was still struggling to hold his ground. His shield was nearly destroyed, and Lan's claws were mere centimeters from his face. I can barely hold on. Thunder God gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Zhe picked up a syringe from the ground. Hang in there. The medicine is coming. Thunder God, throw away the shield. Lucia shouted. Though Thunder God was uncertain of Lu Zhe's intentions, he acted out of trust. He bellowed fiercely, channeling all his strength into his arms as he forcefully thrust the tattered shield he held skyward. Get back! Lan was caught off guard by this sudden outburst, causing her to lean back slightly. Seizing this moment, Thor released his grip, and the shield crashed down upon Lan with a resounding thud. Run this way! Lucia shouted. Thor scrambled and rolled towards Lu Zhe. Lan promptly shoved the shield aside, poised to pursue. Look here! Lu Zhe shouted vehemently, intent on diverting Lan's attention. Thor, hurry! Led those mutants over there to administer the blocker. Without hesitation, Thor dashed towards several individuals and began to drag them away. Lan aimed to continue her assault on Thor, but Lu Zhe would not afford her that opportunity. She leapt high, lunging at Thor. Get down here! Lu Zhe roared, his dragon slayer blade slicing upward with sudden ferocity. Clang! The blade met Lan's claw with a sharp sound, sparks flying. The impact sent Lan tumbling back, flipping midair before landing on the ground. Run! Lu Zhe yelled again at Thor. Gritting his teeth, Thor desperately dragged the mutants towards the observation room, where Dr. Zhao awaited. Quick, get in here! Dr. Zhao called. Lucia, you come quickly too. That room can sterilize at high temperatures. She won't survive. Thor beckoned urgently. Lu Zhe cast a glance at Lan. A flicker of reluctance in his eyes. He did not run towards Thor. Instead, he took a swift step towards the main control door of the room. Lucia, what are you doing? Thor exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhe slammed his hand down on the red emergency closure button. Boom! The heavy isolation door, which had been half open, began to descend rapidly. Don't worry about me. Just keep the others outside contained. She's my responsibility now. With a thunderous crash, the isolation door sealed completely, transforming the room into a sealed chamber. Lu Zhe turned around, inhaling deeply. All right. He tightened his grip on the blade slightly. Now it's quiet. Just the two of us. He regarded Lan with an expression devoid of emotion. His previous playful demeanor vanished. He was now composed and resolute. This was his doing. He must resolve it. I had intended to take you to see Academician Wang for a checkup, Lu Zhe muttered to himself. But it seems I must first treat this ailment. He retrieved a blocker from his spatial storage, holding in his left hand while still gripping the knife with his right. Roar. Lan seemed to sense the provocation and moved. Her claws lunged towards Lu Zhe. He did not evade. The room offered no escape. Instead, he raised his blade and braced for impact. Bam! A tremendous force bore down upon him, shattering the tiles beneath his feet. His knees buckled momentarily. Such strength. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, feeling as if his palms might split. The mutated Lan was undoubtedly stronger than him. Without entering a berserk state, he could hardly withstand a few blows. When Lan's strike failed, she twisted and landed behind him, clawing towards his back. Lu Zhe did not turn, instead rolling forward. Ryup. His back was slashed open, but fortunately, he had evaded just in time. Otherwise, it would have been a grievous injury. Lucia straightened. Come on. Didn't you want to kill me? Perfect. I want to give you a couple of shots too. Roar. He silently urged himself into a berserk state. Activate. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from within him. Now we are on equal footing. Lan seemed to sense the threat, retreating slightly while emitting a low growl from her throat. Run? Lucia chuckled coldly. The door is sealed shut. Where could you possibly flee? Lu Zhe made his move, this time taking the initiative. He was suddenly before Lan. She clearly did not anticipate this human's newfound speed. Instinctively, she swiped her claws to block, but Lu Zhe did not draw his blade. Instead, he charged shoulder first into her. Bam! The two forces collided mightily, sending Lan staggering back several steps and toppling a row of shelves. Lu Zhe was also rocked backward by the recoil. Again, he did not grant her a moment's respite, lunging once more. The two engaged in a brutal exchange. Clang, clang, clang. The Nepalese dragon slayer clashed repeatedly with her claws. Lan's strength was indeed formidable. With each impact, Lu Zhe felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle. Yet he could not retreat. He had activated his berserk state, and he had mere seconds of peak power. If he failed to administer the drug within this window, he would soon find himself overpowered by Lan again. Roar. Lan went wild, her attacks coming at a terrifying frequency. Her claws whirled into a blur of white light, rendering their trajectory nearly invisible. Lu Zhe could only rely on instinct to block. He bore several new wounds across his body, his arms and legs marked with deep gashes. Blood flowed, yet began to heal almost immediately. Too slow, Lu Zhe shouted in frustration. He sidestepped Lan's horizontal swipe, swinging his blade towards her shoulder. Thwack! The strike landed solidly, but her hide was too thick, her muscles taut as stone. The dragon slayer embedded itself a few centimeters before becoming lodged. In pain, Lan swiped back at Lu Zhe's head. He had no choice but to release the blade. He let go of the hilt and ducked just in time to evade this lethal blow. Now was his moment. Lu Zhe's eyes brightened. The knife was gone, but he still had his fists and the syringe. Seizing the instant when Lan's old strength faded and her new strength had yet to manifest, he surged forward, not bothering to retrieve his weapon. He wrapped his arms around Lan's waist. Down you go, Lu Zhe bellowed, straining to throw her down. Yet Lan's lower body was unnaturally stable. Instead, she bent down, opening her massive jaws to bite at Lu Zhe's shoulder. Get off. Lucia reacted swiftly, crashing into her jaw. Bam! The impact was solid. Chapter 184. She has returned. Lan's head snapped back from the blow, green blood spilling from her mouth. Lu Zhe seized the opportunity to let go and leap backward, now wielding a syringe. He had been lying in wait for this chance. Roar. Lan shook her head, visibly dazed. Her gaze locked onto Lu Zhe, her eyes glowing with intensity. Come on. Lu Zhe brandished the syringe, adopting a fighting stance. Lan charged at him, her speed even greater than before. Lu Zhe's pupils dilated. Here goes. He did not evade. He was gambling, wagering that he could outpace her by a hair's breadth. Just as Lan's claws were about to pierce his chest, Lu Zhe moved. His body twisted at an oddly acute angle, executing a perfect dodge. Slish! Her claws grazed his ribs, tearing away a large patch of flesh. Yet Lu Zhe did not falter. Using the momentum of his evasion, he pressed himself against Lan's body. This was her blind spot. Her long claws could not reach him at this distance. He raised the syringe and plunged it deep into the carotid artery on her neck. Roar! Lan seemed to sense the impending danger and thrashed violently. The needle missed its mark, striking the muscle of her shoulder instead. Even a miss would suffice. Lu Zhe disregarded it entirely, forcefully pushing the plunger. The blue liquid surged into her muscle, half of it injected instantly. Roar! Lan swung her arm violently. A tremendous force hurled Lu Zhe away with great ferocity. Bang! He collided heavily against the wall, the syringe in his hand flung from his grasp. Coughing, Lu Zhe slid down to the ground, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. The time for his rampage was drawing near. He cast a glance at Lan, who was clutching her shoulder and howling in agony. Although the injection had not penetrated her main artery, it had still proven effective. Her movements had noticeably slowed, and the green luminescence enveloping her had dimmed somewhat. It was indeed effective. Lu Zhe wiped the blood from his mouth. Since it worked, he would continue with the injections. He retrieved another syringe from his belt, considering the previous one merely an appetizer, with the main course still to come. Lu Zhe braced himself against the wall and stood, a grin spreading across his face, revealing blood-stained white teeth. Now, come here for your injection. He approached her step by step, while Lan retreated into the corner. With nowhere left to flee, suddenly, she lunged in a desperate last stand, leaping towards Lu Zhe with all her might. This was the moment he had been waiting for. She had no leverage in midair. Now was the time. Instead of retreating, Lu Zhe advanced, sliding across the ground directly into her descending path. At the moment they crossed, he lunged forward, not to attack but to grasp. He seized her ankle, suspended in the air. Come down, Lu Zhe commanded, exerting force to pull her downwards. Bang! Lan lost her balance and crashed heavily to the ground, face first, landing awkwardly. Lu Zhe swiftly rolled over and mounted her back, locking her waist tightly with his legs. Now, where do you think you're going? He declared, as Lan struggled beneath him, her strength still formidable despite the injection. Even after the fall, she remained a mutant. With a powerful arch of her back, she nearly bucked him off. Behave, Lu Zhe bellowed, pressing her head down forcefully against the ground. Thud! The impact was solid. Lan's struggles weakened slightly, yet her claws continued to thrash about, leaving bloody scratches on Lu Zhe's thigh. Damn, those claws are long. Lu Zhe gasped at the pain. This situation was untenable. Even if he had her pinned down, he could not administer the injection. Her arms were still flailing, capable of inflicting grievous wounds at any moment. She had to be rendered incapable of resistance. Lu Zhe's gaze hardened. He focused on her flailing right arm. Since you're thrashing about, don't blame me for being ruthless. He released his grip on her head and quickly seized her wrist. Her wrist was slender yet as unyielding as iron. Lu Zhe exerted all his strength, gripping it tightly, then grasped her elbow with his other hand. Crack! Without hesitation, he twisted, dislocating the joint with a sharp sound. Lan let out a piercing scream as her right arm fell limply at her side. Though the biochemical phantom felt no pain and possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, a dislocated joint could not be restored instantaneously. It would take time, and that time was ample for Lu Zhe to administer the drug. With her arm compromised, her strength was effectively neutralized. What's the matter? It's not over yet. Lu Zhe refused to grant her a moment's respite. He swiftly switched grips and seized her left arm. Lan seemed to realize his intent and desperately attempted to withdraw her hand, yet pinned beneath him. She could muster no strength. Lu Zhe's knee pressed firmly against her back, immobilizing her upper body. Come here, he commanded, forcibly straightening her left arm. Again, he targeted the elbow joint. Crack! A second sharp sound echoed as her left arm, too, succumbed. With both arms incapacitated, Lan's aggression diminished significantly. She could only thrash her legs on the ground, letting out furious roars. She was unwilling to concede, attempting to rise, but without her arms for support. She was utterly helpless. Now you've calmed down, haven't you? Lu Zhe panted, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The sequence of actions, though seemingly straightforward, had drained him of considerable stamina. To subdue such a powerful creature, even for a few seconds, felt akin to running a marathon. Lu Zhe retrieved a second syringe from his belongings. He glanced at Lan, still writhing. Don't rush. The medication is on its way. This time, he did not inject her neck, but instead drove the needle into her thigh, administering the entire contents of the syringe. Ugh! Lan's body tensed violently, then began to convulse. Lu Zhe remained atop her, observing the effects of the drug. He noticed her semi-translucent skin gradually altering, the eerie green veins fading. Her previously swollen muscles began to shrink. It was not enough. 2 injections had merely weakened her. She had not reverted to her human form. It seemed this biochemical virus was indeed different from the previous one, which had transformed him back into a human with a single dose. But with Lan, 2 injections had only diminished her state. More was needed. The 3rd injection followed. Lan had ceased her cries, her body no longer convulsing. The semi-translucent skin began to visibly revert to a flesh tone, and her long nails started to fall away. The repulsive odor began to dissipate as well. Lu Zhe pushed. Watching Lan on the ground, he awaited the final transformation. Time ticked by, and her body shrank, returning to its original slender form. The tattered red qipao, though in disarray, still bore semblance to its former elegance. Her skin transformed back to a pale hue. A faint groan escaped her lips. Lu Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. She had reverted. He exhaled deeply, thankful to have saved her. Yet, he refrained from immediately assisting her in reassembling her bones. Who knew if her emotions would erupt again? What if after restoring her, she lashed out? Chapter 185, 2 Paths. Lu Zhe checked Lan's condition. Her eyes were closed, her breathing faint yet steady, and her body temperature slightly low. She appeared to be all right. Hey! He gently tapped her face. Wake up. Lan showed no response. Playing dead, is she? Lu Zhe pinched her philtrum. Ugh. Lan furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. The crimson glow had vanished, along with the murderous intent, replaced by confusion and pain. She gazed at Lu Zhe, her expression vacant. What is this? Her voice was hoarse. Good to see you awake. Lu Zhe sat beside her. How do you feel? Still want to bite me? Lan moved slightly. A cry of anguish escaped her as she attempted to move her arm. A searing pain shot through her body. My arms, my legs. Lan stared in horror at her arms, twisted at unnatural angles, limp and uncontrollable. Don't move, Lu Zhe commanded coldly. They're dislocated. Dislocated? Lan was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Lu Zhe. You've ruined me? Ruined? Nonsense. Lu Zhe replied curtly. They're merely dislocated. Who made you act so wildly just now? Can you behave while receiving your injection? Lan recalled the events that had just transpired, though the memories were somewhat blurred. The exhilaration of carnage and the agony inflicted by the drug remained vivid in her mind. She had transformed into a biochemical specter, only to be pinned to the ground and injected by Lu Zhe. After a moment of silence, she lay on the cold floor, acutely aware of the searing pain radiating through her limbs. Where on earth was this place? What exactly was your intention in bringing me here? Lan realized that resistance was futile. Lu Zhe, however, spoke slowly. I told you this is a free world, devoid of war. Bringing you back was merely an experiment. I never intended to imprison you. She gazed at Lu Zhe. A free world? Lan echoed his words, a bitter laugh almost escaping her lips. But the slightest movement tugged at her wounds, causing her to gasp in pain. Is this what you call freedom? With great effort, she turned her head to examine her 2 incapacitated arms. You've rendered me a cripple, confining me within this metal box. Is this what you define as freedom? Lu Zhe remained unmoved, toying with the empty syringe in his hand. If you continue with your nonsense, I will administer another injection. His tone was flat. What do you truly intend to do? Lan gritted her teeth, questioning him. Kill me? Or use me as a subject for experimentation? Lu Zhe casually tossed aside the empty syringe. If I wanted you dead, I had 100 opportunities just now to sever your head. As for experimentation, he locked eyes with Lan. That depends on your cooperation. Cooperation? Indeed, cooperation. Lu Zhe rose, brushing off the dust from his pants. He approached Lan and crouched beside her. Instinctively, she recoiled, but she was immobilized. Don't move. He grasped her left wrist. Bear with it. What are you doing? Lan screamed in terror. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. She cried out, beads of cold sweat forming instantly. What are you shouting for? It's reconnected. Ignoring her cries, Lu Zhe seized her right hand. Just a little longer. Crack. Another sharp noise followed. Pain surged through Lan, and tears welled in her eyes as she slumped against the ground, gasping for breath. Yet she felt it. The uncontrolled numbness in her arms faded, replaced by excruciating pain, indicating that her joints had been realigned. Move him around. Lu Zhe stood tall, looking down at her. Lan tentatively wiggled her fingers. They were responsive. Slowly, she pushed herself up from the ground. Though it hurt, her arms had returned to functionality. What exactly do you intend to do? Lu Zhe leaned against the wall, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. He attempted to light it, but remembered the enclosed space was rife with viral remnants. and thus he tucked it away. He pointed to his head. I am quite intrigued by individuals like you, human weapons. I want to know who transformed you into this. I also wish to understand what your world aims to achieve. I need to conduct some research. Lan fell silent. She did not wish to become a specimen for experimentation. Yet, she lacked the strength to resist. Looking down, she observed her tattered qipao. Lu Zhe approached the heavy iron door, knocking on it. Thud, thud, thud. This door won't budge anytime soon. I just pressed the emergency lockdown button. The air circulation system outside must purify the viruses in here before the door will open. Turning back to Lan, he continued, Thus, we have ample time to converse. About what? She inquired. Let us discuss your future. Lu Zhe replied bluntly. You currently face two paths. The first, you continue your madness, pursuing your so-called freedom. In which case, I can only deal with you accordingly or hand you over to Academician Wang for dissection. Lan's pupils constricted. And the second? The second option is cooperation. Lu Zhe stepped closer, extending his hand. You assist us with examinations, with research. We will not harm your body. We merely wish to understand how your physique has evolved. I have no memories of that time. All I know is that my body has evolved, and I have grown stronger. I wish to become even stronger. Lan spoke up. No worries. We will conduct our research. Lan regarded Lu Zhe's outstretched hand. To become your research subject means there is no freedom as you described it. The two paths seem indistinguishable to me. She scoffed derisively. Imprisoned in a cage, subjected to daily blood draws, to be studied. You call that not being imprisoned? That is indeed confinement. Lu Zhe did not withdraw his hand. He regarded Lan with earnest eyes. Aside from research, as long as you harbor no intentions of aggression and do not threaten ordinary people, once the research concludes and you're deemed safe, you will have the chance to live a normal life. A normal life? Lan scoffed, as if hearing a joke. You think you would release me so easily? Lu Zhe grasped Lan's hand, pulling her upright. Of course, we will not take your life. The research is aimed at transforming you, solely to comprehend the entire technology. As for your future, it is contingent upon you. There are no mandatory missions to complete, no enemies to eliminate. You can learn to cook, watch television, and sleep until you wake naturally. Lan struggled to maintain her balance, swaying slightly, and Lu Zhe steadied her shoulder. Listen, Lan. His voice was low. I don't care who you were before, but here, as long as you comply and cooperate, I can ensure your survival. I can also protect you from being dissected. This man, who had just pinned her down to dislocate her hand, was now uttering such bewildering words. Yet, in his eyes, there was an authenticity that did not seem to harbor deceit or ulterior motives. It was the confidence of a strong individual. He had no need to lie, for he could enter life at any moment. Chapter 186, Cooperation. Lan inhaled deeply, feeling a fiery pain in her lungs. What if I refuse? She asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Lu Zhe released her hand and stepped back. Refuse? Then I can only toss you back into that pitch-black space. You will suffocate in there, and your corpse will still be subjected to dissection for research. The choice is yours. Lan's expression shifted instantly. That personal space, the absolute void, was her nightmare. No, she instinctively cried out. I refuse to go back there. Then let us cooperate. Lu Zhe smiled, a smirk reminiscent of a cunning merchant. It seems we have reached a consensus. Lan bit her lip, staring at the triumphant grin of the man before her, her heart brimming with hatred. Yet, she had no other choice. Fine. She managed to squeeze those words out through clenched teeth. I will cooperate, but I have a condition. Speak. I do not trust anyone else. Lan pointed towards the door. I only trust you. If there are examinations, you must be present. If they dare to act recklessly, you must protect me. Lu Zhe nodded. Deal. I'm a man of my word. As long as you don't lose your sanity, I will advocate for you. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. The voice of the Yuan Zhao resonating through the space. Lu Zhe, how are things inside? The air purification program has been completed. We are ready to open the door. Lu Zhe glanced up at the surveillance camera, giving an okay gesture. Open the door, directorly. She has been tamed. He turned to Lan. Are you ready? Lan adjusted her tattered qipao, sweeping her hair back. Though disheveled, she straightened her posture. The kind of pride that belongs to the strong, even in defeat, remains untarnished. Open the door, Lan said coldly. I wish to see what is so remarkable about your so-called reality. As the heavy isolation door gradually ascended, a rush of fresh air surged into the room. Imbued with the scent of disinfectant from its multiple filters, Lan instinctively inhaled deeply, but before she could fully draw in a breath, her body tensed. Outside lay a menacing sea of gun barrels. Dozens of fully armed special guards, wielding riot shields and assault rifles, surrounded the entrance, leaving no room for escape. Each guard donned a gas mask, obscuring their expressions. Yet, the palpable tension in the air was unmistakable, even to the most oblivious observer. Behind these sentinels stood Li Yuanchao, Academician Wang, and Dr. Zhao, who had just finished bandaging Thor's wounds. "Don't move. Raise your hands," shouted a guard captain. The simultaneous clicking of safety catches echoed in unison. A chilling sound. Lan's gaze instantly hardened, her instincts propelling her forward, a reflex born of combat. A hand pressed on her shoulder. Lu Zhe stepped out from behind her, positioning himself squarely between her and the menacing weapons. "Lower your weapons," Lu Zhe commanded, his brow furrowed, addressing the guards with authority. "I asked you to open the door, not to execute anyone." "Lucia, be careful," Li Yuanchao called from behind. "She nearly caused mayhem just now." "That was then," Lucia replied tersely. "It's fine now. I've come to an understanding with her." He turned to Lan. "Raise your hands. We wouldn't want them to misinterpret your intentions." Zhe Lu Dan, Lan Gom Li. Surrendering her hands was a humiliation she despised. Yet the warning in Lu Zhe's gaze and the haunting memory of the dark space compelled her. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lifted her hands. Though she surrendered, her eyes remained fierce, akin to a tiger momentarily retracting its claws. "See? Hands raised," Lu Zhe pointed out, directing attention to Lan. "Director Li, have the men stand down. This display might frighten her." Li Yuanchao hesitated, glancing between Lan and Lu Zhe, before finally conceding. "Lower your weapons." His voice, though quiet, carried weight. The guards, still apprehensive, obeyed the command, lowering their weapons in unison. The click of safeties being engaged broke the tense atmosphere, allowing a collective sigh of relief. Lan let out a cold huff, gradually lowering her sore arms. She surveyed the armed guards around her, a smirk of disdain curling her lips. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Lu Zhe ignored her remark, turning instead to Li Yuanchao, whose expression reflected the gravity of the situation. Despite the immediate threat having dissipated, the chaos left in its wake, along with the injured being carried away, served as a stark reminder of the peril that had just unfolded. Director Li, Lu Zhe approached, his demeanor unusually serious. "This is my fault." Li Yuanchao regarded him silently. "I should have been more considerate," Lu Zhe continued. "I was focused solely on bringing this girl back for our research, thinking of her as a living high-grade specimen. Yet, I overlooked that she carried a virus. Thor was injured, and several of our brothers have been infected. Although they received the antidote, their recovery remains uncertain. This is my responsibility. Had I incapacitated her beforehand, this calamity could have been averted." His sincerity was palpable, a hint of fear creeping into his tone. Had Dr. Zhao's antidote arrived any later, the base would have transformed into a nightmarish reality of bioweaponry, and Lu Zhe would have been branded a pariah for eternity. Li Yuanchao sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough. This is not the time for self-reproach. Such unforeseen circumstances are beyond anyone's control. What you brought back, whether human or technological, inherently carries risk. Our focus must be on damage control, not hindsight." He gestured towards Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Zhao, what is the situation with Thor?" Dr. Zhao, who had been examining Academician Wang, stood up promptly upon hearing the inquiry. "Captain Thor has received an injection, and his wounds have been treated. The guards who were mutated after being bitten were only rendered unconscious by Lu Zhe's hand, not killed. We administered the antidote to them as well. Currently, their vital signs are stable, and their skin color is gradually returning to normal. However," Dr. Zhao paused, glancing at Lu Zhe. "The damage caused by the virus to the nervous system is irreversible, even if they revert to their original state. Potential aftereffects, such as slowed reactions or intermittent aggression, remain to be observed." Tightening his fists at this revelation, Lu Zhe declared, "I will take responsibility." Chapter 187, Summon Zero. He added, "If anything happens to them, I will handle their family's affairs." "Let's not dwell on that for now," Li Yuanchao interrupted. "Our immediate concern is to contain the contamination." "Dr. Zhao, what is the spread radius of that green smoke?" "Throughout the entire room and into the corridor outside," Dr. Zhao responded. "Although the ventilation system has been shut down, some undoubtedly escaped when the door was opened." Li Yuanchao's expression turned grave. He seized the intercom. "Transmit my orders. Seal off the entire underground level 3. No personnel in or out. All ventilation ducts must be welded shut. Additionally, inform the medical team above to prepare fully armed." Having issued his commands, Li Yuanchao turned to Lu Zhe. "You and her," he gestured to Lan. "Though you both possess unique attributes, you must follow orders. Especially her." His gaze at Lan was laden with caution. "Lu Zhe, keep a close watch on her. If she makes any sudden moves, do not hesitate. Shoot to kill." Lu Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." He then turned to Lan, who leaned against the wall, rubbing her recently bandaged wrist. Did you hear that? He asked coldly. I heard, Lan replied, rolling her eyes. I'm not deaf. Then behave, Lu Zhe commanded, pointing to a corner of the room. Go squat over there. I don't want to see you moving around. Next time, it won't be just your arm that I disarm. I'll have you sliced for research. Lan glared at Lu Zhe, recognizing the ominous fury in his eyes. She understood that he was in a foul mood. With a reluctant huff, she complied, sulking to the corner and plopping down on the floor, turning her head away. What are you so angry about? She muttered under her breath. If I had the strength, I wouldn't listen to you. Lu Zhe ignored her grumbling and approached Academician Wang, who looked a tad pale. Old Wang, are you all right? Wang waved his hand dismissively, removing his glasses to wipe them. I'll survive. However, he donned his glasses again, fixing his gaze intently on Lan in the corner. This one is indeed exceptional. Lu Zhe, once this matter is resolved, you must allow me to study her thoroughly. Lu Zhe let out a rueful chuckle. All right, as long as your health can endure it. As long as she doesn't demolish your laboratory. You can conduct your research however you wish. 5 minutes later, the medical team dispatched from above arrived, dressed in heavy white protective suits and carrying various boxes. The lead doctor called out through his mask, Director Li, what's the situation? Li Yuanchao gestured towards the individuals in the room. Everyone is here. Aside from the injured who have been sent to the isolation room, the rest are present. The green smoke earlier has been inhaled by everyone. Although those here have received the blocking agent, most of the people in the corridor have not. Lu Zhe interjected, given the current circumstances, regardless of symptoms, everyone needs a booster shot. Director Li nodded in agreement. Follow his orders. Everyone form a line. Prepare for the injection. The medical team swiftly opened the boxes, revealing the blue blocking agent that Lu Zhe had brought back. All individuals lined up until everyone had received the injection. Is everyone done? Lu Zhe inquired of the lead doctor. Everyone in this room has been administered, the doctor replied. And what about her? The doctor pointed to Lan, who was curled up in a corner, coldly observing the scene. She doesn't need it. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. She is the source of the virus. Her body is filled with it. I've already given her 3 doses to suppress her back to a human state. The doctor paused, casting a few more curious glances at Lan, clearly intrigued by the virus source, yet hesitant to inquire further. Lu Zhe, Dr. Zhao approached. Everyone now possesses antibodies. But there remains an issue. He gestured towards the air. What about the virus in this environment? Although the fresh air system is shut down, these viral spores will still cling to surfaces, walls, floors, instruments, and even our clothing. As long as these surfaces are not thoroughly cleaned, we cannot lift the quarantine. We cannot remain in these outfits indefinitely. Lu Zhe nodded. We need a thorough cleaning. Ordinary disinfectants will likely be ineffective. This virus is highly resilient, resistant to both acids and bases. Unless, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment. High temperatures. We must employ high-temperature sterilization. But the equipment here cannot withstand that. Academician Wang interjected. This base houses numerous precision instruments. If we resort to high-temperature sterilization, many devices will be rendered inoperable. This is taxpayer money. Lu Zhe exhaled deeply. Old Wang, at this juncture, can we still be concerned about money? Is life more important? Or the equipment? Out with the old, in with the new. Academician Wang grimaced in distress. But we can't destroy everything. Is there no other solution? Perhaps targeted cleaning? Only disinfecting areas with the virus? But the virus is invisible, Dr. Zhao lamented. Our current testing methods necessitate sampling and returning for analysis, which takes several hours. By the time the results arrive, it will be too late. Lu Zhe stroked his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. Invisible? That's because you cannot see it. There are those who can. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Who? Li Yuanchao, Academician Wang, and Dr. Zhao turned in unison to Lu Zhe. 0, fetch 0. She can. Academician Wang's eyes lit up, realizing he had considered 0 as capabilities during prior research. In the corner, Lan overheard Lu Zhe's words and lifted her head. 0? She recognized the name, having heard of her disappearance. Glancing at Lu Zhe's silhouette, she mused internally, so this guy captured her too. It seems I'm not the only one taken. However, Lan glanced at her tattered qipao and injuries, reflecting, that 0 has likely endured her share of torment as well. Perhaps she has fared worse than I. With this thought, an inexplicable sense of balance washed over Lan. If everyone suffers, then it is not solely my predicament. The adversary is simply too twisted. Before long, footsteps echoed from the observation window of the blast door. A figure entered. Lan sharply raised her head, eyes fixed on the entrance, eager to see what misfortune had befallen 0. Had she also been maimed? Was she clad in tattered garments? Chapter 188. Is this Zero? However, when the figure fully stepped inside, Lan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. It was a girl, short-haired, composed, and strikingly beautiful. It was indeed Zero. Yet, she was not clad in prison attire or ragged combat gear. Instead, she wore a light pink sweatshirt, faded jeans, and white sneakers, holding half a bag of unfinished potato chips. If not for her still, expressionless face, she could easily be mistaken for a college student returning home from school. Lan's mouth hung agape, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. Is this Zero? Zero walked into the room, ignoring the heavily armed guards surrounding her. She approached Lu Zhe directly, tucked the chips into her pocket, and, in front of everyone, gave a slight bow. "Boss, did you call for me?" Her voice was crisp, even carrying a hint of innocence. Lu Zhe observed Zero's attire with amusement. "Oh, who bought you that outfit? And you're calling me boss now? Who taught you that?" "My aunt did. I watch television and noticed that bosses are called boss. I thought I should improve myself." Zero replied matter-of-factly, stating that her previous clothes were too tight and uncomfortable, while this outfit suited her just fine. Lu Zhe's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Her mention of aunt seemed to refer to his own mother. He could only sigh in disbelief. "Very good indeed. You look quite human now. Thank you for the compliment, boss." This scene left Lan in utter astonishment. Observing Zero's clean and comfortable attire juxtaposed against her own bloodied and dusty cheapao, the term boss and the obedient bow only served to shatter her worldview. Is this what life is like after being captured? Lan could not restrain herself from speaking, her voice echoing loudly in the otherwise quiet room. Zero turned her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked towards Lan. "Lan," she acknowledged her name, her tone flat, as if addressing a mere stone. "You are here too." Lan supported herself against the wall, struggling to stand upright. "How come?" She pointed at Zero, her finger trembling. "Why are you dressed like this? And why do you call him boss? Have you been brainwashed?" Zero tilted her head, observing the agitated Lan. She pulled a potato chip from her pocket and bit into it, producing a crisp sound. "Delicious." After swallowing, she leisurely replied, "There's no brainwashing. I think this is great. I have food and drink, new clothes, and everyone is nice." Lan was taken aback, gazing at Zero's earnest face, realizing she was not lying. She genuinely believed her current circumstances were favorable. Yet, Lan sought to argue. But words eluded her. Zero, choosing to ignore her further, turned her attention back to Lu Zhe. "Boss, why did you call for me?" Lu Zhe smiled, patting Zero's shoulder. "Today, I need your assistance. You previously scanned my body's biochemical virus status, correct? Can you scan the biochemical virus situation in this vicinity?" "Yes." Zero nodded affirmatively. Lu Zhe snapped his fingers. "All right then, let us get to work." Lu Zhe turned his gaze towards Li Yuanzhao and Academician Wang. "Do you see this? This is professionalism." Academician Wang adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with fervor as he regarded Zero. "How did I not notice before that she possessed this capability?" he exclaimed. "Lu Zhe, you must prepare a manual for her for me." In the corner, Lan leaned against the wall, gradually sliding down to the floor. She observed Zero, who was attentively following Lu Zhe's commands, her demeanor calm and even somewhat content. Within Lan's heart, the rigid defenses she had built began to crack. No need to die. All expenses covered. New clothes to wear. These phrases echoed in Lan's mind. What if she pondered silently? What if I, too, could be as obedient as her? Wabi would don such garments? Might I never have to return to that dark space? Lan lifted her head, gazing at Zero, who stood by Lu Zhe's side, exuding an air of compliance. Her expression transformed. What began as anger and disdain morphed into envy and, even more so, a yearning. Cooperation. She mulled over the word. Perhaps it is time for me to adopt a different approach to life. As long as I'm not confined to that dark room. As long as I am not subjected to dissection. Being a compliant employee seems tolerable enough. Subsequently, the group embarked on a thorough cleaning operation. Old Wang, with persistent curiosity, exclaimed, "Little girl, oh no, Zero. How did you come by those eyes? May I take a look? Just one glance? I won't use a knife. I'll simply shine a light on them. Is that permissible?" Lu Zhe intervened, blocking Academician Wang. "Cough, cough. Old Wang, be mindful of your image." Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a land of eagle sauce, within a White House, the renowned Oval Office, behind an enormous desk, sat the illustrious president, the Golden Lion King. Across from him, the head of the intelligence agency, Smith, was presenting a report. "You mean to say," the Golden Lion King began, his voice resonating with an unmistakable drawl, "that the Xia has conjured up new tricks?" "Indeed, Mr. President," Smith replied, wiping sweat from his brow as he handed over the documents. "This is our latest satellite reconnaissance report. Additionally, although sparse, we have received some intelligence from our operatives there. The Golden Lion King snatched the documents, flipping through a couple of pages filled with indistinct photographs. What is this rubbish? He bellowed, slamming the file onto the desk. I demand precise intelligence, not this pixelated nonsense. Tell me, Smith. He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Smith. What are they truly up to? Are they developing super soldiers? Or some damn genetic weapon? Smith swallowed hard. Mr. President, according to our analysis, both are in play. He retrieved a tablet from his briefcase. Look at this. He opened an image that depicted an individual wielding a knife, striking towards an unusual entity, which appeared to reveal another creature. This is a photo smuggled out by our insider at the base, Smith explained. It is the only image we have captured. But it suffices to prove that Xia has harnessed some form of biological technology beyond our comprehension. That faint silhouette is, in fact, a monster. Smith pointed to the translucent figure on the screen. Its physical capabilities completely surpass human limits. Invisibility, super speed, and that terrifying strength. If our SEALs were to encounter it, he hesitated, shaking his head. I fear they would be annihilated in an instant. Chapter 189, stored separately. The Golden Lion King's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the creature displayed on the screen, devoid of fear, only greed glimmering in his gaze. I want this, he declared, pointing at the screen. This is the key to making Eagle Sauce great again. Just imagine, Smith, if we could assemble an army of such invisible super soldiers. Who could stop us? That Eastern Xia? Or that Northern Bear? They are all nothing but trifles. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the coffee cups to tremble. Bring it to me, no matter the cost, no matter how many lives it takes. I demand results. Smith offered a wry smile. Mr. President, that may prove challenging. The base is currently fortified like a fortress. Our operatives cannot infiltrate. He gestured towards the blurry figure in the video. As for the individual, we have obtained intelligence. His name is Lu Zhe. His combat prowess is off the charts. We suspect he may be the core of this project. The Golden Lion King snorted disdainfully. There is nothing that cannot be purchased. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Go. Contact all our assets over there. Keep a close watch on that base and on Lu Zhe. The moment an opportunity arises, he made a slicing motion across his throat. Either bring him back to me or ensure he perishes without a trace. We cannot afford Xia to rise again. I want that monster alive. Smith stood at attention, saluting. Yes, Mr. President. However, Smith hesitated. Our insider at that base has not been active for quite some time. If we engage now, we risk exposure. He is our only mole at that level. The Golden Lion King waved his hand impatiently. Moles are meant for nailing things down. Now is the time to drive that nail through. Do not fret over the costs. As long as we can obtain that technology, it is worth burning an entire intelligence network to the ground. Go make it happen. I want good news before this weekend. Smith dare not say another word. Fully aware of his boss's temper, unyielding and exceedingly capricious. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. He exited the office. The Golden Lion King reclined in his chair, gazing out at the manicured lawn. A cold smile crept across his lips. Xia, no matter how deep you conceal yourselves, you cannot escape the watchful eyes of Eagle Sauce. Good things are meant to be mine. Smith returned to the underground command center of the intelligence agency, where the atmosphere was even tenser than in the White House. Dozens of screens flickered with various data and maps. The largest screen displayed the map of Xia, with a red dot pulsating in a remote mountainous region, the location of Lu Zhe's base. Director, the mole inquired, seeking the next directive. A young analyst approached. Smith's expression was grave. Mole, this individual is a pawn we have embedded into Xia's secret base. Or rather, a piece long forgotten. His name is Lu Wei, a researcher. Over a decade ago, while studying in Eagle Sauce, he caught the attention of the intelligence agency. Back then, Lu Wei was young, greedy, and somewhat arrogant. The agency employed the most time-honored yet effective methods, money and allure, combined with a hint of leverage. Lu Wei fell completely into their grasp. Upon his return, leveraging his gilded experience, he smoothly ascended through the ranks of relevant research institutions, eventually becoming one of the core researchers at this base. Though not as prominent as Academician Wang, he is certainly a key player among the mid-level staff. The intelligence agency had scarcely put him to use. Apart from some inconsequential information, Lu Wei had hardly been involved in any extraordinary activities. He had married and raised children, leading a life that many would envy. He had nearly forgotten that he was still a spy on the payroll of the Eagle Nation, until yesterday, when an urgent activation command was dispatched to his secret email. Where is Lu Wei now? Smith inquired. He is in the core area of the base. Excellent. From now on, you will maintain direct communication with him. Fulfill his requests as much as possible. What we seek is intelligence. Understood. At base 031, The team worked diligently for over 2 hours, finally managing to process the entire facility. It's done. Zero extracted a new bag of chips from his pocket, tearing it open. Clean. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of everyone present. In the center of the room stood a massive, fully sealed glass jar. This contained all the viral remnants collected by the decontamination team, guided by Zero. To prevent any potential spread, Dr. Zhao had instructed that these viruses be encased in a special gel solution. Now, the jar was filled with a green liquid, approximately the height of a person. This substance is exceedingly dangerous. If not completely destroyed, the consequences of any leak would be unimaginable, Lu Zhe interjected. Dr. Zhao approached with some documentation in hand. This material cannot simply be destroyed at will. At least, we currently lack a method for its annihilation. Li Yuanzhou Fronat. Then let us store it separately. Strictly control personnel access. Xiao Zhao, you are responsible for researching and identifying a means for destruction. Dr. Zhao nodded. There must be regulations, Lu Zhe proposed. Turning to Li Yuanzhao. Director Li, this substance must be stored in isolation. Find the deepest, most secure room. Access should be granted at the highest level. And the keys must be separate. Lu Zhe pointed at the electronic lock on the jar. This door requires authorization from 2 individuals to unlock. You'll hold one key, and Dr. Zhao will hold the other. Li Yuanzhao nodded, making a decisive call. Proceed as Lu Zhe suggests. Thor, yes. Gather a few personnel and transport this large specimen to the emergency vault on the 5th underground level. It was constructed to withstand a nuclear explosion. Understood. Several guards cautiously brought over a specially designed transport vehicle, securing the jar filled with green liquid onto it before carefully pushing it out. Lu Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. The greatest threat had been temporarily contained. Next, it was time to address another concern. Lu Zhe turned to the corner where Lan remained crouched. Lan had been observing everything with a cold gaze. When she noticed Lu Zhe looking her way, she huffed and turned her head aside. What are you staring at? Lu Zhe approached her, just examining the female lunatic squatting in the corner. I haven't seen you before. Lu Zhe extended his hand. Get up. What for? Lan eyed his hand warily. I'm taking you to a good place. I'm not going to undergo a medical examination. Lu Zhe, growing impatient, seized her arm and pulled her up from the ground. Though your limbs are reattached, it was done hastily. A thorough examination is necessary. Are you planning to dissect me? As Lu Zhe dragged her out, he assured her, I said no dissection. Besides, Zero is going too. Have you seen her being dissected? Lu Zhe called out to Zero, who was still munching on chips. Zero, stop eating and come along. All right, boss. Zero poured the remaining chips into her mouth, clapped her hands, and obediently followed Lu Zhe. Lan glanced at the brawny man ahead and the adorably clueless girl behind, letting out a sigh. What is this madness? Fine, I'll go. Chapter 190. Lan's medical examination 5 minutes later in the core medical research area. Lie down, Lu Zhe instructed, pointing at the large scanner in the center. Should I get on by myself, or will you assist me? Lan looked at the device, feeling a chill run down her spine. What is that? A holographic tomographic scanner. The ever-enthusiastic academician Wang appeared, clutching a notebook, standing behind the control panel. It can generate 3D models of bones, organs, and blood vessels. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm eager to see the data. Lan clenched her teeth. Glancing back at Lu Zhe, he stood with his arms crossed, his expression clearly indicating that if she didn't comply, he would throw her in. Fine, you win. Lan relented, removing her tattered shoes and lying down on the cold platform. Buzz. The machine powered on, and a blue light began to sweep slowly down from her head. Lan closed her eyes, her body tense. She felt as though she were a stripped white mouse, devoid of any privacy. Zero sat in a nearby chair, opening another bag of cookies she had somehow acquired, munching away, her legs swinging rhythmically. Lu Zhe glanced at Zero. Aren't you devoid of taste? How can you find this enjoyable? He was genuinely curious. Zero turned her head towards Lu Zhe, her mouth still moving. It feels really nice, and the sound of eating is pleasant. Lu Zhe was at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated such a reasoning. This was no robot. She was simply a glutton. Theoretically, her stomach could hold an infinite amount. Could she eat indefinitely? He shook his head in resignation. Time ticked by. On the control panel, the expressions of Academician Wang and several seasoned doctors began to shift. Initially, they were puzzled, followed by astonishment and ultimately sheer shock. How is this possible? An elderly doctor adjusted his glasses, leaning closer to the screen. Is this even human? Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhe approached. What did you discover? Academician Wang pointed at the large screen displaying the newly generated 3D model. Lu Zhe, look here. He indicated the area of Lan's abdomen. In the spot where her stomach should be, It resembles Zero's almost identically. Academician Wang called up Zero's previous scan for comparison. Indeed, the structures were remarkably similar. This material can be incinerated at high temperatures, and it can consume food, but if incinerated directly moreover, Lu Zhe noted, unlike Zero, hers extends an additional blood vessel directly connected to her arm. Her palms also exhibited subtle differences. The flesh at her center had been altered, capable of emitting high temperatures. Lu Zhe nodded. It should not only emit high temperatures, but also cold air. After all, he had witnessed Lan's Frostblade and Flameblade. The doctor's focus shifted, his finger moving to Lan's cranial area. What is most astonishing is right here. Look at this. Lu Zhe leaned in closer. Embedded within Lan's brain, near the delicate brainstem, was a chip the size of a fingernail. This chip was not isolated. It extended hundreds of probes thinner than a hair, deeply embedded in the surrounding brain tissue. Moreover, two particularly thick lines connected directly to her optic nerves. This is Lu Zhe's pupils constricted. A brain-machine interface? It's far more advanced. The elderly doctor stammered. This chip not only intercepts her visual signals, but also connects to her motor centers, and possibly the doctor swallowed hard. It may even connect to her emotional centers. Behold the two lines connected to her eyes. The doctor magnified the image. Her eyes, in truth, were no longer the original flesh and blood organs, though they appeared outwardly the same. Their internal structure had been fundamentally altered. It was akin to two high-definition cameras transmitting signals directly to a chip, which, in turn, processed the information and relayed it to the brain. If this technology were employed by the blind, there would be no more blind individuals in the world. Yet, here it was being utilized. The doctor shook his head in disbelief. This was nothing short of treating a human as a mere machine. Lu Zhe gazed at the chip, a sudden clarity washing over him. He understood much about why Lan could perceive those so-called values within the game. Her so-called evolution was indeed a transformation of humanity into machinery. The scanning concluded. The instrument ceased its operation. Lan rose from the platform. She observed the group surrounding the large screen, pointing and whispering, their expressions peculiar. What are you all looking at? Lan leaped down, barefoot, and approached Lu Zhe. Did you find something? Am I ill? Lu Zhe turned to face her, his gaze complex. Lan, are you aware? Aware of what? That there is something within your mind. Lan was momentarily taken aback. My mind? What's wrong with it? Lu Zhe gestured towards the screen. See for yourself. Lan lifted her gaze and beheld the red chip, an object embedded deep within her brain. Her complexion paled instantly. She instinctively touched the back of her head. Finding only hair and skin, nothing amiss to her touch. Academician Wang approached. You have been implanted with a highly advanced control chip. Lan stepped back incredulous. Impossible. I have no memory of such a procedure. I merely became stronger. I merely evolved. Then your memories must have been altered, Lu Zhe remarked coolly. It is quite possible that your perceived evolution and obsession with strength are merely directives from this device. Lan felt as if the world were spinning. The power she had always taken pride in, the evolution she had relentlessly pursued, was it merely a component installed within her as if tightening a screw? She believed herself to be an evolved new human, only to discover she was a mere prototype of a robot. No, this cannot be true. Lan Gai, cradling her head and sinking to the ground. I am human. I am flesh and blood. Zero approached, extending a cookie towards Lan. Don't be upset, Zero said. Being a robot isn't so bad. At least you needn't worry about falling ill. Lan swatted the cookie from Zero's hand. Get lost. Who do you think you are? I am human. Zero gazed at the crumbs on the floor, shaking his head in regret. Wasting food, that points off. Lu Zhe observed the distraught Lan, sighing inwardly. The truth was undeniably harsh. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The more pressing question remained. What was the purpose of this chip? Was it truly just for connecting to the eyes? Lu Zhe, this chip is suspicious. Academician Wang pulled Lu Zhe aside, lowering his voice. What do you mean by suspicious? Lu Zhe inquired. During the scan, I noted the chip's activity level was abnormally high. Even while she lay still, the chip was frantically sending signals. Academician Wang pointed to the red wave on the data chart. Moreover, the area it connects encompasses not only motion and vision, but also hear. He indicated a region deep within the brain. What does that govern? Lu Zhe, unfamiliar with medical terminology, asked. It governs emotions and memory. Academician Wang replied solemnly. The amygdala is responsible for generating extreme emotions such as fear and anger, while the hippocampus is crucial for memory storage. This chip has inserted probes into both areas. What does this imply? Wang inhaled deeply. It suggests that the chip may control emotions. Are you saying? Lu Zhe stared at Wang. Her emotional fluctuations are the doing of this chip? It is highly probable interjected the elderly doctor nearby. Is there a way to remove the chip? Lu Zhe asked. It's not that simple, the elderly doctor sighed. The integration of the chip with brain tissue is too profound. If it were an ordinary foreign object, even a bullet fragment, we could extract it through surgery. But this device, the doctor pointed at the myriad of probes. These filaments have intertwined with the nerves. Forcefully removing it? That's out of the question. It could lead to immediate brain death. Lu Zhe nodded in understanding. What about severing connections? If we cut the line that connects to the emotional center, since it manipulates emotions by stimulating the amygdala, wouldn't severing that wire be effective? Academician Wang shook his head, picking up an electronic pen to circle an area on the screen. In theory, it could work. However, the risks are too great. How great? Lu Zhe pressed. 9 out of 10 chance of fatality. Wang held up a finger. At present, we have no understanding of this chip's operational logic. It functions as a whole. If it were merely a signal transmitter, it would be manageable. The concern is whether it forms a feedback loop. Wang tossed the electronic pen aside, spreading his hands. To illustrate, it's akin to a precision time bomb. The red and blue lines are intertwined. The probe linked to the amygdala may not only serve as the output for emotional control, but could also maintain the voltage balance of the entire chip. If you cut it, what happens? If it triggers the chip's self-destruct sequence, or initiates a chain reaction in the cerebral cortex, at that point, not only would emotional control be lost, but she could also suffer from seizures or become a vegetable. Lu Zhe comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was akin to disarming a bomb without knowing the schematics. Who would dare to cut indiscriminately? Juan sat on the platform, listening to this group discuss the prospect of operating on her brain. Her face turned ashen, her hands instinctively clutching the bedsheet beneath her. Is there truly no other way? Lu Zhe turned to the elderly doctor. Even a more conservative approach. The doctor pondered for a moment. Currently, the only option appears to be craniotomy. If we do not operate, the chip will continue to function, persistently stimulating her amygdala, plunging her into states of irritability, mania, or extreme fear. Moreover, the doctor glanced at Lon. This intense neural stimulation is inherently damaging to the brain. Over time, even if she does not perish, she may succumb to schizophrenia. Lu Zhe fell silent. This was indeed a deadlock. Surgery posed a high probability of death on the operating table, while foregoing it would inevitably lead to madness. Additionally, there was another concern. Her emotional fluctuations would cause her body to oscillate between extreme cold and extreme heat. Both states could activate the cellular molecules within her, potentially leading to bizarre cancers and other afflictions. The matter of biochemical viruses was strictly classified. The elderly doctor was unaware. Cancer might prove to be a lesser threat than a biochemical virus. Lu Zhe turned to Lon. Did you hear that? He asked. Lon bit her lip and nodded. I heard. There's a tumor in your brain, and it's electrified. Lan Duka Wee Li. No wonder I've always felt like I heard voices in my head. Lu Zhe stepped closer to her. Now you've heard the doctor's words. Surgery carries no guarantees. If we refrain from surgery, you may very well go insane. What are your thoughts? Lon lifted her gaze to meet Lu Zhe's. What do my thoughts matter? My life is in your hands. If you wish to conduct an experiment, feel free to render me unconscious and perform a lobotomy. After all, it's a matter of life and death. Should I perish, it shall simply be my misfortune. To live, however, is your data. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow. Do not attempt to manipulate me with this broken logic. If I intended to treat you as a mere lab rat, I would not have wasted so many words on you. My inquiry is straightforward. Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? Lon paused momentarily, gazing into Lu Zhe's earnest eyes. Did she wish to live? Certainly, even if it meant existing as a half-robot. Even if a chip resided within her brain. The instinct for survival is inherent. I want to live, Lon whispered. Then remain still, Lu Zhe instructed, turning to Academician Wang. Old Wang, let's postpone the surgery for now. If we lack certainty, we must not gamble with lives. Though this chip is distasteful, it should suffice as long as it remains undisturbed. Academician Wang exhibited a hint of disappointment, yet acknowledged Lu Zhe's wisdom. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Lu Zhe then addressed the elderly doctor. Do you possess any medication capable of suppressing neural excitation? If we're stimulating the amygdala, cannot we cool it down? The old physician's eyes brightened. That is indeed a viable approach. We could employ a sedative along with some neuroblocking agents. While it may not provide a cure, it can certainly temper the symptoms. Then let us proceed with the prescription, Lu Zhe declared emphatically. Half an hour later, Lu Zhe leaned against the wall, clutching the medication as he observed the doctors conducting further examinations on Lon. He felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness. In the game, he had solely focused on retrieving her to uncover some cutting-edge technology or to bolster his team with a powerful ally. never considering the complications of aftercare. Boss, would you like a snack? A hand appeared before Lu Zhe, holding a chocolate biscuit. Zero had evidently opened a new pack of treats. Lu Zhe regarded her expressionless face with a tinge of envy. You truly seem unaffected by the gravity of the situation. He accepted the biscuit and popped it into his mouth. How can you still eat when that person over there might be on the brink of death? Zero tilted her head. She's not dead yet. The doctor stated that as long as we refrain from surgery, she is unlikely to die soon. Moreover, worrying does not resolve issues. Lu Zhe chewed the biscuit, slightly exasperated. Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words. Boss, you are hesitating. Zero suddenly observed. Did you notice? Lu Zhe replied. Indeed. Zero pointed at Lu Zhe's brow. The tension in your facial muscles and the constriction of your pupils reveal anxiety and indecision. You are contemplating whether to risk performing surgery on her. Lu Zhe shrugged. Yes. With this chip, her emotions could become a ticking time bomb, potentially causing me considerable trouble. If we proceed with the surgery and she dies or becomes incapacitated, it would be tantamount to my own hand taking her life. After all, she is still half a person, not entirely a robot. This decision is exceedingly difficult. While Lu Zhe was unyielding towards enemies, he maintained a moral line when it came to his own people, or those who had surrendered. If it were me, Zero interjected, I would opt against surgery. Why? Lu Zhe inquired. Because survival is paramount. Zero's response was both rational and chilling. As long as one is alive, there remains a variable. Once dead, all data resets to zero. Current technology may be insufficient, but that does not preclude future advancements. Your abilities are evolving, and so too is the technology of this world. Maintaining the status quo and awaiting variables is the optimal solution. Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He regarded Zero and then chuckled. Well said. He ruffled her short hair. You appear rather oblivious at times, yet in critical moments, you possess greater clarity than I. You are correct. As long as one lives, there is hope. Even if it means living with a bomb inside, it is preferable to death. The knot in Lu Zhe's heart loosened. He clapped his hands and approached Lan's bedside. She was undergoing neurological tests, tapping her knee with a small hammer. Enough of that. Lu Zhe waved his hand. The decision is made. No surgery. Lan's movements halted as she looked up at Lu Zhe, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Relief intertwined with disappointment. Relieved that surgery would not occur, but disheartened that the ticking time bomb remained. Have you come to a conclusion? Lan asked. Are you afraid that if I die, your research material will vanish? Lu Zhe did not engage with her remark. I fear your demise would necessitate a cleanup, which would be troublesome. He pulled a chair closer and seated himself. Since we will not be operating, we must establish some ground rules. First, you must take your medication on schedule. Regardless of whether it renders you foolish or drowsy, consume as directed by the doctor. Second, you must manage your emotions. Do not act out irrationally. Consider the chip. Your anger may excite it, potentially hastening your demise. For the sake of your own life, you must learn to adopt a more stoic demeanor. Stoic? You can find me here and expect me to maintain equanimity? I wish to be stoic too, but you must release me. Releasing you is out of the question, Lu Zhe firmly declined. At least, not at this moment. However, he shifted his tone. I will not keep you caged indefinitely. Should you demonstrate good behavior and maintain stable indicators, I may consider taking you out for some fresh air. Lan's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? I never deceive, Lu Zhe replied, standing. But the prerequisite is that you must act like a normal person. Cool me. I shall escort you to Dr. Zhao for a virus examination. Lan did not refuse. Lu Zhe guided her to Dr. Zhao's office to check for the virus, and then prepared to return for some rest, having been through quite an ordeal. He was already weary, and the report on the virus levels would take some time to arrive. Let's return, he said. Where to? Lan inquit wadili. To sleep, Lu Zhe indicated outside. You and Zero will be sharing a room just next door. Zero, keep an eye on her, Lu Zhe instructed. If she attempts to rise in the middle of the night to dismantle the place or tries to escape, you shall. He pondered briefly. You shall slice her open. Zero nodded. Understood, boss. I will keep watch over her. Upon hearing she would be confined with Zero, who seemed only capable of snacking, Lan protested. I do not require supervision. I am tired. I wish to sleep. Perfectly timed, Lu Zhe urged as he nudged her forward. Hurry and rest. The trio arrived at the dormitory area. Lu Zhe gestured toward the adjacent room. Go inside. It has a bed, a bathroom, and even a television. Aside from being unable to leave, it has everything. Lan stepped into the room and glanced around. While it was not a luxurious suite, it was a significant improvement over her previous dark confines or the sterile medical room. The bed appeared soft and clean. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. She mumbled before collapsing onto the bed, truly exhausted from both physical and mental strain. Zero entered as well, sitting on the sofa and adeptly tuning into a cartoon channel. "Good night, boss." She waved toward the door where Lu Zhe stood. "Good night," Lu Zhe replied, closing the door behind him. He could hear the television playing inside, along with Lan's complaints about the noise being too loud. A smile crept onto his face. Finally, they were settled. He returned to his own room and collapsed on a bed. These past few hours had been more exhausting than 10 rounds of survival game. The following morning, Lu Zhe sought out Dr. Zhao, who presented him with a report on Lan's biochemical virus levels. For the time being, it appeared stable, though Dr. Zhao noted that the current biochemical virus differed somewhat from the one previously within Lu Zhe's system. Although the blockers are effective, their efficacy seems to have diminished slightly compared to before. Currently, Dr. Zhao is investigating whether the effectiveness of the blockers can be enhanced. Lu Zhe shares the same sentiment. Previously, a single dose of the ordinary biochemical blocker could restore a person to their former self. However, now it requires 3 doses. To err on the side of caution, I suggest administering another dose of the blocker to Lan. Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. He tossed the report aside. Now he could take them out. Out? Where to? Dr. Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Shopping, of course. One of them is dressed in a tattered qipao, looking like a beggar. The other one hasn't changed out of the clothes my mother bought her. She needs at least 2 new outfits. I'll give Lan an additional dose of the blocker shortly. She should be safe, and I plan to take them out for a little excursion. To purchase 2 decent outfits. Additionally, Lucia smiled. It would also allow Lan to glimpse the true nature of our reality. Let her experience the sweet allure of a peaceful society. This would be more conducive to her transformation. Dr. Zhao hesitated. Would directly approve? After all, they are 2 dangerous individuals. I will speak to him. I will personally vouch for it. Chapter 193, Shopping for Clothes. Half an hour later, in Director Li Yuanchao's office. Absolutely not. Not a chance. Li Yuanchao slammed the table, causing a resounding echo. Lucia, you intend to take them to the mall? What if they go insane? What if that Lan mutates again? That S in a bustling area, full of civilians. Do you want to create a sensational incident? Lu Zhe stood calmly before the desk. Director Li, please calm down. You have seen Dr. Zhao's report. As long as we administer another dose of the blocker, there should be no issues. As for going insane, Lu Zhe patted his chest. I will only take them with me. It will just be the 3 of us. You know my spatial device. If Lan dares to act up, I will immediately contain her. I will not allow any disturbances for the public. Li Yuanchao glared at Lu Zhe. Are you confident? 100%. Lu Zhe assured him. Moreover, Director Li, consider this. If we merely confine them, we are merely nurturing prisoners. To truly transform them into our own, we must win their hearts. Let them witness the vibrant world outside. To understand the joys of being an ordinary person. Once they have attachments and desires, they will be much easier to control. Remaining cooped up in a cage will only breed resentment. Li Yuanchao fell silent. He couldn't deny that Lu Zhe's twisted logic held some merit. Sometimes, it is better to ease restrictions than to impose them. Very well. Li Yuanchao finally relented. But I have conditions. First, there must be no disturbances. Second, your communicator must remain active at all times. We will monitor everything. Third, and most importantly, Li Yuanchao pointed at Lu Zhe. If there are any signs of losing control, do not hesitate. Take immediate action. If even a minor error occurs, I will hold you accountable. Lu Zhe stood at attention, saluting. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Now, let us take them to experience the baptism of capitalist. No, socialist, new life. When Lu Zhe returned to the dormitory, the 2 troubled girls were already awake. Lan sat on the bed, staring blankly at the tattered qipao she wore. Her thighs were exposed, and her shoulders were riddled with holes. It barely concealed anything. Zero, however, was neatly seated cross-legged on the sofa, watching the morning news. You're all up? Lu Zhe entered, clapping his hands. I have good news. Lan looked up, her expression cold. Are you going to release us? Dream on. Lucia chuckled. Well, sort of. The weather is nice today. I'm taking you out for a stroll. Out? Lan was momentarily stunned. Where to? To buy clothes. Lu Zhe pointed at Lan. Look at your outfit. You resemble someone who just crawled out of a dumpster. Lan instinctively tugged at her tattered hem, her face flushing. She is a woman, after all, and she cherishes beauty. This attire indeed made her feel uncomfortable. Yet, she retorted defiantly, I don't need your charity. I'm not going. Really not going? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. Very well, Zero, let us go. I heard there's a new hot pot restaurant in the mall, and some supersized potato chips. Upon hearing this, Zero leaped from the sofa. Boss, I'm going. I want to eat the supersized chips. Good. Let us leave her here to wallow in her misery. Lu Zhe began to walk out with Zero. As they reached the door, Lu Zhe deliberately slowed his pace. Ah, the outside world is quite marvelous. Some people choose to rot away indoors. It's truly pitiful. Lan sat on the bed, watching the two departing figures, simmering with fury. But this room had nothing but white walls and a television. She felt she might go mad. Besides, she genuinely wanted to change her clothes. Wait, Lan called out. Lu Zhe turned around, a mischievous smile on his face. What's this? Change your mind? Lan bit her lip and jumped off the bed. I'm going. I'll keep an eye on you, in case you try to sell me. Fine, whatever you say. Lu Zhe chose not to expose her. But let me make one thing clear. Lu Zhe's expression grew serious. Once we step outside, you will follow my lead. No wandering off, no violence, no scaring anyone. If you dare cause trouble, I'll contain you and keep you locked away for life. I have some oxygen tanks on my spatial device. You shouldn't die, but you'll be confined indefinitely. Lan hope fat. Understood. Stop nagging. 10 minutes later, a black SUV rolled out of the base gate. Lu Zhe was driving. Zero sat in the passenger seat, still clutching the half-eaten pack of biscuits. Lan occupied the back seat. Due to a lack of clothes, Lu Zhe had found a military coat for her to wrap up in. She looked like a thief. Lan gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, observing the towering skyscrapers and the ceaseless stream of vehicles on the road. For the first time, confusion and curiosity flickered in her eyes. This was entirely different from the war-torn world she remembered. It was quiet here, and prosperous. Is this the world of freedom? Lan pressed her face against the glass, murmuring to herself, hold on tight. Lu Zhe pressed on the gas. I'm taking you to the liveliest place. Off to Wanda Plaza. 20 minutes later, the SUV parked in the underground garage of Wanda Plaza. WVE arrived. Lu Zhe engaged the handbrake and unbuckled his seatbelt. Let us go. Zero stuffed the last piece of biscuit in her mouth, pushed the car door open, and jumped out. Lan sat in the back seat, wrapped in the green military coat, wearing a disdainful expression. Do I have to wear this? Lan pointed at the coat. It looks like I'm begging for scraps. If you don't wear it, you'll be bare. Lu Zhe opened the car door, crossing his arms as he looked at her. After all, no one here knows you. If you dare to take it off, I'll commend you for your bravery. Lan gritted her teeth, wrapping the coat tighter around herself. Fine, let us go. The three of them took the elevator to the 3rd floor. This level was entirely dedicated to women-esque clothing. Although it was a weekday, the mall was bustling with people. Lu Zhe led the two peculiar women, attracting 100% attention. One was clad in a pink sweatshirt, walking while staring intently at the bubble tea in passers-by's hands. The other, wrapped in a military coat, barefoot in slippers, revealed a pair of pale calves. Her expression fierce, as if she were ready to kill. Lu Zhe walked ahead, resembling someone guiding children. This one. Lu Zhe pointed to a seemingly upscale store and walked straight in. The salesgirl, upon seeing this unusual trio, was momentarily stunned, yet she quickly regained her professionalism. Sir, are you looking for clothes? The salesgirl glanced at Lan. This young lady. Please find her an outfit. Lu Zhe gestured towards Lan. From the inside out. Everything must be replaced. Please replace this tattered outfit for me. The sales assistant nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly, miss. What style do you prefer? Lan remained silent, her gaze sweeping across the store. The vibrant skirts and the scantily clad garments caught her attention. That one. Lan pointed to a red dress, tailored to hug her figure, resembling a modernized cheapao. A discerning eye, Lu Zhe remarked as he settled onto a nearby sofa. Go try it on. The sales assistant took the dress and led Lan into the fitting room. Zero sat beside Lu Zhe, her eyes darting around. Boss, what's that smell? Zero pointed to a child passing by with an ice cream cone. That's ice cream. I want some. We'll get some after we finish shopping. After a brief moment, the fitting room door opened and Lan stepped out. Lu Zhe looked up, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 194, Two Gluttons. The red dress accentuated her figure perfectly, diminishing her previously intimidating aura and replacing it with a touch of cold elegance. Indeed, she was a top-tier beauty. How do you like it? Lan stood before the mirror, turning from side to side. She felt a bit out of her element. The fabric was soft and comfortable, unlike her previous combat attire, which was rigid. It's passable. Lu Zhe commented. Better than that military coat. So is this the one? Lan, note that. Can it conceal a knife? The sales assistant appeared taken aback. Conceal what? Lu Zhe quickly interjected. She means a nail clipper. He shot Lan a disapproving glance. There's no need to conceal anything here. This dress has no pockets. Disappointed, Lan touched the hem of the dress. No pockets, no sense of security. Then let's buy a bag. Lu Zhe waved his hand dismissively. That one, and that one. He pointed at several coats and pants hanging on the wall. Wrap them all up. And shoes. He gestured at Lan's bare feet. Find her a pair of practical shoes, none of those high heels. She might twist her ankle if she has to run. Lan observed Lu Zhe as he confidently directed the shopping. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. No one had ever bought clothes for her before. Hey, Lan called out. What? Lu Zhe turned back. These clothes must be expensive, right? Lan glanced at the price tag. 4 digits. Although she had no concept of currency here, she understood that it was a substantial amount. It's all right. Lu Zhe pulled out his card and handed it to the sales assistant. You don't need to worry about it. As long as it's comfortable to wear. Lan watched as the sales assistant processed the payment and wrapped the items. She leaned closer to Lu Zhe and whispered, Are you trying to buy me off? Lu Zhe glanced at her. You could interpret it that way. A sweetened pill, if you will. But I assure you, as long as you behave, these are merely trifles. Now, let's finish shopping so we can fill our stomachs. Lu Zhe took 0 to get ice cream. Within merely 5 seconds, the entire cone had vanished. Onlookers were astonished. It was their first time witnessing someone devour ice cream so voraciously. 0 had a ring of white cream around her mouth. Boss, I want more. What do you want more of? We're going for hot pot. Lu Zhe ushered the 2 women out. Lan, now clad in her new attire and sporting her freshly purchased white shoes, walked somewhat awkwardly. Yet, she had to admit, this feeling was rather pleasant. At the hot pot restaurant, it was peak dining time, bustling with chatter. Lu Zhe secured a corner table. The server eagerly offered hot towels and aprons. Lan frowned at the cheerful server's wrinkled smile as she accepted the towel to wipe her hands. It's unsafe with so many people. This place is the safest, Lu Zhe replied as he began ordering on a tablet. Beef tripe, duck intestines, fatty beef, shrimp paste. 3 portions of each. 0. Feel free to order whatever you wish. He handed the tablet to 0, who skillfully navigated the screen. This meat, and this meat. All meat? Lu Zhe raised an eyebrow. Vegetables don't make a pleasant sound when eaten, 0 replied matter-of-factly. Soon, the dishes arrived. The red oil broth bubbled enticingly, its spicy aroma filling the air. Lan stared at the fiery pot. What is this? Poison? If it were poison, everyone here would be dead by now. Lu Zhe picked up a piece of beef tripe, swished it around in the broth, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Delicious. He exhaled contentedly. You should try some. Lu Zhe offered Lan a piece of meat. Lan regarded it thoughtfully. She didn't need to eat. Her body was sustained by bioelectricity. However, she possessed taste. The chip may have controlled her emotions, but it did not block her senses. Clumsily, she grasped the chopsticks, lifted the meat, and placed it in her mouth. After a few chews, her eyes widened in astonishment. Spicy, numbing, fragrant. A cacophony of flavors exploded on her tongue. So different from the toothpaste-like nutrient solution she consumed at the base. How is it? Lu Zhe inquired. It hurts a bit. Lan gasped, her face reddened by the spice. Yet, she craved more. Exactly. Lu Zhe chuckled. This is the taste of being alive. Lan fell silent, engrossed in her meal. She devoured quickly. Although she did not experience hunger, the stimulation of her taste buds captivated her. 0, on the other hand, was even more audacious. She dumped an entire plate of meat into the pot, not bothering to wait for it to cook through before fishing it out to eat. Boss, this is delicious. This is good too. 2 women, one a half-human half-machine, the other a pure bioandroid, had at that moment transformed into gluttons. The plates on the table piled higher and higher, leaving the server astounded. The trio's appetite could rival that of 10 people at the adjacent tables. Add 5 more portions of fatty beef, Lu Zhe called out. He observed the 2 girls, incredulous at how much they had consumed. Lan wiped the red oil from the corner of her mouth. I won't get full. I find this feeling delightful. The meal stretched over an hour, with the 2 women utterly oblivious to the sensation of fullness. Lu Zhe decided it was time. He had had his fill. As for the 2 girls, they could not possibly remain there all day. However, when the bill arrived, it was still long enough to sweep the floor. Lu Zhe glanced at the receipt. Goodness. Over 2,000. You're truly saving me money. Lan peered at the number. Is 2,000 a lot? Enough for an ordinary person to eat for a month. Lu Zhe retrieved his phone to make the payment. But for me, it's nothing. You have a lot of money? Lan inquit. It's not that I'm wealthy. Lu Zhe replied, tucking his phone back into his pocket. It's that the state is wealthy. I serve my country, and in return, the state provides for me. As long as I don't break the law, this amount is merely pocket change. Let us go. Lu Zhe stood up, satisfied and well-fed. It was time to move on to the next destination. Lan rubbed her belly. Although she would not feel full, the warmth lingered. She watched Lu Zhe's retreating figure, then glanced at the table laden with empty plates. Is this what life is? No longer worrying about whether she would die in the next moment. Not concerning herself with the uncertainty of tomorrow. Only fretting about how spicy the food was. Lan suddenly felt that this life, perhaps, was not so bad after all. Upon exiting the hot pot restaurant, Luze guided them through a few more floors. Zero wanted everything she saw. Boss, I want that glowing one. It was a glow stick meant for children. Buy it. Boss, I want that giant bear. It was a plush toy over 2 meters tall. Buy it. Luze resembled a generous benefactor. Wherever Zero pointed, he would swipe his card. Lon followed behind, already laden with several bags, all filled with Zero's purchases. Are you out of your mind? Lon could no longer contain herself. You just buy her whatever she wants? What use are these things? She lifted the enormous plush bear. Can it kill someone? Or will it stop a bullet? The entirety of this is filled with cotton. A mere slice would suffice to penetrate. Luze cast a glance at Lon. All you know is killing, he remarked. Is this what you call happiness? Look at her. Luze gestured towards Zero, who was exuberantly waving a glow stick in the air. She is already acclimated to life here. They toil for me. So what does it matter if I spend a little? Moreover, have you not noticed that she has evolved into a synthetic being that gradually exhibits human emotions? At the very least, her emotional spectrum is richer than yours at present. As they passed by an arcade, the cacophony within captured Lan's attention. What is this? She inquired, gazing at the brightly illuminated machines and the players brandishing toy guns. A training ground? An arcade? Luze corrected, stepping inside and exchanging a basket of coins. Cool, mate. Give it a try. Chapter 195. The underworld is not merely about fighting and killing. Luze led Lon to a VR shooting game. Take this, he said, thrusting a plastic gun into her hands. Shoot the monsters that appear on the screen. Lon held the lightweight plastic weapon with disdain. Is this what you call a gun? The feel is utterly insubstantial. Enough chatter, just try it. As the game commenced, a horde of zombies sprang onto the screen. Lan's expression shifted instantaneously. Although she understood it was merely a simulation, her primal instincts kicked in. Bang, bang, bang. Lon squeezed the trigger, each shot resulting in a headshot. Her reflexes were astonishingly swift. The zombies barely had time to appear before they were dispatched. A circle of children gathered around, exclaiming, "Sister, you are amazing. Your shooting skills are divine." After finishing a round, Lon set the gun down. Her face bore little expression, yet a glimmer of pride sparkled in her eyes. Too easy. Boring. That's because you are exceptionally skilled. Luze poured the remaining coins into the slot. Let's try that one over there. He pointed towards a claw machine. You definitely won't succeed at this. Clawing for toys? Lon scrutinized the glass case. What is so difficult about it? 10 minutes later, beads of sweat emerged on Lan's forehead. The basket of coins was nearly depleted, and she had failed to grasp a single toy. This machine is broken, she exclaimed, slapping the glass. It's a scam. I will dismantle it. No, no, no. Lucia hastily intervened. This requires skill and a touch of luck. The claw is inherently loose. He inserted a coin. Watch me. Luze maneuvered the joystick, carefully aimed, and pressed the button. The claw descended, firmly grasping a Pikachu plush, and unsteadily made its way to the exit. Clunk. It dropped out. Here. Luze handed the Pikachu to Lon. This is a gift for you. Lon held the yellow plush, momentarily taken aback. You're giving this to me? No, do not give it to Zero. Who said I won't give it? Lon quickly cradled the Pikachu. This is my trophy. Although you caught it, I exerted effort and energy. Lucia chuckled. Fine, it counts as yours. He exchanged another basket of coins. Today, let us see how many you can catch. Lon regarded Lucia. Why are you being so kind to me? Yesterday, you want to kill me. Today you wish to disarm me. Now you're buying me clothes, taking me to Hot Pot, and letting me play. Do you harbor some ulterior motive? Leaning against the game machine, Luze placed an unlit cigarette between his lips. There is no ulterior motive. I merely want to convey that as long as you are human, I will treat you as one. Furthermore, money is ephemeral. We bring nothing into this world and take nothing out. My parents have pensions. They do not require my support. I cannot even spend the money I have. Spending some on you is merely an investment. An investment? Lan e go. Yes. Luze pointed at her. An investment that you want to go mad in the future and cause me trouble. If these few trinkets can ensure your compliance later on, then this transaction will be exceedingly profitable. Lon held the Pikachu, contemplating in silence for a moment. She turned away, resuming her battle with the claw machine. Dream on. However, her voice was barely audible. This investment will not leave me at a loss. As the afternoon wore on, Luze's arms were laden with bags. Is that enough? He mused, feeling a slight ache in his legs. Shopping is more exhausting than carrying a heavy load through rough terrain. Boss, there's south one more place. Zero pointed towards a supermarket ahead. Still need to buy food? No, gifts. For whom? For uncle and aunt, the boss's parents. Luze was taken aback. For my parents? Zero nodded emphatically. Yes, aunt previously bought me clothes, so I must return the favor. The television said that when someone takes care of you, you must reciprocate. But I had no money before. Now that the boss is back, it's perfect. Lu Zhe was both amused and exasperated. Where did you learn this? From the battle of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Episode 3, Zero replied earnestly. Come on, let us buy some brain platinum. She tugged Lu Zhe into the supermarket, heading straight for the health supplement aisle. Inside the bustling supermarket, Lu Zhe pushed a shopping cart, followed closely by two women who drew every gaze. Zero stood in the health supplement section, fixated on the array of gift boxes. This one, brain platinum I want. This one, deep sea fish oil I want. And this one, sliced ginseng I want. Lu Zhe observed the mountain of boxes accumulating in the cart, his lips twitching. That's enough. He removed a box of bird's nest and placed it back on the shelf. My parents are in good health. They can't possibly consume this many tonics. Or they be nosebleeding from excess. Boss, I believe it should be fine. Zero placed the bird's nest back into the cart. Aunt bought me clothes last time. She gestured to her pink sweatshirt. This is called reciprocity. Lon stood nearby, holding her own shopping bag, looking at Zero as if she were a fool. Are you out of your mind? Lon could no longer contain herself. Those are his parents, not yours. Why are you buying so many things? Besides, you're using your boss's money to buy gifts for your boss's parents. What kind of reciprocity is that? Zero turned to Lon, her expression one of incredulity, as if she were addressing an illiterate. You don't understand. Last time the boss took me back and introduced me to uncle and aunt as his girlfriend. Girlfriend? Lon's eyes widened as she glanced between Zero and Lu Zhe. You? A robot? That's absurd. Lu Zhe quickly interjected. That was merely to placate the old folks urging for marriage, a temporary facade. Regardless of its authenticity, Zero asserted with utmost seriousness that identity has taken effect. Since Aunt received me as a prospective daughter-in-law and even presented me with a welcome gift, I must reciprocate in kind. That is the rule. Lon was momentarily taken aback. What nonsensical rules? Who established them? The battle of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, temptation of going home, they all depict such scenarios. If you don't buy gifts, you'll be scorned by the mother-in-law, leading to familial discord and ultimately divorce, even though marriage hasn't even occurred yet. Lu Zhe smacked his forehead in disbelief. Who recommended these dramas to you? Can't you watch something normal? If I were to suggest cultivation stories, would you start practicing Qigong? This is called studying human sociology, Zero corrected. Then she turned to Lon, her tone earnest. Lon, there's still much you need to learn. The underworld is not merely about fighting and killing. Then what is it? Lon instinctively asked. It's about human relationships and social intricacies. Chapter 196, a new map challenge mode, the ruins of Giant City. After finishing her statement, Zero tossed 2 bottles of Mao Tai into the cart. Uncle loves to drink. This is a must-buy. The television series mentioned that to win over the father-in-law, one must first win over his cup. Lon was utterly astonished. In that moment, Zero resembled a human more than Lon did. Her intellectual prowess was genuinely impressive. However, she absorbed everything. Lu Zhe's expression was somewhat troubled, prompting him to consider restricting Zero's scope of knowledge acquisition. If, during their next viewing of another television drama, she were to witness the protagonists kissing and reclining on a bed, would she not seek to investigate the intricacies of human reproduction? Meanwhile, Lon was contemplating the phrase human relationships. Zero mused that material possessions could be procured. After all, it was merely a matter of charging it to his card. It could be considered a filial duty to the elderly. However, remember this, do not watch such dramas again in the future, Lu Zhe admonished, pointing at the pile of items. Furthermore, under no circumstances should you utter any phrases from these dramas in front of my parents, or else my mother might genuinely believe that I intend to marry you. Understood, boss, Zero replied with an okay gesture. As they approached the checkout, Lu Zhe cast an eye over the lengthy bill, feeling a pang in his wallet. Yet, within that discomfort there was a hint of satisfaction. At least, Zero was increasingly resembling a human being. As for Lon, despite her verbal disdain, she trailed behind, staring blankly at the health supplements, lost in thought. Perhaps she too pondered whether she would have the opportunity to navigate such social intricacies. Time to go back, Lu Zhe declared, burdened with bags in hand. Having spent a day out, if they returned late, it would be challenging to bring them out again next time. Once back at the car, Lu Zhe tossed the items into the trunk, started the engine, and headed straight for the base. On the way, Lon suddenly spoke up. Hey, what's wrong? Lu Zhe glanced at the rearview mirror. Lon hesitated, if I were to learn about this human relationships thing, would that mean I could be free like her? Lu Zhe chuckled. That depends on how well you learn. However, the fact that you refrained from resorting to violence today is a commendable start. Take your time. As soon as they arrived at the base, Lu Zhe heard the system's voice. New mission triggered. Target world, CrossFire challenge mode. Map, giant city ruins, giant city hard mode. Difficulty, hard, system's initial difficulty, increases with the number of rounds. Mission objective, clear 31 rounds and defeat the final boss, the Mad Titan. Special restrictions, none. Team configuration, 1-person squad, host, 0 teammates. Failure penalty, deprivation of host skills and reduction of host physical attributes to beginner level. Luze took a deep breath. Giant city. He was all too familiar with that name. Get out of the car. I need to go to the conference room. You should come with me, he instructed. Although Lon and Zero were unaware of what was happening, they complied with Luze's command. The conference room was already filled with people, clearly aware that Luze's mission was due for renewal. Luze, you finally returned, Director Lee remarked, gesturing to an empty seat. Take a seat. The CF champions. Upon seeing the 2 women behind Luze, were taken aback. They had seen Zero before, but what was with her attire? And the beauty in the red dress beside her? White Shark rubbed his eyes vigorously and nudged the 70 kilograms individual beside him. Old 7. Doesn't that girl in the red dress resemble on? 70 kilograms squinted his characteristic small eyes, staring intently for a moment. Holy crap, it really does look like her. Did you bring Lon out? Even gulped audibly from the side. This is too stunning, even more beautiful than the character models in the game. Lon, with her keen hearing, caught their whispers and furrowed her brow, glaring in their direction. The 3 champions were startled and hastily lowered their heads to drink water. All right, Lucia. What's the new mission? Luze replied, Giant City Ruins. Giant City Ruins? White Shark spoke first, his tone tinged with nostalgia and seriousness. That map is a classic. It was a must-play for farming crystal boxes back in our day. But this map has many peculiarities, and the terrain is complex, 70 kilograms added. Especially that Titan at the end, it's tough to defeat. Luze leaned back in his chair, observing the map preview on screen. It depicted a massive, abandoned circular city structure, with a low-lying area in the center, surrounded by high-rise buildings and corridors. There's also the iconic abandoned train, reminiscent of the Water City. Still purely PvE, focusing on monster combat, with an overwhelming number of foes. Luze began to speak. According to the system's hints, there will be 31 rounds this time. The number and strength of the monsters will increase with each round. Since it's Giant City, we need to strategize carefully, Luze continued. There are several critical points on this map. White Shark pointed at the second-floor corridor on the map. This long passageway on the second floor is one of the densest monster spawning areas. However, the advantage here is that monsters can only approach from both ends, making it easier to group them. And the top of that train car, 70 kilograms, chimed in. They used to be a good spot to trap monsters. I wonder if it still works in reality. And the Gatling guns. Even pointed out several fixed machine gun positions on the map. These Vulcan Gatlings are crucial for clearing the levels, especially when battling the boss. We must utilize them well. The group exchanged ideas, discussing various strategies as if they had just played the game yesterday. The more Lon listened, the more confused she became, struggling to understand what they were discussing. However, she remained silent and turned her gaze toward Luze, hoping he would clarify her doubts. Luze noticed the look of confusion and unease in her eyes. He realized that the veil of misunderstanding needed to be pierced sooner or later, initially intending to wait a bit longer before addressing it. He decided now was the time to be forthright. Lon, Luze's voice was calm. Do you believe that the world you lived in before was real? Lon was taken aback. What do you mean? Why was there only combat in that place? Why do some missions revive you regardless of how many times you die? Luze's question struck Lan's heart like a hammer. Because that was a game. You were a character within that game. As for whether your previous world was real or not, that requires further exploration. Lon stood there stunned. Chapter 197, Strategy. All eyes were now on Lon. Luze simply watched her, offering no encouragement. He understood how difficult this was to accept. Anyone with self-awareness, suddenly informed that they were merely a character in a game, would likely struggle to cope. He braced himself for the possibility of Lon breaking down. Yet she did not. After several minutes, Lon lowered her head, glancing at her hands. They had just been manicured them all, the red polish gleaming. She touched the dress she was wearing. Fake. Lon finally spoke, her voice soft, devoid of hysteria. Only an indescribable confusion. That world, those battles were all fake? For me, it was a game, Luze answered directly. But for you, it was once your reality. However, now you are here. Luze gestured to the floor beneath them. Here, there are no resurrection coins. Death is final. You are very much alive. Lon fell silent, taking a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself. Just when everyone expected her to explode, she suddenly let out a cold laugh. Huh. She found an empty chair and casually plopped down, her posture relaxed, even somewhat arrogant. So that is how it is. All right, I understand. You all may continue. Lan's acceptance was so swift that it left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Even Li Yuanzhao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated the need to consult a psychologist for guidance. To his surprise, this woman had managed to counsel herself effectively. Has she truly come to terms with it? Bai Sha murmured softly from the side. Lan turned her head, casting a cold glance in his direction. What else could be done? Since the reality cannot be altered, one must adapt to it. This is the law of survival. After stating this, Lan fell silent, sitting quietly as an observer, her gaze fixed upon the screen. However, her hands were tightly gripping the armrests of her chair, her knuckles turning pale. Clearly, the tranquility she projected was merely superficial. Nevertheless, she endured. Well then, since Lan is fine now, let us return to the matter at hand. Lu Zhe rapped on the table, drawing everyone's attention back. The upcoming task is no trivial matter. Lu Zhe pointed at the map displayed on the screen, the ruins of Giant City. A total of 31 levels. Moreover, Lu Zhe paused momentarily, surveying each individual present. The system has imposed a restriction this time. No teammates. What? Before Li Yuanzhao could fully process this information, Bai Sha had already leaped to his feet. No teammates. Lu Zhe, are you jesting? The ruins of Giant City. That was designed for 4 players. If it were set to normal difficulty, one could slowly grind through with an infinite ammo weapon. But this is set to hard difficulty. The health and attack power of the monsters are doubled. Furthermore, in the later stages, the creatures will swarm from all directions. With only 2 hands, how can one defend? Even 70 kilograms furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lucia, this is utterly ridiculous. Especially in the final stage, there are 3 titans. Those beings possess charging skills and missiles. If you draw their aggro alone, there will be no room for output. Once surrounded, it would be a certain death. The conference room erupted in chaos. Everyone present had played the game and understood how difficult it was to solo the ruins of Giant City, let alone in reality. In real life, people can become fatigued. Continuous high-intensity combat for several hours, while also needing to reposition and deal damage. No one could withstand that. Suddenly, Lucia schmoiled. It isn't entirely hopeless. The system stated that I wouldn't be matched with player teammates. This means there won't be individuals like Bai Lang or Tai Chi. However, Lu Zhe turned to the 2 women behind him. It did not specify that personal items couldn't be brought along. Zedo, Lan, according to the system's assessment, they are considered my followers or items. Since they belong to me, it seems reasonable to take them along, does it not? Everyone was taken aback for a moment before simultaneously turning their gazes towards Zero and Lan. Zero, munching on a half-finished bag of chips, felt the eyes upon her. Raised her head, cheeks puffed out. Boss, do I get to go as well? Yes, Lu Zhe nodded. Not only to go, but also to work. Are there chips to eat? No, we will discuss that after completing the task. No problem. Zero gave an okay gesture and resumed her snack. Lan, on the other hand, narrowed her eyes. You wanted to go fight that giant city? What isn't it for me? Lucia mit her Geish. An opportunity to broaden your horizons. Moreover, a chance to vent your frustrations. Are you not seething inside? You can slay as many monsters as you wish without anyone intervening. Lan pondered for a moment. Indeed, she was filled with pin-up energy that needed an outlet. Slaying Bios. This task was well within her expertise. Anzai, Lan not dead? I'll go, but I lack weaponry. I have some. Lu Zhe patted his chest. Once inside, you will have access to whatever firearms you desire. Li Yuanzhao, listening to their conversation, felt a slight sense of relief. 3 individuals, while still a bit short, were certainly better than 1. Furthermore, both Zero and Lan were not ordinary individuals. Their combat prowess should pose no issue. However, Li Yuanzhao pointed at the map. Merely having personnel is insufficient. We need a strategy. Given the vastness of this map, how will the 3 of you defend it? Lu Zhe, do you have a plan? Lu Zhe approached the large screen and picked up a laser pointer. The plan is quite simple. We will hold this position. The red laser landed on a corridor on the 2nd floor of the map. For monsters to attack this location, they can only ascend via the staircases at either end or leap through the adjacent windows. However, as long as we secure this spot, the monsters will line up in a single file. At that point, whether we utilize machine guns or grenades, our efficiency will be at its peak. This is commonly referred to as gathering monsters. Lu Zhe continued. Precisely. This time, I haven't brought along those deadweight players, just the 3 of us, Lan, Zero, and myself. Our firepower will undoubtedly surpass that of a typical 4-player team. Therefore, as long as we don't scatter, holding this position will make the first 20 levels essentially free points. Listening to their analysis from below, Lan found herself grasping some of the terminology, even if she didn't fully understand phrases like gathering monsters or free points. Yet, Gazing at the terrain map, her years of combat experience allowed her to discern that the position was indeed defensible. But what about the later stages? Lan Sudeli Intevet, pointing at the enormous pit in the center of the map. It appears there is a colossal creature lurking within. If it is a monster of such size, can this corridor truly withstand it? Lu Zhe regarded Lan with appreciation. Her combat intuition is remarkably sharp. She has pinpointed a crucial issue. Lu Zhe switched the map display, revealing a massive creature, the Titan. This is the final boss. It certainly poses a significant threat. It can charge. If it strikes us in the corridor, we would be reduced to mere pulp. Moreover, it can launch missiles. In such a confined space, there would be nowhere to evade. Thus, when confronting the Titan, we cannot remain in the corridor. Lu Zhe shifted the laser pointer to the first floor of the map, where a line of abandoned train cars and several stationary heavy machine gun turrets were located. This is what we call fire coverage. Lu Zhe indicated the turrets. They have ample ammunition, rapid firing rates, and immense power. To combat the Titan, we must rely on these. However, 70 kilograms adjusted his glasses, raising a query. Lucia, have you considered that reality is not a game? In a game, one merely presses a key to access the machine gun, and regardless of how the monsters attack, as long as you hold the trigger, the firing continues. However, the world you are entering may differ from the game. Those machine guns are fixed in place. If you stand there, you become a target. If the Titan fires a missile at you or charges in for a punch, you won't even have time to flee. Lucia nodded. I acknowledge that, but I have devised alternative strategies. Also, there is the matter of drawing aggro. Lu Zhe turned his gaze to Lan. Lan, this task falls to you. Lan furrowed her brows. Me? You want me to go and get myself killed? Not to die, but to kite. Lucia clarified. When the Titan emerges, you will run below, attracting its attention. As long as it chases you, I can use the Gatling gun from above. When it turns to attack me, you can distance yourself and shoot in the rear. We'll play a game of cat and mouse with it. Although Lan had never heard of this cat and mouse game, she grasped Lu Zhe's meaning. She was to serve as bait. All right, Lan agreed decisively. Lu Zhe then turned to Zero. Zero, your task is the most demanding. Me? Boss, what am I to do? You are to protect me. Lu Zhe pointed at the stationary machine gun positions. When I'm manning the machine gun, my back will be exposed. At that moment, countless minions would undoubtedly rush toward me, eager to bite my rear. You must stand behind me, eliminating each one that approaches, slay one, and two a pair. Even if it's a self-destructing phantom, you must shield me from it. Nothing must disturb my output. Zero swallowed a chip, her expression turning serious. She rose and saluted. Understood, boss. Excellent. Lu Zhe felt quite satisfied. Although the team was small, their configuration was decent. As long as they coordinated well, clearing the level would not pose a problem. Lu Zhe, the 70 kilograms player, suddenly spoke up. The Mad Titan, main Titan, in level 31 can fly in the sky. It will leap into the air to perform ground-smashing attacks, and when its health is low, it will ascend to recover and open a portal to summon minions. If it regains health in the air while other minions are present, it will be quite challenging to deal with, given the limited human sight. Lu Zhe's expression shifted. He had forgotten this crucial detail. The main issue was that level 31 featured 3 Titans. If one flew above, while 2 remained on the ground, they might indeed struggle to withstand the onslaught. This was a significant dilemma. White Shark also realized the gravity of the situation. You can handle the ones below, but not the ones above. Moreover, while those Gatling guns are fierce, their elevation angle is limited. If the monsters fly directly overhead, the Gatling guns cannot reach them. Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the meeting room, contemplating a solution. His first choice was a disruptor, but he couldn't rely solely on that. What if it proved ineffective? He needed to consider alternatives, at least have a backup plan. Just when everyone was at a loss, Zero spoke up. Boss, why not use drones? Drones? Lu Zhe was taken aback, and everyone turned to look at Zero. I've seen on television that modern warfare employs drones, swarm tactics. If we deploy a swarm of drones in the sky, allowing them to open fire or provide early warnings, wouldn't that create numerous attack points? Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. Holy smokes. Zero, you're an absolute genius. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, why didn't I think of that? Drones. In the system's assessment, they definitely count as weapons. As long as they are weapons, I can bring them in. Lu Zhe turned to Academician Wang, his gaze fervent. Li Bureau, do we have any drones in our base? The kind that are fast, agile, and preferably capable of carrying weapons. Drones? Li Yuan Zhao was momentarily stunned and glanced at Academician Wang beside him. Do we have any in storage? Academician Wang adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed in a deep crease. We do have some, but... He turned to Lu Zhe. How large do you need them? Do you want reconnaissance or strike capabilities? If they're the larger models like Rainbow or Pterodactyl, your personal space won't accommodate them. Even if you disassemble them, you'll need a logistics team to assemble them, which isn't practical. Liu Ze waved his hand dismissively. I don't need a giant. What do I need that for? I'm not trying to blow up a bunker. He gestured with his hand, indicating a size akin to a teacup. I need smaller ones about the size of a palm, or swarm drones. The key is quantity. They must be controlled by offline AI, capable of automatically identifying biochemicals. Ideally, I need about 1 or 200 of them. 1 or 200. Academician Wang's eyes darted. We do have smaller ones. There's a batch of type 3 wasps left over from our swarm tactics experiment. They are quite small, and when folded, they are no larger than a bottle of water. However, Academician Wang hesitated. Their payload capacity is limited. They can't carry missiles, nor can they even hold a handgun. If you intend to use them for collisions, they won't even be able to scratch Titan. Liu Ze smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. Who said I wanted to mount firearms? I'm not expecting them to kill anyone. Liu Ze pulled out a green sphere from his personal space. Biochemical grenade. Youth edition. Can this be attached? Academician Wang's expression shifted. This is probably around 2 to 300 grams. The wasp could just about carry it, but the endurance would be reduced. Endurance doesn't matter, Liu Ze replied, tossing the grenade in his hand. I'm not counting on them to return. Why want is a one-time use? Fly over and drop the grenades. If the grenades don't kill, then just crash into the target with both the drones and themselves. That's what I call a saturation suicide attack. Li Yuanzhao gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, you're treating high-tech drones like firecrackers? This one come cheap. Liu Ze rolled his eyes. Li Bureau, at this point, what is the concern? What cost can compare to life? Moreover, these one take up much space. These small aircraft, when folded, even if I stuffed 200 of them, would only fill a large box. Once released into the sky, that is 200 aerial bombs. Zero, listening nearby, had her eyes gleaming. Boss, I like this tactic. Is this a form of social finesse? It's called fire coverage. Liu Ze corrected her. Chapter 199. This is called technical adjustment. Enough chit-chat. Academician Wang, let us get moving. I'll give you 2 hours. Can you modify these drones? Upload that offline identification program. As soon as they spot anything red, green, or anything that doesn't resemble a human, they should crash into it. Academician Wang gritted his teeth. Fine. You're the boss. It's your call. I'll get the tech team started. Dr. Zhao, don't just stand there. Head to the storage and retrieve those youth edition grenades. We're setting up something big for Liu Ze. 20 hours later. In the underground testing ground, Liu Ze gazed at the 4 neatly arranged black boxes before him. As the boxes opened, they revealed a multitude of folded black drones, each equipped with a simple hook holding a green biochemical grenade underneath. A total of 200 units. Academician Wang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhausted from his efforts, stated, they're all modified. Just press this remote, and they will automatically activate and seek targets. If there is no target, they will hover upon identifying a target. They will dive. If they run out of power, they will automatically seek and crash. This is excellent. Liu Ze nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, collect. The 4 large boxes vanished into his personal space. He sensed the crowding in his space, realizing he still had room, along with several hundred biochemical grenades. Everything was set. It was nearly time. Liu Ze clapped his hands and turned to the 2 women behind him. Zero had donned a form-fitting tactical suit, but still held a lollipop. Are you ready? Liu Ze inquired. Nitim, lan kon li ziplit. Boss, I'm ready too, Zero declared, popping the lollipop into her mouth. Let us go. Liu Ze took a deep breath and glanced at the system panel. 1 minute until teleportation begins. Then let us proceed. Time to deliver some local specialties to that giant in the city. With a flash of white light, the 2 vanished from their location, while Lon and Zero appeared in the personal space. Lon quickly grabbed the oxygen tank on the ground, while Zero stood ready. Liu Ze also disappeared from sight. After a familiar wave of dizziness, a stench of decay assaulted his senses. Liu Ze abruptly opened his eyes. They had arrived. Let us go, he commanded, and with a thud echoed in the air. Lon and Zero tumbled to the ground in succession. Lon clutched the oxygen tank tightly in her arms. Have we arrived? Lon lifted her head, surveying the dim surroundings filled with abandoned containers and dilapidated construction sites. Zero stood up, brushing off the dust from his tactical suit, and immediately popped the half-eaten lollipop into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Boss, there are traces of virus in the air. Liu Ze glanced at Lon before retrieving a blocking agent and administering a dose to her, without hesitation, to prevent any unforeseen transformations. Lon did not resist. Instead, she cooperatively extended her arm to him. Once the injection was complete, Lu Zhe began to scrutinize their surroundings, the ruins of Giant City. He flexed his wrists and ankles, recalling the countless times he had played this map in CF, all in pursuit of loot. He dashed toward the passage ahead. "What are you doing?" Lon shouted from behind. "Aren't we supposed to guard the point?" "No rush. I need to confirm something first," Lu Zhe replied without turning back. He reached the enormous billboard, where several wooden crates lay stacked. He was all too familiar with this location. During his gaming days, there had been a notorious bug here. If one got stuck in the crevice of that dreadful advertisement, monsters could not reach you, but you could attack them, a phenomenon colloquially known as bugging. Though this was the real world, Lu Zhe's curiosity got the better of him, and he wanted to see if the so-called rules of this world still applied. Besides, the game hadn't begun yet. It should be invincibility time, providing a perfect opportunity for a test. Lu Zhe took a running leap and jumped. With a powerful push, he launched himself high into the air. He adjusted his posture mid-flight, aiming to slip through the gap behind the billboard. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as he collided with the wall and slid down. Ouch! Lu Zhe groaned, rubbing his shoulder as he stood up. "Boss, what on earth are you doing?" Zero approached, tilting his head in confusion. "Is this some sort of tactical maneuver? Running into walls?" Clearing his throat, Lu Zhe felt a bit embarrassed. "No, I was just testing the sturdiness of this wall." He patted the surface, noting that the gap had been sealed by some invisible force. "It seems the bug has been patched," Lu Zhe mused aloud. "That makes sense. If it were still possible to exploit the bug, clearing this difficulty level would be far too easy." Lon approached with a look of incredulity. "Are you out of your mind? With danger looming, you're running into walls? You don't understand anything." Lu Zhe shot her a glance. "This is called testing the environment." "Well, the environment has been tested, and exploiting it is no longer an option." He turned around and pointed to the second floor. "There's a heavy machine gun up there, perched on the railing. Do you see it?" Lon looked up. "The Vulcan Gatling?" "Good position," she assessed with a professional eye. "It has an extensive fire coverage, capable of locking down the entire first-floor plaza. Shall we take position there?" "Not a chance," Lu Zhe scoffed. "That position is inadequate. It's exposed on all sides, and there's no cover at the back. Smoke grenades will be deployed, summoning some troublesome phantoms." Confused, Lon asked, "Then what do you propose we do?" Lu Zhe's lips curled into a greedy smile. "We're not going to take position there. We're going to move it." "Move it?" Lan's eyes widened. "That's a fixed turret. It's bolted down with screws. How do you plan to move it?" "As you said, that is a game mechanic," Lu Zhe replied, striding toward the stairs. "Here, I'm the boss, and my word is law. Keep up." The three of them rushed up the stairs to the second floor. Lu Zhe walked straight to the colossal Vulcan Gatling. It appeared significantly larger than in the game. The 6 thick barrels glinted ominously, and the massive ammunition box beneath was intimidating. "What a fine piece," Lu Zhe remarked, running his hand along the cold barrel. "Now, this is a man's romance." Standing beside him, Lon observed the behemoth. "This thing must weigh several hundred pounds, and with the base, it's half a ton. Without tools, how do you plan to dismantle it? And even if you manage to take it apart, who will carry it?" She pointed to herself, and then to Zero. "You expect us to haul this thing? Who said anything about hauling it?" Lu Zhe pressed his hand against the Gatling's body. "Did you forget about my space? Open your eyes and witness. This is called a technical adjustment." Chapter 200, Distribution of Weapons. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Zhe focused his mind. "Collect." With a flash of light, the enormous metal mass vanished into thin air, along with its base and a large box of ammunition. All that remained were a few bare screw holes on the ground. Lan's mouth fell agape. She rubbed her eyes and looked down again. It was indeed gone. "Where did you put it?" "In my space, just like I did with you," Lu Zhe replied. Zero calmly continued to enjoy his lollipop. Lon finally understood that Lu Zhe's space could not only store items, but also retrieve them. She had previously thought it could only hold things, never realizing that undismantled objects could be directly collected. "Lon, stop daydreaming," Lu Zhe nudged her. "We have only just begun. Let's head to the 3rd floor." He pointed upward. "There's another one up there. Since we're here to gather supplies, we might as well get the complete set. We can't be stingy." The trio sprinted toward the 3rd floor. Lu Zhe could draw the map of Giant City with his eyes closed. The platform on the 3rd floor was more spacious. The Gatling stood there, isolated. "Boss, there's movement," Zero suddenly halted. "Where?" Lu Zhe raised his weapon alertly. "Below, in the sewer," Zero indicated toward the dark opening downstairs. "There are many footsteps. They are the swift phantoms, commonly known as monkeys." Lu Zhe explained, "Don't worry about them. The first wave hasn't started spawning yet, so they can't come out now. Let us take care of business first." He ran to the Gatling on the 3rd floor. This time, he didn't waste words. He got right to it. "Collect." Another flash of white light illuminated the area as the Gatling on the 3rd floor also vanished. The entire process was seamless. Lu Zhe walked to the edge of the railing and peered down. Leaving the Gatling here was a sheer waste. Look at this firing range, he pointed below. Though it's high up, there are too many blind spots. If monsters rush to the base of the building, this gun, 1T hit a thing. It would just gather dust. Let us relocate it to another spot. And where do you plan to move it? Lan in Guit? Lu Zhe turned around, pointing to the well-known corridor on the second floor. The corridor we discussed earlier is the best defensive position. He snapped his fingers. Just think. If we set up these 2 Gatlings there, wouldn't those monsters entering the passage be like meat entering a grinder? Lan envisioned the scene. A narrow passage with 2 Vulcan Gatlings firing thousands of rounds per minute. It would indeed be a massacre. You're quite devious. She offered a candid assessment. This isn't devious. It's tactical. Lu Zhe corrected her. Besides, there's a wall behind that spot. So we don't have to worry about being flanked. We just need to secure both ends. Come on. While the monsters haven't spawned yet. Let us get set up. The 3 returned to the second floor. Lu Zhe selected the central position of the corridor. It was spacious and offered good visibility to cover both ends. This will do. He pointed to the ground. Come fort. With a resounding crash, a Vulcan Gatling materialized, thundering onto the concrete floor and shaking the ground with 3 distinct tremors. Even without the need for screws to secure it, it should be quite difficult to topple. Bang! Another sound echoed. The second Gatling gun emerged, positioned not side by side, but staggered slightly in front of and behind the first. This arrangement ensured a dense firepower while preventing mutual interference. Hurry up, stop gawking, Lu Zhe urged, patting the seat of the Gatling gun. Lan, give this a try. Me? Lan pointed to herself, a hint of apprehension in her voice. I've never used one of these. I'm accustomed to light weapons. Haven't you heard that even if you haven't seen a pig run, you've at least eaten pork? Lu Zhe pressed her into the seat. This device is designed for dummies. Just press this button, and the barrels will spin. If you see a monster, pull the trigger. The only trick is to brace the gun. However, given the weight of the base, the recoil shouldn't be substantial. Lan grasped the handle and attempted to pivot the gun. Although heavy, it turned smoothly, aided by mechanical assistance. Buzz! She pressed the preheating button, and the barrels began to spin, emitting a maddeningly pleasant hum. Listen to that, Lu Zhe said, his face alight with delight. Isn't that sound wonderful? Zero stood beside the other Gatling gun. Boss, should I use this? No, it will be a waste for you. Lu Zhe shook his head. Your task is to seal the breaches. While this Gatling gun is formidable, it is also cumbersome. If we encounter particularly swift foes that suddenly appear in the smoke, it will be up to you. Zero nodded. Understood, boss. I will safeguard these 2 machines. It's the people you must protect. Lu Zhe corrected him. Machines can be repaired. A dead person is a finality. Especially Lan, he added, gesturing to Lan seated at the gun. She is currently our primary firepower. If she is ambushed, our position will falter significantly. Lan glanced back at Lu Zhe, but said nothing. The 3 of them briefly deliberated their tactics. With the position established, it was time to distribute weapons. Mere Gatling guns were insufficient. While powerful, they had a limited ammunition supply. If they ran out or the barrels overheated, they would need self-defense options. Lu Zhe rummaged through his spatial storage, exclaiming, "Where is it? I distinctly remember bringing it in. Ah, here it is." With a flick of his wrist, an AK-47 fire Kirin materialized. This was once Lan's most trusted weapon, confiscated by Lu Zhe during their transport. He casually tossed it, and the priceless fire Kirin soared through the air like a mere stick. Lan instinctively reached out to catch it. Clap! The gun landed in her hands. The familiar texture, the reassuring weight, sent a tremor through her. She gazed down at the weapon, her expression momentarily lost in reverie. Fire Kirin, she breathed softly, caressing the scales along its body. My gun, is this really for me? Lan looked up at Lu Zhe, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Just borrowing it. In this place, without a weapon, you'd be a living target. Besides, it was originally taken from you, no seized. Consider this a restoration of ownership for your protection. As she stroked the cold metal, a wave of familiar security washed over her. She almost wanted to press her cheek against the stock. Lu Zhe, her voice softened. Though you can be quite the jerk, I must thank you for this. Just as she was about to voice her gratitude, Zero beside her crunched down on a lollipop. Boss, in TV shows, at this moment, the female lead usually tears up with gratitude and offers herself in return. Lan, are you going to offer yourself? Lan's carefully cultivated emotions shattered instantaneously. She shot Zero a glare, her face flushing crimson. You wish. Who is crying? Just shut up and eat your candy. Turning away, she swallowed the thank you that was on the tip of her tongue. She pulled back the gun's bolt. Click. At that moment, an ear-piercing alarm blared above the ruins of Giant City. Wail! Wail! The ground began to tremble slightly. From the dark sewer openings in the distance came a cacophony of footsteps. They're coming. Lu Zhe plopped down in the seat of the Gatling gun. Lang. Man machine gun. Strap on the fire, Kieran. We one team need it right now. Without hesitation, Lon slung the fire Kieran onto her back, tightening the strap, and leaped onto the rear Gatling gun. Grasping the handles, she prepared herself. Buzz. Both Gatling guns began their preheating simultaneously, their barrels whirling frantically. Zero. Keep an eye on your surroundings, Lu Zhe commanded. Understood, boss, Zero replied, standing between the two machine guns, holding an FAL that she had requested from Lu Zhe. He had forgotten to retrieve it for Dr. Wang's examination, focusing solely on Lon. The timing was perfect for this mission. He had directly equipped Zero with it. Though she held a weapon, she still had the lollipop stick sticking out of her mouth, appearing utterly nonchalant. Roar. The first monster surged forth from the hatch of the train car, a horde of secondary bio-ghosts. According to previous tactics, these lesser ghosts were trapped at the spawn point. Unable to escape, Lu Zhe didn't bother to descend. He simply awaited their arrival. The secondary bio-ghosts limped through the train car in a queue. Buzz. Before Lon could fire, Lu Zhe acted first. The barrels of his Gatling gun whirled rapidly, unleashing a tongue of flame over a meter long. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The sound was deafening, reverberating painfully in the ears. The secondary ghosts that had just poked their heads out of the hatch were instantly shredded by the bullet storm. Damn, this feels exhilarating, Lu Zhe shouted as he pulled the trigger. The initial wave of bio-ghosts was not numerous, merely a few dozen. Lu Zhe dispatched them all before Lon even had the chance to fire. Under the crossfire of the two Gatling guns, those monsters barely made a ripple, not even managing to traverse half of the corridor. Is that it? Lon mused, finding the bio-ghosts rather weak. This was merely the first wave, hardly even a warm-up. These lesser ghosts were like practice targets, designed to hone their skills. Zero stood between the two machine guns, cradling the FEL camo. Throughout the entire encounter, she hadn't pulled the trigger even once, nor had she even disengaged the safety. Having finished her lollipop, she was now twirling the plastic stick in her hand. Boss. Zero spoke up. What is it? Lu Zhe inquired. I'm so bored. Zero gestured ahead. Not a single one has slipped through. Lu Zhe chuckled. What? Are you unhappy that no bio-ghosts are attacking you? This is just the first wave. You'll have plenty to keep you busy later. When the numbers increase and chaos ensues, just don't come crying for help. Boss, 01T cry, she corrected him. Lu Zhe smirked, contemplating whether Zero would be more popular if she went to Shu. A terrible joke, don't deduct points. At that moment, the alarm blared again, this time more urgently. They're coming. Lu Zhe gripped the handles once more. Clack, clack. This time, the bio-ghosts were running, and running fast. Swift ghosts. Lu Zhe shouted. Lang, it's time to get involved. Don't just sit there. Without a hint of hesitation, Lon fired the moment the swift phantom emerged from the carriage. Just as in the first level, it was astonishingly simple. The subsequent two levels proved to be no different. By the time they reached the fifth level, the earlier challenges felt like mere appetizers. Lu Zhe turned to Lon, calling out loudly. This level is where the Real challenge begins. Lon, seated at another Gatling gun, shook her slightly aching wrist. Although the previous waves were effortless, the recoil from the Gatling was undeniably intense. Real challenge? Lon scoffed, firmly gripping the handle once more. How tough could it be? Those green-haired zombies shattered under a single barrage, offering no resistance at all. I hope something more resilient comes our way. Zero stood between the two machine guns, absent-mindedly twirling a plastic stick devoid of candy in his mouth. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the inky black opening at the front of the carriage. The ground began to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps approached. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the expansive tunnel directly facing the train carriage. Towering over 3 meters, its muscles were as solid as stone. Lu Zhe glanced over, spotting the massive green giant. Its hue was actually blue, designated as the mini-boss for level 5. Additionally, a few self-detonating phantoms appeared in other areas. As the green giant burst forth from the tunnel, it immediately spotted the 3 individuals on the second-floor corridor. With a deafening roar, it swung a fist the size of a millstone and charged toward the carriage at an astonishing speed. Fire! Lu Zhe bellowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. The air was filled with the splatter of green blood. Oh, it's tougher than I thought. Lang, don't just stand there. Focus fire. It's coming. Lon snapped back to reality, her Gatling gun joining the fray. The combined firepower rained down upon the green giant, which staggered under the assault. Yet, it still stood resolutely, pushing through the barrage toward the derelict carriage. The self-detonating phantoms followed closely behind, Chapter 202. The Serpent Woman. Once inside the carriage, the fight would become more challenging. They could only shoot from the gaping hole of the door. Zero stood by, watching the bloodied creature. Boss, do you need my assistance? He raised his FAL. No, Luze called back without glancing. Leave this to me and Lon. Keep an eye on your surroundings. I remember there are other biophantoms in this level. Despite the grievous wounds, the green giant exhibited remarkable vitality. With a sudden burst of speed, it barreled into the carriage, temporarily evading the direct fire of the Gatling guns behind the iron cover. It's in. Lon released the trigger to let the barrel cool down. That iron won't let our shots through. It's fine. The carriage isn't endless. Luze focused on the other end of the carriage. It has to come out eventually. When it does, it'll be much closer to us. At that point, we'll blow its head off. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air, a hissing akin to a pressure cooker leaking steam. Moments later, from the right side of their second-floor corridor, where Luze stood, a thick cloud of green smoke erupted from what had been an empty space. Bang! The dense smoke billowed, obscuring much of the corridor. What is that? Lon spun around sharply. No way. Luze's expression changed. It's the Serpent Woman. Zero, it's your turn. Before Luze finished speaking, figures surged forth from the green mist. They moved with incredible speed, slender forms devoid of clothing, covered only by a layer of scale-like armor over their vital areas. Hissing ominously, they advanced. Serpent Woman. Luze shouted. Be cautious. They are exceptionally fast. Lon, positioned towards the carriage entrance, prepared for the green giant's emergence. Hearing Luze's warning, she instinctively aimed to turn her gun. Ignore the back. Luze shouted at her. Focus on the front. That behemoth is about to come out. Zero will handle the rear. Gritting her teeth, Lon suppressed the urge to look back, though her peripheral vision caught sight of a serpent woman darting out of the smoke. Heading straight for Zero. Zero, even with the plastic stick still in his mouth, faced the rapidly approaching serpent women. He merely tilted his body slightly, raising his FAL. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. The foremost serpent woman's head exploded, green viscera splattering everywhere. Its body, propelled by inertia, crashed to the ground at Zero's feet. The remaining serpent women, undeterred by the death of their companion, became even more frenzied. They split up, 2 continuing towards Zero while the other 3 attempted to flank him to attack Luze and Lon, who were busy operating the Gatling guns. Trying to flank me? Zero tilted her head, a smirk on her lips. Clever idea, but this path is blocked. She sprang into action, refusing to remain stationary as a target. She charged toward the 2 serpent women on the ground. Just as they were about to collide, Zero executed a swift slide, her body skimming the floor beneath their outstretched claws. As she slid past, she fired upward with her FAL. Bang! 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 The bullets penetrated the soft underbellies of the serpent women, exiting through their backs. Both let out agonizing cries as they fell. In the meantime, Zero had maneuvered behind the 3 flanking serpent women. Supporting herself with one hand, she propelled herself upward like a spring, twisting in midair, aiming her gun at their backs. Bang! 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 Rapid, precise shots struck each serpent woman's head, swiftly eliminating them. Meanwhile, Luze witnessed the green giant emerging from the carriage. Just in time, his eyes gleamed. Lang! CrossFire! Understood, Lon shouted back, fully immersed in the heat of battle. The 2 Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets once again. Virum. This time, their shared target was the giant's head. Gritting her teeth, Lon felt the Gatling's recoil shake her arms. The green giant, withstanding the dual assault, stubbornly advanced step by step. Green blood erupted from its head, yet it seemed impervious to pain. Roar! The green giant bellowed, increasing its pace. Why is it so resilient? Lan et golim. The bullets feel like mere tickles. This is a mini-boss. If you could take it out with a single shot, what need would there be for the Gatling? The barrels of both Gatling guns began to glow red. The green giant finally began to falter. Its knees bent as if it might collapse. Now's our chance. Luze's eyes lit up. Focus fire. Aim for its face. Lon seized the opportunity, dropping the barrel of her gun. Hot, 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 hot. The concentrated barrage struck the giant's chin directly. The green giant let out a pained roar, its body leaning backward. D! Lon shouted, her finger poised to squeeze the trigger. Just then, behind the mighty figure of the Hulk, a shadow obscured by its colossal form suddenly flickered with eerie crimson lights. Luze's expression shifted dramatically. Self-destructing phantoms. And 3 of them. They had been lurking in the shelter of the Hulk, using it as a human shield, and had now surged to the front of the carriage. With the Hulk now fallen, they revealed themselves mere 5 meters away from Lan's machine gun position. Lang, run. Lucia bellowed. Lon hesitated for a moment. Run? It's about to die. She mistakenly believed Lu Zhe was referring to the Hulk. In that fleeting second of doubt, the three self-destructing phantoms sprang into action. They emitted a piercing shriek, their speed surging instantaneously as they charged towards Lan. 5 meters. 3 meters. Lan finally caught sight of them. What in the world are those? Instinctively, she aimed her gun, but the Gatling was too cumbersome. The speed at which she could pivot the barrel was insufficient to match the frantic rush of the three entities. Moreover, they were too close. Even if she managed to destroy one, the explosion would undoubtedly engulf her as well. Time was running out. A thought flashed through Lu Ze's mind. He released his grip on the Gatling. Berserk. Activate. With a thrum, Lu Ze propelled himself directly towards Lan. She was still desperately attempting to adjust her aim. Abruptly, she perceived a blur before a tremendous force collided with her shoulder. Bam! Lu Ze showed no mercy. He forcefully knocked Lan aside. She was launched from the Gatling's seat, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. Lu Ze did not halt. Using the momentum from the collision, he fell backward, raising the Barrett-50 caliber rifle. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the foremost self-destructing phantom squarely in the head. The phantom's health plummeted instantly, halting in place before beginning its self-detonation. Chapter 203, A Hero's Rescue. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting skyward. The shockwave swept through the entire corridor. Zero also assisted in eliminating the remaining two self-destructing phantoms. The ground shook with two more detonations. The Gatling, which Lan had just occupied, was toppled by the force of the blast. The heavy metal contraption flipped through the air before crashing against the wall. Although Lu Ze had activated his berserk state, enhancing his physical attributes, he was still thrown to the ground by the sheer force of the shockwave, tumbling several times. Cough, cough, cough. Dust filled the air as Lu Ze rose, shaking his head to clear the fog. His ears buzzed from the cacophony. Damn, what a force. He spat out a mouthful of dirt-laden saliva, glancing at the wrecked Gatling with a pang of regret. My gun, that was a capital asset. Turning his attention elsewhere, he saw Lan sprawled on the ground, her newly purchased red dress covered in grime. She clutched her shoulder, a pained expression on her face as she attempted to rise. Hey, Lu Ze called out. You're not dead, are you? Lan lifted her head, her beautiful face smeared with soot, her hair disheveled. I feel like my bones are breaking. Lu Ze approached and pulled her up. Bones can heal. No time for dramatics. If I had been a second slower, you would have been turned into fried chicken. And burnt at that. Lan glanced at the twisted remains of the Gatling, then at the crater left by the explosion. She fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lu Ze's words. In that moment, she truly hadn't registered what was happening. Had Lu Ze not knocked her aside, she would likely have been obliterated. Lu Ze brushed off the dust from his clothes. In the future, if you see anything glowing red, don't hesitate, just blow it to pieces. Keep them at least 5 meters away. Lan gritted her teeth and nodded. Got it, boss. Zero emerged from behind a nearby pillar, still clutching her FEL, untouched by any dust. She had been providing cover from distance. That was a classic hero saving a damsel in distress, she earnestly analyzed, pointing at Lu Ze and then at Lan. In typical dramas, the male lead risks his life to push the female lead out of harm's way. There are often vehicles colliding or blades slashing. Usually, the next scene involves them rolling on the ground, gazing into each other's eyes with music swelling in the background, followed by a kiss. Zero tilted her head, observing the two, their faces streaked with dirt. Why didn't you kiss? Was it because your faces are too dirty? Lucia was momentarily speechless. Zero, could you perhaps watch fewer of those ridiculous shows? We're in a life and death situation, and you're analyzing the plot. That was tactical evasion. And by the way, why didn't you warn us when those self-destructing phantoms charged? I did warn you. Zero blinked innocently. I said there were red lights. But you two were too engrossed in your shooting, making too much noise to hear. Besides, I took out 2 of them. Lu Ze waved his hand dismissively. All right. Stay alert. This wave isn't over yet. No sooner had he spoken than the accursed beeping echoed from the carriage below. They're back. Lucia shouted. Lan swiftly swung her AK-47 Fire Kirin into position. She was seething with anger, partly from nearly being blown to bits and partly due to Zero's earlier comment about heroism. She couldn't bear the thought of being saved. Lan glared at the newly revealed self-destructing phantoms, her eyes fierce enough to intimidate. Click. She chambered around. Ah-tot-tot. Ah-tot-tot. The distinctive sound of the fire Kirin erupted, deep and powerful. Lan didn't spray bullets. She fired disciplined shots, each one striking with frightening accuracy. The phantoms, barely emerging, had no time to accelerate before bullets found their marks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted at the carriage entrance. She didn't pause, advancing as she fired. Her fire Kirin dancing with precision. Each bullet seemed to have a mind of its own, finding its target. The self-destructing phantoms never stood a chance. Trapped and detonating within the carriage. The massive shockwaves rolled through the cramped space. Impressive marksmanship, Lu Zhe remarked, standing back and admiring Lan's silhouette. He couldn't help but commend her. This woman handled a rifle far more adeptly than the Gatling. Boss, Zero chimed in beside Lu Zhe, appearing slightly miffed. That's called acting out of anger. Lucia smiled. Let her vent. It's better than bottling it up. Otherwise, that ship will act up again. Lan emptied an entire magazine, finally silencing the chaos in the carriage. She took a deep breath, turning to Lu Zhe and Zero. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a killing before? Lu Zhe clapped his hands. Well done. It seems this gun suits you much better than the Gatling. Lan Hope fed, resting the rifle on her shoulder. Naturally, I have a feel for this gun. However, she glanced at the overturned Gatling. Is that thing even salvageable? Lu Zhe approached and righted the Gatling, inspecting it. The barrel was bent, and the base was deformed. It's trash, he concluded, shaking his head. This is a significant loss. Never mind. Let us pack it up and have Old Wong fix it. With that, Lu Zhe stowed the ruined Gatling away. We still have one more. Lu Zhe pointed to the aircraft he had just occupied. This one is in good condition. I will use it. You take the fire Qilin for supplementary fire. Let's alter our formation. I shall take the lead, while you and Ling flank from the sides. Both nodded in agreement. At that moment, the alarm blared once more. The 6th level was commencing. Lu Zhe resumed his position on the last remaining Gatling gun. As this level began, the number of monsters would double, and new entities would emerge. What kind of entities? Lan inquired, standing beside Lu Zhe against the wall, fire Qilin in hand. Little Reds. Lu Zhe replied, while warming up the machine gun. No sooner had he spoken than the carriage below erupted like a disturbed anthill, swarming with a multitude of crimson figures. These biochemical specters were dark red and moved with remarkable speed. There are so many, Lan remarked, glancing at the crimson tide below. There must be at least a couple of hundred, right? A couple hundred? Lucia scoffed. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 204, Level 10. Open fire. Vroom vroom vroom. The newly emerged Little Reds fell in droves. Yet those behind them quickly ascended over the corpses of their fallen comrades, pressing forward relentlessly. Focus fire. Lang. Target those who slip through. Lucia commended. Lan, with her fire Qilin, was equally engaged. Bang bang bang. Her marksmanship was impeccable, targeting only those monsters that evaded the Gatling's barrage, each shot finding its mark in their heads. Boss above. Ling suddenly interjected. She had scarcely fired her weapon, yet her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. Above, Lu Zhe glanced up amidst the chaos. It was a snake woman, those persistent wraiths. Hiss. A snake woman released her grip and lunged down from above, aiming directly at Lu Zhe, who was immobile at the machine gun, seeking death. In an instant, Ling raised her FAL, not even bothering to look, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The snake woman, still mid-air, had her head exploded. The corpse fell with a thud onto Lu Ze's gun, splattering green blood all over his face. Ugh! Lucia spot. Ling, could you ensure it dies a bit farther away? This blood reeks. Understood, boss. Before Lu Zhe could utter another word, he noticed biochemical specters emerging from the adjacent carriage on the 2nd floor. Lang, watch out for the windows. Seen it. Lan replied, unleashing a barrage. Hot, 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 hot. The Little Red was sent tumbling back down. Even with one less Gatling gun, they remained unharmed by the onslaught of biochemical specters. As they progressed through the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, the battle became a mechanical repetition. The variety of monsters remained largely unchanged, with endless waves of lesser specters intermingled with Little Reds, occasionally accompanied by a few ambushing snake women. The synergy among the trio grew increasingly seamless. Lu Zhe maintained the frontal firepower. Lan took charge of precision shots to eliminate stragglers or tougher biochemical foes, while Ling, though seemingly idle, played a crucial role, vigilantly monitoring the ceiling, their rear, and dark corners. Any snake woman attempting an ambush would surely meet her swift retribution. Thus, they swiftly reached the 10th level, still a mini-boss encounter. Lu Zhe placed his hand on the Gatling's preheating button, turning to issue a directive. As per usual, I shall lead the charge, while you two cover the flanks. Especially focus fire on that green giant. Its tough hide demands concentrated efforts. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous roar emanated from below the entrance. Roar! The boss of the 10th level, a colossal green giant, emerged. It appeared slightly larger than the one from the 5th level, though not by much. Upon its emergence, It charged headlong towards the carriage, followed by a swarm of little reds and lesser specters. Just as Lu Zhe prepared to pull the trigger, Lan leapt directly from the second floor, racing towards the green giant as if seeking vengeance for the 5th level. Ling, cover me. Ignore the giant. Clear the surrounding lesser monsters. Don't let that madwoman be encircled. Understood, boss. Ling raised her FAL and began to fire precision shots at the biochemical specters. Meanwhile, Lan, facing the green giant, wore a maniacal grin, taunting, "Come on, big guy." She raised the fire Qilin and charged directly at the green giant. Tot. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. Lan targeted only the giant's eyes, avoiding any other targets. The green giant, intending to charge, was momentarily dazed by the barrage of bullets. Roar! The green giant was enraged, swinging its massive fist down towards Lan. Should it connect, she would surely be reduced to pulp. Dodge! Lu Zhe shouted from the second floor, his heart in his throat. He fired the Gatling with all his might to suppress the green giant. Lan, eyeing the descending fist, felt a cold surge of determination. With a deft slip, she maneuvered like an eel, sliding past the green giant's side. Too slow, she shouted. In that fleeting moment, she pressed the gun barrel against the giant's soft underbelly. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the bullets penetrated the green giant's flesh. It howled in agony, nearly losing its balance. Yet Lan did not relent. She circled to the giant's rear. At that moment, a swarm of little reds approached, seeking to ambush her from behind, seeking death. As she prepared to turn, bang, bang, bang. Crisp shots rang out from above. Each of Ling's bullets found its mark, exploding the heads of the would-be ambushers before they could close the distance of 3 meters. Ignore the rear. Just focus on the giant. Ling's voice descended from the upper floor. Though quiet amidst the cacophony, it was crystal clear. You just keep shooting the big one. A smirk crept across Lan's face upon hearing this. Thanks. Without looking back, she leapt up, stepping onto the green giant's back, then onto the roof of the carriage. The green giant continued to flail its fists wildly as Lu Zhe pressed the Gatling to suppress it. The giant's health plummeted rapidly. Lan's fire Qilin kept firing, relentlessly targeting the head. In a mere 30 seconds, its health reached the brink. In your next life, try being a slim one. Farewell. Tot. 3 gunshots rang out, and half of the green giant's head was blown off. Its enormous body stiffened momentarily before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Lan descended from the roof, brushing off the dust from her skirt, and glanced up at Lu Zhe on the second floor with a defiant expression. What do you think? I told you I could handle it. Lu Zhe, gazing at the audacious woman below, swallowed back a retort. All right. He gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. Since you're down, don't come back up. Stay down there and be the bait. The battle continued. The 10th level was not yet over. The green giant had fallen, but this was merely the beginning. Hiss! The familiar sound of a pressure cooker leaking began to resonate once more, and this time, it was not from a single source, but multiple. The entire first-floor hall erupted in 4 bursts of green smoke simultaneously. Snake women, Lu Zhe observed clearly from above. Lang, be cautious. There are many this time. Just as Lan changed her magazine, she heard the warning. Her ears perked up. I hear you. Leaning against a concrete pillar, she braced herself for the swarm of foul creatures that would hide within the smoke. As the fog began to dissipate, a horde of 7 or 8 serpent women surged forth, their speed so swift that they left behind mere afterimages upon the ground. Moreover, they exhibited a remarkable intelligence, refraining from a reckless charge towards Lan. Instead, they divided into 2 groups. One set upon assaulting Lan while the other targeted Lu Zhe and Zero. Attempt to approach? Lu Zhe lowered the muzzle of the Gatling gun. Have you inquired about the weapon in my hand? The gun roared to life, a cacophony of thunderous gunfire erupting. Yet, the serpent women proved too agile, too deftly evaded the hail of bullets, advancing upon Lu Zhe's side. With a hiss, one serpent woman extended her lethal claws, aiming for Lu Zhe's neck. Engaged in operating the Gatling gun, he found himself unable to defend. Zero, Lu Zhe called out. Chapter 205, Relocation. Yet, his shout was unnecessary. Zero had already sprung into action. Positioned at Lu Zhe's flank, she swiftly aimed her FAL at the leaping serpent woman, her resolve unwavering. A gunshot rang out, and the serpent woman's head exploded in a gruesome display. Upon witnessing her companion's demise, another serpent woman emitted a shrill scream. Zero wasted no time, raising her weapon and firing again. Another shot echoed, resulting in yet another fatal blow, the second serpent woman collapsing with a wail. The threat on the second floor was neutralized. Meanwhile, Lan found herself entangled in a fierce struggle below. For serpent women circled around her, relentless in their pursuit. Lu Zhe retrieved the Barrett, firing blindly with intent. One serpent woman was immediately felled by a headshot. With a hiss, another serpent woman moved. Rather than charging directly, she danced before Lan, attempting to distract her. At that moment, from behind, another serpent woman lunged with ferocity, claws aimed at Lan's nape. Should she succeed, it would spell disaster. Yet, Lan did not flinch. It was as if she possessed eyes in the back of her head. She crouched low, evading the strike that instead found purchase on a concrete pillar, sparks flying. In that instant, Lan forcefully swung the butt of her gun back. The impact struck the serpent woman's abdomen with a resounding thud, causing her to double over in agony. But Lan was not finished. Using the momentum from her crouch, she rolled to the side of the serpent woman. Her gun raised, she pressed the muzzle against the creature's temple. A crisp shot rang out, the serpent woman's head exploding like a watermelon. The remaining two serpent women shrieked and charged from opposite directions. Lan, undaunted, rose to her feet, not retreating but stepping forward. The blade of her fire qilin gleamed ominously. "Come on," Lan shouted, refraining from firing. Instead, she wielded the rifle like a spear, thrusting it toward the oncoming serpent woman. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the serpent woman's throat. As she flailed desperately, attempting to claw at Lan's face, Lan's strength was astonishing. With a powerful motion, she hurled the still-breathing serpent woman aside, using her as a shield against the other charging serpent woman. "Get away!" The thrown serpent woman collided heavily with her counterpart, both creatures tumbling into a chaotic heap. Seizing the moment, Lan fired again, delivering a decisive headshot. Silence enveloped the first-floor hall, leaving only Lan's heavy breaths in the aftermath. Standing amidst the carnage, her crimson dress, though slightly dusted, remained vibrant. She tossed her hair back and gazed upward, locking eyes with Lu Zhe. "It's done," she declared, her voice cool, yet imbued with a sense of pride. Lu Zhe applauded from above. "Impressive. That last knife maneuver was quite captivating. Come up quickly." He beckoned with a wave of his hand. The 10th challenge had been surmounted, the battle executed with commendable finesse. Yet before they could catch their breath, the 11th challenge approached. This time, the number of monsters had evidently increased, though they remained primarily composed of secondary phantoms and small reds, interspersed with a few swift ones. Operating the Gatling gun, Lu Zhe cut through the horde like a reaper through wheat, while Lan and Zero provided supportive fire. The 11th challenge unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of the robust and bothersome serpent women. "Is that it?" Lan mused, reloading her weapon in disbelief. Why does the difficulty fluctuate so drastically? Lu Zhe released his grip, allowing the barrel to cool. "It feels like a setup to lull us into complacency before hitting us with something more formidable. Stay vigilant." As the 12th challenge commenced, the difficulty escalated. All the bio-ghosts began to spawn from the second floor. A dark, gaping hole in the corridor had remained silent until now. But now it echoed with a multitude of footsteps, alarmingly close. Yet Lu Zhe seemed to have forgotten this detail, only reacting upon hearing the noise. "Damn it, I forgot. The spawn point has changed." He whipped around, realizing the dark hole was less than 20 meters from their Gatling gun. Previously, they had secured the corridor's end, primarily focusing their fire on the front and below. This side entrance had been an overlooked blind spot. Suddenly, a red bio-ghost erupted from the hole, followed closely by another, then a third, pouring forth like a deluge. The distance was perilously close. 20 meters was merely a matter of seconds for the sprinting bio-ghosts. "Lang, cover the side," Lu Zhe shouted, hastily adjusting the Gatling gun's aim. However, the proximity made it difficult to fire. Lan stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the Gatling gun. Her fire qilin erupted into action. Bullets rained down, sending the leading small reds tumbling backward. Yet there were far too many. The small hole continued to belch forth more creatures. Alongside the small reds, there were secondary phantoms, and even translucent, cloaked ghosts. "Zero, join in. We can't hold this position." Lu Zhe made a snap decision. This position was too advanced. A retreat was imperative. "Lang, Zero, you two hold them off for 5 seconds. I need to relocate." Lan gritted her teeth, her finger firmly pressing the trigger. "Hurry up. They're coming in too fast." She tossed aside the empty magazine, quickly swapping in a fresh one. Just as she completed the reload, a cloaked ghost charged forth, its outline flickering in the air, dagger aimed straight for Lan's neck. Bang! Zero fired. The FEL's bullet struck the cloaked ghost squarely in the forehead. "I despise these sneaky creatures," Zero remarked coolly. At that moment, Lu Zhe leaped from the Gatling gun seat, seizing the searing barrel. "Get inside. Retreat." The massive Gatling gun vanished into thin air. "Fall back. Move to the other end of the corridor." There's a corner we can use for cover. As Lon and Zero fired to suppress the advancing monsters, they began a strategic retreat. Sensing the weakening firepower, the creatures howled and surged forward, turning the second-floor corridor into a frenzied chase. Quickly, Lu Zhe sprinted ahead, reaching the end of the corridor, 50 meters from the spawn point. This is it. He pivoted abruptly. Come out. The thunderous sound of the fire god Gatling crashed back to the ground as Lu Zhe settled into position. The pursuing monsters lined up, charging toward Lu Zhe with relentless determination. Chapter 206, Supply Crate. Come on, let me give you all a bath. The buzzing sound echoed as the line of biogos fell one by one, shot in the head and dispatched. Exhilarating. This position is just right. Lon leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. That recent retreat had been perilously close. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, she would have been surrounded. She glanced at the man in front of her, frantically unleashing a hail of bullets. His firepower was indeed formidable. Without that Gatling gun, relying solely on her fire chillin, she would likely have been trampled into the ground by now. Lang, don't rest yet. Lucia shouted. The entrance is still active. Keep an eye on the back. Zero. You two, head to the rear. I can hold this corridor alone. If another snake lady shows up, I don't want to be caught off guard. Lan, note that. Acknowledging his command. Understood. She turned and sprinted toward the staircase behind her, with Zero following closely. Alone, Lu Zhe and his gun stood resolute, blocking the entire corridor. This was a solitary defense against countless foes. Finally, the 12th wave concluded. The ominous black portal ceased to spew forth monsters. Lu Zhe felt as if his fingers might cramp from the relentless firing. He had to remember to ask Old Wong for an automatic weapon with AI recognition next time. That way, he wouldn't have to exert himself so strenuously. Exhaling deeply, Lu Zhe released his grip. The barrel of his gun glowed a fiery red, emitting wisps of white smoke. The intensity was overwhelming. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and this was only the 12th wave. Lon approached from behind. The rear is secure. She glanced at the glowing red barrel. Can it still be used? It needs a moment to cool down. Lu Zhe pondered, then continued. You two, turn around. What for? Lan Guestin, pulled out. The barrel is too hot. It needs cooling. Fine, but why should we turn around? You don't want to teach us? Lon glared at Lu Zhe. He turned his back to her. With a sizzling sound, he poured water over the barrel, releasing a plume of white steam laced with a peculiar scent. Lon frowned but remained silent. Just then, Zero appeared. Boss, is that a water cooling system? Or is it manual? Lu Zhe's expression darkened as he quickly adjusted his pants. The barrel is hot. It must be dealt with. Lon, somewhat confused, conjured several frost blades. Can this be used? Lu Zhe berated himself for forgetting that Lon could create frost blades, which would cool the barrel swiftly. Why didn't you bring these out sooner? He remarked to ease his embarrassment. With that, he tossed the frost blade onto the Gatling gun's barrel. A hissing sound followed, and once more, steam erupted. The temperature of the barrel had indeed decreased significantly. The 13th wave was approaching. The pattern of these recent waves was becoming clear. The hole on the second floor was the primary source of monsters, and they would continue to emerge from there. Zero, you guard the rear and watch for snake ladies. If any slip through, fire a couple of shots. Lon, you handle any leaks up front. We're entrenched here on the second floor. As anticipated, the 13th and 14th waves confirmed Lu Zhe's predictions. The black hole became the main spawn point for monsters, including the small red creatures and the misty phantoms that released clouds of obscuring gas. These phantoms not only obscured vision, but also released a fair amount of biovirus. Lu Zhe instructed Zero to scan Lon for any biovirus presence. Thankfully, she had received an injection of an antidote. Otherwise, she might have been affected again. Afterward, Lu Zhe directed both of them to fire into the mist. It was a straight line. Even with eyes closed, they could hit their targets. Zedho stood beside Lan, unaffected by the toxic gas. The ensuing battle devolved into a monotonous tug of war. Apart from the incessant firing, they also had to cool the barrel, as it became too hot for Lu Zhe to hold the trigger without burning his hand. The air was thick with heat. Although there were no signs of a barrel explosion, he was unwilling to take that risk. If it did explode, they would be without heavy artillery. Eventually, they persevered through to the 15th wave. As the three of them caught their breath, a sudden rumble echoed from the sky. What is that noise? Lon asked, raising her head warily. An aircraft? Don't be alarmed, Lu Zhe chuckled. It's a good thing. The 15th wave brought forth supply crates. In the center of the ground floor hall, several boxes had materialized. Lu Zhe leapt from the ground. Let us go down and see what treasures await us. The three descended to the first floor, where Lu Zhe approached the crates and kicked one open. Inside, there were no firearms or ammunition, only a singular red vial. What is this? Lon leaned closer for a better look. It looks like poison. No, Lu Ze's eyes lit up. He scooped up the large bottle. This is a major healing potion. Zero stared at the red vial, her eyes wide with intrigue. Boss, that color looks delicious, reminiscent of the strawberry juice I had before. Is it strawberry flavored? Lu chuckled. Do you think this is a beverage? He remembered Dr. Zhao's word from the last time he studied Zero's body. He had mentioned that although Zero was a bionic being, she could benefit from this potion if injured. This can indeed be consumed, Lu Ze noted, glancing between Zero and Lon. Lon had been injured earlier and appeared unwell. Logically, it would be appropriate for her to drink the potion. However, Lu Ze hesitated. Lang, you have a virus within you, he said with a furrowed brow. This is a potent recovery agent. I once drank it while infected with a biovirus, and my body mutated as a result. I can't risk giving it to you. If your body undergoes any further mutation, I would be a loss. Let us ask Sister Zhao later. Once we confirm it's safe, you can drink it. He decided to store the potion for now. With a wave of his hand, the large vial vanished into his personal space. Once back, he would get Dr. Zhao's advice. If it could be injected, it would be yours without a doubt. Lon looked at the empty ground and pouted. Who cares? Although she said this, she understood Lu Ze's intentions were for her own good. After all, with the biovirus in her system, consuming any random enhancement potion could very well lead to her becoming a monster. All right, Zero, don't think about drinking it either. It's not strawberry-flavored juice. If you want to drink, wait until this mission is over. Returning to the second floor, Lu Ze resumed his position at the Fire God Gatling gun. The 15th wave is about to commence. This wave features a minor boss, still the Blue Giant. As soon as Lu Ze finished speaking, the entire ruins of the giant city trembled violently. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the heavy iron gate was flung open, sliding several meters across the ground, sparks flying in its wake. Immediately, a colossal blue figure emerged. This time, the giant's fists were at least a full size larger than the previous ones, bound with thick iron chains. Unlike the earlier blue giants, this one seemed even stronger. The chains around its arms appeared to have been shed from its own body. Chapter 207, A Change of Tactics. Lang, stick to the plan. Treat it like a dog on a leash. Don't engage directly. Lon stood atop an abandoned train car on the first floor. She gazed at the monster towering over her, her eyes brimming not with fear, but with excitement. Got it. Enough with the chatter. Lon grasped the AK-47, dubbed Fire Kirin, firmly in her hands. Hey, big guy, she called out, whistling at the hulking green giant. Look over here. With a swift motion, she unleashed a volley of bullets, the rounds striking the giant's face and splattering a few droplets of green blood. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was profound. The green giant abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes fixated on Lon atop the car. With a furious roar, it charged forward, its massive foot creating a crater in the concrete beneath it. Come on, Lang, not one to be foolish, turned and fled. As the giant reached the side of the car, it swung its iron chain-wrapped fist, delivering a thunderous blow to the vehicle. The metallic carriage crumpled, shifting sideways by half a meter. Lon stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but her reflexes were sharp, leveraging the tremors. She leapt into the adjacent train car. Fire! Lu Ze observed keenly from the second floor. This was the perfect opportunity. The giant's wrath was entirely directed at Lon. Exposing its back to him, the barrage of bullets rained down upon the giant's rear. However, the creature's resilience was formidable. It howled in pain, yet remained fixated on Lon, determined to eliminate her. Lu Ze raised an eyebrow. All right, let's see how long you can endure. Zero, stop spectating. Oh, seats Lang. If she gets cornered, our strategy will be in ruins. Zero stood by the railing on the second floor. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Lon continued to evade while firing. The bullets from Fire Kirin incessantly peppered the giant's face. She had mastered the art of evasion, circling around the expansive first-floor plaza. Utilizing the terrain, she darted through gaps or leapt onto higher platforms whenever the giant approached. Each time it pursued her, it exposed its back to Lu Ze and Zero, creating a perpetual cycle. Should the giant turn to attack Lu Ze, Lon would shoot at its rear, provoking it into a frenzy, yet it could never catch her. Almost there. This creature is on its last legs. Let's finish it off. Lu Ze clenched the trigger. The Gatling gun's barrel glowed ominously red. He felt that if he continued firing, the weapon might indeed explode. But there was no time for caution. The final wave of bullets cascaded onto the giant's skull. Suddenly, the giant swung its chain violently, aiming directly at Lon. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as the iron chain hurtled towards her. Lu Ze leapt from the Gatling gun, drawing the Barrett with deadly precision. A single shot rang out, the recoil causing the giant to stagger. The chain veered slightly and ultimately missed Lon. The giant let out a final, anguished cry as its colossal form quivered and then collapsed with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Lon stood atop a nearby container, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down her cheeks, carving through the grime. The earlier scene had startled her. She glanced at Lu Zhe, who silently nodded in acknowledgement. Climbing to the second floor, she prepared to recover, having expended considerable energy. However, the 16th level did not keep the trio waiting long. This stage lacked any formidable bosses, presenting only a horde of lesser monsters, secondary bio-ghosts, swift phantoms, and those pesky mist spirits. For the trio, well-versed in their coordination, it was akin to child's play. Both Lon and Zero no longer required Lu Zhe's commands. They instinctively knew when to charge forth or retreat. They even learned to utilize narrow terrain to cluster the foes, allowing Lu Zhe's Gatling gun to obliterate them in one fell swoop. 5 minutes later, the last bio-ghost fell beneath Lan's gunfire. Level 16 was cleared. Panting, Lon planted her weapon on the ground, wiping the sweat from her brow. That felt exhilarating. She looked up at Lu Zhe. Our teamwork was decent, wasn't it? Mediocre at best, Lu Zhe retorted. Slightly better than a useless teammate. Lon rolled her eyes, picking up a stone and tossing it at him. You're the real fool. Lu Zhe sidestepped, then executed an unexpected move. He jumped down from his seat and approached the smoking Gatling gun. Placing his hand atop it, he commanded, retract. In a flash of white light, the highly effective Gatling gun, along with the remaining ammunition, vanished. Lon stood dumbfounded, and Zero tilted her head in confusion. Are you insane? Lon couldn't help but ask. We were doing so well. Why would you take the gun away? Are we not using it for the next stage? Do you intend to confront the horde with that broken Barrett? Lu Zhe ignored her inquiries, brushing off the dust from his hands. We can't stay here. Why not? Lon scrambled up to the second floor, confronting Lu Zhe. This position is excellent, easy to defend, with a broad field of view. We coordinated so well. If we hold here, I could defend against 100 waves. 100 waves? Lu Zhe scoffed. You won't hold against the next level. Why not? Because the next level's monsters do not follow the usual path. Lu Zhe pointed upwards. Level 17. It's all dwarfs. Dwarfs? Lan Dao Wen. Are you referring to those ghost hunters? No, Lu Zhe shook his head. They are shadow marauders. These creatures are exceptionally swift and small. The most crucial detail is... He gestured towards the third floor platform. In the next level, all the monsters spawn from that very spot. The third floor? Lon looked up. If we were still on this machine gun, they would drop down from above. Your Gatling gun wouldn't be able to aim at them, and by the time you reacted, they would already be on your back. We would be nothing more than filling for dumplings. Lon recalled her earlier studies of the map. She indeed remembered that detail. But her focus had been elsewhere at the time. So where do we go? Lon asked. Back to our old home. Lu Zhe indicated towards the end of the second floor corridor. That corridor, while narrow, is an ideal position. Once the monsters drop from the third floor, they will have a distance to cover, allowing us time to shoot. Otherwise, maneuvering back and forth would be troublesome. Moreover, Lu Zhe smiled mysteriously in this level. We will change our approach. Chapter 208, Hidden Task Reward. Lu Zhe began to speak slowly. No need for the Gatling gun's brute force. Then what will we use? Lon was perplexed by Lu Zhe's intentions. High technology. Without further ado, Lu Zhe sprinted back towards the corridor. Hurry, let us move quickly. We'll be out shortly. Relocating. The three dashed back to the familiar end of the second floor corridor. Here, Lu Zhe hold it. Lon, you guard the staircase. Zero, keep an eye on windows. And you? Lon questioned, seeing Lu Zhe empty-handed. What are you going to do? Are you going to bite them? I can manage with a standard firearm, if that proves insufficient. I'll entertain them first. Lu Zhe retrieved 2 drones from his spatial storage. He pressed the activation switch without hesitation. These have been reprogrammed. They will automatically recognize targets and require no further control, even permitting voice commands. The sound of rapidly spinning propellers filled the air. They were merely the size of a palm, with 4 rotors whirling rapidly. Suspended in midair, they emitted a buzzing sound reminiscent of hornets. The most striking feature, of course, was the underbelly of the 2 drones, which bore the youthful version of ground-based biochemical grenades. Go, Pikachu! Lu Zhe exclaimed as he released his grip. The 2 drones ascended swiftly, autonomously identifying their targets one by one. Lu Zhe issued commands while retrieving an M60 from his spatial compartment. At this moment, on the 3rd floor, countless shadows surged forth like a tidal wave. They were diminutive, standing at about 1 meter tall, entirely cloaked in black, wielding 2 sharp daggers each. These are the shadow thieves, capable of moving with the agility of monkeys as they scampered on all fours, astonishingly swift. "Oh my God," Lon uttered, standing at the stairway and glancing up. She beheld the railings on the third floor teeming with these shadowy figures. They eschewed the stairs, instead vaulting over the railings and leaping down. So many. Lon raised her firearm, her palms slick with sweat. "If they charge down, we'll be shredded to pieces." "Stay calm." Lu Ze's voice remained steady. "Let us give them a little surprise." At that moment, one of the drones appeared to be identifying targets with its camera. It abruptly halted its ascent and charged directly toward the shadow thieves. The two drones maneuvered apart, each diving into the throng of dark creatures. Boom! Boom! Two explosions resonated on the third floor. Although the sounds were not deafening and lacked the dramatic bursts of fire, they were soon followed by two plumes of dense green smoke that erupted instantaneously. Cough, cough, cough. The once nimble shadow thieves, upon contact with the green smoke, staggered as if they had consumed a copious amount of counterfeit liquor. Their movements visibly slowed. This is what one calls technology transforming life, Lu Ze thought, a grin spreading across his face as he observed the screen. "Did you see that? That's what we call a speed bump. Lang, stop dawdling. It's time to shoot." The shadow thieves that had leapt from the third floor had initially intended to execute an aerial ambush, but instead, they fell to the ground, incapacitated and disoriented. Before they could recover, Lon's gun erupted. Tot, 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 tot. It was akin to shooting at stationary targets. Lon stood at the stairway, hardly needing to aim as she unleashed a barrage at the writhing black figures below. "Is this even possible?" Lon exclaimed in astonishment while firing. "Absolutely. That's the power of technology," Lu Ze remarked, as he too unleashed fire from his M60. The scene had transformed into a shooting gallery. Occasionally, a couple of rogue figures would escape, but they were effortlessly dispatched as well. In a mere 40 seconds, the trio had eradicated all of the shadow thieves. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a hidden reward stage. Hidden task. Eliminate all shadow thieves within 60 seconds completed. Task reward, silver chest lottery won." Lu Ze was taken aback, surprised by the hidden task and its reward. This system is rather cunning. It doesn't inform you in advance. And if I hadn't eliminated the shadow thieves in time, would I have even known about this hidden task? Yet he thought a mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Should I open the lottery immediately? Standing at the end of the corridor, clutching the still warm M60, he hesitated. He had been duped by the system before. While it had bestowed upon him many valuable items, it was also notorious for its capriciousness. System, Lu Ze silently mused. "Can't you just let me take a peek at the reward pool? I'm not asking for you to alter the drop rates. I just want to ensure there is something worthwhile inside. What if it's filled with useless items like biochemical grenade experience cards or fragments of bulletproof vests?" Response to host, unable to view reward pool. The system's tone was cold and devoid of any warmth. Silver chest contains random rewards, including weapons, items, and special objects. All depends on the host's luck. Lu Ze rolled his eyes. "Another blind box, I see. I knew this wretched system would pull a stunt like this." Lon noticed Lu Ze standing there, motionless, his expression shifting between hues of blue and white. "Hey," Lon called out. "What are you zoning out for? The monsters are cleared, and the next wave is coming. What are you doing?" Lu Ze snapped back to reality and waved his hand at Lon. "Wait a moment. I'm conducting business." "Business?" Lon furrowed her brow, confused. Lu Ze had no time to explain. "System, is it truly impossible to take a look? I'm not asking you to change the drop rates. Just let me see if there is anything valuable. If it's nothing but garbage, I'll hold off on the draw and save it for later." Response to host. "The reward pool content refreshes in real time and cannot be previewed. Please make your choice promptly. If not drawn, the reward will expire after this challenge concludes." "What? Lu Ze was anxious. It will expire? This is outright coercion." Fine, you win." Gritting his teeth, Lu Ze declared, "Draw, I want to see what this silver chest has to offer. If you dare, give me a thank you for participating item." "I will." Lu Ze pondered for a long while, but couldn't he figure out how to retaliate against the system. "I will never spend money on CF again." Although he had never spent any money. Lottery begins. Before Lu Ze appeared a virtual spinning wheel. The wheel was silver white, densely populated with squares. Yet each square bore indistinct question marks. How shady, Lu Ze cursed internally. The pointer began to whirl rapidly, and Lu Ze's heart raced in tandem. "Teacher Takeda, please bless me." "No, Xuanwu, bless me. Let us get a good weapon. Even an MG3 would suffice. At the very least, a large health pack." The pointer gradually slowed, passing over one question mark after another. Finally, it came to a halt, resting on a square that glimmered with a blue light. Chapter 209, Blue Flames. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare item. The system's voice sounded quite jubilant. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. A rare item? He quickly focused on the square. As the light dissipated, a line of text materialized before him. Lu Zhe's smile abruptly froze. He stared intently at the text, as if he were unfamiliar with the characters. Reading each one slowly. Item name, Muzzle Flame Effect Pack, Deep Sea Azure. Item grade, Rare Blue. Item description. This is an exceptionally cool muzzle effect. Once equipped, the flames of any firearm will transform into a mysterious and profound azure color when fired. Special attribute, none. Attack power bonus, 0. Additional effect, extremely eye-catching. It will make you the most stylish one in the dark, increasing the chance of being noticed by 100. Lu Zhe felt a buzzing in his head, his blood pressure surging to 180. Damn, Lu Zhe exclaimed, startling both Lan and Zero nearby. Lan nearly discharged her firearm. What is wrong? She asked, scanning the surroundings warily. Are there monsters? Invisible ones? There are no monsters. Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, forcing a few words through clenched jaws. I was bitten by a dog. System, come out of here. Lu Zhe roared in his mind. What on earth is this? After fighting tooth and nail and slaying so many monkeys, is this all I get? A gun effect? Am I here to strut my stuff? I came to slay monsters. Can this thing kill? Can stop bullets? And a 100 return rate? Am I supposed to be worried that the monsters can't see me? Am I just asking for a death wish? Response to the host. This item is a rare cosmetic prop, extremely difficult to obtain. The system remained unfazed. You bastard. Lu Zhe was so furious he nearly hurled his gun. What is the difference between this and those deceptive skins in games? Spending hundreds to open a box only to receive some spray paint or a business card. You've mastered the art of exploitation. I will never gamble again. The gambler ends up with nothing. Although you didn't make me spend money, you can't fool me. Lu Zhe shook his head in resignation. A luminous orb now rested in his palm. It was the deep sea azure he had just acquired. Toss it away. I can't bear to. After all, it is a rare item. Keep it. Just the sight of it irritates me. Zero approached, her curious eyes fixated on the glowing orb in Lu Zhe's hand. What is this? It looks like a will-o'-the-wisp. Don't mention it. Lu Zhe sighed, his face a portrait of despair. It's just a pile of nonsense. A glowing pile of nonsense. Lan also walked over, her gaze filled with curiosity as she observed the orb. Is this an energy core? Lan in guit? Or some kind of new bomb? Zero suddenly interjected. I can sense energy fluctuations within it. Though not strong, it is remarkably pure. Lu Zhe chuckled at the serious expressions on Lan and Zero's faces. Sort of, he replied ambiguously. It's a type of enhancement device. Enhancement device? Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What does it enhance? Firepower? Rate of fire? Or accuracy? Lu Zhe remained silent, instead slapping the orb onto the M60 in his hand. See for yourself. I'm too lazy to explain. The orb seamlessly fused into the black gun's body. There were no flashy effects, and the gun remained as it was, heavy and devoid of any change in pattern. No change at all? Lan scrutinized the weapon. Did you get swindled? If there's no change, we'll know after firing a couple of shots. Lu Zhe raised the gun, aiming at the open space outside the corridor. Watch. Witness the moment of miracles. A flicker of hope stirred in Lu Zhe's heart. What if the system's introduction was modest? What if this azure flame indeed possessed some freezing or burning effect? After all, it's Deep Sea Azure, a name that carries a certain prestige. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhe squeezed the trigger. Boom! 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 The M60's muzzle belched forth flames. But this time, it was not the usual orange-yellow blaze, but a striking azure flame. The color was exceptionally pure, akin to a gas stove cranked to its maximum heat, ethereal and blue. Moreover, with each bullet fired, the muzzle erupted in a burst of blue light. If one disregarded the firepower and focused solely on the visual effect, it was indeed quite stunning. Wow, Zero exclaimed, her tone devoid of any emotion. So blue. Lu Zhe relaxed his finger, the gunfire ceased. The residual warmth from the muzzle still emanated faint wisps of blue smoke. Lan stood beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. This is... She pointed at the muzzle. Is this a plasma spark? Or a high-temperature blue flame? As a special forces operative, Lan understood the implications. The bluer the flame, the higher the temperature. Has this gun been modified into an energy weapon? Lan's gaze towards Lu Zhe transformed, now filled with awe. That orb you had can actually alter the very nature of the weapon. If it hits a person, would they vaporize? The more she spoke, the more excited she became, even wanting to reach out and touch the muzzle. Don't touch it, Lu Zhe cautioned her. It's hot. Of course it's hot. Lan retorted as if it were obvious. It's blue fire. Lu Zhe, this thing is incredible. With this, even a Titan probably couldn't withstand a few shots, right? The penetrating power must be off the charts. Lu Zhe looked at Lan, who was brimming with admiration, and shook his head in resignation. This is absurd. Gazing at the tendrils of blue smoke emanating from the M60's muzzle, Lu Zhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet, frustration aside, life must go on, and monsters must be slain. All right, enough gawking. If it doesn't add damage, it's just a visual effect. This revelation made Lan's previous excitement vanish, replaced by a look of disdain. Let's move. Level 18 is about to commence. We can't linger here. The next wave will not only include shadow marauders, but also other bioghosts. Lu Zhe pointed towards the second-floor corridor beneath their feet. Where to? To the first floor. Lu Zhe gestured towards a row of abandoned train carriages below. To the rooftops. The rooftops? Lan glanced down. That area was completely open and lacked cover. If the monsters surrounded them, there would be nowhere to flee. What do you know? Lu Zhe explained as he descended. In level 18, the number of shadow marauders will increase significantly. These black monkeys are fast and can climb walls. In such a narrow corridor, once they get close, it's game over. On the rooftops, the view is expansive. They have to climb the carriages to reach us. That climbing process makes them sitting ducks. As they spoke, the trio had already jumped down to the first-floor plaza. Without pausing, Lu Zhe took a couple of running steps, grasping the iron railing at the edge of the carriage, performing a pull-up to flip over. Lan was even more agile, executing a high jump and landing firmly atop the train. Zero floated up like a feather, silently and effortlessly. Lu Zhe stood in the middle of the carriage. Lan, watch the front. Zero, keep an eye on the back. I'll cover both flanks. In this level, don't save bullets. As soon as those black monkeys show their heads, shoot to kill. Chapter 210, Level 18 ends. They're coming. Lan swiftly chambered around in her fire chelan. Above, Lucia shouted. Numerous black shadows were rapidly scaling the walls of the high-rise buildings flanking the train carriages. They're jumping down. Lan raised her gun and fired. Tot. The fire chelan's muzzle spewed crimson flames. Several airborne shadow marauders were instantly riddled with bullets, their black blood raining down. Yet, more shadows had already landed on the open ground around the train carriage, with a few even jumping onto the edge of the carriage's roof. Shoot! Bang! 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 Although it didn't increase damage, did the impact feel stronger? Lucia mused. The visual effect indeed enhanced the overall feel, watching the blue flames explode upon the monsters. Lu Zhe felt remarkably good about his current state. Boss, behind us. Zero's voice remained calm, but her pace quickened. Lu Zhe turned to look. From the direction of the train's rear, a dozen shadow marauders had already climbed up, utilizing the seams at the carriage's connections to evade Zero's line of sight. Sneaking in closer. So many? Lucia frowned. These black monkeys were too agile. Moreover, their tactics had changed. They no longer charged mindlessly, but had learned to encircle and ambush. Although Zero's FAL was precise for single shots, its rate of fire was limited. Faced with such a surging enemy, the single-shot rifle seemed inadequate. Zero, switch weapons. Lucia commended. No need to call out names. Just blow them up. Understood. Zero responded without hesitation. She seamlessly transitioned to grenade mode, unleashing 2 rounds without hesitation. They struck directly amidst the swarm of shadow marauders that had just scaled up. Boom! Boom! The cacophony of explosions erupted from the rear of the vehicle, flames soaring into the sky. The dozen or so marauders that had contemplated an ambush were instantly hurled away by the shockwave. Some were obliterated into mere fragments, while others tumbled down from the top of the vehicle, engulfed in flames. Splendid, Lucia exclaimed. Keep it up. Don't let them get close. On Lan's side, the battle had turned dire. The front of the vehicle was the primary point of impact. Countless lesser phantoms and small red creatures surged maniacally among the marauders. Although the fire chelan in Lan's hands boasted formidable power, its magazine capacity was regrettably limited. 35 rounds, and in the blink of an eye, it was empty. Reload, Lan shouted, flicking her wrist to eject the spent magazine as a new one swiftly slid into place. The entire process was fluid, taking less than a second. Yet, in that brief moment, a marauder had already charged directly at her. Seeking death, Lan's gaze sharpened. She had no time to raise her weapon and instead delivered a solid kick. Bang! The blow connected squarely with the marauder's chest, sending it flying. Tot. Lan followed up with a barrage of shots, swiftly eliminating the threat. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe provided cover, calling out targets while firing. Zero, left rear, blow them to bits. Understood. Zero pivoted and raised the grenade launcher. Bang! A precise hit. The marauders attempting to ascend were sent plummeting. Why is this level dragging on? Lan shouted amidst the chaos. More monsters keep appearing. This is only the 18th level. If it were that easy to pass, how could it be called a challenging endeavor? As long as we hold the rooftop, these monkeys won't be able to stir up any waves. The battlefield had reached a fever pitch. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the roars of monsters melded into a singular cacophony. 2 minutes had elapsed, and the battle raged on, becoming even more frenzied. The shadow marauders seemed endless. For every group that fell, another emerged. Boss, I'm running low on grenades. Zero's voice came through. Only 6 rounds remain. At the current rate of consumption, we might last another 30 seconds. Lu Zei's heart sank at this revelation. If Zero ran out of firepower, their flank would undoubtedly crumble. Lan was also nearing her limit. Her gun barrel was beginning to smoke, her rate of fire noticeably slowing. Lucia! Lan gasped. I want to use the Gatling gun. Get that thing out. No way. Lucia swiftly declined. The rooftop is already unstable. With the recoil of the Gatling, we wouldn't be able to hold our ground. Moreover, it's too cumbersome and has a slow firing rate. These monkeys are leaping all over. The Gatling can't keep up. Then what should we do? Lan kicked away an incoming biochemical phantom. At this rate, we will be worn down. Lu Zei glanced at the densely packed horde surrounding them. Indeed, the pressure of this 18th level was greater than that of the previous mini-boss encounters, precisely due to this relentless swarm tactic, leaving no room for respite. Damn it. Lucia cursed. I had hoped to save some for the new year, but it seems that 1 TB feasible. Lu Zei continued to fire, his thoughts drifting to his spatial inventory. He shouted, Zero, move towards the center. Lan, stop showing off and come back. Upon hearing the command, Lan and Zero instinctively shrank towards the middle of the vehicle, even though they were unsure of Lu Zei's intentions. In that instant of retreat, Lu Zei waved his hand. Come fort, my little darlings. Buzz. 3 dark silhouettes materialized from thin air. They were the previously modified suicide drones, but these 3 were noticeably larger. Each was equipped with an automatic weapon, though their ammunition was limited. With the assistance of these drones, the pressure was significantly alleviated. However, they remained vigilant, as ammunition was scarce and to be used only in emergencies. Yet, the drone's targeting capabilities proved effective, ensuring that each bullet was not wasted. The number of surrounding biochemical phantoms dwindled considerably. As the drones exhausted their ammunition, they proceeded to execute suicide attacks. Each drone charged towards areas where the monsters were slightly denser. Boom! 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 3 resounding explosions erupted almost simultaneously. After this wave of detonations, only a few stragglers remained. These devices were incredibly useful, though regrettably, he hadn't brought many, primarily opting for the swarm drones. Stop dawdling. Lu Zei raised his M60. While they're down, take them out. Harvest. Lan and Zero immediately responded. If not now, then when? Tot 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 tot. Gunfire erupted once more. The remaining foes, already slowed by biochemical grenades, offered no resistance, resembling sluggish moving targets. 1 minute later, the last shadow marauder fell. The 18th level had finally concluded. Chapter 211. Resting phase? Lu Zei plopped down on the rooftop, disregarding the grime. He was utterly exhausted. This was not merely a test of physical endurance, but also of mental acuity. Finished? Lan, equally fatigued, remarked how there was scarcely a moment of rest. Temporarily concluded. Zero, how are you faring? Zero sat at the rear, inspecting her grenade launcher. I'm doing well. Boss. But boss, are we still holding out here? Lu Zei shook his head. Not here. The next level is filled with shadow marauders. We're moving to the 2nd floor. Lan and Zero nodded in agreement. At least on the 2nd floor, they could utilize the Gatling gun. The 3 ascended rapidly to the 2nd floor. Lan, you take your usual position and cover the rear. Zero, keep an eye on windows. Lu Zei waved his hand. Crash. A thunderous sound reverberated as the previously stored Gatling gun reappeared on the ground. Just then, the 19th wave arrived. However, there was an eerie silence. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. The corridor ahead lay desolate. Not a single biochemical phantom was in sight. Not even a rat. Lu Zei was taken aback. What's going on? Furrowing his brows, he peered ahead. Stuck? Lan stood, gun in hand, taking a few steps forward to peer ahead. Nothing. Where are the biochemical phantoms? Could this 19th level be a resting phase? That seems unlikely. Lu Zei shook his head. According to the original map, the 19th level was a reward phase. Yet it should still feature biochemical phantoms. Could it be that the system is genuinely rewarding us with a break? Zero's ears perked up. It seems their essay sound. Lu Zei quickly focused, straining to hear. The corridor was quiet, only the distant wind whistling through the ruins. Yet, amidst that wind, there appeared to be a faint, distinct noise. Bang! A faint gunshot rang out from afar. Lu Ze's expression changed instantly. Gunfire? Gunfire? Lan heard it too. She abruptly turned to Lu Ze. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. Are there others on this map? Could be a gun-wielding biochemical phantom? Lan proposed. Lu Ze shook his head. There are indeed such phantoms in Water City. But if the biochemical phantom were firing, it would be targeting humans. There are only the three of us here, and no one is under attack. Where could that gunfire be coming from? Lu Ze, equally perplexed, shared her confusion. He leaped down from the seat of the Gatling gun and swiftly made his way to the edge of the corridor, tilting his ear to listen intently. Bang! Another sound echoed. This time, it was clearer. The sound was deep and resonant, unlike that of an ordinary rifle or machine gun. It reverberated through the desolate ruins, carrying a unique, penetrating quality. Something was amiss. Lu Ze's brow furrowed tightly. The gunfire did not resemble that of a rifle. It was the unmistakable sound of a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle? Lan was even more perplexed. Aside from us, could there be another team? Is it possible that your system has matched you with teammates? Absolutely not. Lu Ze firmly rejected. The system stated there would be no teammates this time. Furthermore, even if there were, they should have been teleported alongside me, who would fire from a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Zero, can you locate the source? Lu Ze turned to Zero. She closed her eyes, attentively listening to the direction of the gunfire, as if engaged in some intricate calculation. After 2 seconds, she opened her eyes. The direction is at 11 o'clock, approximately 400 meters away, on a 3-story platform. The frequency of the gunfire is remarkably stable, roughly one shot every 15 seconds. Moreover, Zero tilted her head. There's a waveform match in the database. What is it? Lu Ze inquired hastily. AWM. Zero replied succinctly. But it's no ordinary AWM. The sound possesses a distinctive resonance, as if equipped with a specialized suppressor or boost device. Upon hearing the designation AWM, a flash of realization struck Lu Ze. He abruptly slapped the railing. I know now. AWM Tianlong. Tianlong? Lan looked at him, puzzled. What is that? A sniper rifle. Lu Ze took a deep breath, his gaze growing somewhat complex. An elite-grade sniper rifle. The sound is unique, carrying the resonance of a dragon's roar. I've heard this sound in the game before. There's no mistaking it. However, Lu Ze scratched his head. How could this gun possibly be here? Who is using it? And what sort of bio-ghost possesses such a top-tier sniper rifle? Unless an audacious hypothesis emerged in Lu Ze's mind, yet he dared not confirm it. Bang! Bang! The gunfire continued, becoming increasingly frequent. This indicated that fierce combat was underway over there. Let us go, Lu Ze decisively declared. We can't hold this position any longer. Where to? Lan tugged at him. We VE just set up our defenses. And you want to run again? The monsters of the 19th level haven't even arrived yet. They're all over there. Lu Ze pointed towards the direction of the gunfire. Don't you notice? There isn't a single monster around us. This suggests they've VE all been drawn away by the commotion over there. Are we just guarding empty air? Hurry, gather your things. Without caring whether Lan was willing or not, Lu Ze turned and picked up the Fire God Gatling gun from ground. Lighten our load. Zero, lead the way. All right, boss. Zero discarded the tasteless piece of plastic and replaced it with a fresh piece of gum. Follow me. The trio departed the defensible corridor, making their way toward the 3rd floor. Along the way, just as Lu Ze had suggested, they encountered not a single monster. The entire 2nd floor was eerily silent. However, as they ascended, the sound of gunfire grew increasingly distinct. In addition to the gunfire, the roars of monsters could be heard. Roar! Squeak! 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 That was the sound of the shadow maniacs, and, judging by the noise, there were undoubtedly many of them. It seemed they were gathering here. Lan, wielding the fire Qilin, followed closely behind Lu Ze. Who could be over there? To draw so many monsters away. This person must be a lunatic, right? Whether they're a lunatic or not is uncertain, Lu Ze replied while running. But I have a premonition. We might know this person. Know them? Lan was taken aback. Are you suggesting there really are others? Perhaps. Lu Ze left the statement open-ended. Yet, the name that surfaced in his mind was undeniable. If it truly is her, then this situation could escalate dramatically. The three of them rushed up to the 3rd floor in one breath. This was the highest point in the ruins of Giant City, offering a broad view. The wind was also quite strong. Lu Ze gazed out. What on earth?